Oh shit, my house was robbed? No, I was robbed. The man rushed out of the dilapidated thatched hut, his face full of confusion and panic. Last night, the man was still fighting the boss in the game, with his sword slashing down with great pleasure. As a result, when he woke up, he found himself in this hellhole, a strange and cruel wilderness survival world. Before the man could comprehend the situation, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Welcome to the continent of 10,000 races. Here, the law of the jungle prevails. Upgrading your shelter, gathering supplies, and fighting against unknown dangers will be your only hope of survival. The man's head buzzed. Watching the chat channel filled with wailing, complaints, and panic, he finally realized this wasn't a dream. But just as he was on the verge of collapse, the survival point system quietly activated. Without thinking too much, he immediately created a Class B water purifier. Not only did it solve the drinking water problem, but the water produced by the purifier could also improve agility and could even be used as a scarce resource to trade for other materials. Then the man erected a fence and a warehouse, creating a 20 by 20 yard around the dilapidated cabin. While clearing weeds, he stumbled upon the blueprints for a trap. A stroke of luck. The man traded a few slices of dry bread for the bed sheets that others only dreamed of, causing shock and wailing in the channel. In order to keep a low profile, the man named himself Emperor of Europe, but inadvertently started a fight among non-Europeans. Even more outrageous, the man traded a bottle of D-grade cola for a character summon card. After strengthening it, he actually summoned the famous Three Kingdoms general, Eugene, and the soldier Li Ergu. These two, one martial and the other diligent, gave the man a huge boost of confidence. With the upgrade of the water resource card, the man successfully diverted a small river and even formed a freshwater lake, which not only had abundant water, but also fish to catch. System prompt. Survival points plus 200. The man smiled from ear to ear. During the day, the man took Eugene and Li Ergu to clear the land, set traps, and expand the territory. At night, they lit a bonfire, barbecued meat, cooked hot pot, and improved their meals. They lived a more comfortable life than anyone else. Eugene is loyal and brave. Li Ergu is diligent and capable. And with the new drawings and materials they continue to collect, the men gradually gain a foothold in this cruel world. But the man wasn't satisfied with this. He recruited powerful subordinates, established a planning base, and developed resource production. He began to move towards a more ambitious goal, to establish a survival dynasty that spanned the entire wilderness survival world. Of course, the man also experienced crises during this period, encountering a siege by a small group, an attack by wild beasts, and a trap set by a black businessman. However, with the enhanced weapons rewarded by the system and the hard fighting of his loyal subordinates, the man overcame all of them one by one. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I'll be sharing the second part of Boy's system can infinitely upgrade resources and shelter. Now he's enjoying it all. The story begins in Chapter 201. Chapter 201. The final minutes. As Lei Xing was arranging his affairs, Lu Ningli, sitting at the cornerstone, watched the chat channel and saw the message from Bai Xiaolin. After reading it, Lu Ningli quickly replied, "Okay, brother, bye." After replying the message, Lu Ningli immediately stood up, walked out of the room, and came to the yard. At this time, several of Lu Ningli's men were busy carrying back the stones thrown out in the afternoon. Looking at the stones that were brought back, Lu Ningli nodded with satisfaction. These were all materials that were exchanged for precious materials. How could they be wasted? The reason for arranging manpower to carry the stones now is because killing the dead spirits did not consume too much physical energy. Therefore, after dinner, while there was still time in the evening, Lu Ningli arranged for his men to pick up the stones. When the moving was almost done, Lu Ningli looked at his men and said, "After everything is moved, sit in the yard and rest. Go back to your rooms and sleep after midnight." "Yes," several people responded in unison. Meanwhile, Ningyu, who had just finished bandaging two seriously injured soldiers, was busy boiling water to treat the wounds of the remaining men. At the current rate, it would be almost impossible to rest before midnight. After Bai Xiaolin finished talking with Lei Xing and Lu Ningli, he got up and left the room without stopping. At this time, except for Li Ergu, Zhang Xiaohu, and others who had not returned yet and were feeding the wolf cub, Eugene and others had finished their affairs, and, after being notified by Li Hai and others, returned to the yard. People sat in groups of 3 or 4, drinking water and chatting. After Bai Xiaolin left the room, He looked at the dozens of people in the yard immersed in the relaxed atmosphere. After a brief thought, he made a decision. Bai Xiaolin planned to have everyone clean up the planting area together. After all, it was still nearly 2 hours until midnight, and sitting around chatting was a waste of time. If everyone works together, we can probably clear over 1,000 square meters of land within these 2 hours. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone and said, "Those who have axes, take them. Those who don't have axes, go to the warehouse and get other tools. Let's go to the planting area and clear the land together." In the morning, Bai Xiaolin took the time to make a large batch of tools. Even if so many people were using them at the same time, it would be enough to last for 2 days. By the time all the tools were used up, the blacksmith shop should be able to start producing iron tools. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's plan, everyone immediately stopped chatting, quickly drank the B-grade water in their bowls, and headed out in a mighty procession. Some returned to their rooms to retrieve iron axes, while others headed to the warehouse to look for other tools. In less than a minute, the once bustling courtyard became empty. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded, feeling satisfied with his men's enthusiasm for work. Afterwards, Bai Xiaolin also picked up an iron axe and headed out. Since there wasn't anything special going on at this time, and it would be boring to stay alone, he might as well join everyone in clearing some more land. A few minutes later, when the group appeared in the planting area with their tools, they not only startled Zhang Xiaohu and Li Yuer, who were chasing wolf cubs in the adjacent breeding area, but also froze the cubs who were just frolicking. After all, it was dozens of people acting simultaneously. Taking advantage of the moment when the wolf cub was stunned, Zhang Xiaohu and his companions quickly pounced and caught all the wolf cubs. Although the wolf cubs struggled desperately, they successfully carried it back to the wolf den. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, to subdue these naughty little guys, you have to be more naughty than them. After laughing, under Song Yi's arrangement, everyone quickly dispersed and began to clear the land according to area. Bang, bang, bang. As the sounds of stone picks hitting stones and iron axes chopping trees came one after another, the system prompt sounded quickly in Bai Xiaolin's ears. Wood +2, +2. Stone. Survival point +1, +1. The notification sound was too frequent, and Bai Xiaolin quickly blocked it out. When the ears were quiet again, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. If he listened to it for 2 hours in a row, he would be deafened. When everything around him was completely quiet, Bai Xiaolin also bent down and joined the cleanup. Not long after, as everyone was busy, Li Ergu, who had just finished feeding the wolf cub, emerged from the wolf den. He took one look at the situation and immediately turned back to get a stone pickaxe to join in. For Li Ergu, how could he miss this opportunity to show off his work? General Li also had to actively show up. As the land was cleared piece by piece, about an hour and a half passed quickly. After stopping what he was doing, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was almost 11:40, with less than 20 minutes left until 12 o'clock. Bai Xiaolin looked around and saw that everyone was still working hard, so he shouted loudly, "Everyone can stop now." After moving the materials back to the warehouse, bring your tools and gather back to the courtyard. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's instructions, Song Yi and others not far away stopped their work, picked up the materials on the ground, and walked towards the warehouse. Bai Xiaolin stood there, surveying the results of nearly 2 hours of work. Excluding the children who hadn't participated, the remaining 40-odd people had cleared nearly 1,800 square meters of land in less than 2 hours, their efficiency astonishing. The total amount of materials collected during this cleanup was close to 2,000. Fortunately, with so many people, moving them took only a dozen minutes. By the time everyone returned to the courtyard, the countdown on the cornerstone was only 4 minutes left. Bai Xiaolin thought for a few seconds, then took out 3 telescopes from the warehouse and pointed at the 3 most powerful people in the crowd, Shuirengai, Han Xian, and Eugene. He said, "The 3 of you take the telescopes and go up to the city wall. Observe the surroundings from the 3 directions of the arrow tower. If you see anything unusual, notify me immediately." "Yes." Shuirengai, Han Xian, and Eugene responded in unison. With the 3 experts observing from above and Zhang Liang's perception within the courtyard, this double defense was sufficient to ensure immediate detection of any external disturbances. After Shuirengai, Han Xian, and Eugene scaled the city wall, Bai Xiaolin climbed the arrow tower outside the courtyard. This tower, one of the earliest built, had been largely unused after the new walled area was expanded, but it was now perfectly useful for observing the buildings within the city wall and spotting any anomalies. Chapter 202. The Hanging Palace. As time passed, when the countdown returned to zero, just a few seconds later, Bai Xiaolin noticed the first abnormality. That is, the temperature tonight did not drop sharply at midnight as usual, but remained at a normal temperature. Feeling this change, Bai Xiaolin was at a loss as to how to react. If the temperature really returns to normal, future planting will no longer need to rely on greenhouses. In this way, Bai Xiaolin will be able to break the limitations of the greenhouse and greatly expand the planting area, which is undoubtedly a gratifying thing. But when Bai Xiaolin thought that the large number of greenhouses he had carefully built might now be wasted, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Overall, this change has more advantages than disadvantages and is a positive sign. But before Bai Xiaolin could think about it, he was interrupted by the exclamations of the people in the yard, and then he noticed the second anomaly. Bai Xiaolin looked up and saw that the two moons and stars that were originally high in the night sky had disappeared. In their place stood two enormous, magnificent palaces, along with countless other palaces of varying sizes, seemingly looming over the entire night sky. Even though these palaces stood thousands of miles high in the sky, they were still clearly visible. Among them, the two largest palaces are particularly eye-catching. One is built of black and red stones, exuding a heavy and bloodthirsty atmosphere. The other one is ice blue, as if it were carved from a single piece of huge material. It is completely different from the former, showing a cold and mechanical temperament, as if it has no feelings towards anything in the world, and in the eyes of its owner, it seems that all life is like an ant. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin instantly understood that these two palaces were most likely the two moons that Bai Xiaolin had seen before, and now they had just revealed their true appearance. In addition to these two main halls, Bai Xiaolin also discovered four smaller palaces located around the main hall, emitting black, gold, green, and khaki light respectively. Further out, surrounding these 6 halls, there are countless palaces of different sizes, intertwined with each other, forming an impenetrable huge network, as if tightly covering the entire earth. Behind the densely packed palaces, the night sky cracked like a broken mirror, and countless colorful gases were pouring out from these cracks. Bai Xiaolin was dumbfounded by this scene, and his mouth was almost open. At the same time, one question after another emerged in his mind. What is the purpose of these palaces? Bai Xiaolin wondered, what kind of creatures could survive there? Was the world seen from these palaces different from the earth they inhabited? Was there some connection between the beings in these palaces and these people? Bai Xiaolin wondered, or perhaps even more disturbingly, were these people actually summoned by some force? Or perhaps everything they were experiencing was simply a performance for the entertainment of the palace's creatures, like wild beasts in the Colosseum or struggling crickets in a cage. Bai Xiaolin frowned at the thought. If this were truly the case, it would be far too cruel. But even so, if he was destined to become a plaything in the eyes of some higher being, Bai Xiaolin would be the strongest. Only by becoming the strongest beast can you have the chance to rush into the stands, pull those audience off the throne, and take their place. Otherwise, you will only be a trapped beast forever. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin shook his head and put these thoughts aside for the time being. Now is not the time to delve into these matters. The reality was clear. Bai Xiaolin was as far removed from those living in the palace as heaven and earth. Instead of daydreaming, it was better to develop oneself down to earth. Only by becoming stronger could change be possible. Then, Bai Xiaolin stood on the arrow tower and carefully inspected the entire area inside the city wall. After confirming that there was no abnormality, Bai Xiaolin came down from the arrow tower and prepared to return to the room to check if there were any changes in the cornerstone. However, as soon as he returned to the courtyard, he saw Zhang Liang, who had been standing aside with his eyes closed, suddenly open his eyes and look at Bai Xiaolin solemnly. He said quickly, "My lord, since a while ago, the auras of more than a dozen strange creatures have appeared nearby." The breath of a strange creature? Bai Xiaolin was stunned at first, but quickly reacted. After the spatial barrier was lifted, creatures of other species began to appear. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think calmly. Zhang Liang's perception range could reach 10 miles, which meant that within a 10-mile radius, there were at least a dozen areas where alien creatures were active. This number was significantly greater than what Li Ergu had recorded during the day. Bai Xiaolin remembered clearly that the locations Li Ergu had drawn totaled less than 10 within a 10-mile radius. But now Zhang Liang had sensed more than 10 places, which meant that one of them must have incomplete information. Bai Xiaolin thought about it carefully and immediately realized it. Li Ergu only noted the undead in the southeast. As for the northern forests and western mountains, although no undead activity was witnessed during the day, this did not mean that there was no movement in those directions. After all, there were trees and mountains blocking the view in these two directions, so Li Ergu couldn't see many places. To confirm this speculation, he just needed to verify it. Then, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Liang and asked, "Can you sense the specific direction from which these auras are emerging?" Zhang Liang answered without hesitation, 3 in the west, 6 in the north, 5 in the south, and 3 in the east. The closest one is in the east, less than a kilometer away from us." Sure enough, the situation was just as Bai Xiaolin had predicted. There were indeed alien creatures in the northwest, and the number in the southeast exactly matched what Li Ergo had noted. This shows that the closest breath that Zhang Liang sensed was most likely the place where Li Ergu saw the undead during the day and where they first disappeared. But since the alien creatures had appeared a kilometer away, why didn't Shui Rene, Han Xian, and Eugene, who were in charge of reconnaissance, issue any warning? Logically speaking, at this distance, their telescopes should have detected it long ago. Bai Xiaolin looked up at the arrow towers on the city wall with doubts. At this moment, the arrow towers were silent, and there was no movement. This made Bai Xiaolin frown again. Given the strength of Shui Renge, Han Xian, and Eugene, it is unlikely that they would encounter an accident quietly. The only explanation is that Shui Rene, Han Xian, and Eugene did not see any trace of these alien creatures through the telescope, so they did not sound the alarm. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in Bai Xiaolin's mind. Chapter 203, Not Recognized by the World. Bai Xiaolin suddenly had a thought. Could it be that these alien creatures weren't absent at all, but had gone invisible? Or perhaps they were simply too small as ants, making them difficult to spot? Bai Xiaolin, with this question in mind, turned to the crowd and said, "Zhang Liang, Zhang He, and Zhu Tai, the 3 of you follow me. The rest of you will rest here." Zhang Liang, Zhang He, and Zhu Tai agreed immediately. Bai Xiaolin did not delay and took Zhang Liang, Zhang He, and Zhu Tai out of the courtyard and rushed towards the city wall along the steps. With Zhang Liang's perception ability, combined with Zhang He and Zhu Tai's extraordinary eyesight, Bai Xiaolin felt that even if the aliens were truly invisible, they should be able to find them. Zhang Liang, Zhang He, Zhu Tai, and Bai Xiaolin quickly arrived at the city wall. Bai Xiaolin went straight to the arrow tower in the southeast corner. His footsteps were clearly audible in the night, making a da-da-da sound. Just as Zhang Liang, Zhang He, Zhu Tai, and Bai Xiaolin were approaching the arrow tower, a head suddenly popped out from inside. It turned out to be the garrison general Eugene. Upon seeing Bai Xiaolin and the others, Eugene immediately approached them and whispered, "My lord, why have you come up here in person?" Bai Xiaolin didn't respond directly, but instead asked, "You've been observing here for so long. Have you discovered anything unusual? Like any strange creatures?" When Eugene heard this, he thought something had happened and immediately began to replay in his mind everything he had seen during this period. After a few seconds, Eugene seemed to remember something and said quickly, "It's indeed a bit unusual, but I didn't think it was important, so I didn't report it." Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "What's unusual?" Eugene quickly explained it was around midnight. A few undead spirits suddenly appeared in the distance, but they were all very ordinary and didn't move. They just stayed where they were, so I didn't pay much attention to them. When Bai Xiaolin heard the word undead, he immediately perked up and said, "Let's go and take a look." Eugene led the way, and Zhang Liang, Zhang He, Zhu Tai, and Bai Xiaolin walked into the arrow tower. Eugene handed the telescope to Bai Xiaolin. After receiving it, Bai Xiaolin raised the telescope and peered between 2 large rocks in the distance. The results stunned him. During the day, it had been empty, but now a small hill had appeared between the rocks. Several undead were circling it, occasionally attacking it. Bai Xiaolin wondered if the aura Zhang Liang sensed was actually emitted by these undead spirits. He immediately handed the telescope to Zhang Liang. "Take a look at those monsters over there and see if that's what you sensed." Zhang Liang took the telescope and used this high-tech technology for the first time. He was shocked to see the scene hundreds of meters away being brought closer to his eyes. However, Zhang Liang quickly calmed down and began to concentrate on finding the location of the undead. After a while, he finally found the monsters in the picture. They were ugly, and just looking at them made people feel uncomfortable, but Zhang Liang still endured the discomfort and carefully felt their breath. The result made Zhang Liang frown. Although these undead spirits were moving, they had no breath of life at all. Not only that, there wasn't even the aura of this world. And the strange fluctuations Zhang Liang had sensed before were obviously not emitted by them. This puzzled Zhang Liang. He could see them with his own eyes, but the world couldn't sense their existence. The only explanation was that these undead spirits weren't creatures recognized by this world. Thinking of this, Zhang Liang cast his gaze around the hillock again, intending to confirm where the aura came from. Finally, Zhang Liang locked onto the target. The strange aura was coming from the bottom of the hillock. After carefully feeling it again, Zhang Liang put down the telescope with certainty and said to Bai Xiaolin, "My lord, that aura is not emitted by those undead spirits, but comes from under the hill. There is something hidden underneath." Hearing this, Bai Xiaolin nodded. It turned out the real aliens were still hiding, neither killed by the undead nor leaving. It was just that their residences were different. Humans lived in houses, while these aliens hid in underground caves. Bai Xiaolin's eyes brightened. Since these aliens were still alive and surrounded by the undead, they were trapped. Bai Xiaolin could take action at any time to eliminate them and destroy their foundation, which was the key to their survival. According to the system prompt, as long as the cornerstone is broken, additional rewards can be obtained. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded and began to form a plan in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Liang added, "My lord, there is one more thing I must make clear. These undead spirits have absolutely no aura, as if they had been completely rejected by the world." Bai Xiaolin was stunned by this, but then he understood a lot. From a moment the undead were trapped by the vines to the moment they were released to attack them, Bai Xiaolin had originally thought that the undead were enemies created by this world. But now it seems that this is not the case. These undead are not actually native creatures, but illegal invaders who broke in from the outside world. They, like the summoned challengers, did not belong to this world. The only difference was that they came with hostility, while they were guests who were allowed in. This also explains why the undead were previously imprisoned, not to protect people, but to prevent them from affecting the order of the world. Today, the system felt that Bai Xiaolin and the others had adapted to their living environment, so it released these undead as a trial. By hunting these foreign monsters, you can not only save your life, but also gain luck points. This kind of luck points can be used to exchange for any materials you want, which is essentially a reward mechanism. The more Bai Xiaolin thought about it, the clearer it became. It turned out that the entire game mechanism was the world guiding them to eliminate illegal creatures, and the reward was the feedback from this world. Now Bai Xiaolin finally understood why killing dead spirits could be exchanged for resources. This was not a coincidence at all, but a rule. Chapter 204, New Well Blueprint. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but feel a little excited. He thought, if this luck exchange is really as powerful as the system said, then wouldn't he be rich? This is a reward given by the world itself. So how could it be bad? Just as he was thinking, Bai Xiaolin's gaze fell on Zhang Liang again. Zhang Liang, sense again and see if there's any other signs of life moving around, Bai Xiaolin instructed. Understood. Zhang Liang nodded in response, immediately closing his eyes and entering a perceptive state once again. After all, it was getting late, and if nothing else happened, it was time for everyone to rest for the night. We still had work to do tomorrow, so it never hurt to save some energy. Zhang Liang carefully sensed the surroundings again, and after a few minutes he opened his eyes. "My lord, all the auras are still there. There's no movement." Hearing this, Bai Xiaolin felt relieved and nodded. He turned to Eugene and said, "There's no need to defend this area anymore. Let's go check on General Shui and Han Xian." Zhang Liang, Zhang He, Zhu Tai, Bai Xiaolin, and Eugene left the Arrow Tower and went to two other corners on the city wall to learn about the situation from Shui Gui and Han Xian. Shui Gui and Han Xian did not find anything unusual. After confirming that everything was fine, Bai Xiaolin led everyone down the city wall. When Zhang Liang, Zhang He, Zhu Tai, Bai Xiaolin, Eugene, Shui Gui, and Han Xian returned to the yard, everyone was yawning and seemed really sleepy. "Okay, there's no danger tonight. Let's all go back to the house and sleep." Bai Xiaolin clapped his hands and said, "Yes." Zhang Liang, Zhang He, Zhu Tai, Eugene, Shui Gui, and Han Xian answered in unison and then went away to rest. Bai Xiaolin was also a little tired, so he returned to the room and sat down next to the cornerstone. Then he turned on the communicator to check the status of others. It took Bai Xiaolin half an hour to read through the news about Ningyu, Lunenli, several fans, and miners. The good news is that they have all safely passed the novice period, and there are no dangers or alien races appearing near their homes for the time being. Bai Xiaolin yawned after checking the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. Before going to bed, he still had to sort out tonight's harvest. I'll wait until tomorrow morning to see the changes in the foundation stone. If I do it too late, I'm afraid I'll miss anything. If I sleep until noon, it won't be worth it. Bai Xiaolin picked up the resources he'd gathered tonight, examining them while reflecting on his gains. He'd brought back over 2,000 pieces of material alone, plus 1,822 survival points. A truly impressive harvest. There are also a bunch of cards and drawings, totaling about 50, and there are quite a few types. However, what really interested Bai Xiaolin were 4 character cards, 2 taming cards, a copy card, and a well construction blueprint. The other tools used to make the blueprints were no longer of much use to Bai Xiaolin. He put away the important cards and finally stopped at the well blueprint. The more he looked at it, the more precious it seemed to him. Although we already have a Class B well, if this new blueprint can be upgraded to Class A, its effect will be much stronger than it is now. Currently, the water from the B-level well is specifically used to improve the agility attributes of team members and is not willing to be used for other things. Upgrading to a level requires 10,000 survival points, which can't be accumulated overnight. Furthermore, the 2 existing A-level water purifiers produce water too slowly, barely enough to irrigate A-level land once a day, and that's based on the amount of water in bottle caps. In comparison, this water well blueprint is simply a lifesaver. There is no need to worry about the water source or burn the survival point. It is truly a godsend. Once built, the water resource problem will be solved immediately. It can also improve the speed of the team members, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Combined with the food bonuses of A-grade potatoes, rice, and watermelons, within a month, everyone will have at least 3 or 4 abilities. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. It was like a dream. But then Bai Xiaolin gave another wry smile. If he had gotten the blueprint a few hours earlier, he wouldn't have wasted 2,000 points on strengthening the second water purifier. Now, it seemed like he had wasted 2,000 survival points, which was a real pain in the ass. Bai Xiaolin looked at the water purifier in the corner and muttered to himself that he must sell this thing at a good price in the future, so as not to lose money. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin felt a little relieved. He held the drawings in his arms and soon fell into a deep sleep. After the entire camp was confirmed to be safe, it gradually quieted down and everyone else fell asleep. The next morning, Bai Xiaolin woke up earlier than usual. As soon as he sat up in bed, he felt that the temperature in the room was a little too warm for him. Bai Xiaolin glanced down at his down jacket, which he hadn't put on yet, smiled, and casually hung it back up. It seemed the temperature had returned to normal, and wearing too much would only make him feel uncomfortably hot. After washing up, Bai Xiaolin immediately took out the blueprint for the well and prepared to start construction immediately. Of course, the sooner you get your hands on this kind of resource, the better, especially if it's an A-level one, which is not something you can get easily. Bai Xiaolin sat down in front of the cornerstone and clicked the Strengthen button without hesitation. Survival points were immediately deducted. 2,222 points, a full 4 times the strength. The blueprint was finally strengthened successfully, upgrading to Grade A, a 10-meter deep well capable of producing 1 ton of Grade A purified water per day. Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction, opened the map, found a suitable location, and started building directly. The required resources are also reasonable. 500 stones, 10 wood, 10 ropes, and 500 survival points are returned as a construction reward. The drawings slowly disappeared as the operation progressed. Bai Xiaolin stood up and prepared to go out to see what this newly built Class A water well looked like. Squeak! The moment the door opened, Han Xiu and others who were steaming buns in the kitchen looked up. "My lord, good morning." Several people greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." Bai Xiaolin nodded and looked up at the sky. Bai Xiaolin discovered that the sky palaces he saw last night had all disappeared, and even the cracks in the broken sky had returned to normal. It seems that these things have not disappeared, but have been hidden from the world. Chapter 205, Advanced Construction, Civilian Exchange. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more and walked straight towards the 2 small wooden houses built side by side. One of these 2 small houses already has a Class B well, and the other has been empty since Lin Shang moved out. Now it is just right for the newly built A-level water well to be placed. The 2 wells are next to each other, which will make it much more convenient to get water in the future. Walking into the newly built wooden house, the A-level water well in front of him immediately caught Bai Xiaolin's eye. Although the A-level well appears smaller than the B-level well next door, the surrounding stones are smoother and more delicate, with a jade-like luster. The intricate and mysterious patterns at the wellhead, in particular, give it an exceptionally high-end appearance, giving it a distinctly unusual feel. Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the bucket and drew a bucket of clear grade A water from the well. Bai Xiaolin picked up the bucket and couldn't help but take a sip. The sweet taste bloomed on the tip of his tongue, and he felt much more energetic. This was the first time Bai Xiaolin had actually drunk grade A water. In the past, he couldn't even bear to drink a sip of the water produced by those water purifiers. After drinking a few mouthfuls until he could hear the gurgling sound of water in his stomach, Bai Xiaolin reluctantly put down the bucket. Bai Xiaolin looked at the half bucket of grade A water left, thought for a moment, carried it out of the hut, and prepared to share some with his men. When Bai Xiaolin arrived at the living area, several people in the camp had already gotten up and were sitting in the open space in a daze. Including Eugene, Song, Yi, and others, they all looked like they had not woken up yet, and it seemed that they had not yet adapted to the sudden normal temperature. Bai Xiaolin walked to the restaurant entrance, set down the bucket, and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Everyone look here!" Bai Xiaolin shouted. When everyone looked at him, he continued, "This bucket contains grade A water. Grade A water can enhance your special abilities. Even if you don't have any special abilities, drinking it may awaken them." As soon as these words were spoken, those who had been dazed suddenly became fully awake, their eyes lighting up. Especially those who had reached D rank but had yet to awaken their abilities. Their eyes were practically ablaze with light. In the silence, Li Ergu was the first to raise his hand and speak. "Master, are you going to share this water with us?" Bai Xiaolin looked at their expectant eyes and nodded with a smile. "Of course. As long as everyone behaves well, A-grade water will be available every day, just like B-grade water." "Yeah. Thank you, sir." Hearing this affirmative answer, everyone could no longer hold back, and the whole audience burst into warm cheers in an instant. Those who originally had no abilities were filled with joy that they finally had hope of becoming stronger. Those who had already awakened thought that they might even be able to gain a second ability. Bai Xiaolin raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and continued, "There's another announcement to make. Starting today, everyone has to work from morning until 9 o'clock. I didn't do any morning work before because the temperature was low and we had less clothing. Now that I've adapted to the environment, it's time to get back to my normal routine. Starting work earlier not only prevents the cold, but also allows for an extra hour of work, naturally doubling efficiency." After saying this, Bai Xiaolin distributed the grade A water in the bucket to everyone, except for Zhang Xiaohu and others who were sent to the Arrow Tower on a reconnaissance mission. Everyone else was arranged to go to the planting area to continue clearing the land. According to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, the crops in greenhouses number 1 and number 2 will almost mature today, and a large number of new seeds will be produced at that time. These seeds need land to be planted, so the more arable land the better. As for the construction of the blacksmith shop, it won't be too late to arrange it after breakfast. Looking at everyone taking their positions and starting to get busy, Bai Xiaolin nodded, then turned around and went back to the courtyard. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin went straight to the cornerstone and sat down, intending to check if there were any new changes in the cornerstone system after passing the novice period. First, Bai Xiaolin opened the base interface and found that the upgrade conditions for the wooden house and cornerstone had not changed. But the basic construction module has become advanced construction, which is consistent with the system's previous prompt. Advanced construction consume the corresponding materials and blueprints to craft various tools and weapons. Common weapons such as the iron axe and iron spear can now be crafted directly as long as the materials and blueprints are sufficient. For example, crafting an iron axe requires 10 iron blocks and 1 blueprint, and the same goes for an iron spear, with the recipes essentially being the same. However, Bai Xiaolin can't craft special weapons like the meteor hammer and the nine-toothed rake, as the blueprints are 0. After flipping through a few pages, Bai Xiaolin understood this was actually a way for the system to guide players. Instead of providing all items without limit, it encouraged them to collect and explore independently, gradually breaking away from their dependence on the system. Once Bai Xiaolin built the blacksmith shop, he could build whatever he wanted in the future. By then, system construction wouldn't be so important to him. After exiting the base interface, he opened his personal panel and immediately discovered 2 new features. One was called War Competition, and the other was Rankings. However, Bai Xiaolin didn't check them out immediately, but chose to open the luck page first to see what luck points could be exchanged for. As soon as the interface opened, two lines of information appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin's eyes. Luck value. 1936, luck exchange. Consume luck value, and you can exchange it for any item you want. Looking at the nearly 2,000 luck points, he couldn't help but rub his hands and clicked into the exchange interface. As soon as he opened it, the first exchange option made by Xiaolin stunned. Civilian, an ordinary person without any talent. Exchange for 1 luck point. Even civilians can exchange for it? This is too outrageous. Chapter 206. 4 types of exchange. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Bai Xiaolin reacted and couldn't help but exit, checking the 1936 points of luck value in his account again. Bai Xiaolin raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed that if he wanted, he could summon nearly 2,000 ordinary people at any time. The thought of it made him a little excited. Not knowing what came to mind, Bai Xiaolin continued to search through the redemption list, and after a while, he found several new options. Character card / normal. Spend 10 luck points to summon an ordinary civilian. Character card / D-class. Spend 100 luck points to summon a D-class character with special abilities. Character card / C-class. Spend 1,000 luck points to summon a C-class character with special abilities. Bai Xiaolin looked at these exchanges and couldn't help but be shocked. For the same person, an ordinary character card is 10 times more expensive than directly exchanging it for a civilian. The prices of D-level and C-level character cards have doubled. A C-level card costs 1,000 points, which is not cost-effective. Bai Xiaolin originally planned to directly get a few high-level character cards and cultivate some extraordinary talents. Now it seems that it would be better to cultivate them from the bottom up. In comparison, it is obviously more efficient and cost-effective to directly exchange luck points for hundreds of ordinary civilians and then use special food to upgrade their levels. However, Bai Xiaolin is not in a hurry to exchange it now. He plans to reserve a few hundred luck points, and it will not be too late to take action after large-scale planning stabilizes. In addition, this civilian exchange function also gave Bai Xiaolin a new idea. Character cards will be used specifically to draw rare characters in the future, and civilians can use basic exchanges to get them. In this way, teams in different directions can be subdivided and configured, and production, transportation, agricultural work, expansion, etc. can all be independent, which naturally improves efficiency. After nodding to confirm his idea, Bai Xiaolin was about to continue looking for items when he accidentally noticed a few small words above the exchange interface. Materials, cards, drawings, others. It turns out that these can be classified and filtered. Bai Xiaolin immediately tried to click on the materials column. A few seconds later, the redemption page popped up a large amount of new content with a wide variety of items. Wood / 50 pieces, 1 luck point, iron or / 50 pieces, 2 luck points. Energy crystal, a non-attribute resource, commonly used across the myriad races continent, and can be used as a basic trading material, 20 points. Stabilizer / level 1. Increases spatial stability within a 100-meter radius, 100 points. Bai Xiaolin stared at these new items for 2 minutes and suddenly laughed out loud. It turned out that these labels were filtering functions. No wonder he hadn't seen these resources before. What caught Bai Xiaolin's attention most was the energy crystal. This was a key ingredient for crafting and enhancing extraordinary items. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaolin immediately placed an order, paying luck points -200 in exchange for 10 energy crystals. The next second, a fist-sized black vortex appeared out of thin air before Bai Xiaolin's eyes. 10 small, milky white crystals about the size of coins tumbled out of the vortex. Bai Xiaolin was somewhat surprised. It turned out that this was how the exchange materials were delivered. It was quite visually shocking. Bai Xiaolin bent down and picked up the crystals one by one. The crystals were cool and smooth and felt great. A pure energy was even fluctuating slightly. Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction. If there weren't a lot of things to exchange later, Bai Xiaolin really wanted to put all his luck points in at once and make a large-scale exchange. After all, this kind of crystal is an essential material whether it is used to enhance extraordinary level crop fertilizers or to create advanced weapons and equipment. After putting away the crystal, Bai Xiaolin switched to the card tab to see if there were any familiar old friends. Supply card / normal. Obtain a random supply after use, 1 point. Resource card / level 1. Generate a random rare resource, 100 points. Copy card /1. Can copy any existing item, 200 points. Bai Xiaolin glanced at the cards, and when he saw the price of the replica card, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 200 points of luck. That's enough to buy 200 civilians or 10,000 pieces of wood. But on second thought, the value of the copy card lies in the fact that it has no level limit. Even if it is a rare item above sea level, it is a guaranteed profit. Considering that he already has more than a dozen copy cards, Bai Xiaolin decided not to exchange them for the time being. Think about it. Bai Xiaolin only used a D-level weapon to exchange for so many cards. It is probably impossible to get a bargain now. After all, the luck system has been launched, and the value of items has become transparent, so it is difficult for others to suffer losses. Continuing to search, Bai Xiaolin saw a lot of new and unique cards that he had never seen before, each with a unique function. Positioning card / level 1 can be divided into two. Both parties can locate each other on the map, 50 points. Random teleport card. Teleport a target within a 3-meter radius to any location within 100 kilometers, 50 points. Transmission card / level 1. Dual card positioning. Achieving fixed point transmission within 100 kilometers, 100 points. Declare war card. Can be used to specify the opponent in the war contest. Cannot be used against low-level targets, 200 points. In addition, there are slave cards that can temporarily control alien races, delay cards that postpone battle time, exploration cards for large-scale reconnaissance, and even special character cards that can lock and summon a certain character. The effects of these cards were more powerful than the last, dazzling Bai Xiaolin. Bai Xiaolin stared at the page and thought for a while, and finally decided to exchange a few positioning cards first to test the actual location of Lu Ningli and the others. If they were not far away, even if an emergency occurred, he could immediately organize a rescue. And if it was confirmed that the distance was too far, he could also make a contingency plan. After all, the cornerstone was currently immovable and not suitable for long-distance transfer. Chapter 207, Goblin Technology. Even after further development, they could directly connect several bases together. By then, perhaps they could build a true megacity, a territory entirely their own. In addition to the positioning card, Bai Xiaolin also planned to exchange it for 2 teleportation cards. With these cards, the pioneering team could explore in depth from a distance without worrying about encountering trouble along the way. The key is that if there's danger, it can be transmitted back instantly within 100 kilometers, which makes a huge difference in safety. As for the other fancy cards, they're not useful right now, so there's no rush to replace them. Bai Xiaolin confirmed the plan and began the exchange. Luck value -200, luck value -200, and the next moment, the familiar black vortex reappeared, and cards flew out of it one after another. 4 location cards and 2 teleportation cards fell neatly in front of Bai Xiaolin. Bai Xiaolin casually picked up one of the teleportation cards and examined it. It had a black background with silver lines and a pentagram pattern printed on both sides, with a circular mark in the middle. It looked very mysterious. Bai Xiaolin rubbed the card lightly with his fingers, and it instantly split in 2. Then, a message popped up before his eyes. Teleport card / level 1. Splits into 2. Upon use, it can teleport creatures within a 3-meter radius of one card to the location of the other card, with a maximum teleportation distance of 100 kilometers. Below that was a primary enhancement option. Bai Xiaolin didn't hesitate and chose it. The survival points -1 card was enhanced to level 2, instantly increasing its effectiveness. Teleport card / level 2. Teleport range increased to 5 meters and maximum distance increased to 500 kilometers. Seeing this effect, Bai Xiaolin nodded in satisfaction. This teleportation range far exceeded the current exploration capabilities and was completely sufficient for the short term. Strengthening it once was already worth it. Strengthening it again would be a bit of a waste. Bai Xiaolin then set the enhanced card aside and picked up another positioning card. This card also had a different pattern, 2 overlapping circles representing the link between the 2 positions. A prompt appeared. Location card / level 1. After splitting into 2, both players can see each other's positions on the map. This can also be enhanced. Bai Xiaolin clicked the Enhance button again. Survival point -1. Location card / level 2. Displays your exact location and the actual distance to the enemy. Bai Xiaolin finds this improvement quite useful. Knowing the exact distance allows him to better judge whether to provide support. However, these cards only need to be strengthened once. Further strengthening won't have much effect. Bai Xiaolin neatly arranged the 2 strengthened location cards, then strengthened the remaining 5 cards one by one. After all the survival points, -5, were upgraded to level 2, Bai Xiaolin sorted the 7 cards by category. Then, Bai Xiaolin switched interfaces and clicked on the blueprint filter. Suddenly, a large number of blueprints for tools, weapons, and buildings appeared, making Bai Xiaolin a little dazzled. Originally, Bai Xiaolin just wanted to take a look and had no intention of exchanging them. After all, most of these things could be made by hand with just the blueprints, so there was no need to waste luck points. But after seeing a few special blueprints, Bai Xiaolin's thoughts immediately changed. Goblin Cannon Crafting Blueprint, a crude goblin firearm. Use with caution, as it carries certain risks. Exchange price, 100 luck points. Goblin Gun Crafting Blueprint, a derivative of dwarven technology, convenient to carry but also carries the risk of backlash. Redemption price, 50 luck points. Seeing these 2 blueprints, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. With them, he could begin experimenting with high-tech weapons. As a young man from the new era, how could he not want to build some high-powered equipment? The thought of all enemies giving way at the sound of a firearm made Bai Xiaolin's blood boil. He had previously been uninterested in the technological route because he didn't understand how to make it. But now it's different. With the Goblin technology as a template, combined with the modern knowledge I have, I can definitely create something great by combining them. Bai Xiaolin smiled and placed an order. Luck value -600. Not long after, 3 artillery blueprints and 6 musket blueprints appeared neatly before him. The reason for switching to a few more was to facilitate disassembly and research. Prototyping 1 or 2 weapons is fine, but to mass-produce them, you absolutely have to thoroughly understand the principles. Furthermore, damage is inevitable during the research process, so backup blueprints are essential. After temporarily putting these blueprints away, Bai Xiaolin continued to look through the Gnome technology exchange items. However, after 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin gave up the idea of continuing to exchange. Because the prices of those things like multi-shot cannons, large cannons, goblin airships, and so on are more outrageous than each other, starting at 500. Bai Xiaolin's current luck value simply couldn't support a large item. If he exchanged for something that couldn't be copied, he would be at a huge loss. To be on the safe side, Bai Xiaolin chose to give up this part of the exchange for the time being. Afterward, Bai Xiaolin filtered the other items category and the page refreshed again. Flour/1 kg, common edible grade grain, 1 point. Rice seeds/1 bag. Common seeds, suitable for planting, 10 points. Heavy sword. Heavy iron cooling weapon, 3 points. Iron knife, standard iron weapon, suitable for practical use, 2 points. After filtering out the other items category, the list was filled with food, seeds, weapons, and tools. Chapter 208, Familiar Names in the Ranking List. After a few minutes of reading, luck value -100 Bai Xiaolin consumed 100 points of luck value and selected some vegetable seeds that Bai Xiaolin had not previously mastered to replenish the warehouse. As for the other food and basic weapons, Bai Xiaolin didn't exchange any of them. After all, given Bai Xiaolin's current resources, the value of these things was pitifully low, and it was really not worth wasting precious luck points. When the last exchange was completed, Bai Xiaolin looked at the remaining luck points. There were only more than 600 points left. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin didn't plan to continue spending and decisively exited the luck exchange interface. It would be safer to keep these as a backup. After exiting, Bai Xiaolin immediately switched to another new function interface, War Competition. As the page loaded, lines of information quickly appeared before my eyes. Power level, level 3. Level 3 competition time. Once every 3 days. Number competitions. 0. Countdown to first competition. 2 days, 16 hours, 22 minutes, and 45 seconds. Bai Xiaolin read the information carefully, thinking as he read. The phrase level 3 farmhouse clearly indicated that Bai Xiaolin's current power level was level 3, without a doubt. The 3-day competition, setting made Bai Xiaolin realized that each power level might have a different frequency of battles. After all, if all levels were the same, then the 3 levels mark would be meaningless. Bai Xiaolin secretly decided that he could confirm this with the others in the chat channel later. Then came number of contests, 0. This wasn't just a record of the number of times you'd won, but more like the number of opponents you'd successfully defeated, because losing meant elimination, a direct exit. But what really alerted Bai Xiaolin was a serious problem. Although he was not weak among his current batch of travelers, the situation was different for those who had arrived in this world earlier. Judging from the traces found in the ruins, some of them may have lived in this world for a long time. If these veteran players are still at level 3, it means they have repeatedly won battles and become real tough guys. Whether it was combat skills, true coordination, or weaponry, he was definitely miles ahead of the current crop of newcomers. If he were to be matched against them, it would surely be a tough battle. Therefore, in the remaining countdown time, Bai Xiaolin must strengthen his strength in all aspects as much as possible and strive to become the strongest among his peers. Only in this way can he be qualified to survive in the future war and even kill his opponents. Nodding, Bai Xiaolin closed the war competition interface and clicked on the last new option, ranking. As soon as the interface opened, I saw 4 categories arranged from left to right. Top of the world, 9th continent, East China Sea, power ranking, 9th continent, race ranking, 9th continent, competition, level 3, ranking. Seeing these 4 lists, Bai Xiaolin's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could make all of them, he could get 4 free rewards every day. That would be a huge profit. With such anticipation, Bai Xiaolin first clicked on the leftmost link, top of the world. Unexpectedly, he froze the next second. Instead of opening the list, 2 reminders popped up below. Top of the world displays only the top 10,000 strongest forces in the world. Current level insufficient, unable to view this ranking. Bai Xiaolin looked at the prompt, feeling a bit amused. Not even being able to view the leaderboard was too real. Helplessly, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at the other 3 leaderboards. Their names all start with 9th continent, indicating that the statistical scope of these 3 lists is limited to the continent where Bai Xiaolin is located. The 9th continent may be a large region of the entire continent, just like Asia and Europe on Earth. East China Sea is a more subdivided area, and the number starting with YC is probably the small area where Bai Xiaolin is located. Thinking about this, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the second ranking list, 9th continent, East China Sea, power ranking. As expected, after the page loaded, it displayed a row of information. Power ranking includes all registered powers in the East China Sea region. When the first place entry appeared, Bai Xiaolin's pupils shrank. First, human race, Wang Mang, level 8, Xian dynasty. Bai Xiaolin was completely shocked. Wan Mao, Xin dynasty. Could it be the historical figure I remembered? If he really is the person who changed the dynasty, it means that many historical figures may reappear. If the Zhou, Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties were all reconstructed in this world, wouldn't that allow us to reconnect with the entire Chinese civilization? The more Bai Xiaolin thought about it, the more excited he became. The possibility of restarting history was too tempting. But despite being excited, I was still too weak, only at level 3. If I wanted to contact those forces above level 7 or 8, I would have to wait at least a year or 2 to catch up. Bai Xiaolin shook his head, suppressed his excitement, and continued browsing the rankings. Number 2, Fire Prison Clan, Fire Velvet, level 7, Fire Velvet City. Number 3, Dragon Clan, Zurong, level 7, Zilong City. Number 43, Night Elf Clan, Dark Jade, level 6, Dark Knight City. Number 99, Back Mountain Clan, Shanju, level 6, Juyong City. As Bai Xiaolin scrolled down, he became increasingly shocked. Each force was more powerful than the last. Finally, near the 100,000 spot on the list, he finally saw his own name. Number 98387. Human Race, Bai Xiaolin. Level 3, YC12133. At this moment, Bai Xiaolin was a little confused. Bai Xiaolin had expected his ranking to be low, but he never expected it to be close to 100,000. Keep in mind, this is just the ranking for the East China Sea region. If it were the entire 9th continent, or even the entire world, Bai Xiaolin would probably be ranked millions of places out. It's truly unimaginable. Chapter 209, Racial Ranking. Stopping himself from thinking any further, Bai Xiaolin began to recall the information he had just checked. Through nearly half an hour of exploration, Bai Xiaolin roughly sorted out 3 key discoveries. The first one was about the secret of numbering. Bai Xiaolin noticed that only forces at level 3 and below would display numbers on the leaderboard. Once they reached level 4, the numbers would be replaced by the official force names. In other words, these numbers are not personal numbers, but rather faction IDs for the current stage. Once you reach level 4 and gain official naming rights, the numbers will automatically disappear. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin secretly decided that after he was upgraded to level 4, he must give his power a loud and domineering name. The second piece of information was Bai Xiaolin's rough estimate of the rank distribution in the East China Sea region based on the rankings. Level 7 forces were generally concentrated within the top 10. Level 6 forces could squeeze into the top 100, Level 5 forces were roughly within the top 2,000, and level 4 forces covered the top 30,000. The rest, from 30,000 onwards to where he was, were generally level 3 forces. This structure illustrates one point. The lower the level, the greater the number. Based on this distribution, the combined strength of the first and second level forces likely exceeds 1 million. Of course, the survival rate of a second level force should be higher than that of a first level force. After all, a first level force with only a small wooden house would have difficulty even keeping warm, let alone surviving. The third discovery was that Bai Xiaolin indirectly analyzed the strength rankings among races by analyzing the number and distribution of races belonging to high-level forces. Bai Xiaolin noticed that the most common faction on the rankings was the Beishan tribe. He had spotted several in the top few hundred alone. From this, Bai Xiaolin concluded that the Beishan tribe might be one of the most powerful races in the East China Sea. Following closely behind were the Ape Clan, the Elf Royal Clan, the Fire Hell Clan, the Weapon Clan, and the Dragon Clan. As for the Human Clan, aside from Wang Mang, the number one in the East China Sea, the other Human Clan forces ranked quite low, with only a handful making the top 100. After some estimation, Bai Xiaolin felt that the human race could only rank in the top 10 at most, or even just barely. To verify whether his inference was correct, he clicked on Ninth Continent, Race Ranking. Although this list is continent-wide, Bai Xiaolin felt that a general trend could be seen from it. But reality gave him a blow. As soon as the ranking list was loaded, Bai Xiaolin was silent for a moment. First, Immortal Clan, second, Dark Clan, third, Dragon Clan, and the Beishan Clan, Ape Clan, Elf Royal Clan, that Bai Xiaolin had just predicted, all failed to make it into the top 10. Scrolling down, the Mountain Bears were ranked 35th, the Apes barely cracked the top 20, and the Humans were even worse off, 97th, just edging into the bottom of the list. The disparity was so vast that Bai Xiaolin briefly questioned his own life. I analyzed so carefully, and yet none of my results were accurate. However, Bai Xiaolin quickly calmed down and began to reflect on the reasons. He realized that the problem might not be his own misjudgment, but the scope of the sample. He only looked at the East China Sea area, but the entire Ninth Continent is far more than just this area. If the East China Sea area itself is a weaker area, then Bai Xiaolin's judgment will naturally be greatly biased. In other words, Bai Xiaolin only saw the overall level of a weak region, which naturally ranked low among the continents. Although disappointed, Bai Xiaolin also saw some positives in it. Since the East China Sea was generally weak and Wang Mang was the strongest human in the region, at least here in the human base camp, he could develop safely. The premise was, don't fall out with Wang Mang. If he really angered this boss, the human race might have already eliminated Bai Xiaolin before the other races could take action. After figuring this out, Bai Xiaolin turned his attention to the last list. Ninth Continent, Competition, Level 3. Ranking. The list description was clear. It recorded the top 10,000 Tier 3 factions with the most participation. Bai Xiaolin knew this list was the ceiling of combat power for established Tier 3 factions. The more times you compete, the longer you survive, which also means the stronger your overall strength. But just as Bai Xiaolin was checking, he suddenly thought of a key point. Since the upgrade of the residence is controlled by the players themselves, will anyone deliberately stay at level 3 and not upgrade in order to avoid more difficult challenges? What if these people develop into a large base of hundreds or thousands of people and then reappear in the competition? Then won't there be nothing left of us newbies? But after careful consideration, Bai Xiaolin felt that this situation would not last long. After all, judging by the world setting, it would certainly not tolerate someone stuck level and farming heads. That would disrupt the competitive balance of the entire world. A more reasonable approach would be for the system to automatically set upgrade conditions, such as the number of players, survival time, number of competitions, etc. If you meet the conditions but still don't upgrade, you might be forced to be eliminated. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the highest number of contests at the top of the leaderboard was 99 times, with no one exceeding that. Considering the frequency of competition is once every 3 days, 99 times is less than a year. In other words, after more than 99 times, you may be forced to upgrade to level 4. Bai Xiaolin then glanced at the list. First, Rhino Tribe, Shilling GH45677, West Mountain, 99th time. Second, Dwarf Tribe, Edson FG45643, East Mountain, 99th time. Number 934, Human, Tupis Dar 71021, Southern Wasteland, 92nd time. Number 935. Jackal, Chaijiao YC 31004, Western Sea, 92nd time. Number 10,000. Goblin, Toa CD 46541, Western Wasteland, 53rd time. After reviewing these data, Bai Xiaolin had a clearer idea. These old rivals remaining at level 3 only had a lifespan of a year at most, not the level of god-level forces. Even if they met again later, they wouldn't be completely hopeless. Chapter 210. All Races Channel, Merge Public Channel. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to think again. Bai Xiaolin also gained 2 pieces of information from the competition rankings. One is the name of other areas besides the East China Sea where he is located, like Dongshan and Shihai. Another thing is that in the competition rankings, Bai Xiaolin basically didn't see many creatures of powerful races. This shows that the creatures of these powerful races disdain to stay at a low level. After all, when one is strong enough, facing low-level opponents all the time will not bring much challenge and will not bring much gain. And if you keep staying there, you will easily become a useless person with no ideals after a long time. Take Bai Xiaolin himself, for example. According to the current development speed, he will definitely not stay at level 3 forever. After looking through several ranking lists, Bai Xiaolin nodded and exited the ranking list page. After thinking for 2 seconds, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the chat page. What Bai Xiaolin didn't expect was that the chat page had also undergone new changes. In addition to the previous private chat and public chat channels, a new chat channel has appeared. 10,000 Races, East China Sea Area, Chat Channel, remaining October 10th, refreshed at midnight every day. When Bai Xiaolin saw the name of this chat channel, he immediately understood. This new chat channel is not like the previous public chat channel that only has humans, but all races exist at the same time. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to communicate directly with all races? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin quickly opened the Wanzhou chat channel. AM10425, Qatari, I am the great tiger warrior, Tiger Chi, you weak creatures, I give you the opportunity to worship me. JU10233, Goblin Brother Tiger is so brave. He's made these little rascals completely submit. Go 91209, Badger Tribe, are the Tiger Tribe strong? Come find me if you dare, or I'll kill you. AL10298, Lion Clan, you're awesome, brother. I, Lionheart, support you. Kill that pretentious guy. Go 91209, Badger, who are you? Are you asking me to do something? Be careful, or I'll do it to you too. Go 91209, Badger Tribe, are the Tiger Tribe strong? Come find me if you dare, or I'll kill you. YC07998, Human Awesome. UY12943, Tauren Human upstairs. Are you insulting us, the Tauren? I, Neo Chong, challenge you here. NH19802, Tyrannosaurus Clan, you weak scum. You have no right to speak here. Submit to my Tyrannosaurus Clan, or I will destroy you in front. BO10983, Thunder Dragon Clan, the Tyrannosaurus Clan, is so powerful. A weak vassal of my Dragon Clan. YC07998, Human. Looking at the rapidly refreshing messages, Bai Xiaolin blinked his eyes in a naive manner. I didn't expect that on the first day, the 10,000 Races chat channel appeared. The atmosphere was so tense, and every creature that appeared was so strong, as if no one was willing to submit to anyone else. But if you think about it, it is understandable. After all, every race should be very powerful in their own perception. In addition, according to the system prompts, every alien race may be one's enemy, so it is normal to be stronger. After all, if you show weakness in front of other races, you may be watched by other races in return. To show cowardice means to be weak, and to be weak means to be vulnerable. After watching for a few more minutes, Bai Xiaolin discovered something. All creatures that appear in the 10,000 Races chat channel are numbered. This means that none of the creatures inside are above level 4. This made Bai Xiaolin a little confused, according to the information he saw in the rankings. In the entire East China Sea region, there are tens of thousands of forces above level 4, but there is not a single one in the current 10,000 Races chat channel. What could be the reason? After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin thought of 2 possibilities. One is that once you break through to level 4, you will disappear from this chat channel and enter another chat channel. The other is that all the creatures in this chat channel are actually rookies who have just passed the novice test just like them, so there is no one above level 4. After all, except for himself, It is impossible for other creatures to reach level 4 in just a dozen days. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin still felt that the second possibility was more likely. After all, judging from the various rash and provocative remarks, they do seem like a bunch of rookies who have never experienced a beating. The method to verify this is very simple. Just wait a few days until you break through level 4, and you will know. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin did not speak, but exited the Wanzhou chat channel. The atmosphere is full of tension right now. If I speak up, it would be bad if I get targeted by powerful creatures in the same area. For creatures the size of Brontosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex, only 1 or 2 are enough to make you drink a pot of wine. After exiting the 10,000 Races channel, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and looked at the public chat channel again. Public chat channel. Everyone can send messages in the public channel without restrictions. After a closer look, Bai Xiaolin discovered the difference. Although the name of the chat channel has not changed, the previous limit of 10 speeches per day has been removed. This means that in the future, you will be able to speak unlimitedly in public chat channels, just like in private chat channels. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but shook his head. For some chatterboxes, this is equivalent to lifting the seal, and the public chat channels will probably be more lively in the future. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin opened the public chat channel. PM10293. Holy shit. Why are there suddenly so many living people, and the letters are different? SU94284. That's obvious. They must have merged the previous chat channels, which is why there are so many people suddenly. YM29843. I'm so happy to have so many people to chat with. No one has chatted with me these past few days, and I almost suffocated to death. YC19283. I don't quite understand what you mean, brother. No one's chatting privately. Can't you chat with others in the public chat channel? YM33584. Let me tell you this, by the time a novice test came around, there were only about 100 people left in this area. These people were busy collecting water and food every day, so they had no time to chat with others. YC09485. Holy shit. Only 100 or so left. Chapter 211 Vassal. TU09384. What's so surprising about this? I guess it's just because the surrounding environment is not good. It was like we were in a huge forest of poisonous fog, and nearly half of our people died in the first 2 days. If we hadn't found a way to detoxify them later, they would have all died within a few days. YM33584. Brother, you're right. 90% of our area is in the desert. We19347. There are many wild animals in our area. Hundreds of people are killed by wild animals every day while searching for food. TZ42684. What's wrong with having wild beasts? At least you have the opportunity to kill them and eat their meat. Unlike our area, it is basically deserted and difficult to find food. I don't know how many people die of starvation in wooden houses every day. UV92384. Holy crap. Comparing things like this, I suddenly feel like our region is so lucky. Although we sometimes go hungry, fortunately there is no major danger. YC29834. Brother upstairs, our area is a little better than yours. Even if you can't find food, you can buy it in the trading area. Although I can't guarantee that you'll have enough to eat every meal, you won't starve either. UV09276. We're all family, so why are you bragging? Food is so scarce. How could anyone possibly sell it? YC57684. He's not bragging. I can testify. YC39484. He's not bragging. I can testify. Looking at the rapidly refreshing chat history in front of him, Bai Xiaolin finally understood. It turns out that not only has the limit on the number of times been lifted, but all the chat channels in small areas have also been merged. That is to say, the people in this chat channel now, like those in the 10,000 Races channel, are from the entire East China Sea area. However, unlike the All Races channel, this chat channel only contains humans and no other races. It is an exclusive chat channel within the human race, used for communication among this group of humans. Bai Xiaolin believed that there must be such exclusive channels within other races. At the same time, after observing for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin also discovered a problem. After watching for a few minutes, it seemed like I only saw people from my own country talking and chatting, but not people from other countries. I don't know if they're not in the East China Sea area, or if they're hiding behind the cornerstone and peeping. A few seconds later, Bai Xiaolin looked at the chat channel and smiled. So what if people from other countries are in the same area as us? As long as they dare to have any bad intentions, I will definitely make them pay the price. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin exited the public chat channel. Similar to the 10,000 Races channel, the public channels have just been merged together, and they're full of discussions about slacking off, so there's not much value in continuing to watch them. Then, without thinking too much, Bai Xiao clicked on the private chat channel again. At this time, Lu Ningli and others must have woken up long ago, so it is just right to send the positioning cards to them to confirm their location and the distance between them. As soon as he clicked on it, Bai Xiaolin was shocked by the number of messages that appeared. From last night till now, in just a few hours, I have received nearly 5,000 private messages. Out of curiosity, Bai Xiaolin randomly clicked on a few messages to check them out. Thank you, Oh Shun. With the fish, I have successfully passed the novice test. Oh Shun, thank you for the weapons and fish. Thank you, Gado, I managed to survive. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Oh Shun, from today on, I'm also a member of the Giant Rabbit Alliance. A new member of the Giant Rabbit Alliance, reporting to God O. After reading more than 10 messages in a row, Bai Xiaolin finally understood. It turned out that these private messages were basically from people who had passed the novice test and came to thank him, which made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Then there was some shock. Every private message here means that someone in the YC area has successfully passed the novice period test. That is about 5,000 people. And this is just the people who traded fish and meat and then came to thank me. In addition to this group of people, there must be some people who rely on their own strength to get through. If these people are also counted as 5,000, then there are nearly 10,000 people alive in the entire YC area. This is what shocked Bai Xiaolin. Although it was in the public chat channel just now, Bai Xiaolin didn't watch it for long. However, we also roughly understand that the number of people who survived in other areas was at least only 100 or so, and at most only 1,000 or 2,000. In other words, the number of people who survived in the YC area is equivalent to that of about 10 or 20 other areas. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood the reason. This is the result of taking the initiative early and having enough food. Everyone knew in advance that the test was an attack by the undead, so they prepared various defensive measures in advance. Weapons, traps, walls, etc. are sufficient preparations to resist the undead. In addition, the fish and meat provided by themselves provided some people with the necessary physical strength. This is why so many people have managed to survive in the YC area. If it weren't for these two, even if more people in the YC area could survive, there would probably only be around 2,000 to 3,000 at most, and not as many as there are now. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin showed a smile. Although he only provided the simplest help, he was able to triple the number of his fellow villagers who successfully survived. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin stopped reading. Instead, he planned to contact Lu Ningli, Ning Yu and others, and send them the positioning cards first. As a result, as soon as Bai Xiaolin clicked on Lu Ningli's private chat page, the message that appeared in front of him stunned him. Brother Bai, I just used my luck points to exchange for a vassal card. After using it, as long as you agree, I can become your vassal force. Vassal card? Vassal faction? How come I didn't remember that luck points could be exchanged for this kind of card? Bai Xiaolin soon understood. There are hundreds of cards, and I just took a quick look at them, so I didn't notice that this card is normal. Then Bai Xiaolin thought about it and sent a message back to Lu Ningli. Send the card to me first, so I can see what the specific effect is. Just looking at the name does not give you a clear idea of the specific effect, so it is better to take a look at it first. A few seconds after the message was sent, Bai Xiaolin received the transaction information from Lu Ningli. Vassal card 1 trading would 1. After the transaction is completed, a pure gold card appeared in Bai Xiaolin's hand. Vassal card /level 1 can be used on a designated faction. After use, as long as the other party agrees, the faction will become its vassal. Note, after becoming a vassal, you will become part of the Overlord's faction and lose all autonomy. At the same time, the Cornerstone will cancel modules such as independent numbering, chat, trading, leaderboards, and war competitions. Please use with caution. Chapter 212, Lu Ningli's Vassalage. So that's how it is. After reading the introduction of the vassal card, Bai Xiaolin completely understood its effect. Although losing autonomy and becoming a vassal of others is unacceptable to many people. However, this also provides a way to survive for those who are relatively weak and have no confidence in winning the war. Because as long as you become a vassal, you don't have to take the risk of participating in the competition. When it comes to life, the right to autonomy becomes less important. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin decided to agree to Lu Ningli's vassalage, which would not only increase his population, but also eliminate the threat of war to Lu Ningli. As for the cancellation of the trading module, Lu Ningli can no longer help him collect supplies. This is not very important in the face of life. At worst, you can contact someone else to help you collect it. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin decided to strengthen the vassal card first to see if it would have any additional effects after the level was increased. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. After 2 enhancements, the vassal card directly became level 3. Vassal card /level 3 can be used on a designated faction. After use, as long as the other party agrees, the faction will become its vassal. Note: after becoming a vassal, you will become part of the Overlord's faction and lose all autonomy. At the same time, the Cornerstone will cancel modules such as independent numbering, rankings, and war competitions. Please use with caution. Looking at the introduction of the 3rd level vassal card, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. The number of cancel modules has been reduced, which means that Lu Ningli's chat and trading modules can be retained, which will make it more convenient to collect supplies in the future. This made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help laughing. Then Bai Xiaolin traded the enhanced vassal card to Lu Ningli again and also sent a message. As for why he didn't continue strengthening, Bai Xiaolin was worried that if he strengthened it again, the war competition module would be retained and the value of the vassal card would be greatly reduced. On the other side, Lu Ningli was sitting next to the cornerstone, looking at the chat page in front of him expectantly. Lu Ningli was quite willing to become Bai Xiaolin's vassal. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to exchange for the vassal card. As for the reason, Lu Nung could only think that he had been relying on brother Bai to survive from the beginning until now, which was equivalent to a vassal relationship. So even if he really became a vassal, it wouldn't do much harm to him. On the contrary, there are some benefits. That is, after becoming a vassal, you don't have to worry about many things. Life will become easier in the future. Of course, the only downside is that without the chat and trading modules, I can no longer help brother Bai trade things. Originally, Lu Ningli planned to exchange for a 2nd level vassal card that retained the chat channel, so that he could trade things through private chat. Unfortunately, a 2nd level vassal card requires 100 luck points, which is 10 times that of a 1st level vassal card. However, Lu Ningli's luck value was just over 20 points, so in the end, he could only exchange it for a 1st level vassal card. Just as Lu Ningli was waiting, a transaction information and a message appeared on the page at the same time. Vassal card, level 3, 1 trading with 1. If you've really thought it through, you can use it directly. I'll give you my consent after you use it. Seeing the transaction information that appeared, Lu Ningli rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Level 3 vassal card. This made Lu Ningli a little unbelievable. You know, a 3rd level vassal card requires 200 points of luck, which means you need to hunt down 200 undead to get it. Brother Bai actually exchanged it directly, which touched Lu Ningli a little. What Lu Ningli didn't know was that this vassal card was actually the one he had just traded, and Bai Xiaolin only consumed 11 survival points. After the transaction is successful, looking at the even more mysterious 3rd level vassal card in his hand, Lu Ningli chose to use it without thinking too much. Lu Ningli had already thought about it when exchanging the vassal card, so there was nothing to think about it now. When Lu Ningli confirmed the use, the entire cornerstone instantly emitted a white light, and a line of golden font appeared on the cornerstone page. Please enter the name or number of the faction you want to vassalize. YC12133. After Lu Ningli entered Bai Xiaolin's number, a line of black font appeared immediately below the golden font. Looking at the content in black font, Lu Ningli took a deep breath and then began to read it word by word. I, Lu Ningli, number YC16433, will give up my autonomy from today and pledge allegiance to YC12133, never to betray. On the other side, after seeing the transaction was successful, Bai Xiaolin sat beside the cornerstone and waited quietly. Not long after, a line of golden words appeared on the cornerstone. No, YC16433 requests to become your vassal. Do you agree? Agree. After saying the word agree, Bai Xiaolin suddenly heard 2 prompt tones in his ears. Survival points plus 1,000. Congratulations on successfully acquiring your first vassal force. Everything in that vassal force will become part of your force. In addition to the additional 1,000 survival points, the second tip also made Bai Xiaolin's eyes light up. According to this hint, Lu Ningli and his subordinates are also considered part of his subordinates. In addition, I have been providing food for Lu Ningli and others since the beginning. That is to say, after Lu Nung became a vassal. The amount of food he consumes every day does not need to increase, but the total number of his subordinates has increased by a few. This made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile, and then he couldn't help but think of Ningyu and Lei Xing. If these two people also become his vassal forces, then, without increasing food consumption, the number of his subordinates could be increased by another dozen people. By then, the total number of people will be close to the next upgrade. However, Bai Xiaolin was just thinking about it. Given the current development of Ningyu and the others, it was unlikely, or basically impossible, that they would agree to become a vassal. After all, not everyone can voluntarily give up all their autonomy like Luningli. While Bai Xiaolin was thinking, a prompt sound rang in Luningli's ears. YC1213 has agreed to your vassalage. From today on, your base will become part of the other party. After the prompt sound stopped, the foundation in front of Luningli began to change rapidly. First, the entire foundation stone quickly changed from its previous silver-white color to light yellow. Immediately afterwards, the three options of luck, war competition, and ranking list that had just appeared today disappeared one after another. Finally, in the personal information, the number behind the name will gradually disappear. Watching this scene, there was a hint of sadness in Luningli's eyes. After all, this number had been with him for a full 15 days. Chapter 213, YC12133-01. By Xiaolin's side, there have also been changes on the cornerstone page. On the personal page, a new option appeared between the two options of subordination and luck. Vassals, the acceptable number of vassals, 1/2. Bai Xiaolin was stunned when he saw the number at the end. There is actually a limit on the number of vassal forces that he can accept, and he can only accept 2 at most. In this case, there is no need to wait for Ningyu and the others to refuse. The plan to use vassal forces to increase the population can be declared bankrupt now. After all, there is only one vassal left that he can accept. But if you think about it, it is understandable. After all, if you can accept vassals without restrictions, then it only takes a few dozen vassals to push a third-level force to the 4th level. In this case, the number of third-level forces participating in the competition will instantly be reduced by dozens or even hundreds of times. In addition, if the 4th level, which is built up by the third-level forces, encounters a truly developed 4th-level force in the war competition, it is estimated that it will surrender directly after a few seconds. It's pure disruption of order. Therefore, there will definitely be a limit on the number of vassals that each faction can accept. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the newly appeared vassal option, and then a line of prompts appeared on the cornerstone. Please name your affiliated faction. Seeing this tip, Bai Xiaolin remembered his guess when he looked at the rankings. Before reaching level 4, the number behind a person's name is actually the name of the force he represents. And Luningli has now become his vassal. Not only did they lose all rights of autonomy, but they also lost the faction number that represented themselves, so they needed to rename themselves. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin quickly typed on the cornerstone. At the same time, on the other side, a number reappeared behind Luningli's name. YC12133-01. This number indicates that this is Bai Xiaolin's first affiliated force. The reason for this name is that Luningli's current power, all the people combined, is only more than a hand. So there's no need to come up with a fancy name now. Anyway, Bai Xiaolin saw that the name of the affiliated force can be changed. It will not be too late to think of a good name after it develops in the future. After the naming was completed, the name of the affiliated force appeared on the cornerstone. As Bai Xiaolin's finger touched it, the page unfolded again. What appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin was all the information about Luningli's base, that is, all the information about Base 01. From the level of the cornerstone residence, to all the population information including Luningli, to the quantity of various materials in the warehouse, all were displayed in front of Bai Xiaolin. Bai Xiaolin understood at just one glance. All the supplies in the 01 base warehouse are just like those in your own warehouse. Not only can you use them at any time, you can also deposit supplies into the warehouse at any time. And all this does not require Luningli's consent. On the contrary, if Luningli wants to do something, he still needs to get his consent. In other words, the current 01 base is similar to the small courtyard he built in the apricot forest. The difference is that the distance is farther and there is an additional secondary manager. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to carefully check the information of Base 01. After all, only with a comprehensive understanding can we make better use of the resources of Base 01 in the future. But this sight made Bai Xiaolin feel a bit helpless. First, there are the buildings on the base. Apart from a small farmyard surrounded by a wall and two medium-sized warehouses, there are no other buildings. Bai Xiaolin reminded Luningli that the wall was built to defend against the undead. It was also Bai Xiaolin who instructed Luneng to build the warehouse when he collected the materials himself. In other words, apart from Bai Xiaolin's reminder, Luningli had never taken the initiative to build any building. This is why Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood why Luningli did not develop the base. That is, in Luningli's eyes, the construction and development of the base is not important, as long as it is enough for his own living. What is more important is to acquire things in the trading area. Bai Xiaolin had heard Luningli mention this more than once when they were chatting before. There was nothing interesting about the building, so Bai Xiaolin began to check the amount of supplies in the warehouse. A total of about 20,000 pieces of various materials, 20 ordinary drawings, plus some fish meat traded by Bai Xiaolin and C-grade and B-grade pure water. These are all the supplies Luningli has accumulated in the past few days. There are basically no rare supplies. Then Bai Xiaolin began to check the last thing, which was the attributes of Luningli and several of his subordinates. Name, Luningli, YC12133-01. Race, human. Age, 21. Physical strength, 11 of 11. Strength, 10 out of 10. Agility, 17 of 17. First, Luningli's personal information. After being improved by B-grade pure water, Lu's highest agility attribute has reached 17 points. I believe it won't take long to reach D-grade. Next is the information of Luningli's previous 6 subordinates. Of course, when they became vassals, these 6 people had become Bai Xiaolin's subordinates. Name, Wen Liang, YC12133-01. Age, 27. Physical strength, 18 of 18. Strength, 15 of 15. Agility, 16 of 16. Among the 6 people, the strongest is a young man named Wen Liang, whose highest physical attribute is close to D level. Then there were 5 others. The 5 people include 3 men and 2 women, with an average age of around 20 years old. The average attributes are basically between 10 and 13 points, and none of them are too strong. For these 7 people, Bai Xiaolin plans to first improve the attribute levels of Luningli and Wen Liang, so that there will be at least 1 person with C-level strength in base 01. This is the only way to ensure the safety of base 01 to the greatest extent. After all, even if you don't participate in the competition, you may encounter alien creatures around the base. In addition to alien creatures, we also have to guard against various wild beasts. After reading all of the 01 bases, Bai Xiaolin must have been in no hurry to send the location card to Luningli, nor was he in no hurry to contact Ningyu and the others. Instead, he clicked on a map page. The reason is that Bai Xiaolin wants to verify one thing. Since base 01 has become his vassal, it belongs to him. Then, can I directly see the location of base 01 on the map? If possible, you can save a positioning card. Click on the map. The first thing that appeared was a large irregular area that lit up and a small green dot in the center of the area. The entire area includes the base, Mirror Lake, Resource Forest, Vine Cage, and part of the Mountain Forest area. Chapter 2:14 Positioning. Together, they cover an area of 30 to 40 square kilometers, which is a world of difference compared to the small dot at the beginning. After nodding with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin's fingers touched the map. Then the bright area on the map began to shrink rapidly, while the gray area began to expand. Not long after, when the lit area was reduced to the size of a finger, a small bright spot appeared in the northwest direction of the map. Seeing this little bright spot, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly. Then he began to quickly zoom in on the small bright spot, and before long, a small farmyard surrounded by 3 circles of walls appeared on the map. The distance between the farmyard and here also appeared clearly in Bai Xiaolin's mind. 32 kilometers. This distance is neither far nor near. As long as we build a road and drive at full speed at Class C speed, we can get there in less than an hour. Unfortunately, there is a big mountain to the northwest. With all kinds of wild animals living there and alien races, it would probably not be easy to connect the 2 sides in a short period of time. Bai Xiao estimated that they would have to wait until all the pioneers and the wolf pack reach level C or above before they could be sure of safely crossing the mountains. After all, the few iron-eating beasts that randomly walked out of the mountains were all C level and B level. Then I stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin exited the map page, reopened the private chat page, and started contacting Lei Xing and Ningyu. Bai Xiaolin did not send positioning cards to the two of them. Instead, he sent two identical messages to the two of them. Consider becoming my vassal. If you agree, not only will you no longer have to participate in wars and will be much safer, but I can also provide you with unlimited amounts of high-quality food and water to enhance your strength. Although Bai Xiaolin had guessed it long ago, it was unlikely that the two would agree. But I still have to try it, just in case he agrees. Not long after the message was sent, Bai Xiaolin received replies from two people. Brother Bai, let me think about it for a while. If you can't hold on any longer, I will definitely agree. Seeing Lei Xing's reply, Bai Xiaolin smiled. It's always right to try. Although Lei Xing did not agree, he did not refuse either, which means that there is still a possibility in the future. As for Ningyu's reply, it was only 2 words. No way. Take your time to think about it. There's no rush. After replying to the 2 people, Bai Xiaolin took out 2 location cards. With a gentle rubbing of his fingers, the 2 positioning cards turned into 4. After keeping 2 for himself, Bai Xiaolin traded the remaining 2 to Ningyu and Lei Xing. There are 2 copies of the positioning card. Only when both parties hold them at the same time can the position and distance between them be checked. The other side, Ningyu, who had checked the injuries of his subordinates, was now angry about what had just happened. The damn Bai Xiaolin actually wanted to make me his vassal. After becoming a vassal, doesn't it mean that I have to do whatever he wants me to do? What if I am asked to do something strange, and I can't even refuse? So in order to prevent strange things from happening, Ningyu did not hesitate and chose to refuse directly. But after the rejection, Ningyu suddenly thought of something. That is, if I refuse now, what if Bai Xiaolin asks other girls to be my vassal and then asks them to do something weird? Thinking of this, Ningyu couldn't help but curse. Bah, this stinking scoundrel. Fortunately, Bai Xiaolin didn't know what Ningyu was thinking at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely cry out that it was unfair. From beginning to end, I never thought of anything strange. Just when Ningyu was angry, Bai Xiaolin's message came again. Positioning card. Level 2, 1 trading wood 1. Take this location card. This way you can know the distance between us. If we are close, we can directly rescue us if we encounter any danger in the future. Looking at the message sent by Bai Xiaolin on the chat page, Ningyu thought to herself, if the distance was closer, wouldn't I be able to meet Bai Xiaolin in real life? This way, if he wants to do something strange to the girls under his control, she can stop him in time. Thinking of this, Ningyu quickly agreed to the deal. Looking at the location card in her hand, Ningyu muttered, Bai Xiaolin, wait until we meet in real life, and I'll see if you dare to act like a hooligan again. Having said that, Ningyu unconsciously smiled, not knowing what she was thinking of. When Ningyu agreed to the deal, Lei Xing on the other side also agreed to the deal. At the same time, on the map page that Bai Xiaolin opened, in addition to the 2 lit areas, there were 2 more small yellow spots. Looking at the 2 yellow spots that appeared on the page, Bai Xiaolin was obviously stunned. Because the light spot representing Lei Xing was 23 kilometers away from his own west, which meant that his position was very close to the location of base 01, only about 10 kilometers away. As long as Lei Xing and Lu Ningli's strength increases a little, they can cross the wilderness and meet each other. In this way, by gathering together for warmth, the safety of the 2 can be greatly improved. In addition, Lei Xing's location is basically between himself and base 01. Later, we may be able to use Lei Xing's base as a springboard and then reach base 01. Although the distance to base 01 was increased by a few kilometers, it was much safer. This made Bai Xiaolin nodded in satisfaction, and then he looked at the yellow light representing Ningyu again. Ningyu's position was also the second reason why Bai Xiaolin was stunned, although it is also in the west direction. However, unlike Lei Xing's distance of more than 20 kilometers, Ningyu's distance from him reached 235 kilometers, which was more than 10 times that of Lei Xing. Such a distance is like a natural chasm nowadays, and it is impossible to meet each other in a short time. I can only come slowly step by step from behind. Ningyu on the other side was also stunned like Bai Xiaolin. When Ningyu saw the distance of more than 200 kilometers, he was also dumbfounded. After all, the distance is so long that his plan to stop Bai Xiaolin in reality would be ruined. This made Ningyu sigh. Bai Xiaolin sighed. After staring at the 2 small yellow dots and the location of base number 1 for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin suddenly discovered something. It seems that the closer the numbers are, the closer the distance between 2 people is. This made Bai Xiaolin's eyes light up. If this is true, then I can infer the location of other people based on the numbers. Then, in order to verify his idea, Bai Xiaolin took out another positioning card and prepared to trade it to 22,430. Chapter 215.22430, Su Xianxian. If it's the same as what I guessed, then the distance between 22430 and myself should be around 100 kilometers. The other side, Su Xianxian was sitting at the door with a heavy heart, listening to the occasional knocking sounds outside the wall. Because Su Xianxian didn't kill any of the undead that attacked yesterday. So even after passing the novice test, the undead did not leave, but still lingered outside the wall. And he attacked from time to time, but fortunately the intensity of his attacks was much weaker than yesterday. So Su Xianxian is not worried that the undead will attack and hurt her now. The only thing I'm worried about is that the undead have been staying outside the wall, and I can't even get out. The mulberry leaves and mulberries that you have collected yourself can only be picked for about a week at most. By then, all the mulberry leaves will be picked. If Gato doesn't contact me anymore to exchange food, then I will starve to death. Just when Su Xianxian was worried, a message alert sound suddenly rang. Who contacted me? With doubts, Su Xianxian got up and returned to the room. When the cornerstone page was opened, a familiar number appeared in front of Su Xianxian. It was God, who contacted me. Seeing Bai Xiaolin's number, Su Xianxian thought that Bai Xiaolin was here to trade today's mulberry leaves, so she hurriedly turned around and brought in the mulberry leaves she had just picked from the door. Then he quickly clicked on the chat page and started checking the messages sent by Bai Xiaolin. Positioning card. Level 2, 1 trading wood 1. Take this location card and confirm the distance between us. If we are close, you can send me a message for help if you encounter any danger in the future. Looking at the transaction information and news in front of him, Su Xianxian blinked. It turns out that God was not here to trade mulberry leaves. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Su Xianxian directly agreed to the deal. Then, instead of checking the distance immediately, he started composing a message on the chat page. I plan to ask God, if there's any way to kill the undead surrounding outside. Only after killing the undead can he go out and pick enough mulberry leaves to trade to God O. Bai Xiaolin sighed. After seeing the transaction was successful, I originally planned to check the distance between 22430 and myself. However, before I could exit the private chat page, I received a message from 22430. Mulberry leaf 100G trading wood 1. God O, the undead that are attacking me have been surrounding the wall. Is there any way to kill them? Only after they're killed can I go out and pick mulberry leaves. Looking at the news in front of him, Bai Xiaolin was a little confused. Judging from their strength, there should not be many undead attacking 22430, but 22,430 did not kill them. Then Bai Xiaolin suddenly slapped his head, not knowing what he was thinking of. Confused. The strength of 22,430 is far behind that of Luningli and others. The measures taken yesterday were probably defensive measures, not counterattacks, which is why the undead were left until now. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin asked, "How many men do you have now? And how many undead are there outside?" As long as the number of undead is not too large, you can tell him the method used by Luningli. This method of dealing with the undead is both safe and quick. I don't have any subordinates. I wanted to buy a character card a few days ago, but unfortunately the price was too high and I couldn't buy any. I don't know the exact number of undead, but judging by the sounds, there should be 4 or 5. Seeing the other party's reply, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds, then reacted. That is to say, this 22430 has always been one person from the beginning to now. In addition, this 22430 seems a bit timid. It has been more than 10 hours since yesterday afternoon, and 22,430 actually didn't know the number of undead attacking him. In other words, from the beginning until now, he hasn't even looked at the undead. After all, once you've seen it, you'll definitely know the number. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin scratched his head subconsciously. Being timid and without subordinates, it would be difficult for 22430 to deal with the undead. As for the method he had just thought of, which was to let him climb up the wall and use stones to smash the undead, Bai Xiaolin directly rejected it in his mind. After all, with 22,430's courage, if he got scared to the point of his legs going weak on the wall and fell down, it would be all over. After thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin finally came up with a solution. That is to let 22430 build an arrow tower directly in the yard, then stand on the arrow tower and use bows and arrows or stones to hunt the undead outside. With the arrow tower and fence blocking the way, 22430 couldn't fall, even if he was scared to death. After nodding to his own clever brain, Bai Xiaolin quickly sent this method over. A few seconds later, Bai Xiaolin received another reply. "Gado, I don't have the arrow tower and Bao blueprints. Also, I'm worried about my lack of strength. What if I can't kill the undead?" Looking at the message on the page, Bai Xiaolin frowned. Why didn't I realize before that this 22,430 is so slow and not manly at all? Without the blueprint, can't I buy it in the trading area? Also, you say you can't kill the undead without even trying. How weak do you have to be to say that? After shaking his head, Bai Xiaolin decided to ignore 22430 and verify the map first. But before he quit, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a possibility. Being timid and thinking that he has no strength, this 22430 could be a child or a woman. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin directly made up a message and asked, "How old are you now, and are you a man or a woman? If it really is a child, we must find a way to support him. After all, it is not easy for a child to persist for more than 10 days. As for women, support can also be considered, but the method must be changed." The other side, looking at the message on the page, Su Xianxian was a little confused. The problem of the undead has not been solved yet, so why would God O suddenly ask these two questions? "God O, my name is Su Xianxian, I'm female, and I just turned 21. Although she had doubts, Su Xianxian did not hide anything from Bai Xiaolin's questions. Although they had only known each other for a few days, in Su Xianxian's heart, God O was still trustworthy. After seeing the answer, Bai Xiaolin thought for a few seconds and then made a decision, which was to take Su Xianxian as a vassal. As long as Su Xianxian becomes his vassal, he can specially make a high-level crossbow for her to shoot dead spirits. I believe that with the coverage of crossbow arrows, it will be easy to deal with a few undead. This approach can not only help Su Xianxian resolve the crisis. For Bai Xiaolin, there is another benefit, which is that he can directly obtain a large area of mature mulberry forest. Chapter 216, Su Xianxian's Choice. This way Bai Xiaolin doesn't have to bother cultivating it himself. After all, if you want to cultivate a large mulberry forest by yourself, even with the bonus of high-quality land, it will take too long. In addition to the existing mulberry forest, in the future, we can also consider planting crops such as cotton and rubber at Su Xianxian's place and directly build the base there into a large agricultural and sideline planting base. In this way, all the land on our side can be used to grow various vegetables and grains. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up again and a new idea came to his mind. That is, all the resources that need to be mined will be generated near the 01 base. Then transform base 01 into a mining base. Mining across the mountains can also eliminate the impact of mining on one's own crops. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the message quickly. "Consider becoming my vassal. If you agree, I can give you a searing crossbow to take out the undead outside." Seeing the message on the chat page, Su Xianxian was a little confused. "Oh Shun, what is a vassal?" "There's a vassal card in the luck exchange. You can look it up and learn more about it. After you understand it, whether you agree or not, please send me a message." "Yes, vassal card." After nodding, Su Xianxian exited the chat page and found the luck option again. When this option first appeared, Su Xianxian just clicked it, took a look, and then exited directly. "The reason is that I have never killed an undead and I don't have any luck points, so even if I watch it, it's just for the sake of satisfying my eyes." Click on the luck exchange again, and a series of items quickly appear on the page. The only difference is that there is a red prompt behind each item. Insufficient luck value, unable to redeem. Ignoring the prompt, Su Xianxian concentrated on looking for the vassal card that Ocean mentioned. More than 10 minutes later, the introduction of the vassal card appeared in Su Xianxian's sight. Vassal card /level 1 can be used on a designated faction. After use, as long as the other party agrees, the faction will become its vassal. Note, after becoming a vassal, you will become part of the Overlord's faction and lose all autonomy. At the same time, the Cornerstone will cancel modules such as independent numbering, chat, trading, leaderboards, and war competitions. Please use with caution. Looking at the introduction, Su Xianxian was stunned for a few seconds. So this is what a vassal is. Then Su Xianxian began to feel conflicted. If she chose to become a vassal, it would be equivalent to completely losing her freedom. It became an accessory of the European god. And if we reject God, with the number of mulberries left in the yard, Even if we replace them all with bread and water, they won't last for a few days. When the food runs out, if the undead outside have not disappeared, death will be waiting for you. In addition, perhaps before the food runs out, the first battle 3 days later will be the day of his death. After struggling for a few minutes between freedom and life, Su Xianxian chose the latter. "Oh Shun, I agree to become your vassal." Looking at the decision made by Su Xianxian, Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. After all, compared with life, freedom seems less important. Wait a minute. Luck value -10. After exiting the chat page, Bai Xiaolin first clicked on the luck page in exchange for a new vassal card. Then he stood up and walked out of the room, heading towards the warehouse on the right. When he came back, he had 2 more blueprints and 2 bundles of crossbow arrows in his hands. Although the repeating crossbow comes with 10 crossbow arrows, Bai Xiaolin still brought 20 more to be on the safe side. Before you were sure of Su Xianxian's shooting skills, it would definitely be a good idea to prepare some more crossbows and arrows. After putting the crossbow aside, Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen the vassal card and 2 blueprints. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. First, there are 2 primary enhancements, and the vassal card is directly enhanced to level 3. In this way, Su Xianxian's chat and transaction modules can also be preserved and may be used later. Survival point 4. Survival points -40. Then there were 2 more intermediate enhancements, and the crossbow blueprints and arrow tower blueprints were all enhanced to sea level. All reinforcements completed. Bai Xiaolin opened the chat page and directly traded the vassal card to Su Xianxian. Vassal card, level 3, 1 plus crossbow, 20 trading wood 1. Use your vassal card first. I'll send you the weapons once they're finished. Ugh. The reason why I didn't trade the arrow tower and crossbow blueprints to Su Xianxian was because of him. This is because Bai Xiaolin plans to use these 2 drawings to verify an idea after Su Xianxian successfully becomes a vassal. As the transaction was successful, not long after, a line of familiar golden font appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. No, YC22430 request to become your vassal. Do you agree? It was the vassal request sent by Su Xianxian. Agree. Survival points plus 1,000. Congratulations on successfully acquiring a second vassal force. Everything in that vassal force will become part of your force. After Su Xianxian successfully became a vassal, Bai Xiaolin first clicked on a vassal page and named Su Xianxian's base YC12133-02, which was his second vassal base. At this time, the quotas for the 2 vassals had all been used up. Then Bai Xiaolin checked again the resources that Su Xianxian had accumulated over the past few days. After looking for less than a minute, Bai Xiaolin shook his head. Su Xianxian's supplies were even less than Lu Nang's, with only more than 2,000 pieces of materials and less than 10 kilograms of mulberries in total. As for other supplies, such as blueprint cards, there are less than 5 of them in total. But Bai Xiaolin didn't dislike it. Because what I value is the mulberry forest and the surrounding area, it doesn't matter to me whether there are more or less other resources. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the map page. Start checking the location of base 02 and continue to verify the previous inference about the distance. As the map continued to shrink, a small bright spot soon appeared in the northeast direction of the small green, which is the direction of the vine cage. With just one glance, Bai Xiaolin knew that this was his base number 02. The distance between base 02 and here is about the same as Bai Xiaolin guessed. It is 107 kilometers. This also indirectly proves Bai Xiaolin's guess that the closer the numbers are, the smaller the distance between the 2. With this conclusion, we can avoid areas with more dangerous numbers when exploring in the future. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to zoom in on base 02 on the map, until the entire layout of base 02 was clearly visible on the map. Bai Xiaolin reached out and took the 2 drawings. Chapter 217 Distance. That's right. Bai Xiaolin just wanted to verify it. If I build the building directly into base 02, can I gain survival points? In addition, can the things produced appear directly in base 02? After all, according to the rules of subsidiary bases, base 02 is now considered part of his own base. First, the arrow tower. After taking the blueprint and clicking on build, Bai Xiaolin directly chose the location near the wall of base 02. As long as this position can be built, it will be very effective for shooting the undead outside the wall. Immediately afterwards, while Bai Xiaolin was waiting, 2 prompt tones sounded in his ears. Stone -10, iron -5. Survival points +50. Looking at the extra arrow tower on the map and the two prompt sounds ringing in his ears, Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. It has now been confirmed that you can gain survival points by constructing buildings in an auxiliary base. So from now on, I have two more sources of survival points. In addition to constructing buildings, you can also arrange Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian to go outside and clear the land when they are free. With the addition of these two groups of people, I can gain hundreds more survival points every day. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. Then he picked up the blueprint of the repeating crossbow and started making it. After all, Su Xianxian, who was more than 100 kilometers away, was still waiting for weapons. Wood 2, animal sinew 1, iron block 1, survival points +50. Just as Bai Xiaolin was making a new repeating crossbow, Su Xianxian was standing at the door of the room with a look of surprise on his face, looking at the arrow tower that suddenly appeared in the yard. This arrow tower built of stone is obviously much better than the wooden arrow tower mentioned by others in the chat channel. Without thinking too much, Su Xianxian realized that this must have been built by God O for her. Only God O can produce so many good things that no one else has. Then Su Xianxian walked out of the room and walked towards the arrow tower, ready to observe the arrow tower up close. In the end, I hadn't even taken a few steps. Then, a weapon appeared out of thin air again in the open space below the arrow tower. It was a sea-level crossbow that Bai Xiaolin had just made. Immediately afterwards, a message alert sounded in Su Xianxian's ears. Hearing the prompt tone, Su Xianxian hurriedly turned around and ran back to the room, looking at the open chat page. Now that you have an arrow tower and a crossbow, you can practice using it in the yard. Once your shooting accuracy improves, you can climb up to the arrow tower and try to kill the undead outside with your crossbow. Looking at the message, Su Xianxian nodded. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about the undead hurting her. Just when Su Xianxian was about to reply, Bai Xiaolin sent another message. By the way, after you kill all the undead, remember to use all the luck points you gain to summon civilians. With more people, your side will be safer. Ok. After nodding again, Su Xianxian walked out of the room with the crossbow arrow she had just traded and headed towards the repeating crossbow in the yard. Not long after, the sound of crossbow firing began to be heard in the courtyard. After making arrangements for Su Xianxian, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time. I estimated that it would take a few minutes for breakfast to be ready. After thinking about it, I started searching through the private messages. Not long after, messages from two number 1 fans appeared in Bai Xiaolin's site. YC15777. God O, thank you for the weapons. We have all successfully passed the novice test. YC35335. God O, I have good news for you. The number of members in the Giant Rabbit Alliance has now reached 3527. Looking at the messages sent by the two people, Bai Xiaolin was stunned beside the cornerstone. The number of members in the Giant Rabbit Alliance has reached 3,527, which means that he now has more than 3,000 fans, nearly 10 times the previous number. Thinking of the private message he had just seen, Bai Xiaolin instantly understood. There are so many new fans. They must be those who successfully survived yesterday's attack. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. If you think about it this way, selling fish at a low price yesterday not only helped these people, but also indirectly helped myself. After all, with so many fans combined, the amount of rare supplies they can provide to me every day is definitely not comparable to before. After smiling, Bai Xiaolin quickly replied to the two of them. First of all, congratulations on successfully passing the test, but you must not let your guard down or let your guard down. After all, there are many more alien races out there now, and it's more dangerous than before. In this case, if you encounter an alien race that you cannot deal with and need weapons and food, remember to contact me in time. I can provide both high-level food and weapons. The price is still the same as before, a little cheaper than the trading area. Thank you, Gado. In the two farmhouses, Lin Shanshan and Lu Xiaoxi smiled at the same time when they saw the reply. With Oshun's reply, I will not only be able to help Oshun collect more rare materials in the future. The high-level food and weapons exchanged at low prices can also quickly improve the strength of these people. Then, the two began to contact other people in the alliance. After chatting with the two fans, just as Bai Xiaolin was about to get up and leave, he suddenly noticed the numbers of the two fans. YC15777, YC35335. Then, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he quickly looked at the numbers of Lei Xing and Ningyu. YC15764, YC35666. After staring at the four numbers back and forth several times, Bai Xiaolin blinked and couldn't help laughing. Why didn't I notice before that the numbers of these four people are so close? What's important is that the numbers are so close. According to my own inference, this means that the four of them are very close to each other, especially Lei Xing and fan number 1. The two people's numbers only differ by a dozen digits. The distance between them is probably less than 1 kilometer. The distance between Ningyu and fan number 2 is probably only about 2 or 3 kilometers at most. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin sent the four people's numbers to each other. Ningyu is here. After chatting with Bai Xiaolin in the morning, I realized that given the distance between us, we would definitely not be able to see each other in the short term. After thinking about it, I directly spent 10 luck points and exchanged 10 civilians from the luck exchange page. Then send all 10 people out to search and guard the surrounding area. Make sure you know immediately if any alien race appears around you. And there is enough time to deploy defensive facilities. After all, most of the men he had summoned before were now injured. If no one is on guard. If I were to be ambushed by aliens, I might not be able to wait for the day to meet Bai Xiaolin again. Chapter 218 White Hill. After the 10 new men disappeared with their weapons, Ningyu turned around and went back to the room to start thinking. The problem of food for everyone in the future. Now the total number of his men has exceeded 20, and he continues to ask Bai Xiaolin to provide prepared food. Obviously unrealistic. Think about it. Ningyu decided that starting from today, she would directly exchange raw food with Bai Xiaolin, and then cook it herself. Anyway, I had already listened to Bai Xiaolin and exchanged a large amount of tableware and cooking materials, and also built a new stove outside the kitchen. If you cook by yourself, you won't be too busy. Thinking of this, Ningyu came to the cornerstone, prepared to contact Bai Xiaolin to discuss the food exchange. But before Ningyu could send a message, she saw Bai Xiaolin sending her a number. YC35335. The strange number made Ningyu a little confused. Looking at the question sent by Ningyu, Bai Xiaolin replied without thinking too much. This person is a fan of mine, and he lives only about 2 or 3 kilometers away from you. You can contact him so that he can look after you for a while. Only 2 or 3 kilometers away from me. Right, got it. I'll talk to him later. Now I want to discuss another matter with you. What's up? I just used my luck points to exchange for 10 more subordinates. Now the number of my subordinates has exceeded 20. Looking at Ningyu's message, Bai Xiaolin instantly understood what Ningyu wanted to say. It must be about food. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin asked directly, "Have you prepared the stove, pots, pans, and other utensils I asked you to prepare?" "Everything is ready." "Then, starting today, all the food I provide you will be raw. However, the only things I can provide in large quantities right now are fish and meat. It will probably take a few days for rice and flour to become available." "Okay, I'll trade you some rare items for these foods." "Ok." Finished talking about food with Bai Xiaolin. Ningyu sat in front of the cornerstone and thought for a while, then looked at the number YC35335 that Bai Xiaolin had just sent her. I don't know if this person is really just 2 or 3 kilometers away from me, as Bai Xiaolin said. If this is true, I will have someone I can talk to on a regular basis, which I believe will be much more fun. After all, these subordinates are all ancient people, and they cannot discuss many things in common. Of course, it would be even better if it was a girl, so that the two of them would have more topics to chat about. Just as Ningyu was thinking, a message suddenly appeared on the chat page. YC35335. "Hello, sir. My name is Lu Xiaoxi, and I'm a fan of Oshan. Oshan said you and I are very close, so he asked me to contact you so we can look after each other in the future." Looking at the chat message that appeared, Ningyu's attention instantly focused on the 3 words, Lu Xiaoxi. "Are you a girl too?" "Yeah, you too, sir." Looking at Lu Xiaoxi's answer, Ningyu's eyes lit up, and then he quickly edited the message to confirm the other party's location. "Oh, by the way, are there any obvious signs around you? I can confirm your location." Seeing the boss's question, Lu Xiaoxi touched Lianjia and began to think. After a few seconds, his eyes lit up and he started typing quickly. "Boss, there's a large white mountain 2 or 3 kilometers to my north." Looking at the message Lu Xiaoxi sent back, Ningyu was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly walked out of the room and turned to look towards the back of the courtyard. Behind the courtyard, there was a mountain towering into the clouds and a stretch of hills stretching as far as the eye could see. The entire area is almost covered by lush green trees, but there's a small area that stands out from the surroundings. Because this small area looks bare, there are basically no weeds growing, let alone trees. In the very center of this area is a grayish-white hill about 300 or 400 meters high. It was about 400 meters away from Ningyu's location. After staring at the gray-white hill for a few seconds, Ningyu turned his head and looked to the south. If I guessed correctly, Lu Xiaoxi was about 2 kilometers south of me at this time. After determining Lu Xiaoxi's location, Ningyu quickly turned around and returned to the room. I've already determined your location. If possible, I'll send someone to look for you in the next 2 days. Looking at the message on the page, Lu Xiaoxi showed a surprised smile on his face. Okay, boss. And just when Ningyu and Lu Xiaoxi were chatting, Lei Xing and Lin Shanshan, who were elsewhere, also confirmed each other's positions at this time. What Lei Xing didn't expect was that there was only a bamboo forest between him and Lin Shanshan. I am on this side of the bamboo forest, and the other party is on the other side of the bamboo forest. Lei Xing, who had also exchanged for a few new subordinates in the morning and whose strength had greatly increased, decided to immediately start exploring the other side of the bamboo forest. Try to open a way out as soon as possible. As for Bai Xiaolin, after chatting with a few people, he didn't think any more about it and got up and walked out of the room. At this time, breakfast for Han Xiu and the others was almost ready. The whole yard was filled with the weed aroma of steamed buns. Looking at the freshly baked, still steaming big steamed buns, Bai Xiaolin reached out and grabbed one. Then, regardless of the heat, he put it to his mouth and took a bite. Bai Xiaolin bit a big hole in the soft steamed bun in an instant. The more you chew the steamed bun, the more fragrant it becomes and the slightly sweet taste in your mouth. Bai Xiaolin just felt that he could eat 3 hot steamed buns like this by himself without any side dishes. This made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Han Xiu and the others while praising them. The steamed buns are delicious. I'll make more next time so I don't have to drink porridge every morning. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Han Xiu and the others also showed a smile on their faces. Yes. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin took the steamed bun and walked out of the courtyard while eating. It's almost time now. First, Kalsong, Eugene, and others were cleaning back to have breakfast. After breakfast, you can arrange for them to do other things. When Bai Xiaolin came out, everyone in the planning area was still working hard. Bai Xiaolin took a quick look and found that in more than an hour, about 1,000 square meters had been cleared. At this time, more than half of the planning area has been cleared. After nodding with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin shouted to everyone. Everyone can stop and go back to have breakfast. As for the clear materials, we will move them together at noon. Chapter 219, Greenhouse Number 2 matures again. Hearing Bai Xiaolin shout, Eugene and others stopped what they were doing and looked at Bai Xiaolin together. Yes. When Li Ergu in the crowd was answering, he happened to see that there was only 1/3 of the steamed bun left in Bai Xiaolin's hand. Then he picked up the iron axe and ran quickly to Bai Xiaolin. After staring at the steamed bun and swallowing his saliva, he looked at Bai Xiaolin expectantly and asked, My lord, what are you eating? A bun without filling? It smells delicious. Seeing Li Ergu's greedy look, Bai Xiaolin stretched out his leg and kicked Li Ergu on the butt. What kind of buns are these? They're just big steamed buns. Then he turned to look at the others, guessing that everyone was almost hungry in the morning. So he smiled and said, There's no limit to the steamed buns this morning. Everyone, eat as much as you can. When passing by the restaurant just now, Bai Xiaolin discovered that Yun Sanyang and her people were also steaming buns in the restaurant. With these stoves combined, the number of steamed buns produced is estimated to be 500 or 600, which is definitely enough for everyone to eat their fill. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Eugene and others' eyes lit up like hungry wolves. Thank you, my lord. After saying that, they rushed towards the restaurant with their tools in hand. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Bai Xiaolin smiled and shook his head. Then they finished the remaining steamed buns in their hands and followed the crowd to the restaurant. While having breakfast, Bai Xiaolin divided the people who were summoned yesterday, including Li Hai, Zhang Liang, and others, into groups. Among 13 people, as usual, the 3 women were assigned to the housekeeping group, and Li Wei's 3 children were assigned to the transportation group, as usual. As for the remaining 7 people, except Han Xin, who was assigned to the pioneering group, the others were all assigned to the production group. After all, the remaining people basically don't have much combat power. After all the divisions are completed, the housekeeping team has reached 11 people, the pioneering team has reached 17 people, the production team has reached 14 people, and the transportation team has reached 8 people. After breakfast, Bai Xiaolin directly gave the remaining steamed buns to Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian. Then he told Li Hai to take a few people to catch more fish. It would be easier to send the daily food needed by Ningyu and Lei Xing at once. The reason why fish was prepared for Lei Xing was because of it. This was because after Bai Xiaolin finished chatting with Ningyu in the morning, he also learned about Lei Xing's situation. After confirming that the number of Lei Xing's men was now more than 10, Bai Xiaolin discussed with Lei Xing and decided to replace all his daily food with raw food, which Lei Xing would then cook himself. Then, while everyone was catching fish, some were catching fish, and some were feeding animals. Bai Xiaolin thought about it, turned around, and walked towards greenhouse number 1. A few minutes later, in greenhouse number 1, Bai Xiaolin squatted in front of the 100 square meters of fertilized land, observing the strengthening effect of the fertilizer on the land. Land/level D can reduce the growth time of crops by 3/10, continuously strengthening. Looking at the prompt that appeared in front of him, Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction. From last night till now, it only took half a day for the ordinary land to be upgraded to level D. I believe that within a day or two, this place can be upgraded to level B or even level A. Although this speed seems much slower than the land enhancement card, it basically does not require any cost to increase the level of the land. Unlike land enhancement cards, each one requires hundreds or thousands of survival points. After nodding again, Bai Xiaolin stood up and looked at the vegetables around him. When Bai Xiaolin saw the cucumber field, his eyes lit up. All I saw were cucumbers the size of fingers hanging on a rack built with tree branches by Han Xiao and his companions. The emerald green cucumber made Bai Xiaolin swallow his saliva involuntarily. After hesitating for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin turned his head and looked around again. After making sure that there was no one around, he quickly walked to the cucumber field and reached out to pick the largest one. Then he broke off the small yellow flowers on it and stuffed the whole cucumber into his mouth like a guilty thief. Although it is said to be the largest cucumber, it is actually only slightly larger than a finger. However, after chewing it for a few times, Bai Xiaolin subconsciously frowned. Because there are too many small thorns on the cucumber, it doesn't taste good at all. This made Bai Xiaolin feel a little regretful. If I had known they wouldn't taste good, I wouldn't have picked them. I would have waited a few more hours until nighttime, when the cucumbers would have surely grown bigger. After all, with the growth rate of Class B land, one day is enough for a cucumber to grow. After swallowing the cucumber in his mouth, Bai Xiaolin walked out of greenhouse number 1 and headed towards greenhouse number 2. According to estimates, all the crops in greenhouse number 2 are now almost mature. Sure enough, when Bai Xiaolin came to greenhouse number 2, in addition to the A-grade watermelons and A-grade potatoes planted yesterday, other crops, including transplanted wheat and soybeans, have matured. After walking around greenhouse number 2, Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction. Once all the mature crops are harvested, we will have enough seeds for large-scale planting. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin began to feel conflicted again. With enough seeds, you need enough land. However, what Bai Xiaolin was worried about was not whether there was enough land, but whether to continue building a new greenhouse. Logically, the temperature has returned to normal and the greenhouse is no longer useful. If it is built, it will be a waste of both drawings and materials. But if we don't build a greenhouse, Bai Xiaolin was a little worried. If he planted the crops outside, what if the temperature dropped again or some other natural disaster occurred? All the crops would be ruined. I was alone for a few minutes. Bai Xiaolin finally decided to build a few more greenhouses just in case. After all, if other natural disasters really occur, the loss will not be as simple as 1 or 2 seeds, but the food rations of these people. In addition, although the insulation effect of the greenhouse is not very effective, it still has the effect of increasing production. Based on the 1/10 increase in output of Class D, each greenhouse is equivalent to an additional 50 square meters. After confirmation, Bai Xiaolin walked out of greenhouse number 2 and headed towards the courtyard. When Bai Xiaolin returned to the courtyard, everyone, including Li Hai and others who went fishing, had already returned. Looking at the people gathered together waiting for water to drink, Bai Xiaolin nodded first, then looked at Lin Susu who was drawing water from the B-level well. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin spoke to Lin Susu. From now on, we'll get grade B water for everyone to drink in the morning and grade A water for everyone to drink in the afternoon. 1 ton of grade A water per day is more than enough to irrigate less than 100 square meters of grade A land. Chapter 2, 20 grade B wheat. rather than wasting the rest. It would be better to brew it out every day for everyone to drink. After waiting for a long time, everyone will be able to gain 1 or 2 more agility abilities. After speaking to Lin Su, Bai Xiaolin turned around again and looked at the excited crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. I will now arrange the morning's work. When everyone quieted down, Bai Xiaolin looked at Nong Sang and others and said, Nong Sang, Song Yi, take the production team with you and come with me to greenhouse number 2 to harvest all the mature crops inside. Yes. The reason why Bai Xiaolin also wanted to go was because Bai Xiaolin planned to strengthen several kinds of seeds while harvesting. This way, there will be no waste of time, and the crops can be directly handed over to Nong Sang and others for planting. After arranging the people in the production team, Bai Xiaolin looked at Han Xiu and others from the housekeeping team, and Li Ergu and Zhang Xiaohu from the transportation team. Han Xiu, Ergo, go outside the city wall this morning and clear out an area in the northwest corner of the moat. Although Han Xiu, Ergu, and others are mostly women and children, their work speed may be slower. However, with more than a dozen people combined, they were able to clear more than 500 square meters in the morning. Once this area is cleared, he could build a level 5 blacksmith shop and arrange for Zhu Tai to start forging. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's arrangement, Han Xiu, Li Ergu, and others nodded at the same time. Just as Bai Xiaolin was about to continue making arrangements, Li Yu, who was sitting in the crowd, suddenly pulled her younger brother and sister to stand up, and then looked at Bai Xiaolin seriously. Lord, can you arrange some things for us? We are also very capable. Looking at the 3 serious little faces, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Okay, I have an important task for you. When they heard about the important mission, the eyes of Li Yu and the other 2 lit up. Then he looked at Bai Xiaolin in a flash, waiting for arrangements. Bai Xiaolin had already thought about what these 3 children could do yesterday, which was to collect the poop of small animals. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Bai Xiaolin brought over a small bamboo basket from the side and placed it in front of Li Yu and the other 2. From today on, you are to collect the poop of all small animals in bamboo baskets and dump it into the septic tank. As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin stretched out his hand and touched the heads of the 3 children. This not only protects the air inside the city walls, but also allows for the production of more fertilizer, so it's very important. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Yu reached out and pulled the bamboo basket over, then nodded seriously. Don't worry, Lord. I promise to complete the mission. Okay, there's a reward for completing it well. After walking away from Li Yu and the other 2, Bai Xiaolin looked at Eugene and others from the pioneer group. Eugene, Shuiring, Han Xian, and Zhang He. Ikizishi. You guys go to the arrow tower first, write down the map Erga drew, and then take the others and split into 4 groups to check all the alien races that appear within 10 kilometers from 4 directions. Your mission this time is to understand the opponent's strength. Remember not to reveal your presence, and don't act rashly. Yes, as long as you understand the strength of these alien races, you can selectively target them. Look for opportunities to defeat the weak ones one by one, and the strong ones can also defend and advance. As for the alien race 1 kilometer away, there are undead blocking them outside, and they can't get out for a while, so there's no need to rush to take action for the time being. This means that it will not be too late for Jean and others to take action after they have found out the strength of other alien races. Then Bai Xiaolin thought about it, took out the 2 teleportation cards he had exchanged in the morning, and handed them to Eugene and Zhang He. Take these 2 cards with you. If you're discovered by a powerful alien race and cannot escape, use them so that you could be teleported back directly. Thank you, my lord. Among the 4, Zhang He and Eugene are the weakest. Giving the teleportation card to them can also ensure the safety of the 2 teams. As for Shui Ringue and Han Xian's teams, with their strength, even if they were defeated by the enemy, they would have no problem leaving safely. After everything was arranged, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone and waved. It's time to take action. Yes. Led by the team leader, the crowd quickly dispersed and began to prepare the weapons and tools they needed. Bai Xiaolin took advantage of the time to bring the fish caught by Li Hai and others into the room, and then fetched a few buckets of purified water and traded them to Ningyu and Lei Xing. Fish 200 caddies plus purified water 100 L trading would 1. This fish and purified water should be enough for you to eat for about a day or 2. Remember to contact me when you're done. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. If you find any rare supplies, please contact me immediately. After chatting with the 2 for a few words, Bai Xiaolin turned and left the room. Looking at the empty yard where no one was left, Bai Xiaolin quickly walked towards greenhouse number 2. When Bai Xiaolin arrived at greenhouse number 2, Nong Sang was leading everyone to pick watermelons and dig potatoes. After nodding to everyone, Bai Xiaolin walked straight to the transplanted wheat and soybean fields. At this time, both wheat and soybeans have fully matured, and the plants have turned withered and yellow. Especially the soybeans, a small part of the pods have cracked, and the golden beans inside have fallen to the ground. Bai Xiaolin was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, after a night, the land had become dry. Otherwise, the soybeans that fell to the ground might have sprouted by now. After taking a few glances, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at the busy people. "Arai, Tiniu, you two come here." After hearing Bai Xiaolin shout, Su Arai and the other person who were busy carrying watermelons quickly put down the watermelons and ran over and stood in front of Bai Xiaolin. "My lord." After nodding to the two of them, Bai Xiaolin pointed to the soybeans that had fallen on the ground. "Pick up all the fallen soybeans and wheat. Don't miss any." Yes, there are not many soybeans and wheat transplants to begin with, so every mature seed is precious. Missing a seed means there will be one less plant in the next planting. Watching the two of them take action, Bai Xiaolin squatted in front of the complete plant. First, he took out a small knife and carefully cut off all the ears of wheat from the 5 stalks of wheat. Then he began to count them one by one. Less than 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaolin looked at the wheat ear with the most grains in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Then it started to strengthen. Survival point 2. Survival points minus 20. Survival points minus 200. After 3 strengthenings, Bai Xiaolin began to check the introduction of wheat ear. Wheat ear / grade B. After consumption, it can quickly and permanently increase the strength attribute. Chapter 221 Cotton. Seeing the effect of grade B wheat, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Now that I have grade B wheat, it means that among the 5 known attributes, except for intelligence, the other 4 attributes can all be quickly improved. Of course, this also includes the improvement of A-level capabilities. Now that the strengthening is complete, Bai Xiaolin carefully peels the wheat grains from the ears. A total of 53 B-grade wheat seeds and 186 ordinary wheat seeds were peeled out. Just plant it once more and you can plant on a large scale next time. Then Bai Xiaolin cut down the remaining 21 soybean plants in the field one by one. 2 minutes later, looking at the soybean plants lined up in a row in front of him, Bai Xiaolin scratched his head. If he were to count so many soybeans one by one, how long would it take him? After rolling his eyes, Bai Xiaolin turned his head to look at Su Irai and Wu Tiniu, who had already come out of the field. "Irai, how are the things you two picked up?" "My lord, I have picked up all of them. I have picked up 11 grains of wheat and 43 soybeans in total. I guarantee that not a single grain is left out." "Good job. Give me what you picked up." After taking the picked seeds from the 2 people, Bai Xiaolin pointed at the soybean plants on the ground and said again, "Your next task is to count all the soybeans on these plants. Find the plant with the most soybeans, but remember not to pick the soybeans from it." After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Su Irai and Wu Tiniu looked at each other at the same time. How to count this? At this time, Bai Xiaolin did not notice the expressions of the 2 people, but turned and walked towards Nong Sang and others who were busy. Seeing Bai Xiaolin coming over, Nong Sang spoke quickly. "My lord, all the B-grade watermelons and potatoes have been harvested. We have harvested 63 watermelons and about 70 kilograms of potatoes." "Not bad." Hearing Nong Sang's words, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Although more seeds were planted this time, the land was only 10 square meters, so the harvest was not much more. After thinking about it, he said to Nong Sang, "First, have someone move all the watermelons and potatoes back. Move the watermelons into the room and put them away, while the potatoes are all treated with wood ash. After that, they can be planted." "Yes." After nodding, Nong Sang turned around and began to make arrangements. Bai Xiaolin turned around again and came to the 2 places next to him. Of the 2 fields, one is planted with grade A rice, which is now ready for harvest. The other piece is other seeds planted by Bai Xiaolin. The 6 types are D-grade melon, D-grade wolfberry, corn, cotton, rubber, and sweet potato. Among these crops, except for wolfberry trees and rubber trees, which are still in the seedling stage, the others have all matured. After looking around, Bai Xiaolin stared at the wolfberry tree and rubber tree and began to think. Even with grade A soil and grade A purified water, it will take about 10 days for wolfberries to bear fruit. Rubber trees take longer. According to estimates, it takes at least 1.5 months to produce rubber and seeds. In addition, if you want the rubber tree to continue growing, it is not appropriate to plant it in a greenhouse. After all, the height of the greenhouse is only 5 meters. In addition, I now have several B-level and A-level items, so the demand for rubber and wolfberry is not very urgent. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin decided to find a place outside the city wall and then strengthen it with fertilizer. All the rubber trees and wolfberry trees were transplanted there and allowed to grow slowly outside. When they produced seeds, they were handed over to Su Xianxian to cultivate slowly. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and prepared to harvest the other crops first. Among them, Bai Xiaolin plans to strengthen corn, sweet potatoes, and melons only once or twice and strengthen them to level D and C. One reason is that the A-level and B-level crops he currently has are enough to eat, so there is no need to waste survival points to strengthen the extra ones. Another reason is that Bai Xiaolin plans to sell these crops in exchange for supplies, so there is no need to strengthen them to a very high level. After all, trading too much food above B grade is equivalent to directly increasing the enemy's strength. As for the last type of cotton, first look at the strengthening effect. If the effect is special, you can continue to strengthen it. While Bai Xiaolin was collecting several crops, Song Yi, who stayed behind, also led people to harvest the rice nearby. A few minutes later, after Song Yi and his companions left with the harvested rice, Bai Xiaolin looked down at the ground in front of him. At this time, 3 corn cobs, 7 sweet potatoes, 6 melons, and 2 uprooted cotton trees were once again arranged in a neat row in front of Bai Xiaolin. Then, as usual, the largest one of each type was selected and strengthened. Survival point 3. Survival points minus 30. Because Bai Xiaolin didn't care too much about the levels of several foods, he chose primary enhancement for both of the enhancements. After strengthening, corn and sweet potatoes were strengthened to level D plus 1, and melons were strengthened to level C. Corn/level D plus 1. After consumption, you can temporarily increase your strength attribute by 10 points within half an hour. Sweet potato/D level plus 1. After consumption, you can restore 10 points of physical strength within half an hour. Melon/grade C. Eating this food permanently increases your mental attributes by a small amount. After seeing the effects of several foods after strengthening, Bai Xiaolin suddenly discovered something. That is, Bai Xiaolin felt that he roughly understood the effects of various types of food after being fortified. Rice, wheat, and corn are all staple foods, so the effects after strengthening are basically the same and are all related to strength attributes. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are foods that are both vegetables and grains. The effects of strengthening them are all related to physical properties. The effects of fruit foods, such as strawberries, watermelons, and melons after strengthening, are all related to spiritual properties. For water-type items, the enhancement effect is related to the agility attribute. If you calculate it this way, one of the effects of strengthening vegetables and meat must be related to the intelligence attribute. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded. With this conclusion, you can selectively strengthen many of the foods that follow without wasting survival points by strengthening each one. After putting the enhanced foods into a wooden barrel separately, Bai Xiaolin picked up the last item again. A cotton plant. Survival point 2. After an intermediate enhancement, the cotton plant was enhanced to level D. Cotton/grade D increases cold resistance and warmth retention and can be used to craft D-grade items. Improve cold resistance and warmth retention. Bai Xiaolin scratched his head, then his eyes lit up. If the level is higher, the cold resistance and warmth retention effect will definitely continue to increase. When it is upgraded to grade B or A, the cotton can be made into clothing. In winter, you can go out wearing only one piece of clothing without having to wear bulky warm clothes. Chapter 222, Building a Cellar. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin did not hesitate and continued to strengthen. Survival points, minus 20. Survival points, minus 200. Cotton/grade B. Increase cold resistance and warmth retention. When made into clothing, it can withstand temperature changes from minus 50 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. Seeing the new introduction of cotton, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help laughing out loud. The protection range from minus 50 degrees to 50 degrees Celsius is equivalent to 4 seasons of a year. Even in extreme temperatures, one piece of clothing is enough. It's simply a magical tool. After smiling, Bai Xiaolin carefully placed the cotton plants into a wooden barrel next to him. By noon, let Han Xiu and others peel out all the cotton seeds, and then we can find an opportunity to plant them. After completing all the strengthening, Bai Xiaolin began to think about the subsequent planting issues. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, Su Arai, who was counting soybeans nearby, came over with a soybean plant. "My lord, we have counted all the soybeans. This plant has the most." After hearing Su Arai's words, Bai Xiaolin came to his senses and took the soybean plant from Su Arai. According to the previous inference, the effect of soybeans should be to enhance the strength attribute. Although Bai Xiaolin already has wheat and rice as foods that increase strength attributes. However, Bai Xiaolin still plans to strengthen soybeans several times. After all, soybeans are not only a staple food, but also the source of countless foods. Tofu pudding, soy milk, bean curd skin, dried tofu. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. Survival points -100. After 3 primary enhancements, the level of this soybean was raised to D+2. Soybean/D level +2. After consumption, it can temporarily increase the strength attribute by 5 points within 1 hour. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin pointed to several crops on the ground and said to Su Arai and the others, "Gather these front parts and bring them back to the courtyard for processing." As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin picked up the several items he had just strengthened, turned around, and walked outside. After these seeds are handed over to Nong Sang for processing, they can all be planted in the afternoon. When they returned to the yard, the people in the yard were divided into 2 groups, gathering together to process potatoes and rice. After seeing Bai Xiaolin and the other 2 come back, Nong Sang and Song, he hurriedly stood up. "My lord." After nodding, Bai Xiaolin put down what he was holding and spoke to the 2 of them. "You should prepare all the seeds and land in the morning, and then try to plant them all in the afternoon." "Yes. By the way, remember to use grade A water to irrigate all grade A land." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked into the room. When he opened the door and entered the room, Bai Xiaolin saw at a glance the watermelons that had filled the corner of the room. After staring at the dozens of watermelons for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. That is, later on, when there are more and more mature crops, they definitely cannot all be piled up in the room. The first is that there is not enough space in the room, and the second is that many things are not suitable for long-term storage in a room. After rolling his eyes, Bai Xiaolin remembered the cellar drawings he had compiled earlier. The cellar can store a large amount of supplies and also extend the storage time of the supplies. Once it is built, all the grains, vegetables, and fruits you grow in the future can be stored in the cellar. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin quickly turned around and walked towards the warehouse on the right. When he returned to the room, there was an extra cellar construction blueprint. Cell construction blueprint, a small cellar with 10 cubic meters of storage space, which can be used to store various supplies. Click to view the materials needed for construction. Survival point 2. Survival points -10. Survival points -100. After 1 intermediate enhancement and 2 primary enhancements, Bai Xiaolin enhanced the cellar blueprint to level D+2. Cell construction blueprint / level D+2. A large stone cellar with 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, which can be used to store various supplies and extend storage time. The cellar is strengthened to +2, and the storage space reaches 1,000 cubic meters, so that more supplies can be stored. Then Bai Xiaolin began to choose a suitable location to build a cellar. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin chose the location of the cellar in the living area, and the exit was between the restaurant and the warehouse. This way, it will be more convenient to store or take out food in the future. Put up: wood 200, stone 500, iron 50, glass 20. Survival points +100. After the cellar was built, Bai Xiaolin thought about it, then stood up and took out the remaining 6 sea level +1 greenhouse blueprints. The area now cleared in the planning area is just enough to build 6 greenhouses. Plastic 3,000, thatch 3,000, iron 3,000, glass 3,000. Survival points +1,000. With the appearance of 6 new greenhouses in the planning area, there are now 12 greenhouses in the planning area, and the planning area has reached 6,000 square meters. In addition, among these 12 greenhouses, greenhouse number 3 is already fully planted with strawberries, and greenhouse number 4 covers an area of 200 square meters. The other greenhouses are empty, which means that 5,000 square meters can be grown this time. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded again. When the 5,000 square meters of crops mature, the population will exceed 100. Then Bai Xiaolin opened the door and spoke to Nong Sang and others in the yard. "I have just built 6 new greenhouses in the planning area. You can wait until you finish processing the seeds. Remember to use the plow to loosen the soil in the 6 greenhouses so it will be easier to plant in the afternoon. Yes. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he looked at the time and found that it was just past 10 o'clock. After thinking about it, he walked straight outside. As soon as he walked out of the new walled area, Bai Xiaolin saw more than a dozen greenhouses connected to the planting area, which looked extremely spectacular. This made Bai Xiaolin nod his head involuntarily. This planting area was probably something that others would not even dare to imagine. Then Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked to the side of the restaurant, standing in front of an extra small wooden house. This small cabin is the entrance to the cellar, and behind the cabin is a row of glass ventilation holes. With such vents, ventilation and lighting could be provided at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then Bai Xiaolin walked into the cabin and saw a wooden board covering the floor. After opening it, what appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin was a wooden staircase slanting downwards. Seeing the stairs in front of him, Bai Xiaolin nodded again. With stairs built like this, it will be much more convenient to store and retrieve things in the future. If it is a straight up and straight down staircase entrance, it will be much more troublesome, and maybe I will have to find a way to modify it. Chapter 223, The Situation of Various Small Animals. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin slowly walked down the stairs to the cellar. Not long after, when Bai Xiaolin reached the end of the stairs, a corridor more than 30 meters long appeared in front of him. Because of the vents above, the entire corridor does not look dark at all. The entire underground layout can be clearly seen. On one side of the corridor is a wall made of stones, which serves as a fixation. On the other side, there's a row of connected wooden doors. Bai Xiaolin walked to the nearest wooden door and opened it. The moment the door opened, the light from the corridor shone in. Bai Xiaolin also saw clearly what was behind the wooden door. It was a storage room about 3 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Then Bai Xiaolin opened the other wooden doors and looked at them all and found that they all had the same layout. After reading it all, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression on his face. After this division, different storage rooms can store different things without worrying about the stored things affecting each other. Coming out of the cellar with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and then walked towards the breeding area. When he arrived at the breeding area, Bai Xiaolin first went to the silkworm house. I saw a dozen silkworms quietly eating mulberry leaves in a bamboo basket. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that there were actually a few silkworm exuvii on the edge of the bamboo weaving, which meant that they were not far from spinning silk into cocoons. After all, according to Bai Xiaolin's memory, white silkworms will start to spin silk after molting several times. Spinning silk and making cocoons means that the next reproduction is not far away. By then, the number of your silkworms will increase rapidly. I just don't know how many times they have shed their shells. I can ask Qin Yangxue about this later. After coming out of the silkworm room, Bai Xiaolin came to the connected duck shed and rabbit hive. As soon as he approached, he heard the constant quacking of ducks coming from the duck shed, so Bai Xiaolin couldn't help rubbing his ears. It seems I have to find an opportunity to eat a few more ducks. Standing next to the rabbit hive, Bai Xiaolin looked inside. This sight revealed an expression of surprise on his face again, because among the rabbits, the bellies of the 2 female rabbits had actually grown bigger, which meant that it was not far from harvesting the first wave of baby rabbits. After all, with the help of a C-grade rabbit hive, it only takes about 15 days for the baby rabbits to be born. Then Bai Xiaolin leaned on the window again and looked into the duck shed. A few minutes later, after looking at both duck sheds, Bai Xiaolin showed a puzzled expression on his face. That shouldn't be the case. The rabbits are pregnant, but there is not even a single duck egg in the 2 duck sheds. This is unacceptable. Did Han Xiao and the others take it away? Let's ask again at noon. After not thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked towards the courtyard. When passing by the wolf den, Bai Xiaolin took a look inside, regardless of the fact that there was not a single wolf cub inside. He must have gone out to play with the wolf pack. Then Bai Xiaolin came to the pig pen again and saw that the piglets inside had grown a little bigger. Each one weighs about 100 pounds, making the pig pen look a little small. After staring at the piglets for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. That is, these piglets are from the same litter. Even if they grow up, they cannot be used for breeding. If they cannot breed, they will be gone after being eaten for a few meals. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to find an opportunity to catch a few more wild boars so that they could breed. After reaching out and patting the little wild boar's head twice, Bai Xiaolin opened the door of the chicken coop next to him and walked in. As soon as he came in, Bai Xiaolin was stunned, because at this time, there were several small holes in the chicken coop, each containing eggs of varying numbers. Bai Xiaolin took a quick look and found that the total number of eggs in the several caves was close to 30. This made Bai Xiaolin a little suspicious. Could it be that the two chicks have already hatched and laid so many eggs in just a few days? With doubts, Bai Xiaolin picked up one and examined it. After watching for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin smiled and slapped his forehead. Duck eggs. It's a preconceived notion. I thought the eggs in the chicken coop were chicken eggs, but in fact these extra eggs were duck eggs. They must have been moved here by Han Xiu and others and placed here for incubation. No wonder I didn't see a single duck egg in the duck shed just now. After laughing, Bai Xiaolin put the duck egg in his hand back, then found the two eggs placed first and began to observe them. Staring at the two eggs, Bai Xiaolin began to calculate. The normal incubation period for chicks is 21 days, while a grade B chicken nest can reduce the growth and incubation time by 7/10. This means that the chicks only need more than 6 days to hatch successfully. 5 days have passed since the chicks hatched. In this way, the chicks will hatch around noon tomorrow. After coming out of the chicken coop, Bai Xiaolin happened to meet Nong Sang and others who came out of the courtyard. A dozen people were divided into two groups. Song Yi brought 6 people with 2 curved plows and several hoes, preparing to go outside to loosen the soil in several greenhouses. The rest of the people followed Nong Sang, carrying 2 buckets of grade A water and a small amount of processed seeds, and prepare to plant the 90 square meters of grade A land vacated in greenhouse number 2. After nodding to everyone, Bai Xiaolin gave instructions to Nong Sang and others. When we plant the trees later, dig up the 2 rubber trees and the 2 wolfberry trees and transplant them outside the city wall. Yes. After everyone left, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while, took out a telescope and walked toward the city wall. After arriving at the city wall, Bai Xiaolin walked directly into the nearest arrow tower and began to observe the surroundings. In addition to checking for any danger, you can also see if there are any wild animals around that can be caught. This will help you better enrich your material reserves. However, after spending half an hour looking around, Bai Xiaolin found neither any danger nor any animals worth raising. Only in the resource forest in the south did I see a few small animals that flashed by. This made Bai Xiaolin decide to take people inside for a look when he had time. After all, this forest had been formed for such a long time, and he and his people had never been inside once. Then, just as Bai Xiaolin was about to put away the telescope, his body suddenly froze for 2 seconds. The direction the telescope is looking at this time is exactly the direction of Mirror Lake in the east. However, what Bai Xiaolin was looking at was not Mirror Lake, but a small hill where the alien race lived not far from the east bank of Mirror Lake. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Bai Xiaolin always feels that the small hill in front of him seems a little different for what he saw at first. But I can't tell exactly what the difference is. Chapter 2, 24 Methods to Increase the Chance of Forging Advanced Weapons. Finally, after staring carefully for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin could only conclude that he might have been dazzled. Then he put down the telescope, walked out of the arrow tower, and headed towards the city wall. What Bai Xiaolin didn't know was that a few minutes after he left, the small hill on the east bank rose and fell again. Come down from the city wall. After greeting Li Yuer, who was carrying half a basket of wolf dung and walking toward the public toilet, Bai Xiaolin went straight back to the courtyard. After thinking about it, he drew 2 buckets of Class B water from the Class B well and began to contact Lu Ningli and Su Xianxian in the experience room. The other side, outside the wall of the farmyard, when Liang and 4 other people were busy reinforcing the trap. In the room, Lu Ningli was sitting in front of the cornerstone. He held a notebook in one hand and flipped through the Wanzhou chat channel with the other, writing something down in the notebook from time to time. At this moment, a message alert sound suddenly rang. Hearing the message alert, Lu Ningli quickly put down the pen in his hand and exited the public chat channel. The message sent by Bai Xiaolin also appeared in front of Lu Ningli at this time. Shaoli, how much luck do you have left? After reading the message, Lu Ningli thought for 2 seconds and then replied, Brother Bai, after exchanging the vassal cards, my luck points are now only 4. No need to keep them. Exchange them all for civilians. I've also sent you a bucket of grade B water. This bucket of water is 20 liters, just enough for the 10 of you to drink for 1 day, and there will be more every day thereafter. Thank you, Brother Bai. 20 liters of grade B purified water, still available every day. Lu Ningli couldn't help but be amazed. It seemed that he had underestimated how rich Brother Bai was. But then, Lu Ningli became excited. With so much B-grade water every day, the strength of our people can be improved quickly. Just when Luningly was excited, Bai Xiaolin sent another message. I see there's still a lot of materials in the warehouse. You can build a bigger wall around the yard later. Let others clean up the fenced areas slowly when they have nothing to do. Good. After responding, Luningly clicked on the page and started operating. While Luneng was exchanging his subordinates, Su Xianxian, who was practicing with a repeating crossbow on the other side, also received the same news. When Su Xianxian found the extra grade B water in the house, a happy and excited expression appeared on her face. After staring at the bucket for a few seconds, Su Xianxian couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. That is, she had made the right choice this time. After all, if it is not a vassal, just the C-level crossbow in his hand, plus this full bucket of B-level water, is more than he can hope for. After drinking a few sips from the bucket with satisfaction, Su Xianxian returned to the yard to continue practicing. Try to get familiar with it as soon as possible. Then kill the undead outside and complete the task assigned by God O. Bai Xiaolin sighed. After giving the two of them instructions, he smiled and nodded. As long as the two of them exchange their subordinates, their 3 bases can be developed at the same time. Then Bai Xiaolin exited the private chat page, thought about it, and clicked on the transaction page again. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that the transaction page also underwent the same changes as the chat channel. There's an additional 10,000 races trading area. I wonder if there are any strange things in the 10,000 races trading area. Driven by curiosity, Bai Xiaolin first clicked on the 10,000 races trading area. A dense amount of transaction information quickly appeared on the page, and the time was all from last night to now. Iron, or 10 traded for meat, 500G, 14 pieces remaining. Note, except wolf meat, anything else is acceptable. Brother the Jackal Clan, the price you ask is too high. Indeed, the stone and iron are only worth 50G of food at most, no more. If you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to trade, get out of here and don't bother me. Oh my god, still has a bad temper. Iron Weapon 1, trading wine, 500 ml, 22 remaining. Note, if you have a good wine, please private message me. Weapons and armor can be customized. As expected of a dwarven master, the weapons he forges are far superior to ordinary iron weapons. I also changed one. The weapon is really well forged. It's almost as good as the wind-breaking weapon of the O God. Who is Oshun? He's a big shot of our human race. It won't be long before you all know his name. So you're just an ordinary person, and how dare an ordinary person call himself a god? D-level goblin meat, 10 kg traded for D-level weapon 1, 3 remaining. Note, any weapon will do. Damn you, you're making an enemy of our goblin clan. You have 2 seconds to get off the shelf, or I Blue will kill you. Goblin meat isn't tasty at all. It's sour and tough. I don't recommend buying it. You damned fellows, whoever dares to buy it will be hunted down by our goblin clan. D-grade gray rhino scales, 5 trading food, 100G, 37 pieces remaining. Note, adding gray rhino scales during forging has a chance of forging a D-level weapon. It turns out that D-level weapons can be forged. I'm going to try it now. Liar. I've redeemed 5 copies since this morning, and I haven't forged a single D-rank weapon. Haha. I've successfully forged a D-rank iron axe. I suggest those without forging skills not to try this. Go back and practice your forging skills first. Damn it, I haven't even built a blacksmith shop yet. After looking for 3 or 4 minutes, Bai Xiaolin finally found an interesting transaction information. Of course, what Bai Xiaolin cared about was not the trading items, but the information in the notes. D-level gray rhino scales are obviously materials collected from ordinary D-level beasts. By adding this material during forging, there's a chance that Lakeshore will produce D-level weapons earlier. From this, Bai Xiaolin can infer that the materials collected from other wild beasts can definitely be used for forging. In addition, since adding D-level materials will give us a chance to forge D-level weapons, then adding C-level materials will also give us a chance to forge C-level weapons. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin became a little excited. With this information, plus a level 5 blacksmith shop, the chances of forging high-level weapons by yourself will definitely increase greatly. At that time, only a small amount of survival points will be needed to upgrade these weapons to a level or even extraordinary level. Then Bai Xiaolin thought of the D-level wolf bones and wolf fangs that he had thrown away before. Those are the bones of more than a dozen black wolves. If all of it is used to forge weapons, how many D-level weapons can be forged? Chapter 225, Mirror Card. This made Bai Xiaolin laugh again. It was decided that at noon, Li Hai and the others would go to Jinghu Lake to retrieve the wolf bones that they had thrown into the lake. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin continued to look down. Vine Armor 1 Trade, D-Level Food, 500 G. Note: hand-woven rattan armor can resist attacks from ordinary beasts. D-Grade Tiger Meat, 2 kg, traded for C-Grade Food, 1 kg. Note: if the transaction quantity is large, there will be a discount. Xianhao's Friendship 1 Trade Sea-Level Food/Water, 1 kg/L. Note: after the transaction, please leave your ID number and I, Shinzu Xianhao, will help you once in the future. D-Grade Wood Spirit Liquid 100 ml Trade, D-Grade Food 500 G. Note: D-Grade Wood Spirit Liquid is produced by centuries-old trees and can quickly heal injuries. After watching again for half an hour, Bai Xiaolin stopped. Then he couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being a trading area where all races coexisted. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre transactions, which make me dizzy. Then, just when Bai Xiaolin was about to quit, a refresh transaction suddenly attracted Bai Xiaolin's attention again. Mirror Card 1 Trade, Sea-Level Water, 2L. Note: the mirror image card is in the luck exchange and is worth 10 luck points. After reading the transaction information, Bai Xiaolin chose to exchange without hesitation. After all, compared with 10 points of luck, 2 liters of C-grade water is not precious to him. After the transaction was successful, a pure white card appeared in Bai Xiaolin's hand. Mirror Card. After use, you can copy a mirror image with 90 of the strength to help in battle. The mirror image lasts for 1 hour. Primary enhancement. Whether or not to consume 1 survival point to enhance the card, the number of mirrors copied after the enhancement, or the existence time of the mirror will be randomly increased. Intermediate enhancement. Whether to consume 2 survival points to enhance the card, optional enhancement direction +1/D level. Looking at the introduction of the mirror card and the 2 lines of enhancement prompts that appear below, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Then, without hesitation, he quickly strengthened it. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. After 2 primary enhancements, the mirror card was enhanced to level D +1. Mirror image card /level D +1. After use, you can copy 2 mirror images with 90 of your strength to assist in combat. The mirror images last for 2 hours. After reading the enhanced introduction, Bai Xiaolin blinked. Maybe I should exchange for a few more mirror cards, strengthen them a few times, and give them to Shui Ring A and others as backup. After all, after being handed over to a few people for use, each mirror card represents a temporary B-level combat power. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin quickly opened the luck exchange page and filtered out the card exchange. After searching for a few minutes, the redemption option for the mirror card appeared on the cornerstone. Luck value -100. As the prompt sounded, 10 identical white cards quickly fell out of a fist-sized vortex. Holding all 10 mirror cards in his hand, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and chose the intermediate enhancement this time. Survival points -20. Survival points -200. After 2 intermediate enhancements, 7 of the 10 cards were enhanced to +2 and 3 were enhanced to level C. The reason for choosing such an enhanced effect. This is because Bai Xiaolin feels that the number of mirrors is more important than extending the existence time of the mirrors. After all, facing the powerful A-level combat power, 2 people with B-level strength can besiege for 1 hour or 2 hours. They cannot defeat their opponents and may even be killed at any time. But when the number of people increases to 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8, things are different. Even if there is only half an hour, there is still a chance to eliminate the opponent directly. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and began to check the effects of the +2 and C-level mirror cards. Mirror card /+2. After use, you can copy 3 mirror images with 90 of your strength to help in battle. The mirror image lasts for 1 hour. The number of scenes has increased to 3, which means that you only need to use 1 to have 4 B-level combat forces at the same time. In addition, Bai Xiaolin discovered that the number of mirror images increased each time was basically the same as the number increased after the character card was strengthened. If you calculate it this way, a +3 mirror card should be able to copy 5 images. However, 3 mirror images are enough for now, and it is not too late to continue strengthening them if needed later. Next is the C-class mirror card. Mirror image card /grade C. After use, you can create a mirror image with 90 of your strength to assist in combat. The mirror image lasts for 10 hours. After the mirror image disappears or dies, important memories will appear in the original memory. What surprised by Xiaolin was that not only did the existence time of the sea level mirror increase to 10 hours, it also had an additional special ability. The mirror image can also know important memories. In this way, the mirror image can be allowed to explore dangerous places without worrying about being in danger. You can even let the mirror explore the mountains in the west first, and gradually understand the situation inside the mountains, in preparation for connecting the two sides of the mountains in the future. But in this case, 10 hours is a bit too little. After all, the straight line distance from here to Leixing's location is 23 kilometers. In fact, if you want to explore the past, you may have to walk 40 kilometers. Bai Xiaolin thought about it, and decided to strengthen these 3 sea-level mirror cards again to extend the existence of the mirror. Survival points, minus 600. Mirror image card, /grade B. After use, you can copy a mirror image with 90 of the strength to assist in combat. The mirror image lasts for 24 hours. After the mirror image disappears or dies, important memories will appear in the original body's memory. At the same time, part of the strength gained during the mirror image's existence will also be fed back to the original body. This time, not only is the time extended to 1 day, but a new effect is also added. Seeing the new effect, Bai Xiaolin showed a look of regret on his face. If this effect appeared on a D-level or C-level mirror card, I might really try to copy a dozen mirrors at a time. It can not only help you with your work, but also double your ability. Why not do it? Unfortunately, each B-level mirror card requires hundreds of survival points. Even if I want to copy it, I can't afford to waste survival points. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin took the first D-level +1 mirror card and put it on his body, and put the remaining 10 cards away. Then he clicked on the previous trading area again, which was the human trading area. After clicking, Bai Xiaolin planned to check the sea-level water transaction he had previously put on the shelf. Let's see if there have been any transactions since last night. Chapter 2:26, Demand from the Trading Zone. Looking at the 2 transaction information, Bai Xiaolin was a little bit unbelieving and then blinked subconsciously. C-grade purified water 1, L trade, taming card /copy card /resource card 1. 0 remaining. C-grade purified water 2, L trading character card 1. 0 remaining. When I checked last night, there were more than 30 copies left in the first transaction and nearly 20 copies left in the second transaction. Unexpectedly, after only a few hours, not only the first transaction was completed, but all transactions were completed. Even the character card transactions in the second item have been completed. This made Bai Xiaolin a little suspicious. Could it be that the character cards were worthless again? But within a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin figured out the reason why both transactions were completed. One is the merger of trading areas, which has increased the number of people from one YC area to hundreds of areas now. As the population increases, the number of rare materials they possess will naturally increase, and the number of people who exchange for C-grade water will naturally increase. Another reason is because all cards and supplies can now be exchanged on the luck exchange page. The specific value of each item has also been made clear. The luck value required to exchange 1 or 2 liters of C-grade water far exceeds the value of 1 or 2 cards. I believe that as long as a simple comparison is made, people with extra cards will definitely choose to trade their sea-level water. In addition, if you want subordinates, you only need 1 point of luck to exchange for a civilian, and there is no need to use a character card worth 10 points of luck to summon. The character cards left at this time can be used to exchange for more valuable C-grade purified water. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. In this way, you can use sea-level water to exchange for more rare cards in the future. After all, I now have 1 ton of grade C water every day, and I am worried that I won't be able to use it all. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin decided to go out later and collect all the C-grade water and put on the shelves. Then Bai Xiaolin began to sort out the cards he had obtained after the 2 transactions were completed. A total of 37 taming cards and 17 character cards were traded, but not a single one of the other 2 types of cards was sold. This is understandable. After all, among the several cards, the taming card has the lowest value. After putting away both types of cards, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and began to look through them in the trading area. It's a good opportunity to understand the changes in the trading area after the number of people increases and whether the types of supplies required by others have changed after passing the novice test. Purified water, 500 ml, traded food, 200 g, 239 servings remaining. Note, if the food is large, the price can be negotiated. Purified water, 500 ml, trade, any material 10, 107 pieces remaining. Note, during the tearful sale, only Liang Fei ingredients are needed for 100 milliliters of water. 1 kilogram of frozen pears can be traded for 500 g of any meat. Note, this is pure large frozen pear from northeast China. Any kind of meat can be substituted. Purified water 1L traded for 100 g of D-grade food, 22 remaining. Note, don't bother with ordinary food. There is no shortage. Just by taking a quick look at the transaction page, Bai Xiaolin discovered the first problem. That is the current trading area. 5 out of 10 transactions are about purified water, and the price has dropped a lot compared to yesterday. Bai Xiaolin understood the reason without thinking too much. Although basically no one has gone out to collect materials from yesterday until now, the number of wells in each small area has not increased. But last night, the trading areas of hundreds of small areas in the entire East China Sea region were merged, which was equivalent to merging all the wells together. By this calculation, even if there were only 5 wells in each small area before the merger, there are now thousands of them in total. So it is certain that the price of purified water will drop. Of course, according to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, the price may continue to fall in the next 2 days. After all, starting from today, many people will start collecting materials again. As materials are collected, some people will definitely obtain the well drawings again. If this trend continues, I believe it won't be long before basically no one will lack drinking water. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. Because the price of purified water has dropped, it has no impact on me at all. After all, what is reduced is only the price of ordinary purified water. What does it have to do with your own grade C water and grade B water? After nodding, Bai Xiaolin continued to read. After browsing for a few minutes, I found that the transactions of purified water in the trading area finally decreased, while transactions of other types began to increase. Rock sugar, 500 g, traded food, 1000 g. Note, a whole bottle of unopened rock sugar has a shelf life of 2 years. Friends who like to eat candy, please take a look. Banana 100 g traded for any material 5 pieces, 237 pieces remaining. Note, if you need more than 10 kilograms, please contact us privately for a discount. Iron block 20 trade, iron sword 1. Note, if anyone builds a blacksmith shop and helps me forge a long sword, the remaining iron ore will be my reward. Fish 500 g traded for rice 500 g. Note, I want to eat rice now. If you need fish, you can change it. Canned oranges 500 g traded for grade D purified water 500 ml. Note, price is negotiable. 1 kilogram of cactus can be traded for 500 g of any meat. Note, peeled cactus is delicious and is a rare green vegetable nowadays. After looking through it for a few minutes, I added what I had learned from the pure water transaction. Bai Xiaolin probably also knew what most people needed now. There are 3 types: food, weapons, and high-level supplies. Of course, high-level supplies also include high-level water, high-level food, and high-level weapons. With this conclusion, Bai Xiaolin also determined what else he needed to sell besides grade C water. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was already past 11 o'clock. After thinking about it, he left the trading area, stood up, and walked out of the room. After coming out of the room, Bai Xiaolin did not stay in the yard, but went straight into the kitchen to sell grade C purified water. However, if one wants to carry all the 1 ton of grade C water back to the room, it will probably take one person about 10 minutes. This is too troublesome. After staring at the water pipe for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and he thought of a way to get water without having to fetch it. Then he turned and walked out of the kitchen and returned to the room. Not long after, Bai Xiaolin came out of the room carrying a huge bucket of water. This large bucket was previously used to sell purified water and fish, but now it can be used to sell grade C water. Chapter 227. Large quantities of C-grade water are available. Then Bai Xiaolin moved some things in the kitchen. After making room for the large bucket, he moved it directly into the kitchen. As the water pipe interface was placed into the bucket, clear grade C pure water began to flow into the bucket rapidly. Looking at the rising water level in the bucket, Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction. This way, there is no need to carry water into the room. After all, it can be traded as long as it is stored in the building. Then Bai Xiaolin walked out of the kitchen with satisfaction. There is no need to worry about the water overflowing from the bucket when it is full. After all, the water storage capacity of this big bucket is exactly 1 ton. Standing in the yard while fetching water, Bai Xiaolin looked at the small vegetable patch beside the wall. In just over 10 days, the small bamboo seedling that had been planted had grown to more than 5 meters tall. There are also a few more small bamboos around. The three transplanted grapevines had grown to more than 1 meter in height and began to climb. Seeing this situation, Bai Xiaolin began to think. If they continue to grow, the two plants will definitely affect each other. After all, the vegetable garden is only 10 square meters. This made Bai Xiaolin decide to transplant all 3 grape trees to the bottom of the city wall in the afternoon and leave the bamboo in the vegetable garden. This way, neither will affect the other. After being transplanted, the grapevines have enough space under the city wall to climb and grow better. That's it. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin turned and looked at the kitchen. At this time, there was no sound of water in the kitchen, which meant that all the grade C water had been put into the bucket. Then Bai Xiaolin prepared to return to the room and start selling the 1,000 liters of grade C pure water. However, just as he reached the door of the room, a prompt sound rang in Bai Xiaolin's ears. Survival points plus 10. Hearing the prompt tone, Bai Xiaolin stopped in confusion, wondering where this survival point came from. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that among Eugene, Shui Ringoe, and others who went out, some of them had a conflict with foreign tribes? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin waited quietly. If a conflict really occurs, there will definitely be survival points gained. However, after waiting for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin did not hear the new survival point prompt sound. This calmed Bai Xiaolin down. It seems that there was no conflict, but someone just hunted a wild beast while traveling. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it, went straight back to the room, and prepared to sell grade C water. After sitting down next to the cornerstone, Bai Xiaolin began to think about what to trade for this C-grade water. After all, this is 1,000 liters of grade C water, and you can't use it all to exchange for cards. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Apart from the character cards, you can use all the remaining C-grade water to trade for energy crystals. After all, energy crystals will be needed in many places in my future development. I believe that as long as the price you offer is high enough, there will definitely be someone willing to exchange luck points for energy crystals and then trade with me. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the transaction information. C-grade purified water 2L trading character card 1. 100 copies remaining. C-grade purified water 10L trading copy card / resource card 1. 20 copies remaining. C-grade purified water 5L traded for energy crystal 1. 20 remaining. Not long after, 3 transaction messages from Bai Xiaolin appeared on the human transaction channel. The price of character cards is still 2 liters per card, while the price of copy cards and resource cards has been increased to 10 liters per card. Bai Xiaolin decided on this price after careful consideration, because Bai Xiaolin's need for resource cards and copy cards is not very urgent now. After all, he has already saved some, so the price of both. Bai Xiaolin did not offer 10 or 20 times the price of the character card as he did with the luck exchange. Instead, it is only increased to 5 times that of the character card, and the number of transactions is only 20. Although the chance of trading for a duplicate card is small. However, I believe some common resource cards can still be traded. In addition to these 2 transactions, Bai Xiaolin only put on the shelves 20 energy crystals priced at 5 liters of C-grade water. The reason is that each energy crystal requires 20 points of luck to exchange. Among this group of humans, there are not many who have this amount of luck value. Even if too many are put on the shelves, they may not be able to be traded. So putting 20 copies on the shelves is just the right amount, neither more nor less. These 3 transactions used exactly 500 liters of grade C purified water. As for the remaining 500 liters, Bai Xiaolin planned to put them all on the shelves in the 10,000 races trading area later to exchange for energy crystals. I believe that with the strength and number of all races, there are still many creatures that can produce 20 points of luck value. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 3 transaction information that had just been posted. In just less than 2 minutes, more than 10 transactions for the first character card were completed, and the number of messages below was refreshed to thousands. Holy crap! Is this YC12133 so powerful? It can actually produce 500 liters of C-grade purified water at once. As soon as I saw the number, I knew it was another YC district boss. Since this morning, there have been YC district bosses showing off their D-rank weapons in the chat channel. I saw it too. It pissed me off. This YC12133 must be the biggest boss in the YC district. The legendary son of God. Oh Shun. This is the god of Europe. Let me come and get some of his energy. Just now I thought everyone in the YC area was just bragging, but now that I see these 500 liters of grade C water, I completely believe it. I used a force resource card to exchange for 10 liters of C-grade water. Drinking it will increase my agility by 1 point. Shit, increasing the agility attribute by 1 point is equivalent to increasing the speed by 1/10. I'm so jealous. I also want to improve my strength, but I can't bear to give up the iron or resource card. Does anyone know what an energy crystal is? It's worth 0.5 attribute points, and only 2 of them can increase agility by 1 point. I know this. It's on the luck exchange page. One requires 20 luck points. 20 points. Holy crap. I can't redeem this for now. Just as Bai Xiaolin was checking the message, in a valley dozens of kilometers to the south, Long Fu Gui holding a saltpeter resource card. At this moment, I was looking at the transaction information in front of me, wondering whether to trade the C-grade water of 12,133. After struggling for 2 minutes, Long Fu Gui turned his head and looked outside the room. After the exchange, there were already more than a dozen of his men. Chapter 228, The Coveted Alien Race. Finally, I gritted my teeth and chose to exchange. Just a resource card. With the number of subordinates I have now, and my luck, I believe I will be able to collect new ones soon. With these 10 liters of C-grade water, his agility can be increased again to 13 points. At the same time, in a third-level farmyard a few hundred kilometers away, a burly young man couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 20 liters of sea-level water being traded in front of him. After staring at the bucket for a few seconds, Wu Su muttered to himself, "Even though it still hurts to consume 5 character cards and 1 resource card at a time. However, with these 20 liters of C-grade water, my agility can break through 20 points and successfully reach D-grade." The reason why I was willing to spend 5 character cards to exchange for 10 liters of C-grade purified water. This is because the number of Wu Su's subordinates had already reached more than 30 people last night. In addition, on the luck page, Wu Su still has more than 20 points of luck value that have not been redeemed. With these more than 20 points of luck, as long as Wu Su is willing, he can exchange for 20 more subordinates at any time. So for Wu Su, the actual value of the 5 character cards is not that great. It would be better to exchange them for some sea-level water to improve your attributes. After putting 2 buckets of grade C purified water in place, Wu Su turned and walked out of the room, then climbed up the arrow tower in the yard and looked around. There was a huge wall surrounding the courtyard, and the enclosed area was nearly 10 acres. And inside the wall, there were more than 30 of Wu Su's men. At this time, I am busy picking some bananas that are about to ripen. That's right, it's picking bananas. This wild banana forest of nearly 10 acres is the foundation of Wu Su's fortune. Because when Wu Su first came to this world, he appeared directly in the banana grove. So when others were worried about food, Wu Su was not worried about this problem at all. He even looked for opportunities to sell his extra bananas in exchange for various supplies and materials. He quickly developed his residence until it reached its current size. After smiling and nodding, Wu Su picked up a large loudspeaker tied to the arrow tower and shouted to his many busy men. "Now we can bring back the bananas we picked and prepare lunch." Bai Xiaolin sighed, looking at the constantly changing transaction information and the ever-increasing messages. He smiled and left the human trading area. At the current transaction speed, by the evening, almost all 3 transactions will be completed. After exiting the human trading area, Bai Xiaolin did not stop and quickly clicked on the 10,000 races trading area. At this time, the 10,000 races trading area was more lively than what he had seen before. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the transaction information again. C-grade purified water, 4.5 L for 1 energy crystal. 111 remaining. Note, quantity is limited, so hurry up and you'll be gone. In the Wanzhou trading area, Bai Xiaolin put 4.5 liters of C-grade water on the shelf and traded it for an energy crystal. Although this price seems to be 500 milliliters lower than the price in the human trading area, if you calculate it specifically, it is still more cost-effective than directly exchanging it for sea-level water. So Bai Xiaolin was not worried about not being able to make the deal. And what's more important is that although the price only changed by 500 milliliters this time, Bai Xiaolin can get 11 more energy crystals in return. As this transaction was put on the shelves, the 10,000 races trading area began to boil. "Let me, Tiger Demon, see who possesses so much C-grade water. It turns out to be a weak human. I will kill him. The weak don't deserve such good things." Since this human is willing to sell C-grade water, He must have more hidden away, perhaps even B-grade. Humans. Humans are delicious. We just destroyed a human base this morning, and I didn't expect another human to show up here. Let me see this Terran's number. If he's in the same area as me, I guarantee he won't survive tomorrow. This poor little human. His elders must not have taught him the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Little human, if you offer me 100 liters of C-grade water, from today on, I, Hu Chi, will protect you. No one will dare to touch you while I'm here. You're so arrogant. This human's head, including all his resources, is destined for the annihilation of my jackal tribe. Who do you think you are, the jackal tribe? How dare you speak in front of my tiger tribe? Be careful. I will destroy you too. Come on. Who's afraid of who? It's not like I haven't eaten tiger meat before. Presumptuous. Different from the peaceful atmosphere in the human trading area, every message under this transaction was filled with murderous intent. It seemed as if every alien race was ready to attack Bai Xiaolin at any time. But seeing this, Bai Xiaolin just smiled and was not worried at all. After all, according to my previous inference, these alien races are most likely novices like me. In addition, even if some of them are not novices, Bai Xiaolin believed that with his current strength, even if these third-level alien forces really attacked, it would not be difficult for him to deal with them. Then Bai Xiaolin took another look at the transaction information, and this time he laughed out loud again. C-grade purified water, 4.5 L, trading energy crystal 1. 97 remaining. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen transactions were completed. It seems that although these aliens curse fiercely with their mouths, they're still very honest with their bodies. But this is understandable. After all, no one would object to improving their strength. After all, only when your strength is improved can you defeat powerful enemies and obtain more supplies and luck points. This can be considered a kind of mutual complementation. At the same time, in an underground cave covering hundreds of square meters, a group of short dog-headed men were grilling the prey they had just hunted around a fire. From time to time, they would fight and bite each other to grab pieces of meat that fell on the ground. However, unlike the noise outside, it was very quiet deep in the cave. I saw a burly dog-headed man who was obviously much taller than the other dog-headed man. He was sitting quietly in front of Cornerstone, looking at the Cornerstone page that lit up in front of him. What was displayed on the page was the transaction information that Bai Xiaolin had just released. Looking at the messages that kept refreshing under the transaction, a sarcastic and cruel smile appeared on the dog-headed man's face. You guys can stop arguing as much as you want. By the time you realize it, I'll have already raised this human base. The burly kobold stood up and walked toward the other kobolds. When I saw the burly dog-headed man come out, the other gnolls who were arguing around the fire just now all fell to the ground in an instant. Chapter 229, YC1, 3746. However, the burly dog-headed man did not pay any attention to these short dog-headed men. After all, they were all his slaves. He kicked away several short dog-headed men who were blocking the way. The burly dog-headed man walked straight to the fire, reached out, tore off a deer leg that was still dripping with blood, and began to bite it. After eating a few greedy mouthfuls, the burly dog-headed man turned around and glanced at the other dog-headed men lying down. After you finish eating, everyone, get out and search the surroundings for possible human bases. When the dwarf dog-headed people heard this, they scrambled to their feet and rushed towards the remaining meat on the fire. After some looting, many short dog-headed men with blood still on their mouths quickly disappeared at the cave entrance, holding broken iron tools and wooden sticks. The burly dog-headed man sat by the fire and began to tear apart the remaining deer leg in his hand. Deep in the cave behind it, a number is clearly displayed on the foundation stone. YC1 3746. After exiting the 10,000 races trading area, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the room. In the yard, Han Xiu and others who had returned from outside were busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. When he saw Bai Xiaolin coming out, Han Xiu quickly stopped what he was doing. My lord, looking at the few people, Bai Xiaolin asked, how's the cleanup going outside the city walls? When we came back from outside, we had already cleared out nearly 500 square meters, and General Li and his men are still cleaning up. Hearing Han Xiu's answer, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Although an area of 500 square meters is enough to build a level 5 blacksmith shop, it's better to clear out more. After all, other buildings will be built later, and they will be useful then. At this time, Bai Xiaolin remembered what he saw in the silkworm house in the morning. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Chun Yangshui in the kitchen again. By the way, Yangshui, I saw in the silkworm house this morning that some silkworms have begun to molt. You should have a better idea of how long it will take for them to spin cocoons, given the current situation. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Chen Yangshui put down the wooden basin in his hand and answered quickly without thinking too much. My lord, this is the 4th time the silkworms have shed their skin. In the next 2 days at most, these 10 or so silkworms will begin to spin silk and make cocoons. It seems that these silkworms grow faster than I thought. In this way, I believe it won't take long before the silkworms can reproduce in large numbers. By then, maybe I can make my own cotton-padded clothes and silk at the same time. I just don't know what the effect of silk strengthening will be. It will be perfect if it can improve defense. Wear it with a cotton coat and add a layer of armor on the outside, and it is simply invincible. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Okay, I get it. You guys keep busy. Then he nodded to Han Xiu and the others again, turned around and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. After coming out of the courtyard, Bai Xiaolin did not stay outside, but walked straight to greenhouse number 2, ready to see how the crops grown by Nong Sang and his team were going in greenhouse number 2. However, when Bai Xiaolin pushed open the greenhouse door, he found that there was no one in greenhouse number 2. The land that had been harvested in the morning was now fully planted. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but praise Nong Sang and others for their work speed in his heart. Since Nong Sang and others had finished planting and left, Bai Xiaolin didn't plan to go in and take a look. Instead, he was going to go and see how Song, Yi, and others were doing with their soil loosening work. But just as Bai Xiaolin turned around and was about to close the greenhouse door and leave, suddenly, I noticed that next to each small piece of grade A land in the greenhouse, there was a small standing wooden board. What's this? With doubts, Bai Xiaolin walked into the greenhouse and squatted in front of the nearest wooden board to check. The words Grade B watermelon were clearly written on the wooden board. Then Bai Xiaolin stood up and looked at the other wooden boards. Grade B wheat, Grade A rice, common wheat. At this time, Bai Xiaolin also understood that these small wooden boards recorded the names of the crops in each piece of land. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin's face showed an expression of appreciation again. I didn't expect Nong Sang and others to be so thoughtful. With these signs here, everyone can know what is planted in the field at a glance. In this way, when Han Xiu and others come to loosen the soil and water the crops, they could determine the number of times each piece of land should be watered and the amount of water to be watered each time based on the name of each crop. It will not happen that some land is watered too much or too little. Then Bai Xiaolin walked around the greenhouse again, looked at all the signs, and confirmed the quantity of each crop planted. There is a total of 110 square meters of A-grade land, in addition to the A-grade watermelons and A-grade potatoes planted yesterday. In the remaining 90 square meters, 9 kinds of crops, including A-grade rice, B-grade watermelon, B-grade potato, B-grade wheat, B-grade cotton, D-grade soybean, D-grade sweet potato, D-grade corn, and ordinary wheat, were planted in 10 square meters each. After reading it, Bai Xiaolin nodded again. Of these 9 crops, the first 3 can now be grown on a large scale. As for the remaining 6 crops, I believe that after this round of planting, there will be enough seeds for large-scale planting. In this way, you don't have to reproduce the seeds yourself. The vacant A-grade land can be used to grow several types of A-grade and B-grade foods in the future. At the current rate at which crops mature on Grade A land, it means that I can harvest hundreds of kilograms of Grade A and Grade B food every 2 days. Several hundred kilograms of food every 2 days are enough to support him in summoning another group of men. Of course, the summon is not now, but 2 days later when this batch of crops is ripe. If you think about it, 2 days later is the time for my first war competition. Everything is just right. After coming out of greenhouse number 2, Bai Xiaolin walked towards the planting area. As a result, as soon as we arrived at the new wall area, we saw Nong Sang, Li Ergu, and others carrying materials back and forth from outside the wall. Seeing Bai Xiaolin appear, Li Ergu instantly broke away from the crowd and excitedly ran towards Bai Xiaolin carrying a few pieces of wood. Seeing Li Ergu rushing towards him, Bai Xiaolin quickly moved to the side to prevent Li Ergu from bumping into him. At the same time, he raised his hand and signaled Li Ergu to stop. Stop! After stopping half a meter away from Bai Xiaolin, Li Ergu put down the wood in his hand and was about to speak. Before he could even open his mouth, Bai Xiaolin kicked him in the butt, and then he heard Bai Xiaolin say, "Why are you in such a hurry? What if you bump into someone?" Chapter 230, The Discovery of Shui, Rengui, and Others. Just as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he saw Li Ergu pick up the wood and turn around in a circle. Don't worry, my lord. I know my limits and will definitely not hit anyone. Looking at the arrogant Li Ergu, Bai Xiaolin rolled his eyes, then glared at Li Ergu and asked, Stop bragging. How much of the land have you cleared? Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Li Ergu finally remembered what he had hurried over to say. My lord, we've cleared over 700 square meters in total. We've also replanted the several small trees that Nong Sang brought back near the moat. After Li Ergu finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Nong Sang, who was walking over with thatch on his back. Seeing Nong Sang nod, Bai Xiaolin looked at Li Ergu again. Good job. Hurry up and finish moving the materials so we can go back and eat. Yes. Li Ergu, who was praised, excitedly picked up the wood again and ran quickly towards the warehouse. Looking at Li Ergu's back, Bai Xiaolin shook his head and then walked towards the planting area again. After a walk around the 6 new greenhouses, Bai Xiaolin discovered that under Song Yi's leadership, the soil in the 6 greenhouses had almost been loosened. The efficiency of this work is much faster than the last time Li Ergu led people to loosen the soil. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood. It should be because Song Yi's special ability has improved, so everyone's work efficiency has also improved. Then Bai Xiaolin thought of Zhang Liang's first ability, which was also to improve work efficiency. If 2 people work together, wouldn't everyone's work efficiency be faster? Think of this. Bai Xiaolin decided that from today on, all matters concerning the production team would be handed over to Song Yi and Zhang Liang. This will not only maximize the capabilities of the 2 people and improve the work efficiency of all personnel, but also fully utilize their administrative talents and accelerate the construction and development of the base. As for myself, I can just be a hands-off boss. Then, after nodding to Song Yi and the others, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked out of the greenhouse. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin went to the city wall again and began to observe with a telescope. Almost 3 hours have passed since morning. I wonder how Eugene and others are doing in their investigation. Just as Bai Xiaolin was observing, it is about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the base in the north, which is about 3 kilometers away from the vine cage. On a big tree, Shui and Gui and 3 others were resting. After simply eating the food and water I brought and replenishing my energy, Eugene took out the simple map he had drawn in his arms and saw that there were 3 small dots marked on the map. Shui and Gui and his companion spent 3 hours to find out the specific locations of these 3 small spots, including the alien races existing inside. According to Shui and Gui's memory, the location of the 4th alien race should be not far from his current location. After staring at the map for a few seconds, Shui and Gui suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Sulong and the other 2 on the surrounding tree branches immediately picked up their weapons and became alert. After carefully putting the map in my arms, Shui also pulled out the Fong Tianhua Ji that was stuck in the tree trunk and looked deeper into the jungle. Listening to the strange sounds coming faintly from the depths of the jungle, Shui turned to look at Lin Sulong and the other 2, nodded, and whispered a word. Walk. After saying that, he jumped down from the tree and ran towards the direction where the sound came from. Behind Shui and Gui, Lin Sulong and the other 2, who had slid down from the tree by grabbing the vines, also quickly followed with their weapons raised. At the same time, a few hundred meters away from the group, several dog-headed men holding rusty weapons were walking carelessly in the woods. Just then, a dog-headed man's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran forward a few steps, grabbed a spider lying in the grass, and stuffed it into his mouth. As black juice flowed from the corner of its mouth, the dog-headed man showed a satisfied expression on his face. When the other dog-headed men saw this scene, they all showed annoyed expressions. Then he bared his teeth and yelled at the dog-headed man who had eaten the spider. Ouch! Ouch! It seems like he is blaming the other person for eating alone, and it also seems like he is regretting why he didn't see it first. If I had seen it first, the delicious food would be in my stomach now. After calling a few times, I saw that the other party was ignoring me. Several dog-headed men lowered their heads and began to search around, hoping that they could also find a delicious one. At this moment, a dog-headed man who was looking for delicious food suddenly looked up at a big tree not far away. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on the little dog's face. After sniffing a few times, the confusion on the dog-headed man's face instantly turned into a ferocious and cruel expression. Oh, the smell of an alien race. Then he rushed towards the tree while shouting and holding the rusty, broken knife in his hand. When they heard the dog-headed man's cry, the other dog-headed men looked up at the same time. A few seconds later, smelling the unfamiliar scent in the air, several dog-headed men excitedly waved their weapons and rushed towards the big tree. Behind the big tree, Xuerengui and his companions, who had not yet stopped, saw this scene and showed a helpless expression on their faces. Damn it, I was so careless. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of dog noses. The previous 3 locations were not discovered from beginning to end, but unexpectedly this time, they were discovered just as they were approaching. In this case, the Lord's previous instruction of only investigating and not taking action will not be completed. After all, they had been discovered. If we turn around and leave now, it would be bad if these gnolls follow the trail and track us back to the base. You have to know that these aliens all have dog noses, and a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers is not safe. Thinking of this, Xuerengui turned around and said to Lin Sulong and the other 2 who were waiting for instructions, "Just leave one alive." Yes. After hearing the order, Lin Sulong and the other 2 raised their weapons and rushed out from behind a tree. Xuerengui jumped directly onto a tree several dozen meters high and began to observe the surroundings. Look for other kobolds that may be present or for a kobold base hidden nearby. As for the battle below, Xuerengui was not worried. After all, with the strength of Lin Sulong and the other 2, it was easy for them to take care of a few gnolls that were less than D-level. Under the tree, several dog-headed men shouted at the same time when they saw Lin Sulong and the other 2 rushing out. "A woo human!" The next second, Lin Sulong and the other 2 looked at each other in astonishment. Several dog-headed men turned around at the same time and rushed into the jungle behind them. While running, these dog-headed men did not forget to turn their heads and look at their companions around them, fearing that they would run faster than themselves. Chapter 231, Quick Decision. I'll go back and report. You stay and watch these humans. Don't let them get away. Why should you go back? I should be the one reporting back. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Stop arguing. I'm the strongest. I'm going back. Get lost. As long as I get the master's reward, I will be the strongest. At this moment, none of the dog-headed men were thinking about fighting, but they all think about it. As long as I am the first one to go back and report the discovery of the human race to the master, I will definitely be rewarded. Lin Sulong and the other 2 on the opposite side just rushed out ready for a big battle, but in the end they only saw the back of the dog-headed man. This scene left several people a little confused. At the same time, I couldn't help but think in my heart, could it be that they were too powerful and scared away these short dog-headed monsters? But after a few seconds, the 3 of them reacted. No matter what the reason is, we cannot let these dog-headed monsters escape today. After all, we don't know the specific strength of the dog-headed monster base yet. In this case, if these dog-headed monsters are allowed to escape, it would be bad if they attract other, stronger dog-headed monsters. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and quickly chased after the dog-headed monsters with their weapons. Then, in less than 2 minutes, the 3 of them successfully surrounded several gnolls in a circle. Fortunately, they're all stronger than the gnolls, and they all broke through to D-level with their agility attributes. That's why the ogre didn't succeed in leaving. When they found themselves surrounded, several gnolls stopped instantly. Then they stopped running away and instead roared with red eyes and rushed towards the 3 people in different directions. Seeing this, Lin Sulong excitedly waved the black spear in his hand. 3 for 1, quick fight and quick decision. As he spoke, he thrust the spear in his hand towards the nearest dog-headed man. In just a moment, the dog-headed man wielding the wooden stick was stabbed through the heart, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In his wide-open eyes, one could see only a hint of disbelief. Why is the strength of this human race completely different from the human race he had encountered before? You have to know that in the previous world, humans were just the lowest class of creatures or food. How could they have such strong power? But at this moment, Lin Sulong had no time to care about the dog-headed man's dying thoughts. After a successful strike, there was no pause. The spear was pulled out directly from the dog-headed man's neck and chopped towards the second dog-headed man again. The moment the first kobold died, Bai Xiaolin, who was observing from the arrow tower, suddenly heard a prompt sound in his ears again. Survival points +10. Hearing the prompt tone, Bai Xiaolin nodded. But he didn't pay too much attention to it, just thinking that it was Eugene and his men who killed a wild beast on the way. After all, this reminder sound has sounded several times since this morning. In particular, There are 2 increases of 30 survival points. So Bai Xiaolin thought that someone was itching to hunt a wild beast again. But not long after, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Because in Bai Xiaolin's ears, multiple reminder sounds of increased survival points rang out one after another. This was completely different from the previous times. It wasn't as simple as just hunting 1 or 2 wild animals. It should be that the group encountered a herd of beasts or had a conflict with alien races during reconnaissance. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin took the telescope and observed more carefully, hoping to see what exactly happened. What a pity. Just like before, I saw nothing. Deep in the jungle, while Lin Sulong was hunting the dog-headed man, Chen Yangshan, who was waving his sword excitedly, was unwilling to fall behind. Faced with the attack from 3 gnolls, Chen Yangshan chose to ignore the 2 short gnolls that were approaching him. He swung his sword directly and chopped at the last and most powerful-looking ogre. Die! As the black knife flashed, a head drew a perfect arc in the air and fell into the grass not far away. This dog-headed man never understood until his death why he was the first to be killed, even though he was standing at the end. After killing the strongest-looking ogre, Chen Yangshan looked down. I saw the 2 dog-headed men approaching, waving the broken knives in their hands and slashing at themselves continuously. Seeing this scene, Chen Yangshan couldn't help but lower his voice. Then, in the astonished and dazed eyes of the 2 dog-headed men, Chen Yangshan swung his knife again and took the 2 dog-headed men away directly. The broken knife in his hand was also easily chopped into 2 pieces. Looking at the fallen body of the dog-headed man, Chen Yangshan raised his hand and gently touched the armor on his body. The reason why he dared to withstand the attack of the 2 gnolls just now was because Chen Yangshan believed in the protective ability of the armor on his body. After all, this is the sea-level armor rewarded by the Lord. Even if the rusty, broken sword of the dog-headed man cuts it 100 times, it will not leave a trace on it. At the same time, not far away from the 2 of them, with the sound of a crossbow arrow breaking through the air, the last ogre on the battlefield was gone. The crossbow arrow shot by Ge Fengyu pierced through his shoulder and flew backwards, nailing onto a tree trunk not far away. After confirming that the other dog-headed men were all dead, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put away his weapon and walked to the last dog-headed man nailed to the tree trunk. "Oh, woo! Mercy, let me go!" The dog-headed man Go Bao, who was nailed to the tree, looked at the broken bodies of his companions on the ground. Coupled with the constant pain in his shoulders, he no longer had the bloodthirsty look he had just had. He just looked at the few people and kept begging for mercy, hoping that these powerful humans would let him go. But what made Go Bao despair was that these humans seemed to listen to different words from what he said. In front of the big tree, looking at the dog-headed monster nailed to the tree and howling, Lin Sulong raised a spear and hit it. Quiet. If General Shui hadn't asked him to keep one, this dog-headed monster would have died long ago. Following Lin Sulong's scolding, the dog-headed monster seemed to be frightened and instantly became quiet. After nodding with satisfaction, the 3 of them stared at the dog-headed monster and studied it, wanting to see how else the dog-headed monster was different from humans besides its head. The dog couldn't help but grit his teeth in pain. Looking at the way the 3 humans in front of him were looking at him, he thought they were going to eat him. I was so scared that I started shaking. Then, within a few seconds, a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from under Go Bao's torn clothes. Seeing this scene and smelling the strange smell in the air, Lin Sulong and the other 2 instantly retreated. Chapter 232 Dog Treasure. After getting away from the dog-headed man on the tree trunk, the 3 of them looked at each other and turned to look at the big tree dozens of meters away. On a tall tree trunk, Shuerege observed for a few minutes, but found nothing except a few wild animals passing by occasionally. However, in Shuerengue's view, not finding anything is actually equivalent to a discovery. That means we know that the dog-headed monster's base is not nearby, but somewhere farther away. This brings up a new question. Since the base is farther away, why do these dog-headed monsters appear here? Thinking of this, Shuerengue began to think. With the strength of the dog-headed monster, it is definitely not for no reason that he dared to come to a place so far away from the base. There must be other important reasons. After all, there isn't a single D-level dog-headed monster among these monsters. If they encounter a strong beast deep in the forest, they might be wiped out. It would be a lie to say that there was no important reason for someone to risk his life. After staring at the corpses of several dog-headed men for a few seconds, Shuerengue thought of a possibility. Could it be that the purpose of this group of dog-headed monsters is actually the same as that of themselves, and they're also out looking for other alien races? Thinking of this, Xuerengui's eyes became serious. The base must be very powerful to dare to come out and search for aliens of other races at this time. After all, finding the base of other races means a life-and-death struggle. If a weak base comes out to look for other races, it will be courting death, fearing that it will not be able to gain power for a long time. This also explains it. The dog-headed monster's base is not as weak as it appears now. There must be a stronger force hidden behind it. In this case, you must find the opponent's base before the dog-headed monster. Only by finding out the specific strength of the other party, first can we take the initiative. Thinking of this, Xuerengui jumped down from the tree and walked towards the location of Lin Sulong and others. When he saw Xuerengui coming, Lin Sulong pointed to the dog-headed man nailed to the tree and asked, "General Xue, what should we do with this dog-headed monster?" After staring at the dog-headed man for a few seconds, Xuerengui turned to look at Lin Sulong and the other two. "Let him go. Release." After hearing Xuerengui's words, Lin Sulong and the other two showed puzzled expressions at the same time. "If I let it go, then it would be a waste of killing. After all, if only one of these things goes back, our whereabouts will be exposed." But after a few seconds, Chen Yanshan understood and looked at Xuerengui and asked, "General Xue wants to use this dog-headed monster to find the lair of other dog-headed monsters." Xuerengui nodded. "Yes. We had asked a few people to leave, one person alive, just in case, and now he can be used. The released gnolls will definitely flee towards the base as soon as possible. In this way, he and others can find the base of these dog-headed monsters in the shortest time and find out their specific strength." Lin Sulong understood what was going on, nodded, and walked forward to pull out the crossbow arrow stuck in the dog-headed man's shoulder. As the crossbow arrow was pulled out, Go Bao fell directly to the ground. This made Go Bao think that these humans wanted to kill him, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground and screamed, "Don't kill me. I can be your slave." After lying on the ground and waiting for 2 minutes, Go Bao found that he was not dead. Then he raised his head and looked forward cautiously. Upon seeing this, Go Bao was stunned where he stood. He saw that he and the bodies of his companions were the only ones left around. The few humans who were there just now had all disappeared. Is it because I stink so much that these people don't want to kill me? Thinking of this, Go Bao jumped up from the ground excitedly, and then the wound on his shoulder was pulled, and Go Bao twitched in pain instantly. A few seconds later, after recovering, Go Bao covered his wound and walked around his companion's body. And from time to time, he would stretch out his legs and kick the other corpses with a look of pride on his face. Especially when he came to the captain's severed head, Go Bao first spat a mouthful of bloody saliva on his face, and then kicked him away. "I'll let you bully me whenever you want. Now die." On a big tree not far away, Xuerengui and his companions couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. In order to allow the dog-headed monster to escape without worry, several people chose to hide themselves and create the illusion of leaving. But I didn't expect it. When the dog-headed monster saw them leaving, he didn't even think of going back to report immediately, but instead started playing on his own. This gave him a headache. What if the dog-headed monster stayed here for a few hours? Wouldn't they have to accompany it? After staring at the dog-headed monster for a few minutes, Qin Yangshan couldn't help but whisper, "Do you want me to go out and scare it? I believe that if it sees that we are not far away, this little thing will definitely run away as fast as possible." After hearing what Qin Yangshan said, Lin Sulong and the others' eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Then the three of them looked at Xuerengui at the same time and saw Xuerengui frowning and saying, "Wait a few more minutes to prevent this little thing from testing whether we have really left." Yes, but this time Xuerengui was completely overthinking it. With Go Bao's intelligence, he didn't consider at all whether the humans who had just left were really leaving or just pretending to leave. At this time, Go Bao only knew that all the other dog-headed men were dead, but he had successfully survived. In this way, no one can compete with you for the credit of discovering the human race. A few minutes later, just when Xuerengui was about to lose his patience, Go Bao, who had counted the corpses of other dog-headed men one by one, stopped with satisfaction. "These guys have bullied me in some way in the past, and today I finally got my revenge." Just as Go Bao was about to leave and report back to his master, he suddenly saw a complete iron knife in the grass. This made Go Bao's eyes light up. He quickly threw away the wooden stick in his hand, ran to the grass, and picked up the iron knife. The ogre captain holding the iron knife was beheaded by Chun Yangshan with one blow before he could even make a move, and his iron knife weapon was naturally preserved intact. After picking up the iron knife, Go Bao couldn't help but wave it twice. This was a reward given to the captain by the master. I couldn't touch it before, but I didn't expect it to become my own now. By the way, the master gave us not only weapons, but also clothes as rewards. Thinking of this, Go Bao's eyes rolled. After confirming that there were no living creatures around, Go Bao threw down the iron knife, stripped off the captain's body of the better clothes, and put them on himself again. As for the remaining bloody smell on it, Go Bao didn't care at all. After all, this smell is not as strong as the captain's stench. Chapter 233. Go Sheng's Thoughts. After changing clothes, Go Bao picked up the iron knife and walked towards the base with satisfaction, singing something as he walked. Awoo, awoo, awoo. We ordinary people are so happy today. At this time, be careful of Shui Rengui and the others following behind, even though they don't understand what Go Bao is singing. However, a few of them also showed happy expressions on their faces. Because as long as you follow the dog-headed monster in front, you can quickly find the location of the dog-headed monster's base. On the way back, after walking for a while, Go Bao lost his initial happiness. Instead, he became cautious, looking 2 steps ahead before taking one, for fear that a wild beast would suddenly appear nearby. After all, things are different now than when I came here. I am the only one left, and if I encounter a slightly stronger beast, I may become its food. However, what surprised Go Bao was that, not to mention any powerful wild beasts, he didn't even encounter a rabbit along the way. This made Go Bao couldn't help but think in his heart, is today my Go Bao's lucky day? Not only was he not killed by humans, he also got new weapons and clothes, and now even wild animals are avoiding him. Thinking of this, Go Bao couldn't help but quicken his pace. After wandering around in the woods for nearly an hour, Go Bao stopped in front of a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff is a secret cave covered by vines. Finally back, looking at the cave hidden under the cliff, Go Bao's face showed excitement. You will get the master's reward soon. Thinking of the reward, Go Bao quickened his pace and ran towards the cave. When Go Bao's figure disappeared in the cave, Shui Rengui and others appeared where Go Bao had just stood. It is worth noting that on a big tree 200 meters behind the few people, the corpses of several wild animals were hung on the branches. Looking at the cave in front of him, Shui Rengui frowned. I didn't expect that the dog-headed monster lived in an underground cave, which made it difficult to deal with. If it is on the ground, the approximate number of alien races can be basically determined by the number of buildings. But if it's underground, it's hard to judge. After all, from the outside, no one knows how big the underground cave is and how many alien races can be hidden there. After thinking for a few seconds, Shui Rengui turned to the other 3 and said, "Retreat first, find a place to hide, and then observe slowly." Yes, after the dog-headed monster escaped into the cave, it would definitely report the situation of itself and its companions to the dog-headed monster leader. According to previous speculation, the dog-headed monster leader is also looking for alien races around him. After learning about the news about them, he would definitely send a strong dog-headed monster or lead a team out to investigate himself. And this is the opportunity for them to understand the specific strength of the dog-headed monster base. When Shui Rengui and his companions were hiding in an underground cave, Go Bao, who had just entered the cave, was now lying in front of the base owner, Gosheng. Looking at the slave in front of him, who was covered in blood and shivering on the ground, Gosheng couldn't help but frown. "Tell me, what happened? Where are the others?" Hearing Gosheng's question, Go Bao raised his head cautiously and answered with anticipation. "Master, we discovered the human race. The captain and his men were all killed by them. I was the only one who escaped after a bloody battle." Human race. Gosheng's eyes lit up instantly, and then he squatted in front of Go Bao, staring into Go Bao's eyes, and asked again, "Have you discovered the human race? How strong are they?" "Master, those humans are very powerful. They killed the captain and his men with just a few of them." As soon as Go Bao finished speaking, Gosheng grabbed his clothes and lifted him up. "Since the human race is so powerful, how did you survive? Did you desert the battlefield?" Gosheng's words made Go Bao dumbfounded for a moment, and then he started shaking again. However, Gosheng just asked one question and threw Go Bao back to the ground without any intention of pursuing the matter. After all, Gobao brought back the good news for the human race. After throwing Gobao away, Goshen began to think. Each patrol team he sent out consisted of 9 people, especially the captain, whose strength was close to D level. Being able to defeat a patrol with such strength means that there are at least 1 or 2 D-level beings among the human race. At this time, Goshen only thought of one possibility for the human race who possessed D-level strength. That's 12,133. After all, the weak human race can only increase its strength to D level in such a short time if it has a large amount of C level or above food. Who else but 12133 could have such a large amount of food above grade C and was not far from his location? Thinking of this, Goshen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now that the location of 12133 has been found, as long as he can get rid of it, all his sea level water will be his. As for the other guys in the 10,000 races trading zone, once Lord Dog's strength increases, he will take care of them one by one. As for the specific strength of 12,133, Goshen is not worried. The fact that a slave as powerful as Go Bao could escape meant that even if 12133 had D-level strength, he wouldn't be too strong. After all, if you are strong, you won't let anyone escape. And with my current strength, I can easily solve this 12133. Think of this. Goshen's mood instantly became cheerful, and he picked up the remaining deer bones and threw them to Go Bao. Well done. This is a reward for you. Thank you, master. Hearing what Goshen said, Go Bao picked up the bone and started chewing it happily. At this time, Go Bao had no idea that the lie he had just told had caused such a big misunderstanding to Goshen. Goshen thought that the human base only had 1 or 2 D-level people. What Goshen didn't know was that the human race, whom he thought he could easily deal with, was now outside his cave. Looking at Go Bao, who was chewing a bone, Goshen began to think. After thinking about it, Goshen decided to wait until tomorrow morning and take people to solve the problem of 12,133 to avoid any more trouble. As for going now, Goshen had never thought about it at all. After all, there are less than 10 female gnolls left in the cave besides himself. Several other patrols, including the strongest hunting team, have not returned yet. If we only bring a few weak female dog-headed men to find a human base, it would be bad if we fail and get killed. Think of this. Goshen returned to the cornerstone, opened the trading channel of all races, and began to look for the next prey. At this time, Xueringue and his companions, who had already hidden outside the cave, had no idea what was happening inside the cave. Chapter 234, Gold-Eating Ants. If he knew, he would probably jump up and curse. I can only blame the thinking logic of these dog-headed monsters, which is completely different from mine. While Xueringue and his companions were waiting, the people at the base who had finished their lunch had already started to get busy again. Because Eugene and others did not come back at noon, the task of feeding the beasts fell on by Xiaolin again. As for everyone in the production team, some of them began to transplant several grape trees in the vegetable garden according to Bai Xiaolin's instructions, while the other part continued to fish in preparation for Bai Xiaolin to continue selling. After following Li Ergu and others to feed the little wolf, Bai Xiaolin brought a few people and pushed a cart to the outside of the city wall. After stopping next to the anthill, Bai Xiaolin took 2 buckets of grade B purified water from the cart. The first wave of little ants hatched yesterday. According to the bonus of the B-level anthill on the growth rate of the small ants are estimated to have grown up a lot. Only 1 bucket of grade B water is definitely not enough to drink. As Bai Xiaolin put the bucket on the ground, rustling sounds began to come from the anthill. Not long after, the queen ant's body crawled out of the anthill. Behind the queen ant, other big ants also came out one after another. When he saw the queen ant for the first time, Bai Xiaolin didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the queen ant's body had grown a little bigger. I just don't know how long it will take for the queen ant's strength to be upgraded to level D. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin stretched out his palm and touched the queen ant's black shell twice, while speaking softly. Today we have 2 buckets of grade B water. We can get all the little ants out. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, the queen ant nodded humanely. Not long after, a group of small ants, only half the size of the other ants, led by several big ants, appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Bai Xiaolin made a rough estimate and found that there were about 500 little ants, which was neither too many nor too few. Just as Bai Xiaolin was observing the small group of ants, he suddenly felt something hitting his leg. This made Bai Xiaolin subconsciously look down, and he saw the queen ant gently bumping into him. Seeing Bai Xiaolin lower his head, the queen ant slowly moved her body to the side. After the queen ant moved away, Bai Xiaolin discovered that there were more than a dozen small ants hiding behind the queen ant. When Bai Xiaolin saw the appearance of these dozen little ants, his eyes lit up because these little ants were completely different from other ants. The dark red shell, under the sunlight, looks like it is forged from metal, reflecting a cold metallic luster. Especially when the upper jaws collided, even a slight metal collision sound could be heard. This reminded Bai Xiaolin of the special effect of a Class B anthill, which had a certain chance of hatching a special type of ant. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin carefully picked up a small ant and observed it in front of his eyes. Not long after, a line of prompts appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Gold-eating ants. The gold-eating ants' special body structure allows them to easily swallow and digest various metal minerals and enhance their strength by absorbing the special energy in the minerals. When Bai Xiaolin saw the little ant's introduction, a happy expression appeared on his face. It really is a special ant. This instantly gave Bai Xiaolin an idea in his mind. That is, he could train the gold-eating ants to become the vanguard of his own ant army. With its powerful ability to devour metal, it is believed that it can easily tear off the fur and shells of other beasts, or even the armor and weapons of the enemy. In this way, the combat capability of the ant army can be directly increased several times. After all, the biting ability of ordinary ants cannot destroy metal armor. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but nodded, then turned around and said to Li Ergu and the others, "Ergu, go and bring some iron and copper blocks over here. First, use ordinary iron and copper blocks to grind the teeth of these little gold-eating ants. I believe that if they are trained from a young age, their ability to swallow metal will become stronger when they grow up." After Li Ergu and others brought the iron block, Bai Xiaolin carefully placed the gold-eating ant on it. After the little gold-eating ant was placed on the iron block, it first stretched out its tentacles to sense it, and then lay directly on it and started to eat it. Not long after, a small gap appeared on the iron block. Seeing the iron block as fragile as tofu in the mouth of the gold-eating ant, Bai Xiaolin, Li Ergu, and others couldn't help but marvel at it. It's worthy of being called a special ant. After observing for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin turned around and touched the queen ant beside him again. "Well done." The queen ant, who was praised, stretched out her tentacles and touched Bai Xiaolin, then crawled to the bucket with satisfaction and started drinking water. Only when your strength is improved can you hatch more ants. After the queen ant finishes drinking the gray bee water, she disappears back into the anthill with hundreds of well-fed and well-drinking little ants. Bai Xiaolin stood up and continued walking forward with Li Ergu and others. When they arrived at the south side of the city wall, the wolves and several iron-eating beasts that were resting a few dozen meters away all lit up their eyes. Then Xiao He quickly stood up and ran towards Bai Xiaolin excitedly. As for the few iron-eating beasts, he leaned against the tree trunk and turned over lazily, then opened his mouth and looked at Bai Xiaolin with hope. After dodging Xiao He's affectionate attack, Bai Xiaolin looked at the appearance of several iron-eating beasts and couldn't help laughing. In just a few days, these guys have become more and more lazy. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who told them to be cute? Carrying B-grade water and bamboo, I fed the big guys one by one. Bai Xiaolin, accompanied by the reluctant Li Ergu and others, pushed the remaining B-level water and walked towards the wolf pack. When the wolves started drinking water, Bai Xiaolin began to check them one by one. After checking them all, Bai Xiaolin found that except for 2 seriously injured gray wolves that were tightly bandaged and could not move for the time being, the other black wolves and gray wolves were all able to move freely. Based on this situation, Bai Xiaolin estimated that the wolf pack would be able to fully recover by around this time tomorrow. But in addition to the injuries, Bai Xiaolin also discovered a problem. That is, in the wolf pack, the number of gray wolves seems to have decreased, while the number of black wolves has increased. This made Bai Xiaolin think of a possibility. Could it be that a gray wolf was upgraded to level D and then directly evolved into a black wolf, which is why the number of gray wolves has decreased? To verify this idea, just wait and see tomorrow. Wait until the wolves finish drinking the gray bee water. After telling Xiao He not to run around, Bai Xiaolin and others pushed the cart back to the yard. After putting the cart and bucket away, Bai Xiaolin called Zhang Liang, Song Yi, and Nong Sang, who had also returned to his side. Chapter 235, a huge creature suddenly appeared. Then I watched as a few people started to arrange their afternoon activities. The main tasks of the production and transportation teams in the afternoon are to continue clearing the planting areas and planting crops. As for the specific division of labor, you can discuss and arrange it. After hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, Song Yi, Nong Sang, and others looked at each other and then spoke at the same time. Don't worry, my lord. Bai Xiaolan believes that with the combined efforts of several people, the work efficiency in the afternoon should be able to be further improved. After giving instructions to a few people, Bai Xiaolan turned around and went back to the room. After thinking about it, he took out the construction drawings of the 5th-level blacksmith shop. The 500 square meters of land required for the blacksmith shop has now been cleared and can be built directly. In addition, because it is a level 5 blacksmith shop, it has 10 large forging furnaces that can accommodate 50 blacksmiths forging at the same time. This is enough to forge Bai Xiaolan's demand for iron tools in the near future or even in the next few months. So for the level 5 blacksmith shop, Bai Xiaolan decided not to waste any more copies. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolan directly opened the map page and started building. Stone, 1,000, wood, 1,000, glass, 500, iron, 200, plastic, 100. Survival points plus 500. I listened to the prompt sound ringing in my ears, and the drawing in my hand disappeared. Bai Xiaolan nodded, then walked towards the door of the room, ready to go out and see what his blacksmith shop looked like. But just as I reached the door of the room, Bai Xiaolan heard a series of loud, rumbling sounds, and then the ground seemed to shake. Could it be an earthquake? Thinking of this situation, Bai Xiaolan's eyes instantly became serious. If it is really an earthquake, it will have a mild impact on the surrounding environment. If it is serious, it may even affect various buildings within the city walls. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan quickly opened the door and ran out. After looking around, Bai Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. There was no smoke or dust and no sound of buildings collapsing, which means that even if it was an earthquake, it was not too serious. But at this moment, Bai Xiaolan suddenly felt something was wrong, because after I came out, the rumbling sound not only did not stop, but seemed to be getting closer and closer to me. This reminded Bai Xiaolan of the first time he encountered the giant iron-eating beast and the vibration sound he heard in the distance. This made Bai Xiaolan think of a possibility. Could it be that it was not an earthquake, but a larger beast coming to attack? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan quickly ran towards the city wall. While running, the sounds of iron-eating beasts and wolves began to be heard one after another outside the city wall. Hearing the tension mixed in the cry, Bai Xiaolan became more certain of his guess that it was a huge beast. At the same time, a hint of worry arose in my heart. You have to know that the thousands of undead yesterday did not make the iron-eating beasts and the wolves nervous. But now they all feel nervous at the same time, which means that the creature approaching outside the city wall is at least A level. The most important thing is that the Pioneer team is not here now and the wolves have not recovered from their injuries yet. In other words, the only combat power he could use were a few iron-eating beasts. A single carelessness could result in the destruction of the city and the loss of life. After arriving at the city wall, Bai Xiaolan didn't think anymore and quickly looked in the direction where the sound came from. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaolan froze in place. I could only see it in the east direction, a few hundred meters away from Mirror Lake. A huge creature, almost as tall as the city wall and more than 10 meters long, is slowly approaching Mirror Lake. The source of the vibration sound is the creature's thick limbs, which are produced every time they step on the ground. Looking at the appearance of the creatures and the ripples produced by the vibrations on the Mirror Lake, Bai Xiaolan completely understood why there was such tension in the howling of the iron-eating beasts and the wolves. Because even a 3-meter-long iron-eating beast is just a larger doll in front of a creature of this size. And such a creature, let alone A level, even if it is just B level, it is not something that people like them can defeat. After all, humans are not on the same level as this creature. Just then, Song Yi, Li Ergu, and others, carrying weapons, came to the city wall one after another. Then, before anyone could say anything, they were all stunned by the creature before them. Looking at everyone standing there in a daze, Bai Xiaolan spoke quickly with a serious look in his eyes. Leave some people to move all the ballistae and catapults to the east wall, and everyone else will carry stones and crossbow arrows. Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, everyone reacted and quickly dropped their weapons and took action. Look at the busy crowd, and then look at the herd of animals under the city wall. Now, Bai Xiaolan only hopes that the catapults and crossbows can prevent the giant creature from approaching. As for close combat, Bai Xiaolan only took a second to dismiss the idea. With their sizes being totally mismatched, they and the wolves would be no match for each other if they rushed forward. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, Zhang Liang's figure suddenly appeared behind Bai Xiaolin. "My lord, there is something about the creatures outside that I need to report to you." "What is it?" Zhang Liang's words suddenly gave Bai Xiaolin a strange idea. "You know, this creature has never been seen by him and others before, but Zhang Liang now says that he knows about it." Thinking about what he had instructed Zhang Liang yesterday, Bai Xiaolin seemed to understand the identity of the giant creature. While Bai Xiaolin was thinking, he heard Zhang Liang continue speaking. "The aura emanating from that creature outside is one of the dozen or so auras that suddenly appeared yesterday. To be more precise, it's the aura of a creature 1 kilometer east of Mirror Lake." Zhang Liang's words almost made Bai Xiaolin unable to react, and he guessed that it might be a foreigner. However, he didn't expect that this huge creature was actually the alien race that was 1 kilometer away from Jinghu Lake and that he had already regarded as his prey. That's not right. Given the size of this creature, there's no way it could possibly hide under that small hill. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin subconsciously raised the telescope and looked towards the location of the small hill. Seeing this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned again. The small hill and the several undead surrounding it had all disappeared, replaced by a deep pit with a diameter of about 5 meters. And at the bottom of the deep pit was a pile of scattered bones. After his eyes moved back and forth between the deep pit and the huge creature for a few times, Bai Xiaolin finally reacted. What I saw before was not a small hill, but the curled-up body of this huge creature. Chapter 236 Investigation. And what he had previously thought was the alien race living at the foot of the hill was actually the huge creature in front of him. This also made Bai Xiaolin realize that he was not dizzy at all in the morning. Just as everyone was on high alert, the body of the giant creature arrived at the edge of Mirror Lake. After staring at the Mirror Lake in thought for a few seconds, the giant creature let out a roar of joy similar to a lion's roar. Then he slowly lay down and put his mouth into the Mirror Lake. As the creature sucked hard, a vortex appeared on the water surface, followed by countless streams of water and fish entering the creature's mouth along the vortex. The whole process lasted for a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, just as everyone on the city wall was on high alert, the creature, having eaten its fill, got up from the ground and let out another cry of satisfaction. Then he stood in place, turning his head to look around. When the creature saw the city wall on the other side of Mirror Lake and the people on the wall, a hint of humanity appeared in its eyes. On the city wall, when they saw the giant creature looking at them, everyone instantly became nervous and prepared to face the next battle at any time. But the next second, in everyone's surprised eyes, I saw the monster look at this side, nodded slightly, and turned to walk back to where it came from. Only the confused people were left on the city wall. Watching the giant creature's back getting farther and farther away, Bai Xiaolin subconsciously touched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this new neighbor of his just came out to find something to eat and has no intention of taking action. This is better. Not taking action means there is no danger now. When Eugene, Schweringay, and others come back, plus the dozen or so mirror cards that he has exchanged, then even if the giant creature wants to attack, he and others don't have to worry. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, he suddenly heard a slightly anxious voice beside him. "My lord, are you going to continue fighting? If you don't, the crossbow cards will lose their range." Hearing these words, Bai Xiaolin's heart, which had just been put at ease, was lifted up again. Then he quickly turned his head to look to the side, only to see Li Ergu operating the crossbow card and aiming at the body of the giant creature. Bai Xiaolin was so scared that he ran over quickly and pushed Li Ergu's body away from the crossbow card. It would be bad if it accidentally went off. After Li Ergu moved away from the crossbow cart, Bai Xiaolin stretched out his leg and kicked Li Ergu again. "What are you shooting at?" The opponent has already chosen to leave. If you shoot an arrow now and accidentally anger him, it will be no fun. When there is a big gap in strength, taking the initiative to attack is tantamount to seeking death. After stopping Li Ergu, Bai Xiaolin continued to observe with the telescope. When Bai Xiaolin saw the huge creature return to the deep pit and turn into a small hill again, his nervous heart completely relaxed. Now that the threat is gone, everyone can continue their afternoon work. However, for safety reasons, Bai Xiaolin decided to leave 1 or 2 people behind to keep an eye on the movements of the giant creature at all times to prevent a sudden attack. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked around at the people around him. He handed the telescope in his hand directly to Li Ergu beside him, and then pointed at the hill and said, "From now on, you will keep a close eye on it. If there is any unusual movement, notify others immediately. Don't worry, my lord. I promise I won't let it out of my sight for even a second." Li Ergu took the telescope, turned around quickly, and ran into the arrow tower, while Bai Xiaolin looked at other people. After looking around at everyone, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "There's no threat for now, so there's no need to waste time here. Let's get back to our afternoon work." "Yes." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone picked up the weapons thrown nearby and returned to the city wall. "Wait until I am alone on the city wall again." Bai Xiaolin looked at the crossbow carts and catapults next to him, as well as the crossbow arrows and stones placed along the city wall. Until the threat of the giant creatures is completely eliminated, these weapons must be kept here and ready for battle at any time. At this moment, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. Since this giant creature is also one of the 10,000 races, can I find an opportunity to explore the specific race of this creature in the 10,000 races chat channel or trading channel? As long as you know its specific race, you can make targeted combat plans based on its racial weaknesses. Be fully prepared for conflicts that may arise at any time in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin quickly ran towards the city wall. After returning to the room and sitting down next to the cornerstone, Bai Xiaolin directly opened the chat page. However, it is not the Wanzhou chat channel, but a private chat page. He had other things to do next, and he definitely couldn't stay by the cornerstone all the time just to find out information about the giant creature. Therefore, it is most appropriate to let Lu Ningli do this matter. While collecting transaction information, he can also collect information about this creature. Then Bai Xiaolin sent Lu Ningli the appearance, expression, and way of drinking and eating of the giant creature. On the other side, after lunch, Lu Neng arranged all his men, who totaled 9 people, to go out and continue clearing the walled area. He sat alone in the room, opened the 10,000 races trading channel, and began to carefully check every kind of material that appeared. From time to time, record the materials you think are important and the transaction prices to prepare for future transactions. Just then, the message alert sounded again, and at the same time, a chat page belonging to Bai Xiaolin popped up from the cornerstone. This is the new capability created by the subsidiary, which allows it to receive communication from the main base at the earliest opportunity. After reading the message, Lu Ningli replied quickly, "Don't worry, Brother Bai. I will definitely find out the species information of this creature in the shortest possible time." After sending the message, Lu Ningli opened the Wanzhou chat channel again and started checking it. On Bai Xiaolin's side, he clicked on a ranking page and started checking it out. It is now past noon. According to the previous prompt, the first day's ranking rewards should have been distributed. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin first clicked on the power rankings. The first time Bai Xiaolin opened the ranking list, he found a gift package pattern in the upper right corner of the page. It seems that this is the reward for the power ranking list. I just don't know what I can get with a ranking of more than 90,000. With a light touch of his fingers, a black vortex, exactly the same as the one when exchanging luck, appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Immediately afterwards, a fist-sized box rolled out from the vortex. Chapter 237, Ranking Rewards. Looking at the exquisite box, Bai Xiaolin showed a hint of surprise on his face. With such packaging, the things inside should not be too bad. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin slowly opened the box in his hand. The next second, a small glass bottle filled with green liquid appeared in the box. Looking at the 3 big words on the bottle, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment. Wind Oil Essence. What kind of reward is this? No, first check if there is a grade. If it is a high-grade medicated oil, it is not too bad. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin took out the medicated oil from the box and began to observe it. Wind Oil Essence, a must-have product for cooling, relieving pain, dispelling wind, and relieving itching. You're overthinking it. What high-level item? It's just a bottle of ordinary medicated oil. There's more than 90,000 people were just this kind of thing, which made Bai Xiaolin wonder what rewards others would get. A bottle of essential oil? Or perhaps floral water? Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, Long Fuge, who was ranked 130,000th, also received his power ranking reward. A green handbag printed with the words XX Bank deposits over 100 million yuan souvenir. Elsewhere, a young man ranked 210,000th excitedly opened the box in his hand. What the hell? What the hell is this? A small green tin frog jumped out of the open box and began to circle around the man. This instantly changed the man's expression from excitement to disappointment. Such a reward is not as good as a small piece of bread from the supply card. At least the bread is edible. Bai Xiaolan sighed. After putting the Fenji Yujing aside, he looked at the box he had thrown on the ground. In Bai Xiaolan's opinion, this box is more valuable than the medicated oil. At least it can be used to store things. After putting the box away, Bai Xiaolan clicked on the race rankings again. The reward this time should be better. After all, the human race is one of the top 100 races in the 9th continent. A few seconds later, a box of the same size was slowly opened by Bai Xiaolan. This time, what appeared in front of Bai Xiaolan was a small card. In the upper right corner of the card, a golden letter D is clearly visible. D-level supply card. Looking at the card in the box, Bai Xiaolan laughed. After all, compared with the Fenji Yujing, this reward was much better. Because it is a D-level card, you only need to strengthen it 3 times to enhance it to a level. After putting away the D-level supply card with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolan looked at the remaining 2 rankings. Unfortunately, both of these rankings have restrictions, and I won't be able to make it onto the list in the short term. After shaking his head and not thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolan stood up and walked out of the room. Not long after, a tall gray-black stone building appeared in front of Bai Xiaolan. It was the level 5 blacksmith shop that was built at noon. I saw that the outer walls of the blacksmith shop were all made of stones, but they were not piled up. Instead, it looks like a hole with no gaps visible between the thousands of stones, making it look seamlessly integrated. In addition, at the top of the house, a row of huge chimneys stand on it. With just one glance, Bai Xiaolan discovered that the last chimney was different from the others. Because the color of the last chimney, unlike the other chimneys, is the same color as the outer wall of the blacksmith shop. It is a color like jade, which is particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. This made Bai Xiaolan understand instantly that the chimney was connected to an energy forging furnace that could forge extraordinary weapons. Then Bai Xiaolan walked straight into the blacksmith shop, but as soon as he entered, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. At first glance, 10 tall forging furnaces were built side by side in the blacksmith shop. The diameter of each forging furnace is about 2 meters, which looks very spectacular. Then Bai Xiaolan walked straight to the nearest forge without hesitation and began to examine it carefully. I saw that the entire forging furnace was divided into 2 layers. The bottom layer was the fuel combustion layer, and the top layer was the smelting layer used to smelt various materials. At the same time, Bai Xiaolan also discovered that different mysterious patterns were engraved on the inner walls of the combustion layer and the smelting layer. Next is the outside of the forge. Surrounding the pentagonal forge are 5 identical forging tables. Next to each forging table, there's a wooden blower facility and an upright stone trough. Similarly, whether it is the forging table, the blasting facility, or the stone trough, all of them are engraved with various mysterious patterns. Bai Xiaolan understood that these devices surrounding the forging table together formed a set of forging equipment. Such a forge can support 5 blacksmiths to forge ironware at the same time, speeding up the forging process. After looking at the ordinary forging furnace, Bai Xiaolan walked to the innermost part of the blacksmith shop, which was in front of the energy forging furnace. The structure of the energy forging furnace looks almost identical to other forging furnaces. The only difference is that the patterns on it are more complicated and there's an extra groove on the forging table. After touching the groove, Bai Xiaolan understood that this groove was used to place energy crystals. By the time Bai Xiaolan finished visiting the blacksmith shop and returned to the city wall, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I happened to meet Li Werer and his 2 companions who were wandering around the breeding area carrying dung baskets on their backs. When he saw Bai Xiaolan, Li Werer pointed at the steaming manure in the dung basket and said to Bai Xiaolan, "My lord, we will collect all the poop immediately and dump it into the septic tank." Looking at the 3 people's serious expressions, Bai Xiaolan couldn't help laughing out loud. Then he reached out and touched the 3 people's heads, praising them with a smile. "Well done. I'll reward you each with 2 pieces of chocolate tonight." "Is it the dark-looking candy?" Hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, the 3 people's eyes instantly turned into stars, and then they looked at Bai Xiaolan with anticipation. "Yes. Thank you, my lord. You are the best." After getting the confirmation, Li Werer and the other 2 ran towards the septic tank with dung baskets on their backs, looking excited. Looking at the happy figures of the 3 people, Bai Xiaolan thought about it, went back to the room, and took out an energy crystal that he had exchanged in the morning. Energy crystal / non-attribute, widely used, one of the recognized basic trading currencies on the myriad races continent. Non-attribute energy value. 1. Primary enhancement. Whether to consume 1 survival point to enhance the item. After enhancement, the remaining energy value of the item will be increased. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. Energy crystal/earth. Widely used. One of the most widely recognized basic trading currencies on the myriad races continent. Earth attribute energy value. 1. Non-attribute energy value. 2. Chapter 238 Extraordinary Fertilizer. After 2 primary reinforcements, the energy crystal increases 2 points of energy, which means that 1 enhancement can only increase 1 point of energy. In this case, the energy crystal is not worth strengthening for the 3rd time. After all, the 3rd time requires 100 survival points, and directly exchanging 1 for only 20 luck points. Of course, for Bai Xiaolin, he doesn't even need 20 points of luck value. He only needs 5 liters of sea-grade pure water. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the introduction of the energy crystal again, and it changed from having no attributes to having earth attributes. Bai Xiaolin guessed that it was related to the added earth attribute energy, but he didn't know what the use of these energy attributes was. This can be studied slowly later. After installing the energy crystal, Bai Xiaolin walked out of the room. When he arrived in the yard, Bai Xiaolin picked up the 2 wooden barrels used to hold fertilizer last night and walked towards the septic tank. The septic tank should have produced some fertilizer again from last night to now. It's just right to collect them and use them. After all, the sooner the fertilizer is used, the faster the level of the land can be improved. When Bai Xiaolin arrived at the septic tank, Li Yuer and the other 2 had already poured the farm manure they had just collected in the dung basket into the septic tank. When seeing Bai Xiaolin coming, Li Yuer greeted Bai Xiaolin and ran towards the breeding area again with his younger brother and sister. What 3 hard-working little bees! After looking at the backs of the 3 people and smiling, Bai Xiaolin came to the glass container. I saw that there were some more white crystals attached to the glass container. However, Bai Xiaolin was not in a hurry. He collected the fertilizer immediately and took out the energy crystals he brought with him, preparing to strengthen this batch of fertilizer to an extraordinary level. See what kind of miraculous effects extraordinary fertilizers and land can produce. Survival point 2. Survival points -20. During the second strengthening, Bai Xiaolin saw some milky white light spots flying out from the energy crystal and merging into the crystal fertilizer, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Because this means that the crystal fertilizer in the container has now been successfully enhanced to an extraordinary level. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin began to look at the introduction of the extraordinary grade fertilizer. Fertilizer/Super Level 1. Long-term use can upgrade low-level land to Super Level 1. Each 100 G can increase 1 square meter. Looking at the introduction that appeared in front of him, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds. This introduction is exactly the same as the previous one, except for the changes in the levels that can be upgraded. This made Bai Xiaolin a little discouraged, which meant he wanted to know the effects of the extraordinary items. This can only be achieved by forging extraordinary weapons or using fertilizer to increase the level of the land. It was all in vain. After sighing, Bai Xiaolin looked at the energy crystal in his hand. Energy crystal/earth, widely used, one of the recognized basic trading currencies on the myriad races continent. Earth attribute energy value. 1. Non-attribute energy value. 1. 1 enhancement consumes 1 point of non-attribute energy, which means that this energy crystal can be used twice. Putting the energy crystal back into his pocket, Bai Xiaolin looked at the enhanced crystal fertilizer. Because Bai Xiaolin chose to increase the level during the 2 enhancements, the amount of fertilizer did not change, and it was slightly more than when he collected it yesterday. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the fertilizer and began to calculate. About 20 hours have passed since I finished collecting fertilizer yesterday. That means the septic tank only took a dozen hours today to produce the same amount of fertilizer as yesterday. In this way, 2 to 3 kilograms of fertilizer can be produced per day. This made Bai Xiaolin frown slightly, because although the amount of fertilizer had increased, it was still too far from the amount he wanted. After all, even if 2 or 3 kilograms of fertilizer is doubled, it can only fertilize a few dozen square meters of land. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think about what else could be used to make fertilizer. Only when the source of raw materials was improved could more fertilizer be produced. Not long after, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and then he couldn't help but slap his head. How could I forget that various plant stalks, dead leaves, fish bones, and internal organs can all be used to make fertilizer? Although animal poop is rare, you can collect as much as you want. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to include collecting these things in the production team's task starting tomorrow. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen the fertilizer in the container for the third time. Survival points, minus 100. Unlike the previous two enhancements, this time Bai Xiaolin chose primary enhancement. With the third strengthening, the amount of fertilizer in the container began to increase rapidly until it became twice as much as before. This number is almost enough. If it is further strengthened, too many survival points will be needed. Then Bai Xiaolin spent a few minutes collecting the strengthened fertilizer into the wooden barrel. Then he carried the packed fertilizer and walked straight to greenhouse number 2. In greenhouse number 2, except for 110 square meters of grade A land, the rest has not been strengthened. Now that we have these extraordinary fertilizers, we can try to strengthen some of them. Arriving at greenhouse number 2, Bai Xiaolin walked to the innermost part of the greenhouse so that the A-level land and the extraordinary land could be distinguished. 10 minutes later, when the fertilizer in the wooden barrel was completely used up, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 100 square meters of land in front of him with a satisfied expression. Now that the fertilization is complete, we're just waiting for the land level to be upgraded. Come out of greenhouse number 2. Bai Xiaolin was just about to return to the yard when he suddenly heard the voices of Zhang, He, and others coming from the direction of the city gate. Turning around, I saw Zhang He and his 3 companions coming in from the city gate. Among the 4 teams that went out, Zhang He and his 4 companions were the weakest, so they went to the east where there were the fewest alien races. In addition, since the nearest alien tribe in the east is right under our noses, we can know any situation at any time, so there's no need to check this place. In this way, Zhang He's team actually only needs to investigate 2 alien races. This is also the reason why they are the weakest but the first to return among the 4 teams. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and walked toward Zhang He and the other 3 with the wooden barrel. After checking and confirming that none of the 4 were injured, Bai Xiaolin spoke to them. Go back and change your armor and clothes first, then come find me at the restaurant. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the restaurant, while Zhang He and the other 3 ran towards their respective cabins. When he arrived at the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin first went to the stove and checked the food left for everyone at noon. After confirming that the rice was still hot, Bai Xiaolin took out a wooden basin and filled it for each of Zhang He and the other 3. Then he put the lid back on the pot and added 2 more pieces of firewood under the stove to ensure the temperature of the stove was maintained. Chapter 239 Goblins and Centaurs. In this way, when Eugene, Schwerengue, and others come back, they can have hot meals at any time. Not long after Bai Xiaolin served the meal, Zhang He and the other 3, who had changed their clothes, walked in one after another. Looking at the 4 people, Bai Xiaolin pointed at the rice in the wooden basin and said, "The meal is ready for you. Come eat quickly. After you finish eating, tell me about your investigation." "Yes." Looking at the rice in the wooden basin, Zhang He and the other 3 swallowed their saliva at the same time, then picked up the basin and started eating. Although several people went out in the morning and brought some candies and bread to replenish their energy, these things were far inferior to the fragrant meals. Looking at the few people wolfing down the food, Bai Xiaolin showed a smile on his face. Then he sat beside her and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Zhang He, who had eaten and drunk his fill, burped, came to Bai Xiaolin and began to report. "My lord, we have discovered 2 alien tribes, 5 kilometers and 8 kilometers away from us respectively. The first place is at the junction of the forest and the grassland. There are a total of 22 green-skinned creatures with pointed ears, 6 of which are D-level, and the rest are ordinary levels. The weapons used by these green-skinned creatures are mostly wooden sticks, iron knives, and the like. Pointy ears, green skin." After hearing Zhang He's words, Bai Xiaolin immediately realized that this was a goblin. As for goblins, they don't pose much of a threat. After all, goblins' combat power is not that strong. As for the number of 22, Bai Xiaolin understood without much thought that a large part of them must have been exchanged today. This is understandable. After all, on the luck exchange page, the price for ordinary people is the lowest and the most cost-effective. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, he heard Zhang He continue speaking. The second location is deep in the grassland. There are 9 strange creatures with human upper bodies and horse lower bodies. There are 4 D-level creatures and 5 ordinary-level creatures. These half-human, half-horse creatures mostly use weapons such as spears and bows and arrows. The second type, as expected, should be the centaurs. Although the number of centaurs is smaller than that of goblins, in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, the danger level is higher. If you want to deal with it, you need to develop some countermeasures in advance. After all, the centaurs are much better than people like them in terms of speed and archery. The high mobility, coupled with extraordinary archery skills, creates a threat that goblins cannot match. After confirming these two places, it means that Bai Xiaolin has now figured out all the three alien races in the East. Among them, those that pose the greatest threat are the smallest in number. Shaking his head and not thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned to Zhang He and the others and said, I understand. If you're free now, go outside and look for Song Yi and the others to see if they need any help. Yes. After responding, Zhang He and the other three disappeared at the door of the restaurant. As for Bai Xiaolin, he began to think, which was equivalent to banning them all from coming back and confirming the situation of all the alien races around him. You can formulate corresponding plans based on the strengths and weaknesses of each alien race and eliminate all threats. Then Bai Xiaolin stood up and followed Zhang He and the other three out. After coming outside, Bai Xiaolin thought about it, and since there was nothing else to do, he joined the cleaning team. As the area being cleaned continued to increase, more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was almost 7 o'clock. After checking the time, Bai Xiaolin turned around and spoke to the people around him. After cleaning up for a while, we can stop and start moving materials. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin took the iron axe and walked towards the city wall. So much time has passed, and the other three groups still haven't returned. I wonder if something happened. Just when Bai Xiaolin arrived at the city wall, Eugene and his men were fleeing frantically in the mountains and forests to the west. Chasing behind them was a black bear about 5 meters tall. He roared and threw stones and tree trunks madly towards the few people. Dodging a stone, Eugene turned his head and looked behind him. When he discovered that the black bear was only a few dozen meters away from him and his companions, Eugene looked at the teleportation card in his hand reluctantly. Then, without hesitation, he shouted to the other three, "Come closer to me." After hearing Eugene's shout, Zhu Tai, who was dodging on the side, looked at the teleportation card in Eugene's hand and said, "General Yu, are you sure you want to use it? If the Lord finds out, he will definitely punish us. After all, this teleportation card is a treasure. It would be a shame to use it like this." Hearing Zhu Tai's words, Eugene sighed and then spoke through gritted teeth. "There's no other way. If we don't leave now, we'll all be caught up in less than 2 minutes, and then we won't be able to leave even if we want to. As for the Lord knowing the reason, if he wants to punish us, we will have no choice but to accept it. It's our curiosity that makes us so strong." Speaking of this, Eugene couldn't help but think of what happened before. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the four of them finished scouting several alien races and started to return. However, because they had to avoid some high-level beasts, they could only move out of the mountain while circling. The first hour or so went pretty smoothly. We only encountered a few ordinary beasts, which were easily dealt with. In addition, as they were getting closer to the outside, they relaxed their guard a little. It's okay if you don't relax, but as soon as you relax, trouble occurs. When they were still 4 or 5 kilometers away from the mountain, the four of them discovered a cave and heard sounds coming from the cave. If they were deep in the mountains, the four of them would definitely hide if they heard any unusual sounds. But at this time, the four of them had relaxed their vigilance. Instead of leaving, driven by curiosity, he decided to go into the cave to explore. Upon checking, they discovered 2 black bears doing strange things in the cave. Looking at the black bear that was 4 or 5 meters tall, the 4 people were stunned for a few seconds. After they reacted, they quickly turned around and fled out of the cave. After all, a 3-meter-tall iron-eating beast has reached the B level, so a 4 or 5-meter-tall black bear must be at the A level. With such strength, he could probably take care of all 4 of them in less than 2 slaps. After the 4 people disappeared for more than 10 seconds, the black bear in the cave finally reacted. Then chase him out of the cave. He began to chase the 4 people who disturbed him madly, and the chase lasted for half an hour. Thinking of this, Eugene quickly came to his senses. Chapter 240 Monkeys and Eagles. After taking another look at the teleportation card, he simply picked up the other 3 people who were already close and chose to use it. Then they saw a white light coming out from the transmission card, enveloping the 4 people. When the light faded, the 4 people's applications had disappeared. This made the black bear that was chasing them even more angry. It jumped and vented its anger for a while at the place where the few people disappeared, then walked towards the depths of the jungle with satisfaction. Bai Xiaolin came to the city wall and was standing on it observing. Suddenly, a black vortex with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared out of thin air in the open space of the living area. What's this? Just as Bai Xiaolin was surprised, several figures fell out of the vortex. Eugene and his companions who used the teleportation card felt dizzy for a moment, and then they felt their bodies fall heavily to the ground. After opening their eyes and looking at the surrounding environment, the four of them were sure that they had been teleported back. Then I couldn't help but marvel at it. After all, it only took a few seconds to teleport back over a distance of several kilometers. On the city wall, after seeing the figure falling out of the vortex, Bai Xiaolin realized that Eugene and others had used the teleportation card. Then he walked towards the city wall, ready to ask a few people what had happened. When they saw Bai Xiaolin coming, Eugene and the other three came to their senses, looked at each other, and then knelt on one knee in front of Bai Xiaolin at the same time. I have wasted the teleportation card given to me by the Lord. Please punish me. Looking at the four people, Bai Xiaolin was a little puzzled. What's going on? When Eugene heard Bai Xiaolin's question, an expression of shame appeared on his face, and then he began to tell the story. When I heard that the four people were chased by the A-level black bear because they saw an indescribable scene, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help laughing out loud. This was a typical case of curiosity killing the cat. Then he smiled and said to the few people, "It's just a card. I'll use it if I can. Now, tell me about your investigation." Although Eugene and the other three used a teleportation card out of curiosity, Bai Xiaolin had no intention of punishing them. After all, when I exchanged the teleportation card and handed it to them, it was ready to be used at any time. Besides, the teleportation card was not wasted. After all, it rescued Eugene and the other four from the claws of the A-level black bear. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Eugene and the other three looked at Bai Xiaolin with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Then he began to tell the story. Of the 3 locations I explored, only 2 had aliens. When we went to the last one, there were only some undead and alien corpses. Judging from the traces left at the scene, they were probably killed by nearby wild animals in the morning. This person must be an unlucky guy. He barely survived the novice period and successfully passed the test. But unexpectedly, he died the next morning. Bai Xiaolin didn't think much about it and understood why this guy was so unlucky. The reason is its location, deep in the mountains and forests. There are far more high-level beasts living there than here, and you can easily encounter one if you're not careful. After the novice test, an undead that lingered nearby was the fuse that brought disaster to it. The roar of the undead will continue to attract wild beasts living nearby until the beasts appear and kill them. The aliens who were trapped in their homes by the undead naturally became their burial companions. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and signaled Eugene and the others to continue. Of the 2 surviving alien tribes, one lives in a fruit forest about 6 kilometers away from us. The alien race living here looks like monkeys and is very good at climbing. Ordinary wild beasts cannot catch up with them. There are 11 of them in total, the strongest of which are 3D level ones, and the weapons they use are long sticks. The second place where aliens exist is on a cliff about 7 kilometers away from us. The aliens here have eagle heads and human bodies, and huge wings like birds. Another reason is because of the wings. These alien races all live on the cliffs, so we haven't been able to detect their specific numbers and strength. After Eugene finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin frowned. 2 more tough guys. Since we are not sure of the names, we will temporarily name these 2 alien tribes the Monkey Tribe and the Eagle Tribe. Among them, the monkeys can move flexibly in the mountains and forests, and with the cover of trees, it's a headache just thinking about it. As for the eagle people, these guys have wings. In the absence of flying units, the only weapons that can threaten the enemy are crossbows and bows. Of course, in addition to weapons, the most important thing is to have a sharpshooter who can hit the opponent. The only 2 people on his side who are good at archery are Zhang He and Gufeng Yu. In other words, when facing the Eagle Man, there are only 2 people on their side who can exert their combat power. This won't do. At this moment, Bai Xiaolin suddenly remembered the hot air balloon he made a few days ago. This thing can take people flying into the sky. With the hot air balloon, others can attack the Eagle Man from close range in the sky, and the opponent will lose the advantage of flying. The most important thing is that the hot air balloon has reached level C, so there is no need to worry about damage from Eagle Men during flight. As for the fuel issue, there is an oil resource card obtained earlier in his room. After use, the obtained oil can be used as fuel for hot air balloons. Thinking of this, Bai Bai Xiaolin looked at Eugene and the others and said, "Okay, go and help the others carry the materials. As for the issue of eating for everyone, they only need to wait about 20 minutes. Han Xiao and the others will be able to prepare dinner, and then everyone can eat together." After watching the few people leave, Bai Xiaolin came to the city wall again. Now only Shui Rengui and Han Xion's teams have not returned. I wonder if they were delayed by something. While Bai Xiaolin was thinking, near the cave of the dog-headed men in the north, Shui Rengui and the other three lay motionless on a big tree dozens of meters away from the cave. Using the cover of the tree, they stared at the entrance of the cave. I saw a dozen ragged, dog-headed men pushing and shoving each other towards the cave entrance. When they all disappeared, the four people hiding in the trees breathed a sigh of relief, and then they heard Lin Sulong say in a low voice, "This is the fourth group of dog-headed monsters that have entered. The total number has reached 42, but fortunately, they are all ordinary dog-headed monsters and are easy to deal with." After saying this, Lin Sulong looked at Shui Rengui, who was sitting on the branch next to him. "General Shui, it's almost 7 o'clock now. I guess the dog-headed monsters have almost all returned. Should we go back and report to the Lord?" After hearing Lin Sulong's words, Shui Rengui thought for 2 seconds. "Wait a few more minutes until the sun sets, then we'll head back." Chapter 241. Han Xion and his friends' unexpected gains. The reason why he wanted to wait a few more minutes was because through his observation just now, Shui Rengui discovered something wrong. That means including those killed before, the number of dog-headed monsters has exceeded 50. Among so many dog-headed monsters, there is not a single one above level D, which is obviously unreasonable. After all, among the several alien races that we had explored before, even if there are only a dozen alien species, there are 4 or 5 of them that have reached D-level strength. Among the more than 50 null-headed men, there is not a single D-level one. This is definitely impossible. This made Shui Rengui think of a possibility. That is, the dog-headed monsters above level D. It's not that they don't exist, but they don't act together with ordinary dog-headed monsters. They form an elite team and act alone. This is reasonable. That's why Shui Rengui wanted to stay and observe for a few more minutes, waiting for the sun to set. After the sun sets, even sea-level monsters dare not stay outside for long. So if his guess is true, then this team of elite ogres will definitely come back before sunset. After hearing Shui Rengui's answer, Lin Sulong and others continued to wait quietly. A few minutes later, just as the sun was about to disappear completely, the dog-headed monster's cry was heard again in the forest. "Ah! Awu!" Hearing the cries of these dog-headed monsters, Lin Sulong and the other two showed a hint of surprise on their faces. There really is more. However, unlike the previous teams, this time, in addition to the dog-headed monster's roar, there was also a faint smell of blood. This made Shui Rengui turn his head instantly and look in the direction where the sound came from. In the jungle a few dozen meters away, a dozen dog-headed monsters were carrying the corpses of various wild beasts and walking towards the cave. The moment he saw these dog-headed monsters, Shui Rengui's eyes became a little serious. Because these dozen or so dog-headed monsters are completely different from the dozens of ordinary dog-headed monsters seen before. In addition to being generally about 10 centimeters taller, they each held a well-made iron weapon in their hands and wore black and rattan armor. The most important thing is that among these dozen or so dog-headed monsters, 7 are above level D. As for the remaining few, their strength is close to D level. This also made Shui Rengui understand that the elite team in front of him was the core strength of the dog-headed monster base and the confidence to look for other races. After all, 7 D-level creatures can basically walk sideways among the surrounding races, except for being careful of some powerful beasts. After all the elite gnolls disappeared, Shui Rengui turned and said to the others, let's go back." As he said that, he jumped down from the tree and ran quickly in the direction he came from. Looking at Shui Rengui's fast-moving figure, Lin Sulong and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Although the dog-headed monster is much stronger than the several alien races explored before, but this only made a few people slightly surprised, and they didn't take it too seriously. After all, even if the gnoll's strength doubled, there would still be an absolute gap between him and himself and others. Just when Shui Rengui and his companions were rushing back, on the city wall, Bai Xiaolin suddenly discovered that at the edge of the resource forest in the southeast direction, several figures were approaching this side rapidly. Unfortunately, because it was getting dark, even with a telescope, it was impossible to see the figures clearly. However, although he couldn't see clearly, Bai Xiaolin still confirmed the identities of several people. After all, at this time, apart from Han Xian and a few others, there would be no one else who could appear at that location. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned around and shouted at the arrow tower not far away. Ergu, come out for a moment. You don't need to observe for now. Now, except for Shui Ringue and a few others, everyone else in the pioneering team has returned. Even if the giant creatures outside attack, they can deal with it. Hearing Bai Xiaolin shout, Li Ergu in the arrow tower ran out quickly and came to Bai Xiaolin. My lord. After nodding to Li Ergu, Bai Xiaolin pointed to several figures in the southeast direction. Ergu, row the boat over there and bring back General Han Xian and the others. Be careful not to stay too long. Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's order, Li Ergu turned around and ran towards the city wall. Not long after, a small boat set out from the dock under the city wall and rowed towards the distance. 10 minutes later, in Bai Xiaolin's sight, the small boat carrying Han Xian and others began to slowly return from the lake. As the boat approached, Bai Xiaolin was stunned when he saw the things on the boat. Because in addition to Han Xian and his companions, there were also a few white, soft-looking things on the boat. Sheep. When he saw the corpses of several fat sheep, Bai Xiaolin's face instantly showed an expression of surprise. Unexpectedly, Han Xian and his companions' investigation yielded unexpected results. Then Bai Xiaolin put down the telescope without thinking too much and quickly ran toward the city wall. Han Xian and his companions gradually approached the dock and soon saw Bai Xiaolin standing on the dock. Several people also realized that they came back a little late. After the boat arrived at the dock, Han Xian jumped directly from the boat and walked straight to Bai Xiaolin. I'm sorry to have caused my lord to worry. After reaching out and patting Han Xian, Bai Xiaolin asked with concern, just come back safely. Did you encounter any danger along the way? My lord, we didn't encounter any dangerous situations, but we did catch a few fat sheep. Han Xian turned around and pointed at the corpses of several fat sheep on the boat. My lord, we saw these goats on the grassland in the southwest when we were exploring. It took us some time to chase them, so we returned a little late. Hearing Han Xian's words, Bai Xiaolin nodded. I'm glad I didn't encounter any danger. After the people on the boat brought the sheep down, Bai Xiaolin reached out and pinched one of the sheep's legs. Pure, natural, and pollution-free little sheep, but I haven't eaten this for a long time. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help swallowing and then said to a few people, move a few of the fat sheep back first. While you're at it, tell me about your investigation. Yes. When several people carried the fat sheep and walked towards the city wall, Bai Xiaolin looked at Li Ergu, who had just got off the boat. Then he said to Li Ergu, Ergu, don't rush back. Row the boat to the dock on the other side and wait. When General Shui and the others come back, just use the boat to bring them back. This way it will be faster. Han Xian, who was standing by, stopped and asked after hearing Bai Xiaolin's words. My lord, General Shui and the others haven't returned yet? Chapter 242, Sheep Blood. They're the only ones who haven't returned. I guess they were delayed on the way, just like you. Do you want me to bring someone to pick them up and prevent them from getting into any danger? Hear what Han Xian said. Bai Xiaolin said, after thinking for a few seconds. Okay, just put little Fatty here, and then take the boat over with Ergu. Just wait at the dock on the other side, and don't run around to avoid missing him. Don't worry, my lord. After saying that, Han Xian and his companions put down the goats on their shoulders and got back on the boat. Looking at the boat moving away again, Bai Xiaolin nodded. The reason why Han Xian and others were asked to wait at the dock was that when they went to the south to explore, they could all come back from the southeast. When Shui Ringue and his companions were investigating, they might change direction and come back from other directions. In this case, if Han Xian led his men to search in the northern jungle, they would probably miss Shui Ringue and his men who had returned. Therefore, waiting at the dock is the safest option, as you can have time to respond without worrying about missing out. Because after Shui Ringue and his companions came out of the jungle, in order to return faster, they would definitely change direction and return along the path paved outside the apricot forest. After all, there are no obstacles on the paved path, so it is the fastest way to move forward. If you take this path, you will just meet Han Xian and his men who are waiting for you at the dock. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it. After looking at the few fat sheep on the ground, he turned around and walked towards the city wall. After returning to the city wall, Bai Xiaolin went straight to the outside of the restaurant. At this time, Eugene and others, who had already moved the materials, were sitting at the door of the restaurant chatting while waiting for dinner to be served. After coming to the crowd, Bai Xiaolin looked at them and spoke. There are a few goats outside the dock. Go get some of your men and bring them back. We'll deal with them here later. Yes. When they heard the word goat, everyone's eyes lit up instantly because it meant there would be delicious food in the evening. Then everyone stood up and rushed toward the dock. After smiling, Bai Xiaolin walked into the restaurant. Smelling the aroma of fish soup coming from the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin said to Han Xiu and others who were busy. After the fish soup is cooked, find a few large wooden basins to put it in and empty the iron pot. We'll need it later. Ugh. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Han Xiu nodded, ran out of the restaurant, and walked towards the warehouse next to it. Not long after, he came back carrying 2 large wooden basins with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Looking at the big wooden basin and then at the goats that had been moved back outside the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. Then he walked out of the restaurant and said to the people who were preparing to process the mutton, "Come with me, a few of you. The rest of you can go find some wood and build 2 supports." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked towards the warehouse next to him. After arriving in front of the warehouse and storehouse, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and others who followed him. "Xiaohu, go to the warehouse and find a few large wooden tubs. The rest of you go back to the courtyard and get a few buckets of grade A purified water. Then we'll all go meet me outside the restaurant." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin walked into the warehouse alone and started searching inside. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaolin walked out of the warehouse holding a bunch of spices and seasonings he had found. These things are obtained little by little from the supply cards, and you don't use much of them for normal cooking, so the more you save, the more you have. Today I have these fat sheep, so I can use up some of them. After handing over the spices and seasonings to Han Xiu and the others, Bai Xiaolin took 2 bags of salt and came to Eugene and the others. At this time, everyone had prepared the wooden basin, grade A water, stand, and kitchen knife, and were waiting for Bai Xiaolin to come. After looking around at various materials and tools, Bai Xiaolin walked to a large wooden basin, opened a bag of salt, and poured half of it in, then said to Zhang Xiao next to him, "Xiaohu, pour 2 buckets of water and stir vigorously to dissolve the salt." After Zhang Xiaohu took action, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at the others and said, "Hang up all the sheep and prepare them for processing." Yes. After hearing the order, everyone started to get busy excitedly, especially Eugene, who quietly approached Bai Xiaolin and asked expectantly, "My lord, do you want to have roasted whole lamb tonight?" After eating roasted wolf meat last time, Eugene has been looking forward to the next barbecue. Hearing Eugene's words, Bai Xiaolin looked at him playfully, then said with a smile, "No barbecue tonight, we're having stew." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and took orders, leaving Eugene with a disappointed look on his face. Not long after, several wooden basins of steaming sheep's blood had just been placed out and, under Bai Xiaolin's command, were poured into the melted salt water. Speed up the stirring. That's right, Bai Xiaolin wants to make sheep's blood. Unfortunately, the fat sheep had been dead for nearly an hour, and not much fresh blood was released. Then, with a vigorous stirring of Zhang Xiaohu and others, the sheep's blood and salt water in the basin quickly and evenly blended together. "It's okay, just put it aside and wait for it to solidify." Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Zhang Xiaohu and others hurriedly stopped stirring and lifted the wooden basin and put it aside. Under Bai Xiaolin's command, the others began to quickly process the remaining mutton. Before long, several large basins of mutton, bones, and offal were separated into different wooden basins. Look at the sheep tripe, sheep intestines, and other internal organs that have been separated separately. Bai Xiaolin thought about it, called Han Xiu and others out, and then spoke to them. "Take these entrails to the lake and clean them." As for why Eugene and others were not allowed to wash the dishes, it was mainly because they were worried that they would not wash them clean and ruin the delicious food. After Han Xiu and the others disappeared carrying the wooden basin, Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked to the side next to a basin of sheep's blood. I saw that the sheep's blood in the basin had completely solidified together, like a blood-colored crystal. As Bai Xiaolin watched, a line of prompts slowly appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Sheep blood / grade B. After consumption, it can quickly and permanently improve intelligence attributes. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the sheep blood coagulated by adding grade A water and fresh sheep blood turned into grade B. Moreover, The effect of B-grade sheep blood is to improve the last intelligence attribute. This effect is completely different from that of grade A water, which made by Xiaolin think of a possibility. That is the effect of the sheep's blood itself being strengthened to level B. It is very likely that it is used to enhance intelligence attributes, so only sheep blood mixed with grade A water can have this effect. Then Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at the processed mutton next to him. If the effect of strengthening mutton to level B is also to improve the intelligence attribute, then we can guess. The effects of other high-level meats are likely to improve one's intelligence attributes and intelligence abilities. Chapter 243, Braised Pork. Because according to previous inferences, foods of the same type have similar effects. Of course, this is just a guess. After all, meat is completely different from other foods and is collected from animals of different species and levels. The effect after enhancement is likely to be affected by the level and type of the animal itself, and different types will have different effects. Therefore, we can only draw a conclusion after collecting a variety of high-grade meats and fully understanding their effects. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and turned to the people around him and said, "Come here, some people, cut this basin of sheep's blood into small pieces. Remember to be careful not to chop it into pieces." Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Zhang Xiaohu and others enthusiastically took their knives, squatted beside the wooden basin, and began to cut carefully. Eugene and others stared at the processed mutton, waiting for Bai Xiaolin's next instructions. Move all the mutton and bones to the restaurant. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he turned and walked into the restaurant, while Eugene and others quickly followed, carrying the mutton. Back to the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin stared at several large pots of mutton and mutton bones, and planned to leave only a few dozen pounds and then braise the rest. The reason is that the temperature has returned to normal now, and raw meat will go bad soon. But after braising, it can be stored for a longer time, and can be eaten for 2 more days. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin picked out half of the mutton and put it aside, then pointed at the rest and said to Eugene and others, "Now cut all the mutton into large pieces and wash them with clean water." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Eugene and others looked at each other and started to get busy around the stove. "There's nothing I can do. It's my own fault for being so greedy." After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he sat aside and prepared to take a rest. However, as soon as he sat down, he heard Li Erge's voice outside. It seemed that he had come to bring Shui, Rengui, and the others back. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked out of the restaurant. As soon as the results came out, Li Ergu ran excitedly to Zhang Xiaohu and others, staring at the sheep's blood in the basin and studying it. When Li Ergu heard that sheep blood was a delicacy, his eyes lit up instantly. Behind Li Ergu, Shui, Rengui, Han Xian and others had just walked in from the city gate. When he saw Bai Xiaolin, Shui Rengui hurriedly quickened his pace and walked over. "I'm late, my lord. Please punish me." When he saw that no one was injured, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "I'm glad you're not hurt." Then he looked at the other people behind Shui Rengui. "Everyone has been running around all day. Let's go to the restaurant to rest and prepare for dinner. We can talk about other things after dinner." Yes. When everyone entered the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin came to Zhang Xiaohu and others. When Bai Xiaolin saw that the sheep's blood in the basin had been cut into small pieces by several people, he raised his hand and signaled them to follow. Then he turned around and walked into the restaurant. Before long, all the sheep's blood cut into small pieces was poured into the big iron pot and started to cook. While Bai Xiaolin was cooking the sheep's blood, Han Xiu, who had just returned from outside after cleaning the internal organs, had already started to stew the processed mutton with others according to Bai Xiaolin's instructions. Because he already had so many days of cooking experience, Bai Xiaolin could safely hand over the task of braising the meat to Han Xiu. More than 10 minutes later, Han Xiu and his companions put the blanched mutton, along with the prepared spice bags, into 2 large iron pots and began to cook. Seeing that all the mutton had been processed, Bai Xiaolin said to Han Xiu and others, "It's time to have dinner. By the time we're done, the mutton will be almost ready." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around, walked to the 2 large wooden basins placed next to him, and uncovered the wooden boards covering them. Instantly, the aroma of fish and rice emanated from the wooden basin. Although it took some time to process the mutton, fortunately the rice in the wooden basin did not get cold. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Han Xiu and others who had just finished their work started to serve food to everyone. Not long after, the sound of gurgling food began to be heard in the restaurant. Especially Shui Rengui and Han Xian, who had only eaten some snacks from morning till now, looked like they were wolfing down their food. However, what was different from before was that although everyone was eating at this time, their eyes were always fixed on the stove not far away. The best way to describe it is to have your eyes on the pot while having your cake and eating it too. After finishing his own half bowl of rice, Bai Xiaolin stood up and began to prepare dinner for Luningli, Su Xianxian, and others. As for why he only ate half a bowl, it was because Bai Xiaolin planned to save some space for the mutton. After Bai Xiaolin sent the prepared dinner to the two of them, the aroma of mutton in the big iron pot had drifted out of the restaurant and spread throughout the entire city wall, causing the little wolves in the wolf den to howl. After swallowing his saliva, Bai Xiaolin spoke to Li Ergu and others who had also finished their dinner and were staring at the big iron pot and swallowing their saliva. Ergu, go to my room and bring 10 watermelons over so we can eat together later. Yes. As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Ergu and others hurried out. I was afraid that I would come back too late and everyone would have already started eating. Watching the figures of several people disappear, Bai Xiaolin sat aside and began to wait. The reason why Li Ergu and others were asked to move the watermelons was because Bai Xiaolin took one thing into consideration. That is now, apart from ordinary land, there are 20 square meters of watermelons planted in the A-level land alone. Based on the calculation that one watermelon ripens every 2 days, hundreds of grade B and grade A watermelons can be harvested every 2 days. This amount is enough for everyone today to eat twice a day, just like eating and drinking water. So Bai Xiaolin decided that from today on, everyone can eat watermelon as much as they want as long as they can eat it. In this way, their mental attributes can be improved by 1 or 2 points every day, just like their agility attributes. Not long after, Li Ergu and his friends ran back to the restaurant quickly, each holding 2 cleaned watermelons. After taking a look at the stove and confirming that the lid of the pot was not opened, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then Li Ergu was seen holding a watermelon and handing it to Bai Xiaolin. Lord, we have already cleaned the watermelon. Looking at Li Ergu's expression, Bai Xiaolin moved his feet and then glared at Li Ergu unhappily. Take it to the stove. What are you doing to me? Seeing Bai Xiaolin about to kick someone, Li Ergu knew he had done something wrong again and hurriedly ran away with a smile. After coming to the stove, he handed the watermelon to Han Xiao and others who were waiting. After taking the watermelon, Han Xiao and the others cut into pieces just like they did yesterday. As usual, those with higher strength get half a pill each, while those below D level and children get a quarter of a pill each. Chapter 244: The Strength of the Crocodile Man. There's no way around it, because strong people not only have a big stomach, but also have stronger digestive abilities. As for the one given to Bai Xiaolin, it was also half a pill. This made Bai Xiaolin feel fortunate that his current strength had reached sea level. Otherwise, after eating half a bowl of rice and half a watermelon, he wouldn't be able to eat mutton. After looking at everyone, Bai Xiaolin picked up half a watermelon and began to eat it slowly. Although the others were also coveting the mutton, they still picked up the watermelons they had already received and started eating them without hesitation. After all, compared with mutton, watermelon, which can improve strength, is more important. More than 10 minutes later, Han Xiao and his friends finished eating the watermelons in their hands, and at Bai Xiaolin's signal, they slowly opened the lid of the pot. In an instant, a rich fragrance spread around. This made some people who were already full of watermelon burp involuntarily. After swallowing his saliva, Bai Xiaolin threw the watermelon rind into the wooden basin next to him and then walked straight to the stove. Looking at the fragrant mutton in the pot, Bai Xiaolin's appetite instantly grew. He took a pair of chopsticks from his side and picked out a large piece of braised lamb chops. Then he put it on the stove, picked up a kitchen knife, and started cutting it carefully. After all, this is a big piece of lamb chop. If it is not cut into pieces, it is really impossible to eat it. The braised mutton was easily cut by the kitchen knife. As the meat was cut, the juice inside flowed onto the stove through the incision, which made Bai Xiaolin feel distressed. Bai Xiaolin cut off a lamb chop and put it directly to his mouth. After smelling the aroma, I took a bite with satisfaction. When the mutton entered his mouth, Bai Xiaolin felt the tender mutton seem to melt in his mouth. Then, not caring about the heat, he grabbed the lamb chops and started putting them into his mouth one bite at a time. Looking at Bai Xiaolin's foodie look, the sounds of people swallowing saliva began to be heard one after another. After all, the taste was so tempting. In less than 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin had eaten a whole rib clean, almost breaking the bone into pieces. After licking his fingers with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin said to Han Xiu and others who were taking the meat out of the pot. Cut some meat for everyone to try. You can also save the marinade and use it with noodles tomorrow. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, the eyes of the people around who were swallowing their saliva suddenly lit up, and then they looked at the big basin of meat that had been fished out with anticipation. Bai Xiaolin picked up 2 more lamb shank bones, put them in his small wooden basin, and returned to the table to slowly suck them. More than 10 minutes later, everyone was lying in the restaurant contentedly, rubbing their stomachs. Tonight we have fish, watermelon, and lamb. It's really too comfortable. After standing up and moving around, Bai Xiaolin thought about it. He told Li Hai to take a few people out to catch some fish and prepare to sell them later. Zhu Tai took his men to the Mirror Lake to salvage the previously discarded D-level wolf bones and wolf fangs to see if they could be used for forging. After giving the order, Bai Xiaolin called Han Exine and Shui Lunwei out again and began to ask them about their investigation. As long as he knew the alien races in the remaining 2 directions, he would be able to grasp the situation of all the alien races within the surrounding 10 kilometers. At that time, we can selectively defeat them one by one according to the dangerous situation. The 2 people called out by Bai Xiaolin looked at each other, and Han Xian began to report the investigation situation. There are 5 locations marked on the map of the south, but when I went to investigate, only 3 of them had living aliens. The aliens in the other 2 were all dead. Upon hearing that 2 more alien tribes had died in the south, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand to interrupt Han Xian. Logically speaking, most of the south is grassland, and there shouldn't be any powerful wild beasts. How could these 2 alien tribes die? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin asked with confusion, "Have you checked how those 2 aliens died?" "My lord, according to our investigation, the 2 alien tribes were fighting each other when the wild beast that came over took advantage of them." Fighting each other? Yes, these 2 alien bases are less than 1 kilometer apart. Less than a kilometer away. Bai Xiaolin understood instantly that it must be a group of alien races that discovered the other party's existence during their exploration and wanted to swallow it up. However, he did not expect that the opponent's strength was not weaker than his own. In the end, both sides suffered losses and the beast took advantage of him. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin shook his head. This is the consequence of not knowing the opponent's strength, being overconfident in one's own strength, and attacking rashly. Tell me about the situation of the remaining 3 alien races. Yes, about 5 kilometers south of the resource forest, there is a swamp hidden under the grass. Around the swamp live 2 very similar races of creatures, whose appearance resembles upright alligators. As he spoke, Han Exen squatted down, picked up a small branch, and began to draw on the ground. After seeing what Han Exine drew, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, and then reacted based on the teeth and long mouth. Isn't this a crocodile? As for the other species that is similar to a crocodile but smaller in size, it should be a lizard. In other words, these 2 alien races are most likely the crocodile people and the lizard people. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin asked, "How strong are they? Are they using any weapons?" There are about 10 crocodiles in the entire group. The strongest is a C rank, and the rest are all D rank. They don't have weapons, and they attack other animals by biting them. There is another group of about 20 individuals, the strongest of which are 3D level, and the others are of ordinary level. The weapons they use are all fork-type weapons. There were about 10 crocodile men, and the weakest ones were actually D level. After hearing Han Xian's words, Bai Xiaolin began to think. After all, the strength of these crocodile people is much stronger than other humans and other races that they have discovered, especially since one of them reached sea level. This made Bai Xiaolin have a question in his mind. You should know that from the time I opened B-level rice until now, I have basically improved my strength attribute by 2 or 3 points every day, and only yesterday did I improve my strength to sea level. However, it is simply impossible for the crocodile people to improve their strength from ordinary level to sea level due to the scarcity of resources. After all, without enhancement, it is difficult to obtain B-level materials in the novice period, let alone collecting materials that improve dozens of attributes. In this case, how did the crocodile man get his sea level strength? This is the question that arises in Bai Xiaolin's mind. After thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin thought of something. That is the strength of these crocodile people. Could it be that they have reached the strength of D or sea level when they were summoned? Chapter 245, The Mountain Tribe. This also explains why there are no ordinary level crocodile people, because the lowest level of crocodile people is D. Unlike humans, Some of their initial attribute points don't even reach 10 points. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin thought of a huge creature located to the east of Mirror Lake. Perhaps when this creature was summoned, its strength had reached the terrifying A level. This means that the initial strength of different races is different. Some have only a few attributes, while others have reached dozens or even hundreds of points. This also made Bai Xiaolin understand why the human race was called weak humans in the 10,000 Races channel. Simply because compared to these creatures that initially reach D level or even stronger, humans are really weak and pitiful. But those are other humans. I am completely different. Even if the strength of these alien races reaches level B, it will only increase their survival points. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking and signaled Han Xin to continue. The last alien race is at the foot of a mountain about 9 kilometers away from us. They look like standing elephants. Although there are only 3 of them, their strength is all sea level. Elephant Man. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood that they had reached sea level when they were summoned. It seems that this is the racial talent. Although he thought he didn't care, Bai Xiaolin still felt a little envious. After all, the initial sea level strength would take about 10 days of strengthening for ordinary people summoned by oneself. After Han Xin finished speaking, Shuai began to report on his investigation. Of the 6 locations in the entire north, 5 have been discovered to harbor alien races. The other most vulnerable location was likely to be breached by wild beasts. There are 5 alien races in total, which is the largest number of alien races among several directions. The first alien race is about 2 kilometers east of the vine cage. They have snake heads and tails and use weapons similar to ours, such as swords and spears. There are a total of 17 alien species in this place, the 6 strongest of which are D level, and the rest are all ordinary levels. The second alien tribe is located 3 kilometers east of the first. They're a group of creatures similar to humans, but with long pointed ears. Most of them use bows and arrows, and a few use long swords. There are a total of 22 alien species in this place. The 5 strongest ones are D level, and the rest are of ordinary level. The third alien race is about 3 kilometers west of the vine cage. They are humanoid creatures with pig heads, and they use weapons such as sledgehammers and maces. There are a total of 14 alien species in this place. The 4 strongest ones are D level, and the rest are all close to D level. The fourth alien race is a group of green-skinned, pointy-eared creatures about 4 kilometers northwest of the vine cage. The weapons they use are basically knives, sticks, etc. There are a total of 25 alien species here. The 5 strongest ones are D level, and the others are basically of ordinary level. The last alien race is about 5 kilometers north of the vine cage. They're a group of humanoid creatures with dog heads. They use weapons similar to us, such as knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. This area has the largest number of aliens, with approximately 60 still alive, of which at least 7 are D level or above, and the rest are mostly of ordinary level. After hearing the end, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of one thing, that is the sudden increase in survival points in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shuai and asked, "Did this last alien race have a conflict with you?" "Yes, when we were exploring, we found a group of dog-headed monsters who were also out searching for the herd. They had a sensitive nose and discovered us. Then, in order to avoid being exposed, we killed them all." After Shuai finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin began to calculate. At that time, the survival points increased continuously by about 800 points, which means that Shuai and his companions hunted down 8 ordinary dog-headed men. This really surprised Bai Xiaolin. After all, the number of gnolls, including those hunted and those left, reached about 70, which was almost the same as the total number of people in his 3 bases. From this point of view, the gnolls should be the best developed among all the alien races around them. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood the reason. The kobold's sensitive noses are the reason they have been able to develop so quickly. With a highly developed sense of smell, dog-headed people can easily find various foods around them and avoid danger in time. With such double advantages, the strength of the gnolls can be quickly accumulated. In this case, apart from a huge alien race east of Mirror Lake, the gnolls should be the first ones he has to deal with. After all, the improvement of strength is like a snowball. As time goes by, the improvement will become faster and faster. As for dealing with other alien races, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and decided to leave it to Eugene and others to discuss a feasible strategy. If you think about it alone, there will definitely be many things that you will not consider, which may cause some unnecessary mistakes. By discussing with Eugene and others, possible mistakes can be minimized. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin said to the two of them, "When you have nothing to do later, call Zhang Liang, Eugene, and Zhang He together. Let's discuss how to deal with these alien races. Once you have a detailed plan, tell me." "Yes." After the two left, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked towards a courtyard. I don't know if Lu Ningli has been able to find out detailed information about the giant alien race after such a long time. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin just clicked on the private chat page and saw the message sent by Lu Ningli. "Brother Bai, I have already found out about the alien race you mentioned. This race is called the Beishan tribe. They are named because they can allow other creatures to live on their backs, which resembles a small mountain. They are considered one of the most talented races in the entire ninth continent. As long as you are an adult, you can reach the minimum strength of B level, and those with good talent can even surpass a level. In addition, according to your description of body shape, this Beishan tribe member should have just reached adulthood, and his strength is almost close to a level. But Brother Bai, you don't have to worry too much. The creatures of the Beishan tribe are relatively lazy. They don't move much except for eating and drinking. So as long as you don't annoy them, they won't attack you. The Beishan tribe. They seem familiar." Bai Xiaolin quickly clicked on the ethnic rankings and then saw the name of the Beishan tribe at the 35th position, ranked 35th among all races in the ninth continent. Chapter 246, Oil Resources and Energy Crystals. You can tell from the ranking alone. This race is extremely powerful. If we had known earlier, we would have known that the human race, which is the most powerful force in the East China Sea, can only barely rank in the top 100 among all the races in the ninth continent. After thinking for 2 seconds, Bai Xiaolin returned to the private chat page and began to read the message carefully again. When Bai Xiaolin saw that other creatures could live on its back, he instantly showed a hint of interest. Isn't this just a movable island? Owning a movable island of your own is everyone's dream, and Bai Xiaolin is no exception. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. He wondered if alien races could be tamed like wild beasts. If you can, maybe you could try it yourself. If successful, not only will we have an extra mobile island, but we will also have an extra powerful fighting force. As for the other party's strength, even though other races don't dare to provoke him, he still dares to provoke him. After all, he is only close to level A, not already at level A. On his side, there are now more than a dozen people with B level and C level combat capabilities. When dealing with a creature that is less than A level, even if the opponent is much stronger than the average B level, it can be dealt with easily. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded. The decision was equivalent to banning a few people. After discussing plans to deal with other alien races, we would find a few more people to discuss how to deal with the Beishan tribe. Then Bai Xiaolin chatted with Lu Ningli for a few minutes. As they chatted, Bai Xiaolin remembered one thing again. That is, he had discovered the alien races around him. However, he was not aware of the alien races that existed around Base 01 and Base 02. This is the threat that Base 01 and Base 02 will face. After all, judging from today's investigation, every alien race now basically has several D-level combat forces. Bases 01 and 02 currently do not have any D-level combat power. If we really encounter an attack by aliens, let alone taking the initiative to attack, we won't even be able to defend ourselves safely. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at the watermelons piled in the corner of the room. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin decided to provide some B-level watermelons, including other B-level foods grown later, to the two bases every day, just like B-level pure water, to quickly improve their strength. This way, even if aliens attack, there's nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin picked up a few watermelons and sent them to the two of them. In base number 01, after Lu Ningli finished chatting with Bai Xiaolin, he was about to get up and arrange accommodation for the 4 new subordinates he had exchanged today. As soon as he stood up, he found that 3 round balls with white and green patterns suddenly appeared next to the foundation stone under his feet. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Lu Ningli exclaimed in surprise. Watermelon. Along with the watermelon, there was also news on the cornerstone page. These watermelons are B-grade watermelons that can enhance spiritual attributes. You should eat them like B-grade water and share them with others to improve your strength as quickly as possible. After all, there are basically quite a few D-level beings among these alien races out there. Only by improving your strength can you ensure your own safety. Looking at the message sent by Brother Bai on the page, Lu Ningli felt numb. You have to know that watermelon nowadays is something that no one dares to even think about, let alone a B-grade watermelon. But Brother Bai can take it out at will, just like taking out 20 liters of B-grade pure water at a time during the day. Thank you, Brother Bai. After replying the message, Luningly didn't think any more about it. He swallowed his saliva, picked up the 3 watermelons, and walked out of the room. After all, Brother Bai has instructed that improving one's strength is the most important thing now. Before long, the yard was filled with the sounds of people exclaiming and eating watermelons. At the same time, in base 02, Su Xianxian was also very happy and walked out of the room holding 2 watermelons. Compared with the daytime, there were 3 more men and 2 women in the yard at this time, 5 newlyweds wearing ancient costumes. And these 5 people were exchanged by Su Xianxian from the luck exchange page. After an afternoon of practice, Su Xianxian finally killed all the undead surrounding outside before dinner and successfully obtained 5 points of luck. Finally, according to Bai Xiaolin's instructions, all of them were exchanged for population, which instantly made base number 02 lively. After all, Su Xianxian was the only one here before. 2 minutes later, seeing several people happily eating watermelon, Su Xianxian couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. I finally don't have to worry about being alone, bored, or scared anymore. Bai Xiaolin sent the watermelons to the 2 of them and gave them some instructions. Then he found the oil resource card he had obtained earlier from the small box next to him. As long as there is oil, hot air balloons will have the fuel to fly. In addition to fuel, Bai Xiaolin also thought of a use, which is to make incendiary bombs. When facing alien races and enemies without flying units, air-dropped incendiary bombs are the best offensive weapons. Oil resource card / level 1. After use, a small amount of oil resources can be generated in the designated area. Primary enhancement. Consume 1 survival point to increase the resource card level by 1 level. Survival point minus 1,111, 4th enhancement. With the rapid consumption of survival points, the oil resource card in Bai Xiaolin's hand was directly upgraded to level 5. This was also the first level 5 resource card upgraded by Bai Xiaolin. The 4th level resource card generates auxiliary resources. I don't know what effect the 5th level resource card will have. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin began to check the enhanced resource cards. Oil resource card / level 5. After use, you can generate a reserve of 1 million tons of oil resources in the designated area and randomly generate a small amount of mineral resources and energy crystal raw stones. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Bai Xiaolin blinked. I didn't expect that in addition to the auxiliary resources, the level 5 oil resource card can also generate energy crystals. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce his own extraordinary level weapons and land in the future? Become rich. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile, and then began to think about where to generate the oil resources. As the finger slid, the image of base 01 appeared on the map page not long after. Considering that if the generation location is too far away, you may encounter attacks from alien races when mining. So Bai Xiaolin placed the location where the oil resources were generated a few hundred meters away from base number 01. This not only avoids danger, but also makes mining and transportation more convenient. Survival points plus 500. As the resource card disappeared, a black pond with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared on the ground 500 meters north of base 01. Chapter 247 Different Ideas. Of course, this pond was just reserved by Bai Xiaolin to facilitate the export of oil. With it, oil could be extracted without an oil well, just like drawing water from a well. Several thousand meters below the pond is where millions of tons of oil resources are stored. Now oil resources are generated. The next step was to instruct Lu Nengli to protect it and mine and refine it according to his instructions. In base number 01, Lu Nengli had just finished eating watermelon and returned to his room when he received a message from Bai Xiaolin. Xiaoli, I have generated some oil resources 500 meters north of the base. Tomorrow morning, you will take people to clean up the area around it and build a fence to prepare for the mining later. Oil resources. It seems that Big Brother is going to make some other developments. After nodding, Lu Nengli replied quickly. Okay, Brother Bai. After giving Lu Nengli instructions, Bai Xiaolin was just about to open the chat channel to take a look. There was a sudden knock on the door outside the room, and at the same time, Zhang Xiaohu's voice was heard. My lord, we've already caught nearly 2,000 kilograms of fish. Do you want to continue fishing? Listening to the noise outside, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while, got up, opened the door, and said to Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing at the door, informally Hai and the others that they don't need to continue fishing. They don't need to process the fish they've caught. Just find a warehouse to store them all. Bai Xiaolin still planned to sell these 2,000 kilograms of fish meat, just like the sea-level water, partly in the human trading area and partly in the all-race trading area. Among all races, those like the orcs basically do not process the food they eat. So Bai Xiaolin didn't plan to process the fish so that he could trade for more. The fishy smell of unprocessed fish is too strong, so Bai Xiaolin doesn't want to put it in his room for sale. Anyway, just put it in the building or put it in the warehouse and sell it. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Bai Xiaolin began to think about what else could be sold. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaolin looked at the small warehouse in the yard, where the dried apricots that had been dried a few days ago were still stored. The remaining apricots were dried into nearly 3,000 kilograms of dried apricots. We definitely cannot eat them all if we keep them, so we can sell some of them. More than 10 minutes later, Li Hai and his companions put the caught fish into the warehouse and returned to the yard to rest. Bai Xiaolin returned to the room and opened the trading area. Before you prepare to put new items on the shelves, check out the energy crystal transactions and card transactions that were put on the shelves during the day. C-grade purified water 2L trading character card 1, 68 remaining. C-grade purified water 10L trading copy card / resource card 1, 13 copies remaining. C-grade purified water 5L trading energy crystal 1, 20 remaining. Among more than 100 transactions, 32 character cards in the first item were sold. 7 resource cards were sold, but they were all forest, desert, and stone resource cards, and their effects were limited. As for energy crystals, not a single one was exchanged. It seems that other people still attach great importance to luck value. Then Bai Xiaolin thought about it, and clicked on the 10,000 races trading area. C-grade purified water 4.5L trading energy crystal 1, 0 remaining. You guys are a bunch of double-faced guys. You say you don't want it, but you make deals faster than anyone else. Damn it, I just hesitated for a moment, and you guys actually traded away hundreds of C-grade waters. This is an opportunity to improve your own strength. Only a simple-minded person like you would hesitate. You damn fellow, how dare you scold me? Don't let me find you, or I will tear you into pieces. You think I'm afraid of you? As long as I finish drinking these sea-level waters, my agility will increase from 29 to 30 points, successfully breaking through to sea level. By then, it's not certain who will be defeated. Come out, little human. If you have any C-grade water, I'll buy it at a higher price. A weak human race, who somehow managed to obtain some C-grade water. Do you think he would dare to sell it? The more he sells, the more powerful people he will attract, and then his death will be not far away. Do you think he has any other choice? Even if he doesn't continue to sell, he won't survive for long. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaolin's face instantly showed an expression of surprise. Not only have all of the more than 100 bottles of C-grade water been traded, but even the tone of the comments below has changed. From this simple transaction, it can be seen that the ideas of the human race and all other races are completely different. The human race is thinking about accumulating resources for development, while the myriad races are thinking about rapidly improving their own strength. As their strength increases, resources will naturally become available. After all, plundering is what they are good at. Of course, Wanzu's idea also agreed with Bai Xiaolin's. The higher their demand for strength improvement, the more rare resources their C-grade water can be exchanged for. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin first replied with a message under the transaction message. We'll have a small amount of grade C water for sale later. If you haven't bought it yet, take advantage of this opportunity. Then exit the 10,000 races trading zone and cancel the energy crystal transaction in the human race trading zone. After re-editing, it was put on the trading area of all races. Anyway, it couldn't be traded in the human trading area, so it would be a waste to keep it there. C-grade purified water 4 liters, trading energy crystal 1, 25 remaining. Perhaps due to the message just now, the transaction quickly attracted the attention of many creatures of all races as soon as it was put on the shelves. What the hell? This Terran kid actually took the opportunity to raise the price. Who told you to be so impatient? It's clearly telling others that you are in urgent need of high-grade food. That's right, if I had extra C-grade water, I would definitely raise the price and drain your supplies. Swindlers, you bunch of profiteers. Everyone listen to me, don't trade. Listen to you? Who do you think you are? Humans, quickly restore the price back to normal, or I Wolf 3 will make you pay. Actually, after careful calculation, the price this human race is currently selling for is still cheaper than the luck exchange page. I've also calculated it, so I just traded one. If anyone needs it, you can contact me. You damn guys, didn't you agree not to trade? How come it's gone in the blink of an eye? You're a fool not to trade. It only took less than 2 minutes. All the C-grade purified water on the shelves were sold out again, and Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. It seems that the demand is quite large. In the future, grade C pure water can be sold in the 10,000 races trading area. Anyway, there is no worry about not being able to sell it. Chapter 248 Number of D-level wolf bones. After exiting the 10,000 races trading area, Bai Xiaolin smiled and put the energy crystals he had traded back into a small box. After all, these are hundreds of energy crystals. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think about what he could trade for the fish and dried apricots he would sell later. After thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin decided that the things he would sell in the Wanzhou trading area could be used to trade for materials above grade D in preparation for forging high-level weapons. Based on a number of all races, there are definitely quite a few beasts above level D killed every day. The D-level materials on these beasts are my goal, and I believe the harvest will be significant. For many races that do not have forging talent, I believe they would rather exchange some food for the materials than waste them. As for the fish and dried apricots sold in the human trading area, they continue to trade various materials and drawings. If you want to build a base into a large and solid city, the hundreds of thousands of materials you have are definitely not enough. After determining the item he wanted to exchange, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the transaction information. Dried apricots, 500G traded for any D-level beast material, 500G, 500 pieces remaining. Fresh fish 1 trade, any D-level beast material, 1000G, 500 pieces remaining. What is sold in the Wanzhou trading area are 500 kilograms of dried apricots and 1,000 kilograms of fresh fish. If all transactions are successful, about 1,500 kilograms of D-level materials can be traded back. The reason for trading by weight is because Bai Xiaolin took a problem into consideration. That is, not only are the D-level materials on different beasts different, but even the D-level materials in different locations on the same beast are different, like teeth, bones, scales, etc. If you trade one scale at a time, you will suffer a huge loss if you trade a bunch of scales. After all, a wild beast has at least several thousand scales, and at most tens of thousands. This is equivalent to the other party only needing to consume a few tens of scales from a wild beast in order to trade away all of his thousands of kilograms of fish and dried apricots. Given the volume and weight of the scales, even if they are only used as auxiliary materials during forging, the amount required at one time will not be small. Therefore, trading by weight is the safest way, which can minimize the risk of trading in a bunch of junk materials. After the 10,000 races trading area was put on the shelves, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the human race trading area and began to edit the trading information. Dried apricots, 100G traded for 5 of any material, 2,500 remaining. Fresh fish 1 traded for any rare material, 50 pieces, 500 pieces remaining. Note, freshly caught freshwater fish, each weighing about 2 kilograms. The quantity is the same as in the 10,000 races trading zone, but the items traded have become ordinary materials. After the transaction was put on the shelves, Bai Xiaolin thought about it, stood up, and walked out of the room. When Bai Xiaolin stood up, the human trading area had become lively again because of the emergence of these 2 transactions. Holy crap, this guy is so rich. He sells thousands of kilograms of food at a time, including dried fruits. What a fuss. This is the god of Europe. It's a pity that you can only eat dried apricots, unlike us, who used to have fresh apricots. What's so special about apricots? There was a big guy in our district who was selling bananas all the time. Please stop showing off. I want to eat dried apricots too. I haven't tasted fruit in ages. You're focusing on dried apricots. I'm focusing on freshwater fish. Does anyone know where this Oshan got his freshwater fish? You've asked the right person. I also have freshwater fish now, but unfortunately, I don't have as many as Oshan. Brother, tell me now. Don't keep me in suspense. Ignore them. I, Long Fuguwei, am here to help you solve your problems. You just need to use the water resource card first. If you use the fish resource card on the stream that appears, you can get freshwater fish so you don't have to risk fishing at sea, and you can always have a steady supply of fish to eat. So that's how it is. Thank you, Brother Long. You're welcome. If you're looking for an alliance, you can consider joining my Three Destroyers Alliance. We now have nearly 100 members. I can consider it, but brother, why is your alliance called the Extermination Alliance? It's not convenient to talk about this here. Brother, please chat with me privately, and we can discuss it in detail. Bai Xiaolin, who had already arrived at the courtyard at this time, had no idea what was happening in the trading area. Instead, he planned to find Eugene and others to ask about their strategy for dealing with the 10,000 races and what they were thinking. But before Bai Xiaolin could speak, he saw Zhang Xiaohu and others running towards the West City Gate in a hurry. What happened to make these kids so excited? With doubts, Bai Xiaolin looked at Li Hai and others who were sitting in the yard and stood up to go out. What happened? My lord, Master Zhu and his men brought the D-grade wolf bones they salvaged and are planning to go to the blacksmith shop to try and forge a few weapons. Everyone is quite interested in how D-grade weapons are forged, so they all want to go and observe. Hearing Li Hai's words, Bai Xiaolin showed an interested expression on his face, because he also wanted to know how D-level weapons were forged. After all, the previous high-level weapons were all strengthened. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin said to Li Hai and others, "Let's go and take a look together. As for asking about Eugene and the others, it won't be too late until tomorrow morning. Giving them more time may help them come up with better solutions." Walking out of the courtyard with a few people, Bai Xiaolin pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There was no sound of iron hammering outside the city wall, which meant that Zhu Tai had not started forging yet and was still preparing the materials. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin quickened his pace. Now is the perfect time to go there and watch the entire forging process from beginning to end. After walking out of the city wall, Bai Xiaolin looked towards the blacksmith shop and saw Zhang Xiaohu and his group gathered at the door of the blacksmith shop. The person surrounded by the crowd was Zhu Tai, who was preparing materials. However, when Bai Xiaolin saw the materials Zhu Tai was fiddling with, he was obviously stunned, because among these materials, all the bones added up to only more than 20 pieces. This number is obviously wrong. You have to know that the number of black wolves hunted in the previous 2 times added up to more than 20. The total number of bones of so many black wolves could reach several thousand, but there may be only more than 20 of them. Could it be that Zhu Tai and the others didn't find the rest? Or maybe they just fished out more than 20 pieces temporarily to prepare for an experiment. Chapter 249, Speculations about Animal Bones. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhu Tai and asked, "Where are the other black wolf bones? Did you not find them or fish them out?" Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Zhu Tai thought for a few seconds and then answered, "My lord, the other black wolf bones are just ordinary materials, so we didn't fish them out." Ordinary materials. After hearing Zhu Tai's answer, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds again. You have to know that all black wolves are D-level, so how could their bones be made of ordinary materials? Then Bai Xiaolin thought of a possibility. Could it be that Zhu Tai and others did not find the right place just now, but found the place where they threw ordinary wolf bones at the beginning, and then mistook ordinary wolf bones for D-level wolf bones? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin said to Zhu Tai, "You get ready first. I'll come over later." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked towards the city gate. After passing through 2 city gates, Bai Xiaolin arrived near the dock. Then he saw 3 piles of white bones piled up by the mirror lake not far away. 3 piles. In other words, Zhu Tai and others have dug out all the bones of the wolves they had killed before, including the black wolf bones. In this case, there shouldn't be only more than 20 D-level wolf bones. Unless there was something he hadn't expected, Bai Xiaolin walked to the largest pile of bones with doubts. Because black wolves are larger in size, their bones are more than 1 size larger than those of gray wolves. After picking out the largest bone and holding it in his hand, a line of prompts quickly appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Wolf bone. Ordinary leg bone from a wild wolf. It turned out to be just ordinary grade. Then Bai Xiaolin picked out some wolf bones that looked bigger without giving up. Wolf bone. An ordinary skull from a wild wolf. Wolf bone. An ordinary rib from a wild wolf. Looking at the clues that were all there in front of him, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but frown, and then began to think. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin thought of 2 possibilities. First of all, these bones were actually D-grade before, but because they were left outside for too long, most of their grades have degraded. Only a small number of bones, for unknown reasons, retain the D-grade. The second possibility is that these bones have always been of ordinary grade and have not changed over time. And if this is true, it means one thing. That is, the materials on the D-level beasts are not all D-level. Likewise, the materials on higher level beasts are not all of the same level as your own. On the contrary, In terms of proportion, there are only a small number of materials of the same level as your own. To verify which of these two possibilities is correct, you just need to catch a beast of level D or above and kill it. Then Bai Xiaolin looked again at the piles of ordinary wolf bones in front of him. He had thrown them away before because there was no use in keeping them. Although it is not useful for forging weapons now, it can be used in another place. That is to grind it into bone meal, throw it into the septic tank, and make it into high-grade fertilizer. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to go back and look through the warehouse at night to see if there were any stone mill drawings. If you have any, you can make a few sets. Of course, the function of the stone mill is not just to make bone meal. When wheat, soybeans, corn, and other crops are grown on a large scale, stone mills are needed. Throwing away the bone in his hand, Bai Xiaolin turned around and returned to the city wall. After taking a look at Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others who were writing and drawing with pen and paper in the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin did not go up to disturb them, but continued walking towards the west gate. When he came to the outside of the blacksmith shop again, Bai Xiaolin found that the first forging furnace in the blacksmith shop had been lit. The blazing flames illuminated the entire forge red. Next to the forge, Zhu Tai, holding an iron hammer, was excitedly studying the forge. Behind Zhu Tai, Zhu Shan, who was also holding an iron hammer, was hammering in a stone trough covered with patterns. When he got closer, Bai Xiaolin discovered that the stone trough contained broken D-level wolf bones. Why did you smash the wolf bones? Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhu Shan and asked with confusion. What are you doing? My lord, if you grind these bones into bone powder and add it to the forging process, it will improve the quality of the ironware. Oh, listening to Zhu Shan's answer, Bai Xiaolin nodded as if he understood. After all, he knew nothing about forging. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and said to the father and son, All right, you guys continue. I'm just here to observe and see how the weapons are forged. Yes. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin took a few steps back and moved to the side of Zhang Xiaohu and the others, standing by and watching quietly. A few minutes later, as the forge was opened, the red-hot iron blocks inside were revealed. Then I saw Zhu Tai, who quickly picked up the iron clamp next to the forging table, took out a piece of iron, and placed it on the forging table. Then he took a deep breath and swung the hammer with his other hand and started hitting quickly. Ding, ding, ding. As the knocking sound rang out, the iron block began to slowly deform under the hammer like a piece of red jade. However, at this time, Bai Xiaolin was not paying attention to the iron block, but pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Listening to the not-too-loud knocking sound beside his ear, Bai Xiaolin showed a strange expression on his face. Because the volume of this sound is completely different from the sound of blacksmithing that I remember. It was like a sponge that absorbed most of the sound, with only a small amount escaping. Looking at the mysterious patterns on the forging table, Bai Xiaolin thought of a possibility. Could it be that these patterns absorb the sound? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the forging furnace again. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaolin realized that he had overlooked one thing before, which was the area around the forging furnace that looked red. It's like an ordinary stove, giving people a slight warmth without feeling too hot. This seems to be the effect of the mysterious pattern, which concentrates most of the heat inside the forge to calcine the iron blocks. In this way, with these lines, there's no need to worry about the noise and high temperature generated by forging affecting Zhu Tai and others. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but nodded. Then he looked towards a forging table and saw that as Zhu Tai hammered on it, the iron block had become shorter and its color had changed from the jade-like color to the current black-red color. Under the hammer's blows, the deformation becomes smaller and smaller. At this time, Zhu Tai also put down the hammer, put the deformed iron block back into the forge, and continued to calcine it. However, Zhu Tai did not stop after putting the iron block back. Instead, he picked up another iron block and continued to hammer it. Chapter 250, Eugene and his team's plan. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but nodded again. Because in this way, several pieces of iron can be forged at the same time, without wasting time waiting for heating. Then Bai Xiaolin continued to observe. After forging 4 pieces of iron in succession, Zhu Tai again clamped out the iron piece forged for the first time. However, unlike the first time, this time Zhu Tai did not forge it immediately. Instead, he grabbed some white particles from the side and threw them onto the red-hot iron block. These white particles were made by Zhu Shan by smashing D-level wolf bones. As the bone meal was sprinkled on the iron block, a magical scene immediately happened before the eyes of Bai Xiaolin and others. The moment the bone powder came into contact with the iron block, it seemed to melt and merge into the iron block. There were also some small white dots on the iron block. Then Jutai picked up the hammer and started forging quickly again. As time passed, the pieces of iron slowly changed from cubes to long strips. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu and others who were watching had almost run away. After all, this forging process seems too boring. When Jutai was about to start the next round of forging, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was already past 10:30. Think about it. Bai Xiaolin came to the front of the forge, raised his hand to signal Jutai to stop, and said to the two of them, "You can rest now. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to do anything else. Just focus on forging weapons here every day." Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Jutai and the others started to pack up. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the city wall, thinking about the plan of the blacksmith shop as he walked. Judging from today's forging, I must find time to assign Jutai a few apprentices. Then he assigned tasks such as forging rough pieces and pulling the bellows to the apprentices, so that Jutai would have enough time to forge weapons. Otherwise, half of Jutai's time would be wasted just on forging the rough pieces every day. In addition, you can equip the blacksmith shop with a stone mill, which will make it more convenient to process high-grade materials in the future. As he was thinking, Bai Xiaolin returned to the courtyard. He also saw Eugene, Shuerengue, and others waiting for him in the yard. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Shuerengue, who was sitting among the people, stand up and hand a few pieces of paper to him. "My lord, we have sorted out all the surrounding alien races according to their strength and have formulated corresponding plans. The efficiency is quite high." After nodding, Bai Xiaolin took the paper from Shuerengue and began to read it. But after watching for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin discovered something strange. That is, in this plan, not only is the time required to deal with aliens from different directions different, but the time required to deal with aliens from the same direction is also different. For example, the crocodile people and lizard people who are closer to the south, in Bai Zhao's opinion, can be destroyed along the way. However, in the plans proposed by several people, the time required to deal with the two races was actually nearly 10 days apart. With doubts, Bai Xiaolin pointed at the paper and asked, "In the plan you made, what are these times based on?" Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time, and then they saw Eugene stand up and speak. "My lord, we have made a time plan based on the strength of the alien races. We will deal with the more threatening ones one by one in the next few days. As for the weaker and less threatening alien races, we should stay for a few more days, wait for their strength to grow, and accumulate enough supplies before we eliminate them." After hearing Eugene's words, Bai Xiaolin looked at a few people in surprise. "I didn't expect that these guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes were even more evil than me. I just wanted to get rid of these aliens. And these guys actually planned to raise the aliens for a few more days and harvest them when they grew up. This is absolutely right. They're treating the other party as leaks. But it's okay this way. As long as the alien strength is within the controllable range, the stronger he is, the more he will gain in the future." Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin showed an expression of admiration on his face, and then returned the paper in his hand to Shuerengue. "This plan is good. You can follow it when dealing with the aliens later. But before that, I need you to capture a living alien and do a little experiment." Yes, Bai Xiaolin needs an alien to test whether the alien can be tamed. If it can be tamed, then the plan to move the island can be put on the agenda. After chatting with a few people, Bai Xiaolin went straight back to the room. After sitting down next to the cornerstone, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and began to sort out his other gains from the day. First of all, there was the harvest from the various wild beasts and dog-headed men killed by Eugene, Shuerengue, and others when they went out to explore. Of course, the harvest from this part only consisted of a few fat sheep and 530 survival points, and the corpses of other beasts were not brought back. The second is the gains from the first few transactions today, of course, because the number of transactions is relatively small. In addition to energy crystals and cards, only 82 survival points were obtained. Of course, this only includes daytime transactions. The few transactions listed at night are not counted for the time being because they have not been fully traded. Finally, here is what everyone has harvested from today's cleanup. Although the materials in this part are not valuable, they contain the most survival points. At the main base, more than 2,500 pieces of various materials were cleared out in one day, and the number of ordinary drawings and cards added up to nearly 50. As for survival points, it reached 2,322 points. Then came base 01. Because there were fewer people and the cleanup time was only in the afternoon, the total number of materials they cleared out was only more than 700 pieces. In addition to materials, there are less than 20 blueprints and cards to harvest and 730 survival points. This adds up to more than 3,000 survival points, which also makes Bai Xiaolan's current number of survival points exceed 6,000 again. With so many survival points, Bai Xiaolan's heart began to itch again, and he began to think about what could be strengthened. But after thinking about it, Bai Xiaolan only thought of one thing, that is the character card, because there is nothing else that urgently needs a large number of survival points to be strengthened. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan decided to strengthen 2 more A-level character cards to expand his team of generals. As for the remaining survival points, they're kept as backup in case they're needed later. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan took out 2 character cards from the box behind him. However, he did not start strengthening immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked out of the room, heading toward the warehouse on the right. Chapter 251, Disciples of the Sect. Coming to the warehouse on the right, Bai Xiaolan began to search. Before long, a blueprint appeared in Bai Xiaolan's hand. Stone mill production drawing. A simple machine that can process grain into powder or pulp. That's right, this is what Bai Xiaolan is looking for. When he goes back later, he can strengthen it together with the character card. But one is not enough. After all, there are many places where stone mills will be needed later, and it is not suitable for mixed use. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaolan returned to the room with 4 stone mill drawings. These 4 stone mills were made. According to Bai Xiaolan's plan, 1 machine would be used to process ordinary bones, 2 would be used to grind wheat, soybeans, etc., and the last one would be placed in the blacksmith shop to grind high-grade materials. The first 3 have no level requirements. After all, both food and ordinary bones are easier to grind. As for the last one, the level must be higher. After all, this one is used to grind high-grade materials. If the level is not enough, it will be a joke for high-level materials. But for the time being, upgrading it to level B is enough. After all, if you want to obtain A-level materials, you must have the ability to kill A-level beasts. The current A-level beasts are an unchallengeable enemy for all races. Therefore, when there are no A-level materials, there is no need to waste survival points to strengthen the stone mill to A level. Anyway, you can strengthen it at any time later, and it's not too late to strengthen it after obtaining A-level materials. After making the decision, Bai Xiaolan began to strengthen. Survival point 3. Survival points minus 30. After 2 primary enhancements, the first 3 drawings were enhanced into 2D level plus 1 and 1C level. This made Bai Xiaolan happy, because by strengthening a C-level blueprint at the primary level, he could save 11 survival points. Taking out the C-level blueprints separately, Bai Xiaolan began the 3rd strengthening. Survival points minus 200. With the 3rd intermediate enhancement, the level of the stone mill blueprint in his hand also successfully reached level B. Next is the enhancement of the last blueprint. He originally planned to enhance it to level B, but now he already has it, so he only needs to do 2 basic enhancements. Survival point minus 1. Survival points minus 10. As 2 prompt sounds rang out, the level of the last stone mill blueprint also became D plus 1. The strengthening is completed, and the next step is production. Stone minus 30, wood minus 5. Survival points plus 35. As the prompt sounded in my ears, 4 stone mills appeared in different places. Among them, the B class appeared in the blacksmith shop, 2 D class appeared in the warehouse next to the restaurant, and the last D class appeared next to the septic tank. The stone mill is completed, and the next step is to strengthen the character card. Survival point minus 4,444, 4th enhancement. After 4 intermediate enhancements, both character cards were enhanced to A level. According to Bai Xiaolan's plan, unless there are special circumstances, the character cards used will be upgraded to level A or B, and will not be upgraded to plus 1 or plus 2. After all, ordinary civilians can now redeem them on the luck page, so there is no need to summon them using character cards. Then Bai Xiaolan didn't think any more about it, stood up and took out the copy card, which had 2 copying chances left after the last use. 2 copying opportunities are enough to copy 2 more A-level character cards, so you can summon 4 A-level characters at once. Holding 3 cards in his hand, Bai Xiaolan took a deep breath. Copy. As the copy card disappeared, the number of A-level character cards in Bai Xiaolan's hand had become 4. Last time, the 2 A-level character cards summoned Zhang Liang and Han Xian. I wonder who the 4 cards can summon this time. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin stared at the character card in his hand. Use. As 4 rays of light flashed by, 4 gray figures appear in front of Bai Xiaolin. Survival points plus 2,000. Hearing the prompt sound coming from his ears, Bai Xiaolin showed a look of joy on his face. More than 4,000 survival points were consumed, and 2,000 were added back. So that's the calculation. To summon an A-level character, only 500 survival points are needed, which is much more cost-effective than summoning low-level characters. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, the 4 figures in front of him bowed down at the same time. Gui Xuanli, Feng Xianjiao, /Yao Xuanxin, /Zi Xianxing, greets the Lord. Hearing the voices of the 4 people, Bai Xiaolin came back to his senses and looked up in front of him. But when he saw this, he was stunned. There were only 3 men and 1 woman in front of me, all young people around 20 years old. They were wearing the same gray robe and carrying the same green sword. This was also the reason why Bai Xiaolin was stunned, because no matter from their appearance, age, or clothing, these 4 people did not look like the civil and military officials in his impression at all. On the contrary, he is more like a disciple of a legendary sect. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 4 people and asked, "Can you remember where you are from? And what is the relationship between the 4 of you?" Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Gui Xuanli, the square-faced man among the 4, stood up. "My lord, the 4 of us are all disciples of the Qingkong sword sect, and we are taught by the sword sect elder, Taoistin. He really is a disciple of the sect." After getting the answer, Bai Xiaolin showed a strange expression on his face. I had originally thought that those summoned were only ancient civil and military officials, but I didn't expect that even the disciples of the sect were summoned. At the same time, the appearance of these people also made Bai Xiaolin think of something. That is, the disciples have reached a level. So what level are their elder masters and the stronger sect leader? At least he has surpassed the A level and reached the extraordinary level. Otherwise, how can he teach his disciples? In this case, a new problem arises, which is to compare the attributes of Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Shui Gui. Among the civil servants and military generals in ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could surpass them and reach A level or even extraordinary level. And each of these people has left a deep mark in history. This definitely does not include the unknown people in front of him, whose names he's never even heard of. In that case, where do these people come from? Can the character cards summon characters from different worlds? Of course, it is also possible that they are a force that has been hidden for thousands of years, so there's no record of them in history. However, even if it is a hidden force, it must be aware of the outside world. Therefore, you only need 1 or 2 simple questions to determine whether the so-called Qingkong sword sect is a hidden force or a force from another world. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 4 people in front of him and asked again, "Do you know what the world you live in is called, or what the most powerful country is?" Chapter 252, Qigong Practitioner, Extraordinary Weapon. The reason why I ask this, it is easiest to get the answers you want through the names of the world and the names of countries. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Gui Xuanli answered again, "My lord, the world we live in is China. The most powerful country is Zhou, and all the smaller nations are vassal states." Huaxia, Zhou. Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds, then reacted quickly. It turns out that these people were not summoned from another world, but came from the Zhou dynasty, which was before the Qin dynasty. That's not right. In the Zhou dynasty, there shouldn't be so many A level or even above A level. Then Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought a name. Qi refiner from the pre-Qin period. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin's eyes widened instantly. You should know that according to legend, people were able to practice cultivation from ancient times to before the Qin dynasty. It was only after the Qin dynasty that the path of cultivation came to an end due to the entry into the Dharma ending age. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin's eyes gradually became hot. If the legend is true, then the people in front of us are the legendary Qi refiners. In addition, since Qi refiners exist, if you continue to strengthen your character card, you can summon a stronger Qi refiner. Even the legendary, earthly immortal. At that time, no matter what alien race it is, the Earth Immortal can easily solve it with just a few slaps. After fantasizing for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin stopped. After all, the attribute points of such legendary figures cannot exceed several thousand or even tens of thousands. The survival points needed to summon out would probably be at least 1 million, an astronomical figure that he couldn't even imagine. Putting aside unrealistic thoughts, Bai Xiaolin looked at the long sword carried on Gui Xuanli's back. Since they are Qi refiners, their weapons must not be simple. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin said to Gue Xuanli, "Let me borrow the sword behind you." "Yes." After answering, Gue Xuanli took off the green sword behind him and handed it to Bai Xiaolin with both hands. After taking the sword, Bai Xiaolin first shook it in his hand and found that it was much lighter than iron objects of the same size. Then he pulled the long sword out of the scabbard and saw a faint green light on the narrow sword, which looked very extraordinary. However, when Bai Xiaolin tapped the sword lightly with his fingers, a crisp metallic sound still came from the sword. In other words, the material used to make this sword is actually a special metal. After checking the appearance and material of the long sword, Bai Xiaolin began to check its level. Forged from special materials, it is definitely not an ordinary grade weapon. Blue Blade Sword / Sirank. A fine weapon forged from lapis lazuli. Due to the special nature of the material, wounds caused by it are extremely difficult to recover in a short period of time. It's actually sea level. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Bai Xiaolin showed a hint of joy on his face. Because it is a sea level weapon, I only need to do it twice to enhance it to A level and 3 times to the extraordinary level. It's exciting to think about what effect the extraordinary weapons will have. Then Bai Xiaolin took out an energy crystal without hesitation and began to strengthen the Qing Feng sword in his hand. Survival point 2. Survival points -20. Survival points -200. During the third intermediate enhancement, as the milky white light spots in the energy crystal were integrated, the Qing Feng sword made a crisp sword sound. This made Bai Xiaolin and the 4 people in front of him show a hint of surprise at the same time. After putting away the energy crystal that only had earth attribute energy left, Bai Xiaolin took a deep breath and began to read the new introduction of the Qing Feng sword. Qing Feng sword / supernormal level 1. A low-level supernormal weapon made from lapis lazuli. Haste. When used, it increases the user's agility by 100. Qing Feng. When used, it can absorb the user's energy and attach it to the blade, killing people invisibly. Note, the Qing Feng effect requires a minimum level of Transcendental level 1. The extraordinary Qing Feng sword actually has 2 special effects. One is speed, and the other is Qing Feng. The first one was an A-level effect, but when he saw the second special effect, Bai Xiaolin blinked. Absorbing energy and attaching it to the sword blade. Isn't this the legendary sword energy? Thinking of sword energy, Bai Xiaolin wanted to experiment and see what the legendary sword energy looked like and how powerful it was. Unfortunately, the notes at the end disappointed Bai Xiaolin, as there were actually restrictions on usage. Unless you reach the extraordinary level, you can't trigger special effects. However, Bai Xiaolin understood the reason without thinking too much, which was that when using it, it would absorb the user's own energy. However, those of us who have not reached the extraordinary level do not have energy, so we cannot exert any effect. In this case, there is no need to continue strengthening the extraordinary weapons for the time being. After all, the highest level on my side is only A level. It would be a waste if the enhanced ones cannot be used. It would be better to enhance some A-level ones and give them to others. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin put the Qing Feng sword back into the scabbard and threw it to Gue Xuanli in front of him. "Get it back to you." Gue Xuanli took the extraordinary Qing Feng sword, felt the special aura emanating from the sword, and a surprised smile instantly appeared on his face. "Thank you, my lord. Xuanli will definitely live up to your kindness." The current Qing Feng sword is completely different from the Qing Feng sword he had before. The other 3 people also showed jealous expressions when looking at the Qing Feng sword in Gue Xuanli's hand. You should know that in the previous Qing Kong sword sect, only the elders could possess weapons of this level. Ordinary disciples, like us, don't even dare to think about it. But he didn't expect that here, the Lord would casually promote it and give it to Gue Xuanli. Looking at the expressions of the 3 people, Bai Xiaolin knew what they were thinking and said to them with a smile, "Bring your weapons here too." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Feng Xianzhao and the other 2 were stunned for 2 seconds and then said in surprise at the same time, "Thank you, my lord. We will definitely live up to your reward." Smiling, Bai Xiaolin took the 3 weapons and began to strengthen them again, but this time he only needed to strengthen them to A level. Survival point 6. Survival points -60. Blue Blade Sword / Grade A, an excellent weapon forged from lapis lazuli. With it, your speed will be unpredictable. Haste. When used, it can increase the user's agility by 100. After 2 intermediate enhancements, the levels of the 3 long swords were all upgraded to A level. Although there's only 1 special effect left, It is enough for Feng Xianzhao and the other two. After returning the weapons to the three people, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was already past 11 o'clock. After thinking for a while, he said to them, "It's getting late now. Let me arrange a place for you to rest first. We could talk about other things tomorrow." Yes. Chapter 253, Wolf Night. After taking the four people out of the room, Bai Xiaolin found that there was no one in the yard. It seems that everyone is very tired today, so I went back to rest early. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and took the four people to the living area. After taking quilts from the warehouse, he arranged a small wooden house for each of them. After the four of them went in to rest, Bai Xiaolin returned to the room. However, Bai Xiaolin did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he came to the cornerstone and began to check the attributes of the four people. Once we understand their strengths, we can assign them tasks better tomorrow. Name, Gui Xuanli / A rank, Bai Xiaolin subordinate. Age, 25. Physical strength, 81 of 81. Strength, 89 of 89. Agility, 100 out of 100. Ability, 1. With a mount, movement speed can be increased by 80 to 150. 2. When entering combat state with full strength, the strength attribute can be temporarily increased by 53. Looking at Gui Xuanli's attributes, Bai Xiaolin showed a hint of surprise on his face. Because not only are Gui Xuanli's three basic attributes all above 80 points, but even his two special abilities all improve his combat effectiveness. In other words, Gui Xuanli is definitely a combat talent. This is different from Shuer and Gui, Zhang Liang, and others who were summoned before. One is a combat vanguard, and the other is a commander. This is just perfect. After all, what I lack now is cutting-edge combat power. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin began to check the attributes of the next person. Name, Zi Xianqing / A level, Bai Xiaolin subordinate. Age, 23. Physical strength, 67 of 67. Strength, 64 of 64. Agility, 100 out of 100. Ability, 1. With a mount, movement speed can be increased by 70 to 130. 2. When attacking continuously, the strength attribute will be increased by 1 each time, up to a maximum of 200. Although Zi Xianqing is the only woman among the four, her attributes are not weak at all. Especially the second ability is even more amazing. As long as it is used well, the power may reach a terrifying level of nearly 200 points. With such power, even an A-level turtle shell could probably be chopped into pieces with one sword. Name, Feng Xianzhao / A rank Bai Xiaolin subordinate. Age, 24. Physical strength, 72 of 72. Strength, 77 of 77. Agility, 100 out of 100. Ability, 1. With a mount, movement speed can be increased by 80 to 160. 2. When entering the bloodthirsty state, all attributes will be increased by 33. Name, Yao Xuanxin / A level Bai Xiaolin subordinate. Age, 23. Physical strength, 75 out of 75. Strength, 74 of 74. Agility, 100 out of 100. Ability, 1. With a mount, movement speed can be increased by 80 to 140. Second, when facing an enemy weaker than you, the probability of killing it within 3 hits is 80. Finally, there are Feng Xianzhao and Yao Xuanxin. The attributes of these two people are similar, and they are both powerful output players. However, after looking at the attributes of all 4 people, Bai Xiaolin discovered a problem. These 4 people all broke through to A level with their agility attribute, and their first ability is basically the same. This is understandable. After all, they were in the same sect and had the same master. The various training exercises are basically the same, so it is natural that the attributes and abilities are the same. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think. The first abilities of several people all required mounts to be used. As for me, the only mount I can currently use is a bicycle, but bicycles have 2 disadvantages. One is that you can only run on cleared roads, and you can't even get through slightly dense grass, let alone mountains. The second one requires control and is basically useless in combat. Therefore, a straight-moving vehicle is only suitable for traveling. If you want to fight, a flexibly movable animal mount is the best. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of the wolf pack led by Xiao He. Among them, Xiao He, who is close to Class B, is nearly 2 meters tall and about 3 meters long, making him perfectly suitable as a mount. The height of an ordinary black wolf is generally around 1.3 to 1.5 meters, and the body length is between 1.9 to 2.2 meters. Although this body size is not suitable as a mount, this is only temporary. After all, the strength of the black wolves has been growing, and the strongest ones are now close to Class C. As long as they successfully break through, their size will grow again. Even if the black wolf is not as big as Xiao He after growing in size, it is more than enough to be used as a mount. But before that, two preparations need to be made. One is to train these black wolves. Only after training can they be suitable mounts. The other thing is to prepare some saddles. Of course here they are wolf saddles. Equipped with a saddle, you can ensure that you will not fall due to mistakes during riding and fighting. These two things can be arranged for everyone tomorrow. After finishing all the work, Bai Xiaolin yawned, exited the cornerstone page, and returned to bed. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Eugene and Li Ergu woke up early and came to the living area, ready to exercise. Suddenly, several figures came out of the small wooden house that had been uninhabited before. Upon seeing this, they were both stunned. Because these figures exuded a thick and powerful aura, an invisible aura was formed around them. You should know that even Shui Rengue and Han Xian could not do this. This also means that the strength of these figures is stronger than Shui Rengue and Han Xian. And when did they appear? Thinking of this, Eugene and Li Ergu looked at each other, turned around quickly, and ran back to the courtyard. Gue Xuanli and the other three, who were about to greet the two men, were left standing there in confusion. But within a few minutes, people living in the surrounding cabins and restaurants came out one after another. However, the others did not react as strongly as Eugene and the other two. They were stunned for a few seconds before realizing that these four people should be newcomers summoned by the Lord. Then, after greeting the four people, we started chatting slowly. Bang! Bang! In the small courtyard, Bai Xiaolin, who was sleeping, was awakened by a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? My lord, it's us, open the door. Listening to the voices of Eugene and Li Ergu outside the door, Bai Xiaolin rubbed his hair. What's so urgent that these two people are rushing around so early in the morning? Just as Bai Xiaolin was about to get up, Li Ergu's voice was heard again outside the door. Chapter 254 Snell. My lord, what are the strengths of these newcomers outside? Why do they seem stronger than General Shui? It turned out that it was because of Gue Xuanli and the other three. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin, who had already sat up, lay down again. After all, it is not good to get up right after waking up. You have to lie down for a few minutes to relax. After finding a comfortable position to lie down, Bai Xiaolin shouted outside the door. Gue Xuanli and the other three are all A-level. Of course, they are stronger than General Shui. If you have nothing to do now, go get acquainted with them. Outside the door, after hearing the 4 A-level Eugene, he stood there for a few seconds, then quickly turned around and ran outside. The speed is much faster than when running back. Li Ergu didn't react until Eugene's figure disappeared at the gate of the courtyard. Wait for me. Without hesitation, Li Ergu ran after him. At the same time, he was thinking about how to get these 4 people to his transportation team. As long as these 4 people join, the strength of their transportation team will instantly surpass that of the pioneering team and become the Lord's right-hand man. In the courtyard room, after Li Ergu and the other man left, Bai Xiaolin dozed off for a few minutes. When it was past 7 o'clock, Bai Xiaolin got out of bed. Sitting down next to the cornerstone, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the cornerstone page. Prepare to check if there are any important private messages, and if anything important happened last night. After clicking on the private chat page, Bai Xiaolin saw the message sent by Lei Xing last night at first glance. Brother Bai, I met Lin Shanshan, your fan, this afternoon. You wouldn't believe it, but we were only separated by a bamboo forest, yet we didn't see each other for over 10 days. Looking at Lei Xing's message, Bai Xiaolin showed a smile. After these two people meet, they can take care of each other and support each other, which is equivalent to having twice the combat power when facing alien races. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin replied, Since we're so close, Brother Lei, please take care of him as much as you can and don't let him get killed by aliens or wild beasts. After all, these two fans are the link between me and other fans. It is because of their existence that I can easily obtain the materials and supplies I need from their fans. Otherwise, if you contact these fans one by one, the materials you gain will probably not be as valuable as the time wasted. So letting Lei Xing and the other one take care of each other can also save himself some trouble later. On the other side, Lei Xing, who had just woken up and was about to go out to check, suddenly received a message from Bai Xiaolin. After reading the content of the message, Lei Xing replied with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Bai. I plan to clear a path through the bamboo forest today to connect the two bases. This way, if there's any danger over there, I'll be the first to know. It's a good idea to build a road. Seeing Lei Xing's reply, Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. After all, the distance is only a few hundred meters. Once this road is built, the two bases will basically be equivalent to one base. Then Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something and started editing the message again. Oh, Brother Lei, there's one more thing I need your help with. That's to let them know that I have grade B purified water and that I can sell it in small quantities. Don't worry, Brother Bai, leave it to me. Once Lei Xing revealed the news to fan number 1, it was equivalent to all fans knowing it. At that time, I can sell some of the B-grade water to these fans. There are two reasons why I suddenly want to sell grade B water. One is that most alien races now have D-level beings, but there are basically very few among the human race. This puts the human race at a disadvantage and makes it easy for them to be attacked by alien races or even die. With B-grade water, at least the strength of his fans can be improved and some balance can be found for the human race, so that you won't be completely helpless when facing alien races. Another reason is that as the strength of these fans increases, they can also distract the attention of many alien races. Otherwise, he would be too conspicuous among the many weak human forces and would easily attract the attention of powerful alien races. Although I'm not afraid of one or two aliens, it is dangerous when there are too many of them. After all, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Of course, in addition to these two reasons, the sold grade B water can also be exchanged for rich resources. After chatting with Lei Xing, Bai Xiaolin started contacting Ningyu again. After learning about the distance between Ningyu and fan number 2, Bai Xiaolin reminded Ningyu to be careful when sending people to look for them. After all, the distance between these two people is not as close as that between Lei Xing and Lin Shanshan. At a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, the probability of encountering aliens and wild beasts is much higher than at a distance of several hundred meters. After giving Ningyu's instructions, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while. Exit the private chat page and click on the human chat channel. As soon as he clicked on it, the message in the chat channel caught Bai Xiaolin's attention. Brothers, it's snowing. Get up and build a snowman. I don't want to build a snowman. I just want to sleep in again. After so many days, I can finally sleep in with a clear conscience. Damn it. The temperature just returned to normal yesterday, and it's snowing again today. Are we going to die? Brothers upstairs, you guys are still asleep, right? It's over 20 degrees, and you're telling me it's snowing. Yeah, the temperature has just returned to normal. How could it snow? Don't listen to their nonsense. The sky is clear here, not even a cloud in sight. How could it possibly snow? If you don't believe me, then go away. Anyway, it's already snowing outside where I am. Brother, have you just started snowing over there? It's been snowing here for about 10 minutes, and it seems to be getting heavier. It's been snowing here for about half an hour, and snow is starting to accumulate on the ground. I feel the same way. It feels completely abnormal. I wonder if something big is going to happen again. Holy crap. You won't believe this, but I, who live on the edge of the desert, actually saw snowflakes. Looking at the constantly refreshing news, Bai Xiaolin frowned. It's possible for 1 or 2 people to lie or joke, but it's absolutely impossible for so many people to lie at the same time. If they were not lying, there was only one possibility, that is, what these people said was true, and it really started snowing outside. And based on the constantly refreshing chat messages, Bai Xiaolin came to an inference. That is, this snow is definitely not a normal natural phenomenon, because the snow did not start falling everywhere at the same time, but spread from one direction to other directions. If it is not normal and natural, it must have other purposes. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin stood up directly, because no matter what the purpose of this snow is, it will definitely not be a good thing. Chapter 255, Preparations before the heavy snow. Then, after recalling all the disasters that snow could cause in his mind, Bai Xiaolin quickly walked out of the room. After coming out, Bai Xiaolin quickly looked up at the sky. As far as the eye could see, the sky was clear, without a single cloud, and no sign of snow. However, Bai Xiaolin did not hesitate at this time, but quickly came to the city wall and looked around again. When his vision shifted to the north, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. The azure blue sky looked as if it had been cut by someone, and a large area turned completely gray. And this gray area was spreading towards his location at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then Bai Xiaolin stared at the gray area and began to calculate in his mind. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. There's still plenty of time to prepare. According to Bai Xiaolan's calculations, it would take about 3 hours for the gray area to spread to his place. And these 3 hours are the time left for yourself to prepare. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan quickly walked towards the city wall. After all, time was urgent. Coming down from the city wall, Bai Xiaolan shouted to Li Ergu and others who were chatting in the living area. Ergu, notify everyone to gather in the courtyard. There's something important going on. Hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, Li Ergu thought that the newcomers were going to be divided into groups and answered excitedly. Yes. Then they quickly dispersed and ran towards the surrounding greenhouses and wooden houses. After returning to the courtyard, Bai Xiaolan waited for a few minutes, and Eugene and others ran in one after another. When everyone was present, Bai Xiaolan stood up and spoke to the people around him. Now let me tell you something important. According to estimates, it will snow here in about 3 hours. No one knows how long and how heavy the snow will be, so we are preparing for the worst. Having said that, Bai Xiaolan looked at Zhang Liang and Song Yi in the crowd. From now on, everyone except the pioneer group will be assigned to you too. You need to take into account all the damage that a snowstorm can cause, and then be fully prepared to respond within 3 hours. Don't worry, Lord. Leave it to us. Hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, everyone's faces instantly became serious. After all, natural disasters are always the biggest enemy of human survival. Then, the production team, transportation team, and housekeeping team, led by Zhang Liang and Song Yi, quickly walked out of the courtyard. After they left, Bai Xiaolan looked at the remaining members of the pioneer group and the 4 people, including Gue Xuanli, who were newly summoned last night. After looking around, Bai Xiaolan first spoke to Gue Xuanli and the other 3. From today on, the 4 of you will follow the pioneer group. Yes. After arranging Gue, Xuanli, and others, Bai Xiaolan spoke to Eugene, Han Xen, and Xuerenge, who were standing in front of him. According to the plan you made yesterday, take advantage of the time to eliminate the kobold race. The reason why we have to deal with a null race at this time. One is that the other party has already known of your existence. In order not to expose your position, it is best to get rid of the other party as soon as possible. Another thing is that we don't know how long the snow will last. What if it snows for 10 days or half a month? With the current strength and number of the gnolls, they might be able to develop to level 4 during this period of time. It would be bad if any changes happen by then. If you get rid of the opponent before it snows, you can avoid future troubles. After saying this, Bai Xiaolan suddenly remembered something and spoke again while looking at the people who were preparing to take action. By the way, after you get rid of the kobolds, remember to bring one back alive, and see if you can catch another beast above D rank. Yes, with the captured kobolds, we can test whether the alien race can be tamed. As for D-level beasts, you can look at the high-level materials on the beasts. After Eugene and others left, Bai Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything inside and outside had been arranged. Even if the snow damage is severe, it will not cause much harm to yourself. Then Bai Xiaolan thought about it, returned to the room, and started contacting Lu Nengli, Ning Yu, and others again. After clicking on the private chat page, Bai Xiaolan saw the message sent by Lu Nengli. Brother Bai, many people in the chat channel said it was snowing. Did you see it? Without much thought, Bai Xiaolan began to edit the message quickly. On the other side, Lu Nengli was sitting next to the cornerstone, waiting for news from Bai Xiaolan and looking outside from time to time. Looking at the blue sky, Lu Nengli always had doubts about whether the news of snow was true or not. After all, how could it snow when the temperature was over 20 degrees and the sky was cloudless? However, out of caution, Lu Nengli told Bai Xiaolan the news he saw and waited for Bai Xiaolan's reply. Just then, 2 messages popped up on the page. See, that's what I want to tell you now. The snow is real, and it's likely to be heavy, so you need to bring others with you to be prepared. First, clean up and protect the area around the oil resources. The second is to evacuate all personnel after the snow falls and not let them go out again to prevent accidents from happening outside. The third is to do a good job of clearing the snow to prevent accumulation and house collapse. Looking at the message on the page, Lu Nengli widened his eyes and then quickly replied, "Don't worry, Brother Bai. Leave this to me." After sending the message, Lu Nengli stood up and walked out of the room and began to arrange for everyone to clear a path between the base and the oil resources. As long as a path is cleared, a walled corridor can be built to connect the 2 sides, which will also make it easier to clean up later. On Bai Xiaolan's side, while replying to Lu Nengli, he also sent the same message to Su Xianxian. The reason why people from the 2 bases are told not to go out after it snows. This is because when it snows, not only the base but also all the surrounding wilderness mountains will be covered with ice and snow. The wild beasts living in the wilderness and deep mountains will definitely run out of the mountains due to food shortage after the mountains are blocked by heavy snow. At that time, all living creatures outside will become its prey. Even living in the base, there's a possibility of being attacked. After all, if a wild beast is extremely hungry, it can dig you out even if you're hiding in a cave, let alone in the base. So after instructing a few people, Bai Xiaolin also planned to strengthen some wall drawings and raise the walls of bases 01 and 02 to improve the security of the two bases. At this time in base number 02, Su Xianxian, who had finally gotten a good night's sleep, was awakened by the sudden sound of a message alert. Ocean sent a message so early. Do you have any plans? Chapter 256 Preparation and Discussion. With doubts, Su Xianxian climbed down from the bed in a daze and came to the cornerstone. Snow! When Su Xianxian saw the message on the page, he was startled and woke up instantly. Then he quickly ran out of the room and looked up at the sky. He saw that nearly 1/3 of the entire northern sky had turned completely gray. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Su Xianxian reacted and hurriedly shouted to the people moving around in the yard. Everyone, prepare bamboo baskets and go outside to collect mulberry leaves and mulberries. Pick as many as you can. It is necessary to store enough mulberry leaves. After all, if it snows and the mulberry forest is blocked by heavy snow, it will be difficult to pick them. Hearing Su Xianxian's words, several people in the yard acted quickly. Bai Xiaolin contacted Ningyu and Lei Xing again and reminded them to pay attention to the heavy snow. Of course, the key point is to remind Ningyu not to send anyone to look for Lu Xiaoxi for the time being, because the distance between the two is not as close as Lei Xing and Lin Shanshan, which is only a few hundred meters. Instead, they are several kilometers apart. Even if they can get in touch now, the connection will be cut off when it snows in 3 hours. It would be better to wait until this snow passes before establishing a strong connection. He also reminded Lei Xing and the other man to be careful and guard against attacks from wild beasts. After all, there were wolves around where they were. When the wolves run out of food, the two people's base will definitely be their first target. After instructing a few people, Bai Xiaolin found 2 wall construction drawings from the warehouse on the right, and then started to strengthen them directly. Survival point 2. Survival points -40. The first is primary enhancement, the second is intermediate enhancement, and both drawings are enhanced to level 2+1. Wall construction blueprint / level 2+1. Use this to build a 200-meter long level 2 stone wall. The height of the level 2 wall increases to 3 meters and the width increases to 1 meter. The length of 200 meters is just enough to circle the farmyard. The height of 3 meters plus the thickness of 1 meter are enough to improve the safety of the two bases. After the blueprint was enhanced, Bai Xiaolin directly opened a map page and began to build a wall around bases 01 and 02. Stone, 1600, thatch, 100. Survival points +40. As the materials in the warehouse were consumed, to the astonishment of Su Xianxian, Lu Nengli, and others, a circle of tall stone walls appeared around the two bases at the same time, firmly protecting the farmyards inside. Without thinking too much, they both said the same thing in their hearts at the same time. This must have been built by the god of Europe. This must have been built by Brother Bai. Then he smiled and worked even harder. After all, the current wall looks much safer than the previous walls he built. On Bai Xiaolin's side, after building the wall, he thought for a moment and clicked on the transaction page to start checking the remaining transaction information from yesterday. First is the human trading area, where the listed trading information includes 2 car transactions and 2 food transactions. C-grade purified water 2L trading character card 1, 61 remaining. C-grade purified water 10L trading copy card / resource card 1, 10 copies remaining. In the 2 card transactions, 7 character cards were traded again and 3 resource cards were traded. Next are 2 food transactions. Unlike the card transactions, the 2 food transactions have been completed. Dried apricots 100 G trade any material 5 pieces, 0 pieces left. Fresh fish 1 traded for any rare material 50 pieces, 0 pieces remaining. A total of 12,500 common materials, 25,000 various rare materials, and 330 survival points were traded. This made Bai Xiaolin smile, and then he looked at the message under the transaction again. Boss, do you have any dried apricots left? They're gone just as I saw them. I want dried apricots, too. I've been eating bread with cactus for over half a month. Now I feel like vomiting when I see cactus. What's so delicious about dried apricots? Eating fresh fruit is the most nutritious. What nonsense! If I had fresh fruit, I wouldn't be telling you this. Ocean must have some dried apricots. I'll give you an idea. It's snowing now, and you can't go out anyway. You guys just keep waiting in the trading area. Maybe in a few hours, Ocean will sell again. I had this idea to see if I could snag some delicious food. It would be even better if there were chicken, duck, fish, or meat. The one upstairs, I think you're dreaming. Here's a suggestion. While the snow isn't too heavy, go out and gather more wooden food. Otherwise, when the snow completely blocks the outside, you will freeze to death or starve to death. Fuck, why didn't I think of this situation? Let's go. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like we can't go out and collect wood just because it snows. Besides, when the snow piles up, the small animals that have no food will definitely come out to look for food. Maybe we can even catch a few wild game to satisfy our cravings. Don't rush to refute me. I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you whether you listen to it or not. Thanks for the advice, big brother. I'd better go out and collect more. I can save the extra anyway, so there's no harm. I'll go too. If I want to rest, there's no need to rush for an hour or two. After watching for a few minutes, Xiaolan nodded. Although the sources of food increased after the merger of small regional trading areas, the number of people consuming food also increased. Under such circumstances, the fish and dried apricots that he sold became rare foods in the eyes of most people. It is more sought after and more popular than ordinary food. In this way, you can continue to sell fish and dried apricots, but the price will definitely change. After all, after the snow, when the harvest of material resources decreases, many people will face food shortages. By then, what you sell may be their only source of food. Then Xiaolan didn't think any more and directly left the human trading area, preparing to check the transaction status of the 10,000 races trading area. If things go as expected, the 2 transactions in the 10,000 races trading zone must have been completed. After all, the combined number of all races is countless times that of the human race, and their strength is also 1 level higher than that of the human race. The hundreds of transactions I listed were probably just a drop in the ocean. Xiaolan laughed out loud after just one glance at the 10,000 races trading area. Dried apricots, 500G traded for any D-level beast material, 500G, 0 remaining. Fresh fish 1 trade, any D-level beast material, 1000G, 0 remaining. Chapter 257, Outside the Cave. Just as expected, both transactions have been completed. These 2 transactions also allowed Xiaolan to obtain 1,500 kilograms of D-level materials and 245 survival points. Such a large amount of D-grade materials is enough for Zhu Tai to use for forging for a period of time. I believe he can forge many D-grade weapons. But no one can have too much a good thing. Taking advantage of the snow, Xiaolan planned to sell a batch of food in the Wanzhou trading area as well. However, this time, in addition to D-grade materials, Xiaolan also plans to trade some C-grade materials. In the past, even if aliens had C-level materials, they were unlikely to choose to sell them, but now it is different. When food becomes scarce, I believe they will choose to sell it. As to whether he was willing to do so, no one knows. Then Xiaolan didn't think about it anymore, but exited the transaction page, stood up, and walked out of the room. There's nothing to do now, so I might as well go and see how Zhang Liang and the others are preparing. Just as Xiaolan was walking out of the courtyard, the pioneering team, led by Shui Renge, had already arrived at a small hill covered with big trees a few kilometers north of the vine cage. From this position, you can clearly see the entrance to the Dog-Headed Man's cave. At this time, at the entrance of the Dog-Headed Man cave, Dog-Headed Men were walking out of the cave one after another. They gathered together and made a loud noise, as if they were discussing something. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier. Even if Shui Renge and others could hear the sounds, they had no idea what these dog-headed people were saying. Looking at the increasing number of dog-headed men in sight, Gui Xuanli, who was standing next to Shui Renge, couldn't help but speak out. Generals, why don't you go over and kill these dog-headed monsters now, and then return to report to the Lord as soon as possible? After hearing Gui Xuanli's words, Shui Renge turned around to look at the people behind him who were eager to try, raised his hand and said, "Everyone, wait a little longer. There's no need to rush these few minutes. It won't be too late to take action after all the dog-headed men have come out." After saying this, Shui Renge turned his head and looked at Gui Xuanli and said, "When we start the action later, You must go there as quickly as possible and block the kobold's cave to prevent it from escaping back into the cave. Neither he nor his companions knew the situation in the ogre's cave or whether there was another exit. Therefore, blocking them all outside is the fastest and most effective way to solve the problem. And if fighting in a cave, in an unfamiliar environment, not only is it easy for the gnolls to escape, but if you're unlucky, there may even be casualties. When I go back, I won't be able to explain to my master. After hearing Xuerengui's words, everyone nodded and the surroundings became quiet again. More than 10 minutes later, under the observation of everyone, the total number of dog-headed men outside the cave has exceeded 70, and there are more than 10 D-level ones among them. This number made Xuerengui frown. It seems that when we observed yesterday, some of the dog-headed men were still hiding in the cave and did not come out. However, it is useless to hide more of these low-level dog-headed men. It will only make the gains of others greater. Just then, the eyes of the people who were observing lit up at the same time. I saw a dog-headed man about 2 meters tall and with strength close to sea level slowly walking out of the cave. It seems that this is the leader of the dog-headed people, Xuerengui, and others thought at the same time. After all, there will be no other gnolls with this size and strength except the gnoll leader. In addition, since the leader has come out, it means that almost all the gnolls in the cave have come out at this time. Thinking of this, Xuerengui turned around and looked at the people behind him who were eager to try, made a gesture of encirclement, and spoke in a low voice. Be careful, don't let a kobold escape. Rest assured, after hearing Xuerengui's words, Eugene and others nodded, and then led their men to quickly encircle the dog-headed man's cave. Watching everyone disappear into the jungle, Xuerengui turned to look at Gui Xuanli and the other 3 who were waiting on the side. After the general and his men have encircled the cave, Gui Xuanli, you will block the cave entrance according to the plan. The other 3 will remain on guard around it to prevent any powerful beasts from appearing. Eugene's words left Feng Xianzhao and the other 2 somewhat puzzled. General Xue, why don't you let us just take action with our strength? We can eliminate all these monsters in less than 2 minutes. Looking at the puzzled expressions of Feng Xianzhao and the other 2, Xuerengui explained with a smile. As the saying goes, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? With your strength, it is indeed easy to deal with these dog-headed people. However, this is a rare opportunity for actual combat. It would be a waste to simply kill it. It would be better to let others do it. This will also increase their actual combat experience and prepare them for future battles. After hearing Xuerengui's explanation, Feng Xianzhao and the other 2 nodded at the same time. So that's how it is. Then followed General Xue's arrangements. After saying that, the 3 of them looked at each other and quickly dispersed to the periphery, leaving only Xuerengui and Gui Xuanli. At this time, Xuerengui and the other man stopped talking. Instead, he stood there and waited quietly, waiting for the moment when Eugene and others completely surrounded the dog-headed man. At the same time, outside the dog-headed man cave a few hundred meters away, looking at the dozens of subordinates in front of him, Gosheng showed a satisfied expression on his face. With his current strength, he was definitely one of the strongest forces around. In addition, as long as you destroy the human race 12133, you can obtain all of their sea-level pure water and resources. I can use this to break through to sea level. At that time, your base will be the strongest force in the surrounding area, and no race will be afraid of it. Think of this, Gosheng said as he looked at the group of dog-headed people surrounding him. Today the patrol will be gathering wood and food from the surrounding area, while the hunting team will be accompanying me to exterminate the human race. As he spoke, Gosheng turned around and looked behind him. Standing behind him was Go Bao, who was released by Xuerengui and others yesterday. The difference is that Go Bao no longer looks as embarrassed as he did yesterday, but stands proudly with his little body straight. After all, he was the only one among so many dog-headed men who discovered the human race and successfully survived. Looking at the weak Go Bao in front of him, Gosheng continued. Take us to the place where we found the human race yesterday. Once we find the human race and kill them, I will improve your strength and make you the patrol leader. When Go Bao heard that he was about to become the patrol captain, an expression of excitement instantly appeared on his face. Then he just lay there and started to hit Gosheng. Master, don't worry. When we get there, I will follow the scent and find all those humans. Chapter 258, Gosheng's Terror. After hearing what Go Bao said, Gosheng nodded with satisfaction and then looked at several dog-headed patrol captains. When you gather food and wood, Make sure no one is lazy or steals food. If anyone is found lazy, they will not eat for 3 days. If anyone dares to steal food, they could be killed directly. Having said that, Goshing's eyes became stern. It is about to snow now. Besides solving 1-2-1-3-3, collecting food is the most important thing. It is necessary to ensure that there is enough food to keep the base going through the snowy period. Otherwise, without enough food, at least half of his dozens of subordinates would probably starve to death. Therefore, we need to take precautions in advance to prevent these guys from stealing some of the food while looking for it. After hearing Go Sheng's words, the many dog-headed people around him all put away their little thoughts. After all, compared to food, dog life is more important. After looking around again, Go Sheng prepared to set off with the many D-level dog-headed men in the hunting team. But before Go Sheng could take action, a strange breath came from the jungle not far ahead. Carefully feeling this strange breath, Go Sheng showed a puzzled expression on his face. Could it be that some wild beast that I have never seen before is running towards me? Of course, the doubt was just the beginning. After a few seconds, the expression on Go Sheng's face became solemn, because this sudden strange breath was not only in the jungle ahead, but also surrounded the surrounding area, completely encircling the area where he was. This is no longer something a beast can do, and if it is not a beast, there's only one possibility. That means that some alien race is targeting me. Thinking of this, Go Sheng couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile on his face. This is prey that comes to your doorstep. No matter who is targeting me, I can deal with it with my current strength. Just before dealing with the human race 1-2-1-3-3, I dealt with these guys who came here and stored some food at the same time. Thinking of this, Go Sheng drew out the iron knife on his back and shouted to the many dog-headed men around him. There are enemies hiding around. No need to look for food. Find these people first and kill them all. Are there enemies? Where is it? Find it out quickly. My sword is thirsty. After hearing Go Sheng's words, the many dog-headed men who had been waiting quietly the previous second suddenly became noisy. Then they all raised their weapons and sniffed around, trying to find the hidden enemy. A few seconds later, led by the Knoll captain, many Knolls rushed towards the surrounding jungle with their weapons raised and their teeth bared. But unlike many other dog-headed people, at this moment, a dog-headed man was quietly retreating, trying to hide himself behind the strongest dog. This dog-headed man is none other than Go Bao, because Go Bao felt several strange yet familiar auras from the surrounding atmosphere, which were exactly the human beings from yesterday. Thinking of the strength of the human race yesterday, Go Bao felt his legs twitching and he felt a little unstable. Bang! After taking a few steps back, Go Bao bumped into something and fell directly to the ground. Before Go Bao could think about it, a big hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Tell me, what's going on? Hearing Go Sheng's majestic voice and slightly cruel expression, Go Bao was scared silly. He explained quickly with a trembling voice. Humans. The enemies around us are humans. Human race. He thought the enemies around him were other alien races, but he didn't expect that they were the human race he had been looking for. Go Sheng was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized that while he was looking for the human race was also looking for him. Thinking of this, Go Sheng looked at the dog treasure in his hand with some amusement. If his guess was correct, the reason why the human race was able to find it first was because of this dog treasure. But it's better this way. The human race came to my door on their own initiative, so I don't have to waste time looking for it. Then Go Sheng didn't think any more, threw the dog treasure in his hand to the ground, looked at the rest of the hunting team, and said, "Everyone, go out and kill all the ordinary humans. The D-class ones will stay behind for now." Yes. According to the information obtained previously, there are not many humans above level D, and 1-2-1-3-3 is definitely one of them. Keep it for now and get rid of it when you get the remaining grade C pure water. Thinking of this, Go Sheng could no longer hide his smile. But it wasn't long before all those smiles disappeared, turning into horror and disbelief. As many Knolls rushed into the jungle. On a big tree a few dozen meters away, he saw several dog-headed men rushing towards him. Eugene, who was hiding in a tree, couldn't help but curse. "Damn dog nose." Then he shouted to the people behind him without turning around. "Everyone, prepare for battle." After saying that, he jumped down from the tree with his spear in hand and rushed towards the approaching D-class dog-headed man. At the same time, several powerful auras burst out from the surrounding jungle almost simultaneously. The owners of these auras are Han Xian, Zhang He, and others. The many dog-headed men who rushed into the jungle, sensing these auras, instantly became dazed. After all, the weakest of these auras are D-level. The strength of the strongest few people was beyond his understanding. He didn't know whether they were C-level or B-level. After a few seconds of silence, the dog-headed men looked at each other, then turned around and tried to escape as quickly as possible. The tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong was fully revealed at this moment. Unfortunately, due to the absolute gap in strength, most of the ogres couldn't escape even if they wanted to. In just a few seconds, he was caught up by the pioneer group behind him and started fighting with them. Only a few D-level dog-headed men, who came in later and reacted faster, managed to escape from the jungle before being caught up and returned to Goshing in panic. Master, the human race is too powerful. Looking at his dozens of subordinates, in less than 2 minutes, only less than a handful of them were left. Then feel the powerful aura around. Gosheng's face turned pale in an instant, because some of these auras were much stronger than his own. Anyone who is stronger than me must be at least C-level. Thinking of this, a hint of fear appeared in Gosheng's eyes. After all, it only took 2 C-levels to crush him. Not to mention so much, enough to grind oneself into powder. Looking at the jungle, where wailing continued to be heard, Gosheng's eyes became complicated, and there was also a hint of regret. Chapter 259, Pursuit. It turns out that this is the strength of 12,133. No wonder he dared to sell so much C-grade water openly in the 10,000 races trading zone without worrying about attracting the covetousness of other races. After all, with such strong support, no matter how many alien races come, they will just be food. If it were me, I would wish that some alien race would come looking for me. Then Gosheng shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and spoke quickly to the remaining D-level subordinates around him. Retreat first and return to the base to defend. As he said that, he turned around and rushed toward the cave behind him. As for the remaining men in the jungle, Gosheng no longer had any hope of their survival. Facing so many high-level humans, it would be a miracle if they could survive. On the contrary, Gosheng hoped that these men could help him delay the human race in the jungle for 2 more minutes before they died. Buy yourself more time to escape. After all, you are the foundation of this base. As long as he could survive, it would be worth it even if all his men died. Looking at the cave entrance getting closer and closer, Gosheng couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Because as long as he successfully returns to the cave, he can use the complex cave environment to fight back. In addition, even if the counterattack fails, the entrance and exit of the cave can be destroyed to block 12,133's pursuit. However, when the distance was less than 10 meters, the sound of a vibrating sword breaking through the air was heard behind Gosheng. Buzz! Hearing this voice, Gosheng's smile disappeared instantly, and then he rolled quickly to the side. Because his intuition told Gosheng that if he didn't dodge, he would die completely from this attack. It only took a second. Before Gosheng could look up after rolling out, he heard a scream nearby. Ah! Boom! At the same time, there was a huge boom. Hearing these 2 voices, Gosheng hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the cave. He saw a D-rank subordinate who had just followed behind him. At this time, he was nailed to the wall at the entrance of the cave by a green longsword. The bright red blood dripped down the wall onto the ground. This scene made Gosheng tremble involuntarily. If I hadn't dodged just now, I would be the one nailed to the wall now. Because the dead ogre was his strongest subordinate, not much weaker than himself, but now he couldn't even take a weapon. If it were me, the result would definitely be the same. After staring at the corpse on the wall for a few seconds, an idea suddenly came to Gosheng's mind. Being able to make a weapon thrown from dozens or hundreds of meters away have such power is definitely not something that a C-class can do. If C-level can't do it, there's only one possibility. That is, 12,133 strength has reached B-level. Only B-class can kill D-class without any ability to fight back from dozens or hundreds of meters away. Thinking of this, Gosheng's eyes widened instantly, and he almost thought of giving up resistance. After all, with the strength of B-level, it is as easy to crush myself who is not C-level as to crush an ant. However, this thought only lasted for a second before Gosheng threw it out of his mind, because it was not a situation where he would definitely die. As long as he could successfully return to the cave and the cave base before the B-level humans arrived, he would have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Gosheng looked up in the direction where the long sword was flying, and saw a white human figure approaching him quickly in the jungle. Gosheng understood at a glance that this figure was the owner of the green sword, a human with B-level strength. After taking a deep look, Gosheng quickly stood up and ran towards the cave entrance again. While running, he did not forget to shout to the remaining subordinates who were still in shock. Turn around and fight back. Even if it means death, you must stop the human in white. Of course, Gosheng didn't expect these men to be able to stop the human race. He just hoped that they could delay for a few seconds. With these few seconds, he could escape back to the cave and destroy the entrance and exit connecting the cave to the base. This way you can hide it successfully. As for counterattack, Gosheng no longer thought about it. After all, in the face of a huge gap in strength, even the most complex cave would not be of much use. As Gosheng's figure approached the cave entrance, in the jungle about 10 meters behind him, Gui Xuanli had already come into contact with several D-level dog-headed men. Looking at the several dog-headed men holding weapons and blocking his way, Gui Xuanli didn't think too much. To stop, lift your legs and kick them all out. As for why they didn't kill him directly, it was because they took into consideration what Shui Rongui had just said. Leaving him to others to deal with would also increase their combat experience. However, when Dengui Xuanli kicked several dog-headed men away and looked at the cave entrance again. However, a trace of regret appeared on his face, because due to the delay of a few seconds, the ogre leader had disappeared, when Eugene and others were just discovered in advance. Gui Xuanli hurriedly separated from Shui Rongui and ran towards the cave entrance according to the original plan. Unfortunately, due to the time difference. As a result, Gui Xuanli did not have enough time to reach the entrance of the cave and stop the dog-headed man from escaping back into the cave. So even if they threw out their weapons in advance and temporarily stopped Gosheng and his group, they were still one step short in the end. With regret, Gui Xuanli turned into a phantom and quickly came to the entrance of the cave. Then he reached out and pulled out the Qing Feng sword that was stuck in the wall and rushed into the cave without hesitation. After all, it was the ogre leader who escaped into the cave. If it manages to escape, even if all the other ogres are killed, the battle cannot be considered a success. After all, as long as the Knoll leader is still alive, the Knoll base has the possibility of reviving. As Gui Xuanli disappeared into the cave, the area near the cave entrance suddenly became quiet. A few seconds later, in the grass not far away, a dog head quietly raised up, looked around, and confirmed that there was no threat around. The dog lowered its head again and disappeared into the grass. Then I saw a dog-headed man lying on the ground, quietly crawling towards the entrance of the cave. In the cave, not long after entering the cave, Gui Xuanli, who had only chased for a few dozen meters, stopped. In front of Gui Xuanli, 4 forks in the road leading to different directions appeared in the cave at the same time. Without knowing which fork in the road the ogre leader had escaped into, the probability of choosing the correct route by rashly chasing him was only 1 in 4. Chapter 260 Deep in the Cave. Gui Xuanli didn't dare to gamble on this probability. After all, if he made the wrong choice, it would mean letting the ogre leader escape. With the help of the fluorescent light on the surrounding stone walls, Gui Xuanli looked at the 4 passages in front of him, trying to find some clues to determine which passage the ogre leader had just run into. Sadly, I walked around and watched for a few minutes. Gui Xuanli also did not find any differences between the 4 channels, which made him a little discouraged. Then I prepared to use a stupid method, which was to check all 4 channels as quickly as possible. Although this takes longer, it can also ensure that the ogre leader will not escape. Then Gui Xuanli prepared to check from left to right. But before he could move, Gui Xuanli heard a faint sound of footsteps coming from the entrance of the cave behind him. And the footsteps are slowly approaching. There are other kobolds coming in. Thinking of this, Gui Xuanli directly chose a fork in the road and went in, hiding himself in the darkness and waiting quietly. You have to know that although you are not familiar with this cave, the dog-headed people living here are absolutely familiar with it. As long as you follow behind him, you can find the ogre leader as quickly as possible without wasting time searching. Not long after, a thin dog-headed figure appeared in Gui Xuanli's sight. It was Go Bao who didn't dare to rush up to fight just now. After entering the cave, Go Bao, who was lying on the ground, stood up, but became more cautious. You have to know that there was a human being who chased the owner into the cave just now. So I have to be careful to avoid bumping into that human, otherwise I will probably lose my life. Looking at the fork in the road, not far away, Go Bao did not go over immediately, but held the wall with one hand holding the weapon in the other. He poked his head out and looked carefully to make sure there were no humans hiding in front. In the cave at the fork in the road, on the far right not far away. Seeing this scene, Gue Xuanli hurriedly concealed his breath to prevent being discovered by the dog-headed man. This is one of the benefits of having your strength upgraded to a level. You can completely restrain your own aura and hide yourself. Not far from a fork in the road. After confirming that there were no human figures at the fork in the road, Go Bao no longer hesitated and quickly rushed towards a fork in the road. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it will be. After all, the humans outside will chase in at any time after killing other gnolls. After Go Bao's figure disappeared, Gue Xuanli, who was hiding at the fork in the road on the far right, slowly walked out from the shadows. Then he quietly followed Go Bao and disappeared into the depths of the passage. Meanwhile, the battle outside was drawing to a close. Without Shui Rengue, Han Xan, Feng Xianzhao, and others taking action, dozens of dog-headed men were almost dealt with by Lin Sulong and others in less than 10 minutes. However, Shui Rengue did not smile at this time, but frowned slightly, thinking in his heart, Lin Sulong and others still lack practical experience. After all, among the remaining dozen or so members of the pioneering group, the weakest are now close to sea level, and each of them has high-level weapons and armor. Facing gnolls whose highest level is only D, even if the opponent's number is several times that of their own, the battle should be resolved within 2 or 3 minutes. After all, there's an absolute gap in strength between the two sides. But now it has been delayed to 10 minutes, which only shows one problem, that is, the lack of practical experience. Thinking of this, Shui Rengue sighed. There's no way around this. After all, most people in the pioneer group did not have much combat experience before. Even though our experience has improved after several battles in the past 10 days, there are still many shortcomings. This made Shui Rengue make a decision, which was to discuss with his lord after returning today and take advantage of the snow to gather all the pioneers for training. Improve their actual combat capabilities so that they will not be like now, where they have the strength but cannot use it. Then Shui Rengue looked at the cave entrance again. The battle outside is basically over. I don't know what the situation is inside the cave, and whether Gue Xuanli is caught up with the escaped ogre leader. After thinking for a few seconds, Shui Rengue shouted to the people around him who were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss the matter after the battle ended. Everyone, gather at the cave entrance. After everyone gathered, Shui Rengue, Han Xian, and Eugene discussed for 2 minutes before continuing. Leave 3 of you with me to investigate the cave. The rest of you will follow General Han and General Yu to hunt and capture a few high-level beasts. We'll bring them back to base later. To be on the safe side, Shui Rengue decided to go into the cave himself to check, in case Gue Xuanli lost the ogre leader due to the complicated situation in the cave. As for Eugene and others hunting wild beasts, it was another task assigned by the master, which was to capture high-level wild beasts and bring them back. Although the Lord said that only one is enough, it is always a good idea to catch more. After all, the wild beasts can be kept for meat. After Shui Rengue finished speaking, Eugene looked at the others. Everyone, be careful. We'll gather here in an hour. After saying that, Eugene took a few people and disappeared into the jungle. Han Xian stopped talking and disappeared in another direction with the rest of the people. After taking a few glances at the direction where the 2 teams disappeared, Shui Rengue spoke to the remaining Lin Shang and the other 2. Let's go too and find the kobold leader as soon as possible. Yes. Not long after entering the cave, the 4 of them arrived at the fork in the road that had troubled Gue Xuanli not long ago. There's a fork in the road here. Which one should we take? Looking at the 4 forks in the road that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Shang couldn't help but ask. Hearing Lin Shang's question, Shui Rengue stopped and stared at the ground at several passage entrances. After observing for 2 minutes, Shui Rengue's eyes lit up and he stood in front of the second passage on the left. Take this passage. Although other passages were basically the same as this one, Shui Rengue still found a slight difference. That is, in this passage, there is some fresh fallen soil on the ground, which is not found in other passages. Although the amount of fresh soil is small, it also shows that someone passed through this passage not long ago. And apart from the ogre leader and Gue Xuanli, no other creatures can pass through at this time. Then Shui Rengue did not stop and quickly chased in. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, outside a huge cave, Goshen, who had hurried back, was knocking on the wall of the passage with his weapon. This passage is the only passage connecting the huge cave to the outside world, so we just need to block it temporarily. Chapter 261, It was you who led the human race here. The various material warehouses in the huge cave and the innermost cornerstone cave can be isolated separately, so that you can hide in them without worrying about being found by humans. Besides, I'm the only one left now, so even if I hide for 10 days or half a month, I don't have to worry about food shortages. In 10 days or half a month, I believe that the human race will have left long ago, and I will be able to come out and develop my power again. Unfortunately, even if I develop again, I will not be able to deal with 12133. After all, the other party already has B-level strength now, and after a dozen days, he may even be A-level. If I encounter it again, I may not even be able to escape. Thinking of this, Goshen couldn't help but grit his teeth. You have to know that you originally had the opportunity to develop into a top force, but it was completely destroyed by the human race in less than 10 minutes. Damn the human race. Damn 12,133. After cursing softly twice, Goshen, who was knocking on the passage, suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, based on the actual situation of the human race, in such a short period of time, even sea-level combat power is impossible to appear, let alone a Gundam B-level combat power. However, 12133 has violated the norm and now possesses B-level combat power. It is definitely because he got a high-level treasure by chance. Only treasures of B-level or above can give birth to a person with B-level combat power in such a short time. If other powerful races knew about the existence of this treasure, they would definitely not let it go. At that time, these powerful races will definitely look for 12133 first, and then take the treasure for themselves. Under the attack of so many races, by the time I get out, 12,133 might have already been wiped out. Thinking of this, Goshen couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face, and then he whispered to himself again. Human race 12133. I wish you a speedy return to the underworld. Goshen decided that after destroying the channel, he must expose 12133 on the Wanzhou channel as soon as possible. After all, the sooner the news spreads, the sooner 12133 will face the threat of all races. Then Goshen swung the weapon in his hand even faster. As pieces of rubble fell, the passage was slowly covered from bottom to top. When only the top part was left, Goshen suddenly stopped what he was doing and hid behind the rubble. As Goshen hid, a faint sound was heard from the back of the passage, becoming clearer and clearer. Tram, tram, tram. This is the sound of someone running. Could it be that humans are chasing us? Goshen frowned subconsciously. It stands to reason that even if humans find such a complicated passage, it will take time. How could it be possible so quickly? But this time, Goshen had no time to think about it. He could only hold the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to launch a sneak attack on the approaching humans at any time. Because the base is at the rear, there is no place to retreat. As the footsteps got closer, Goshen's grip tightened. He only had one chance to launch a successful sneak attack. After all, he was facing a B-level human. If he failed to succeed in one strike, he would face death. Just when Goshen was getting nervous, a small dog head poked out from the passage. It was Go Bao who ran in. Looking at the cave blocked by rubble in front of him, Go Bao stopped and showed a puzzled expression on his face. How could this be a dead end? Did I go to the wrong place? This is absolutely impossible. I run this route several times, almost every day. How could I get wrong? Then Go Bao stood on a piece of rubble and looked around. After careful observation and confirmation of some details on the stone wall, Go Bao confirmed that he was not in the wrong place. The large cave where he usually rested was behind the passage blocked by rubble, and the owner should be behind it. Thinking of this, Go Bao climbed up the rubble and began to search, trying to find a gap leading to the back. Behind the rubble pile, looking at Go Bao climbing up and down the gravel, Goshen breathed a sigh of relief and slowly loosened his grip on the weapon. I hope it's not human. After thinking for a few seconds, Goshen decided to call Go Bao over and hide with him. In this way, I won't be bored staying alone during the rest of the time, and I can also let Go Bao do some chores. By then, I will be able to relax a little. Go Bao, come here. Master. Ouch. Go Bao, who was climbing on the rubble, was startled by a sudden sound in front of him. Just as I was about to look up, my footing lost its balance, and I fell directly onto the gravel. Go Bao fell on the rubble, but regardless of the pain, he quickly stood up and looked towards the place where the sound came from. He saw a dog's head poking out from the gap above the rubble. It was his master. A surprised smile instantly appeared on Gobao's face. Owner, behind the rubble pile, looking at the smile on Gobao's face. Gosheng also smiled, because Gobao was the only subordinate he had left. I didn't feel it before when I had many subordinates, but now that there's only one left, it seems particularly precious. However, Gosheng's smile only lasted for 2 seconds before it froze on his face, and then he stared at what was behind Gobao. Noticing his owner's expression, Gobao seemed to sense something and turned around mechanically to look behind him. The next second, he just froze in place, because in the passage not far behind him, a human in a white robe appeared at some point. At this time, the human in white robe was also looking at him with a smile on his face. After being stunned for a few seconds, Gobao reacted, raised the weapon in his hand, turned around, and rushed towards Gue Xuanli. Ouch! Unfortunately, before Gobao could touch Gue Xuanli, he was kicked away. Then he fell directly onto the gravel and fainted. Behind the pile of rubble, after looking back and forth between Gue Xuanli and Gobao several times, Gosheng didn't know what he was thinking of. Damn it, you're the one who brought the humans here. After cursing, Gosheng stared at the place where Gobao fainted. It was as if he wanted to cut her into pieces with his eyes, and the friendly smile from a minute ago was completely gone. Because Gosheng suddenly thought of something. That is, with the strength of the human race, there is no way Gobao could have survived yesterday's encounter, unless he was deliberately released by the human race, and then used to track the location of their base. This also explains why the human race was able to surround their base so early this morning. Because yesterday, they had followed Gobao to find their base and figured out their own strength. Chapter 262, Go Shang's Counterattack. Similarly, this human race is also relying on Gobao today. He bypassed the complex cave and found himself before closing his base. In other words, because of Gobao's 2 leadings, the first time he destroyed his base and dozens of his subordinates. The second time, he faced the threat of death. Thinking of this, Gosheng couldn't help but grit his teeth. If there were no threat from humans outside, they would have pushed aside the rubble and rushed out to cut Gobao into pieces. Then Gosheng turned his head again and looked at where Gue Xuanli was. After all, this B-level human was the biggest threat. After kicking Gobao away, Gue Xuanli went straight to the pile of rubble. At this moment, he was standing in front of the rubble, looking at him with cold eyes, as if he was looking at an ordinary beast. This emotionless look made Gosheng realize instantly that he might not survive the day. Because of Gobao's appearance, he not only failed to successfully destroy the passage, but also failed to hide the base and himself. He also lost the only chance to launch a sneak attack. In this head-on confrontation, with your strength that is less than sea level against B-level humans, your chance of winning is 0. Think of this. Gosheng looked at Gue Xuanli deeply, then turned around and ran into the huge cave behind him. Run straight towards the deepest cornerstone. The only thing Gosheng can do now is to spread the news that 12,133 owns the treasure before he dies. Then avenge yourself through the hands of other races. Outside the rubble pile, seeing that the ogre leader, whom he had finally found, had escaped again, Gue Xuanli became anxious. The Knoll leading the way had been knocked unconscious by him. If the Knoll leader escaped this time, he would probably be lost. Thinking of this situation, Gue Xuanli directly swung the Qingfeng sword and chopped at the rubble blocking his way. Boom! Boom! As the Qingfeng sword transformed into phantoms, the accumulated rubble began to crumble into powder layer by layer. Gosheng, who had already run into the huge cave, couldn't help but look back when he heard the roaring sound behind him. Gosheng was shocked when he saw the rubble blocking the passage disappear quickly under Gue Xuanli's sword. Being able to achieve this level is definitely not an ordinary B level. Then Gosheng couldn't help but speed up his pace. After all, Gue Xuanli's speed could not be stopped by the gravel for long. Come to the cornerstone. Gosheng quickly opened the Wanzu chat channel, but did not edit the message immediately. Instead, he started thinking. After thinking for 2 seconds, Gosheng looked back at Gue Xuanli, who had already rushed over the rubble pile. Then, without hesitation, I started editing quickly. I'm Gosheng from the dog-headed human tribe. Yesterday, I was lucky enough to obtain a treasure that can increase my strength to above B level. Unfortunately, before it could be used, it was discovered by the human 12133, and its base had just been breached by them. Soon I will be killed by 12,133, and this treasure will be taken away by him to improve his strength. But I am not willing to let this treasure be taken away by the person who destroyed my base and killed my enemy. So I will announce the information of this treasure before I die. If anyone wants to obtain it, they must find 12,133 as soon as possible. Otherwise, over time, 12133 will be able to use it to advance to B-level or even train more B-level subordinates. Looking at the news appearing on the Wanzu channel, Goshing showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not many people may believe this news now. But when he died, all the races in the 10,000 races chat channel would believe that it was 12,133 who stole his high-level treasures and killed him. At that time, those races that are eager to improve their strength will definitely look for 12133 first. After all, if you find 12,133 earlier and grab the treasure that improves your strength, you can reach level B one step ahead. In this world, being one step ahead means being ahead every step of the way, leaving everyone behind forever. But at the same time, Goshing also hid an important message. That is, the news that 12,133 now has B-level strength was not announced. In this way, those alien races with low strength, only C-level or even D-level strength, will definitely try every means to find 12133 in the hope of getting away with it. And when they find 12133, even if they are not his match, they can still cause him trouble every day. As for those who are unlucky and killed by 12133, just think of them as your own companions in death. After all, you're going to die, so why should these weaklings still be alive in this world? Then Goshing didn't think anymore, picked up his weapon, turned around, and rushed towards the white-robed human who was also rushing towards him. Oh, would die. In the last moments before his death, Goshing also let go. Even if he is no match for this B-level human, he must inflict some injuries on this human before he dies. Only in this way will he understand that he is a member of a legitimate intelligent race, not an unintelligent beast. Opposite, looking at the ogre leader rushing towards him, Gue Xuanli stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better if he stopped running away, so that I could report to my superiors. Then Gue Xuanli slowly raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand and watched quietly as Gosheng approached step by step. There was no trace of nervousness on his face. Because Gosheng was running at full speed, in the eyes of Gue Xuanli, who had reached A level, it looked like a child running, and there was no threat at all. Wait until Gosheng approaches and face the powerful Gosheng. Gue Xuanli moved his feet slightly, dodged the weapon that was coming at him, and then raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand and slapped it quickly. Bang! With a slight sound, Gosheng, who was rushing over, flew backwards at an even faster speed before he could react. It hit the ground not far away, raising a cloud of dust, which stunned Gosheng. Not far away, Gosheng was slapped and sent flying. Gue Xuanli did not continue to attack, but put down the Qingfeng sword, walked straight to Gosheng, and began to think. According to the Lord's instructions before departure, the goal is to capture an alien, and among these dozens of dog-headed men, capturing their leader is the most suitable one. Cough, cough. After being stared at by Gue Xuanli for more than 10 seconds, Gosheng, who was lying on the ground, finally came to his senses. Then he looked up at Gue Xuanli, who was standing in front of him. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon again, jumped up, and chopped towards Gue Xuanli's legs. Bang! As a result, the next second, Gosheng flew backwards again without any suspense, leaving a long trail on the ground. But what was better than last time was that Gosheng, who had experience, did not get stunned this time. Instead, he did not stop and rushed towards Gue Xuanli again. Chapter 263 Death. Bang! Bang! After falling down more than 10 times in a row, Gosheng finally understood that the other party had no intention of killing him, but was simply teasing him. Thinking of this, Gosheng stopped attacking and retreated to the corner of the cave, looking at Gue Xuanli warily. At the same time, start recalling what just happened. After calming down, Gosheng instantly thought of something he had just overlooked. That is, the strength of the human in front of him was definitely not a normal B level. Although I haven't reached C level yet, but it's not far away. So even if this human is B level, he can't leave himself powerless to fight back. The only one who can render him completely defenseless is an A level being stronger than a B level. Thinking of this, Gosheng opened his eyes wide instantly. He looked at Gue Xuanli in disbelief. If the human in front of him was really A level, Then his wish to use alien races to take revenge will never be fulfilled. The reason is that among the many alien races, there are probably only a few who can possess A-level strength. However, these alien races just looked down upon the treasures that he said could improve his strength to B-level. After all, the other party is now A-level. The only alien races that can appreciate B-level treasures are at most a few B-level and numerous C-level and D-level alien races. Among them, the B-level alien race has basically little chance of winning against the A-level human race. As for C-level and D-level, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many come, it is useless, and they can only deliver supplies to 12133. In this case, the last message I sent out was in disguise to promote 12133. Thinking of this, a mouthful of blood rushed up. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of dirty blood, Go Sheng felt that the world in front of him turned black and white. Then he leaned against the wall and slowly collapsed. Not far from Go Sheng, seeing the ogre leader suddenly fainted, Gue Xuanli hurried over and put his hand under Go Sheng's nose. After confirming that he was still breathing, Gue Xuanli breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the ogre leader has to be captured and handed over to the Lord for disposal. It would be bad if he died suddenly. Then Gue Xuanli looked at Go Sheng with a strange expression. It was a bit strange that the ogre leader was fine after being beaten for so long just now, but suddenly fainted now. Could it be that this injury has a delayed effect? What Gue Xuanli didn't know was that Go Sheng had guessed his true strength and then fainted from anger. After putting the ogre leader aside, Gue Xuanli began to walk around the cave. Prepare to see if there are any important supplies so that I can bring them back to the lore when I return later. After turning around, Gue Xuanli discovered, in the entire huge cave, except for the passage that was almost blocked, all other directions were small caves dug out. Among these small caves, only one is relatively clean, which should be the place where the ogre leader rests. As for the other small caves, they were all filled with various materials and supplies, as well as some simply processed wild animal corpses. It seems that this is the base camp of the gnolls. Gue Xuanli suddenly understood why the ogre leader wanted to smash the wall of the passage and block it. Because as long as the passage is blocked, the gnoll base can be isolated and there is no need to worry about being found by themselves. And with these supplies, even if we are isolated, we don't have to worry about starving to death. In this way, we just need to hold on inside until our people leave and the ogre leader will come out again. Unfortunately, the ogre leader was still a step too slow and was found by me in advance. Thinking of this, Gue Xuanli smiled. Then, without thinking any more, he came to Go Sheng again, ready to take Go Sheng out to meet up with Shui, Ringue, and others. As for supplies, Gue Xuanli had no intention of bringing any, because these supplies are basically common materials, and the quantity is relatively large without the right tools. Even if you want to take away a lot, you can't take much. So Gue Xuanli decided to report to his lord when he returned. If the lord needs these common materials, I will definitely arrange for other people to come and transport them after the snow is over. However, just as Gue Xuanli picked up Go Sheng and was about to go out, footsteps were heard again in the passage behind the rubble pile. Immediately following, several figures appeared in Gue Xuanli's sight. When he saw the figures clearly, Gue Xuanli threw the dog Sheng he was holding aside. Then he smiled and said to the leader among the group, General Shui, I have captured the leader of the kobolds and can bring him back to the Lord at any time. Shui and Gue appeared in the cave. After hearing Gue Xuanli's words, he looked again at the dog-headed man leader who was thrown to the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. After nodding, he also said with a smile, It's good that you caught me. Thank you for your hard work this time. After saying that, Shui and Gue looked around the huge cave, then looked at Gue Xuanli again and asked, Is this the core of the kobold's base? Yes, it's a pity that they are just some ordinary supplies, nothing valuable. After hearing Gue Xuanli's answer, Shui and Gue looked around the huge cave and walked straight towards the cave where Go Sheng lived. After entering the small cave, Shui and Gue and his companions were attracted by the silver-white foundation stone on the ground at first glance. Looking at the perfect silver-white stone in front of him, Shui and Gue remembered the private instructions his lord had given him before he set out. After you've dealt with all the kobolds, remember to find a stone similar to the one in my room and smash it. This is the stone my lord is talking about. In other words, as long as he could smash this silver-white stone, the purpose of his trip would be achieved. Thinking of this, Shui Rengui pointed at the silver-white stone and turned to Lin Shang, who was following beside him, and gave instructions. Smash it. Yes. Hearing Shui Rengui's words, Lin Shang raised the axe in his hand and smashed it down on the silver-white foundation stone. As for Shui Rengui himself, he stood aside. He stared at the cornerstone without blinking, ready to record the process of its breaking and then go back to tell it to his lord. As the axe hit the cornerstone, the surface of the foundation stone was like broken crystal with tiny cracks on it. Immediately afterwards, these tiny cracks seemed to be ignited, emitting a faint white light. This magical scene made Shui Rengui and the others look surprised at the same time. Then, under the gazes of several people, the white light became fainter and fainter, and the cracked foundation stone became smaller and smaller. When the light completely disappeared, in the big cave behind them, the unconscious Go Sheng let out a muffled groan and completely stopped breathing. Chapter 264. Smell Talent. Survival points plus 30. Survival points plus 1,000. Inside the city wall, a few kilometers away, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds when he heard two prompt tones ringing simultaneously in his ears. 30 survival points are understandable. It should be that Shui Rengui and others killed another D-level beast or D-level dog-headed man. That's why you get this number of survival points. In addition, from just now until now, this prompt sound has sounded dozens of times, adding 1,180 survival points to myself. But how did this 1,000 points come from? You should know that even if you kill a B-level creature, you can only get a reward of 500 survival points at a time. Could it be that Shui Rengui and his men killed the A-level creature? Just when Bai Xiaolin was confused, another mechanical prompt sound rang in Bai Xiaolin's ears again. Congratulations on successfully destroying the level 3 Cobalt base. From today onwards, your subordinates will randomly awaken their scent talent. Hearing the prompt tone, Bai Xiaolin understood. The 1,000 survival points just now were probably not obtained from the A-level creatures, but from destroying the null base. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression. Because the null base was destroyed, it meant that Shui Rengui and others had eliminated all the nulls. This can be considered as eliminating a relatively large threat in the surrounding area. However, not long after, when Bai Xiaolin checked the prompt again, he was stunned. Destroy the Cobalt base. Randomly awaken the scent talent. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had thought of something. So that's how it is. It seems that awakening and gaining alien talents is the unexpected gain mentioned in the prompt before the novice countdown ends. In this way, many of his subordinates will have the opportunity to acquire the same keen sense of smell as the dog-headed people in the future. And with such a talent for smell, the pioneering team's exploration will definitely be more comfortable. In addition, since destroying the null base can obtain the null sense of smell talent, destroying the bases of other races will also give you the chance to obtain their various talents. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin blinked. You have to know that besides this ogre base, there are more than a dozen alien races within 10 kilometers near your base. If we destroy all these alien bases, wouldn't we have the opportunity to obtain more than a dozen talents? It's exciting to think about it. In addition to talents, you can gain 1,000 survival points for each alien base destroyed. The combined harvest of more than a dozen alien bases is 10,000 points, which is equivalent to killing thousands of wild beasts. And you don't have to spend too much energy. After all, compared with the few alien races, thousands of wild beasts are not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. With the two gains of talent and survival points, the alien races seem to become a little cute. Because in Bai Xiaolin's eyes, these alien races are now like treasures, waiting for him to discover. However, what Bai Xiaolin didn't know was that he had become a treasure in the eyes of all races. It is also a huge treasure that makes countless foreign races jealous. All Races chat channel. Because of the news and death of Go Sheng, the place has become lively again. Did you notice that the dog-headed man who just sent the message is actually dead now? I discovered it a few minutes ago. I'm sure he was killed by the human YC12133. Then tell me what this dog-headed man said before about a treasure that can increase one's strength to B-level. Is it true? Maybe it's true. Otherwise, why would the human race want to rob it? Are you stupid? This so-called treasure may not even exist. It's just fake news made up by the dog-headed man. He wants to use us to avenge himself. I also think the news is fake. If this treasure really existed, the kobolds would have used it to improve their own strength long ago. How could they have given the human race the opportunity to snatch it? Didn't you read the news above? Didn't you see that the dog-headed man said that the treasure was obtained yesterday, and there was no time to use it? They say not to believe it, but they might have already sent their men to find 12,133's base. Even if this treasure doesn't exist, 12133 definitely has other treasures. Otherwise, how could the weak human race have the strength to destroy the dog-headed people's base in such a short time? Don't forget the large amount of C-grade water soul by 12,133. With so much C-grade pure water, it wouldn't be surprising if there were other treasures. So, 12133 definitely has a treasure. You all don't need to do anything. As a member of the Knoll tribe, no matter whether 12133 has the treasure or not, I will find him and avenge the warriors of my Knoll tribe. Bah, you sound better than you say. Everyone knows that you dog-headed people are a bunch of selfish villains. That's right, he was silent just now, but now he jumps out. It can be seen from these messages that the last message sent by Goshing has achieved the originally expected effect. Unfortunately, these alien races like Gosheng are not aware of by Xiaolin's true current strength. Even if you really find it, it will just be a treasure delivered to your doorstep, commonly known as the courier. At this time in the dog-headed man's cave, although Gosheng's death had already happened outside, it attracted the attention of countless eyes. But in the cave, there was no reaction, because at this time, Shuirengui and others did not notice Gosheng's death, but stared at what was in front of them. As the white light disappeared, the silver-white stone was now only the size of a fist, and the color also changed from silvery white to transparent. Looking at this small, transparent stone, Lin Shang, who had broken the cornerstone, swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but whispered, "This thing is definitely a treasure." Hearing Lin Shang's words, Gui Xuanli and others beside him nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Then several people looked at Shui Rangui at the same time and saw Shui. Rangui nodded, picked up the stone, and put it in his arms. "Go back and hand it over to the Lord." After patting his clothes and making sure that everything was packed, Shui Rangui turned around and looked at Gui Xuanli and the others and said, "It's still some time before General Yu and his men return with their prey. Let's take advantage of this time to search a little more and see if there are any other treasures or precious materials." Yes. After responding in unison, Lin Shang and his companions turned around and began to search in the small cave with anticipation for the treasure. Shui Rangui and Gui Xuanli walked out of the small cave to prevent the ogre leader from waking up and escaping. As a result, as soon as they returned to the big cave and looked at the ogre leader lying on the ground, they spoke at the same time. Is he not going to die? Chapter 265, Sad Dog Treasure. After looking at each other, the two of them quickly ran to Goshing. Then he picked up Goshing and shook it violently a few times. Then Shui Rangui looked at Gui Xuanli helplessly. "He's really dead." Gui Xuanli was stunned when he heard Shui Rengui's words. After all, he's an expert who's about to break through to C rank. How could he die so easily? This ogre leader is deliberately teasing himself. Not to mention that he fainted inexplicably just now. Now, it's even more outrageous. He died without saying a word. Without the alien race, how can I go back and report to my superiors? Looking at Gui Xuanli's depressed expression, Shui casually threw Gosheng's body aside and began to think. Before setting off, the Lord only asked to leave one person alive. It doesn't say that it must be the leader of the Knolls, so it would be the same if you captured an ordinary Knoll. Unfortunately, except for the leader of the Knolls, all the other Knolls were killed dozens of minutes ago. Now, even if you want to find a living one, you can't find one. In this case, we can only go to other alien bases while there is still some time and capture another alien and bring him back. As for whether it meets the Lord's requirements, we can only talk about it after we return. After all, there is no other way now. Thinking of this, Shui Rangui looked at Gui Xuanli and said, "Now we can only go out first. Before General Yu and the others come back, go to another alien base and capture an alien and bring him back." Gui Xuanli's eyes lit up when he heard Shui Rengui's words. "That's a great idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Then Gui Xuanli looked at Shui Rengui and spoke again without hesitation. "I'm the fastest among you. Leave the task of catching the aliens to me. You just wait here." After saying that, he rushed out of the cave, but before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Shui Rengui. What's wrong? It's better to go together. You don't know the location of other alien races. Going out and looking for them randomly will only waste time. After hearing Gui's words, Gui Xuanli was stunned for 2 seconds, and then an awkward smile appeared on his face. That's right. After stopping Gui Xuanli, Gui did not wait any longer and shouted directly at several small caves not far away. No need to look for it. I'm going out for other things. Hearing Gui's shout, Lin Shang and the other two ran out of the small cave in a hurry, holding a bunch of things. General Shui, look, these are the high-grade materials we found, all from the wild beasts hunted by the kobolds. I can take them back with me and give them to Master Zhu to forge some high-level weapons. They're actually high-grade materials, which is an unexpected gain. Gui nodded to several people. Great, take them out first. Then, a few people took some D-level materials and walked around the rubble and headed out of the passage. However, they had not walked far when a subtle voice sounded behind them. Wu! Gui Xuanli and Gui turned their heads at the same time when they heard the voice. Then I saw a dazed, dog-headed man slowly standing up in the corner of the rubble pile. The moment he saw the dog-headed man, Gui Xuanli recognized that this was the guy who had blocked his way and was kicked away by him. This surprised Gui Xuanli a little. I didn't expect this little thing to be so lucky. It was just an ordinary-level dog-headed man, but it didn't die after being kicked by me. In addition to being surprised, Gui Xuanli also showed an expression of surprise, and then turned to look at Shui Renge beside him. With this little thing, we don't have to look for other alien races. Of course, Shui Renge did not expect that there was still a dog-headed man alive in this cave. In this case, there is really no need to waste time looking for other alien races, as the alien races around are not too strong. Give them more time to grow, so that you can gain more when solving the problem later. After the two of them finished talking, Gui Xuanli walked over and picked up the still confused Gobao by the neck. The moment his neck was tightened, Gobao woke up and began to struggle by flapping his limbs. Unfortunately, Gobao is not only weak in strength, but also only as big as the child in front of Gui Xuanli. No matter how much you struggle, it's no use. After returning to Shui Renge and the others, Gui Xuanli picked up the dog treasure, took a look at it, and then threw it aside. With a few of us here, we don't have to worry about this little thing, which is not even D-level, escaping. Gobao, who was thrown down again, covered his neck and coughed a few times, then quietly looked around. When I found that there were people in front of me, besides the people in white clothes just now, there are a few more humans, and the important thing is that these humans look like the humans who killed the captain and his men yesterday. This made Gobao dumbfounded for a moment. With these humans around, wouldn't I be doomed to die? After all, each of them is much stronger than me. Thinking of this, Gobao suddenly remembered Gosheng. With so many new humans around, he wondered if his master was still alive. If it's still there, I can survive. Because in Gobao's eyes, his master is a powerful warrior of the dog-headed people, and is definitely not weaker than these humans. As his eyes turned, it didn't take long before Gosheng's body, thrown on the ground, appeared in Gobao's sight. Owner, Gobao called out softly. However, the corpse on the ground did not react at all. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Gobao finally reacted. The master, like the other dog-headed men outside, was killed by the humans in front of him. Thinking of this, Gobao burst into tears. Of course, Gobao was not crying because he was sad about Gosheng's death. After all, he was just an ordinary slave. Moreover, they were the kind of low-level slaves who had to endure hunger at any time and were bullied by other powerful gnolls. What really makes Gobao sad is that now that his master is dead, not only has the promotion he was promised before gone down the drain. Moreover, without the protection of his master, how could he survive facing these brutal and powerful humans? Perhaps it won't be long before I become a cold corpse like my master. Thinking of this, Gobao cried even more sadly. Awoo. Listening to Gobao's extremely sad cry, Shui Renge and others beside him couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't expect that this dog-headed man is so loyal and righteous. Of course, what they didn't know was that these selfish dog-headed men only cried for themselves. After standing aside for 2 minutes, Shui Renge turned around and said to Lin Shang and the other two who were holding the D-level materials, "There's no need to rush now. Just make a few more trips and move all the high-quality materials out. By the way, find a few more boxes and pack all these materials in them so that they can be easily carried on the way back." "Yes." Chapter 266 Return. After hearing Xuerengui's instructions, Lin Shang and the other two ran out along the cave passage, holding the D-level materials in their hands. Xuerengui turned around and searched in the cave. Not long after, a vine appeared in Xuerengui's hand. After pulling it with his hands to make sure the vine would not break, Xuerengui tied it directly to Go Bao's body. Then he handed the other end of the vine to Gui Xuanli. Just pull it when you go back. This will prevent it from escaping, but also prevent you from accidentally killing it by holding it by the neck. Gui Xuanli felt a little embarrassed when he heard Xuerengui's words. Because until now, Gui Xuanli still thought that the ogre leader was killed by him accidentally. While the two were talking, the tied-up Go Bao quietly raised his hand and pinched the vines tied to his body. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. Why is this scene somewhat similar to yesterday? Could it be that these human beings will not kill me this time? Thinking of this, Go Bao smiled with surprise. However, this smile only lasted for a few seconds before Go Bao quickly put it away. It would be bad if it was seen by humans. At the same time, Go Bao's crying was subconsciously lowered to prevent the crying from being too loud and angering the human race, causing them to change their minds. A few dozen minutes later, after running back and forth several times, Lin Shang and the other two had already moved all the D-level materials out of the cave. Go Bao was also pulled by Gui Xuanli and came to the entrance of the cave together, which made Go Bao a little confused. Shouldn't the humans leave so I can escape? Why does it look like the humans want to take me away with them? Are they going to catch me and eat me? Thinking of this possibility, Go Bao's face turned pale instantly, and he collapsed directly at the entrance of the cave. After all, he thought he could escape, but he didn't expect to become food. Isn't this even worse than his owner? While Go Bao was sad, Xuerengui and his companions had already counted all the D-level materials that had been moved out. Various bones, scales, and antlers, all of these things added up to fill 2 large wooden boxes. Then Xuerengui turned his gaze towards the cave entrance. After thinking for a few minutes, Xuerengui stuck the star-breaking halberd in his hand into the ground, and then walked straight to a huge rock not far away. After some comparison, under the surprised gaze of Lin Shang and others, the huge rock was directly carried up by Xuerengui. Bang! Then, with a loud bang, the boulder perfectly blocked the entrance of the cave. Xuerengui took a few steps back, looked at the blocked entrance, and nodded with satisfaction. With this huge rock blocking the way, there is no need to worry about other creatures running into the cave and causing damage. After all, although all the D-level materials have been moved, there are still many ordinary materials in it. Can't waste it. Then Xuerengui walked to the side, found a stone to sit down, and began to rest. According to the agreed time, Eugene and others who went to hunt wild animals are almost back. After waiting for a while, Xuerengui suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. When he looked up, he found that snowflakes were already falling from the sky. At the same time, the surprised voices of Lin Shang and others were heard nearby. It's really snowing. How bizarre. Who says it isn't? It's even more outrageous than snow in June. I don't know how the snow fell. When several people were discussing, suddenly, bursts of noise came from the jungle not far away, and then Han Xian and others appeared in the sight of several people. At the same time, there were also several corpses of various wild animals being carried, ranging from black bears to golden pheasants. Each of them was at least a D-level being in life. Not long after, a sound came from another direction. It was Eugene and others from another team. Unlike Han Xian and others, Eugene and others not only caught the corpses of wild animals, but also caught a few wild boars. Looking at the silly little wild boars held in the arms of several people, Xuerengui looked at Eugene and said with a smile, "General Yu is very lucky. The Lord will definitely be very happy if he brings back these little wild boars." Hearing Xuerengui's words, Eugene smiled and began to speak. "We were indeed lucky. When we were looking for wild animals, we suddenly encountered a wild boar. Just as Sulong and the others were about to take action to deal with the wild boar, I suddenly remembered the time when I caught a wild boar with my lord. I was wondering if there might be other wild boars nearby besides this one." He stopped them from taking action, and then spent nearly an hour following the wild boar to find its lair. In the wild boar's lair, we not only killed 3 wild boars, but also caught these little wild boars. When he said this, the smile on Eugene's face became even brighter. After all, if it weren't for his wisdom, it would be absolutely impossible for him to catch these little wild boars this time. However, Unlike the others who were happy, Go Bao, who was lying on the ground, had already started to tremble. It's horrible. From just now until now, almost every one of the dozens of humans who appeared was stronger than the gnolls in the hunting team. Only D-level kobolds can join the hunting team. In other words, the strength of each of these human beings in front of us exceeds D-level. Just thinking about it, Go Bao felt weak all over and wished he could find a cave to crawl into and hide himself. At this moment, Go Bao suddenly felt his neck tighten, and then he found himself being lifted up by the human. Faced with so many powerful humans, Go Bao did not dare to resist and could only curl up into a ball, hugging his legs tightly. I have no hope of living anymore. I just hope that when humans eat me, they will kill me first and then eat me instead of just gnawing on me raw. After all, that would hurt too much. Just as Go Bao was daydreaming, Shui and others who had finished their conversation nearby had already stood up, carrying various beast corpses and materials, and walked towards the jungle in a mighty manner. After all, if we don't leave now, it will be difficult to walk when the snow gets heavy. The entrance to the kobold cave. Looking at the dog-headed man curled up in his arms, Gue Xuanli frowned and wanted to call up to walk together. I didn't expect this little thing to curl up into a ball. Does a prisoner want to be carried away by himself? Thinking of this, Gue Xuanli threw Go Bao directly to the ground and pointed it in the direction of Shui Rengue and others. Follow me, or I'll skin you alive. Go Bao, who was thrown on the ground, just stood up staggeringly when he heard the human Wu La saying something in front of him. Although I don't understand what is being said. However, from the cold gazes of the humans, Go Bao guessed that if he did something wrong next, he would definitely be severely beaten. Go Bao rolled his eyes and looked in the direction of Gue Xuanli's finger, and also saw Shui Rengue and others who were leaving. Could it be that they want me to leave with these humans? Chapter 267, Outside the City Wall. Thinking of this, Go Bao slowly moved his feet and moved a few steps towards Shui Rengue and others. Then he looked back at Gue Xuanli cautiously, as if asking whether he was doing the right thing. Behind Go Bao, Gue Xuanli was pulling the other end of the vine. Just as I was about to follow him, I saw the dog-headed man stopped after only 2 steps and looked back at me. Gue Xuanli raised his foot and prepared to kick. However, he stopped kicking halfway, seeing the fragile look of the dog-headed man. It would be bad if he was kicked to death. Then Gue Xuanli changed from kicking to kicking and lightly kicked Go Bao on the butt, signaling him to continue walking. Who told you to stop? Hurry up and catch up. Feeling the force on his butt, Go Bao in front breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was right. These humans wanted to take me back to my nest. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Go Bao was stunned. According to what I guessed just now, the human race captured me to eat me. So when I arrived at the human race's nest, wouldn't I be eaten? After standing there in a daze for a few seconds, Go Bao sat down on the ground and started crying again. After all, compared to being eaten, getting beaten up is nothing. He had been beaten often before anyway. Behind Go Bao, seeing that the dog-headed man cried like this just because he kicked him lightly, Gue Xuanli was also stunned. He even suspected that he had used too much force and had broken the dog-headed man's bones. But after a few seconds, Gue Xuanli rejected this idea because the dog-headed man's howling was full of energy. There wasn't a hint of pain in his voice. But looking at the dog-headed man's current condition, if he really wants to walk back by himself, it will probably take at least 3 to 5 hours. And this is obviously a waste of time. Gue Xuanli looked down at Go Bao, who was still howling, then looked up at the jungle not far away. At this time, Shui Rengue and others had disappeared into the jungle. Then Gue Xuanli didn't hesitate, grabbed the vine in his hand, and ran towards the jungle. After approaching a big tree, Gue Xuanli jumped and grabbed a vine hanging from the tree with his other hand. Then, using vines, he quickly chased in the direction of Shui Rengue and others like a nimble monkey. The dog is sitting on the ground and crying. I just felt my body being dragged on the ground for a few seconds, and then it felt like I was flying. Listening to the whistling sound of the wind in his ears, Go Bao quietly opened his eyes with curiosity and looked down. Ouch! Looking at the ground below his body, which was sometimes farther and sometimes nearer, Go Bao was so scared that he screamed. If he falls to the ground, he will definitely die. Thinking that he might be smashed to pieces, Go Bao subconsciously grabbed the straw vine tied around his waist. Then he closed his eyes and began to pray. I prayed that the vine would not break suddenly, otherwise I might lose a few hours of my life. Although I would die if I reached the human nest, it was better to live a few more hours than to die directly. Go Bao still cherishes his last life. Inside the city wall, everyone looked at the people who were busy working in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Zhang Liang and Song Yi. Bai Xiaolin smiled and came to the outside of the city wall. Now everything inside the city walls has been basically arranged, and the only thing left is to deal with the iron-eating beasts, wolves, and ant colonies. I circled around the places where several herds of animals were resting. Bai Xiaolin decided that when Deng Jin and others came back, he would build a few simple sheds for them above the anthill and in the jungle so that the anthill would not be buried by ice and snow. Moreover, with the shed, the iron-eating beasts and wolves will have a place to move around and will not be trapped by the snow. As to why they weren't just put into the city walls, this idea was rejected by Bai Xiaolin as soon as it came up. There were two reasons for the rejection. One reason is that the iron-eating beasts and wolves are all relatively large in size, while the area inside the city wall is relatively small. If we put them in, I guess within 2 days, everyone would have no place to move. Another reason is that there are now many greenhouses within the city walls, and there are also several small animal pens. It would be bad if after putting them in, they accidentally destroyed the greenhouse or caught and ate other small animals. Based on the above two reasons, it is better to keep them outside the city walls, which is free and convenient. Anyway, the wolves and several iron-eating beasts are all adults, and their fur is relatively lush, so it's okay to stay outside for a few more days. Just as Bai Xiaolin was studying how to build several sheds, a small boat on Jinghu Lake quickly sailed towards the city wall. Standing on the boat were Shui Ringui and others who had returned. But there were only a few people and a pile of beast corpses. As for the rest, they were still waiting at the dock on the other side. After all, it's just a small boat, and we can't lose too much at once. Wait for the boat to dock. Shui Ringui and his companions jumped off the boat and began to carry the corpses of the wild animals. They had to finish them quickly and then go to pick up the rest of the people. In the woods, under the southern city wall, Bai Xiaolin, who was studying how to build a shed, suddenly heard noises coming from the direction of the dock and the voices of several people talking. After listening for a few seconds, when Bai Xiaolin heard Shui Ringui's voice, he realized that the pioneers had returned. Then he stopped studying and walked straight towards the pier. Before getting close to the dock, Bai Xiaolin saw from afar a pile of wild animal corpses lying on the ground of the dock, except for a few animals with scales that looked like dinosaurs that he didn't recognize. There are also wild boars, black bears, wild wolves, and wild deer. As he watched, Bai Xiaolin swallowed subconsciously. I was worried that the mutton would be finished and only fish would be left to eat, but I didn't expect that there would be so many delicious foods now. Now you can eat meat with peace of mind. After walking around the corpses of the beasts, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui Renge and the others with a smile. You can't just catch one beast. How come you hunted so many? My lord, after we get rid of all the dog-headed men, since we still have some time, we thought about hunting more wild beasts so that we can store more meat. Hearing Shui Rengui's answer, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Not bad. More thoughtful than I thought. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin looked at the boat, searched around on the boat, and then looked at Shui Rengui again and asked, by the way, where are the kobolds you left alive? Gui Xuanli is leading them in the back. The piglets captured by General Yu and his men, as well as some high-quality materials we found from the kobold base, are all in the back. Hearing Shui Rengui's words, Bai Xiaolin showed a surprised smile on his face. We've gained quite a lot. Having said that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at Zhang He. There's no need to hesitate. Go get them first. Yes. Chapter 268, Stone. After responding, Zhang He jumped back into the boat and rowed towards the dock on the opposite bank. Bai Xiaolin and his companions sat at the dock and waited. It wouldn't take long to go back and forth anyway. When the boat appeared again, Bai Xiaolin saw at a glance the dog's head lying on the bow of the boat and the small body behind it. It seems that this is the dog-headed man. While Bai Xiaolin was observing, Go Bao on the boat also saw the tall city wall on the other side of the lake. Then I was completely shocked. The human race has actually built a city, and it looks so magnificent. It is completely different from the cave where the owner lives. A thought suddenly popped up in Go Bao's mind. It would be great if he could live in a city like this. Thinking of this, Go Bao started crying again. Maybe when you enter a human city, you will be eaten, so what's the point of living? Looking at the dog-headed man, who suddenly burst into tears, Eugene and others on the boat showed a strange expression on their faces at the same time. Gui Xuanli, on the other hand, looked calm, as if he was used to it. Because on the way back from the dog-headed man's cave, this dog-headed man had cried inexplicably no less than 5 times. I don't know what this guy is thinking. At the dock, looking at the dog-headed man who suddenly howled, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Shui Ringgui. What's going on? I'm not sure either. Perhaps he's grieving for his fellow kobolds. It seems these dog-headed people are quite loyal and righteous. After the boat docked again, Bai Xiaolin walked straight to Go Bao and began to observe him carefully. It was too far away just now, so I could only see a rough outline. The dog-headed man in front of me had a body that was exactly the same as a human, except for its head, which was similar to a husky. In addition, he is relatively short, about the same size as a 10-year-old child, which is only about 1.2 meters. I don't know if this dog-headed man is also a child among the dog-headed people, or if dog-headed people are generally of this height. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned around and asked, "Are all kobolds this tall? Or is this a child among them?" "My lord, ordinary kobolds are basically this height, and those above D rank are around 1.5 to 1.8 meters tall." In other words, the dog-headed man in front of him is already considered a warrior among the dog-headed men. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded, then turned and said to the others who were moving things, "Everyone, please move these beast carcasses and materials back first." The beast's corpse was temporarily placed somewhere, and all the materials were moved to the blacksmith shop. After everything is moved, don't rush to rest. Hurry up and build a few wooden sheds above the wolves, iron-eating beasts, and anthills. This way they can have a place to rest when it snows. Yes, everyone else was busy reinforcing the greenhouse and warehouse, so the task of building the shed had to be left to Eugene and others. By the time they finish building, the others should be almost done too, and then we can rest together. Just as everyone started moving, Shui Ringgui suddenly thought of something, then took out a transparent stone from his arms and handed it to Bai Xiaolin. Looking at the fist-sized stone in front of him, Bai Xiaolin was a little confused. "What's this?" "My lord, this is the core of the kobold's base. What remains after it was shattered? The core of the base. That's the cornerstone." Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin quickly took the transparent stone from Shui Ringgui and observed it. Everything you come into contact with in this world. In Bai Xiaolin's eyes, the most mysterious thing, apart from the survival point system, is the cornerstone of the house. After all, everything in the base is built around the cornerstone, even Bai Xiaolin himself. As Bai Xiaolin looked at it, a line of blue prompts slowly appeared in Bai Xiaolin's sight. Stone/level 3. It can be used to improve the stability of the surrounding space, with an effective range of 1,000 meters. Whether to use. Stabilizing stone. Where have I seen this thing before? It seems to be on the luck exchange page. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin said to Shui Ringgui, "You guys go ahead and do your thing. I have other things to do." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked towards the city gate. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaolin, who was sitting in front of the cornerstone, quickly opened the luck exchange page to search. Not long after, several lines of exchange information appear on the page. Level 1 can be used to increase the stability of the surrounding space, with an effective range of 100 meters. 100 points, exchange. Level 2 stone can be used to increase the stability of the surrounding space, with an effective range of 500 meters. 500 points, exchange. Level 3 can be used to increase the stability of the surrounding space, with an effective range of 1 kilometer. 1,000 points, exchange. Looking at the exchange price of the third-level town stone, Bai Xiaolin's eyes widened instantly. It actually required 1,000 points of luck value. You should know that killing a B-level undead can only gain 50 points of luck, and 1,000 points is equivalent to killing 20. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned his gaze to the transparent stone in his hand. He didn't expect that this thing was so valuable. It could be considered the most valuable thing gained from this attack on the Knoll base, except for the talents. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think. It is so valuable and is a stone that burst out from the core cornerstone. What is its use? According to the introduction, it is to improve the stability of space. Could it be that the surrounding space is unstable and can be destroyed? Just like what is described in novels, powerful creatures can shatter the surrounding space with every strike. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin showed a look of surprise. This is not impossible. After all, people like Gui Xuanli, who are similar to Qigong practitioners, have already appeared. There is no guarantee that there won't be a being with the power of an immortal. Of course, the immortal is just a metaphor. Judging from Gui Xuanli's current A-level strength, The immortal is above the extraordinary, and it is unknown how many levels higher he is. Without understanding, no one dares to say whether a being with such strength can break the space. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin suddenly remembered the night sky, the sky behind the countless palaces, which was like a broken mirror. Looking from the ground, the entire sky was completely broken, and there was no relatively intact area to be found. This doesn't look like it was broken by a strong person, but more like it was broken by some unknown force. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible to shatter the entire sky and leave it without any signs of repair. But if the sky was really shattered by an unknown force, what was the purpose of the cornerstone and the guardian stone? Chapter 269, Level 4 Stone. From what we observed, only the sky was broken, and the ground was not affected at all. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Because Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a possibility, perhaps this unknown power that broke the sky. It exists not only in the sky, but in the entire world and affects the entire world. The reason why the ground he was standing on seemed unaffected was precisely because of the existence of the foundation stone. Because the stabilizing stone in the foundation stone stabilizes the space, the surrounding space does not become fragmented like the sky. In other words, the greatest role of the cornerstone. It is to prevent the creatures living around from suffering unexpected disasters due to the sudden destruction of space. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin looked at the stone in his hand again. If it is really as I guessed, then it is necessary to strengthen the stone again. At the very least, we should increase the stable spatial range. After all, it is only 1,000 meters in radius, which is too small. What if one day, when you're moving beyond the range, the space suddenly breaks and you'll be dead? So before using it, Bai Xiaolin decided to strengthen the stone again to increase the stability range after strengthening. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and prepared to start strengthening. But after a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin was stunned because the enhancement was not successful this time. Lacking spatial attribute energy, this enhancement failed. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Bai Xiaolin blinked. The first strengthening of the Jinshi actually requires energy, and the required energy attributes are also specified. This was something Bai Xiaolin never expected. In other words, if the stone in front of him is calculated by level, it is at least extraordinary level, because only the extraordinary level requires energy to strengthen. Then Bai Xiaolin stood up without hesitation, walked to the side, and opened a small wooden box. Inside the wooden box was half a box of energy crystals. Unfortunately, these energy crystals were traded. Because they are all the lowest grade ones exchanged from the luck page, they are basically all attributeless energy. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin took out 10 energy crystals from the wooden box and decided to strengthen them twice first. See if you can strengthen the spatial attribute energy. Survival points, -10. Survival points, -100. After 2 primary enhancements, Bai Xiaolin took the 10 energy crystals and began to check them one by one. No attribute. Water attribute. Earth attribute. After checking everything, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds. I don't know if it's because I'm unlucky or because space attribute energy is relatively rare, but I received 2 primary enhancements. All that was enhanced were earth and water attributes, and not even the space attribute was enhanced at all. I just don't believe it. After putting the enhanced energy crystal aside, Bai Xiaolin directly pulled the energy crystal box to his side. Then he started grabbing handfuls out. Bai Xiaolin's hands stopped moving only when he grabbed the 90th piece. Adding it together with the previous one, it's 100 yuan. I don't believe that I still can't strengthen the spatial attribute energy. The reason for strengthening so much at once is not simply to obtain spatial attribute energy, but out of impulse. This is because energy crystals will be needed to forge extraordinary weapons and strengthen extraordinary fertilizers. If you strengthen it more this time, you won't need to strengthen it again in the next few days, and you can save some time. Survival points, -90. Survival points, -900. Wood attribute. Fire attribute. Space attribute. When he had checked about 2/3 of the way, Bai Xiaolin finally saw an energy crystal with spatial attributes. However, he did not stop, but continued to check until he had looked at all 90 energy crystals. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that spatial attribute energy was indeed rare. Including the previous ones, a total of 100 energy crystals, only one piece was strengthened to have spatial properties. In this case, I have to pay more attention to the space attribute energy crystals in the future to prevent them from being unavailable when I need them. After putting away the remaining energy crystals in the box, Bai Xiaolin found 2 more bags and put all the other enhanced energies into them. Part of it will be given to Zhu Tai later, and the other part will be kept by himself to strengthen high-quality fertilizers and land. After everything was installed, Bai Xiaolin didn't think about it anymore. Pick up the space attribute energy crystal and the stabilizing stone, and prepare to start strengthening the stabilizing stone. You can use it after strengthening. After all, the sooner you use this thing, the better. Survival point -1. Space attribute energy -2. Looking at the 2 spots of light flying out of the energy crystal, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds. It actually consumed 2 points of space attribute energy, which means that all the space energy that he had strengthened this time was used up. Fortunately, the enhancement was successful this time. In addition, although it has only been strengthened once, the stability range of the 4th level stone should be enough to cover the entire mirror lake. After all, the range of level 3 is already 1,000 meters in radius. After putting down the energy crystal, Bai Xiaolin looked at the strengthened 4th level stone. Level 4. This stone increases the stability of the surrounding area, with an effective range of 2,000 meters. Note, Level 4 stone can be deployed independently from the main base. It can actually be arranged individually. Looking at the introduction of the stone in his hand, Bai Xiaolin blinked his eyes. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to establish a branch base? Moreover, with the protection of the stone, the branch base can also develop in an orderly manner like the main base. Unlike the several small courtyards built before, which can only be used to store some supplies and materials. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin turned around and took out a copy card. Considering the exchange price of the Jinshe and the rarity of the spatial attribute energy, it is most cost-effective to copy it. Survival point -1111, 4th enhancement. Of course, before copying, Bai Xiaolin first performed 4 primary enhancements on this and use copy card. This gives you 4 copies of this card. Copy. As the white light spots continued to gather, not long after, 2 identical stone guards appeared in Bai Xiaolin's hands. When Bai Xiaolin copied these 2 level 4 guardian stones, he had already thought about where to use them. One piece is used at the main base to reinforce the surrounding space, and the other piece is used at the Vine Ruins. I already have 4 A-level combat forces now, and after this snow is over, there will definitely be more A-level combat forces. At that time, you can find time to deal with the A-shaped splicing monster in the ruins first, and then plant those farmlands. Rapidly expand your crop planting area. And with the presence of the stabilizing stone, there is no need to worry about the space around the ruins suddenly breaking, so you can plant with peace of mind. Chapter 270 Language Problem. Then Bai Xiaolin put away the copy card and one of the stone guards and decided not to use them in the Vine Ruins just yet. It's not too late to use it after you clear the splicing monsters. After putting it away, Bai Xiaolin picked up another waiting stone and confirmed its use. After the stabilizer stone touched the foundation stone, the surface of the foundation stone seemed to melt and ripples appeared. Then, under Bai Xiaolin's surprised gaze, as the ripples flickered, the stone slowly merged into the foundation stone. When the stone completely disappeared, the ripples on the surface of the foundation stone disappeared instantly, returning to its original appearance. Survival points plus 500. Then I waited for a while until I heard the notification sound of increased survival points. Bai Xiaolin understood that the stone had been used successfully. However, facing the cornerstone that was exactly the same as before without any change, Bai Xiaolin felt a little strange. This is considered a successful use. Why does it seem like nothing has changed? What Bai Xiaolin didn't know was that at the moment the Guardian Stone completely disappeared, an invisible energy layer around the base was rapidly expanding. When the expansion stopped, the coverage of the energy layer had completely enveloped Mirror Lake. After waiting for another 2 minutes to confirm that the cornerstone would not change, Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it and prepared to go out to see how the others were doing. As soon as he opened the door, the scene in the yard made Bai Xiaolin laugh out loud. The dog-headed man with his hands and feet tied was jumping around in the yard, tried to avoid the pursuit behind him. Chasing behind him were Xiao Tai, Zaya Chuanzi, Li Werer, and other children, and even 2 wolf cubs. At this time, Go Bao was mentally devastated. He thought that he would be eaten the first thing he did when he arrived at the human city. I didn't expect these humans to be so hateful. Before eating me, they actually sent these little things to torture me. Just when Go Bao was about to cry, he suddenly felt his clothes being pulled from behind again. Ouch! After letting out a desperate howl, Go Bao fell directly to the ground due to inertia. Then the contestants chasing behind him rushed up excitedly and surrounded Go Bao and started to ravage him. Among them, Xiaodai and Zaichuanzi used the dog under them as a cushion and climbed up and down on it. Li Wer and the other two were holding wooden sticks, ready to pry open Go Bao's mouth to study what was different between him and themselves. As for the two wolf cubs, they treated Go Bao as their own kind and licked Go Bao's head excitedly with their tongues. What made Bai Xiaolin laugh out loud was that these little things ravaged the ogre for 2 minutes. They actually retreated at the same time, signaling the dog-headed man to keep running. The dog lying on the ground felt that the little creatures surrounding him retreated again. I knew they wanted me to escape again, and then catch me and torture me, because this process has just happened several times. This made Go Bao a little angry. If his hands and feet hadn't been tied, how could he have been caught by these little creatures? And every time he escaped, he would be caught within 2 minutes. Then, just as Go Bao was climbing up using his hands and feet, he was secretly thinking that he must escape for longer time this time. Bai Xiaolin's voice suddenly rang out in the yard. Xiao Yuer, take them out to play. It's snowing now, so we can make a snowman. Build a snowman. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Li Wer and the other two's eyes lit up, and they simultaneously stopped their steps in preparation for the pursuit. After thinking for a few seconds, he bent down, picked up Xiaodai and Zaichuanzi, and ran out of the yard. When Li Yuer was halfway through his run, he turned around and shouted to the two wolf cubs that were still chasing Go Bao. Wang Kai and Wang Zai are gone. Ah! Hearing Li Yuer's shout, the two wolf cubs howled at Go Bao and quickly ran towards the gate of the courtyard. When the group of little guys disappeared, Go Bao reacted and stopped, and at the same time he saw Bai Xiaolin on the steps. In an instant, Go Bao's mind started to work wildly. I recalled the attitude of those powerful human warriors towards the human in front of me outside the human city just now. Go Bao understood that the human standing in front of him should be the human with the highest status here. That is the human lord here. And if the human lord in front of him let him go, would the other humans not eat him? Thinking of this, Go Bao lay directly on the ground and began to kowtow frantically in the direction of Bai Xiaolin, begging for mercy. Ouch, ouch! Bai Xiaolin, who was standing on the steps, heard the dog-headed man howling and was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. It is different from the chat and trading channel of all races in reality. In the chat channel, I can understand the messages sent by other races. It should be that the system translates the messages sent by all races to facilitate transactions. But in the real world, without this kind of translation, I would not be able to understand the language of the dog-headed people at all. However, although I couldn't understand what the dog-headed man in front of me was saying, judging from his behavior, he seemed to be begging for mercy. But why did this dog-headed man start begging for mercy before I even said a word? Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Shui Rengui and others taught him a lesson too harshly when they arrested him? That's why when the dog-headed man saw him, he knelt down and begged for mercy without any hesitation. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled. This is a good thing. Begging for mercy means it is afraid of death, which will also be convenient for the subsequent domestication test. Then Bai Xiaolin no longer hesitated and took out a taming card he carried with him from his pocket. Survival point 2. Survival points -10. After one intermediate enhancement and one primary enhancement, Bai Xiaolin directly enhanced the taming card to level D+1. Although the dog-headed man in front of him was only of ordinary level, it would be more reliable if he could strengthen it to D level. Then Bai Xiaolin took the taming card and went directly to the dog-headed man, looking at the dog-headed man lying on the ground, and said, "As long as you give up resistance, you don't have to worry about death." After saying this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted as he looked at the dog-headed man in front of him who was still kowtowing desperately. This thing in front of me probably doesn't understand what I'm saying. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin got a headache and want to tame it. Then you can find out some news about the gnolls from them and prepare for encountering other gnolls in the future. But now if I can't understand the other party's language, my idea of finding out information will be in vain. But after thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. He didn't understand it now, but he could find a way to understand it. The fastest way is to go to the luck exchange page. Chapter 271, Untamable. You should know that the introduction of the luck exchange page is that you can exchange for any item you want. I think there should be something that can help me quickly understand the language of the ogre. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin picked up the dog-headed man lying on the ground and hung him on the pillar outside the door. This way you don't have to worry about it running around. After returning to the room and clicking on the luck exchange page, Bai Xiaolin started searching without filtering. After all, it is better not to filter when you don't know what you're looking for. If you filter correctly, it will be fast, but if you filter incorrectly, it will be a pure waste of time. Then it took more than 10 minutes. Just when Bai Xiaolin was about to be dazzled, several exchange information appeared on the cornerstone page. Kobold language card. Used to gain fluency in the Kobold language. 1 point, redeem. Lion Man language card. After using, you can understand the Lion Man language and use it proficiently. 1 point, redeem. Elven common language card. After using, you can understand the Elven language and use it proficiently. 10 points, redeem. Orc common language card. After using, you can understand all Orc languages and use them proficiently. 50 points, redeem. Universal language card for all races. After using, you can speak the language of all races and use it proficiently. 100 points, redeem. Luck value minus 100. Looking at the introductions of these cards on the page, Bai Xiaolin did not hesitate and directly exchanged for Universal Language Card for all races. Although the redemption price of this card is the most expensive of all language cards, it is even 100 times that of an ordinary language card. However, in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, it is the most cost-effective. With only 100 points of luck, one can understand the languages of all races. As for other language cards, they could be exchanged for only a few dozen points or even a little luck value. However, if the number of exchanges is large, the total luck value required will be an astronomical figure. After all, this world is known for its myriad races. When the universal language card for all races appeared, Bai Xiaolin chose to use it without hesitation. As the card turned into a ball of light and slowly merged into his forehead, Bai Xiaolin felt his mind instantly become clear. It's like drinking a bottle of ice water in the middle of summer. Just when Bai Xiaolin was about to feel it carefully, a series of sounds came into Bai Xiaolin's ears from outside the door. Powerful human race, please spare Go Bao. Go Bao's meat is not tasty. Eating too much will cause indigestion. As long as you don't eat Go Bao is willing to be your slave and capture beautiful female kobolds for you. They are so beautiful, but they just don't like Go Bao. Woo woo woo. Go Bao hasn't gotten married yet. Dog treasure. It should be the dog-headed man that he hung on the pillar. Well, I didn't understand what he said just now. I just thought this dog-headed man was a bit noisy, but I didn't expect he was such a chatterbox. But being a chatterbox makes it easier to find out information. After smiling, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked out of the room. Don't eat Go Bao. Go Bao doesn't want to die. Go Bao, who was hanging on the pillar, was howling dejectedly when he suddenly heard a voice in front of him. As long as you give up resistance, I promise not to kill you. If I have the chance later, I will even capture the female kobold and bring it back to you. Hearing this strange yet familiar language, Go Bao's eyes lit up instantly, and then he showed an expression of surprise. Could it be that one of the tribesmen came to save him? Thinking of this, Go Bao quickly raised his head, but when he saw the figure standing in front of him, Go Bao was a little confused. How could it be the human race, the tribe member who just spoke? Could it be hidden? Thinking of this possibility, Go Bao's gaze bypassed Bai Xiaolin and began to search in every corner of the yard. At this moment, the voice from before rang out again. And if you try to resist and run away, I'll hang you outside for wild beasts to eat you whole. Do you understand? Hearing the sound so close to him, Go Bao was stunned. It turned out that the voice just now was not spoken by his own people, but by the human leader in front of him. After being lost for 2 seconds, Go Bao suddenly thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face again. Since the words just now were said by the human lord, then not only would he not have to worry about being eaten, he would even have a chance to marry a wife. But will such a good thing happen? You have to know that in the previous base, all the female ogres were enjoyed by their masters, and the human lords would be willing to give them to themselves. Thinking of this, Go Bao decided to confirm it. Then he looked at Bai Xiaolin cautiously and asked, Powerful human lord, did you just say that as long as I don't resist you won't kill me? And you'll even give me a female kobold? Hearing the question from the dog-headed man in front of him, Bai Xiaolin almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that this guy was so obsessed with getting married. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Bai Xiaolin said calmly, "Of course, but it depends on your performance. If you behave well next time, I can even let you marry too." "It's actually true." After getting a positive answer, Go Bao said excitedly, "Go Bao won't resist. Go Bao won't resist." As she said this, she closed her eyes as if she had given up resistance and was ready to be picked. Looking at Go Bao's appearance, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds, then hit Go Bao hard on the head. "What the hell are you thinking about?" After saying that, Bai Xiaolin pointed the taming card in his hand at Go Bao. "Use." As a ray of light flew out from the taming card and merged into Go Bao's forehead, Bai Xiaolin began to look forward to it. It seems that the possibility of domestication is still very high. But just when Bai Xiaolin was expecting it, the light that flew into Go Bao's forehead seemed to have never appeared. Completely disappeared into Go Bao's body. This made Bai Xiaolin a little confused. Was Go Bao's domestication a success or a failure? If it succeeds, no mark of taming appears. If it fails, there is no response or prompt. Just when Bai Xiaolin was confused, a belated line of prompts appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Taming failed. Note, the dog-headed people are one of the 10,000 races, and their members cannot be tamed. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Bai Xiaolin sighed. Since the dog-headed people cannot be tamed, then the Beishan tribe, which is also one of the 10,000 tribes, cannot be tamed either. In this case, his mobile island plan would be completely hopeless. In addition, we must find an opportunity to solve it completely. After all, at such a close distance, allowing the Beishan tribe to continue to grow would be too dangerous. After thinking about the Beishan tribe, Bai Xiaolin looked at Go Bao hanging on the pillar again. If the taming fails, then there is no need to keep the dog-headed man in front of us. Chapter 272, Love of Beauty. For intelligent creatures, if they are not of the same mind, staying is equivalent to burying a bomb for themselves. It would be bad if he took advantage of our inattention and caused damage inside the city wall. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, Go Bao, who had been waiting for a long time without any movement, quietly opened his eyes. When Go Bao saw Bai Xiaolin's changeable expression, a worried expression instantly appeared on his face. Then he couldn't help but think in his heart, I wonder who is so blind as to provoke the human lord at this time. It would be bad if the human lord suddenly changed his mind and wanted to kill himself because of a bad mood. Thinking of this, Go Bao spoke quickly. Powerful human lord, as long as you don't kill Go Bao is willing to become your slave. After saying that, he looked at Bai Xiaolin eagerly. What a pity. Bai Xiaolin had just decided to kill him. Although from the beginning until now, this dog-headed man has been very submissive and has no intention of resisting at all. But if he is not domesticated and is only obedient on the surface, it will be very dangerous. So it is safer to kill it directly. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and directly grabbed Go Bao's clothes, lifted him down from the pillar, and walked outside. If you kill them in the yard, they will get dirty and difficult to clean. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Bai Xiaolin saw Zhang Liang walking towards the courtyard. Looking at the dog-headed man in Bai Xiaolin's hand, Zhang Liang showed a hint of surprise and asked with some confusion, "My lord, what do you want?" "The taming failed, so I plan to get rid of it." "Taming failed?" After thinking for a few seconds, Zhang Liang asked again, "My lord, you are worried that if we leave it here without taming it, it will do something harmful to us." "Yes." Bai Xiaolin was a little confused. Why did Zhang Liang ask this? Then Zhang Liang was heard speaking again. "My lord, have you forgotten the iron-eating beasts and wolves outside? Although they have not been domesticated by you, their current state is equivalent to an indirect domestication. It is used by us and does not cause any harm. To sum up, there are only 3 reasons for this indirect domestication: emotion, interests, and threats. As long as it is a living being, no matter how intelligent or powerful it is, it cannot escape these 3. So my lord, if you can rest assured, why not hand this kobold over to us? It won't be long before we can make it as powerful as the wolf pack." After hearing Zhang Liang's words, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he couldn't help but slap his forehead twice. Yes, if wolves and iron-eating beasts can be used for one's own benefit, why can't a weak ogre be used as well? Bai Xiaolin realized that he had been dwelling on a dead end. If the taming card fails, people will subconsciously think that the dog-headed man can no longer be used by them, and consider it as a risk factor. However, they ignore the fact that external forces can actually make them completely surrender. What Zhang Liang is talking about now indirect domestication, compared with the domestication card, is not equivalent to a kind of external domestication. Bai Xiaolin figured it out and threw the dog treasure in his hand to Zhang Liang, saying with a smile, "In that case, he'll be handed over to you." "Don't worry, my lord." Zhang Liang took the dog treasure and was about to leave. Bai Xiaolin suddenly remembered the language issue and hurriedly looked at Zhang Liang and said, "Wait for me here for a while." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked into the room. After returning to the room, as the luck exchange page was opened again, Bai Xiaolin began to search for the exchange quickly. Luck value minus 108. A few minutes later, as the luck value was consumed, a small pile of language cards appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. There are 8 dog-headed people language cards, a universal language card for all races. The reason why Bai Xiaolin exchanged so many language cards was that he suddenly thought of it after handing the dog treasure to Zhang Liang. 8 of the dog-headed man language cards were intended to be given to Zhang Liang and others so that they could communicate with Go Bao. Since it has been decided to keep Go Bao here, let Zhang Liang and others tame him with external forces. Then, they must be able to communicate with the dog. Otherwise, without a language barrier, we can't even communicate, let alone domestication. As for the other universal language card for all races, Bai Xiaolin specially selected and exchanged it for the pioneer team. In this way, when the pioneering team goes out to explore, no matter what alien race they encounter, they will be able to understand their language. By understanding the languages of these alien races, we can collect information about them more quickly and be adequately prepared for battle. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. As for why he didn't exchange for 2 more, it was because Bai Xiaolin's luck value was only a few hundred points. If you exchange 2 more, your luck points will be gone. Then he took all the language cards. Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it, stood up and walked outside. After arriving in the yard, Bai Xiaolin directly handed the dog-headed man language card in his hand to Zhang Liang. After using these cards, you will instantly become proficient in the language of the kobolds, making it easier for you to communicate with them. It can make people proficient in a new language instantly. Zhang Liang's eyes lit up instantly when he took the dog-headed man's language card. "Thank you, my lord." "Okay, get busy." After nodding to Zhang Liang, Bai Xiaolin turned back to the room and opened the cornerstone page to study. More than an hour later, there was a knock on the door. "My lord, lunch is ready." Listening to Lin Susu's voice outside the door, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By this time, everyone else should be pretty busy. "Here I come." After responding, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked towards the door. The moment he opened the door, Bai Xiaolin froze in place, staring at Lin Susu without blinking. I saw a thin layer of snowflakes covering her long black hair, and even a few flakes fell on her eyelashes. And below the eyelashes are a pair of big watery eyes and cheeks that are slightly red due to the snow. Add to that the reddish ears and the small nose that twitches occasionally, and it looks very cute. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but stare blankly. "My lord." After more than 10 seconds, looking at the stunned Bai Xiaolin, Lin Susu whispered something and quickly turned around and ran outside. As I ran, my cheeks became redder and redder. When Lin Susu disappeared at the gate of the courtyard, Bai Xiaolin, who had reacted, suddenly felt his cheeks turn red. Then I couldn't help but think, what happened to me just now? After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Bai Xiaolin suddenly said, "Appreciate. Yes, just appreciate." After saying that, he scratched his head and walked slowly towards the restaurant. Chapter 273, Snow Scene. After arriving at the living area, Bai Xiaolin saw from afar Li Ergu running away in the snow outside the restaurant, and Li Yuer and others chasing after him. "I was really careless. If you stop chasing me, I will definitely compensate you with a bigger snowman later." Hearing Li Ergu's words, Li Yuer, who was chasing behind him, grabbed a handful of snow, rolled it into a snowball, and threw it at Li Ergu. "I don't believe what you said. Xiaogu saw it all. You kicked the snowman on purpose." "I see." After hearing what Li Yuer said, Li Ergu, who had dodged the snowball, was stunned for 2 seconds and couldn't help thinking that he had made a mistake. "I just saw these little guys making a snowman." Li Ergu also felt like playing and wanted to pretend to accidentally break the snowman they had built so that he could join in. "I was building a snowman with them, but unexpectedly I was discovered and I suddenly turned from a good uncle into a bad guy." Then Li Ergu's eyes began to roll, thinking about how to get around it. Unfortunately, Li Yuer and the others didn't give him any time to think. When he saw that the snowball missed his target, He quickly turned around and looked at the two wolf cubs surrounding him and said, Wangkai Wangzai, hurry up and chase after this bad guy and bite him. Ouch! Ouch! After hearing the order, the two wolf cubs howled twice and excitedly chased after Li Ergu. Seeing this scene, Li Ergu couldn't help but point at the two wolf cubs and curse. You two little brats, you actually dared to turn against us. You are simply ungrateful. As a punishment, you will not be allowed to eat this afternoon. After saying that, he turned around and ran around the restaurant again. The young wolf ran towards Li Ergu, and after seeing Li Ergu's fleeing figure, it barked again and chased him even more excitedly. I was always being chased before, but now I can finally take revenge. At the same time, behind the two wolf cubs, Li Yuer and his companions had rolled a few more snowballs and were unwilling to fall behind. With a snowball in each hand, he chased after him. Unfortunately, their speed was not at the same level as Li Ergu, even if Li Ergu ran and stopped intermittently. Li Yuer and the others behind couldn't catch up either. Instead, they were exhausted and out of breath due to the constant pursuit. Especially the two young wolves, they would lie down on the ground and rest while chasing, and then continue chasing after they were well rested. As for Li Ergu, he was very leisurely. Every time he saw Li Yuer and the others, especially the two wolf cubs, stopping to rest, he would turn around and make faces to tease them. After standing at the door of the restaurant and watching for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin felt very disgusted with Li Ergu's behavior. Isn't this bullying a child? As the Lord, I must stop this behavior. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, and then when Li Ergu passed by, he pretended to shout loudly, casually. Whose meat bun is this? Why did it fall to the ground? Where? Where did the meat bun fall? When he heard the word Ro Baozi, Li Ergu slammed on the brakes and quickly bent down to search on the ground. However, before Li Ergu could find it, his trouser legs were bitten by two wolf cubs, and then Li Yuer and others caught up. After surrounding Li Ergu, several people began to criticize Li Ergu in unison for his behavior of destroying the snowman. Bai Xiaolin, who was standing aside, laughed secretly. A few minutes later, only after Li Ergu made several promises that he would really build a new snowman did the few people let him go. Li Ergu, who was let go, came to Bai Xiaolin with a look of grievance and asked Bai Xiaolin, My lord, you just told me where the meat bun fell. I can't find it. I wonder if it's buried in the snow. Hearing Li Ergu's question, Bai Xiaolin said with a little doubt, Meat buns? Did I say meat buns? You must have heard me wrong. I said the little dumplings fell to the ground. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin bent down and picked up Zai Chuanzi and Xiaodai who were lying in the snow and eating snow. Then without stopping, he turned around and walked into the restaurant, leaving Li Ergu with a confused look on his face. Meat buns. Little dumplings. Did I really hear it wrong, just now? Just when Li Ergu was struggling, a strong aroma of food suddenly wafted out from the restaurant. Smelling the rich aroma, Li Ergu's eyes widened instantly. He didn't even call me general while eating. Then Li Ergu stopped hesitating and rushed into the restaurant with his eyes wide open. After lunch, Bai Xiaolin took the opportunity to hand the universal language card of all races to Eugene and gave him a few brief instructions. Then he walked out of the restaurant. After standing outside and thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin walked carefully along the steps toward the city wall. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the city wall, Bai Xiaolin was shocked by the scene he saw, and then 8 words suddenly popped up in his mind. Covered in silver, it looks so enchanting. As far as the eye can see, everything is now completely covered with ice and snow, appearing a snow-white color. This is a completely different view from what I saw some time ago, and from what I just saw inside the city wall. It gave Bai Xiaolin a feeling of spiritual purification. After staying quietly for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin came to his senses and looked again at the location of the Beishan tribe, not far away. At this time, the creatures of the mountain-backing tribe had turned into a small snow-white hill because of the cover of snow. If he hadn't known it in advance, Bai Xiaolin would definitely not have believed that there was such a big thing hidden under the snow. As he watched, Bai Xiaolin suddenly remembered something. That is, from the time the space shield was lifted until now, this creature from the Beishan tribe seemed to have only eaten once. Although it's a bit much to eat at one time. And apart from the time he spends eating, this guy basically spends the rest of his time lying there sleeping. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin remembered the information about the Beishan tribe that Lu Ningli had previously inquired for him. He is rather lazy and doesn't like to be active. Looking at it now, he is indeed quite lazy. He can lie down for 2 days and is too lazy to even move. But it's a good thing this way. The lazier the creature, the less threat it poses. In addition, Bai Xiaolin also had a new plan for this big guy, which was to use external force to tame it. And in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, in some ways, this creature from the Beishan tribe is easier to tame than Gobao, because he has a fatal weakness that Gobao doesn't have. Cornerstone, different from Gobao, who is just an ordinary dog-headed man. Although there is only one Beishan tribe creature in front of him, it is the leader of the Beishan tribe. As a lord, having your foundation shattered means death. Therefore, as long as he could find a way to control the cornerstone it possessed, he would be able to control this creature from the Beishan tribe. As for how to control its cornerstone, he now has 4 A-level subordinates and more than a dozen exchanged mirror cards. Chapter 274, Shui Rengui's Proposal. All you need to do is find some time and let Gui Xuanli and the others use a few mirror cards casually, and you can have a bunch of A-level combat power. By then, even if the Beishan tribe is larger in size and difficult to deal with, they can be easily subdued. Then nature can easily control its cornerstones. As for when to take action, I need to go back and discuss it with Shui, Rengde, Gui, Xuanli, and others. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more and walked straight along the city wall to the south wall and looked down. I saw that above the anthill, there was a simple wooden shed of more than 10 square meters. The roof of the shed was covered with thick branches and thatch, which perfectly blocked all the snow. With this wooden shed, there is no need to worry about the entrance of the anthill being blocked by snow, and the ants can enter and exit normally. In addition, there are several simple wooden sheds in the southern forest, providing a resting place for iron-eating beasts and wolves. After staring at the woodshed for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin decided to take advantage of the fact that the snow was not too thick and have someone transport some thatch to the wooden shed later. In this way, even if the temperature continues to drop, the thatch can provide insulation for the iron-eating beasts and wolves. Then Bai Xiaolin turned and walked toward the city wall. After returning to the city wall, Bai Xiaolin walked into the restaurant again and found Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others who were resting after their meal. After sitting down next to a few people, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and said, "Although we can't do many things outside because of the snow, we still have to find something to do. You can't just sit back and relax because it's snowing. As for what to do specifically, just discuss it among the others." After saying this, Bai Xiaolin added another sentence. "Oh, remember to arrange a few people to move some thatch into the wooden shed outside to cover up the gaps under and around it." "Yes." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Zhang Liang and others nodded at the same time and began to discuss. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. After the discussion, we can arrange for everyone to start working. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to go back, as he had other things to do later. At this moment, Shui Rengde, who was sitting nearby, suddenly spoke. "My lord, there is something about the pioneering group that I would like to discuss with you and seek your opinion." After hearing what Shui Rengde said, Bai Xiaolin quietly retracted his foot and looked at Shui Rengde in confusion. "What is it?" "My lord, when we were fighting the kobolds this morning, I noticed there were a lot of people in the pioneer group. Due to the serious lack of practical experience, they have the rank of D or even C, but in fact they can't even exert half of their combat power. If these people were to fight against opponents of the same level who had rich combat experience, they would have little chance of winning. This is a very serious problem. So I want to take advantage of the snow to find some time to organize the pioneering team and do more practical training. This will not only increase their practical experience, but also allow them to adapt to their own strength as quickly as possible." After Shui Rengde finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand to signal him to sit down, and he sat down directly and began to think. Shui Rengde was right. The pioneering team members did lack practical experience, and Bai Xiaolin had always known this. And it's not just the pioneer group that has this problem, but most people in the base. In comparison, the people in the pioneer group are still pretty good. Most of these people had some combat experience before being summoned. As for the people in the other groups, they had done a variety of jobs before being summoned, and most of them had hardly even touched a weapon, let alone any combat experience. The reason why we were able to win the previous battles. Bai Xiaolin understood the same thing as Ming Jing, knowing that he relied on his level advantage and the overwhelming superiority in weapons and equipment. If they were at the same level and had the same equipment, all of his men would have died long ago. So when Bai Xiaolin heard Shui Rengde's words, he already agreed in his heart and started practical training for everyone. Only through actual combat training can everyone exert their combat effectiveness and catch up with their own level as soon as possible. Of course, Bai Xiaolin agreed in his heart, not only because of the previous battle, but also because he thought of two things. One is the situation outside. When a space shield was lifted, the outside was completely different from 2 days ago. In addition to wild beasts, there are countless alien creatures in the wilderness, scattered throughout every corner of the wilderness. And in the subsequent exploration and development, the radiation range of our own base will definitely continue to expand. In this way, it is inevitable that you will encounter various alien creatures, some strong and some weak, and there will be more and more of them. Although they were from the same ethnic group, Bai Xiaolin was not worried. But Bai Xiaolin will not forget that there are more than just his group of creatures living in this world. Instead, they are creatures that have survived for thousands of years. Of course, not to mention creatures that are thousands of years old. Even alien creatures that are only a few hundred years old have now developed to at least level 5 or 6. As for the forces at level 5 and 6, according to the rankings, basically, real cities have been built, and it is impossible for them to appear in such a remote wilderness. In this way, the most Bai Xiaolin can encounter here are those alien forces that have developed for a few years or even decades. However, even if it has only developed for a few decades, there's a high probability that the advantages Bai Xiaolin currently has will no longer exist. After all, being able to survive in this world for decades, even if it is just a beast, has the strength of B or even a level. When the individual levels are the same, the competition in battle is to see who has more practical experience. So Bai Xiaolin agreed to the actual combat training. In this way, when you encounter those old-fashioned alien races, even if you can't win for a while, you won't lose too badly. The second is a war contest every 3 days. Encountering aliens in a war and encountering aliens in reality are two completely different situations. In reality, when two creatures of different races meet each other, most of them will try to test each other's strength. When the opponent is weaker than oneself, needless to say, the stronger party will eat the opponent without hesitation. When the other party's strength is equal to yours, out of caution, both parties may choose to take a step back. After all, if you fight, even if you win by chance, you will suffer heavy losses, which is not worth it. When they are weaker than their opponents, most creatures will choose to flee and retreat to their base for defense. Taking all these situations into account, there are 3 options. And in the war contest, 2 different racial forces met. Neither of them retreated nor fled on the defense. There's only one choice left, and that is to fight to the death. Chapter 275, Preparing to Refine Oil. It's either you die or I die. This is the rule of war. Here, only the winner has the right to survive. Losers can only serve as nutrients for the winners, allowing them to become stronger in the future. This is also the reason why Bai Xiaolin agreed to practical training. After continuous actual combat training, plus occasional actual combat outside, I believe it won't take long. Everyone will be able to exert their full fighting power soon. At that time, whether it is the old antique alien race that you may encounter in reality, or in the war competition that takes place every 3 days. Bai Xiaolin believed it. You can act like a winner, step on your enemies, and use them as stepping stones for your own climb. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it. He nodded to Shui Rengui and called Zhang Liang and others to come over again. I believe you all heard what General Shui said just now. I agree with the actual combat training. Now you all should think about it and share your opinions, such as how to train and when to train. As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, before the others had time to think, Li Ergu's voice rang out. My lord, I don't agree with what General Shui said. Hearing what Li Ergu said, Bai Xiaolin glared at him. It seemed to be telling Li Ergu that if he couldn't explain the reason, he would suffer the consequences. Seeing Bai Xiaolin's expression, Li Ergu knew that his words had been misunderstood. He chuckled and continued hurriedly. What I want to say is that actual combat training can not only train the pioneer team. Our transportation team must also participate to improve their strength. After Li Ergu finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin glared at him again. Sit down. What kind of training are you doing with a bunch of kids? My lord, you are underestimating the children. After these days of improvement, Xiaohu and the others are now D-level. Li Ergu was somewhat dissatisfied with Bai Xiaolin's words. I originally wanted to participate in actual combat training so that I could show my abilities, but I didn't expect to be directly rejected by my lord. After Bai Xiaolin finished talking about Li Ergu, he looked at Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others again and added, Ergo was right just now. Since we're going to conduct actual combat training, we can't just train the pioneer team. It would be best to give the production and housekeeping teams some training when they finish their work. However, you need to arrange your time for their training appropriately so as not to interfere with normal production. Yes, don't worry, my lord. Most of the people in the production team and the housekeeping team are now at D and C level, so it would be a waste to leave them alone. While there is time, we will also conduct some practical training for these two groups of people, but we don't expect them to perform at 100 of their strength. As long as you can exert half of your combat power. In future actual combat, they will be able to easily deal with alien races and beasts that are one level lower than themselves. Li Ergu, who was sitting next to him, had just sat down when he heard what Bai Xiaolin said, and then an expression of aggrieved instantly appeared on his face. According to what the Lord just said, doesn't it mean that except for his own transportation team, everyone else can conduct actual combat training? If the children knew about this, his authority as the team leader would be completely lost. Thinking of this, Li Ergu looked at Bai Xiaolin aggrievedly. My lord. Hearing Li Ergu's somewhat aggrieved voice, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but shudder, and then hurriedly said, all right. You and Xiaohu are allowed to participate in the training. As for Li Werer and the others, you don't need to. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin quickly stood up and ran out of the restaurant. As for Li Ergu, the grievance on his face instantly turned into surprise, and then he turned around to discuss with Zhang Liang and others. After walking out of the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin went straight back to the courtyard. Now the snow has fallen heavily, and with the accumulation of snow as an obstacle, everyone at bases 01 and 02 basically has nothing to do. So Bai Xiaolin decided to find something for them to do. They must not be idle, as people will easily become useless if they are idle. Return to the room. Bai Xiaolin first clicked on Lunengli's chat page, thought for a few seconds, and then began to edit quickly. In base number 01, Lunengli and others were eating around a big table. After receiving Bai Xiaolin's instructions in the morning, Lunengli took Wen Liang and others and spent more than 2 hours. A 2-meter-wide path was cleared between the base and the oil resources, and a stone wall was used to enclose the oil resources and the cleared path. In this way, you can go directly from the base to the location of the oil resources without leaving the wall. Avoids the problem of being attacked by wild animals. After the wall was built, Lunenli hurriedly led everyone to reinforce the few remaining building foundations. Only when everything was done did everyone have time to eat. It just so happened that Bai Xiaolin delivered the lunch quite late, so although it was a little late, fortunately the food was still hot. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal, the cornerstone page behind Lunengli suddenly lit up. Wen Liang, who saw this scene, hurriedly reminded, Lord, there is new news. Although Lunengli is now Bai Xiaolin's vassal, even Wen Liang and others are considered Bai Xiaolin's subordinates. But in the eyes of Wen Liang and others, Lunengli has always been their lord, and nothing has changed. As for Bai Xiaolin, he is the Lord's lord. Hearing Wen Liang's words, Luneng held a rice bowl, wolfed down the food, and turned to look at the cornerstone. This is a message for Brother Bai. When Lunengli saw the message pop up on the cornerstone page, he hurriedly put down his food bowl and ran to the cornerstone to check it out. Xiao Li, when you have nothing to do this afternoon, go to the human chat channel and ask about the traditional method of refining petroleum diesel. Traditional extraction should be relatively simple. Once you've found out, you can take people to build a wall around the area and use the oil to refine some gasoline and diesel. Traditional method of refining gasoline and diesel. Looking at the message on the page, Luneng was stunned for a few seconds and suddenly remembered a video he had watched before. The video is about some Africans who steal crude oil from oil wells and then use primitive methods to refine gasoline for sale. However, Lunenli only had some impression of how to refine it, but he was not clear about the specific operations. After thinking for a few seconds, Lunenli decided to listen to Brother Bai and inquire in the chat channel first. After getting some useful information, I will try it out with a small amount of crude oil, based on my own impressions. See if we can successfully refine gasoline. Thinking of this, Lunenli replied quickly. Okay, Brother Bai, leave this matter to me. Be safe. Don't worry, Brother Bai. I'll conduct tests before refining in large quantities. Don't worry about any danger. That's great. When the gasoline and diesel are refined, Brother Bai will definitely give you a surprise. Chapter 276, Making Wooden Weapons, Su Xianxian's Idea. Hearing the surprise, Lunenli showed an expectant expression. Thank you, Brother Bai. You are welcome. After replying to the message, Lu Nengli quickly returned to the table and finished the remaining meal in a few bites. Return to the cornerstone again, open the human chat channel, and start editing the message. Bai Xiaolan sighed. After chatting with Lu Nengli, Bai Xiaolan also showed a smile on his face. Once Lu is able to refine gasoline and diesel, the hot air balloon will be able to fly with fuel. At that time, we can take a hot air balloon and find an opportunity to eliminate the eagle people living in the mountains and forests to the west. Without the threat of the eagle people, the hot air balloon could fly freely over the mountains in the west and successfully reach the other side. In this way, Bai Xiaolan can provide support at any time to Lu Nengli, who is more than 20 kilometers away, and Lei Xing, who is closer to the mountains. Then, Bai Xiaolan started contacting Su Xianxian again. The only resource near Base 02 is the mulberry forest, but because of the snow, mulberry leaves cannot be picked now. So Bai Xiaolan planned to give Su Xianxian another task. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, make some simple weapons out of wood. They don't need to be superb, as long as they have a general shape and are usable. In order to conduct actual combat training, it is necessary to have weapons so that the fighting can be as realistic as possible. However, during the actual training, everyone's current weapons must not be used, otherwise it would be bad if they accidentally hurt others. We need weapons, but the current weapons are useless. It is necessary to make some simple wooden weapons so that everyone can train normally without worrying about hurting others. Originally, it was about making wooden weapons. It would be best to let Gong Shu Yu and his wife do it, but after consideration, Bai Xiaolan decided to let Su Xianxian and the others. There are two reasons for doing this. The first reason, of course, is that Su Xianxian and the others have nothing to do in the afternoon, so instead of letting them sit idle, it is better to let them do it. The second reason is that Gong Shu Yu and his wife, who were the descendants of Liu Ban, were both masters of craftsmanship. Bai Xiaolan was worried that if he gave them the wooden weapons to make, they would make some real weapons. At that time, using wooden weapons will be no different from the original weapons, and they will cause injuries anyway. If you leave it to Su Xianxian and the others, you only need to worry about quality issues, and there is no need to worry about anyone getting hurt. In Base 02, after lunch, Su Xianxian and a few others were busy sorting out the mulberry leaves they picked in the morning and picking out the dead leaves. Because we were in a hurry when picking leaves in the morning, it was inevitable that we would pick some dead and rotten leaves. What they are doing now is to pick out the bad mulberry leaves and then hand the rest to Bai Xiaolan. Just when Su Xianxian was carefully selecting, she suddenly received a message from Bai Xiaolan. Making wooden weapons? Su Xianxian was a little confused. Lord O even sold D-level weapons casually, so why did he suddenly need wooden weapons? And let yourself do it. You have to know that apart from making weapons and tools directly from basic construction, you know nothing about other production methods. It would be bad if the wooden weapons made were unusable and delayed Gado's work. Thinking of this, Su Xianxian replied quickly, "Oh Shun, I have never made wooden weapons by hand. I am worried that the ones I make may not be usable and delay your work. These weapons are for training. They don't need to be too elaborate. A rough shape of a sword, gun, stick, or club will suffice. It turns out it's used for training. That's good." Looking at the reply on the page, Su Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes lit up. Oshin has no requirements for quality and specific shape, so he can make it at will. You can even DIY various weapons that appear in movies, TV shows, and animations. As he thought about it, Su Xianxian couldn't help laughing. Although I know nothing about making wooden utensils, but my drawing skills are still good. After all, I have studied painting and design for several years. With this foundation, I can draw the weapons in movies and TV shows and then hand them over to others to make. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Don't worry, Master O, I will definitely make more. After replying to Bai Xiaolan, Su Xianxian did not hesitate and quickly spoke to the others. Everyone, stop picking mulberry leaves. Go to the warehouse and bring back some wood, then find those carpenter tools. My lord, are you going to make wooden utensils? Yes, I need to make a batch of wooden weapons. I will draw some diagrams for these weapons, and you can just make them according to the diagrams. Hearing Su Xianxian's answer and her happy expression, the others hurriedly stopped what they were doing. Then he picked up the remaining baskets of mulberry leaves and walked out of the room. Since the Lord wants to make wooden weapons, the mulberry leaves must not be placed here, otherwise wood chips will fall on the mulberry leaves. After a few people left with the mulberry leaves, Su Xianxian walked to a pile of small items in the corner of the room and began to rummage through them. This small pile of miscellaneous items were all opened by Su Xianxian using the supply card. Because the quantity was not large, Su Xianxian had some impression of each of them. And if I remember correctly, it just happened to contain what I needed for drawing, although it was not professional. 2 minutes later, Su Xianxian stood up with satisfaction, holding a brand new stationery bag in her hand. The pencil case contains an eraser, a ruler, a pencil, and of course 2 small blue notebooks. Now that we have the tools, the next step is to draw the weapons. Holding the pencil bag, Su Xianxian went straight back to the table and sat down, then began to draw on the notebook based on memory. At the same time, the other people who had put the mulberry leaves away were busy selecting suitable wood in the warehouse outside. Bai Xiaolin finished arranging the matters of the 2 bases, thought about it, and then clicked on the ranking page. Today's ranking rewards should be available for claiming. Let's see if there are any differences from yesterday. 2 minutes later, Bai Xiaolin had in his hands a small nail clipper with a frog sticker on it and a D-level supply card. Among them, the D-level supply card was collected by Bai Xiaolin, just like yesterday. Bai Xiaolin's plan is to collect a few more and then strengthen and use them together so that the chance of getting good things will be greater. After putting away the D-level supply card, Bai Xiaolin looked at the nail clippers again and couldn't help but sigh. The supply cards rewarded by the race rankings are quite useful. The rewards for the power rankings over the past 2 days range from yesterday's medicated oil to today's nail clippers. No matter how you look at it, it's not very useful. Chapter 277, Let's Learn to Howl Like a Wolf. Moreover, to Bai Xiaolin, it seemed more like an insult than a reward. After all, the green color was too dazzling. As for how to get rid of this insulting reward, I guess the rewards will only get better step by step once the power ranking is improved, but now I can only bear it. Then he shook his head. Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it. He threw the nail clippers aside and stood up and walked out of the room. Almost an hour has passed. I wonder how Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others are discussing in the restaurant. As a result, Bai Xiaolin came to the restaurant again. Eugene and the others had disappeared, and only Li Wei'er and a few other children were left in the restaurant. It seems that Eugene and the others had already finished the discussion. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to go around and see what others were doing. But just when Bai Xiaolin was about to leave, a few wolf howls and some strange cries suddenly came from where Li Wei'er and the others were. Ouch! 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 When he heard the voice, Bai Xiaolin realized that Li Wei'er and the others had been acting mysteriously since he just arrived. Did these kids catch any small animals? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin walked quietly behind Li Wei'er and the others with curiosity and looked towards the middle position. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. At this moment, among the few people, 2 wolf cubs were squatting on the ground with grievance, and from time to time, they made childish wolf howls. There were only 2 wolf cubs, so Bai Xiaolin was a little confused about where the strange cry came from. At this moment, the strange sound rang out again. Ouch! Ouch! When he looked down at the location where the sound came from, Bai Xiaolin immediately showed an expression that was both amusing and helpless. Li Wei'er was seen putting his hands to his mouth, looking at the 2 wolf cubs, and then imitating the wolf cub's cries. Could it be that this little guy wants to communicate with the wolf cub? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin squatted behind Li Wei'er and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yuer, what are you doing? Li Wei'er, who was concentrating on imitating the howl of a wolf, was frightened by the sudden sound behind her and jumped up. When he saw that it was Bai Xiaolin, Li Wei'er hurriedly explained, Because the snow outside was too deep, my brother, sister, and I couldn't walk through it, so we didn't go to collect the poop in the afternoon. But don't worry, my lord. We just collected the poop of the wolves and the iron-eating beasts this morning. Looking at Li Wei'er's anxious expression, Bai Xiaolin reached out and rubbed her hair twice, then said with a smile, It's okay if you don't collect for a day or half a day. And I didn't ask you that. I wanted to ask you why you learned to howl like a wolf. After hearing the question clearly, Li Wei'er showed an embarrassed expression on her face and then answered in a low voice. I saw General Li and his men barking like dogs while talking to a man with a dog's head, so I wanted to learn how to howl like a wolf so I could talk to Wang Kai and Wang Zai. Having said that, Li Wei'er pointed to the 2 wolf cubs at his feet. Ha ha ha, you little brat. When Bai Xiaolin heard Li Wei'er's words, he was immediately amused. It should be that Zhang Liang gave the dog-headed man language card to other people to use, and among these people happened to be Li Ergu. When Li Ergu was communicating with Gobao in Knoll language, he was seen by Li Wei'er and the other little guys. That's why the incident of Li Wei'er imitating the wolf's howl happened. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin smiled and explained to Li Wei'er. General Li and his men were not imitating dog barking, but communicating with him in a language that belonged to them. Having said that, Bai Xiaolin pointed at the two wolf cubs again. If you want to talk to Wang Kai and the others, you need to understand the meaning of their calls, rather than just imitating them. Oh, after hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Li Werer and the other two scratched their heads at the same time, and then an expression of confusion appeared on their faces. Looking at the expressions of the three people, Bai Xiaolin knew that they did not fail to understand. Could it be that what he said was too complicated? It took more than 10 seconds for Bai Xiaolin to react. Li Werer and the other two were still children under 10 years old, so it was a little difficult for them to understand what he had just said. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin looked at the three people again and said, "As long as you behave well later, I will reward you with a magic card that will allow you to communicate with Wang Kai instantly." This time, Li Werer and the other two finally understood, and then they all showed surprised smiles on their faces. "Thank you, my lord. No need to thank me. We can't collect farm manure now, so go help Aunt Han Xiao and the others feed the piglets." "Yes." As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Werer and the other two picked up the two wolf cubs, quickly stood up, and ran out of the restaurant. "Run slower. Be careful not to fall." Looking at the backs of several people, Bai Xiaolin gave instructions. After the few people disappeared from his sight, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and began to think about the expansion of the pig pen. The reason why I suddenly thought of this is because the few piglets we caught before have grown to more than 100 kilograms after being raised for these days. Then Eugene and his friends caught a few more piglets yesterday. The previous pig pen was only 20 square meters. When these piglets grow up, the pig pen will probably be full. So Bai Xiaolin was thinking, build a new pig pen in the breeding area so that even if wild boars reproduce in the future, there will be enough space for breeding. However, there is no vacant space in the breeding area now, and it is difficult to clear the snow. Even if we want to build it, we can only wait for a few days. Then Bai Xiaolin walked out of the restaurant, thought for a while, picked up a broom, and went to the steps of the city wall, ready to start cleaning. More than an hour ago, the snow was not too thick and we could go up without clearing it. But now we can't go up without clearing it. After all, the snow on the steps has accumulated to nearly 30 centimeters after this hour, and it is easy to step on it if it is not cleared. Fortunately, Bai Xiaolin has now reached level C, and it is easy to clean dozens of steps. 2 minutes later, Bai Xiaolin came to the city wall again. With just one glance, Bai Xiaolin saw Li Hai and others fishing on the lake. Because the snow had not been falling for a long time, the lake had not been frozen yet. However, by tonight or tomorrow morning, the surface of Mirror Lake will probably be completely frozen. If you want to catch fish at that time, you need to chop the ice, but if the location of the ice is not good, you may not be able to catch fish. So Bai Xiaolin decided to catch more now. Part of the fish caught is sold, and the other part is kept as food for the next few days. At the current temperature, there is no need to worry about the fish going bad. This way, you don't have to go out to break ice and fish every day, and you don't have to worry about not being able to catch fish because of a bad location. Chapter 278, Zhu Tai's Name. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin shouted at Li Hai and others. "Li Hai, catch as many fish as you can." "Don't worry, my lord. Mr. Zhang Liang has already told us to catch more fish." "Okay, go ahead." Hearing Li Hai's response, Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. It seems that the problem I just thought of was already thought of by Zhang Liang and others. After retracting his gaze, Bai Xiaolin turned his head and looked inside the city wall again. He could see the production team and the housekeeping team busy going in and out of the greenhouses. With so many people working together, it probably won't take long to loosen the soil and water all the greenhouses. Then we can participate in actual combat training together. Then Bai Xiaolin looked around again. After looking around and still couldn't see the pioneer group, Bai Xiaolin looked at the smoking blacksmith shop outside the other side of the city wall. Since the pioneer team is not inside the city wall, they can only be in the blacksmith shop. This reminded Bai Xiaolin of weapon forging. He wondered if Zhu Tai had successfully forged a weapon yet. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin did not stop and decided to go directly to the blacksmith shop to see how the forging was going. However, before going to the blacksmith shop, Bai Xiaolin first returned to the room and took out the 50 energy crystals he had just divided. When you go to the blacksmith shop later, you can give them to Zhu Tai to forge extraordinary weapons. When Bai Xiaolin came to the blacksmith shop with the energy crystal, he heard the sound of dense hammering coming from inside before he even went in. Ding ding bang bang. Although most of the sound was absorbed by the mysterious patterns, Bai Xiaolin still recognized that this was not the sound of one person forging, but the sound of more than a dozen hammers striking continuously. Could it be that all the pioneers were forging inside? But apart from Zhu Tai and his son, No one else in this group knew how to forge ironware. With doubts, Bai Xiaolin walked into the blacksmith shop. As soon as he came in, Bai Xiaolin saw that 3 of the forging furnaces in the blacksmith shop had been lit. Zhang He and others from the pioneering group were currently gathered around a dozen forging tables, holding hammers and forging iron blocks in an orderly manner. In addition, Zhang Xiaohu and several others were currently gathering together with Go Bao and Zhu Shan, crushing some D-level materials and then putting the broken pieces on a stone mill to grind them into powder. As for Eugene, Shui Rengui, and others, they surrounded Zhu Tai and observed his forging. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin shouted to Shui Rengui, "General Shui, come here." Hearing Bai Xiaolin shout, everyone noticed Bai Xiaolin's arrival, and Shui Rengui hurried over. "My lord." After nodding to Shui Rengui, Bai Xiaolin pointed at Zhang He and others and said, "Why would you think of letting them forge the iron? These people know nothing about forging. Will their random forging affect Zhu Tai's forging?" Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Shui Rengui replied with a smile, "Don't worry, my lord. We have already asked Zhu Tai. The initial forging is only to remove impurities in the iron block and will not have any effect on the finished weapon. On the contrary, with the forging of Zhang He and others, Zhu Tai's forging time can be saved. In addition, letting Zhang He and others forge iron blocks can also be considered a form of training for them. While forging iron, they can also gradually master some force-generating techniques and the use of force." When Shui Rengui finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Wouldn't this kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It not only sped up the forging of weapons, but also improved the strength of Zhang He and others. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, he suddenly heard bursts of exclamations coming from the location of the first forging furnace. Bai Xiaolin turned his head and looked towards the first forging furnace. Zhang Xiaohu and his companions, who had just been crushing the materials, were now gathered in front of the forging furnace. The exclamations that Bai Xiaolin heard came from their mouths. "What happened? Go take a look." After saying something to Shui Rengui, Bai Xiaolin walked straight towards the forging furnace. When he got closer, Bai Xiaolin saw Zhu Tai, who was surrounded in the middle. He was holding a black dagger about 50 centimeters long and standing in front of a stone trough next to the forging table. The stone trough was now filled with sea-grade water. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin instantly thought of one thing. Could it be that quenching was required? Zhu Tai's subsequent actions also confirmed Bai Xiaolin's guess. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhu Tai quickly put the dagger in his hand into the stone trough in front of him. Sizzle. As the sound rang out, a white gas quickly appeared above the stone trough. After watching quietly for more than 10 seconds, Zhu Tai reached his hand into the stone trough again. When he took it out again, there was a short sword reflecting silver light in his hand. Seeing this magical scene, Zhang Xiaohu and others exclaimed at the same time, "Wow!" After examining the iron sword for a while, Zhu Tai walked up to Bai Xiaolin and said with some shame, "My lord, I am ashamed. This short sword is only slightly better than ordinary weapons and has not reached D grade." Looking at Zhu Tai's expression, Bai Xiaolin took the dagger and said comfortingly, "Don't be so discouraged. Forging high-level weapons is a matter of chance. Even if a master came today, he can't guarantee that every weapon he forged will be D-level. Besides, you've only just started forging weapons. As you forge more weapons, the probability of forging a D-level weapon will naturally increase." After comforting Zhu Tai for a few words, Bai Xiaolin took out the energy crystal in his other hand. When you become more familiar with it, use these energy crystals when forging. I believe the probability of forging high-level weapons will increase even more, and there may even be a chance of forging extraordinary weapons. Looking at the energy crystal handed over by Bai Xiaolin, Zhu Tai showed a moved look. "Thank you, my lord. Zhu Tai will not let you down and will forge more high-level weapons soon." "Okay, I'll wait." After looking at Zhu Tai and smiling, Bai Xiaolin lowered his head to look at the dagger in his hand. As Bai Xiaolin looked at it, a line of blue prompts appeared in front of him. Iron sword / semi-finished product. A semi-finished ironware forged by Zhu Tai. After being sharpened, it can become a fine iron sword. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Bai Xiaolin blinked. I didn't expect that Zhu Tai's name would appear in the introduction of Tai Jian. I just don't know if this is just a special case, or if every weapon forged by Zhu Tai will have his name on it. If the words Zhu Tai appeared in the introduction of every weapon, he would become famous very quickly. After all, according to the plan, some of the forged weapons will be sold, and every time a weapon is sold, one more person will know Zhu Tai's name. Bai Xiaolin has reason to believe that with the continuous trading of weapons, Zhu Tai's name will become a legend. Chapter 279, Brother, what do you want to say? Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the word sharpening the blade, which should be the last step in weapon forging. Only after being sharpened can the iron sword in his hand become a real weapon. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. That is whether the sharpening and the previous quenching process will affect the level of the weapon. After handing the iron sword back to Zhu Tai, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhu Tai and asked, when you forge weapons, will the quenching and sharpening process affect their level? After hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Zhu Tai thought for a while and then answered, My lord, both of these factors have an impact on the weapon's level. The quenching process, in particular, is crucial to the quality of the weapon. The length of the quenching time even directly affects the weapon's level. After hearing Zhu Tai's words, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds. The quenching time is different. Isn't it just a sizzle sound when you put it in and it's done? As if he saw Bai Xiaolin's confusion, Zhu Tai raised the iron sword in his hand and explained. The quenching time for general weapons is between a few minutes and a few hours. For an iron sword like the one in my hand, it should take about 10 minutes to quench it normally. However, because the stone trough can speed up the quenching process, the quenching of this iron sword only took a dozen seconds. So that's how it is. Listening to Zhu Tai's explanation, Bai Xiaolin nodded as if he understood. Now that he had almost seen the forging, Bai Xiaolin said to Zhu Tai after thinking for a few seconds, Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You guys continue forging. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin looked at the others again, then smiled and said to them, When you forge the iron, be more careful. Forge a batch of new high-level weapons sooner, and you can replace the weapons in your hands sooner. Change weapons. When they heard Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone immediately showed a surprised smile on their faces. You have to know that your current weapons are already D-level or even C-level. If you want to change them, you have to change to B-level weapons. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Bai Xiaolin and said excitedly, Thank you, my lord. After saying that, he swung the hammer in his hand and started forging quickly, at a speed more than twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. After smiling and shaking his head, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and walked straight towards Go Bao, who was tied up not far away. At this time, Go Bao was leaning against the wall behind him, his eyes wide open, wondering what he was thinking. Just when Go Bao was lost in thought, Bai Xiaolin's voice suddenly sounded in Go Bao's ears. Dog treasure. Hearing the voice beside him, Go Bao came back to his senses instantly. When Go Bao saw Bai Xiaolin squatting in front of him, excitement lit up his eyes, and he knelt on the ground the next second. Great human lord, your loyal slave, Go Bao greets you. After saying that, Go Bao knelt on the ground, recalling everything he had seen in this human city over the past few hours. Tall city walls, all kinds of food grown in a transparent house, endless fish, beautiful clothes with no holes, countless high-level weapons, and the delicious food we had the pleasure of eating at noon was so unforgettable. As he thought about it, Go Bao couldn't help swallowing. Go Bao was sure that the human food he ate at noon was definitely the most delicious food he had ever eaten in his life. It tastes much better than little bugs and bloody barbecue. If in the morning, Go Bao knelt down to save his life. Now, the goal of Dog Treasures is to eat delicious food every day and even wear exquisite clothes like humans. Squatting in front of Go Bao, watching Go Bao kneeling on the ground with his throat still moving, Bai Xiaolin guessed something. Then Bai Xiaolin reached out, tapped Go Bao on the head twice, and motioned him to look at him. Although I've allowed you to survive for now, what will happen next depends on your specific performance. As long as you perform well, not only will you have delicious food every day, I will even consider improving your strength. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Go Bao began to nod his head up and down quickly. Great human lord, please rest assured. Go Bao will definitely perform well. After saying that, Go Bao quickly stood up, ran to Zhang Xiaohu and the others, and started to turn the millstone on tiptoe. Seeing Go Bao working hard, Zhang Xiaohu and others turned to look at Bai Xiaolin at the same time. My lord, you can temporarily untie the vines around its waist. As long as it doesn't do anything dangerous, just let it work. If it does, tie it up again and beat it until it behaves. Yes, this kind of external domestication, like raising a pet, where appropriate relaxation and discipline are both means of cultivating loyalty. Only when the two are combined can a creature be completely subdued. After giving instructions to Zhang Xiaohu and others, Bai Xiaolin did not stay any longer and turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop. After returning to the city wall, Bai Xiaolin began to think about what to do next. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin decided to go back to the room, first to check the movements of people in the chat channel and trading area. Based on the movements of others, you can plan your next arrangements. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin first opened the human chat channel, and countless messages were refreshed instantly. Looking at these hundreds of thousands of messages, Bai Xiaolin was stunned, but after thinking about it, he understood the reason. Because of the accumulation of snow, it can be said that everyone is now basically trapped in the base. Being trapped in the base, the only things that can help you pass the time are the chat channel and the trading area. In addition, the chat channel has removed the limit on the number of times, so it is not surprising that hundreds of thousands of messages can be exchanged. However, the previous messages were probably sent a few hours ago, so there is no need to check them. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin slid directly to the latest page and started checking it out. Fuck, you won't believe this. In just a few hours, the snow here is already half a person high. Half-man-high snow is nothing. I just took advantage of the snow to take a nap, and now I'm trapped in the cabin and can't get out. Brother upstairs, I have a suggestion for you. You could dig a hole under the snow and get out. The most important thing is that you won't be cold. Your suggestion is nonsense. There's nothing to do outside. Why should I go out? Isn't it better to stay in the cabin? Yes, it's so nice to rest in the cabin. This is a rest time given by God. If it were any other time, I wouldn't want to do it. Great minds think alike. Time to get some good sleep. You guys don't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. You're still thinking about taking a break at this hour. What do you want to say, man? Chapter 2, 82 Problems Caused by Snow. It's just alarmist talk. It's not serious at all. Haha, let me tell you, at the current rate of snowfall, if the snow isn't cleared in time, the cabin will collapse under the weight of the snow in just a few hours. If you still want to take advantage of the snow and stay in the cabin to sleep, you won't even know how you died. Fuck, why didn't I think of this? Thanks for the reminder. I have to go out and clean the roof quickly, otherwise the snow will become so thick in 2 hours that it will be difficult to clean it up. I'm going too. I don't want to die while I'm asleep. Looking at the messages constantly refreshing in the chat channel, Bai Xiaolin frowned. The snow was half a person's height and even blocked the door. This is much bigger than I imagined. And judging from the time when the snow falls, the snow here will definitely become this thick in no time. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin felt somewhat relieved. In the morning, Zhang Liang and others were arranged to reinforce all the wooden houses and greenhouse buildings. In this way, there is no need to worry about the roof collapsing under the weight of snow in a short period of time. However, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and decided to arrange for everyone to clean the roof before going to bed at night. This way you can ensure 100% safety. After all, even if the wooden house has been reinforced, it has a limit on how much it can bear. It would be bad if the accumulated snow exceeds this limit. So it is better to clean it before going to bed, so that you can feel more at ease when you sleep after cleaning it. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and continued to check. Counting from the chat message just now, there are hundreds of messages in a row thanking for the reminder. Looking at these messages, Bai Xiaolin could imagine that after expressing his gratitude, these people would probably try to find a way to clean up. After all, it is not easy to get out when the door is blocked by snow. Just as Bai Xiaolin was imagining the scene of digging a hole under the snow, another piece of news caught Bai Xiaolin's attention. What the old man just said is right. The roof collapsing under the weight of snow is indeed a risk, but there is one thing he didn't mention. The snow is so thick that even if it stops falling, it will be difficult to melt in a short period of time. This means that if there is no food source in the coming period, many people will starve to death. On the chat page, the moment this message appeared, the thanks that had been refreshing just now suddenly stopped. More than 10 seconds later, thousands of messages were refreshed at the same time, and the number was still growing. The reaction to news just now was completely different. Fuck, I only have enough food left for 3 days. If I don't have any food, I'm going to starve to death. Damn it, why are there so many problems all of a sudden? We just need to clear the snow. Where are we going to find food? Ha! I don't have to worry about food. I was scared of being hungry a few days ago, so I exchanged all the remaining supplies for food. That brother still has some extra food. If you give me some, I can sell you supplies at double the market price. Luckily, I followed the advice of the guy in the trading area this morning and went outside to collect some wooden food. Otherwise, I would be short of food now. I want to ask, can't we eat snow if we don't have food? I have some extra fresh bananas here. If you have other food, you can exchange them with me. Can I just say that at noon, thinking it was a rare break, I ate a whole fish? Thinking about it now makes me want to cry. I just exchanged 4 men yesterday. If there is no food, what will I do next? Looking at the messages on the page, Bai Xiaolin knew that many people were panicking because of food problems. In addition, regarding the possible food shortage after the snow, someone mentioned it when it first started snowing, but it seemed that not many people took it seriously. So now, most people are so panicked. However, this is more beneficial to Bai Xiaolin. In this case, the food sold by Bai Xiaolin will be a rare resource. The rest of the messages on the page are basically discussions about food, and there is nothing much to see. Bai Xiaolin didn't think much about it and directly exited the human chat channel, then clicked on the human trading area. Banana 550G traded for 500G of any food. Purified water 500 ml traded for any food 300G. Trade 10 iron blocks for 200G of any food. Fish 100G traded for bread 200G. Wood 5 plus stone 5 trade any food 150G. After just a casual look for a while, Bai Xiaolin discovered that the trading area at this time was exactly the same as the chat channel. Almost all the trading information that can be seen is about purchasing various foods, and the number is still increasing. As for other transaction information, about 80% of it disappeared in just a few minutes. Seeing this, Bai Xiaolin shook his head. Although these people seem to be eager to buy food, they actually do not really have no food to eat. After all, after so many days, even if there's no extra food, it should be no problem to save some and survive for a day or two. Anyway, there's no need to work now, there's no danger, and I hardly need to expend any physical energy all day. And the reason why they are like this. One is the chain reaction caused by the news, and the other is that most people come with the mentality of stockpiling, want to store food for a few days. In this way, even if the snow does not melt in the next few days, there's no need to worry about food shortages. There's no need to worry about starving to death. This is also why, with so many food purchases in the trading area, most prices are only slightly higher than usual. Only a small amount of them are priced higher, because only this small number of people are really in urgent need of food. After thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin decided not to sell the food today, but to wait until tomorrow. I believe that after one night, many people who have a stockpiling mentality will change their mindset if they cannot trade for food. Start raising the price to buy. In this way, the price of food will rise rapidly, and the food you sell yourself can also be sold at a good price. After exiting the human race trading area, Bai Xiaolin opened the chat channel and trading area of all races one after another to start checking. After watching for more than an hour, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help shaking his head. The situation on the 10,000 Races channel was even more serious than that of the human race. At least humans still have the habit of storing food. So even if there's not enough food, most people can still survive for a day or two if they are frugal. But the myriad races are different from the human race. Most of the myriad races are, or should we say, the most powerful races. There's basically no habit of storing food. Chapter 281 Training begins. Because in their eyes, the various wild animals living in the wilderness and forests are the food they store. Whenever you want to eat, you can go hunting. It also ensures that what you eat is fresh. On the contrary, if you store what you hunted, it will easily go bad. There was nothing wrong with this approach before, but now the problem has been exposed. Because of the snow, all kinds of wild animals either ran back to their nest to hide, or were completely buried in the snow. This resulted in these powerful alien races not gaining anything even if they went out hunting in the heavy snow. That is to say, they ran out of food on the first day the heavy snow began. This made Bai Xiaolin consider selling a batch of food in the 10,000 Races trading area and trading for some good things. As for the threats, and even words saying they wanted to kill him in the chat channel, Bai Xiaolin didn't care. Anyway, most of these creatures are just talking nonsense in the chat channel, and the possibility of them finding me is very slim. And according to Bai Xiaolin's idea, he even hoped that these aliens would find him, so that he could save himself some trouble. Because when these alien races find me, it means that I have also found them. In Bai Xiaolin's eyes, these alien races who have just passed the novice period are treasures waiting to be developed. Each alien race means a new talent and thousands of survival points. Of course, the more the better. Then Bai Xiaolin stopped thinking about it. Start thinking about what to sell later. Now that you have decided to sell, you need to prepare in advance. The fish meat must be sold, but as for the remaining dried apricots, Xiaolin thought about it and decided not to sell them. Because what these alien races lack now is food to fill their stomachs, not fruit snacks like dried apricots. In addition to fish, there's also 1 ton of grade C purified water. According to Xiaolin's idea, grade C purified water must be sold every day starting from yesterday. Anyway, it can't be used up, so it's a waste after midnight. It would be better to put it in the 10,000 races trading area, exchange it for some valuable materials, and store them for use slowly. Thinking of this, Xiaolin stood up and walked outside. At this time, the thickness of the snow in the yard has reached about 50 centimeters, and it is still getting thicker with time. Looking at this situation, Xiaolin frowned. With snow 50 centimeters thick, it is almost impossible for adults to move around, let alone children. In this case, before clearing the snow on the roof, some paths must be cleared inside the city wall. And these trails have to be cleaned every day, otherwise the work in the next few days will not be able to be carried out. Thinking of this, Xiaolin first went to the kitchen, opened the water pipe of grade C pure water, and started to fill the large wooden barrel with water. Then he lifted his legs and limped out of the yard in the snow. After walking out of the courtyard, Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Because outside the yard, there are the docks, greenhouses, warehouses, and new walled areas. A 1-meter wide path has been cleared. It looked like it had been cleared an hour ago, as the snow on the trail had reached about 5 centimeters again. An hour ago, everyone should have finished their work. After all, more people means faster work. Besides, since we have finished our respective tasks, then according to the results of the discussion between Eugene and others, everyone should be conducting practical training now. Thinking of this, Xiaolin walked towards the living area. However, before Xiaolin reached the living area, he suddenly smelled a fishy smell coming from the front. Following the smell of fish, Xiaolin came to the wall. Under the wall, dozens of wooden baskets were placed in the snow, and in the baskets were baskets of fat fish. Looking at this scene, Xiaolin smiled. These fish should be the ones Li Hai and his team just caught, and judging by the number, there shouldn't be a small number. Then Xiaolin began to check along the wooden basket. After checking everything, Xiaolin estimated that the total weight of fish caught this time was almost more than 5,000 kilograms. There are so many fish, enough to eat and sell in the next few days. In addition to the fish, Xiaolin also saw several baskets of crabs and shrimps, which together weighed almost 500 kilograms. This made Xiaolin swallow his saliva. The last time we ate there, because there were fewer shrimps and crabs, everyone basically just tried them for fun. And now I can finally eat my fill. After recalling the taste from last time, Xiaolin touched his stomach and continued walking towards the living area. After arriving at the new wall area, Xiaolin saw from afar that there was a circle of small snow mountains around the open space in front of the restaurant. At the same time, the sounds of fighting could be heard faintly from the middle of the small snow mountain. It seems that Eugene and others are training here. When he got closer, Xiaolin saw that the snow had been cleared from the open space of several hundred square meters in the middle of the small snow mountain. The pioneer group and other groups were fighting against each other in the open space, which looked extremely lively. Looking at the cold-proof clothing worn by everyone, Xiaolin thought for a moment and waved to the crowd. He signaled Eugene, who was directing everyone's training, to come over. When Eugene came over, Xiaolin pointed at everyone and said, "It's still snowing and the weather is quite cold. After everyone finishes training, remember to ask the housekeeping team to make some hot soup. Although everyone is now above D level and has put on cold-proof clothing, it is still better to be careful. I believe that with the hot soup made with grade B water, no one will feel unwell due to training." Hearing Xiaolin's words, Eugene said with a smile, "Don't worry, my lord. Team leader Han has already prepared hot soup with his men before the training begins." "That's good." After nodding, Xiaolin remembered the wooden training weapons and looked at Eugene again and said, "By the way, I had someone make a batch of wooden weapons for others to use during training. This way it's safer." "Yes." "Then you guys continue training. I won't disturb you." After saying that, Xiaolin turned around and started to return the same way. After returning to the room, Xiaolin didn't think much about it and directly clicked on the 10,000 races trading area to start editing the trading information. The reason why there was no pre-promotion and preheating of the event was because the items for sale this time seemed to be in large quantities. But if you look at it from the perspective of the vast number of races, it is not that many, so there's no need to waste time on publicity. 2 minutes later, 2 transaction information appeared in the Wanzhou trading area. C-grade purified water 4L for energy crystal / stabilizing stone 1. 250 remaining. Fresh fish 1 trade. Any D-level beast material, 1500 G, 500 pieces remaining. Note, the quantity of fish is limited. If you miss today, you will miss it. Chapter 282, Credibility Issues. In these 2 transactions, Bai Xiaolin put a total of 1,000 kilograms of fish and 1,000 liters of grade C purified water on the shelves. Compared with the last transaction, the price of grade C purified water has not changed. The main reason is that if it continues to rise, it will be more expensive than exchanging it directly with luck. At that time, as long as the aliens were not fools, they would choose to exchange sea-level water from the luck page instead of trading with themselves. Although the price of water has not changed, the price of fish is half as expensive as last time. It can be considered as taking advantage of someone's misfortune. The reason why he dared to raise the price so much was because food was a scarce commodity now, and Bai Xiaolin was not worried about not being able to trade it. Even if some alien races dislike it, he has to exchange materials for them. Otherwise, he will starve to death without food. Sure enough, after the transaction was put on the shelves, the number of comments and transaction volume increased rapidly. I was wondering who was selling the fish, and it turns out it's human 12133 again. Where did this guy get so much fish? What a bullshit question. If I knew, I would tell you. You badger man, if you don't know, just shut up and don't come out and disgust others. I just want to disgust you. Bite me if you dare. Damn it. Stop arguing. Haven't you noticed that the fish sold by this little human creature, 12133, is much more expensive than last time? I've noticed too. It's half the price of last time. They're simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune. If I wasn't short of food, I definitely wouldn't have made the deal. Hasn't there been a guy these past few days clamoring to get rid of this human? I agree. So let's act quickly. I don't need your consent. I haven't found it yet. When I find it, I will eat 12,133 as soon as possible. Don't worry, Master O, we're here to help you out. A bunch of fools from all races just talking nonsense here. Exactly. You really think God O is afraid of you? You are all ignorant guys. Do you want me to tell you about the story of how the god of O wiped out the wolf pack alone? In the small courtyard, Bai Xiaolin was sitting in front of the cornerstone, staring at the message area happily, when he suddenly noticed a group of humans appearing and starting to leave messages. Especially when you see the content of their messages. Bai Xiaolin was shocked and decided to stop them immediately. He couldn't let this group of people talk nonsense anymore. Bai Xiaolin was still counting on the aliens to come to him. It would be bad if my strength was exposed to these people, and then these aliens got scared and came to find me. Wouldn't this result in a huge loss of express deliveries? Then Bai Xiaolin didn't hesitate, quickly edited the message and sent it out. YC12133. I'll be selling some food in the human trading area later. Anyone in need should go and look for it. Holy crap. Thank you, Gado. You guys help Oshan hold the stage. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Almost forgot. The clothes I hung out to dry this morning haven't been collected yet. I have to go out and collect them. I'm going to the bathroom first, and we'll be back later. Looking at the message on the page, Bai Xiaolin laughed. This trick is really good. Under the temptation of food, these people had no time to spare and continued bragging. I guess they all clicked on the human trading area as soon as possible and waited for the food they mentioned to be put on the shelves. After smiling, Bai Xiaolin closed the message. Mainly because I was disturbed by these people, I didn't have the mood to continue reading the messages. But as soon as he closed the message, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Because Bai Xiaolin saw that the 1,000 kilograms of fish he had put on the shelf a few minutes ago had all been sold. And all of them were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. You know, every piece of fish that I put on the shelf here requires 1,500 G, which is 3 kilograms of D-level materials. This is completely different from the human trading area. In the human trading area, fish meat can be traded with only ordinary materials, so it is understandable that the transaction speed is faster. After all, there are dozens of ordinary materials, and basically everyone can easily come up with them. If you want to trade fish and meat here, you need D-level materials. That is to say, the alien race that is trading must at least have the ability to kill D-level creatures in order to trade materials. The transaction speed is still so fast now, which indirectly shows the strength of the alien race. That is, there are countless D-level ones. If other people knew about this, they would probably be so scared that they couldn't sleep, but I'm still quite looking forward to it. Because in Bai Xiaolin's eyes, he has long regarded these alien races as treasures, and of course the more treasures the better. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. Then he looked at another transaction again. C-grade purified water 4L for energy crystal / stabilizing stone 1. 202 remaining. Compared with the transaction speed of food, the transaction speed of grade C pure water is obviously much slower. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood the reason. It's still because of the food problem. In the case of food shortage, many alien races with little luck points will probably choose to exchange luck points for food. After all, compared to the improvement of strength brought by C-grade water, food is more important to this group of aliens. Of course, this is only a part of the alien race. Bai Xiaolin believed that the other top alien races, like himself, were not short of food and dozens of luck points. What they lack is the materials that can enhance their strength. For these alien races, Bai Xiaolin is the only one who can sell C-grade water in large quantities. So although the transaction speed is a bit slow, Bai Xiaolin is not worried at all about not being able to make the deal. Just wait patiently for the deal to be completed. After exiting the 10,000 races trading area, Bai Xiaolin didn't think much about it and clicked on the human race trading area again to sell food. Although according to Bai Xiaolin's original idea, food would not be sold in the human trading area today. But he just made another promise in the 10,000 races trading zone. Therefore, even if the sales today are small, some food must be sold, otherwise it will damage the reputation of God O. For a trading tycoon, reputation is very important. Think about it. Bai Xiaolin decided to sell 500 kilograms of fish and 500 kilograms of dried apricots, which totaled 1,000 kilograms. The reason why dried apricots were sold in the human trading area was because humans were different from other races. To humans, dried fruit was also a kind of food, and as long as it could be eaten, it was fine. After confirmation, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the transaction information. Dried apricots, 100G traded for any material 6 pieces, 2,500 pieces remaining. Fresh fish 1 traded for any rare material 60 pieces, 250 pieces remaining. Fuck, I've finally been waiting for this. I grabbed a fish. If I save it, it will be enough to eat for a day. Brother, with your hand speed, you can grab more than 200 copies. That's what I practiced. Envious. Chapter 283 Swastika. Unlike the trading area of all races, the price of food on the shelves in the human trading area has only increased by 1/5. Compared with others, he can be said to be very conscientious. Just as everyone started discussing again, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and began to check the other 2 card transactions. C-grade purified water 2L trading character card 1, 55 copies remaining. C-grade purified water 10L trading copy card / resource card 1, 10 copies remaining. Seeing this, Bai Xiaolin was a little disappointed. I thought I could complete all the transactions. I didn't expect that from morning till now, almost 10 hours have passed, and only 5 character cards have been sold. There are no resource cards or copy cards. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin understood the reason. Still different from all other races, humans trade C-grade water, except for a small number of people who do it to improve their strength. Most people are trying to recover their physical strength so that they have more time to collect resources, and improving their strength is just a byproduct. But now, because of the snow, we can't go out, and there's no way to collect resources for the time being. If you can't collect resources, you don't need C-grade water. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to cancel the 2 transactions first, and then replace them with food and put them back on the shelves. I believe the transaction speed will increase immediately. Not long after, 2 new transactions appeared again. Fresh fish 2 trading character card 1, 100 copies remaining. Fresh fish 10 trading copy card / resource card 1, 20 copies remaining. Considering the current food scarcity, if you eat sparingly, 2 fish are equivalent to 2 to 3 days of food for 1 person. This means that ordinary people only need 1 character card to stay here for 5 more days. Likewise, for someone who has several men under him, you only need to pay a copy card or resource card and trade for 10 fish, which will allow you to last 5 more days. Under the temptation of these 5 days, Bai Xiaolin believes that there will be many people willing to trade. After finishing all the trading matters, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was already past 6 o'clock. Plus, because of the snow, it will probably be dark soon. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to go out and see how the others were training. If they're done with training and have had a little rest, then you can start cleaning the roof. You know, the total number of various buildings within the city wall now exceeds hundreds. It would take at least 2 or 3 hours to clean them all. Therefore, In order to avoid getting too late and slipping in the dark, which may cause unnecessary danger, it is better to start early. Wait for Bai Xiaolin to come to the living area again. Eugene and others had stopped training and were sitting in the restaurant chatting. It seemed that they had taken a break. Noticing Bai Xiaolin coming, Eugene hurriedly stood up and walked towards Bai Xiaolin. My lord, today is the first training session. In order to allow everyone to adapt, the training time will be relatively short. Looking at Eugene's serious expression as he reported, Bai Xiaolin responded with a smile. As for the training, you guys can just discuss it. I don't know much about it, so you don't need to report to me. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin called Zhang Liang, who had just come in from outside, over and talked to the two of them about the issue of clearing the snow. After hearing what Bai Xiaolin said, Zhang Liang spoke directly without hesitation. Don't worry, my lord. I've already checked it out. Among these buildings, the small wooden roofs have a steeper slope and not much snow accumulates, so they do not need to be cleaned. The remaining buildings can be cleaned up in less than 2 hours. That's good. Bai Xiaolin nodded. It seemed that with the arrangements made by Zhang Liang and others, he would not have to worry about these things in the future. Then he thought for a few more minutes. Bai Xiaolin decided to take advantage of this opportunity to hand over some other matters to Zhang Liang and others, so that he could completely let go of these trivial matters in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Eugene and Zhang Liang and said, Rest well later. General you and General Shui will take the others to clear the snow off the roof. Zhang Liang and Song Yi, you two will stay here. I have something to tell you. Yes. More than 10 minutes later. After a good rest, everyone, led by Eugene, rushed outside with tools. In the restaurant, apart from Han Xiu and others who were preparing dinner, there were only Bai Xiaolin and the other two sitting together. After nodding to the two of them, Bai Xiaolin began to explain some miscellaneous matters. Of course, most things do not require Bai Xiaolin's explanation, and the two of them can coordinate and arrange them well. So Bai Xiaolin mainly instructed the two to hand over some of the harvested seeds, the fertilizer collected from the septic tank every day, and some rare supplies and materials that they occasionally obtained to him. After strengthening it a few times, you can give it back to them for use. After instructing the two people, the three of them walked out of the restaurant together. Start checking the snow clearing situation and consider where to pile up the cleared snow later. With the snow piled up several dozen centimeters thick, the amount of snow that needs to be cleared will definitely not be small. If they were piled inside the city wall, it would probably take less than 2 days before people would have no place to step. And when the snow starts to melt, the area inside the city wall might turn into another small lake. Just as the three were checking, in base number 01. After obtaining enough information, Lu Ningli took Wen Liang and others to clear the snow from the oil channel. In the middle of the passage, an area of about 100 square meters was cleared and surrounded by a wall. Looking at the walled area in front of him, Lu Ningli began to think. Now that the location has been selected, once the traditional oil refining kiln is built here, we can begin experimental refining. After the experiment is successful, we will start to expand the scale of refining. The amount of crude oil that needs to be refined at one time will be transported back from the oil pond, and the transportation will continue after the refining is completed. In addition, the refined petroleum diesel is directly transported back to the base for storage. In this way, the crude oil point, refining point, and storage point are far apart, so there is no need to worry about dangers such as explosions. After nodding for his own idea, Lu Ningli turned to Wen Liang and others and said, Everyone, go back now and bring some stones from the warehouse. Then, when we get up tomorrow morning, we can directly build the refining kiln. Yes. At the same time, in base 02, Su Xianxian sat on the stool with an excited look on his face, looking at a subordinate in front of him who was wearing a black robe. This subordinate was holding an exaggerated wooden sword and looking at Su Xianxian nervously. Start. After hearing what Su Xianxian said, the black-robed man quickly calmed down and slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand. Zangetsu, Swastika, Chapter 284, A Sumptuous Dinner. Hearing these words, Su Xianxian quickly waved her hand. After seeing the signal, another subordinate quickly handed a long and thin wooden sword to the subordinate in black robe. After taking the rapier, the man in black robe threw the big knife aside, then raised the rapier and shouted again. Heavenly Locking Moon. After shouting, he put on a middle school student look and looked at Su Xianxian with a helpless look. Su Xianxian sighed and muttered something in a low voice. It's not elegant enough. It would be better if the knife was black. After finishing speaking, he looked at his men again and spoke. The performance ends here. Let's continue making other weapons. Hearing this, several men breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. After all, this kind of performance was too shameful. In the city wall area, it was already past 8 o'clock in the blink of an eye. Except for the roof of the cabin, the snow on almost all the roofs has been cleared. In the southwest corner outside the city wall, after nearly 2 hours, a small white hill appeared, which was piled up from the cleared snow. The snow is piled here, and when it melts later, it will flow directly into the moat. There's no need to worry about flooding buildings or affecting other things. After finishing their work, everyone gathered in the restaurant again, and dinner for Han Xiao and the others had already been prepared. Picking up a bowl of steaming fish soup, Bai Xiaolin drank while looking at several large iron pots that were emitting fragrance. Fish, lamb, crab, shrimp. It looked so rich that Bai Xiaolin couldn't help swallowing his saliva even while drinking the soup. After drinking the remaining soup in one gulp, Bai Xiaolin turned to the crowd who were also swallowing their saliva and staring at the big iron pot and said, "We've all been busy today, so I made these delicious treats tonight to treat everyone. Everyone, eat as much as you can." Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone shouted excitedly in unison, "Thank you, my lord. You're welcome. Just queue up and order whatever you want." More than 10 minutes later, amidst laughter and joy, everyone picked up the wooden basins and began to eat voraciously. Bai Xiaolin, on the other hand, simply filled a small bowl with shrimps and sat beside them, happily peeling them. When you have peeled 5, put them in your mouth again. That's so satisfying. Just when Bai Xiaolin was eating happily, Li Erge's voice suddenly sounded beside him. "I'm not saying anything to you, but you're really stupid. You have so many delicious foods, but you only eat this." Hearing what Li Erge said, Bai Xiaolin frowned. This Ergu has become a lot bolder these days, and he even dares to make up stories about his lord. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin wiped the oil off his hands and glared directly in the direction of Li Ergu. "Ergu, take your food bowl and go sit outside with Gobao to eat." Beside, hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Li Ergu looked over with a confused look on his face while biting a crab. What happened to his lord suddenly? Why did he suddenly get angry at me for no reason? Then Li Ergu began to try hard to recall whether he had accidentally caused any trouble today. But after thinking about it, Li Ergu couldn't think of what trouble he had caused. The only thing was that he destroyed Li Yuer's snowman. Time goes back a few minutes. When everyone started lining up for food, Li Ergu asked Lin Suing to prepare a bowl of crabs and shrimps for him. "Anyway, the Lord has said that we can eat as much as we want tonight." So Li Erge decided not to eat staple food at night and to fill his stomach with these meats, mainly crabs and shrimps, to make up for the regret of only eating a few last time. When Li Ergu found a seat and sat down, enjoying his meal, Zhang He, who had just finished his meal, sat next to him. When Li Ergu saw the food bowl placed in front of Zhang he subconsciously took a look to see what Zhang He was eating. As a result, he saw that in addition to mutton, there was actually half a bowl of rice in the rice bowl, which made Li Ergu couldn't help but complain. "I'm not saying anything to you, but you're really stupid. You have so many delicious foods, but you only eat this." After saying that, he grabbed a crab and bit it with a crunching sound while looking at Zhang He with disgust. There are so many delicious foods, and this guy actually eats rice. You could tell at first glance that you are not enjoying your meal. Then he could only eat it by himself. As a result, before Li Ergu took a few bites of the crab, Bai Xiaolin's voice was heard beside him. When Li Ergu heard his lord asking him to go out, he was confused, but he soon realized that he might have accidentally gotten into trouble, so he obediently picked up his food bowl and walked outside. If Li Erge knew that he was misunderstood because he accidentally said the wrong thing, he would definitely slap himself twice and learn from it. As for whether he will be able to change his bad habit of talking nonsense in the future, I don't know. Outside the restaurant, Go Bao was squatting on the steps at the door, holding a wooden basin bigger than his head, eating with a look of satisfaction on his face. As for what was in the wooden basin, it contained half a basin of rice soaked in fish soup, plus 2 stewed lamb bones with meat. At this moment, Go Bao suddenly felt that there was another person beside him. When I looked up, I found Li Ergu, who was also holding a food bowl, squatting beside me and biting a crab in frustration. Looking at the food in Li Ergu's wooden basin, which was completely different from his own, he confirmed Li Ergu's appearance. It was a human who I had chatted with at noon. Go Bao's eyes struggled for a few seconds. Then he picked up an uneaten stewed lamb bone and carefully handed it to Li Ergu. "Human, do you want to trade with me?" Li Ergu, who was biting a crab and thinking, was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the big bone that suddenly appeared in front of him. When he came to his senses, he turned around and looked at Gobao next to him, seeing his expectant look. Li Ergu tilted his food bowl slightly, so that Gobao could see the delicious food inside more clearly. You want to eat? Looking at the wooden basin and listening to Li Ergu's questions, Gobao swallowed his saliva and raised the sheep bones in his hand again. I'll trade with you. Smell the aroma emanating from the sheep bones. Li Ergu looked at his crabs and shrimps, compared them, and nodded quickly. Change. After saying that, he reached out and took the sheep bone and started chewing it. With his other hand, he placed the wooden basin on his leg, picked up a shrimp, and handed it to Gobao. Eat it quickly. These shrimps are delicious. Looking at the shrimp handed over by Li Ergu, Gobao was stunned for a few seconds, then took it subconsciously. However, after staring at the shrimp in his hand for a few seconds, Gobao felt so aggrieved that he almost cried. The difference was too great. Then he turned to look at Li Ergu, wanting to change for another one. Unfortunately, after Li Ergu took the stewed mutton bones, he started to chew them attentively without even looking at Gobao. This made Gobao a little discouraged, and he could only blame himself for his bad luck. Chapter 2, 85 Worthy of Being Brother by. After sighing, Gobao carefully put the shrimp he had exchanged for into his mouth and began to chew it slowly. This was something he had exchanged for a big bone. Not to mention the shrimp shell, Gobao even planned to swallow the shrimp whiskers into his stomach. After swallowing the shrimp, Gobao looked at Li Ergu, who was gnawing on the lamb bones again, and picked up his rice bowl angrily. He turned around and left Li Ergu with only his back. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that he would never exchange food with this human being again next time. When Gobao turned around, Li Ergu, who was chewing a bone next to him, glanced at Gobao secretly and then breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I couldn't help but praise my own wit in my heart. Only a small shrimp was used to get such a big piece of meat bone. Be sure to change it next time you eat. In the restaurant, everyone was enjoying their meal, and no one knew what the two people outside the door were thinking at the moment. After finishing a bowl of prawns, Bai Xiaolin touched his stomach with satisfaction and then poured himself another bowl of rice. I started eating happily again. Bai Xiaolin, whose two attributes have reached sea level, feels that his appetite is no less than that of Li Ergu and others. After everyone had eaten, Bai Xiaolin suddenly remembered something and stood up and spoke to everyone. There's basically no heating in the wooden houses we live in, so we'll just rest in the restaurant at night these few days. As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin looked at Han Xiu and Zhang Liang. Han Xiu, please prepare some more firewood later to ensure that the stoves can be kept burning at night. Zhang Liang, Yusong Yi, take people to clean up the first floor. At night, all the men stayed on the first floor, while the women and children stayed on the second floor. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone nodded. Yes, the snow is so thick now. If these people continue to live in the wooden houses, they will probably all freeze into snowmen by tomorrow morning. So for safety reasons, it would be better to let them stay together in a restaurant for a few nights. After making the arrangements, Bai Xiaolin got up and walked out of the restaurant. He looked at Li Ergu, who was squatting at the door with displeasure, then kicked him on the butt. Stand up. The touch on his butt and Bai Xiaolin's voice made Li Ergu jump up, and then he looked at Bai Xiaolin with grievance. My lord. Looking at Li Ergu's aggrieved and cautious look, Bai Xiaolin said again with a stern face, Go pick up the remaining food from the restaurant and carry it all into the courtyard. Yes. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Ergu turned around with a sense of relief and quickly ran into the restaurant. Bai Xiaolin walked towards the courtyard. Although today's dinner is still as late as lunch, Bai Xiaolin believes that Lu Nengli and others will be very surprised. After all, tonight's dinner has 4 dishes and a soup, which is a richness that many people can't even imagine. In base number 01, Lu Nengli led his men to move the stones. Before Bai Xiaolin sent the dinner, he led everyone to clear the snow from all the roofs. Fortunately, there were not many buildings, so it only took 10 people more than half an hour to clean a roof. After finishing the cleaning, everyone sat in the houseboard, waiting for dinner to arrive. Just when I was about to fall asleep while waiting, a rich aroma of food suddenly appeared in the room and quickly spread to every corner of the room. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Lu Nengli, who was dozing off, opened his eyes and looked forward. When he saw the 3 wooden barrels full of food, Lu Nengli lost all sleepiness and a happy smile appeared on his face. I thought to myself that Brother Bai had finally sent me dinner. But the next second, Lu Ningli showed a strange expression because he seemed to see something that shouldn't appear. Then Lu Ningli did not hesitate. He quickly stood up and rushed to the wooden barrel, picking up a crab that was stuck on the edge of the barrel. At the same time, he lowered his head and looked into the barrel. Crab, shrimp, lamb, fish, and a bucket of fish soup. Looking at everything in the wooden barrel, Lu Ningli subconsciously used his crab claws to stab his other hand. When he felt pain on the back of his hand, Lu Ning finally believed that what he saw was real and not a dream. Then Lu Ningli couldn't help but think in his heart that Brother Bai didn't seem to live in the same world as people like him. In the past, when everyone was short of food, Brother Bai would take out all kinds of delicious food from time to time. Now, because of the snow problem, everyone was facing food shortages, but Brother Bai not only did not have this problem, but the food he took out was even more abundant. This made Lu Ningli sigh. Brother Bai is indeed Brother Bai and is worthy of being the god of Europe in everyone's hearts. After sighing, Lu Ningli turned his head and looked to the side. Wen Liang and others sitting at the table had already taken their bowls and chopsticks and were staring at the wooden barrel with their mouths drooling. This made Lu Ningli couldn't help but smile. You guys are a bunch of gluttons. Wait a minute. After saying that, Lu Ning quickly turned around with the crab in his hand, and under the gaze of Wen Liang and others, he took his rice bowl. Then he put a few shrimps and crabs into his rice bowl, and then filled it with a spoonful of mutton. After serving himself, he spoke to Wen Liang and others. Okay, Wen Liang, you guys can serve your rice. Remember to take only as much as you can eat and don't waste anything. Yes. After hearing Lu Ningli's words, Wen Liang and others rushed to the wooden barrel and started to fill their own bowls with food. Lu Ningli carried the wooden basin and walked to the wooden barrel filled with rice, then covered the basin with a layer of rice. He sat down slowly and started to eat with enjoyment. At the same time, in base number 02, Su Xianxian was staring at the wooden barrel and screaming excitedly. I never dreamed of these foods, but I didn't expect them to appear right in front of me. After screaming for 2 minutes, Su Xianxian no longer cared about her image and sat down in front of the wooden barrel to put half a bowl of mutton and shrimp into her own bowl. Then he sat down and started eating. When Su Xianxian took a bite of the tender mutton, she felt something was unreal. After chewing it carefully and swallowing it, Su Xianxian came back to his senses. When he saw the men surrounding him, Su Xianxian then realized that she had been so busy eating that she forgot that these others had not eaten yet. Everyone, stop looking at me and start eating. After saying that, Su Xianxian lowered her head and continued eating. Bai Xiaolan sighed. After sending dinner to Lu Ningli and Su Xianxian, he thought for a moment and clicked on the transaction area to start checking the transaction results. More than 10 minutes later, what made Bai Xiaolan happy was, whether it is the transactions in the 10,000 races trading zone or the human race trading zone, all transactions have been completed at this time. Chapter 2, 86 Fan Contact. Of course, this also includes the latest car transactions. Bai Xiaolan expected that the other transactions could be completed in such a short time. The card transaction was beyond Bai Xiaolan's expectations. After all, trading 2 cards requires trading all of them, which requires dozens of character cards and resource cards. This also made Bai Xiaolan understand that other people were not as inferior to the aliens as they seemed on the surface. After all, the fact that they can obtain resource cards and are willing to trade them now means that these people have quite a few subordinates. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste resource cards in exchange for food. But this is also good. If there are more people like this in the human race, I can not only trade for more rare materials, it can also attract the attention of some foreigners. This was similar to his previous plan to sell high-grade water in the human trading area to enhance the strength of some humans. Distracting the attention of aliens is one effect. Then, after smiling, Bai Xiaolan stopped thinking about it and began to carefully sort out the gains from several transactions. Among them, there were 2 transactions in the Wanzhou trading zone, including the fish meat that was sold out just a few minutes after being put on the shelves. A total of 1,500 kilograms of D-level materials and 250 non-attribute energy crystals were traded, plus 507 survival points. When Bai Xiaolan put the transaction of grade C water on the shelf, he added the word suppressing stone at the end in the hope of getting lucky. I hope that some alien race will exchange a stone for me when I am not paying attention. Unfortunately, I thought too much. I didn't trade for even one first-level Guardian Stone, which was 5 times the price of an energy crystal. However, Bai Xiaolan was not disappointed. After all, He was just hoping for luck at the beginning, so it was normal that the transaction was not successful. Next is the human trading area, with the harvest from several transactions. A total of 30,000 pieces of various materials, 100 character cards, and 20 various resource cards were traded, plus 213 survival points. Not to mention the materials, there are only 20 resource cards. As long as he uses them all, Bai Xiaolin will basically never lack any resources in the future. Of course, this only refers to basic resources. Other complex and rare resources still need to be made using these basic resources. Of course, the gains from the trade were more than that. After all, the food shortage caused by the snow had just begun. In the next few days, I still have plenty of time to trade for more good things in the two trading areas. After nodding with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin didn't think about it anymore. Directly exited the trading area. Then he clicked on the private chat page. I started contacting Ningyu and Lei Xing, chatted with them for a while, and confirmed the current situation of their bases. Both of them sent a similar message to Bai Xiaolin at the same time. Brother Bai, Lin Shanshan asked me to ask if I could trade some fish with you. Bai Xiaolin, your fan asked me to ask you if you have any extra fish to sell to them. Looking at the two messages, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. If these two fans wanted to get the fish, why didn't they contact me directly, but instead asked others to pass the message? It took Bai Xiaolin a few seconds to react. I was busy all day today, and most of the private messages were not important, so I didn't read them today. These two fans probably couldn't contact me through private chat, so they asked Ningyu and the others to pass the message on. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin replied to the two of them. Understand. Let them contact me now. After sending the message, Bai Xiaolin looked at the chat page and began to wait quietly. In Bai Xiaolin's mind, these fans are considered to be his group's larger investment targets. So since they have this need, Bai Xiaolin will not refuse to sell the fish to them. Anyway, it is also sold in the trading channel, and it is also sold to these fans, and it is different from the trading channel. Make it a little cheaper and sell it to these fans. They will think of this as a kind of care from themselves for their fans, and will be grateful to themselves. In this way, in addition to providing a large amount of materials on a regular basis, we may be able to use them in case of any need in the future. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, a message alert sound suddenly rang out, and the private chat page lit up at the same time. YC15777. God, I'm sorry to bother you. Don't bother me. I just heard Lei Xing and the other two say that you guys want to trade some fish, right? How much do you want? Replying to Master O, we all usually pay close attention to your movements. So when the snow started to fall, we learned about the possible food shortage in the trading area. Everyone took advantage of these hours to start trading in the trading area or go out to collect food. Fortunately, during these few hours, most people collected enough food to last for about 5 days. But some people were unlucky and didn't collect any food. There were about 500 of them. Looking at the reply from fan number 1, Bai Xiaolin smiled. He didn't expect these fans to be so smart. Know how to prepare food in advance. That's much better than most people in the chat channel. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin replied, if there are 500 people, I will temporarily provide you with 500 fish. The price of one fish is equivalent to 50 portions of materials. Okay, thank you, Gato. 50 pieces of materials for one fish. Although it is 10 pieces less than the trading area, the price is not much different from the previous one. So this time, Bai Xiaolin has taken care of a lot of fans without causing any loss to himself. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And these fans can buy fish at the previous price during this time of food shortage. I believe they will be grateful to me too. On the other side, looking at the message received on the page, Lin Shanshan showed a surprised smile on her face. You should know that in the afternoon in the trading area, God only sold more than 200 fish at the price of 60 pieces. And now, just hearing that his fans were short of food, he was willing to sell 500 fish. This is enough to show how much Oshun values his fans. More importantly, because of the price reduction, Oshun lost at least more than 5,000 pieces of materials this time. After all, if Oshun waits until the next few days to sell the fish in the trading area, the price will definitely go up. But because his fans needed it, Oshun simply gave up these materials. Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan replied gratefully. Thank you, Master O. If you need any rare resources later, we will do our best to help you collect them. Ugh. Fresh fish, 500 traded for any material 25,000. Oshun, wait a minute. Looking at the transaction information that appeared, Lin Shanshan began to quickly contact other people and collect the materials needed for the transaction. After all, I can't get more than 20,000 documents by myself. Chapter 287. Can I go back? Half an hour later, looking at the completed transaction, there were more materials and 132 survival points added. A smile appeared on Bai Xiaolin's face. Although it snowed today, I was not affected much. It can be said that it was another fruitful day. With a smile, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked to the fireplace. Looking at the fireplace that was burning again, Bai Xiaolin picked up 2 handfuls of firewood and added more to it. Then he stretched and walked towards the bed. The next morning at around 8 o'clock, just as Bai Xiaolin was browsing the chat channel, there was a sudden knock on the door. My lord, the bodies of the beasts we hunted yesterday have all been processed, and the D-level materials have also been collected. Hearing Yu Jin's voice, Bai Xiaolin remembered that he had not had time to deal with the beast corpse yesterday, because he was too busy. Come in. Yes. Yu Jin walked in, closed the door again, came to Bai Xiaolin, and began to report. After processing the corpses of these D-level beasts, we discovered that not all of their bodies were made of D-level materials. Some have partial scales upgraded to D-level, some have meat upgraded to D-level, and some have partial bones upgraded to D-level. In addition, even if it is the same kind of beast, the parts of the body that are upgraded are different, not only in quantity, but also in location. Generally speaking, the stronger the beast was in life, the more D-grade materials it had. After listening to Yu Jin's words, Bai Xiaolin began to think. Judging from this result, Bai Xiaolin knew that he was wrong at the beginning. Just because the beast was upgraded to D-level did not mean that all its body parts would be upgraded to D-level at the same time. Instead, as your strength increases, these parts of your body will improve accordingly, just like a kind of evolution. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a question. Are humans like beasts, whereas their level increases, certain parts of their body will also improve? I think it should be like this. After all, in the cognition of this world, there is no difference between humans and other creatures. In this case, Bai Xiaolin became a little curious, because he knew that his current level had been upgraded to C level. Does this mean that a certain bone or muscle in your body has also been upgraded to level C? Become as hard as the material on the C-level beast. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin showed a strange look. If someone's skin is upgraded to level D, then ordinary weapons will definitely not be able to damage his skin. Wouldn't this make him invulnerable to swords and guns, as the legend goes? And if the entire head is upgraded to D level, wouldn't it be the legendary Iron Head Kung Fu? This made Bai Xiaolin suddenly think, could those martial arts masters he had seen on the internet before be real? After all, through daily exercise, human fitness can be improved, although this improvement seems slow to ordinary people. However, there's always a genius who can successfully improve a certain physical attribute to 20 points and break through to D level when he is in his 40s. Just like Eugene and Shui Rengui, they train themselves to C or even B level in their 20s or 30s. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin slapped his forehead. Since Shui Rengui and others were able to be promoted to Class B, it would be no problem for people 1,000 years later to be promoted to Class D. After all, we are in the Dharma ending age. Even if people 1,000 years from now are not as talented as Shui Rengui and others, they still have the qualifications to be promoted to D level. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin shook his head. Even if they really exist, so what? Now that I am in this world, can I go back to see them? In addition, he now has a bunch of D-level subordinates. Maybe one day in the future, someone will be lucky enough to develop an ability similar to Iron Head Kung Fu. When the time comes, just let them pretend to be masters and perform. Just as Bai Xiaolin was fantasizing, Yu Jin's voice suddenly sounded again. I wonder how the wooden weapons that the Lord mentioned yesterday are progressing. If they are finished, after we clear the snow, we plan to organize another training session in the morning. After hearing Yu Jin's words, Bai Xiaolin quickly came to his senses. Wait a minute. After saying that, I started to contact Su Xianxian. I wonder how much Su Xianxian has produced from yesterday to now. Not long after, 2 large wooden boxes appeared in the room. Looking at the 2 wooden boxes, Bai Xiaolin remembered the inexplicable words Su Xianxian said when he contacted her just now. Oh Shun, don't be surprised when you see the wooden weapons we made. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. This Su Xianxian made a wooden weapon and kept it mysterious. Those who didn't know would think it was a treasure. Then Bai Xiaolin slowly opened the lid of the wooden box. After a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. I saw wooden weapons of various shapes neatly placed in the box. Long sword, Fong Tian Hua Ji, crescent-shaped short blade. Looking at the exquisite shapes of these wooden weapons, Bai Xiaolin slowly reached out and picked up a long sword. Holding in his hand and looking at it, Bai Xiaolin always felt that this thing looked a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out where he had seen it. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the remaining weapons. After looking for a while, Bai Xiaolin finally realized where he had seen weapons of these shapes before. Isn't this a weapon from some anime? Several of the items I was familiar with previously had almost no difference in shape, except for the color. This made Bai Xiaolin look surprised. In order to copy these weapons, in addition to memory, you also need certain drawing skills. Without these two words, it would be impossible to remember or express them, so it would be wishful thinking to create these weapons. The fact that Su Xianxian was able to copy so many anime weapons in just a few hours only shows that her memory and drawing skills are extremely strong. This made Bai Xiaolin suddenly think of something. According to the plan, once Zhu Tai becomes proficient, he will begin to gradually tailor higher-level weapons for his subordinates. And tailor-made products must have specific designs. Now that we have Su Xianxian's drawing ability, we can ask Su Xianxian to draw the weapons as required before forging them. This will allow for greater precision during forging. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded. This was an unexpected gain. Then he pointed to the two boxes of weapons and said to Jean with a smile, "Take these weapons for training. Remember to apply some wood ash to them before training begins. This way, during training, you can clearly know the hitting position and direction based on the position of the ash." Yes. Chapter 288, The Second Wave of the Azure Sword Sect. When Eugene heard Bai Xiaolin's words, his eyes lit up. The use of wood ash is simply killing two birds with one stone. Knowing the location and direction of the strike can not only determine the outcome of the fight, it can also accurately know the shortcomings of the person being hit in dodging and defense. Similarly, it can also promptly determine the shortcomings of the attacker in attack. In this way, during training, we can discover and help everyone correct these shortcomings at a faster speed. Once these deficiencies are corrected, everyone's combat capabilities will naturally improve rapidly. After Eugene left with two boxes of weapons and a satisfied smile on his face, Bai Xiaolin began to think. Of course, I'm not thinking about weapons, but food and population. According to the growth rate of crops in greenhouse number 2, another batch of crops will mature today. Of these mature crops, except for a small portion that is planted as seeds, the rest can be used as food. After all, after several previous rounds of planting, there is no shortage of seeds for crops like potatoes and watermelons. If it is used as food, it means that Bai Xiaolin can now summon some more subordinates. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin took out 10 character cards. The reason why he took out 10 at a time was because Bai Xiaolin planned to strengthen them all to level B. In this way, not only is the amount of food just enough to eat, it can also instantly add 10 B-level combat forces. Bai Xiaolin also has the same plan for the following character cards, which is to upgrade them all to high levels before using them. The reason for doing this is other than food. There's another important reason. That is, now you can also directly exchange for civilians on the luck exchange page. And a civilian only needs 1 point of luck. If you need civilians, you can directly exchange them with luck points. There is no need to waste the level of the character card and strengthen it to +1 or +2 to add 1 or 2 civilians. This is seriously not cost-effective. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and started to strengthen directly. Survival points, -20. Survival points, -200. Survival points, -2,000. After 3 consecutive intermediate enhancements, all 10 character cards reach B level as Bai Xiaolin had expected. Call. Survival points, +1,000. Mr. Lin Huang, Yu Huang Hai, greets the Lord. Looking at the 10 figures appearing in front of him, with almost identical outfits, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds. Because these 10 people, both in terms of clothing and weapons, are too similar to the 4 Gue Xuanli summoned before. The only difference is the level. Could it be that they, like Gue Xuanli and the other 3, are also disciples of the Qingkong sword sect? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 10 people and asked, "Are you from a Qingkong sword sect?" "My lord, yes." When they heard Bai Xiaolin's question, all 10 of them showed expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. Their lord actually knew their sect. Then the person in the front asked with confusion, "I wonder how the lord knew about the Azure Sky sword sect. You'll know this in a moment." As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Since these 10 people in Gue Xuanli and his 4 companions were from the same sect, then they must know each other. Bai Xiaolin began to look forward to it. wondering how these two groups would react when they met later. At the same time, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought a question. That is, when I continue to summon in the future, will I summon all the people from the Qingkong Sword sect? There's a reason why I suddenly thought of this. That is the connection between character cards, summoning, and strength. I now use character cards to summon, and basically there are quite a lot of them, and the levels of the character cards are either B or A. Among the ancient dynasties, there were not many that produced a large number of B-level and A-level characters. Only a few powerful empires have emerged. In these powerful empires, B-level and A-level strategists are relatively easy to deal with, as they basically stay in the court. However, B-level and A-level generals are different from counselors. They are either guarding a region or fighting in battles. In this case, the probability of these people gathering together is relatively low. And when they gathered together, they happen to be summoned by themselves. The possibility is basically zero. Therefore, the possibility of summoning a large number of B-level and A-level characters from these dynasties at the same time is ruled out. Then the only ones that can be summoned are those before the Qin dynasty. Before the Qin dynasty, the only sect Bai Xiaolin could think of was the Qingkong Sword sect. After all, the people summoned twice in a row were from this sect, and there was no guarantee that it would be their people again next time. As for the generals and advisors of the Shang and Zhou dynasties who lived in the same era as them, Bai Xiaolin didn't dare to think about it. After all the Qigong practitioners have come out now. According to novels and legends, the generals and counselors of these two dynasties were all skilled in magic. Such an existence is at least at the extraordinary level. In other words, if you want to summon them out, you can only do so by strengthening the character cards to extraordinary levels. If you want to enhance a character card to an extraordinary level, it is basically impossible to do so without tens of thousands of survival points. Therefore, Bai Xiaolin, who only has a few thousand survival points, dares not even think about summoning an extraordinary level strongman for the time being. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin looked at Lin Huangsheng and the other 10 men again, and of course his focus was on the long swords on their backs. Since they also come from the Qingkong Sword sect, the weapons, materials, and levels they use must be extraordinary. In this way, you can directly strengthen yourself. No need to waste materials to reforge them. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 10 people and said, "Give me your weapons, and I'll help you upgrade them, so they'll be easier to use." Upgrade level? Lin Huangsheng and the other 10 people showed puzzled expressions, because Bai Xiaolin's words made them wonder if they had heard it wrong. You should know that in the sect, every high-level weapon is the result of the hard work of the blacksmith, and it is not easy to forge it. People like me will only be rewarded with a D-level weapon when we break through the B-level and enter the inner gate. As for C-level weapons, they can only be obtained by making great contributions or being accepted as a disciple by the elders. And now, we have just met, and the Lord said that he would help himself and others upgrade the level of their weapons to C level. That's why Lin Huangsheng and others immediately suspected that they had heard it wrong. With doubts, the 10 people looked at each other quietly, then looked at Bai Xiaolin cautiously and asked, "My lord, did you just say that you would help us upgrade our weapons?" "Of course, bring it here quickly. After upgrading your weapons, I'll take you to meet the others." Chapter 289, Blue Star Sword, 8 Veins of the Azure Sky Sword Sect. As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin extended his hand to the few people again. After getting the confirmation, Lin Huangsheng and the other 10 people could no longer hide the surprise on their faces. Then the 10 people took off the long swords behind their backs at the same time, held the long swords in both hands, and knelt on one knee in front of Bai Xiaolin. "Thank you, my lord. We will follow you forever." Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Xiaolin smiled, walked up to Lin Huangsheng, and took the sword from his hand. Then he smiled and said to the others behind Lin Huangsheng, "Everyone, don't be so polite. After we get to know the others, we can all work together to make the base better." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin first helped Lin Huangsheng and others up. Then he collected all the swords, placed them on the table in front of him, and prepared to start strengthening them. But after a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Blue Star Sword / de rank. A fine weapon forged from blue sea stone. Due to the special nature of the material, the area around the wound will become stiff for a short period of time after being injured by it. Blue Star Sword. D level. Isn't it the C-level Qing Feng sword that I imagined? With a hint of doubt, Bai Xiaolin picked up a long sword and pulled it out of the scabbard. Looking at the long sword that was faintly glowing with a faint blue light. Bai Xiaolin was finally convinced that this sword was completely different from the Qingfeng sword used by Gue, Xuanli, and the other three. However, this gave Bai Xiaolin new doubts. Since they are disciples of the same sect, why do the two groups use completely different swords? Is it because they are at different levels, or because they are practicing in different directions? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Lin Huangxing again. You are currently using the D-rank Blue Star Sword. Once your strength reaches A rank, you will be able to use the C-rank Green Blade Sword. When they heard Bai Xiaolin's question, Lin Huangxing and others were a little surprised, but not surprised. After all, the Lord knew about the Qingkong sword sect from the beginning, so it is not surprising that he knew about the Qingfeng sword in the sect. But what the Lord said is not right. After looking at the others again, Lin Huangxing looked at Bai Xiaolin and began to explain. My lord, that's not the case. In the Qingkong sword sect, all disciples enter the inner gate. They will all be divided into 8 branches to continue their cultivation, namely gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Each of the 8 meridians has its own weapon. The Qingfeng sword that the Lord mentioned is the weapon used by the Wind Meridian. The 10 of us belong to the same ice vein and sit down. Therefore, the weapon used is the Blue Star Sword. As your strength increases, you'll be able to obtain a higher level Blue Star Sword. So that's how it is. After hearing Lin Huangxing's explanation, Bai Xiaolin nodded. It seems that the Qingkong sword sect is even more powerful than he imagined. After all, the Qingkong sword sect has 8 branches. Even if each branch only has dozens of inner disciples, the total number exceeds several hundred. The weakest inner disciple is at level B. This means that the entire Qingkong sword sect has at least several hundred strong people above level B. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled. If I summon all these people here, there's no need to worry about wild beasts or alien races. We could just push forward and eliminate all the threats around us. What a pity. There are not enough survival points now, so I can only summon step by step. However, Bai Xiaolin believed that one day in the future, he would be able to summon the entire Qingkong sword sect. Then he shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen the Blue Star sword in his hand. Survival points, -20. Survival points, -200. Blue Star Sword / rank B. An excellent weapon forged from blue sea stone that can slow down the enemy's movement speed. Slow. After hitting the enemy, it can reduce the agility of a limb near the wound by 25 points. If the agility is insufficient, the limb will be directly disabled. After 2 intermediate enhancements, all 10 Blue Star Swords were enhanced to Class B, and Bai Xiaolin also stopped. After thinking about it, I didn't continue to strengthen it. One is that Lin Huangxing and others are only B level now, and using B level weapons is enough for the time being. Another thing is that the next enhancement requires 2,000 survival points. Bai Xiaolin doesn't have many survival points left now, and they all have other uses, so he won't strengthen them for the time being. Wait until their strength improves. I have enough survival points left, so it's not too late to carry out the 3rd strengthening. Then Bai Xiaolin picked up the enhanced weapons and handed them one by one to the 10 people who were waiting, including Lin Huangxing. I've improved a little bit. Let's see how it goes. After Lin Huangxing and the other 10 people took the long sword and pulled it out of the scabbard, the expectation on their faces quickly turned into surprise. It was actually upgraded to B level. This is much better than the C level that he and others initially expected. Then the 10 people looked at Bai Xiaolin at the same time, without hesitation, and said with gratitude on their faces, "Thank you, my lord." Looking at the 10 people holding the long swords and unable to let go of them, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you out to meet other people." Yes, Eugene and others got up in the morning and, under Zhang Liang's arrangement, were clearing the snow on the ground and on the roof. Once the snow is cleared, we can start morning training and other work. The ones who were assigned to the small courtyard to clear the snow on the ground were Li Ergu, Zhang Xiaohu, and others. Just when several people were busy, the sound of a door opening was suddenly heard. Hearing the voice, Li Ergu quickly looked up and looked towards the door of the room, ready to greet his lord as soon as possible. But as soon as he looked over, Li Ergu was stunned. 10 young men and women in gray robes, carrying swords on their backs, walked out of the room behind Bai Xiaolin one after another. Looking at the familiar outfit, Li Ergu subconsciously looked up and looked towards the roof of the greenhouse in the distance. When he saw Gue, Xuanli, and 3 others cleaning the roof, Li Ergu confirmed that he was not seeing things. And the fact that there is no dazzle means that these 10 people are new recruits summoned by the Lord. Think of this. Liurgu's mind started to work rapidly. Thought for more than 10 seconds. Liurgu, not knowing what he was thinking of, blinked his eyes and walked towards the door of the room with a smile. Liurgu had already witnessed the strength of Gue Xuanli and the other 3. These 10 people are dressed almost exactly like them, which means their strength should be similar. In this case, it would be better if you can establish a good relationship with them before others, and of course it would be even better if you can become sworn brothers with them. Even these 10 people were later assigned to the pioneering group. You can also use your good relationship with them to establish a more authoritative image among others. After all, there are 10 powerful A-level masters. Even the strongest pioneering team now would not be able to defeat them. Chapter 290, Building Relationships. As a result, as he approached, before Liurgu could speak, he saw the Lord looking at him and speaking. Urgu, you've arrived just in time. Go and help me call over Gue Xuanli and the other 4, as well as Zhang Liang and General Shui. Hearing this, the smile on Liurgu's face disappeared instantly. If I call other people over, wouldn't the opportunity one have to get to know these new people be lost? Thinking of this, Liurgu looked at Bai Xiaolin and asked with a hopeful expression, My lord, would you like to introduce me to them first? Once they get to know me, I can help them get familiar with this place as quickly as possible. After hearing Liurgu's words, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded. I didn't expect that Liurgu was quite self-conscious today and knew that he had found something to do. In the current base, Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others have been very busy these days. Urgu also feeds the little wolf. There was basically nothing to do in the remaining time, which was just enough time for him to take Lin Huangsheng and the others to familiarize themselves with the base first. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin pointed at Liurgu and turned to Lin Huangsheng and others and said, This is Liurgu, the leader of the base's transportation team. After you meet the others, he'll take you on a tour of the base. At the bottom of the stairs, as soon as Bai Xiaolin finished his introduction, Liurgu excitedly ran up the stairs and came in front of Lin Huangsheng and others. My lord, I forgot to mention that I am still the right general of the base. You can just call me General Li. If you have any questions or difficulties in the future, you can come to me and help you solve them. As he spoke, he gestured to Lin Huangsheng and others, indicating that they must find him. Next to him, looking at Liurgu's appearance, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but cover his forehead. This Liurgu, I was wondering why he was so active today. It turned out that he saw Mr. Lin Huang and others, so he came here to build relationships. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin raised his foot and kicked Liurgu on the butt. It's enough to just get to know each other. Don't waste time here. Go get the others. Yes. Feeling the force on his butt, Liurgu knew that his lord would get angry if he continued. After responding, he hurriedly turned around and ran out of the yard, running towards the greenhouse outside. In the planting area, Gue Xuanli and the other 3, who were more agile, were assigned by Zhang Liang to clear the snow on the roof of the greenhouse. This way, you can clean up quickly and you don't have to worry about other people being clumsy and accidentally falling off the roof of the greenhouse or damaging the roof of the greenhouse. The remaining people were assigned to transport the cleared snow to the outside of the city wall using wheelbarrows for disposal. Just when everyone was working hard, Liurgu's figure quietly appeared under the greenhouse. Gue Xuanli, the Lord wants to see you guys. After shouting something upwards, Liurgu hurried back into the greenhouse and found Zhang Liang, who was checking inside. After everyone gathered together, Liurgu looked at them and said mysteriously, You will never guess why the Lord is looking for you. On the side, Zhang Liang was just about to walk towards the courtyard when he suddenly heard Liurgu's words, then stopped and began to think. Since Liurgu said so, then the Lord must be looking for them for something other than ordinary matters. After all, if it was just an ordinary matter, Liurgu would not be so mysterious as he is now. Thinking of this, Zhang Liang glanced at Liurgu. If you want to know what happened, the fastest way is to ask Liurgu directly. Judging from his smug look, he definitely knows. Then Zhang Liang looked at Liurgu and said with a smile, General Li, could you please tell me what the Lord wants to talk to us about? I'm sure you know. That is, the general does know. When Liurgu heard Zhang Liang mention General Li, he could no longer hide the smile on his face. Mr. Li likes to hear the title of general the most. Then he nodded with satisfaction and said proudly to the few people, The Lord has summoned a new group of people. He probably wants you to go over and get acquainted with them before making some arrangements. So that's how it is. When Zhang Liang heard that a new group of people had arrived, his eyes lit up. With this group of new people, the subsequent snow clearing and other work will be easier to arrange. Unlike Zhang Liang, Gue Xuanli and others on the side showed puzzled expressions when they heard Li Erge's answer. The Lord is calling for newcomers. What are we doing there? I asked you to come over because it's of course related to you, because the newcomers this time are dressed exactly like you. As soon as Li Ergu finished speaking, Gue Xuanli and others were stunned. The clothes and appearance are exactly the same. Doesn't it mean that this newcomer is also a disciple of the Qin Kong sword sect, and may even be an acquaintance? Thinking of this, several people quickly ran towards the courtyard. Looking at the backs of the few people walking away quickly, Li Ergu couldn't help but complain. How rude. You just left without even saying thank you to this general. Just as Li Ergu was complaining, Zhang Liang on the side did not hesitate and quickly followed with a smile. After all, the stronger the newcomer's ability, the faster he will work. When Li Ergu reacted, he found that he was the only one left there. They are all bad guys. After finding out information about this general, they all ignored me. After being stunned for a few seconds, Li Ergu also ran towards the courtyard. He couldn't let these people take away his job. Otherwise, how can I build good relationships with newcomers and establish prestige through them? In the small courtyard, after Li Ergu left, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Xiaohu and others who were clearing the snow and asked Lin Huangxing and others to help clean up first. I stood aside and introduced to them some of the supplies in the courtyard. However, when they heard that there were wells in the two cabins that could produce grade B and grade A water respectively, and that the water in them could be drunk at will, Lin Huangxing and his 10 companions were completely stunned. You should know that in the Qin Kong sword sect, the water holes that can produce spring water above grade B are basically guarded by the strong men in the sect. Only disciples who complete the sect's tasks or make contributions to the sect can occasionally receive some rewards. In order to obtain these rewards and to quickly improve their strength, basically every month some disciples die accidentally while completing their tasks. It can be seen how precious these high-level resources are and how difficult they are to obtain. And now here, the Lord actually said that he and others could drink these B-level and A-level waters at will, just like drinking ordinary water. This made several people think of what had just happened in the room. The Lord casually upgraded the D-level weapon to B-level and then gave it to himself again. Chapter 291 Dog Food Discussion. Think of this. Lin Huangxing and others even had the idea that the resources controlled by the Lord might be more than those of the sect. Of course, what Lin Huangxing and others didn't know was that several people had come up with this idea earlier than them. Just when everyone was amazed, suddenly, the sound of rapid running was heard outside the courtyard, and then several figures appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at the people dressed the same as themselves, the two groups of people inside and outside the courtyard were stunned at the same time. Bai Xiaolin did not expect this reaction. I originally thought that when the two groups saw each other, they would hug each other first, and then express their feelings about seeing each other in a different world. Unexpectedly, both groups did not react at all. This made Bai Xiaolin wonder if the two groups of people didn't know each other. After all, according to Lin Huangsheng, they and Gue Xuanli and the other three belonged to different branches. If the Qin Kong sword sect occupies a large enough area, then the distance between its branches may be very far. It is normal for two disciples from different branches not to know each other. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin felt a little disappointed that he could not watch the reunion scene he had been looking forward to. In this case, just introduce them to each other first, and then send them to work. It's a waste of time for them to stay here. But just as Bai Xiaolin was about to speak, God seemed to have heard Bai Xiaolin's desire to watch a show. Behind Lin Huangsheng, a woman walked out of the crowd excitedly and shouted in surprise to the outside of the door. "Brother Li, is that you?" The moment Gue Xuanli saw the woman, he showed a smile of surprise and disbelief. "Junior sister Xuanru." Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the two of them hugged each other. Without thinking too much, everyone understood the relationship between the two, and everyone showed a blessing expression at the same time. After all, it is a very romantic thing to think about reuniting with your loved one in another world. While Bai Xiaolin smiled, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. I originally just wanted to watch a show, but I didn't expect to be fed a mouthful of dog food, and I had to eat it. After a few minutes, Gue Xuanli and the other person seemed to finally realize that they were in front of everyone, and they hurriedly separated with embarrassed looks on their faces. Then Gue Xuanli looked at Bai Xiaolin. lowered his head, and explained somewhat embarrassedly. My lord, junior sister Xuanru is my fiancée. She is quite worried because of my sudden disappearance. Seeing the two people looking embarrassed and awkward, Bai Xiaolin responded with a smile. It's okay. You can reminisce about the past slowly in the future. If you want to get married someday, you can ask me to officiate your wedding. Get married. Get married. Bridal chamber. Bridal chamber. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone immediately started to make a fuss. The children in particular were shouting with great excitement. After all, someone was getting married, and they could enjoy the wedding banquet and wedding candy. Gue Xuanli and the other two blushed instantly. After all, people with thin skin can't stand talking about things like the wedding night in public. On the steps, looking at Zhang Xiaohu and the other kids who were becoming more and more excited, and Gue Xuanli and the other two who were almost turning into quails, Bai Xiaolin first raised his hand to signal, then looked at everyone and said with a smile, all right, everyone, hurry up and get back to work. Stop making trouble. As for Gue Xuanli, you two can just catch up on the past. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin called Zhang Liang, who was waiting on the side. He then introduced Lin Huangsheng and others to Zhang Liang, and after instructing him to make arrangements for them, he returned to his room. The reason why he returned to the room now was because Bai Xiaolin thought of one thing, which was according to time. Today is the time for the first war competition. Bai Xiaolin's understanding of the war competition is limited to the information prompted on the cornerstone page, and he needs to learn more. So Bai Xiaolin thought about it. I decided to take advantage of the time to check out the chat channel. Although we are all newcomers, we all have similar understandings of the war competition. However, there are a lot of people in the chat channel, and with the collective wisdom of many people, we can still learn a lot of things that one person cannot think of, and this is exactly what Bai Xiaolin needs. Then Bai Xiaolin directly opened the human chat channel. After browsing for a while, I saw a discussion about war competition on the page. Today is the first war competition. How are you all preparing? Do you have the confidence to win? I can't even eat enough. What else can I prepare? That's not the case. This heavy snow isn't just for us. Our opponents are facing the same situation. Don't be too pessimistic. Think positively. When you enter a war, your opponent might not be able to wield his weapon because he hasn't eaten for a day. Haha, brother, this is a good idea. I think you're dreaming. You should know that today is the first time we are competing in a war without knowing much about it. Anyone with a bit of common sense would leave enough food, even if they were hungry, to eat before the war began. Only in this way can you have enough physical strength to fully exert your strength during the war, to ensure that you have the best chance of winning the war and surviving. What the guy above said is right. Also, you may have forgotten that today is only the second day of the heavy snow. No matter how short of food the opponent is, he will never be so hungry that he cannot wield his weapon. If this heavy snow lasts for 10 days or half a month, the situation you expect may occur. But by that time, you have been dead long ago, ha ha ha. I'm impressed by you guys. You've been discussing this for so long and still haven't gotten to the point. Is food even an issue at this moment? Shouldn't the real issues everyone is concerned about be personnel and weapons? Yeah, I almost got led astray. The number of subordinates and the weapons and equipment used are the key to determining the outcome of this war. Haha, then I don't have to worry anymore. If 6 or 7 of my men attack me together, who can stop me? Shit, I don't have any subordinates now. If I enter the war competition, I will be finished immediately. Don't panic, brothers. Let me analyze it for you. In the war competition tips, there is a message saying that in each competition, you will be matched with opponents of the same level. That is to say, if you are in a level 1 cabin, you will be matched with cabin level opponents. And after so many days, it still remains at level 1. This means that the other party cannot be much stronger than you. Even if he has subordinates, there are only 1 or 2 of them at most. After all, if the other party had enough subordinates, they would have collected materials and upgraded the base to level 2 or 3 long ago. In this situation, as long as you think of a good way in advance, it is still possible to turn defeat into victory. Opponents of the same level. If that's the case, then all the opponents matched up with the farmyard are level 3. Chapter 292, Ways to Improve Human Survival Rate. This is nonsense. I discovered something serious. If I remember correctly, there's a limit on the number of people who can advance from level 3 to level 4. Yes, there must be 100 people to upgrade. If all bases with less than 100 people are 3rd level bases, then those of us who have upgraded to farmhouses might encounter opponents with dozens or even nearly 100 subordinates. Of course it's possible. It all depends on luck. Fuck, if you calculate it this way, someone like me who only has a few men, when encountering an opponent with dozens of men, wouldn't I just lie down and wait for death? Damn it, I shouldn't have upgraded if I'd known. If I stayed at level 2 with my strength, I wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Haha, I think I understand. That is to say, compared to those who have been upgraded to level 3, those of us who are level 1 and level 2 have a higher chance of survival. I'm glad I didn't rush to upgrade the cabin. After staring at the human chat channel for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin exited the chat page and began to think. Bai Xiaolin doesn't care much about food, weapons, and the number of subordinates, which are issues that other people care about. After all, with my current strength and weapons and equipment, even if there are 100 opponents matched, it would be enough to deal with them if the Pioneer team and the Qingkong sword sect were pulled out. So Bai Xiaolin was thinking about other things. The first is the issue of the time of the war competition. From the chat messages, it can be seen that whether it is the first level cabin or the third level farmyard, today is the first war competition. From this, we can infer that the intervals between the first 3 levels of war competition are every 3 days. However, according to Bai Xiaolin's idea, the interval time between subsequent higher-level war competitions will definitely not be like this. The reason why I think so, this is because within 3 days, the base can undergo great changes for those low-level people below level 3. For those high-level forces, 3 days is just a blink of an eye, and there will basically be no changes. Moreover, as the level increases, the strength of each base will continue to increase. In this case, the competition time between 2 forces of similar strength will definitely be prolonged. With 3 days like this, maybe their previous competition hasn't even finished yet, so how can they start the next one? That's why Bai Xiaolin guessed that the intervals between wars would definitely be extended after the level increased. The reason why these countless low-level forces below level 3 fight a war every 3 days. Bai Xiaolin didn't think much about it, and probably guessed the reason. That is elimination and screening. Just like raising goo, select the strongest ones from the countless ethnic forces and upgrade them to a higher level. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Now, he was just a poisonous insect in the eyes of this world. Unfortunately, I don't know if it can be considered the strongest poisonous insect. Then he shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Bai Xiaolin began to think about the second thing, which was the comparison between other human beings and alien races other than himself. According to the information obtained in the past 2 days, basically, there are 2 or 3D level beings in every alien base, and there are also quite a few ordinary aliens. As for the human race, it is completely different, except for those few who hide their strength. Most other human bases are the kind that do not have D-level strongmen and have very few people. This is also why, in the chat channel of all races, creatures of other races call humans weak humans. The reason is that the gap in strength is too big. With such a huge gap, if a human is lucky enough to be matched with other humans, one of them may survive by chance. Those who are unlucky and matched with opponents of different races basically have no chance of survival. In this case, every war will result in the loss of a large number of human beings. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin began to think, is there any way to improve the strength of these people in the shortest time? Only when their strength is improved will they have a chance of winning when facing alien opponents. Bai Xiaolin gave up the 2 options of providing some high-level weapons and water after thinking about it. The reason is that he currently has a limited number of high-level weapons. Even if he sells them all at a low price, it can only slightly improve the strength of dozens of people. However, this slightly increased strength basically cannot turn defeat into victory when facing a large number of alien races. At most, it can only help you hold on for a few more minutes when facing the alien race. The same goes for high-level water. Improving 1 or 2 attributes will still not play a decisive role. In this case, I ruled out any external help. After all, this kind of remote assistance was all I could offer. If external forces can't help, there is only one way left for them to defeat their alien opponents. That is to find a way to let them improve their own strength. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin frowned. This method seemed even less reliable than providing supplies himself. After all, if this group of people can improve their strength on their own, Bai Xiaolin won't have to think of ways here. But even if it's unreliable, Bai Xiaolin still wanted to come up with a solution. Because only when the strength is improved can the human race survive longer when facing alien races. Just when his brows were about to frown, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Then he smiled and patted his forehead. My mind was wandering, and I almost overlooked an important card. Vassal card. It only takes 10 points of luck to exchange for a vassal card, and you can merge 2 human bases together. This is how the people from 2 or 3 bases are combined. Even though their strength was relatively weak before, they now have the capital to defeat ordinary alien races. After all, this is equivalent to a disguised 3-on-1 situation. As for whether anyone would agree to become someone else's vassal, Bai Xiaolin believes that there are many such people. After all, in the eyes of most people, life is much more important than autonomy. In addition, some people may say, I have 10 luck points, why not just exchange them for 10 civilians? With these 10 subordinates, who else would I need other vassals? This may even be the first thought that most people will have, and the reason why they have this idea. The only thing that matters is the number of 10 people. But Bai Xiaolin believed that in the eyes of discerning people, the value of a vassal was much greater than 10 subordinates. There are 2 reasons for thinking this way. The first reason is that by accepting other people as vassals, you can directly gain an additional subsidiary base and a large amount of supplies. This is something that ordinary people do not have. Chapter 293 Long Fugue is not well again. The second reason is that using luck to exchange is the same as using character cards, and there is uncertainty about the person who will be exchanged. It's easy to exchange for an adult man. If you are unlucky in exchange for women and children, not only will it not increase your combat power, but it will become a burden instead. You don't have to worry about this problem when using vassal cards. You can choose before using it, and choose someone you think is strong enough to become your vassal. This can ensure the greatest possible improvement in combat effectiveness. And if you're lucky, the number of people in the vassal base may even exceed 10, which means you can make more money. It is precisely because of the above 2 reasons that Bai Xiaolin believes that there are people who are willing to exchange vassal cards and accept vassalage from others. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it, reopened the human chat channel, and started editing the message. After 2 days of exploration, I found that apart from our human race, other alien bases basically have at least 2 or 3 D-level aliens, and a larger number of ordinary aliens. Fuck, God O is out. Is what the boss said true or false? Are the aliens so strong? What a ridiculous question. Could what God O said be true? Shit, I'm kinda desperate. What should I do? There's no point in fighting when the gap in strength is so huge. I should just surrender and wait for death. Exactly, it's a good thing we spent so much time discussing strategy. As Bai Xiaolin's message appeared in the human chat channel, everyone who was still discussing it a second ago suddenly went into an uproar. After all, with such a huge gap in strength, if they really confront each other, it will basically be a crushing defeat, and there is no point in discussing any countermeasures. After sending the message, Bai Xiaolin looked at the reactions of everyone on the chat page and smiled. The reason why he didn't talk about the vassal card immediately was that he first announced the strength of the alien race. This is because Bai Xiaolin was worried that if he directly mentioned the issue of vassalage, only those with weaker strength would agree. Those who have a little strength will think that they are stronger and can win the battle on their own. There is no need to guess as to whether these people will become vassals of others or have the ability to make others become vassals of them voluntarily. It would be fine if they could win by doing this, but in reality, with their strength, they basically have no chance of winning. In other words, this group of people does not look for others to become their vassals. Not only did they waste their own chance to survive, but they also wasted the chance for others to survive. So Bai Xiaolin thought of a way to ensure that this group of people would find someone to become a vassal or become a vassal of others. That is to first announce the strength of the alien race in the chat channel, so that everyone can realize the gap between the two. At the same time, it also allows them to have a clear understanding of their own strengths, rather than blindly being confident. Of course, knowing the strength of the alien race, if some people still have a lucky mentality, then Bai Xiaolin will have no way to deal with it. After waiting for a few minutes and confirming that the message had received a good response, Bai Xiaolin began to edit new information. That is, information about vassal cards. A small valley near the sea. In the farmyard covered with snow, Long Fugue, who was full of confidence just now, was now staring at the cornerstone page. Looking at the constantly refreshing chat page, Long Fugue sighed and couldn't help but curse. Damn 12133. Why didn't they show up earlier or later? Why did they show up at this time? To undermine other people's confidence. Before seeing the news from 12133, Long Fugue was full of confidence for his first war competition. After all, In his base, there are not only more than a dozen ordinary subordinates, but also 2 D-level strongmen. This also made Long Fuguwei feel for a time that no matter what opponent he met, he could easily win. However, after seeing the message sent by 12,133 in the chat channel, Long Fuguwei began to feel nervous. After all, if it is really according to what 12,133 said, in every alien base, there are at least 2 or 3 D-level aliens, plus a group of ordinary aliens. That is to say, in this war competition, if I really match myself with an alien, even the weakest alien will be about the same strength as me. In this case, it is basically impossible to win easily. If you are not careful, you may even capsize, which of course means failure and death. This is something Long Fuguwei cannot accept. After all, I have worked hard for so long, but I haven't really stepped on 12133 and watched him look up to me. Then Long Fuguwei's mind started working quickly, thinking about how he could improve his strength in a short period of time. Only when his strength is improved again will Long Fuguwei have the confidence to defeat his opponent. As he thought about it, Long Fuguwei cursed again. Damn 12133. The reason why he cursed again was because Long Fuguwei thought about it and only thought of 12,133 who had this ability. Be able to improve your strength in a short period of time. This made Long Fuguwei start to struggle over whether he should go to 12,133 to buy some high-end weapons and water. If you do, it will only hurt your reputation. If you don't find it, your strength cannot be improved. After hesitating for 2 minutes, Long Fuguwei turned his head and looked at the dozen or so men who were clearing the snow in the yard outside. I decided to contact 12133. After all, once our strength is improved, we will have successfully survived this war. What is the point of face? Thinking of this, Long Fuguwei stopped worrying about it and prepared to exit the chat channel and try to contact 12133 in the private chat channel. However, before he could exit, several messages appeared on the page again, causing Long Fuguwei to stop what he was doing. YC12133. I have another piece of news to share with you. It can greatly increase the strength of some people in a short period of time, and even allow others to avoid participating in the war. Fuck, there's such a good thing. Boss, please share how you can avoid participating in war competitions and not worry about failure. Are you stupid? The war competition is based on the foundation. What ability does he have to make you not participate? Yeah, I also feel that what Oshan said is not true. Listen to me, everyone stop arguing. What's the point of arguing here? Once Oshan shares the news, we'll know if it's feasible. Looking at the message on the page, Long Fuguwei waited quietly, with a hint of anticipation in his unblinking eyes. If it is true, I don't need to ask for 12133. In this way, not only can you save face, but your strength can also be improved, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 294 Selection and Personnel. In addition to Long Fuguwei, there was Wusu who was eating a banana to replenish his energy, and countless other people sitting next to the cornerstone. At this moment, everyone had looks of expectation or disbelief. Wait quietly. YC12133. On the Luck Exchange page, there's a card called a Vassal card. As the name suggests, it has a special effect. That is to make one person a vassal of another. If you accept someone else's vassalage, then the other party's subordinates and supplies will become part of you. In this way, when you participate in a war, you'll have the strength of 2 or even 3 bases. If you choose to vassalize others, your base will lose the qualification to compete in the war. Of course, losing the qualification does not mean that you do not have to participate in the war. This still needs to be discussed with your vassal. If the other party agrees, you can stay at the base and wait for the results of the competition without participating. If you disagree, you still have to participate in the war competition of the main base. After all, once you become a vassal, you are part of it. Well, that's all I can say. You guys can decide for yourself how to choose. Vassal card. Vassal. Look at the new message on the page. After a few seconds of silence, Long Fuguwei and countless other people sitting in front of the cornerstone quickly exited the chat page. Click on the Luck Exchange option and start searching. The human chat channel also experienced a brief silence as countless people quickly exited. However, this silence only lasted for a few minutes. When those who had logged out to check learned all the information about the Vassal card, the chat channel became lively again. Fuck, it turns out there really is such a card. How come I didn't find it before? Why do I feel like using this Vassal card is like summoning a human, making me someone else's slave. It depends on what you think. In your heart, is survival more important, or is so-called freedom more important? If I really have to compare, I would rather die than become someone else's slave. This is no dignity at all. What's the point of having dignity after death? Besides, with your limited strength, there's no guarantee that anyone would be willing to become your vassal. That's right. A vassal card is worth 10 points of luck. Only a fool would allow a weakling like you to be a vassal. It's really hard for me. You guys keep arguing. I'm going to find some big guys with good luck points. I hope they won't look down on me. I win too. This is a great opportunity to hug someone's thigh. I can't hug him normally. I don't know if Ocean wants to be my vassal. If Ocean is willing to accept my vassalage, then I can win easily in the future. What the hell do you think? How could Gato be interested in a worthless person like you? I just redeemed a vassal card. Anyone with more than 6 adult men who want to become a vassal, please contact me. Fuck, a big guy showed up while we were chatting. Boss, I'm coming. Just when everyone was discussing heatedly, Bai Xiaolin, who had sent the message, had already exited the chat channel. Now I have told them the ways to increase their strength and improve their chances of survival. As for what they will choose next, I can't control it myself. Then Bai Xiaolin thought about it and clicked on the war competition option to see if there would be any changes when it was about to start. Power level, level 3. Level 3 competition time, once every 3 days. Number of competitions, 0. Countdown to the start of the competition, 11 hours, 37 minutes, and 41 seconds. Corrected time. Looking at the countdown on the page that was constantly decreasing, Bai Xiaolin subconsciously looked at the current time again. Then he calculated in his mind for a few seconds. I couldn't help but frown, because according to this time, the first war competition started at 8 o'clock in the evening. Are they going to fight in the dark? This is why Bai Xiaolin frowned. If you really fight in the dark, even if you're stronger than the enemy, you will be ambushed if you're not careful. And if the vision is poor, it is easy to get injured. In this case, we must carefully consider the personnel who will be sent into battle. People like the production team and the housekeeping team are generally weak. It is not suitable to participate in this competition. After all, if they really encountered an ambush, they would be the best targets for sneak attacks by alien races due to their weak strength, and they would not be able to exert much combat power in the dark. Instead of risking their lives in battle, it is better to stay in the base and do other things. Similarly, Lu Ningli and others from bases 01 and 02. Bai Xiaolin didn't plan to bring them this time, mainly because their strength was not as good as that of the Internal Affairs group. After eliminating these people, the only ones who can go into battle are the Pioneer group and the Qingkong Sword Sect. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled. I don't know how the opponent will react when he meets me and finds out that the lowest combat power here is sea level. I guess it will be very confusing. In addition to the combatants, there is another thing to consider, which is the lighting needs, such as torches. However, using lighting tools in the dark is very dangerous because you may accidentally expose your position. Attract enemy attacks. Of course, this also has a double-edged sword, which is that if used properly, it can be used as a perfect bait. Draw enemies hiding in the darkness. Then you can launch a counterattack and catch all the enemies that are attracted. However, the specific operation needs to be discussed with Shui, Rangue, and Han Xian. After all, he is not an expert. After thinking about these two things, Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it and just stood up and walked out of the room. It's almost breakfast time now. After breakfast, everyone starts to get busy with training. You can also prepare lighting items and some other necessary preparations so that you won't be in a hurry when the war begins. When Bai Xiaolin came out of the room, the entire city wall area, including several wooden sheds outside the wall, has been cleared thanks to everyone's busy work. As for the people who had finished cleaning up, except for Zhang Liang, who took Lin Huangsheng and others to arrange accommodation, the others gathered at the restaurant entrance. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that in addition to the crowd, there were 2 huge snowmen at the restaurant entrance. Of course, it is not accurate to say it is a snowman. Because of their appearance, one looks like an enlarged Xiao Tai and the other looks like an enlarged wolf cub. It looks very vivid. This surprised Bai Xiaolin a little. He didn't expect that everyone had the skill to make snowmen. Just when Bai Xiaolin was surprised, a small figure suddenly ran out from the crowd and ran towards Bai Xiaolin quickly. Ouch! Ouch! Chapter 295, Xiao Ye's Thoughts. After running to Bai Xiaolin, Xiao Tai excitedly hugged Bai Xiaolin's thighs and pulled him towards the snowman. Little guy, what happened today? After hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Xiao Dai quickly released one of his claws and pointed towards the snowman's location. Ouch! Pointing and howling at the same time. It seemed as if telling Bai Xiaolin that the huge snowman was his grown-up self, and the little bear's face was full of pride. Then he saw that Bai Xiaolin didn't seem to understand, so he thought about it and let go of Bai Xiaolin and ran under the huge snowman. Then he stretched out his little paws, pointed at the snowman, then at himself, then at the snowman, then at himself. Watching the little guy's performance, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds and finally understood what it was trying to say. Then I subconsciously compared the two. Looking at the snowman that was nearly 4 meters tall, he looked down at Xiao Dai, who had grown a little taller but was still less than 1 meter tall. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help laughing, then squatted down and picked up Xiao Dai. You're quite ambitious, little guy. Your parents are only about 3 meters tall, and you won't grow to 4 meters. Ouch! Ouch! Hearing that, Bai Xiaolin didn't believe him. Xiao Dai retorted and then twisted his body and jumped out of Bai Xiaolin's arms. Then he ignored Bai Xiaolin and ran to the side to play with Zai Chuanzi and the 2 wolf cubs. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. This little guy is still angry. After watching the little guys playing for a few minutes, Han Xiu's voice was heard in the restaurant. My lord, breakfast is ready. You can eat now. Here I come. After responding to Han Xiu, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and turned to Li Ergu, who was about to enter the restaurant. Ergu, take some people and bring some watermelons over. Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Li Ergu swallowed his saliva, turned around, and ran to the side. After Li Ergu left, Zhang Xiao, Li Werer, and other children also ran after him excitedly. It can be seen that at this time, Li Ergu has become the true king of children in the hearts of these children. As for the reason, it was the 2 huge snowmen next to it. After cleaning the yard in the morning, Li Ergu wanted to take Lin Huangsheng and others to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. By the way, get in touch with them. As a result, as soon as they came out of the courtyard, Lin Huangsheng and others were pulled away by Zhang Liang and followed him to clean up other places. Li Ergu originally wanted to go with them, but he met Li Werer and several other kids who asked him to compensate for the snowman. In the end, I had no choice but to clear the snow in front of the restaurant while building a snowman with a few children, who knew that the pile would get bigger and bigger, and by the time it was finished, it had become 2 4-meter-tall snowmen. This also made Li Werer and others completely convinced of Li Ergu. So now when they are free, no matter what Li Ergu does, they follow him in a group. After entering the restaurant, everyone started queuing up for food, and Bai Xiaolin, as the Lord, was naturally the first in line. Picking up a small bowl of steaming white porridge and taking a careful sip, Bai Xiaolin showed a comfortable expression on his face. After all, the weather now, if calculated in a normal world, is at least the coldest time of the year. At this time, a mouthful of warm white porridge enters the stomach, and this warm feeling can make people feel comfortable all day long. Then, after nodding with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin turned and said to the people queuing, Everyone, eat as much as you can in a minute. Not only will we have breakfast this morning, I've also had Ergu and the others prepare some watermelon. Thank you, my lord. When they heard that there would be watermelon in the morning, everyone showed excited smiles on their faces, especially Li Hai and his friends who were extremely excited. Li Hai and his companions are the weakest here. Basically, they can't help with anything except some odd jobs. Therefore, in the minds of Li Hai and others, the most important thing is to improve their strength as quickly as possible. Because only when your strength improves can you do more things. However, the reactions of some people were completely different from those of Li Hai and his companions, namely Lin Huangsheng and others. Looking at the people around who were excited when they heard the word watermelon, even Gue Xuanli and several A-level powerhouses were the same. This left Lin Huangsheng and others a little confused. At the same time, I couldn't help but think in my heart, could it be that this so-called watermelon is some kind of extraordinary treasure? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Huangsheng quietly touched Gue Xuanli beside him, then lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, Brother Gue, is this watermelon some kind of treasure? Hearing Lin Huangsheng's question, Gue Xuanli was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the other people who were also listening with their ears perked up. Looking at their curious eyes, Gue Xuanli felt an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. These junior brothers and sisters are really too out of date. You don't even know what watermelon is. It's a precious food that can enhance spiritual attributes. Of course, this preciousness is only relative to the past. Now, to my lord, it is just an ordinary fruit. Of course, you can't say out loud what you think in your heart. After pretending to think for a few seconds, Gui Xuanli said with a smile, "It is indeed a treasure, but I will keep its specific effects secret for now. You will know it later." After hearing Gui Xuanli's answer, Lin Huangsheng and the others became even more curious about what kind of treasure it was. Can it be compared with grade B or grade A water? Just when a few people were thinking, Xiao Zhenru, who was standing behind Gui Xuanli, quietly raised her hand and pinched Gui Xuanli's waist through his clothes. Feeling the critical hit from his waist, Gui Xuanli quickly turned around and looked behind him when he saw Xiao Zhenru's wide eyes. Gui Xuanli knew what she was thinking without having to guess. Then, without any hesitation, he leaned over and whispered in Xiao Zhenru's ear the effect of watermelon. As for the other people, Gui Xuanli might be able to remain calm and show off his authority as a senior brother. But Gui Xuanli couldn't hold back when it came to Xiao Zhenru. After hearing Gui Xuanli's words, Xiao Zhenru's slightly wide eyes suddenly opened wide. It is another rare high-level treasure in the sect. After he came to his senses, he turned around and started chatting with Lin Huangsheng and others, sharing the news he had just received. After learning about the effect of watermelon, Lin Huangsheng and his friends kept looking towards the restaurant entrance while queuing for food. A few minutes later, under the expectant gazes of several people, Li Ergu and his group walked in from outside, each holding 2 watermelons. "My lord, the watermelon is here." Hearing the voices of Li Ergu and others, Bai Xiaolin put down the porridge in his hand, thought for a while, then turned around and said, "Leave the watermelon here for now. We'll share it with everyone after breakfast." Chapter 296, Preparing Supplies. As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin looked at Li Yuer and the other children. "The weather is quite cold, so you guys should eat less later. Be careful not to get upset if you eat too much." "Yes, my lord." For others, although the weather is cold, eating chilled watermelon will not have any impact. After all, everyone's strength is basically above level D. As their physical attributes improve, their physique will naturally improve as well. However, Li Yuer and his children are relatively weak. Moreover, his physical condition is not very good. If he eats too much watermelon in this weather, he will easily get an upset stomach. Finished. Bai Xiaolin signaled Li Ergu to take a few people to get food first, while he continued to eat with a wooden basin. At the same time, Lin Huangsheng and others who had already eaten nearby ate significantly faster after hearing Bai Xiaolin's words. After all, if you finish eating earlier, you can eat watermelon earlier. Nearly half an hour later, after finishing their breakfast and eating watermelon, everyone sat down to rest for a while and then walked out of the restaurant feeling satisfied. Among them, Li Ergu took Lin Huangsheng and others and began to walk around inside the city wall, introducing the surrounding situation to them. The rest of the people were led by Eugene and others. Holding the wooden weapons just obtained in the morning, we started morning training in the open space cleared in the living area. As for Bai Xiaolin, he went back to his room first. I took out the supply cards that I had accumulated over the past few days and returned to the warehouse in the living area. Although the number of supply cards obtained in the past few days is relatively small every day, the total number is not small. There are as many as 52 pictures. Survival point, 52. Survival point minus 520. After 2 consecutive primary enhancements, Bai Xiaolin picked out 10 sea-level material cards and continued with the 3rd enhancement. Survival points, minus 1,000. After completing the 3rd enhancement, all these material cards will be enhanced. Bai Xiaolin then spent a few more minutes sorting all the supply cards by level. A total of 17 plus 2, 25D level plus 1, 6C level plus 1, and 4B level supply cards were enhanced. Among them, Bai Xiaolin kept 4B level supply cards as before and did not use them for the time being. Once you have enough survival points, you could try to continue strengthening. It would be perfect if you can strengthen it to level A. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin thought about it. Including the 4 cards enhanced today, I now have 8B level supply cards. Even if you use primary enhancement, you can at least enhance 1 or 2 A level ones. This made Bai Xiaolin a little excited. After all, he had obtained good things from the previous 2 A level supply cards. Then Bai Xiaolin packed up the 4B level supply cards with anticipation, and then looked at the remaining cards. Among these supply cards, the D level and C level items that can be opened, except for some special ones, are basically of little use to Bai Xiaolin now. So according to Bai Xiaolin's plan, except for what can be kept, the rest will be handed over to Luningli to sell, in exchange for materials that are more valuable to you. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and chose to use all the remaining 40 or so supply cards. Just a moment. The warehouse, which had been quite empty, was now filled with various supplies. This made Bai Xiaolin scratch his head subconsciously. After all, with so many supplies, it would take the housekeeping team several hours to sort them out. But this is just right. Anyway, they don't need to train in the afternoon, so the free time can be used to organize supplies. Then Bai Xiaolin thought about it and began to search around the pile of supplies. If he could find some of these supplies that could be used in the war competition, it would be perfect. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Bai Xiaolin stood up with a strange object in his hand, a small lamp with a rope. After being stunned for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin realized that this was the kind of mining lamp that miners wear on their heads. And with this thing, who needs a torch? During wars and competitions, it is much more convenient to just wear it on your head than using a torch. And most importantly, this light can be turned on and off at any time without having to worry about rain. All the disadvantages of torches are eliminated. Unfortunately, there is a disadvantage, which is that it cannot be charged here, so the mining lamp will be useless once the battery runs out. But this time is enough. Then Bai Xiaolin thought about it and started to study with a headlamp. Once we have fully understood its usage, we can hand it over to Eugene and others to use during wars. A few minutes later, after figuring it out, Bai Xiaolin tied the mining lamp on his head and bent down to continue searching through the pile of supplies. Canned beef, this is needed. When you don't know how long the war will last, it is best to bring spare food with you so that you will have enough food to fill your stomach even if it takes a long time. A simple camping tent is also needed. For the same reason as canned beef, it provides a place for everyone to rest, but only one or two will be enough. After all, even if there is time, it is impossible for everyone to rest at the same time. So just bring one or two and take turns to rest. Camouflage uniforms. This is also a good thing. There were relatively few camouflage uniforms before, and only the dozen or so people summoned at the beginning had them. The rest of the people were wearing other clothes, or simply their own clothes. Now that we have enough camouflage uniforms, everyone in the pioneering group and the Qin Kong sword sect can put them on. The camouflage uniforms and the night environment will definitely make the concealment very strong, and the aliens will probably be confused by then. Then Bai Xiaolin spent an hour finding all the things he had just discovered. There are 5 mining lamps among them. There are canned beef and several other canned foods, which added up to about 50 boxes, averaging less than 2 boxes per person. But it doesn't matter. There's still some canned food left, so 2 boxes per person will definitely be enough. There are 5 tents in total, but 2 are enough. As for the number of camouflage uniforms, it exceeded Bai Xiaolin's expectations, adding up to about 100. It is estimated that at least 2 plus 2 supply cards are needed, and all of them have camouflage uniforms to get this number. Now, not only those who participate in the war competition have camouflage uniforms to wear, but the rest of the people also have them. Then looking at the pile of supplies in front of him, Bai Xiaolin nodded and showed a regretful expression. The necessary supplies were found. Unfortunately, except for the tent, which was enhanced to level D, the other items were not enhanced. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaolin decided to strengthen several mining lamps so that he would feel more assured when using them. As for canned goods and camouflage uniforms, they are not needed. Chapter 297 Laser Weapons. There are 2 reasons for not reinforcing. One reason is that there are too many of these 2. Even if they are only strengthened twice, they will require several thousand survival points. Another thing is that in addition to canned food, this time we will also bring water and other high-level food, so there is no need to strengthen the canned food. In addition, the Pioneer Group and others now have D-level or C-level armor, so they do not need camouflage uniforms of the same level. The lowest level of Qin Kong Jianzong and others is B-level, and it is basically impossible for opponents of lower levels to snatch them. Therefore, there is no need to strengthen the camouflage uniforms. Then Bai Xiaolin picked up all 5 mining lamps and started strengthening them directly. Survival points, -10. Survival points, -100. After 2 intermediate enhancements, the mining lamp was directly enhanced to level C. Mining lamp / grade C, a specially reinforced headlamp with 2 modes. The first mode increases the lighting range to a maximum of 500 meters, while the second mode increases the light intensity, causing a certain amount of damage to enemies within 100 meters. Looking at the introduction of the enhanced mining lamp, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, and then a surprised smile appeared on his face. Let's not talk about the increase in lighting distance for now. The second effect is to cause certain damage to the enemy through light. Isn't this a disguised laser weapon? And unlike bows and crossbows, enemies may be able to defend against crossbow arrows, but it is basically impossible for enemies to defend against this thing. One is the attack speed. No matter how fast the enemy reacts, they will not have time to dodge the attack at the speed of light. The second is that light has no substance, so even if the enemy reacts, they don't have the ability to stop it. At close range, it's simply a magical weapon. Then Bai Xiaolin installed all 5 mining lamps with a smile, turned around, and walked out of the warehouse. After taking a look at the people who were training from a distance, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and didn't go over to disturb them, but walked straight towards the courtyard. As for Min Deng and other things, there will be plenty of time to arrange in the afternoon after they finish their training. Return to the room and put away the supply card and mining lamp. Bai Xiaolin went straight to the cornerstone, opened the chat channel of all races, and started checking. Through chatting, we can analyze how they are preparing for this first war competition. When Bai Xiaolin was checking, at this time, in the human chat channel, after nearly 2 hours of fermentation, more and more people were looking for powerful vassals. There was no longer any resistance, as at the beginning. To put it bluntly, there is only one reason for such a change, and that is the fear of death. Just like when you say that you would rather die than lose your freedom, you find that some people have become your vassals. It also showed off the strong overall strength after becoming a vassal. At this time, you discovered one thing, that is, their overall strength after becoming a vassal. Basically, you don't have to worry about losing the war, and not failing means you can survive. Stimulated by the hope of survival, you will find that freedom is no longer important. Therefore, more and more people will choose to become vassals. Inside the city wall, time passed quickly, and it was afternoon. Everyone who had finished lunch began to busy themselves with their own affairs under the arrangement of Zhang Liang and others. Bai Xiaolin followed Nong Sang and walked towards greenhouse number 2 again, but unlike Nong Sang and the others, they came to harvest the crops that had matured this time. Bai Xiaolin came to check the 100 square meters of land where fertilizer was used to see how much the level of the land had improved after nearly 2 days. By understanding the improvement effect of extraordinary fertilizers, you can plan in advance for the subsequent fertilization of other lands. After arriving at greenhouse number 2, we saw nearly 10 kinds of crops including mature rice, wheat, soybeans, corn, etc. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but nodded, because these crops are the foundation for the future development of your own base. When their planting area increases, you can quickly increase the number of personnel in the base and, at the same time, improve the strength of these people. But now that we have Nong Song, we don't need to worry about planting. Then Bai Xiaolin smiled with satisfaction and turned to Nong Sang and others standing beside him and said, "You guys go ahead and get busy, but remember to store the remaining seeds well after you're done planting. It won't be good if they freeze." "Don't worry, my lord." Seeing Nong Sang and others starting to take action, Bai Xiaolin did not stop and walked straight to the innermost part of the greenhouse. Land/rank C. Reduces the growth time of crops by 5/10. Continuously improving. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Promoted to C level in 2 days. If you calculate it this way, under the effect of crystal fertilizer, the land can basically be upgraded by 1 level every day. In other words, by using crystal fertilizer, ordinary land can be successfully upgraded to grade A in just 4 or 5 days. Moreover, it can directly increase the area by 100 square meters at a time, which is much more cost-effective than using the land enhancement card. It's a pity that the planned increase in fertilizer production was ruined due to the snow. Otherwise, more can be improved at one time. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it. After saying hello to Nong Sang and others who were busy, he turned around and walked out of greenhouse number 2. Once again walked towards greenhouse number 1. The 100 square meters of land in greenhouse number 1 used fertilizer earlier. Judging from the improvement effect, the grade of this 100 square meters should now be at least Class B. Just as he was about to reach greenhouse number 1, Bai Xiaolin suddenly stopped and looked towards the small house next to him. Chi-chi-chi. Only childish cries could be heard coming from the chicken coop. Hearing this strange yet familiar voice, Bai Xiaolin stood there in a daze for a few seconds before finally reacting. 2 chicks have hatched, and, according to previous calculations, they should have hatched yesterday. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaolin was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to check the hatching of the 2 chicks. I almost forgot about them. However, with the people from the housekeeping team around, even if Bai Xiaolin forgets for a while, the 2 chicks will not go hungry after they hatch. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin decided to go to greenhouse number 1 first, and then come back here to check on the 2 chicks after checking. A few minutes later, in greenhouse number 1, Bai Xiaolin felt a little depressed. Land/grade C can shorten the growing time of crops by 5/10. Because the first 100 square meters of land where crystal fertilizer was used did not reach grade B as expected, but it still remains a class C. And the subsequent continuous strengthening effect has also disappeared. This means that the fertilizer is no longer effective. If you want to continue to improve, you need to apply fertilizer again. Chapter 298, the second mount idea. This is also the reason why Bai Xiaolin is depressed. I originally thought that I only needed to apply fertilizer once to upgrade the land to grade A, but now it seems that I was too naive. After shaking his head, Bai Xiaolin began to think. Now, to improve a piece of land, you need to apply fertilizer at least twice. In other words, if you want to upgrade the level of ordinary land in other greenhouses, the time will be doubled accordingly. This made Bai Xiaolin a little troubled. Because the land level is improving slowly, the subsequent development will also be slowed down, which is unacceptable. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up, because he suddenly remembered one thing, which was the first few times he strengthened the B-level and A-level land strengthening cards. Because there was no intermediate enhancement at that time. Therefore, when strengthening B-level and A-level, a batch of +1 and D-level +1 land strengthening cards will inevitably be strengthened. And these enhanced land enhancement cards are now gathered dust in the corner of the room. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to find them out when he got back and use them directly. It would be a waste to leave it alone for now anyway. After using it in this way, the level of the remaining ordinary land can be improved and some fertilizer can be saved. Then Bai Xiaolin no longer hesitated, turned around and walked out of greenhouse number 1 and headed towards the courtyard. As for the chicks, it's not too late to look at them after I'm done with this. More than 10 minutes later, a pile of selected land enhancement cards were neatly placed in front of Bai Xiaolin. There are a total of 22 D-level +1 and 31 +1. Together, they can strengthen the 10 newly built greenhouses and the remaining 300 square meters of greenhouse number 4. However, the +1 card's enhancement effect is only 1/10, so Bai Xiaolin decided to strengthen them again before using them. Anyway, the second enhancement does not require many survival points. Survival point 620. With an intermediate enhancement, all 31 +1 land enhancement cards were enhanced to D-level +1. In other words, all 53 land enhancement cards are now D-level +1. After everything was installed, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked outside. The next step was to use them all. After arriving directly at the planting area, Bai Xiaolin walked into the nearest greenhouse. Looking at the bare ground in the greenhouse, the idea of raising their levels as quickly as possible became more urgent in Bai Xiaolin's heart. After all, the first batch of crops here was planted at the same time as greenhouse number 2 2 days ago. Now the crops in greenhouse number 2 have matured, but the crops here have not sprouted yet. There's a huge difference. Then Bai Xiaolin no longer hesitated and directly took out several land strengthening cards and began to strengthen them. More than 10 minutes later, as the last land strengthening card turned into a light spot and merged into the land beneath his feet, all 10 greenhouses were strengthened. The growing time of crops has been shortened by 3/10, and the next step is to wait for crystal fertilizer. Unfortunately, fertilizer production cannot keep up. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin decided to wait until the war was over before discussing it with Zhang Liang and Song Yi. See if there is any way to increase fertilizer production. If we can come up with a good idea, we won't have to use enough fertilizer to improve the land area of 100 square meters per day like we do now. After making the decision, Bai Xiaolin didn't think about it anymore. Then he walked towards the chicken coop to see if the 2 chicks were any different from the chicks he remembered. Because if I remember correctly, the eggs of these 2 chicks were strengthened to D, level +2, before they hatched. If you just look at the level, it is at the same level as the black wolf, and there's also a +2, but I don't know what the effect is. Chi-chi-chi. Hearing the sound coming from a chicken coop, Bai Xiaolin didn't stop, but pushed open the door and looked inside. As the door of the chicken coop was pushed open, the cries inside stopped instantly, followed by the sound of little paws running. When Bai Xiaolin looked down, I froze in place for a moment. I saw two little chicks the size of pineapples, staring at me with their big round eyes without blinking. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't dizzy. Bai Xiaolin finally understood the extent of the +2 enhancement. It directly magnified the size of the chicken several times. And today is only the second day since the chicks hatched. They will definitely continue to grow in the next period of time. Bai Xiaolin has already begun to imagine in his mind what the fully grown chicks will look like. It won't become as big as a black wolf, right? That would make it another kind of ostrich. It doesn't make sense to think about it. After shaking his head, Bai Xiaolin hurriedly drove out the strange image in his mind. Then he looked down at the two chicks on the ground again. The two chicks had been staring at Bai Xiaolin for a while and found that Bai Xiaolin did not bring any food. He instantly lost interest in Bai Xiaolin. Then he turned around and walked straight into the chicken coop. After standing up, Bai Xiaolin swallowed, subconsciously looking at the two chicks' round bodies. At the same time, a thought popped into my mind. I wonder if the taste of the chicken will change as its size changes. If the taste becomes unpalatable, it will be a big loss. When this thought came to mind, the two chicks who had walked deep into the chicken coop seemed to feel the surroundings suddenly become cold. After chirping twice, they flapped their wings and jumped into a small cave. Then they ignored Bai Xiaolin's existence and curled up in the cave to sleep. After all, Bai Xiaolin didn't bring any food, so it's not worth worrying about. At the door of the chicken coop, Bai Xiaolin was still marveling at the scene just now. After all, these two little creatures were only hatched on the second day, and they could already flap their wings. I just don't know if I can fly in the future. However, according to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, this possibility is not very high. After all, the chicken's size and wings are there. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin looked at the two chicks again, seeing their chubby appearance, and nodded again with certainty. Can't fly. After moving his eyes away from the two chicks, Bai Xiaolin did not turn around and leave, but looked at other small caves. At this time, there were more duck eggs in other small caves. After looking at these duck eggs, Bai Xiaolin suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Is it possible to strengthen the duck eggs as well? The difference between wild ducks and chickens is that they can fly if they grow bigger. Wouldn't it directly evolve into a new bird of prey? At the same time, if it is cultivated, perhaps it can be cultivated into another mount, a mount that can fly. Just like the legendary Griffin Rider. Chapitre 299 Réserve de personnel. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin's eyes seemed to be shining, and then without hesitation, he walked straight to the nearest duck eggs, waiting for the reinforcement prompt to appear. But what puzzled Bai Xiaolin was that his eyes were almost dry from staring, but the strengthening prompt did not appear. Can't duck eggs be strengthened? Just when Bai Xiaolin was confused, he seemed to suddenly think of something and couldn't help but slap his head with a smile. I was confused. These duck eggs have been here for a few days. Although the ducklings inside have not hatched yet, they actually already have life. That's why it cannot be strengthened. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned around and started looking. These duck eggs were put in at different times. As for those that are released later, if there are any unexpected events, they can definitely be strengthened. After all, there is basically not much difference between duck eggs and chicken eggs. After searching for a few minutes and checking all the duck eggs, Bai Xiaolin found 6 more duck eggs in his hand. This is what Bai Xiaolin found that can be strengthened. Then Bai Xiaolin started strengthening without hesitation. Survival point, 12. Survival points, minus 120. After 2 intermediate enhancements, all 6 duck eggs were enhanced to +2, which was enough for their size. As for the level, Bai Xiaolin has no plans to strengthen it for the time being. Of course, not planning to strengthen it does not mean that he does not need to improve it. After all, if you want to use them as mounts, the level and strength of these wild ducks must not be too low. Otherwise, if they encounter powerful birds of prey or flying alien species while flying, they will become sitting ducks. According to Bai Xiaolin's plan, he wanted to wait until they hatched and then slowly use food to increase their level. There are 2 reasons for doing this. The first is that if there is no level at the beginning, it is easier to tame and the risk factor is lower. The second is that I have a lot of high-level food and water now, which is enough to raise a few more animals. In this way, you just need to wait until they are tamed and then continue to feed them for a period of time, and their level will naturally increase. And there is another benefit to doing this, which is that you can save hundreds of survival points. After all, the third enhancement, even if the primary enhancement is used, still requires 600 survival points. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin carefully held a few duck eggs and put them back into the small cave. You have to be careful. Although there are new duck eggs every day, These few will consume your survival points. Breaking one is equivalent to losing dozens of survival points. After putting the duck eggs away and checking them again to confirm that there was no danger, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Next, just wait for them to hatch slowly. Coming out of the chicken coop, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was almost 5 o'clock. Then he thought for a few seconds. He found Han Xiu and others who were busy elsewhere and told them to start preparing dinner for today. Prepare early so that dinner can be served earlier. This way, we can reserve enough preparation time before the war begins and avoid being too panicked. Then Bai Xiaolin found Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others. I discussed with them some details of this war competition, as well as the candidates who needed to stay. Of course, the people who stay behind do not refer to the people in the internal affairs group and the production group, but a few people selected from the pioneering group and Qin Kong sword sect to stay. This is done just in case, because it is not clear yet where the competition will take place or how long it will last. If the distance from the base is far, it will definitely take longer. If all the high-level personnel were taken away, it would be equivalent to taking away more than 90 of the base's combat power. If the base is attacked at this time, it will be finished. It will be like having your house robbed as soon as you leave the house. Therefore, in order to prevent this situation from happening, several high-level combat forces must be left behind to ensure that everything is safe. After discussion, the candidates who stayed were Han Xian, Zhang Liang, Zi Xianxing, and 2 B-level disciples of Qin Kong sword sect. In this way, as long as the attacking beasts do not exceed 2 A-level ones, there will be no problem in defending the base. As for the combat effectiveness, there is no need to worry about it, because apart from the candidates who have been selected, Bai Xiaolin also planned to bring the iron-eating beast and the wolf pack, plus a few mirror cards. In this way, whenever needed, the high-level combat power on our side can be doubled instantly. Then Bai Xiaolin took out a few more mining lamps. After teaching a few people how to use them, he gave 4 of them to Eugene and others, and left the last one to Han Xian. This way, both sides can be used at critical moments. After all the discussions are completed, Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others went to make final preparations, while Bai Xiaolin returned to the courtyard. After chatting with Lu Ningli and Su Xianxian for a while, some spare food was also sent to the 2 of them, as well as some camouflage uniforms that had just been produced. The reason for giving them spare food and allowing Han Xian and others to stay was basically for the same reason: prevent the game from being too long. This resulted in more than a dozen people in the 2 subsidiary bases running out of food. After all, they had to deliver their own food every day. After the things are sent, Bai Xiaolin thought about it, exited the chat page, then squatted beside it and started searching. Not long after, Bai Xiaolin put a small pile of mirror cards into his arms. Of course, putting all of them in your arms does not mean that you have to use them all during the war, but it is used as a trump card. When the enemy is stronger, this trump card can be used to increase combat power and play a decisive role. When the enemy is weak, it is just a trump card that can be put out and put back. Anyway, a dozen cards won't take up much space. With the mirror card, Bai Xiaolin found his machete again and hung the rattle and telescope on his body. Putting all these things together, except for not wearing armor, he is basically fully equipped. Then, after nodding with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked out of the room, heading towards the living area outside. After walking past the wall, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the scene not far away. I saw a group of people in camouflage uniforms gathered in the open space in front of the restaurant. If they hadn't been standing in a scattered manner, Bai Xiaolin would have had the illusion that he had seen the army from Earth. After all, this kind of scene, compared with the scenes of the previous few people, gives 2 completely different feelings. Just as Bai Xiaolin stopped to observe, in the open space in front of the restaurant, everyone except the housekeeping team who were busy in the kitchen gathered here. Chapter 300: Li Ergu's Mental Journey. Standing in front of the crowd, it was Zhang Liang and his companions who were also wearing camouflage uniforms. At this moment, several people were arranging the next steps for everyone according to the results of their previous discussion. In the crowd, when Li Ergu heard that he was not among the people who were going to fight, an expression of dissatisfaction instantly appeared on his face. You have to know that he is the right general and the leader of the transportation team, going to the battle, which is such an important matter, but I was not included. This obviously deprived me of the right to serve my lord. Thinking of this, Li Ergu quietly looked at the people standing in front of him and couldn't help thinking in his heart, these guys must be looking down on me because I'm only at sea level, so they don't let me join the battle. It must be like this. Li Ergu decided to go and talk to his lord later. As long as the Lord agrees, I think these guys won't dare to refuse. Thinking of this, Li Ergu waited quietly. However, although he didn't say anything, his eyes kept looking at the pioneer group from time to time, revealing a hint of envy. Of course, Li Ergu was not the only one who wanted to join the war, but was excluded. Go Bao, who was standing alone nearby, also showed an envious expression at this time. However, although they both wanted to participate in the battle, Go Bao's ideas were completely different from Li Ergu's. Li Ergu wanted to gain military merit, while Go Bao just thought that by participating in the battle, he would have the opportunity to get rewards. For example, the clothes humans wear now, and the fact that they can eat more delicious food when eating. Just when the two guys were thinking about it, suddenly, footsteps were heard not far away, and then Bai Xiaolin's figure appeared in everyone's sight. We saw Bai Xiaolin in the crowd. Li Ergu's eyes lit up instantly, and then he waved at Bai Xiaolin and shouted at the top of his voice, "Lord, please let me participate in this battle." Bai Xiaolin had just walked over and was startled by a sudden sound in his ear before he could say anything. Then he turned his head to look at the place where the sound came from, and saw Li Ergu waving at him excitedly. Looking at Li Ergu's excited expression, Bai Xiaolin smiled and shook his head. This Ergu was active in everything he did. Then I thought about it, decided to do it because he was so positive. Let him join the competition, so that there will be an extra C-level combat force during the battle. Besides, Ergu was a soldier after all. Taking him to participate in the battle might bring unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand to signal Li Ergu to be quiet, then said with a smile, "I can take you with me, but as before, you must follow my instructions and don't talk nonsense." As a result, just as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, before Li Ergu could react, several voices sounded again in the crowd at the same time. "My lord, I want to join the battle too. My lord, take me with you. I will fight bravely against the enemy." Ouch! Ouch! Looking at Zhang Xiaohu and others, as well as the dog-headed man Go Bao, who jumped up in the crowd, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved his hand. "Xiaohu, stop joining the fun and stay here for some training. I'll take you with me later. As for Go Bao, you don't need to participate. Your strength is not even as good as Xiaohu and the others. You will probably be wiped out in the aftermath of the battle before you can even charge in." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Zhang Xiaohu and others sighed at the same time and became dejected. And Go Bao just lay down on the ground. "Now that I can't participate in the battle, not only are my new clothes gone, but my dream of eating more delicious food is also shattered." But the difference with them is, at this time, Li Ergu had already raised his fighting spirit and walked toward the pioneer group and others with a proud look on his face. At the same time, I couldn't help but think proudly in my heart. I didn't expect that the Lord would reject everyone else's request to join the battle, except me. It seems that in the Lord's heart, I, Li Ergu, am still one of his most valued subordinates. Thinking of this, Li Ergu's heart instantly filled with joy, and the arrogance on his face could not be concealed. On Bai Xiaolin's side, after rejecting Zhang Xiaohu and the others, he thought for a moment and began to search the crowd again. Not long after, his eyes stopped on another person. "Irai, you should also join this battle." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Su Irai in the crowd was stunned for a few seconds and then responded excitedly. Yes, Su Irai's own strength is stronger than Li Ergu. After all, he was already close to D-level when he was summoned. But at the beginning, there were fewer people in the production team, so Bai Xiaolin arranged him in the production team. After Su Irai came out, Bai Xiaolin counted the number of people again and then nodded with satisfaction. Including Su Irai and Li Ergu, the number of people participating in the competition this time is exactly 30, and the lowest level is C. No one would believe this kind of strength if it were told to others. After all, when they are combined, they are enough to defeat an ordinary team of hundreds or even thousands of people. Coupled with the powerful deterrent and fear of death, it is estimated that even if thousands of people face them, they would not dare to act rashly. Because if we attack rashly, not only will thousands of people die, but those who are at the front will definitely not survive. After looking at the time, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Zhang Liang, Eugene, and others in front of the crowd. The things we just discussed have been arranged almost completely. My lord, everything has been arranged. That'll do. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin looked toward the restaurant. Then there's no need to stay here. Let's go to the restaurant and prepare to eat. After dinner, we'll proceed according to the plan. Yes. Then the crowd poured into the restaurant. Not long after, a rich aroma of rice wafted out, followed by the sounds of people wolfing down their food. In a blink of an eye, it was dark outside and it was already 7:30. Eugene and others, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were now fully armed and gathered in the courtyard full of fighting spirit. In addition, the iron-eating beasts and black wolves above level D also gathered in the open space in front of the restaurant, ready to set off at any time. But it is different from the people who are full of fighting spirit. Not far behind the wolf pack, Li Ergu was squatting on the ground with his head down, with a huge package behind him. Looking back at the package full of food behind him, Li Ergu couldn't help but sigh. Well, I originally thought that by participating in the battle, I could give full play to my strength and kill more alien races to impress the Lord. But he didn't expect that he would become the transport captain. Now that he had such a big bag of food, how could he kill the enemy? If we can't hunt down the enemy, then this battle will not be in vain. Thinking of this, Li Ergu sighed again. Chapter 301, Transmission Light Column. At the same time, in the small courtyard, Bai Xiaolin had already put on his armor and was sitting quietly in front of the cornerstone, watching the final countdown on the page. As time passed, when there were only 10 minutes left in the countdown, a red prompt suddenly appeared on the page. Please gather all members participating in the war competition within a 30-meter radius. Transmission will begin in 10 minutes. Teleport. Looking at the prompt, Bai Xiaolin's eyes widened instantly. I originally thought that at the beginning, they would give me a route hint and then let me and others find the way there. But I didn't expect it to be transmitted directly. In this case, not only is the destination of the transmission unknown, but it is also unknown whether there are any dangers around. Wouldn't it be very dangerous if we were teleported to the territory of high-level beasts or the territory of powerful alien races? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked out of the room. In the small courtyard, seeing Bai Xiaolin coming out, Eugene and others immediately opened their eyes wide and asked, "My lord, are we ready to set off?" After hearing Eugene's question and looking at the others' high morale, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone go out first and gather outside the restaurant." "Yes." After responding, a group of people turned around and walked out of the yard in neat steps. Bai Xiaolin stopped Eugene and Shui Rengue and told them about the direct transmission. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, the two of them pondered for a few seconds. Then he said with a smile, "Don't worry, my lord. We just need to surround the weaker ones before teleporting. This way, even if there are enemies or wild beasts around the destination, there is no need to worry about any damage." Hearing Shui Rengue's words, Bai Xiaolin nodded. "That's it. Let's make arrangements now. There's not much time left to prepare." "Yes." Then a few people came to the front of the restaurant and began to make arrangements quickly. After all, time waits for no one. The next few minutes, under the command of Shui Rengue and the other man, everyone and the beasts gathered together to form a small circle. Among them, Gue Xuanli, Lin Huangsheng, and a dozen others, and of course the two giant iron-eating beasts, were arranged at the outermost edge. As for the rest of the people, the wolf pack, and of course Bai Xiaolin himself, they were all arranged inside. In this way, after being teleported, even if there is any danger around, Gue Xuanli and others will be able to react in time. This will prevent any unexpected casualties from being caused by surprise attacks when people are unable to react in time. Then, when everyone was ready, a yellow halo suddenly spread out from Bai Xiaolin. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the aperture began to spread rapidly around until it stopped at 30 meters. But that's not all. The stopped aperture slowly expanded upwards and became like a beam of light, enveloping everyone inside. Bai Xiaolin is located in the center of the light column. Watching this happen, he was obviously stunned for a few seconds, because this teleportation was obviously completely different from the teleportation card used by Eugene and others before. Could it be because the level of transmission is higher? Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking, he suddenly discovered that not far away, a figure was quietly groping towards the edge of the light column. Looking closely, it was Go Bao. Seeing his sneaky look, Bai Xiaolin knew what this guy wanted to do. He wanted to be teleported along. Could it be that he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to teleport and escape? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the crowd and then shouted to Han Exant, who was closest to Go Bao. "General Han, catch him, don't let him escape." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's voice, Han Xian reacted quickly and rushed towards Go Bao's position. Not far away, Go Bao, who had just entered the light column, also heard Bai Xiaolin shout, but was obviously stunned when he heard the word escaped. Before dinner, Go Bao wanted to join the battle, but was rejected. He had already given up and thought that he would just not join. As a result, the aperture spread to a place not far in front of me. Gobao suddenly had an idea, which was to quietly enter the light column so that he could be teleported together. Once he was teleported there, when the great human lord asked about it, he could say that he was teleported here accidentally. By then, the transmission was complete. I think the human lord can't refuse, so I can join the battle together. Once you have made military achievements, you can eat more delicious food. With this idea in mind, Gobao took action immediately. While everyone else was paying attention to the light column, and no one noticed him, he quietly sneaked into the light column. As a result, as soon as he came in, he heard the human leader ordering people to capture him, and mistakenly thought that he was trying to escape. It would be terrible if I got killed due to a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Gobao hurriedly prepared to explain that he didn't want to escape, but wanted to fight together. Great! But before Gobao could finish his words, he and Bai Xiaolin and others instantly disappeared in the beam of light. After everyone disappeared, the yellow beam of light seemed to shatter, turning into a light spot and disappearing into the air. Inside the city wall, Han Xen, who had just approached the light column, found that the light column had dissipated into the air before he could reach out to grab it. After standing there in a daze for a few seconds, Han Xen finally reacted and sighed. We can only leave it to the Lord and his men to deal with. At the same time, Bai Xiaolin and others disappeared in the light column. As soon as the transmission began, they were blinded by the dazzling light and closed their eyes. Wait until you open it again. They found themselves on a cliff, with the endless sea in front of them and a withered island behind them. Looking at this completely different scene in front of me, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly thought of something and quickly looked up at the sky. In the sky, there was an orange-red sun hanging weakly, emitting faint heat. Sun! After being stunned for a moment, Bai Xiaolin suddenly reacted. The world he was teleported to was actually daytime, which made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Could it be that this island and the previous place are not the same world? After all, the previous world had just fallen into night. Or maybe this world is actually a sphere like the Earth, and I am now on the other side of the sphere. Just as Bai Xiaolin was lost in thought, a few screams suddenly rang out from behind him, interrupting his thoughts. Oh, well, help! Everyone else, stand still. Lin Huangsheng, you take one person and deal with these two monsters as quickly as possible. Yes. Hearing Gobao's cry for help and Shui Rengui's decisive voice, Bai Xiaolin hurriedly turned around and looked behind him. Just a few dozen meters away, Gobao was crawling and rolling towards him, looking behind him from time to time while running. Chapter 302, Undead-like Creatures. Following behind, it were two monsters that looked like crocodiles and emitted a gray-black aura. This is the undead. Wrong. As soon as a thought came into Bai Xiaolin's mind, he quickly rejected it. Because the monsters in front of them, although their aura is similar to that of the undead, they do not look like dead things. Instead, it is more like a living creature. From this point of view, it should be a wild beast that he is unfamiliar with, or simply a monster indigenous to the island. As for the option of alien races, Bai Xiaolin immediately ruled it out of his mind, because these two monsters seemed to have low intelligence. And just as Bai Xiaolin was observing, Lin Huangsheng and his companion rushed out from the outskirts of the crowd, past Gobao's figure, and fought with the two monsters. Looking at the monster emitting a foul smell, Lin Huangsheng didn't hesitate and swung the blue star sword in his hand, slashing towards the monster's neck. The moment the blue star sword touched the monster's neck, a sound similar to metal collision was heard. Bang! The touch from the sword made Lin Huangsheng subconsciously feel that something was wrong, and he quickly looked towards the attack position. Upon seeing this, Lin Huangsheng was obviously stunned. He saw that his attack had only caused a wound less than half a centimeter deep, which was completely different from what he had expected. After all, in Lin Huangsheng's opinion, even if he didn't attack with all his strength, with the help of the B-level weapon, he could still take away half of the monster's life. Now it only caused a mild wound. This made Lin Huangsheng subconsciously turn his head and look at the crowd behind him, knowing that this was his first battle. And all of this is being seen by the Lord. If you don't perform well, you will definitely disappoint the Lord. At that time, some high-level resources may be out of your reach due to mistakes in combat. After all, no matter how many resources the Lord has, he will not use them to train a high-level waste with low combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Lin Huangsheng picked up the blue star sword again and swung it at the monster with all his strength. The monster whose neck was cut rushed towards Lin Huangsheng even more frantically because of the pain in his body. Rear. Looking at the two people and two monsters fighting each other, Bai Xiaolin, Shuerge, and others frowned at the same time. You should know that Lin Huangsheng and the others not only have their own strength reach B level, but also have B level weapons in their hands. Now he is actually fighting with two monsters in a stalemate, which means that these two monsters are at least B level. This is also the reason why several people frowned. We had just arrived here and encountered two such powerful monsters. So how many high-level monsters like this are there on this small island? Can they be seen everywhere? If that's really the case, the opponents that he and others will face in this competition are not just aliens, but also these monsters. It can even be said that these monsters are the main enemies, while alien races can be ignored. After all, compared with these monsters, the strength of alien races can basically be ignored. In addition, this battle must end quickly to prevent the fighting from lasting too long and attracting the attention of other monsters. You have to know that you and others are now on a cliff, with the endless sea behind you and no way to retreat. In this situation, if the sound of fighting attracts a lot of monsters, it would be bad to trap himself and others here. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin turned and looked at Gue Xuanli, who was standing outside the crowd. Gue Xuanli, go help them get rid of the monsters. Remember to make sure it's a quick and decisive battle. Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Gue Xuanli did not draw out the Qing Feng sword behind him, but quickly rushed towards the two warring parties. Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui and Gue and Eugene. Let's send someone to investigate the surrounding environment first, and then find a safer place. Once Gue Xuanli and the others have dealt with the monsters, we'll leave here quickly. Don't worry, my lord. Leave this matter to us. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Shui and Gue and the others went straight to find the remaining Feng Xianzhao and Yao Xuanxin. After discussing for a few minutes, the four of them went in pairs, bypassing the battle site and rushing towards the depths of the island. As for the battle situation, there is nothing to worry about. Anyway, with Gue Xuanli joining in, there is basically no suspense in the battle, and the two monsters are doomed to die. After Shui and Gue and his companions left, Bai Xiaolin nodded and turned his attention back to the battle not far away. Not far away, Lin Huangsheng was attacking with all his might. When facing the monster in front of you, every precise sword strike can leave a big wound on the monster. It only took less than 2 minutes. More than a dozen wounds of varying sizes had already been created on the monster's body, and coupled with the special effects of the Blue Star Sword, the monster's movement speed became slower and slower. Looking at the monster whose movements were becoming slower and slower, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Huangsheng's nervous face. Just keep going like this, and I believe it won't be long before I can get rid of this monster. By then, the Lord will definitely look at me with new eyes. After all, a monster of similar strength was defeated by him in just a few minutes. Think of this. Lin Huangsheng's hands subconsciously moved much faster. Just as the monster was retreating, a painful howl suddenly came into Lin Huangsheng's ears from the side. Ouch! Here's another monster dealt with. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Huangsheng subconsciously looked to the side. If this was true, he would fall behind. When he saw the other monster's corpse lying on the ground, and Gue Xuanli standing next to it, Lin Huangsheng first breathed a sigh of relief that it was not solved by another companion, so he was not too far behind. But the next second, Lin Huangsheng felt something was wrong. At the beginning, I arranged for the two of us to deal with the monster, but now seeing your brother Gue Xuanli suddenly took action. There must be a reason. This made Lin Huangsheng feel. Could it be that it was because the two of them were too slow and the Lord was getting a little impatient, so he asked senior brother Gue Xuanli to take action? Thinking of this, Lin Huangsheng's face instantly fell. If this is true, then it means that our performance in the first battle disappointed the Lord. Just when Lin Huangsheng was thinking about it, Gue Xuanli, who had dealt with the first monster, did not linger for long after confirming that the monster was completely dead. He directly passed Lin Huangsheng and rushed towards the second monster. Junior brother Lin, please step back first. As the Qing Feng sword drew several streaks of light in the air, the slow-moving monster fell completely under the sword before it could even let out a final wail. This made Lin Huangsheng, who had just come to his senses, couldn't help but lower his head and smile bitterly. The gap in strength was too big. Chapter 303. This is about to happen again. Survival points plus 100. Luck value plus 10. In the back, hearing the prompt sound ringing in his ears again, Bai Xiaolin showed a happy smile on his face. Unexpectedly, these two monsters are not only similar to the undead in aura, but can also provide luck value. In this case, I will get rich again this time. You have to know that just two monsters contributed 200 survival points and 20 luck points to yourself. In this way, even if there are only dozens of monsters on the island, there will be tens of thousands of survival points and thousands of luck points. It can be compared to the last novice test. Moreover, dozens of monsters are just my most conservative estimate, and I may encounter more at any time. When that time really comes, it is unknown how many survival points and luck points will be gained. In addition to these two gains, the high-level materials on monsters are also an important gain. After all, this is a B-level monster. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin could no longer hide the smile on his face. Compared with these monsters, not only the alien strength is negligible, but even their harvest is negligible. Because the one I matched with must be a level 3 alien. Even if the third-level alien race develops for a long time, the resources it can accumulate are limited, and it is impossible for it to have dozens of B-level strongmen. After all, not everyone is like you. There are so many high-level resources that can be used as food for my subordinates, and 3 meals a day. Then he smiled. Bai Xiaolin turned his head again and looked at Go Bao, who had just run over and was now shivering in the crowd. But the moment he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared, and even his eyes became stern. After walking around the crowd and squatting next to Go Bao, Bai Xiaolin asked directly in a cold voice, "Do you really want to die? I was already lenient with you in the base, but you still wanted to escape." Go Bao, who was curled up on the ground, hurriedly raised his head and carefully explained when he heard Bai Xiaolin's words. "Great human lord, Go Bao has no intention of escaping. He only wants to join the battle and kill the enemy for you. If you're not thinking of escaping, then you have misunderstood." After pondering for 2 seconds, Bai Xiaolin suddenly remembered that Go Bao really wanted to join the battle before. But I didn't expect that after I refused, this guy actually sneaked in during the teleportation. But a foreign race. Why do you want to join the battle so much? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin stared into Go Bao's eyes. "I'll give you another chance. Tell me your real reason for wanting to join the battle." Go Bao wants to do something good so that he can wear new clothes and eat more delicious food. Knowing that he could die at any time if he said a wrong word, Go Bao did not dare to hide anything. Quickly speak out what's really in your mind. After hearing Go Bao's explanation, Bai Xiaolin and the people around him were stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths at the same time. I didn't expect that food would be so tempting in the eyes of foreigners. Now that it is confirmed that he does not want to escape, there is no need to kill him. Then Bai Xiaolin directly mentioned Go Bao. "Since you want to make a contribution, I'll give you a chance. But if I find you trying to escape, I'll throw you out and feed you to that monster. Don't worry, human lord, Go Bao will never dare to escape." I thought of the two monsters just now, their bloody mouths chasing after me, and the fishy smell in their mouths. Go Bao suddenly felt incontinent. If he were really eaten by such a monster, the great ancestor of the dog-headed people would probably expel himself from the race. Looking at Go Bao's trembling body, Bai Xiaolin felt that he couldn't scare him anymore. It would be bad if he got scared silly. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin let go of his hand. Bang! Ouch! Go Bao fell on his butt and instantly woke up from his thoughts. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He stood up obediently and stood behind Bai Xiaolin. After taking another look at Go Bao, who looked like an ordinary quail, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and then waved to call Li Ergu over. Then he pointed at Go Bao and said to Li Ergu, "From now on, let this guy follow you. Don't worry, my lord. I will not let him run away." When Li Ergu heard Bai Xiaolin's words, his eyes lit up. "With this dog-headed man, I can let him carry the food so that I can have the opportunity to kill the enemy and make merit. As for whether he is a match for the enemy or whether he may not be able to defeat the enemy, Li Ergu is not worried. After all, the island looks so big. It is impossible that all of them are powerful monsters like the ones just now. There must be other weak ones, and there may also be some alien races. Among these enemies, there will always be some that are no match for you, and you can hunt them down when the time comes." Thinking of this, Li Ergu chuckled. Then he happily took Go Bao's arm and walked towards the huge package next to him. "Wait until the two leave." Bai Xiaolin looked at Gue Xuanli and the others again. At this time, the bodies of the two monsters have been almost dealt with by them. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin walked over. Most of the monster corpses have been thrown off the cliff, with only a small number piled up nearby. They're all bones and scales that have been processed cleanly. As for the flesh and tendons on the two monsters, none of them were left. The reason was that even though the monsters were dead, the gray-black smell and fishy stench emanating from their flesh did not disappear. In this way, even if these meats have grades, there's no use in keeping them. After all, the biggest function of meat is to be eaten. If you can't eat it, it's no different from garbage. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned his gaze directly to the piles of scales and bones. After checking everything, Bai Xiaolin smiled again because he had gained a lot of materials. Although most of these materials are only C grade and only a few have reached B grade, this is enough. After all, the materials harvested before were basically all D grade. Then, after nodding, Bai Xiaolin spoke to Gue Xuanli and others who had already dealt with the corpse and were waiting nearby. Pack the materials, we'll leave soon. After Gue Xuanli and others started to act, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and then turned to Li Ergu and others and said, Ergu, you and Go Bao, you two will be on guard. Everyone else, sit down and rest until General Shui and the others return. Yes, Shui Rengue and his companions had just left not long ago. It will probably take another hour to come back, so this is a good time to let others take a break. This way, whether we are traveling or encountering other monsters later, everyone will have enough energy to deal with them. Chapter 304, Island. About half an hour later, just when everyone began to worry, several figures quickly ran out from the island. They were Shui Rengue and his three companions. Shui Rengue came back and went straight to Bai Xiaolin. My lord, we have basically explored the situation within a few kilometers of the cliff. However, due to time constraints, we haven't had time to explore further. Have you found the safe location I asked you to search for? Also, during your exploration, did you discover any alien species? My lord, we found a cave 2 kilometers away that could be used as our resting place temporarily. As for the aliens, I haven't seen any within a few kilometers, so I guess they're most likely on the other side of the island. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Hearing Shui Rengue's answer, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Since the alien race is on the other side of the island, it means that if you want to win, you must have the strength to kill your way through the island. Otherwise, with the monsters on the island blocking their way, the two sides couldn't even see each other, let alone defeat their opponents and win. Of course, in addition to breaking through the island, there is another way to win, which is to find a place and wait quietly. Wait until all the opponents are killed by the monsters on the island. In this case, you can naturally win. However, the second method was completely out of Bai Xiaolin's consideration for 2 reasons. The first is not knowing the other party's strength. This makes it unclear how long they can hold out against the attacks of the monsters on the island. It would be okay if it was destroyed within 3 days. But if the opponent is quite strong and takes several days or even 3 days, you will be completely passive. After all, the next competition will be in 3 days. And those who have not been victorious during this period of time may end up being wiped out by the world. Bai Xiaolin can't afford to take the risk of this result. The second reason is the issue of harvest. Although the overall strength of the alien race is much weaker than that of monsters, and the resources stored by the alien race are relatively small. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Instead of waiting here to be killed by monsters, it would be better to take the initiative and kill your way through the island while hunting monsters, find the location of the aliens, and eliminate them. This will not only earn you thousands of extra survival points, but if you're lucky, you might even gain new talents. After all, according to the prompts, the winner can obtain all the resources of the loser, perhaps including new talents. Based on the above 2 reasons, what Bai Xiaolin chose was to lead his many subordinates to kill their way through the island as quickly as possible in the following period of time. Kill all monsters and aliens so that you can get all the spoils and avoid time risks. But before that, what we need to do is to find a suitable stronghold so that everyone can have a place to rest after the battle. There's also a place to store the collected materials. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin said to Shui Rengue, take us to the cave first. After we've cleaned up a place to rest, we can start clearing out the monsters around us. Yes. Then, led by Shui Rengue and others, a group of people walked down the cliff and slowly disappeared on the somewhat dilapidated island. As we moved forward, we looked at the withered and broken trees around us, and the environment that was almost lifeless. Bai Xiaolin suddenly understood why he and others were teleported to this small island, because this was the place where countless ethnic groups fought wars time and time again. Only after countless sleepless battles could a vibrant island be destroyed into its current state. All that was left was desolation and countless monsters. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked up thoughtfully and looked towards the sea in the distance. Perhaps in this ocean, in addition to the small island where you are, there are countless almost identical islands. And on each island, there are two racial forces, hiding and fighting among countless monsters, trying hard to be the one who survives. In fact, Bai Xiaolin's guess was very accurate. If he could raise his sight infinitely, he would be able to see it from the sky. In the boundless ocean, countless islands of all sizes are neatly distributed on the sea surface like chess pieces. And on every island, people are playing at this time, but this kind of play can lead to death if you are not careful. At this moment, the howling of a monster suddenly sounded in his ears, interrupting Bai Xiaolin's thoughts. This made Bai Xiaolin subconsciously turn his head to look. I saw more than a dozen huge monsters rushing out from behind a pile of rubble not far away and rushing towards me and others. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin's heart instantly rose. If these dozen monsters were all B-level, the pressure everyone would face would be completely different. After all, in addition to Gue Xuanli, Shuirengue, and others, there are more than a dozen sea-level humans and dozens of D-level Black Wolves on his side. If these people still have Black Wolf, they will almost certainly die if they are accidentally attacked by a B-level monster. The main reason is that the gap in strength is too big. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Shuirengue and Eugene, and the two of them instantly understood Bai Xiaolin's thoughts. Then he nodded, raised the star-breaking halberd, turned around, and shouted to the people behind him. All those above level B, prepare to fight. Everyone else, stay put and defend. Be alert for other monsters. Yes. Following an order, more than a dozen members above level B rushed towards the monster with weapons raised. Monster died. As the star-breaking halberd flashed across the sky, the monster rushing in the front was directly beheaded by Shuirengue. Bang! After successfully hitting the monster, Shuirengue was obviously stunned when he saw the monster's body lying on the ground. Judging from the battle between Lin Huangsheng and the monster when they were teleported here just now, the monster is obviously very powerful. But the monster now couldn't even withstand his own attack. This made Shuirengue think of a possibility, that is, although these monsters are all B-level, there are still differences in their strength. Just like entering B-level and approaching a level, although they are both B-level, the difference in strength is huge. These monsters are just entering the B-level. They have the B-level rank, but in fact they are not much stronger than the C-level. Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared on Shuirengue's face. In this case, with the strength of Lin Huangsheng and others, they can easily deal with these monsters without worrying about getting injured. Even Li Ergu and others could be killed if they were careful. After all, after so many days of improvement, the strength of people like Li Ergu has almost reached the top of Class C. Chapter 305 Pupil. In this way, if we encounter monsters of this strength in the future, and there are relatively few of them, we can leave it to Li Ergu and the others to deal with. Although strength can be improved through training, actual combat is the fastest way to improve strength. Then Shuirengue stopped thinking about it and turned to Lin Huangsheng and others and said, "These monsters are very weak. They are completely different from the ones just now. Let's fight quickly and decisively." Yes. Hearing Shuirengue's words, Lin Huangsheng and others' eyes lit up, and then they began to exert force with their hands at the same time. Especially Lin Huangsheng and another person, they exerted their full strength, trying to kill the monster quickly. This can also help to salvage the bad impression that the previous battle created in the Lord's mind. After all, it was too slow just now, especially at the end. I still relied on the support to kill the monster. Rear. Bai Xiaolin was also stunned when he saw Shuirengue rushing forward and killing a monster with just one blow. Then I almost thought that Shuirengue's strength had been upgraded to A level at some point. That's why the monster can be killed so quickly. However, as soon as this idea came out, Bai Xiaolin directly rejected it because the gap between grade B and grade A was too big. Even if Shuirengue's strength improved rapidly, it was impossible for him to directly reach A level in such a short time. But it excludes Shuirengue's improvement in strength. Then there is only one reason why he can kill the monster so quickly, and that is that the monster's strength has weakened. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked over again. They saw what Shuirengue said, and then Lin Huangsheng and others, as if they were injected with chicken blood, excitedly fought with the monster. And when they attacked, the monster's reactions and speed were completely different from the previous two. Every time the monster was hit by the blue star sword, not only would its speed be greatly reduced, but some monster's limbs would even be cut off directly. This also made Bai Xiaolin understand that the monster he encountered this time was indeed much weaker than the two just now. In this way, it is easier to solve. But before he could be happy, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a problem. That is the strength of these monsters. Although there are differences, their types and sizes are not much different. If you want to tell how strong they are, you can only do it through fighting, because it is impossible to tell from their appearance. In other words, every time they encounter a monster in the future, Shui, Renge, Gui, Xuanli, and others will need to be on high alert. As for his C-level subordinates, including the D-level wolves, they had to hide every time. Because if the monster is weak, even if it attacks, those of us at level C and D can handle it, so there's no need to worry about any problems. But if the monster is powerful, they and the wolf pack may be injured if they're not careful. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin frowned. Because when you calculate it this way, these people and the wolf pack have become a complete burden. Not only can you not actively attack, but when there are a lot of monsters, you even need protection. This won't do. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin widened his eyes and began to observe the monster. As long as we can figure out the differences in appearance between monsters of different strengths, you can tell the strength of the monster at the first moment. In this way, when everyone encounters monsters, no matter whether they are B-level or C-level, they can find a suitable opponent in the first time without worrying about facing powerful monsters. It also avoids the passive situation that was anticipated earlier. 2 minutes later, just when the monsters were about to be killed, Bai Xiaolin finally discovered a possible difference, which made Bai Xiaolin's eyes light up. The reason why it is said to be possible is because Bai Xiaolin is not sure whether what he saw is correct. It needs to be verified with other people and the monsters encountered later. Only after verification can it be proved that this fatal difference really exists. Thinking of this, Xiaolin turned around and looked at the people behind him. Does anyone remember the difference between the eyes of the two monsters we encountered at the beginning and these? That's right. The eyes were the slight difference that Bai Xiaolin discovered. However, in order to prevent possible misunderstandings, Bai Xiaolin still had to ask everyone to verify whether what he saw was correct. In the back, everyone was watching the battle with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, they heard Bai Xiaolin's question, and after being stunned for a few seconds, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at the other people around them. The reason is that no matter whether it was the previous battle or the just battle, focus your attention on the person attacking. Learn their attack techniques and attack positions. What you see most often on monsters are their limbs chopped off by weapons and their severed heads. As for the color of the monster's eyes, even if I had really seen it, I would have ignored it long ago. After all, it is not important. In this case, how could we possibly know the difference in their colors? So they all subconsciously looked around, wanting to see if anyone else remembered the color of the monster's eyes. Unfortunately, to their disappointment, everyone who looked over just stared at them, unable to make any sense of what was going on. Standing in front of the crowd and watching their reactions, Bai Xiaolin knew that his question was in vain. None of the group paid attention to what they said. In this case, you can only wait a little longer and verify it the next time you encounter a monster. But just when Bai Xiaolin was feeling a little disappointed, a small hand was raised from behind the crowd. Great human lord, the eye colors of the two monsters in front are different from the current ones. Go Bao saw it clearly. Bai Xiaolin, who was just about to turn around, suddenly had his eyes light up when he heard what Go Bao said. Then he looked at Go Bao and said with a smile, "Tell me what color it is. If you're right, I'll give you a can of beef." Hearing that there was a food reward, Go Bao subconsciously swallowed his saliva and then answered excitedly. The eyes of the first two monsters were dark green, while the eyes of the monsters just now were all light green. Hearing Go Bao's answer, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Yes, it's the same as what I saw. This also shows that the difference between these monsters is really in the position of their eyes. The way to distinguish them is the color of the pupils. Green pupils represent B-level monsters, and the darker the green, the stronger the monster. As for whether they're monsters of other levels, if so, what color their pupils will be depends on the monsters you encounter later. After all, they had only encountered B-level monsters so far. Chapter 3:06. I have never seen such a shameless person. Then he nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Bai Xiaolin looked at Go Bao again, and seeing his expectant expression, Bai Xiaolin's gaze moved across the crowd. When we came here before, each person was given a fixed amount of food, and they had to bring their own. There were 2 cans of food and some high-grade water. As for other food, all that was left was the food that Li Ergu brought for the wolves and the iron-eating beasts. So if you want to reward Go Bao with canned beef, you can only choose one person and give him a box. As for his 2 cans of food, Bai Xiaolin didn't consider it at all. After all, if he gave away 1 box, he might go hungry. After looking around, Bai Xiaolin's eyes were fixed on Li Ergu. At this time, Li Ergu was squatting next to Go Bao, looking at others with an expression of surprise and arrogance. I was surprised because I didn't expect it. So many people didn't remember the monster's eyes, but this dog treasure who usually looked as timid as a mouse unexpectedly remembered them, and he was the only one. The reason why she was so arrogant was that her lord had just given Go Bao to her to take care of, so Go Bao could be considered her subordinate. Then if he remembers it, it means he has remembered it. Ergu, give one of your cans to Go Bao. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, making the arrogance on Li Ergu's face disappear instantly. Canned food. Share a box with Go Bao? This made Li Ergu suspect that he had heard it wrong. Then he turned his head with some confusion and looked towards the place where the sound came from. When I saw Bai Xiaolin's serious expression, seeing Go Bao staring at his package and drooling, Li Ergu finally believed that he had heard correctly. Then he couldn't help but reveal a heartbroken expression. After all, I had only eaten this kind of canned food a few times before, and this time I finally got 2 boxes. But before it even gets warm, a box is given away. Looking at Li Ergu's conflicted and heartbroken expression, Bai Xiaolin knew that he was reluctant too, and said with a smile again, "Don't feel bad. I'll give you 2 more boxes when I get back." Li Ergu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then he rolled his eyes quickly and looked at Bai Xiaolin and responded, "My lord, what do you think of me, Li Ergu? Go Bao is still my subordinate now. It's only right for me to reward him with a box of canned food. How could I possibly feel bad about it?" After saying that, he quickly took out a can of food and stuffed it into Go Bao's hand, then looked at the others with an arrogant look on his face again. Started to educate in a fake way. "My lord has already told you to observe things carefully and attentively. I can see you haven't paid attention, which is why you can't answer my question now. You have to rely on me, General Li." Hearing what Li Ergu said and his smug look, everyone was stunned. I have never seen such a shameless person. It was clearly the question answered by Go Bao, but in the blink of an eye, it became the question answered by you, Li Ergu. After everyone reacted, they all spat at Li Ergu and cast contemptuous glances at him. However, Li Ergu didn't care at all, because in his opinion, everyone's reaction was pure envy of him. "I just want you to envy me, General Li. Think of this." Li Ergu lowered his head, glanced at Go Bao, who was holding the can and studying it, and put his hand on his shoulder. Then he looked around proudly again. However, one could still see a hint of reluctance in the look in his eyes as he casually glanced at the can. Looking at the reactions of Li Ergu and everyone else, Bai Xiaolin just smiled but did not stop or interrupt. Because in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, although Li Ergu looks like he deserves a beating, it is also an encouragement to others. Motivate them to perform better next time. Only by performing better can he avoid seeing Li Ergu's smug look and even get angry back. 2 minutes later, when the time was almost up, Bai Xiaolin clapped his hands and motioned everyone to look over. "Don't wait here. Go help collect all the materials from the monsters, and then we'll continue on our journey." Yes. As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, everyone hurriedly dispersed and ran towards the location of the monster's corpse, because they really didn't want to see Li Ergu's smug expression. Then only a dozen seconds passed. The only ones left there were Li Ergu, who was still unsatisfied, and the wolf pack who were turning their backs to the past and looking into the distance. After looking at the wolf pack that showed no reaction, Li Ergu did not hesitate and quickly ran behind everyone. More than half an hour later, carrying the collected materials, everyone followed Shui, Ngue, and his companions again and headed towards the northeast of the island. However, unlike before, Lin Sulong and others from the pioneering group were looking around without blinking, looking for monsters that may appear at any time. But I don't know if it was bad luck or the monsters were hiding during the next nearly 1 kilometer journey. No one saw a monster again, but no one let down their guard. After all, on this small island, no one knew what would happen next. Monster! A sudden exclamation from the crowd instantly tensed everyone's nerves. But no one was nervous, but excited. But what puzzled everyone was that not only was there no sign of monsters around, but they couldn't even hear any sound. This made everyone wonder if the person who just shouted, "Monster!" had seen it wrong because he was too nervous. At this moment, Li Ergu suddenly rushed out of the crowd and pounced behind a rock not far away. After more than 10 seconds, when Li Ergu came out from behind the rocks, everyone's expressions instantly became dull, and their faces were filled with black lines. I saw a monster less than 1 meter long struggling in Li Ergu's hands, trying to escape. Be quiet. Bang! Seeing that the little monster was about to bite his hand, Li Ergu simply raised his other hand and slapped it. This immediately stunned the little monster, and it kept making tiny noises but didn't dare to move. See, the little monster calmed down. Li Ergu looked at the others with a smug look on his face, then went straight to Bai Xiaolin, carrying the little monster. My lord, this little monster's eyes are gray. Seeing Li Ergu's serious look as he asked for praise, Bai Xiaolin's face became even more frowned. You can tell at first glance that this little monster is very weak and pitiful. Its strength is probably only about the same as a rabbit, let alone be level. Monsters of this strength are not even worth killing. After all, you won't even gain survival points by killing them. Chapter 3:07 The Wind Deep in the Cave. It's better to let it go and let it grow slowly. Maybe when I come next time, it will have grown to level D or even level C. Then I can kill it, and at least I will have some survival points. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin raised his foot and kicked Li Ergu on the butt. What's the point of catching such a small thing? Put it back where you caught it. Yes, Li Ergu, who was kicked, did not ask for praise. He quickly picked up the little monster and ran back behind the rock. After coming out again, he ran back to the crowd in shame. When Li Ergu found that everyone in the crowd was looking at him mockingly, he couldn't help but sigh. What a mistake. General Li's reputation is ruined. Seeing Li Ergu's depressed look, Bai Xiaolin smiled and shook his head, then signaled Shuerge to take his men to continue. Head towards the cave in the northeast. However, after experiencing the farce just now, everyone's expressions were no longer nervous, but became relaxed. While chatting, I casually observed the surroundings. With dozens of pairs of eyes watching all the time, any monster that appears can be discovered at the first moment. A few dozen minutes later, Bai Xiaolin and others successfully reached their destination. As they advanced, they encountered 2 more monster attacks, but these 2 attacks were weaker. Basically, only 1 or 2 people were dispatched to solve it. They are a C-level monster with black pupils and a D-level monster with white pupils. The appearance of these 2 levels of monsters, plus the ordinary monsters that were caught and released by Li Ergu, it also made Bai Xiaolin understand that there were not only B-level monsters on this island, but monsters of all levels existed. Bai Xiaolin understood what was going on and breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. A sigh of relief. This is because if there are monsters of all levels, whether it is Lin Sulong and others or the wolf pack, they will have a place to perform, and safety will also be greatly improved. After all, with their strength, they only need to see the color of the monster's pupils and avoid monsters with higher levels than themselves. Basically, there is no need to worry about any danger. The disappointment is that the gains will be much less. Because whether you are hunting C-level or D-level monsters, you will obtain materials, survival points, and luck points. It's incomparable to hunting B-level monsters. Then he shook his head, and without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin looked at the dark cave in front of him. As long as this place is cleared, everyone will have a place to rest. And with the protection of the cave, everyone no longer has to worry about being suddenly attacked when resting. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Shui Ringue. General Shui, take Gue Xuanli, Lin Huangsheng, and the others in and clear out all the monsters in the cave first. Yes, no matter where the cave is, there will always be some strange creatures living in it, and this place is no exception. Even compared to other caves, there may be more monsters in the caves here. After all, from the breath of monsters, we can roughly judge that they prefer cold and dark places. And this dark cave is the best choice. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin looked at Shuerenge and others who had already put on their mining lamps and were about to enter the cave, and reminded them again. Everyone, be careful. If there are a lot of monsters, lure them out. It will be easier to deal with them outside. Don't worry, my lord. After nodding, Shuerenge and his companions turned on the mining lamps above their heads. Under the illumination of several beams of light, the dark cave instantly became as bright as day. Then, as if disturbed, several ferocious roars came from the depths of the cave. Roar! Ah! Hearing these roars, Shuerengue's eyes became serious, and he spoke to the others without turning his head. Everyone, enter combat mode and be prepared to attack and respond to attacks at any time. Yes. After Shuai and Gui and others disappeared in the cave, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and then turned to Eugene and said, General Yu, take the rest of the people and put down your belongings first. Be ready to assist General Shuai and the others at any time. After giving Eugene instructions, Bai Xiaolin walked to Xiaohei again. Xiaohei, lead the wolf pack to spread out in the surrounding area. If you find any monsters approaching, roar and warn them immediately. Remember to tell the wolves not to attack rashly. Apart from Xiaohei, who is at level B, only a few wolves have reached level C, and the rest are only at level D. In other words, their strength is generally weak. In addition, it is impossible to distinguish the color of the monster's pupils, so if you attack the monster rashly, you will easily get injured. Therefore, the task Bai Xiaolin assigned to them was just to keep watch over the surroundings, without requiring them to take the initiative to attack. Of course, this mission is only temporary. Once the monsters in the cave are cleared out, everyone can take the wolves with them when they go out to explore and hunt. At this time, you can hand over some of the weak monsters that have been identified to the wolf pack to be slowly dealt with. This can not only improve the fighting power of the wolf pack, but also cultivate the tacit understanding between everyone and the wolf pack. Prepare for the development of cavalry next. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Xiaohei tilted his head and thought for a few seconds, then raised his head and let out a roar. Following the wolf howl, the other black wolves that had just been squatting on the ground boredly quickly stood up and scattered in all directions. As for Xiaohei, he did not leave, but followed Bai Xiaolin quietly and acted as a competent bodyguard. Now Shuai Gui and others have left. Among those who stayed, Eugene and Xiaohei are the strongest. Among them, Eugene is responsible for commanding the others to fight, so the task of protecting Bai Xiaolin's safety will only be left to Xiaohei. After reaching out and touching Xiaohei's head, Bai Xiaolin walked straight to Eugene, stared at the cave, and began to wait. Deep in the cave at this time, after several minutes of continuous advancement, Shuai Gui and others had killed more than a dozen monsters crawling out of the shadows. In addition, in the process of hunting monsters, everyone also discovered one thing. That is, as they continued to go deeper, the diameter of the cave became smaller and smaller. When we first entered, the diameter was more than 10 meters, but now is only 5 or 6 meters. This made Shuai Gui and others subconsciously think that they were about to reach the bottom of the cave. But at this moment, a breeze blowing from the depths of the cave suddenly blew towards everyone's faces, feeling the strong smell of monsters and the faint hint of moisture in the wind. Shuai Gui quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then looked into the depths of the cave, his mind working rapidly. Chapter 308 Monster Lair. It's windy and humid. In other words, the initial guess was wrong. This cave has no bottom, but there's another entrance deep inside. And judging by the smell and the wind, there's probably a monster's lair near the other cave entrance. Moreover, the number and strength of monsters in this nest are not low. After all, the aura is too strong. In this case, you need to go in carefully and check to confirm the number of monsters on the other side and their strength. If you're not strong enough, you can just deal with it at the same time. In this way, when people are resting in the cave, they don't have to worry about monsters suddenly running out from the depths of the cave. However, if you are strong, you need to retreat and discuss with the Lord without alerting the enemy. After we have come up with a plan, we will slowly deal with these monsters. Think of this. Shuai Gui turned around to look at Gui, Xuanli, and others beside him, then looked at Lin Huangxing and others behind him and whispered, "Come on, a few of you, follow me and continue forward. As for the rest of you, stay here and wait for our signal notification to prevent so many people from alerting the monsters." Yes. Then Shuai Gui, along with Gui Xuanli and a few others, turned off all but one of the mining lamps and continued to walk deeper into the cave. A few minutes later, Shuai Gui and his companions had once again gone several hundred meters deeper into the winding cave. At this time, the diameter of the cave was only 3 meters. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of them, which cheered up Shuai Gui and others. Because the bright light means you are about to reach the exit. But what puzzled a few people was that from the beginning until now, the entire journey had been a gentle downward slope. In other words, the location here is at least several dozen meters lower than the entrance when we came in, and the entrance is only about 20 meters from the ground at most. This means that the actual location of several people at this time is underground, which is also what makes them confused. Could it be that the other exit is underground? Then Shui Rengui turned off the last mining lamp with doubts, and led a few people to grope towards the location of the light. As they got closer, when they finally reached the cave entrance and could see the scene outside clearly, they were completely stunned by what they saw. At the same time, a thought came to my mind. This is not a monster's nest, it is simply the monster's base camp. What appeared before their eyes was a huge cave with almost no end in sight, like an underground world. At the same time, under the illumination of various colored crystals in the cave, you can clearly see countless monsters of various sizes and types, lying on the ground leisurely and rolling around to rest. This made Shui Rengui and others hold their breath for a moment. Then they widened their eyes and stared at the various monsters in the cave and began to look at them carefully. A few minutes later, after retreating more than 10 meters, the few people squatted on the ground and looked at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's hearts, because there are too many monsters. Although they only had a rough idea of the number of monsters, they all had a guess in their minds about the exact number. That means there are definitely more than several thousand. And among these thousands of monsters, there will definitely be a lot of B-level monsters, and there may even be A-level monsters. After all, according to the proportion, it should be A-level. If so many monsters attack at the same time, even if all of the people are A-level and B-level, they will not be able to hold out for long. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant, not to mention that these monsters are much stronger than ants. Each one is equivalent to a ferocious hyena. Although their individual strength is not as good as that of several people, when they are combined, they are enough to compete with everyone here. If there are more than a dozen of them together, they will have an absolute advantage. If there are more, several people will have to consider whether they can escape. What's more, there are thousands of them here. If you really want to deal with it, you can only go back and slowly discuss a feasible method. Otherwise, you'll just be fed up. In addition to the monster, Shui Rengui discovered something new when he was observing just now. That is the cave leading to the huge cave. There's not only the one where he came in, but more than a dozen such places distributed in all directions of the cave. This made Shui Rengui think of a possibility. That is, all the monsters encountered on the island came from this cave. They crawl out through the caves scattered around the island and spread out across the island, attacking any race that appears. Just like the dozen or so monsters they killed in the cave when they came in just now. They just want to get out through this cave. Thinking of this, Shui Rengui took another look at the huge cave behind him. Now he knew everything he could about the situation. The next thing he had to do was to go back and discuss it. Then he nodded. Shui Rengui didn't think any more about it. He pointed in the direction they came in, indicating that the others could go back. Outside the cave, after waiting for nearly half an hour, Bai Xiaolin had relaxed a little and sat quietly on a rock. The reason is that since more than 10 minutes ago, the prompt sound for the increase in survival points and luck value has stopped ringing. This made Bai Xiaolin think that there were not as many monsters in the cave as he had imagined, but only a dozen or so, and they have been dealt with by Shui Rengui and his men. So Bai Xiaolin relaxed a little, found a rock to sit down and rest, and also waited for Shui Rengui and the others to come out. Da, da, da. Hearing the footsteps coming from the cave, Bai Xiaolin quickly stood up and looked towards the cave entrance. When he saw Shui Rengui and others, Bai Xiaolin smiled and walked towards them quickly. Be prepared to say a few words of praise for them. But before he could finish his words, Bai Xiaolin noticed that Shui Rengui and the others looked a little strange and did not look happy. What's going on? Think about it. Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui Rengui with confusion and asked, "What happened? Is it because the monsters in the cave are difficult to deal with, so we haven't eliminated them all?" Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Shui Rengui, who was still thinking, quickly came to his senses and said, "My lord, we just discovered that this is not actually a cave, but a monster passage. Monster passage. This cave extends from here to several kilometers underground, where there is a huge cave. There are thousands of monsters of various levels living in it. This cave is the passage through which the monsters in the cave enter and exit the outside of the island. And according to our observations, in addition to the one passage here, there should be more than a dozen other passages on the island. Cave. Thousands of monsters. Isle." After hearing Shui Rengui's answer, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the cave behind everyone. Chapter 309 Method. This is much more amazing than I imagined. I originally thought that there would be only a few monsters living in a cave, but I didn't expect it to be directly connected to the monster base. In this case, isn't it more dangerous to live in a cave than outside? After all, outside you only have to face dozens of monsters at most, but in the cave you have to guard against thousands of monsters at any time. If you're not careful, you'll be backstabbed. But this is easy to solve. Just find a narrower place and destroy the passage. This turns it into a real cave, and you no longer have to worry about monsters attacking from behind. But Bai Xiaolin felt reluctant to really destroy the passage. Although there are indeed a lot of monsters in the cave, it is also an excellent hunting place. There is no need to search everywhere. There are endless monsters that can be hunted anytime and anywhere. Although destroying the passage means there is no need to worry about monsters attacking from behind, it also means cutting off the possibility of hunting here. We could only send everyone out to search everywhere on the island. Not only is this time-consuming and labor-intensive, but if people are dispersed, they are more likely to encounter danger. That's why Bai Xiaolin felt a little reluctant when he thought about destroying the passage. It would be great if we could come up with a method that allows us to hunt with peace of mind without having to worry about monsters attacking from the passage while we're resting. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui Ringwei and others and asked directly, "Without destroying the passage, do you have any method that would allow us to rest in the cave without worrying about monsters coming out to attack us? Furthermore, if we want to hunt monsters, we can hunt them directly from the passage." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, everyone looked at each other and began to think quickly. Especially Li Ergu, Lin Sulong, and others, while thinking they did not forget to turn their heads and look at the other people around them. Li Ergu's idea was that as long as he could come up with a method that would satisfy his lord before others, others would definitely admire him more. Lin Sulong and others came up with the idea before Li Ergu because they didn't want to see Li Ergu showing off anymore. A few minutes later, Li Ergu, who was thinking, suddenly had his eyes light up, and he quickly ran to Bai Xiaolin. "My lord, I have an idea." Looking at Li Ergu with excitement in his eyes, Bai Xiaolin also showed anticipation. "Tell me about it." "We can divide everyone into two groups, one to rest in the cave, and the other to hunt in the passage. Every few hours, the two groups can switch places, so there's no need to worry about monsters escaping." After hearing what Li Ergu said, Bai Xiaolin nodded. This method is good and can be used as an alternative. The reason why it is mentioned as an alternative is because according to what Shui Ringwei just said, there are thousands of monsters in the cave. If they were to block the passage and hunt, it would be disastrous if it caused a chain reaction, causing thousands of monsters to rush out at once. I guess they can take all of these people away in one wave. So if you want to use this method, we need to come up with another method to ensure that the monsters will not rush out all at once when hunting. In addition, if we really want to implement it, we should not divide the personnel into two parts, but into three parts. In addition to the two groups mentioned by Li Ergu, a third group of people will go out to search for the location of the aliens. After all, alien races are the other protagonists in the war. So even if we don't deal with them for the time being, we must first find their location to ensure that there is no risk, so as not to be too busy hunting monsters and miss the time to deal with the alien races, which will lead to failure in the competition. In front of Bai Xiaolin, seeing Bai Xiaolin nod and hearing the words "good method," Li Ergu instantly showed a happy expression. "My method has been recognized by the Lord." Thinking of this, Li Ergu turned around and returned to the crowd, then looked around at everyone with a proud look on his face again. This behavior made the other members of the pioneering group very angry, but also somewhat helpless. After all, they had not thought of it themselves. At this moment, a figure quickly walked out of the crowd and walked straight toward Bai Xiaolin. And the appearance of this figure, it also made the eyes of the other members of the pioneer group light up instantly, as if they saw a hope of defeating Li Ergu. After walking out of the crowd and coming to Bai Xiaolin, Qin Yangshan thought about it and did not immediately tell the method he thought of, but asked cautiously, "My lord, you just said not to destroy the passage. Are you worried that if you destroy it, you won't be able to hunt the monsters in the cave? Without these monsters in other places would be hard to find, and there wouldn't be so many for us to hunt." "That's right." Hearing Qin Yangshan's question, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Then he thought of another possibility, and Qin Yangshan suddenly asked this, could the method he thought of be related to the channel? In front of Bai Xiaolin, after receiving a positive answer, Qin Yangshan showed a hint of joy on his face and continued, "I've come up with a method that will ensure we have enough monsters to hunt even if we destroy this passage. And it is safer than hunting in a blocked passage. There's no need to worry about getting stuck in the passage and drawing out the remaining thousands of monsters, causing unnecessary trouble. As soon as Chun Yangshan finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin had not yet reacted when he heard a rebuttal voice from the crowd. What? I can tell you're talking nonsense the moment I hear it. Then Li Ergu rushed out of the crowd, ran quickly to the opposite side of Chun Yangshan, and stared at Chun Yangshan with his eyes wide open. It seemed as if he wanted to hear Chun Yangshan explain the reason. In fact, it is no wonder that Li Ergu would react like this. After all, Li Ergu had just mentioned blocking the passage and hunting, and Chun Yangshan said that he had thought of another way. This method allows you to hunt monsters without having to block the passage, and it is also safer than blocking the passage. So Li Ergu's first reaction was that Chun Yangshan was deliberately talking nonsense in order to refute his previous method. Opposite the two of them, Bai Xiaolin reacted. Looking at Li Ergu, who suddenly appeared in front of him and glared at Chun Yangshan with a puff of his beard, he kicked him again. Take your eyes away and stand aside. Yes. Li Ergu, who was kicked in the butt, quickly moved a few steps to the side after hearing Bai Xiaolin's words. If you don't move, the second kick will probably come soon. However, although his feet moved, Li Ergu's gaze did not shift at all, and he kept staring at Chun Yangshan. Always be prepared to refute what he says. Looking at Li Ergu's stubborn reaction, Bai Xiaolin knew what he was thinking. He smiled and ignored him. Chapter 3, 10 Hunting Plan. Then he turned around and looked at Chun Yangshan and said, Go ahead and tell us about the method you came up with. Let's hear it and see if it's feasible. Yes. Chun Yangshan knew that if he didn't speak quickly, not only Li Ergu but others would also misunderstand his thoughts. Thinking of this, Chun Yangshan continued quickly. I just heard General Shui say that in addition to the passage we are in, there are more than a dozen other passages in other parts of the island. So I was thinking, why don't we find a few passages that are closer to here? Then send people to guard outside these passages and kill any monsters that come out of them. This way, since we are outside and at a different entrance, we don't have to worry about alerting the monsters in the cave. It wouldn't attract thousands of monsters at once. In addition, the passage is the only way for monsters to come out. As long as we guard it, we don't have to worry about not having monsters to kill. With these safe and monster-free passages, there's no need to stay in the passage we are in. It can be destroyed directly and used as a place for us to rest. After hearing Chun Yangshan's words, not only Bai Xiaolin, but also Shui Rengui and others beside him had their eyes lit up. Because this method is really good, it is equivalent to dispersing the monsters, so you don't have to worry about facing too many at once. It may not be possible to defeat thousands of monsters together, but it is still easy to defeat them in groups of several dozen or so if you separate them. In addition, after this passage is destroyed, it can be used as a safe base for everyone to rest in peace. You don't have to be on guard against wild beasts appearing from behind all the time. However, in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, this method has a flaw. That is, if you only guard a few cave entrances, the number of monsters that can be hunted will ultimately be limited, because this is equivalent to giving up on the monsters that come out of other cave entrances. However, if they didn't want to let the monsters escape and wanted to guard all the entrances, they didn't have enough people. With the current number of personnel and strength, while ensuring safety and avoiding accidents, each cave entrance must be guarded by at least 1A level or 2 or 3B level personnel. In this way, at most 6 or 7 cave entrances can be guarded. After all, the purpose of guarding the cave entrance is to hunt, not to send people to die. If the strength is too weak, it is no different from sending people to die. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Since there are not enough people, you can reduce the number of entrances, just like destroying this passage here. Find and destroy the extra passages, leaving only 6 or 7, so that your own people will be enough to guard all the entrances. In addition, if we break through other channels, our side will be safer. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded to Chun Yangshan, then looked at the others and asked again, Has anyone come up with other solutions? If so, please speak up quickly. Our time here is limited. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, another figure walked out of the crowd. Dog Treasure. Looking at the figure that appeared, Li Ergu, who had just listened to Chun Yangshan's method, instantly turned the depression on his face into surprise. I hope that the method Go Bao mentioned can suppress Chun Yangshan, so that others will admire me. At the same time, Bai Xiaolin also showed a smile on his face. He didn't expect that this little guy Go Bao was so smart. Then he smiled and said to Go Bao, Tell me about your method. If it goes well, when you go back, you will have new clothes just like them. Having said that, Bai Xiaolin pointed to the camouflage uniforms of the others. Great human lord, Go Bao has come up with a method. We can find a huge stone and block the passage from the inside. When we want to hunt monsters, just move the stones away, let some monsters out, and then block them again. This way you can hunt with confidence without worrying about the monsters behind. When you want to rest, just leave the rocks alone. The rocks will block the monsters from getting through. After saying this, Go Bao looked at Bai Xiaolin nervously, wondering whether this method would be recognized. If Bai Xiaolin said no, Go Bao would probably curse his previous teammates in his heart. The reason why he scolded his previous teammates was because this method was used by the gnolls in the base, using caves to hunt wild beasts. Go Bao just suddenly remembered it and set it out for the reward. It was not his own idea. After listening to Go Bao's method, Bai Xiaolin did not speak immediately, but looked at other people again. After confirming that no one else has any ideas, Bai Xiaolin nodded to Go Bao, then came to Shui Rengue and Eugene and began to discuss with them to see which method would be more suitable to implement. Only when several people discuss it together can all aspects be taken into consideration and any mistakes be avoided during execution. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, while the others were looking nervous and expectant, Bai Xiaolin and the others simultaneously revealed satisfied expressions. After discussion, several people summarized the methods proposed by Li Ergu and his two companions and came up with a completely new method. When there are more monsters in the early stage, first, use Go Bao's method to block this passage with huge rocks so that everyone has a place to rest. Then use Chun Yangshan's method. Find other cave entrances, then wait outside these caves and hunt the monsters that come out. Of course, while looking for the cave, you can also find the location of the aliens and prepare for hunting them later. After 1 or 2 days of hunting outside the cave, the number of monsters deep in the cave will definitely be greatly reduced. In this way, even if the remaining monsters attack together, everyone in the passage can resist them. At this time, the boulder can be moved away and the passage can be reconnected. Finally, using Li Ergu's method, everyone was divided into 2 groups, blocking the passage in batches to hunt monsters. This not only ensures everyone's safety, but also maximizes the chance of hunting monsters and taking all the materials and survival points. Then, after nodding, Shui stood up and walked in front of everyone and began to make arrangements according to the results of the discussion. Gue Xuanli, take Xinyangshan and the others to the depths of the passage and look for 3 relatively narrow areas. Then cut a few suitable boulders from the wall of the passage next to it to completely block the passage. As for the others, they all went into the cave, cleared out a flat and clean area, and then rested there for 2 hours. After we have rested, we will set out to search for other caves, and by the way, look for any aliens hiding somewhere. Yes. Chapter 311, 3 Divisions. After Shui Rengue finished speaking, everyone rushed into the cave quickly and started to get busy. The reason why everyone was asked to rest for 2 hours after cleaning up, because although it is daytime here now, according to the original time, it is already around 11 o'clock in the evening. This means that according to normal time, it's time to rest now. If we go out to search without resting, everyone will definitely not be in good spirits. And just after a simple rest, everyone's spirits can be restored, so that when they go out to search, the process will be smoother. A few hours later, Gue Xuanli and his companions, who had been busy blocking the passage and had not rested, were left in the cave to guard the materials and food. With them here, others don't have to worry about the food being destroyed by monsters even if they leave for a long time. As for everyone else besides them, they were divided into 3 teams, led by Shui Rengue, Feng Xianzhao, and Yao Xuanxin respectively. Start exploring the island in 3 directions. With the leadership of an A-level expert, and the fact that the groups of monsters encountered on the island before were only a few to a dozen in number, there was basically no need to worry about any dangerous situations. So for today's exploration, Bai Xiaolin set the goal for the 3 teams to ensure safety. We will try to explore all the caves before the sun sets and destroy those that are far away. In this way, we can arrange people to start hunting early tomorrow morning or even tonight. After all, time is money. If you waste more time in the beginning, the gains in the end will be much less. You must know that you and others are here. We can only stay for 3 days at most, so we must maximize our gains within these 3 days. After separating from the other 2 teams, Bai Xiaolin and his companions, led by Shui Rengue, began to move towards the center of the island. Although it is a small island, its area is not small. According to Shui Rengue's estimation, the area of this small island is approximately 500 square kilometers. As the exploration continued to deepen, The scene that appeared before everyone's eyes became more and more dilapidated. There were hills full of potholes, broken trees, corpses everywhere, and a foul stench. Let everyone truly understand. This small island has experienced countless battles, so much so that even the smell on the island has a faint smell of blood. After advancing for several kilometers and killing some blind monsters encountered on the road, the sea level has disappeared from everyone's sight, and everyone's figures are completely surrounded by the ruined jungle. Just then, several monsters suddenly appeared not far away. Looking at the monsters' white pupils, Xiao He and Li Ergu, who were already skilled, rushed towards the monster without waiting for orders. Then, before the monster could react, the weapons in the hands of several people had already been inserted into the monster's throat. Ouch! Poor monster. Under the sudden attack of several people, he only had time to let out a last wail before he completely lost his life. After a successful strike, looking at the fallen monster's corpse, Li Ergu and his companions were not happy, but showed regretful expressions at the same time. Then he stood directly beside the monster's corpse and began to talk with pretended regret. It's a pity these monsters are only D rank. It would be better if they were C rank. That way I could show my true strength. Yeah, there's absolutely no sense of accomplishment in killing D rank monsters. The last wave of monsters was really strong. I took out 2 C rank monsters by myself. It's so satisfying just thinking about it now. You were just cheating. You took advantage of us not noticing and took action yourself. That's how you managed to kill 2 C rank monsters. What do you mean I'm cheating? You can only blame your poor eyesight. Just as they were discussing, Bai Xiaolin and Shui Renge, who were following behind, slowly walked over. Listening to the conversation between several people who pretended to be regretful but were actually very proud, Bai Xiaolin kicked them directly. I'm not saying anything bad about you guys, you're just gloating over killing a few ant-like D-rank monsters. I really don't know what you are so proud of. You should know that you're all at least C level, and the kind of C level that is close to B level. Killing a few D-rank monsters is not something that comes naturally. If you really want to be proud, it won't be too late to be proud when you can kill a B-level monster alone. My lord, please forgive me. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Li Ergu and others realized. Just now, we were a little too proud of ourselves because we had killed several waves of weaker monsters in a row. After realizing what was happening, they instantly quieted down, lowering their heads silently like elementary school students who had made a mistake, waiting for Bai Xiaolin's criticism. Looking at the sudden changes in the expressions of several people, Bai Xiaolin shook his head, walked behind them, and kicked one of them. If you just talk without kicking, you won't learn your lesson. Bai Xiaolin knew very well that every time his subordinates made a mistake, their attitude of admitting it was first class. It's a pity that I never reflect on myself. After kicking, Bai Xiaolin said unhappily, "Don't just stand here. Go look around and see if there are any monster caves nearby." Yes. As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Ergu and his companions ran away quickly as if relieved. Among them, Li Ergu directly climbed up a fallen tree, while Xiao He ran toward a small hill not far away. Wait until you stop. Several people began to stand on a high point and observe the surroundings, looking for possible entrances to monster passages. The reason why they are searching here is because when they were looking for the entrance to the passage before, several people discovered something. That is, in places with more monsters, the chance of finding the entrance to the passage is much greater than in places with fewer monsters. Without thinking too much, they understood the reason. That is, the monsters all come out through the passage, so there will naturally be more of them near the entrance. Of course, this is just a manifestation and not the real reason. The real reason is the monster's laziness. By searching and hunting along the way, Bai Xiaolin and others discovered something. That is, these monsters will suddenly rush up and attack when they appear. The rest of the time, I basically lie down. This also means that monsters are very lazy. Laziness means that after they come out of the passage, they will not waste their energy running too far. Instead, they would randomly find a place near the entrance of the passage, lie down, and start resting, waiting for enemies and prey to come to you. Chapter 3:12 Chirp. Of course, only most monsters are lazy. There are also a small number of monsters that are different and can run very far. Just like the 2 monsters they encountered on the top of the cliff when they were first teleported here. They simply ran to a place a few kilometers away from the entrance. Li Ergu and his companions dispersed after more than 10 seconds. Just as Bai Xiaolin was waiting, Xiao He, who was standing on a small hill not far away, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Aha! When Bai Xiaolin heard Xiao Hei's cry, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards Xiao Hei's location. At the same time, Li Ergu and his companions, who had not discovered anything, quickly jumped down from several high places and followed Bai Xiaolin. After coming to Xiao Hei and stroking his head a few times, Bai Xiaolin followed Xiao Hei's gaze. Seeing this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. I saw a huge, deep pit exposed on the ground at the foot of a small hill a few dozen meters away. Although he couldn't see clearly at the bottom of the deep pit, Bai Xiaolin could still vaguely see a dark hole. Go and take a look. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin ran towards the deep pit. Only by checking it out can we confirm whether it is a real monster passage. As several people appeared at the bottom of the deep pit, they confirmed that the hole they had just seen was indeed a monster passage. Because apart from the different location, everything else, including the environment and smell, is exactly the same as the several monster passages explored before. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Shui, Ringde, and the others. First, get rid of the monsters in the passage, then find a few narrow spots and completely destroy this passage. Yes, the reason for destroying this passage is that it is already deep into the island and is quite far away from the original passage location. If we wait here to hunt, not only will we waste time on the way back and forth. Moreover, if an emergency occurs and support is needed, it will take longer for others to arrive. So it is better to destroy it than to keep it. Then several people turned on the mining lamps and walked towards the depths of the tunnel. After killing several waves of monsters in succession, the figures of several people appeared several kilometers deep in the passage. At this moment, Xiao Hei suddenly stopped, sniffed with his nose, and ran towards the side of the passage. This meant that besides Bai Xiaolin and his companions, there were still monsters hiding nearby that had not been dealt with, so they also followed with weapons in hand. However, when Xiao Hei stopped, Bai Xiaolin and the others were stunned. What appeared before my eyes was not a monster, but a cave with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. What puzzled several people was that the aura emitted from the small cave was completely different from that of the passage outside. Not only does it not have a fishy smell, it also has a faint, strange fragrance. This made Bai Xiaolin think of a possibility. Could there be some treasure inside, like the treasures of heaven and earth hidden underground? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. After looking at the other people, Bai Xiaolin's gaze stopped on Go Bao. Given the diameter of this small cave, only Go Bao is the most suitable person to enter. After all, no one else can get in. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin looked at Go Bao and said, "I'll give you a task. Go in and see what's inside. If you have something unique, bring it out if you can, but if you can't, find a way to get some out." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Go Bao was stunned for a few seconds. Then he lay on the ground and begged for mercy. "Great human lord, don't let Go Bao go in alone. Go Bao doesn't want to die." Through what he saw and heard along the way, Go Bao has already had a clear understanding of his own strength. He knew that every monster here could easily kill him. If I were to explore alone now, and if I were unlucky enough to encounter a monster, I would definitely die. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaolin will not spoil Go Bao like he spoils others. Looking at Go Bao's appearance, Bai Xiaolin didn't hesitate. He picked it up and stuffed it into the small cave. "Now I'll give you two choices. One is to die now, and the other is to bring the things inside out. Not only will you not die, but you'll also get a watermelon reward when you return." Watermelon. The moment he heard the word watermelon, Go Bao experienced a battle of thoughts in his mind. Then, between the two options of dying directly and having the possibility of surviving and eating watermelon, Go Bao directly chose the latter. "Great human lord, rest assured, Go Bao is a powerful warrior and will definitely bring the things out of the cave." After shouting loudly to give himself courage, Go Bao swallowed his saliva and slowly crawled into the depths of the small cave. As they continued to go deeper, the last bit of light from the mining lamp shining in from the entrance finally disappeared beside Go Bao. This made Go Bao shiver uncontrollably, and he almost turned around and started crawling back. After all, it was too dark around him. Even if the monster appeared next to him, he couldn't see it, so Go Bao's first reaction was to retreat. But when I think about the enjoyment on other people's faces when they eat watermelon and the sweet smell of the watermelon, Go Bao still suppressed the fear in his heart, encouraged himself again in his heart, and continued to grope and slowly crawl forward. We are already halfway there. If we give up now, we will never be able to eat the watermelon. After groping forward for an unknown amount of time, Go Bao suddenly widened his eyes, just because a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of the pitch-black passage. Finally seeing hope, Go Bao was delighted and quickened his pace to crawl towards the light. But just as it was about to get close, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of it, completely blocking out the ray of light. Monster! The moment the shadow appeared, Go Bao thought a monster was coming and quickly stepped back in fear. But after taking a few steps back, Go Bao suddenly thought of something. This cave is relatively narrow, just like I can enter it, but slightly taller humans cannot. Monsters larger than humans certainly cannot enter. In this case, even if the shadow in front is a monster, its size is about the same as his, and its strength is also similar. After all, it is absolutely impossible for a monster this big to reach D level. Thinking of this, Go Bao became braver. What was there to be afraid of as long as he was not at level D? Maybe this time, I can kill a monster and claim a credit. Then Go Bao pulled out the weapon behind him and groped forward again. Chirp! The creature blocking the light let out an angry cry when it noticed that Go Bao continued to move forward. Then he picked up a wooden stick that was almost as tall as himself and rushed towards Go Bao's position. Chapter 3:13, Go Bao's Battle. The two sides, with great momentum, approached each other with weapons in hand, and simultaneously discovered that the space around them was too small. However, my weapon is relatively long, leaving me with basically no room to maneuver, and it may even affect my performance. Thinking of this situation, both sides threw away their weapons at the same time and rushed towards each other. Outside the small cave, after Go Bao entered the small cave. In order not to waste time, Xuerenge took Li Ergu and others and continued to go deeper into the big cave. Bai Xiaolin and Xiao He stayed where they were, waiting for Go Bao to bring out the treasure from the small cave. Just when Bai Xiaolin was getting bored, a few strange cries faintly came from the small cave. Chirp! Chirp! Ouch! Ouch! Bai Xiaolin widened his eyes immediately when he heard the sound. Could there be other creatures in the small cave? Then I listened again for about 10 seconds. Bai Xiaolin was sure that in addition to Go Bao, there was definitely another creature in the cave, and this creature was most likely not a monster. The reason for this thought was, firstly, that there was no smell of monsters in the cave, and secondly, because of the cry of this strange creature. Since using the universal language card of all races, Bai Xiaolin not only understood the languages of all races, but also had some understanding of the calls of various wild beasts. Although I still don't understand what they're trying to express specifically, but one can clearly feel the various emotions contained in these calls. Angry, happy, sad. From the cries coming from the cave, Bai Xiaolin heard strong anger and a hint of sadness. The fact that it can have such complex emotions means that this strange creature is most likely not a monster. Because although the monsters are still alive, they have basically lost their sanity, and the only emotions left in them are bloodlust and killing. In other words, in this small cave, maybe it is the first normal creature that you encounter on this small island. The fact that it can survive normally in this world full of monsters shows that this creature is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin shouted into the small cave, Go Bao, catch him alive and bring him out. In the small cave, after several minutes of tearing and fighting, Go Bao's face and nose were already bruised and swollen, especially under his nose, where red blood was still dripping. But compared with his opponent, Go Bao is still much better. At least he can still stand now. The opponent had already collapsed in the cave and could only stare at Go Bao fiercely with his two panda eyes. Unfortunately, its eyes couldn't scare Go Bao. After wiping his nose with his hand and rubbing his aching cheek, Go Bao squatted next to the strange creature and said with some pride, You little monster, compared to your uncle Go Bao, you are still a little naive. In your next life, be more discerning and remember to stay away from your uncle Go Bao when you see him again. As he spoke, Go Bao began to grope behind him in the dim light. Not long after, the dagger that had just been thrown away reappeared in Go Bao's hand. Then Go Bao looked at the creature beside him again. As long as he got rid of this monster, he could move on. However, as soon as the dagger was raised, Go Bao was stunned. It was because the eyes of this strange creature were not as ferocious as before, but instead revealed a hint of sadness. This look doesn't seem like that of a monster, but more like the look of a creature with considerable intelligence. This made Go Bao think of a possibility. Could it be that the thing in front of him was not a monster, but a creature of another race? It is even possible that this is the alien race that humans are looking for. Just when Go Bao was thinking of this, a voice with an echo suddenly sounded in Go Bao's ears. Go Bao, catch him alive and bring him out. Listening to the voice next to him, Go Bao was stunned for a moment. I instantly realized that the human lord outside must have also discovered the existence of this creature. Moreover, the alien race that he guessed about was very likely to be true. After all, the human lord would not let him capture a monster and bring it back. Thinking of this, Go Bao showed an excited expression. If it really is an alien creature, then I must have made a great contribution this time. Maybe I can get more food rewards besides watermelon. Thinking of more food rewards, Go Bao no longer hesitated. After taking a look at the creature that had given up resistance and was ready to die, he put the dagger in his hand back. Then he smiled and reached out to pat the creature on the face. You're lucky. You don't have to die for now. Then he reached out and grabbed one of the creature's legs, ready to drag it out and bring it to the great human lord for disposal. But after taking just 2 steps, Go Bao stopped, because Go Bao suddenly remembered that the mission he came in for had not been completed yet, and he had not found the treasure he wanted to take out. Think of this. Go Bao immediately let go of the hand he was holding and then looked at the creature that was still in a daze and said viciously, "Weak alien creature, if you don't want to die, stay here and don't move." After saying that, Go Bao walked around the creature and carefully crawled towards the light behind it. The strange creature behind him came back to his senses and looked at Go Bao with some confusion. He wondered why this strange intruder suddenly didn't kill him. After all, he had just raised his weapon. Just when the creature was puzzled, he suddenly saw Go Bao go around his body and crawl toward his home. You have to know that the food stored at home is the food you have collected with great difficulty. If you lose it, even if he could survive the intruder, he wouldn't be able to live long in the following period. Thinking of this, the creature no longer cared about his doubts. He immediately looked at Go Bao's back and let out an angry cry. Chirp, chirp! Go Bao, who was crawling forward carefully, was startled by the sudden barking and thought there was another one coming. He quickly turned around and looked behind him. When he found out that it was the same one, Go Bao felt relieved. As long as there were no new alien creatures, it was good. If there was another one, I would probably have to run away. Be quiet. Then he scolded out loud. Go Bao turned around again and crawled forward. Anyway, this creature was no longer a threat to him. The strange creature could only become more angry at Go Bao's reaction, but was helpless. It's a pity that I don't have enough food. If I had enough food, I would become stronger. If we had faced the intruder, the result would not be what it is now. 2 minutes later, the crawling Go Bao finally stopped, and what appeared in front of him was a cave space of only a few dozen cubic meters. Chapter 314, Energy, Crystal Stone. After looking around the cave, Go Bao scratched his head in confusion. It doesn't look like anything special. Then, while feeling puzzled, Go Bao jumped directly from the small cave and entered the cave space. Although he didn't find anything from the outside, Go Bao decided to take a closer look to be on the safe side. Make sure you don't miss anything. After entering the small cave, Go Bao looked around the cave carefully again, looking for different and peculiar places. Not long after, a huge stone placed against the wall caught Go Bao's attention. Of course, to be precise, what caught Go Bao's attention were the few glimmers of light shining through the gaps between the stones and the cave walls. Is there something else behind it? With doubts, Go Bao slowly pushed the stone in front of him to the side. Boom! As the stone was moved away, a tongue of blazing fire quickly rushed towards Go Bao's face, scaring him so much that he quickly took a few steps back. After confirming that the flames could not hurt him, Go Bao touched his face a few times in fear. Luckily, Mr. Go Bao reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been disfigured. After calming down for a few seconds, Go Bao looked up again and looked behind the stone. At this time, the tongues of fire that burst out from behind the stone had gradually weakened and disappeared, revealing the real scene behind it. A stone pool with a diameter of about 1 meter. In the stone pool is surging fiery red magma and constantly jumping tongues of fire. Around the stone pond, in addition to scattered small stones, there are also a few scattered red crystals. There is nothing else besides these. This made Go Bao couldn't help but sigh. The great human lord told me to take the treasure out, but it looks like there's nothing here. After standing up and scratching his head, Go Bao looked around the small cave again, and finally his gaze stopped on the red crystals around the stone pool. In the entire small cave, only these crystals look special now. As for the rest, only large and small stones are left. If I really take these stones out, I will probably not only not get any reward, but I might even be scolded. Think of this. Go Bao slowly used the iron sword in his hand to pull the red crystals around the stone pool towards himself, while Go Bao collects red crystals. At the foot of a cliff dozens of kilometers away from Bai Xiaolin and others, a dozen monsters had just crawled out of action when they were attacked by a group of creatures that suddenly appeared from the side. And in just a few minutes, they were all killed. These creatures that suddenly appeared had lion heads and human bodies, and each one was at least 2 meters tall and looked extremely burly. If Bai Xiaolin were here, 2 words would definitely pop up in his mind. Lion Man. At the forefront of these lion men was a figure that was definitely over 2.5 meters tall. In the hand of this figure was a huge iron sword that was almost as tall as himself. You dare to attack me, the lion scorpion? You are courting death. After swinging the iron sword to knock away the corpse of a monster that was blocking its way, the lion scorpion turned its head to look at the cave not far away where the monster crawled out. Looking at the dark cave entrance, the lion scorpion didn't think too much and turned to speak to a slightly shorter lion man behind him. Sure too. Take 10 people and search the cave. If there are still monsters inside, kill them all. Yes. When Lion Butcher and his men disappeared one by one at the cave entrance, Lion Scorpion looked at the monster corpses around him with a satisfied expression on his face. These monsters are like the undead. Killing one will give you different amounts of luck. The Lion Scorpion hopes to kill more this time so that he can gain more luck points and exchange them for more treasures to improve his strength. He even took this opportunity to upgrade his base to level 4. It has been more than 2 months since I came to this world and successfully passed the novice test period. In these 2 months, the Lion Scorpion has experienced more than 22nd and 3rd level wars. In more than 20 competitions, there were only a handful of times when I was able to obtain a large amount of luck value, and the total number did not exceed 5 times. As for the remaining dozen or so times, either the number of monsters was relatively small, or there was none at all, and the whole thing was simply a fight between the 2 sides. So after confirming that this competition has a large number of wild monsters that can gain luck points, the Lion Scorpion's first reaction was excitement, the excitement of rapidly improving strength. As for the strength of wild monsters and opponents, the Lion Scorpion doesn't take them into consideration at all. The reason is that after more than 2 months of accumulation, Lion Scorpion not only upgraded himself to a level, but also had 9B level, 27C level, and more than 40D level subordinates. Lion Scorpion believed that even in a level 4 base, his strength would not be weak. As for the opponents, in ordinary 3rd level bases, they will not pose any threat to him at all. The only thing that Lion Scorpion is worried about now is that his opponent this time will be besieged by wild monsters and die too early, causing the competition to end early. In this way, the amount of luck points you gain from hunting wild monsters by yourself may be greatly reduced. If Bai Xiaolin knew that his opponent this time had the same idea as him, he would definitely laugh out loud. Because the opponent is stronger, it means that he can withstand the monster's attack longer. So he has enough time to hunt the monsters in the underground space. Ha ha ha! In the underground cave, Bai Xiaolin laughed happily. Of course, it was not because of the opponent, but because of what Go Bao brought out of the small cave. Energy Crystal/Fire, a raw fire tribute energy crystal containing a small amount of fire energy. Fire energy value, 3. Primary enhancement. Whether to consume 1 survival point to enhance the item. After enhancement, the remaining energy value of the item will be increased. Looking at the dozen or so fiery red crystals of various sizes in his hands, Bai Xiaolin couldn't stop smiling. 1 piece contains 3 points of fire energy. If you get more than 10 pieces, it will be at least 30 to 40 points of energy. This gain is much better than hunting monsters. You should know that killing an ordinary monster will only give you 1 luck point. An attributeless energy crystal worth 1 energy point requires 20 points of luck value to exchange on the luck exchange page. In other words, the energy contained in these dozen or so pieces of energy crystal raw stones is equivalent to the value of hunting nearly 1,000 ordinary monsters. And most importantly, there is no risk. In addition, this is just what Go Bao brought out. If there are still raw stones in the small cave, then my gains this time will most likely exceed my original expectations. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Go Bao and asked, "How did you obtain these crystals? Are there any more in the small cave?" Chapter 3:15 Hot Pot Salvage. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Go Bao answered hurriedly. Go Bao discovered a magma pool inside, and these crystals were scattered around. Go Bao picked some and brought them out. Besides these, there were some smaller items that Gobao didn't pick up because he was in a hurry to get out. Lava pool. There are also energy crystal stones scattered around. After frowning and thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps this so-called magma pool, just like the oil well that he asked Luningli to build, can produce a small amount of energy crystals. Thinking of this possibility, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. If this is true, it is equivalent to having a raw stone mine inside. There may be more energy crystal stones in existence. At this moment, Shui Ringue and his companions who had entered the depths of the cave successfully blocked it and returned. After seeing Shui Ringue and the others, Bai Xiaolin told them about the energy crystal. Then he asked Shui Ringue to take the others to start widening the small cave so that he and others could get in. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Gobao, who has not even reached D level, to collect the energy crystals in the magma pool. Only a small amount of what was impacted by the magma outside can be picked up. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Shui Ringue and the others' eyes lit up. After these days, several people now know the role of energy crystals, which are important materials of the extraordinary level. It is also the key to the advancement of weapons and even oneself to the extraordinary level. So without any hesitation, they used the weapons in their hands to start widening the small cave. While the few of them were widening the cave, Bai Xiaolin was looking at another item that Gobao brought out. To be precise, it is another creature. A little monkey with light golden hair, similar to the golden monkey Zhou he originally knew. Although the little monkey was injured at this time, its momentum was not diminished at all. It stared at Bai Xiaolin and the others with its big eyes fiercely. Looking at the little monkey's lively eyes, Bai Xiaolin showed a strange look. Because this is the first animal with normal thinking that he has seen on this island. Unlike other creatures, they all turned into half-dead monsters. This also made Bai Xiaolin understand that this little monkey was definitely extraordinary. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin decided to take the little monkey with him first and see if he could bring it back in a few days. If it continues to stay here, it will surely die once we leave. You have to know that the little monkey is not even at level D. In this island full of high-level monsters, even if it survived by chance before, it will not live long in the future. If I bring it back, not only can it survive, but I might also get a surprise. After all, this is the only creature on the island that retains intelligence. After having this idea, the little monkey's vicious look became cued in by Xiaolin's eyes. After all, they had broken into the little monkey's home and were now causing great damage, so it was understandable that the little monkey was angry. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin turned to Li Ergu and said, "Ergu, this little monkey is in your care. Also, when you eat, give it some of the food you bring." Bai Xiaolin believes that under the temptation of food, the little monkey will soon eliminate its hostility and become one of his own. Li Ergu was a little confused. He had become a nanny again, and a nanny who had to distribute food. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaolin had already called out the name, and Li Ergu couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Because there are rocks all around, there is no need to worry about collapse. So in widening the small cave, Shui Ringue and his companions did it with confidence and boldness. After about 3 hours, the cave space at the bottom of the small cave finally appeared in the eyes of several people. At the same time, the magma pool located on the side of the cave, where the rocks were pushed away by Gobao, also appeared in Bai Xiaolin's sight. After taking a look at the tiny energy crystals scattered around the magma pool, Bai Xiaolin's gaze stopped directly on the magma pool. According to his previous speculation, the scattered energy crystals were just small heads. The real big head is in a lava pool. As for how to get out, Bai Xiaolin looked at the weapons in the hands of several people. Ordinary iron tools may melt when they come into contact with magma. However, the weapons in the hands of several people are at least sea level or above, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Then, under Bai Xiaolin's gaze, several people formed a circle around the lava pool and began to salvage. At first glance, it looked a bit like eating hot pot. As a result, not a single stone was fished out in the first 10 minutes. At this time, Bai Xiaolin also realized that he was overthinking. At the same time, I also felt a little regretful that I didn't bring my own sea-level fishing net. Because weapons are really not suitable for fishing things out. Even if you find something in the lava, if your hand slips, everything will be gone. But I've wasted more than 3 hours. I can't just give up without any gain. So Zhou, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and let the others continue to work, since it would still be some time before dark. Then several hours passed. With the perseverance and hard work of several people, they finally fished out a few fist-sized pieces of energy crystal raw stones. The total amount of energy inside is about 100 points. This also made Bai Xiaolin feel a little more balanced, as his several hours of hard work were not in vain. Of course, Bai Xiaolin also secretly made up his mind that he would prepare all kinds of tools in advance for the next competition, to prevent you from regretting not bringing it when you need it. After confirming that it was not too late, several people walked out of the cave. After identifying the direction, I went straight across the island and headed towards the initial cave. At the same time, Bai Xiaolin estimated that if there were no accidents with the other two teams, they should have achieved today's goal. Only my team was busy salvaging the energy crystals for the entire afternoon. Only a few caves were recorded and plugged in the morning. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, Bai Xiaolin still plans to send 2 people to salvage it tomorrow. Anyway, salvaging is safer, so just send 2 sea-level people over. They don't ask for a lot. As long as they can salvage 2 or 3 pieces of raw stones a day, it will exceed what they get from hunting monsters. After spending about an hour, the group finally crossed the island and returned successfully. On the way, he killed some sea-level and D-level monsters that could not be killed by shooting and gained more than 200 survival points, plus more than 20 points of luck. Of course, compared with today's gains, these 200 points seem insignificant. At around 9 o'clock, everyone gathered in the original cave. Feng Xianzhao and Yao Xuanxin also began to report today's gains and the situations encountered during the investigation. Chapter 316, One Day's Harvest. As expected, both teams explored all the caves along their routes, just as Bai Xiaolin had guessed. It also destroyed the caves that were farther away, leaving only a few that were closer. Including the explorations by Bai Xiaolin and his companions, a total of 12 caves were discovered. 8 of them were destroyed, leaving a total of 5, including this one, which is 2 less than the previously expected 7. But this doesn't make much difference. Leaving 5 places is enough for us to wait and see. Of course, in addition to these caves, there are several other caves whose locations have not been explored. As for the locations of those caves, it doesn't take much thought to know that they must be in the area that Bai Xiaolin and his companions have not yet explored. At the same time, through the reports from Feng Xianzhao and the other person, Bai Xiaolin also learned that neither of their teams had encountered any alien races. You have to know that even if the aliens can fly, they will definitely stay on this island, and it is impossible for them to run to other places. The fact that Feng Xianzhao's 2 teams did not encounter each other also leads to a conclusion. That is, the alien race competing this time is likely to be in the area that has not been explored today. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin immediately labeled that area as one of special attention. However, as long as the alien race does not appear to attack, Bai Xiaolin will only focus on it for the time being. If it is to be resolved, it must be at least until the end of the competition. After all, in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, the most important thing in these 2 days is to hunt monsters to obtain survival points and luck points. Compared to defeating the alien race at a 3rd level base, the rewards from hunting monsters are the biggest. After summarizing all the information, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone and nodded, then told everyone to start eating dinner. Bai Xiaolin himself began to check today's harvest. Survival points, 7,313. When he saw the number of remaining survival points, Bai Xiaolin could no longer hide the smile on his face. Excluding the more than 2,600 points saved before, this means that he has gained more than 4,600 survival points today. There's still 2 days left, and if nothing goes wrong, we will gain even more. After all, most of today's time was spent on exploring the island, and I just killed some monsters along the way. Now most of the caves have been blocked, which means that there is no need to run around outside for the next 2 days. You just need to guard the few remaining cave entrances and exits and hunt the monsters that come out of them. If all goes well, you may gain tens of thousands of survival points every day, as well as thousands of luck points, plus hundreds of kilograms of materials of various grades. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled even more brightly, and even the food tasted more delicious. At this time, the others also opened the cans they brought and ate them with relish. Of course, unlike everyone else, Li Ergu was holding a can with a depressed look on his face, looking at the 2 figures in front of him. Originally, I was going to eat a whole can of food by myself, but by noon it became 2, and now it has become 3. Li Ergu was worried that if things continued like this, he would be lucky if he could get a bite out of the can in 2 days. The two people who were eating for free on the opposite side obviously did not understand Li Erga's mood at the moment. Especially the little monkey. After being fed a mouthful of canned food by Li Ergu, he stared at the can without blinking, looking forward to the next bite. Eat, eat. When we get back, I'll definitely find a way to make you two pay me back. Li Ergu ate a bite himself and fed Gobao a bite. He took another bite himself and then fed the little monkey another bite. At the same time, he was thinking about how to pry something out of these two guys after returning in 2 days. After dinner, Shui Ringue and Gue Xuanli had a discussion with others. I decided to go deeper into the cave before going to bed at night, release some monsters and kill them. It's a pre-bedtime activity. This activity was also proposed by Gue Xuanli. After all, everyone else went out to hunt monsters today. There were only a few of us left in the cave to guard the supplies, and we made no contribution. So Gue Xuanli wanted to see if he could hunt some monsters before going to bed. Of course, doing so is also risky, because there are thousands of monsters in the nest deep in the cave. If the entrance to the cave cannot be blocked, all the monsters inside will rush out, and it will be the end. So after discussing it, several people told Bai Xiaolin about this idea and wanted to ask for his opinion. Looking at the expectant looks on their faces, Bai Xiaolin began to think. According to the original plan, they were going to block part of the cave in the first 2 days, then guard outside the remaining caves and hunt the monsters coming out. Wait until the last day, when a number of monsters in the nest has decreased, and then go deep into the cave and fight in batches. But now several people want to go deep into the cave to hunt on the first day, which is very risky. However, Bai Xiaolin did not refuse in a hurry, but thought for a while and asked, "Do you have any specific plan to ensure that the monsters deep in the nest don't rush out during the hunt?" Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Gue Xuanli said hurriedly, "My lord, we blocked the deep part of the cave with 3 huge rocks this morning, and these 3 rocks can be moved according to the plan. So we thought about using them to hunt monsters. Specifically, move the boulder away first and release a small number of monsters. Then have a fast person block the boulder again as quickly as possible, so there is no need to worry about the monsters inside continuing to pour out. We can also kill these monsters that were released one by one." After Gue Xuanli finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin understood that this was the method proposed by Bai Tian Gobao. The difference is that the number of boulders has increased from 1 to 3. After testing again for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin looked at Gue Xuanli and Shuiren Gue and said, "You can try, but if the monsters try to rush out in large numbers, you must reseal the cave immediately." "Yes, my lord, don't worry." Seeing Bai Xiaolin agreed, Gue Xuanli showed a hint of joy on his face. The reason why Bai Xiaolin did not refuse was that he considered 2 issues. One is Gue Xuanli and others. This time they blocked the cave and hunted for a relatively short time, estimated to be only 2 hours at most. Moreover, it was only in a cave, so the possibility of causing an impact of thousands of monsters was relatively small. The other reason is that he is here now. After all, there's so many people here, even several A-level strongmen. Even if the monsters really attack, they have enough strength to seal the cave again in a short time. We won't really let thousands of monsters rush out. In other words, even if we block the cave and hunt this time, there won't be much danger. In addition, Bai Xiaolin also wanted to see how efficient it was to block the caves and hunt. Chapter 3:17 Efficiency. Then, with joy on their faces, Gue Xuanli and others turned around and called all the people above level B. He headed towards the bottom of the cave with a happy look on his face. As for the sea-level people and the wolf pack, they were still resting in the same place. After all, the space at the bottom of the cave is not very large, and if too many people go down, they won't be able to move around. Moreover, the people who are stuck behind have no room to move, so it is better not to go down. Stay here quietly and rest. Almost 2 hours later, Gue Xuanli and others reappeared at the cave entrance. Although he looked a little tired, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "My lord, this hunt released 4 waves of monsters, including 2 B level, 7 C level, 19 D level, and 52 ordinary monsters. We have already dealt with them all. The entire process was very safe and did not cause a large number of monster attacks." After taking a look at everyone, Bai Xiaolin felt relieved to see that although everyone was tired, they were not seriously injured. It seems that it is just as Gue Xuanli said, blocking the cave this time is not that dangerous. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin nodded to a few people. "Well done." Then he looked at the time again. and after confirming that it was already late, he stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, go to bed early and continue hunting monsters tomorrow morning." "Yes, my lord." Then Shui Ringue and his companions turned around and left, and began to arrange people who would take turns to keep watch tonight. Bai Xiaolin found a comfortable place to lie down and started calculating in his mind. Gue Xuanli and his companions had just hunted for 2 hours and gained a total of more than 1,600 survival points. In other words, it is basically about 800 points per hour, which seems to be a very good efficiency. Wait until tomorrow and hunt outside the cave for another day, which means waiting for the number of monsters in the nest to be reduced. The day after tomorrow, we can continue to use this method and hunt monsters deep in the cave. Based on the calculation of 800 points per hour, at least tens of thousands of survival points can be gained in one day. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Then, with full of anticipation for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, everyone had already stood up and stood together in high spirits, waiting for today's arrangements. Standing in front of the crowd were Bai Xiaolin and Shui Ringue. Of course, Bai Xiaolin only made a rough arrangement, including the details of the specific battle and the allocation of personnel for each team. It still depends on Shui Ringue to arrange it. After all, Shui Ringue is the expert in combat. Considering the direction I led the team to explore yesterday, there might be enemies involved in this competition. Shui Ringue suggested to Bai Xiaolin that everyone should still be divided into 4 teams today. However, unlike yesterday's plan, only 3 teams followed yesterday's arrangement and stayed outside the cave to hunt monsters. As for the last team, they continued to explore the area that they had not completed yesterday. Of course, today's exploration of the team is not as high profile as yesterday, but is carried out quietly and in secret. In this way, when encountering aliens, you can hide and not be discovered, and you can also find out the identity and strength of the aliens, so as to make arrangements for the next step. If the opponent is relatively weak, you can just leave it alone for now. If the opponent is slightly stronger, you can look for opportunities to lure the monsters into a double encounter with them. Weaken its strength a little so that it will be easier to fight in the final battle. Bai Xiaolin directly agreed to Shui Ringue's proposal. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, if the opponent is too weak, you could take action to protect him. Otherwise, once all opponents are dead, it means the competition is over and your collection of survival points will be wasted. Then regroup after completion. Feng Xianzhao and Yao Xuanxin, still leading their respective teams, headed towards the direction they explored yesterday. He went to the cave where he stayed yesterday, ready to play the hunting game of waiting for the rabbit. The team led by Gue Xuanli was heading towards the 3rd undestroyed cave, and the direction was basically the same as Feng Xuanzhao's team. In addition to these 3 teams, there's the 4th team, led by Shui Ringue, who continued to explore according to yesterday's route. But before setting off, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao He, who was following behind him, as well as some of the wolves who remained. After thinking about it, he reached out and touched Xiao He's head twice. "Xiao He, you don't have to follow me today. Stay here with the wolves to guard this place. If any monsters approach the cave from outside, clear them out in time and don't let them in." Ouch! Xiao He showed a puzzled expression. Everyone had left, so why was he still staying with the wolves? There are still supplies and some food left in the cave. Guard them well to prevent monsters from coming in and destroying them. In fact, the monsters outside the cave were almost all cleared out yesterday. But just in case, Bai Xiaolin decided to let Xiao He stay with the wolf pack to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Ouch! Xiao He, who understood what was happening, yelled at Bai Xiaolin again, saying that he would take care of everything. Then he led the wolves and spread out around the cave entrance. Looking at this scene, Bai Xiaolin nodded with relief, then turned to look at Shui Ringue and others who had already prepared. "Let's go too." "Yes." After the group arrived at the cave where they had mined yesterday, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and waved to Li Ergu, who was behind them. Seeing Bai Xiaolin calling him, Li Ergu ran over excitedly. "Master, what do you want me to do?" "I have an important mission for you. Take Xinyanshan, Lin Sulong, Go Bao, and the little monkey with you. Just like yesterday, you guys should continue to salvage energy crystals in this cave." "Yes." When they heard that they would be going around the lava pool again today, the smiles on Li Ergu and his friends' faces instantly disappeared. Because this means that they can't kill monsters today. and letting a few people continue the salvage today was also what Bai Xiaolin planned yesterday. After all, compared to hunting monsters, salvaging energy crystals not only has low risks, but also considerable returns. As long as 1 or 2 pieces of raw stones can be fished out, it means dozens of points of fire energy can be obtained. This is much more than what Li Ergu and his men get from hunting monsters in a day. Besides, by leaving them here, the remaining number of people in the team can be streamlined. In this way, it will be less likely to be discovered by aliens as you continue to move forward. After all, the more people there are, the bigger the target. The fewer people there are, the more hidden they are. Chapter 3:18 The Battle of the Lions. After arranging Li Ergu and others, Bai Xiaolin, Shuirengui, and others began to move forward. At this time, the other 3 teams had already arrived outside their respective designated caves. Looking outside the cave, there were obviously several times more monsters than yesterday. Feng Xianzhao was not panicked at all, but even showed a hint of joy on his face because this was also something he expected. The monsters before could come out through more than a dozen caves and disperse throughout the island. And at least half of these dozen caves were blocked by me and others yesterday. Monsters can only come out from the remaining caves, so it is inevitable that there will be more monsters outside the remaining caves. Fortunately, although the number of monsters has increased, there are still only a few monsters above level B. In other words, as long as a few people are careful, killing these monsters will only take a little more time. Then, without thinking anymore, Feng Xianzhao spoke to the others without turning his head. Everyone, be careful when hunting, and don't get surrounded by monsters. Yes. The other people clenched their weapons tightly, and excitement gleamed in their eyes. Then he quickly rushed towards the monsters scattered around. Gui Xuanli and the other 2 B-level warriors rushed directly towards the monsters above B-level in the monster group. As long as a few B-level monsters are eliminated, the threat level of the remaining monsters will be greatly reduced again. At the same time, the teams of Gui Xuanli and Yao Xuanqin also adopted the same tactics. Class C is responsible for clearing the monsters on the periphery, while Class B and above are responsible for hunting monsters of the same level. While the 3 teams were fighting the monsters, Bai Xiaolin, Shuirengui, and others were still wandering around the island cluelessly, looking for the remaining caves and the unknown alien race. After wandering around for about 2 hours, Shuirengui, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" Bai Xiaolin asked doubtfully, because he didn't feel anything unusual. Looking at the remaining people, who also had the same puzzled expressions as Bai Xiaolin, Shuirengui looked around and responded, "My lord, I sense a faint smell of blood in the air, along with a hint of murderous intent." The smell of blood. Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that there might be a monster cave nearby. In addition, the alien race that has been missing for a long time is likely to be near this cave. Because the smell of blood means there must be a fight nearby. Among his men, apart from these few of them, no one else would appear nearby. The only ones who could cause a fight like this are alien races and monsters. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled. "Finally found you." Then without any hesitation, he looked directly at Shuirengui and asked, "Can you tell from which direction the smell of blood is coming?" "King." Shuirengui nodded, judged the direction again, and began to move forward. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Bai Xiaolin and others to be prepared for battle at any time. After climbing over a small hill, Bai Xiaolin heard the sounds of fighting and killing. In addition, we can also see the 2 sides fighting, or to be more precise, it was a massacre. The ones being slaughtered were the monsters that rushed out of the cave. Bai Xiaolin was already very familiar with them. As for the other side, there was a group of creatures with lion heads and human bodies, and each of them looked extremely burly. After taking a quick look around, Bai Xiaolin showed a look of surprise, because the strength of these lion people is much stronger than he initially imagined. There were only about 60 lion men among them. There is 1 A-level lion man, 6 B-level lion men, a C-level lion man in his early 20s, and more than 30 D-level lion men. As for ordinary level lion men, there was not a single one. Bai Xiaolin instantly understood that his opponent this time was definitely not from the same group as him who appeared in this world. If calculated based on time, he has developed at least a few months longer than me. Otherwise, the opponent would not have had time to improve his strength to a level, or even cultivate a group of powerful B-level and C-level subordinates. Since the opponent has such strength, according to the plan, we need to find a way to weaken it. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked towards the cave entrance. The monsters in the cave kept rushing out, and even 1 or 2 B-level monsters appeared occasionally. But every time, before the B-level monsters could take any action, they were killed by the B-level lion men. As for the remaining monsters of level C and below, they were slowly slaughtered by other lion men. After watching for half an hour, Bai Xiaolin frowned. Because of the strength shown by the lion man, his previous plan to lure the monster to fight with it would not have much effect at all. Because even if the monsters that rushed out and the monsters scattered around were added together, they would not be a match for these lion men. Unless I have a way to make most of the monsters deep in a nest rush out at once. In this way, the monsters can fight these lion men head-on and have enough strength to weaken them. When thinking about this, Bai Xiaolin's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe there really is a way to weaken the power of both the lion man and the monster deep in the lair. Judging from the current behavior of these lion people, it can be judged that the purpose of the gate is not much different from their own. They all plan to guard the cave and hunt the monsters that came out of it. The difference is that I plan to guard multiple ones, while these lion men are guarding one. If I take advantage of now to find the remaining unexplored caves and then destroy them all, this means that the only cave from which monsters can come out are the 5 that he is guarding, plus the 1 guarded by the lion man. According to the previous plan, after the hunting is over today, I will go deep into the cave tomorrow and fight inside. But if I change my plan, I will block the other 4 remaining areas by the end of today. In this way, the only cave through which the monster can come out is the one guarded by the lion man. And by the day after tomorrow, the monsters that should have come out from more than a dozen caves can only come out from this one cave. The monsters that the lion man will face will definitely not be comparable to what they have now, both in terms of number and strength. In this kind of fight, whether it is the lion man or the monster, their strength will definitely be affected. And when they have almost finished fighting, I can divide everyone into 2 groups. Some of them ambushed here in advance, waiting for the lion men to be defeated, and then attack them directly. The other part stayed in the first cave, waiting for the opportunity to remove the blocking rocks and hunt down the monsters that try to rush out. Chapter 319, Small Sea-Level Monster. After the battle with the lion men, the number of monsters in the deep lair will definitely be greatly reduced. And by that time, when our people move the boulder away, the pressure they face will be much less. If possible, there is even a chance to directly attack the monster's lair and gain more rewards. Of course, this is just a thought. After all, there are thousands of monsters in the nest. Even after 2 days of fighting, plus the part consumed by the lion men, the remaining number is definitely more than 1,000. It might be possible for a few dozen people to break in, but it is unlikely for these few dozen people to get out. So just stay calm and hunt in the cave. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Shui Rengui and told him what he had just thought. Shui Rengui, who was observing, also had his eyes light up when he heard Bai Xiaolin's idea. This method works. After confirming it, the few of them stopped observing. Instead, he turned around and went back to the hill, then bypassed the cave where the lion man and a monster were fighting, and explored further. Just as a few people were leaving, the lion scorpion who was fighting with the monster suddenly felt something. He turned his head and looked at a small hill not far away. This hill was where Bai Xiaolin and his companions had just hidden. Unfortunately, after observing for a while, he found nothing, which made the lion scorpion suspect that he was wrong. The lion butcher who was slaughtering monsters nearby looked at the lion scorpion who was suddenly stunned and asked with some confusion, "Brother, did you find anything? I felt like there was something watching us from the dark." Hearing lion scorpion's answer, lion butcher was stunned for a moment. Then after he reacted, he looked at lion butcher and said, "Could it be our opponent this time? How about I take a few people over to take a look?" Looking at the direction of the hill again and thinking for a few seconds, the lion scorpion nodded. "If they are indeed your opponents in this competition, remember not to kill them all. Keep their leader for now. Yes, don't worry, big brother." The lion butcher led several nearby lion men and quickly surrounded the hill not far away. But after checking, nothing was found. After getting this answer, the lion scorpion didn't say anything more, but just asked the lion slayer to lead his men to continue slaughtering monsters. Since nothing was found, there can only be 2 reasons. One is that it was really an illusion just now. The other is that the opponent is just a shameful rat, and when he sees the powerful strength of his side, he is scared away. No matter which one it is, it poses no threat to me. So the lion scorpion didn't take it to heart, but let people continue hunting monsters, because the immediate benefits were the most real. From yesterday, when they blocked the cave entrance and fought till now. The lion scorpion has gained nearly 1,000 points of luck. For the lion scorpion, this value can be exchanged for a huge amount of supplies as long as he returns. After bypassing the cave where the lion man was by Xiaolin, Shui Ringue, and others took nearly 3 hours to explore the entire island. The remaining 4 caves were also found and blocked from the inside. This completes the first step. Then, they took a detour and returned to the cave reserved by the team yesterday, ready to start the second step of hunting. Stopping and looking at the hundreds of monsters scattered outside the cave, by Xiaolin nodded. Although this number is slightly more than yesterday, it is much better than the situation outside the cave, where the lion man is. It is probably because the lion people were blocked outside for too long, and the monsters died in large numbers one after another. The monsters in the nest have already made that cave their main target of attack. That's why the monsters in the nest keep pouring out of the cave where the lion man is. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin felt a little worried. If these teams block the hunting outside the cave for too long, is it possible that the same situation will happen? In fact, what Bai Xiaolin didn't know was that the reason why monsters kept appearing in the cave where the lion man was. It was because yesterday at noon, the lion butcher led a group of lion people along the cave and directly killed their way into the monster's lair deep inside. Although he escaped without stopping, he also attracted the attention of the monster deep in the nest. That's why the monsters in the nest keep coming out of the cave to kill you. After staring at the monster for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin made up his mind. Hunting monsters is more important now. If after a few hours, the number of monsters coming out of the cave really increases due to constant hunting outside. At worst, when the number of monsters is about to get out of control, we can just destroy the cave from the outside. Anyway, destroying the cave was already planned. It was just done in advance. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned and looked at Shui, Ringue, and the others. Seeing how eager they were to try, Bai Xiaolin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone, take a break and eat something. Once your strength is restored, you can start hunting monsters." Yes, after a whole morning's journey, it was like going back and forth across the island. This resulted in a lot of physical exhaustion for everyone. So before starting the hunt, Bai Xiaolin asked a few people to recover their physical strength so that they would not make mistakes during the battle. About half an hour later, after eating the food and drinking the water they brought, the physical strength of several people had basically recovered. Then, under the leadership of Shui Rungue, they attacked the monsters lurking around the cave entrance. "Leave these B-rank monsters to me. General you guys deal with the rest. Meanwhile, make sure to protect our lord." Eugene, who was following Bai Xiaolin, nodded when he heard Shui Rungue's words. "Don't worry, General Shui." After approaching the monsters, Shui Rungue rushed directly into the group of monsters and rushed towards several B-level monsters. Bai Xiaolin, Eugene, and others instantly spread out in a fan shape and attacked the monsters scattered on the outermost periphery. The distance between each person is about 5 meters. In this way, they can avoid affecting each other when hunting. Once someone is in danger, the people scattered on both sides of him can provide timely support. Looking at the monster in front of him, it reacted, stood up, and roared at him. Bai Xiaolin didn't hesitate at all and swung the machete in his hand towards the monster's throat. "You're just a little C-rank monster. Do you think I, Bai Xiaolin, am afraid of you?" Although Bai Xiaolin himself is also C-level, in Bai Xiaolin's heart, he is much stronger than these wild C-level monsters. The reason is that after these days of improvement, I am very close to level B. In addition, the C-level armor on his body cannot be destroyed by a wild C-level monster. So when attacking, Bai Xiaolin had nothing to worry about. He chopped the monster's throat directly with a knife. But unfortunately, the monster was not an ordinary creature. Although this attack seriously injured the monster, it failed to kill it. Chapter 3:20 Waiting for the Rabbit. Of course, although he didn't kill him, he achieved the effect Bai Xiaolin wanted. Only the next second, Bai Xiaolin's body suddenly accelerated, bypassed the monster, and appeared behind it, then slashed at it again. The same height and depth as the previous cut. With the combined effects of the two wounds, the monster's head fell directly off its body. The body, which had lost the support of the head, fell to the ground with a bang after struggling for a few seconds. The first one, after the monster died, Bai Xiaolin didn't stop at all. He rushed directly towards the monster a few meters away, and this second monster was only D-level. Before he could react, a black blade flashed and cut off half of his head. The second one, At the same time, Eugene and others on both sides of Bai Xiaolin were also quickly hunting down the monsters that stood up. Don't give it any chance to fight back. Near the cave entrance, Shui Rengui had already defeated his opponent. The 3B level monsters nearby were all attracted together. Being attacked by 3 monsters, he fought back with ease, without a trace of panic. On the contrary, the 3B level monsters saw that their attacks could not hurt Shui Rengui, and they would be injured if they were not careful. He wanted to find an opportunity to leave an attack by Xiaolin and other weak targets. Unfortunately, Shui Rengui did not give them such an opportunity. Every time a monster tries to escape, it will receive Shui Rengui's interrupted attention and special attention from the star-breaking halberd. After a few rounds, the 3B level monsters no longer wanted to escape. He could only fight back in a panic under Shui Rengui's attack. After about 20 minutes, he confirmed that the combat power of the 3B level monsters had been almost depleted by him. Shui Rengui suddenly exerted force and waved the broken stars in his hand. Before the 3 monsters could react, he beheaded them all with just one strike. After killing 3B level monsters, Shui Rengui rushed towards the nearby C-level monsters again. In fact, with Shui Rengui's strength, killing 3B level monsters doesn't have to be as complicated as it is just now. In the case of a head-on confrontation, it is estimated that everything can be resolved in a few minutes at most. The reason for choosing to wear down the opponent is also to consider the subsequent battles. After all, this is not a single battle where the monsters disappear once they are all killed, but a battle that lasts for several hours. So Shui Rengui had to consider the future. Prevent excessive consumption at the beginning of the battle, which may lead to unexpected situations later. About 5 minutes later, with the addition of Shui Rengui, the few of them eliminated all the remaining monsters around them. Looking at the monster corpses scattered around and the nearly 2,000 increased survival points, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Then he stuck the machete in his hand into the ground and said to Shui Rengui and the others, "Everyone can rest for a while. It will probably take some time for the monster to come out." This wait lasted about half an hour. Under the expectant gazes of several people, they saw a group of monsters staggering and crawling out of the cave. After seeing the number of monsters in this group, several people frowned at the same time. Because there are only more than 20 monsters in this group, and the strongest one is only sea level. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood. The more than 100 outside before were probably gathered together from several batches, so there were a little more of them. Then without any hesitation, several people rushed forward again. After resolving the battle in less than 2 minutes, he squatted at the entrance of the cave and waited again. After waiting for a few minutes, the somewhat bored Lin Sulong suddenly suggested, "My lord, you stay here and guard the place. I and a few others will take advantage of this time to deal with the corpses of the first 2 groups of monsters. This way, when you leave, you won't have to deal with it in a hurry." "Okay, go ahead." Bai Xiaolin nodded. It is exactly as Lin Sulong suggested. Instead of wasting time waiting, it is better to make use of the time. This way, you can go home earlier when you finish work. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock. After killing another group of monsters, Bai Xiaolin looked at the sky and turned to Shui Rengui and said, "General Shui, take 2 people and destroy the cave." "Clear." As for the remaining Lin Sulong and others, they continued to work with Bai Xiaolin to deal with the corpses of the last batch of monsters. Clean out and collect all the high-grade materials. Recalling the battle of the past few hours, Bai Xiaolin knew that he was wrong at the beginning. The cave where the lion men were was not found because they were blocked outside hunting, but because of another reason that they did not know. Because in these few hours, they killed more than a dozen groups of monsters crawling out of the cave. The number of these dozen or so batches of monsters ranged from a few to 30 or 40, and there was no obvious increase. That's why Bai Xiaolin felt that the situation outside the Lion Man cave was due to some unknown reason. Of course, no matter what the reason is, in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, it is beneficial to himself, because this only means that lion men attract more hatred from monsters, and this hatred will make the 3rd step of his plan go more smoothly. After dealing with all the monster corpses, Shui Rengui and his companions successfully destroyed the cave and returned. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin looked at them and said, "General you 3B rank warriors are fast. Go to the other 3 teams now and tell them to destroy the cave. Then it's General Shui. You go and bring Ergu and the others back. Finally, Lin Sulong and the other 3 will come with me to transport these materials back." Yes. Then the men split into 5 groups and quickly set off in different directions, temporarily destroying all the cave entrances except the one where the Lion Man is located is the beginning of the 3rd step. When all these caves are blocked, the monsters in the nest can only get out through the cave where the Lion Man is. In addition, for unknown reasons, Lion Men are more likely to attract the hatred of monsters. The 3rd step can definitely be achieved perfectly. Let the Lion Man and the monsters in the lair fight to the death in order to weaken both of them at the same time. About an hour later, on the other side of the island, the lion scorpion, who was fighting with the monster, looked at the monsters constantly pouring out of the cave and suddenly felt something was wrong. That is, every time monsters emerge, not only the number of ordinary monsters increases, but also the number of B-level monsters increases a lot. This made the lion scorpion look puzzled. Could it be that the monster inside wanted to have a decisive battle with him? Thinking of this possibility, the lion scorpion was not afraid, but rather a little surprised. Because if this is really the case, although it will cause some damage to himself, it will also lead to the death of most low-level lion people. However, the luck points you gain will also increase. By then, these luck points will not only be able to make up for the losses caused by the death of low-level lion people, but will also leave more surplus. Thinking of this, the lion scorpion raised his head and roared. Roar! When the roar sounded, the other lion men instantly became excited. Start hunting monsters more crazily. Chapter 321. Ouch! 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 At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Bai Xiaolin and others gathered in the first cave again. Ouch! 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 Today I, Lin Sihu, blocked the cave entrance and killed at least 20 monsters by myself. 20 or so? You're not ashamed to say that. I killed at least 30 monsters. You're talking about low-level monsters. I've killed 3 sea-level monsters, one which I took out with just one move. How dare you say that? The one who made the decisive move was clearly beaten half to death by General Yu, and then you took advantage of it. You see through it, but don't tell me. Can't you let me pretend for once? Looking at the people sitting together and talking excitedly, Bai Xiaolin couldn't hide the smile on his face. Because today's harvest is much more than what we expected yesterday. The number of monsters hunted by the 4 teams, from ordinary level to B level, totaled to 1,200. And by hunting these monsters, the survival points gained reached an astonishing 17,230 points, plus 1,723 points of luck, and nearly 1,000 kilograms of materials of various grades. In addition to these, Li Ergu and his companions also obtained 3 pieces of raw energy crystals, gaining nearly 100 points of energy. All these gains added together can be said to be the largest amount of survival points and supplies Bai Xiaolin has ever obtained. And there is still one day left tomorrow, and if nothing goes wrong, we can get another wave of gains. After we return, the base will surely usher in a wave of great development. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone and said, Everyone has worked hard all day today. Let's go to bed early after dinner. Having said that, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui Rengue and added, When you send people to guard the night, also send a few people to guard deep inside the cave to prevent any unexpected situations. Yes. When all the other caves were blocked, the monsters in the nest became the dinner prepared by Bai Xiaolin for the Lion Man. However, this cave of his was different from other caves because it was temporarily blocked by 3 huge rocks. So just in case, to prevent monsters from destroying the boulder and coming out, someone must be sent to guard it at night. In this way, any movement can be discovered the first time. After dinner, everyone waited until Shui Rengue arranged for people to keep watch, and then they didn't waste any more time. They all lay down to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Of course, Bai Xiaolin is no exception. The next morning, just after 7 o'clock. The difference is that everyone is fully armed and divided into 2 groups ready to set off. One part is an elite team composed of 2 A-level strongmen, Shui Rengue and Feng Xianjiao, plus 8 B-level strongmen, including Lin Huangsheng and 2 big iron-eating beasts. Their mission today is to ambush near the cave where the Lion Man is. When the Lion Man and the monster are both injured, look for an opportunity to kill the Lion Man. The second part includes Bai Xiaolin and all the remaining people. There are also 2 A-level powerhouses, Gue Xuanli and Yao Xuanxin. The difference is that there are slightly fewer B-level ones. Including Xiao He, there are only 4 in total. In addition, there are a large number of C-level members, plus the wolf pack under Xiao He. The task of this group of people is to move the huge rocks at the bottom of the cave when the time is right. Then they blocked the bottom of the cave and started hunting the monsters inside. Of course, among this group of people, only a small number can take action, and they're the strongest group. As for the weaker C-class, there are wolves supporting them from behind. After all, the cave is so small. If all the wolves rushed in, they would probably block the entrance. Of course, if we can get into the nest, everyone can rush in and fight. However, this still depends on how many monsters are left in the nest. After confirming the time, Shui Rengue and others no longer waited and quickly headed towards the Lion Man's location. As for those who stayed behind, they headed towards the bottom of the cave. The fighting is still going on the other side. The lion scorpion, which had been fighting all night, no longer had the initial joy it had. Because there are so many monsters, too many to kill them all. Taking advantage of the moment when the monster came out, the lion scorpion turned around and looked at the Lion Man under his command. After a night of fighting, without any rest, most of the low-level lion men he brought with him had been lost. Now there are only 6 B level, 11 C level, and 7 D level. After thinking for 2 minutes, the lion scorpion made a decision. That means hunting for another hour or two, and when all the D-level lion men are dead, take the other lion men away. Go find your opponent for this competition. As long as you defeat your opponent, this competition will be a complete success. As for the loss of D-level lion men, it can be directly compensated by exchanging more. So in the eyes of the lion scorpion, it is not a loss at all. The D-level lion man who was fighting on the side had no idea that he had become a discarded pawn in the lion scorpion's heart. He was still fantasizing that when the battle was over, he would be rewarded by the lion scorpion and become a powerful lion man of C or even B level. About an hour later, 3 more D-level lions died under the monster's attack. The luck value gained by the lion scorpion increased by nearly 100 points. At this moment, the lion scorpion suddenly turned its head again and looked at the small hill not far away. Because the lion scorpion felt again the feeling of being observed that he had yesterday. And this time, the feeling is even more obvious. Staring at the hill, although still seeing nothing, the lion scorpion had a feeling this time. That is, the opponent did not leave like yesterday, but was still hiding behind the hill and observing him. In other words, the opponent wants to be the one who reaps the benefits. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of the lion scorpion's mouth. If you want to be a fisherman, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. After taking another look at the remaining lion men, the lion scorpion winked at the lion butcher beside him. The lion butcher, who understood what was happening, began to quietly gather the remaining lion people. Behind the hill, when Shui Rengue saw the tallest lion man suddenly looking towards the hill, he realized that he and his men had been exposed. However, Shui Rengue didn't care, because the strength of his team far exceeded that of the remaining lion people. Even if the lion man found out, it wouldn't change the outcome. Just when Shui Rengue was thinking about whether to wait a little longer or kill directly, suddenly he saw that the remaining lion men actually gathered together, abandoned the monsters they were fighting, and rushed towards him and others. This made Shui Rengue couldn't help but smile. The other people, looking at the approaching lion man, also started to talk in a teasing manner. It seems these lion-headed people are quite confident in their own strength. Ha ha, I wonder how they will react when they see us. I guess he was just terrified. Chapter 322, Doubling the Combat Power. Seeing the lion man getting closer and closer, Shui Rengue also became serious. He gripped the star-breaking halberd tightly in his hand and spoke to the people who were talking. Everyone, choose your opponents and prepare for battle. Remember, don't underestimate the enemy during combat. Yes, when the distance was close to about 50 meters, several people gripped their weapons and dived directly towards the lion man. After rushing to the hill with the lion man, the lion scorpion could already clearly feel that there was some strange aura hidden behind. Everyone charge! Kill the cowards who are hiding their heads and showing their tails, and then we can go back. Roar! Hearing that they could go back, all the lion people roared excitedly. The next second, excitement froze on his face. 10 strange creatures with powerful auras, at least B level, suddenly rushed out from behind the hill and rushed toward him. Feeling the enemy's breath, the lion scorpion was also stunned. How can he be so strong? Or how can my luck be so bad? You have to know that with 2 A-level powers, it can definitely be ranked in the top 100 among all 3rd-level forces. The probability of encountering a force in the top 100 in a competition is definitely 1 in several thousand. I was unlucky enough to run into this. Just when the lion scorpion was a little stunned, Shui Ringui and others rushed up. He simply swung the weapon in his hand and rushed towards the selected enemy. Among them, the opponent chosen by Shui Ringui was naturally the most powerful lion scorpion among the lion people. Feng Xuanzhao's opponent is the lion slayer, who is second only to the lion scorpion and is close to the A level. As for the remaining B-level players, 5 of them selected the remaining B-level players of the lions. The last one, Qi Huangshu, together with 2 iron-eating beasts, attacked the remaining C-level and D-level lion men. The moment the 2 sides came into contact, the 2 iron-eating beasts raised their palms at the same time and slapped the C-level lion man who was still in a daze. Ouch! There was no surprise as screams rang out. The 2 C-level lion men who didn't react in time were turned into 2 meat patties under the palm of the iron-eating beast. At the same time, the blue star sword in Qi Huangshu's hand also cut off the head of a C-level lion man. He watched as 3 of his companions were killed in the blink of an eye. The remaining low-level lion men panicked instantly. If it weren't for the lion scorpions still being there, they would probably turn around and run away without hesitation. And now, even if he was afraid, he had to rush forward and attack the 2 iron-eating beasts and Qi Huangshu. As for the battle between Shui Ringui and his companions, they all maintained the upper hand. Faced with this situation, the lion scorpion could only roar angrily, trying to defeat Shui Ringui in momentum. Win a chance for yourself. Unfortunately, Shui Ringui is more powerful in terms of momentum. Under the continuous attacks of the star-breaking halberd, the lion scorpion couldn't even fight back and could only retreat step by step. After entering the cave, the entrance becomes narrower and narrower. Not long after, a huge rock that completely blocked the cave entrance appeared in by Xiaolin's sight. You can see that a big hole has been dug out on the stone wall next to it. After stopping in front of the big rock, Bai Xiaolin listened carefully to the movement on the other side of the rock. Unfortunately, no sound could be heard due to the obstruction of 3 huge rocks. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned around and said to Gui Xuanli and others, "It's time for us to take action and try to kill more monsters." "Yes, don't worry, my lord." Then the group excitedly waved their weapons and began to bombard the first boulder. Since it was the last day, there was no need to move the boulder like we did on the first day. Then, under the continuous attacks of the crowd, in less than a minute, the first boulder broke into pieces, revealing the scene behind it. With the help of the headlamp, I could see the second boulder more than 20 meters away. At this time, the roar of the monster coming from the other side of the boulder could be faintly heard. Then, after the second boulder was smashed, the monster's roar could be heard very clearly. After all, the distance between the 2 was only less than 10 meters. When facing the last boulder, everyone became serious from their previous relaxed state. After all, what we have to face next are endless monsters. After making preparations, Gui Xuanli swung the Qing foam sword in his hand. Prepare for battle. As the last boulder was smashed, dozens of monsters blocking the way behind rushed directly towards the crowd. At the moment the monster rushed over, Gui Xuanli and Yao Xuanqin jumped directly onto the walls on both sides and rushed towards several B-level monsters behind them. As for the monsters below level C that were approaching, they were handed over to Eugene and others in the rear. Then roars and sounds of fighting rang out in the cave. Taking advantage of the break in the fight, Bai Xiaolin began to observe the monster's nest behind him. When he saw that there were only monsters left in the nest, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time thanked the lion man in his heart. Because at this time, the number of remaining monsters has been reduced from thousands to more than 1,000. It has been reduced by about 4/5. Excluding those he had killed in the past 2 days, the lion man also killed nearly 2,000 monsters in the past 2 days. This is also the reason why Bai Xiaolin is grateful to the lion man. Because there are more than 1,000 monsters left now. As long as we work hard, there's still hope to get rid of them all. By then, it will be a huge survival point. Then, without any hesitation, Bai Xiaolin shouted to Gui Xuanli and others in front of him, "Prepare to use the mirror card and charge into the monster's lair." Then he turned around and looked behind him, where he saw the C-level members lined up in a long line to provide support, as well as the wolf pack led by Xiao He. Once the monster's lair is broken open, you rush in and kill the low-level monsters inside. Yes. Ouch. As Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Gui Xuanli and the other person in front rushed directly into the monster's lair. Then, when they were about to be surrounded by monsters, a green light emanated from the hands of both of them at the same time. As the light flickered, three identical figures appeared beside the two of them at the same time, which were copied mirror images. The difference is that the aura of these mirror images is slightly weaker than that of real people. In addition, the mirror image only exists for a short hour. In other words, starting from a use of the mirror card, everyone must determine the outcome of the battle within an hour. Then, without any pause, the 6 mirror figures rushed towards the surrounding monsters at the same time. It only took more than 10 seconds to clear an area near the cave entrance. At this time, Eugene and his companions in the back also eliminated all the monsters that rushed into the cave and rushed into the nest. Then the same light appeared, and several people used the mirror card in an instant. Fight with the high-level monsters in the nest. Chapter 323, A Level Monster. When he came in, Bai Xiaolin brought a total of 11 mirror cards. There are a total of 7 plus 2 ones, each of which can copy 3 mirror images with 90 of the combat power of the original. Bai Xiaolin gave 2 of these 7 mirror cards to Shui Rengui and Feng Xianzhao, asking them to use them in case of emergencies. As for the remaining 5, they were all given to Gue Xuanli and Eugene. After all, those who stayed behind had to face an unknown number of monsters in the nest, so they had to ensure that they could exert their maximum combat power. As for the other 4 mirror cards, they're still in Bai Xiaolin's possession. One of them is a D-level plus 1 card that can last for 2 hours, and 3 are B-level cards that can last for 24 hours. Bai Xiaolin plans to give a D-level plus 1 mirror card to Xiaohe. As for the 3 B-level mirror cards, they will be kept temporarily to prevent any emergencies. With the addition of the mirror image, Bai Xiaolin's side now has 8 A-level combat forces and more than 10 B-level combat forces. The monsters in the nest are also very powerful. After reacting, several angry roars were heard simultaneously from the depths of the cave. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, they saw 4 monsters slowly crawling up from the ground. 2 of the monsters were humanoid, but nearly 3 meters tall and covered in gray-white bone armor. As for the other 2, they are crocodile-like creatures. However, its size is several times that of crocodile, and its length reaches an astonishing 10 meters. Just a moment. Bai Xiaolin understood that these were 4 A-level monsters and the strongest opponents everyone had ever encountered. Because from the beginning until now, the strongest enemy killed by Bai Xiaolin and others was only the B-level undead that attacked the base. In addition to the 4 A-level monsters, there were also more than a dozen B-level monsters. But compared to A-level monsters, they are not that important. As long as the A-level monsters can be dealt with, a dozen B-level monsters will only give you a few more survival points and luck points. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin shouted towards the nest. Gue Xuanli, you two should deal with the A-level monsters first. As for the remaining monsters, the general and his men will hold them back for now. Yes. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Gue Xuanli, Eugene, and others responded at the same time. Then 8 A-level figures were seen, passing through numerous monsters and rushing towards the 4 A-level monsters deep in the nest. The 4 A-level monsters were unwilling to fall behind and rushed out with roars. When moving, the low-level monsters blocking the front were trampled into mud before they could even scream. Then more than a dozen figures collided with each other. Looking at the skeleton monster close at hand, Gue Xuanli roared and used his 2 mirror images to kill one of them directly. As for the other one, it is temporarily entangled by the last mirror image. This way, you can eliminate a monster with the greatest advantage and the fastest speed. Yao Xuanxin's 4 figures were fighting against a crocodile monster in pairs. The reason is that the crocodile monster is so huge that a mirror image with only 90 of its strength cannot stop it at all. Therefore, we can only use 2 figures to fight, so that we can barely gain a slight advantage. Rear. Eugene has organized the crowd and the wolf pack to organize defenses nearby to resist the many low-level monsters that are attacking. As for the mirror images of Eugene and others, they are the same as those of Gue Xuanli and others. Rush into the monster group and intercept the B-level monsters that try to approach. Only in this way can we ensure that everyone can temporarily resist the attacks of monsters. Otherwise, with thousands of ordinary monsters and the impact of more than a dozen B-level monsters, the crowd would not be able to withstand it for long. Standing in the crowd, looking at the monsters densely packed in the field of vision, Bai Xiaolin swung the mountain-breaking knife in his hand, killing the approaching D-level monsters while frowning and thinking. What can be done to relieve the pressure of thousands of monsters? After thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin waved and called Xiao He, who was trying to rush out and fight the monster. Then he directly used the D-level +1 mirror card on Xiao He. Looking at the three figures that looked exactly like himself, Xiao He instantly showed a look of surprise, as if he saw four of himself. But there was no time for Xiao He to be surprised. Bai Xiaolin simply raised his hand and patted the three mirror images of Xiao He on the head. Don't waste time. Go in now and disrupt these monsters. You don't need to kill a lot. Just run around happily among the monsters. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, the three mirror Xiao He roared excitedly at the same time and rushed into the group of monsters. They started running wildly, like three black lightning bolts. Under their influence, the rhythm of the monster siege was disrupted within a few minutes. From time to time, a monster would turn around and try to attack the mirror image of Xiao He, who was passing by. As a result, when he made the move, the mirror image Xiao He had already run away, and their attacks naturally fell on their companions next to them. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression. This way, everyone would be able to fight the monster more easily. Xiao He's real body was a little envious because he could only stay among the crowd. After about 10 minutes, under the attack of thousands of monsters, everyone's defense finally stabilized. Start fighting back. Constantly use the speed advantage to separate some approaching low-level monsters from the monster group. Then the wolves in the rear will take care of these separated monsters one by one. At this moment, there was another loud noise coming from the front, and Bai Xiaolin immediately looked up. Then he saw that he was under siege by three Gui Xuanli. An A-rank bow and armor monster let out a stifled wail and collapsed to the ground with a thud. After more than 10 minutes, the bow and armor on the monster's body had been almost destroyed beyond recognition. All you can see is the body with black and red blood flowing under the bone armor. After getting rid of one monster, Gui Xuanli did not stop. The three figures attacked the second bone armor monster again. Under the siege of Gui Xuanli, which was 4 times as strong as his, the second bone armor monster couldn't help but let out a series of mournful cries. It seems to be seeking help from the crocodile monster. However, at this time, the two crocodile monsters were already entangled with Yao Xuanxin. Under Yao Xuanxin's continuous attacks, it can be seen that new wounds continue to appear on the bodies of the two crocodile monsters. Unfortunately, compared to its huge size, these tiny wounds have little effect on the crocodile monster. The wounds even made the two monsters become more ferocious. It swung its tail several times in succession and blew away the approaching mirror image Yao Xuanxin. At this time, Yao Xuanxin no longer sought to kill the two monsters alone, but only hoped to hold them off for a little longer. Wait for Gui Xuanli to deal with the two bone armor monsters, and then come to help him. Chapter 324 Gathering at the Monster Lair. Going out through another hole in the nest, you can see that another battlefield is nearing its end. Under the attack of Shui Rengui and his men, all the linemen below level B had died, and only 2 level B linemen were left. As for Shi Tu and the other 3 B-level ones, they had been dealt with by Feng Xianzhao and his men a few minutes ago. At this time, each of the remaining 3 lion men, except the lion scorpion, had to face attacks from 3 times the number of opponents. Roar, you damned human race, if you have the guts, fight me, lion camel one-on-one. What kind of strong are you if you just besiege me? Unfortunately, the 3 besiegers could not understand what the lion camel said at all, and just thought it was a dying whale. Then the 3 blue star swords attacked at the same time, directly making 6 holes with 3 cuts on the lion camel in the middle. Another B-level lion man, not far away, also died in a similar way. Seeing that all his lion men were dead, the seriously injured lion scorpion couldn't help but roar at Shui Rengui. Human, it's my bad luck to meet you in this competition. But don't be too happy too soon. In this continent of 10,000 races, a 3rd-level force is just a speck of dust. One day, you will also encounter a powerful enemy and end up like me, the lion scorpion. Hearing the lion man in front of them suddenly speak the human language, Shui Rengui and others were stunned at the same time. Then he suddenly understood that this lion man must have used a language card, so he could understand the human language. Then he didn't think anymore and spoke directly to the lion scorpion in front of him. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we have the confidence to deal with it. Furthermore, for the Lord, the 3rd-level faction is just the starting point. My lord, the lion scorpion was also stunned. But after Shui Rengui responded, he no longer paid attention to the lion scorpion in front of him, but began to attack with all his strength. 2 minutes later, the lion scorpion, whose limbs were disabled and had lost its fighting ability, was tied up with straw vines by Shui Ringgui and others. Then he handed it to Qi Huangshu and carried it on his shoulders. Shui Ringgui and his companions did not rush back, but turned around and looked at the cave entrance not far away again. It can be seen that there are no more monsters at the entrance of the cave at this time. In the area outside the cave, only some monsters that had come out before were still wandering around. Shui Ringgui instantly understood that his lord and others had already taken action and might even have entered the monster's lair. That's why the monsters in the nest no longer come out of the cave. Thinking of this, Shui Ringgui turned around and spoke to the others without any hesitation. We'll take out the remaining monsters nearby, then follow the cave to join the Lord and the others. Yes, in the underground lair, while others were fighting monsters. Bai Xiaolin took off his headlamp and switched it to second gear. Then he jumped onto a nearby rock and stood on a high place to observe. When you find someone being attacked by a monster, raise your headlamp and shine it into the monster's eyes. Under the strong light, the monster's eyes were directly blinded. If he can't hit the eyes, Bai Xiaolin will shine the light on the monster's more vulnerable parts. Use light to burn it directly, depriving it of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. With everyone's cooperation, there were fewer and fewer monsters in the nest, and the balance of victory began to gradually tilt. After about half an hour, Gui Xuanli had already dealt with the 2 bone armor monsters. The 2 A-level crocodile monsters were also gradually losing the upper hand under the siege of the 2 people and 8 figures. There are more and more wounds on the body. Just at this moment, Bai Xiaolin, who was using a mining lamp, suddenly heard a sound coming from another cave entrance not far away. Then I saw 2 beams of light shining out from the hole. Seeing the familiar light, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized that it must be Shui Ringgui and his men who got rid of the Lion Man and then came directly in from his cave entrance. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking of this, several figures rushed out of the cave at the same time. Then a part of them attacked the monsters that were besieging everyone from behind. The other part rushed towards the crocodile monster deep in the nest, which was fighting with Gui Xuanli and the other man. These figures were none other than Shui Ringgui and his companions. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin showed a smile on his face. With the addition of Shui Ringgui and others, the battle was completely stable. Li Ergu and others who were fighting also became excited when they saw Shui Ringgui and others appear. One by one, they started howling. About 2 minutes later, several figures rushed out from another cave. Bang! Bang! Ouch! Ouch! However, unlike the previous ones, 2 figures did not immediately join the battle after appearing. Instead, he howled twice in grievance in the direction of Bai Xiaolin. It seemed as if he was telling Bai Xiaolin that it was not easy for him to come here, and he must make up for it when he returns. These 2 figures were exactly 2 giant iron-eating beasts. With a height of about 3 meters and a weight of about 1,000 kilograms, it was really tiring for both of them to come down from the cave. Qi Huangshu, who was following the 2 iron-eating beasts, also appeared in the cave, carrying a lion scorpion. Looking at the scene in the cave, there were strange people fighting monsters. The lion scorpion carried on Qi Huangshu's shoulders blinked in disbelief. Only then did the lion scorpion realize that the human race he had fought against before was not the full strength of his opponent. At the same time, I also understood that this was the 3rd level base where these human beings were located. With the strength he possesses, he can definitely be ranked in the top 50 or even top 20 of level 3, instead of the top 100 as he had previously guessed. Thinking of this, the lion scorpion gave a bitter smile. Being killed by such an opponent in a competition, it would be worth it to come to this world. At this time, Bai Xiaolin also noticed Qi Huangshu, who appeared behind the iron-eating beast, and the lion man carried on its shoulders. At just one glance, Bai Xiaolin recognized that this lion man was the leader of the lion men he saw yesterday. That is, my opponent in this competition. As long as it is killed, the competition will be over. However, Bai Xiaolin didn't want it to end so quickly, because there were still hundreds of monsters left in the nest. These represent survival points and luck points, and Bai Xiaolin is reluctant to give them up. Another thing is that after killing these monsters, Bai Xiaolin plans to let everyone search the island carefully again. See if we can find anything like a lava pool or supplies. After all, it's not easy to come here, so it would be unreasonable not to bring back some local specialties. Then Bai Xiaolin turned the headlight back to first gear and waved it at the two iron-eating beasts and Qi Huangshu. After seeing Bai Xiaolin's signal, the two iron-eating beasts ran directly towards this side. Qi Huangshu also hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 325 Return. Almost 2 hours later, with the efforts of everyone, including the two crocodile monsters, the remaining nearly 1,000 monsters were finally all eliminated. Looking at the empty nest, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand and hit the lion scorpion, then turned around and looked at everyone with a smile. We can say that we have won this competition, and it is an unprecedented victory. This is the result of everyone's hard work. So I decided to give everyone a new piece of equipment when I get back. The equipment will be handed over to Zhu Tai, who will forge it for you using the high-grade materials we collected over the past 3 days. Thank you, my lord. When they heard Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Start looking forward to your new equipment. When collecting materials, my mood also became happier, because some of these materials might be used to forge new equipment for yourself. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. Before, I had the idea of changing everyone's weapons. One reason is that some people use weapons that are not suitable for them at the beginning. Another reason is that compared to when they were summoned, Eugene and others have at least been upgraded by 1 level. Then accordingly, their weapons should also be upgraded. This will ensure that they maintain absolute equipment dominance when fighting the enemy. Now, we have high-level materials and survival points. That means he already has enough resources to replace everyone's equipment. After everyone finished collecting all the materials, almost another hour had passed. Then, under Bai Xiaolin's instructions, everyone dispersed and began searching the nest. This is the base camp of all the monsters on the island. If there are any rare resources on the island, the possibility here is the highest. The result disappointed Bai Xiaolin. There's indeed a similar energy crystal mine in the nest, but unfortunately, there is nothing inside. After careful inspection, Bai Xiaolin actually found traces of human mining. Look at the pits left behind after the raw stones were mined. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but curse. It must be one of the forces that participated in the competition before and took away all the energy crystals inside. This kind of people is the most hateful. They don't even know how to leave any resources for future generations. With anger, everyone moved all the collected materials out of the nest without leaving anything behind. Go back to the cave entrance and look at the island outside. Without wasting any more time, everyone started searching the entire island again according to Bai Xiaolin's instructions. According to Bai Xiaolin, even if we can't find anything else valuable, we must get rid of all the monsters on the island without leaving a single one. It can be regarded as restoring the normal ecology of the island. And, of course, it can also earn some survival points and luck points. When it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered together again. After several hours of carpet search, Bai Xiaolin's survival point balance increased by more than 1,000 points again. And now it's time to go back. After taking another look at the island, Bai Xiaolin waved to Qi Huangshu. After receiving the signal, Qi Huangshu stabbed the lion scorpion's chest with a sword. 3 lines of blue prompts suddenly appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. All opponents have died. Congratulations on winning this war. As the winner, you will obtain all the resources of your opponent. These resources will be distributed in the form of gift packages. Please check them carefully. Countdown to return, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment. I thought I would be teleported back directly after defeating the opponent, but I didn't expect there was still time left. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin realized that this half hour was the time left for the victorious side to collect the spoils. But his spoils had already been packed. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin waved to everyone. Everyone sit down and rest for a while. It will take about half an hour to get back. Bai Xiaolin himself also sat down next to Xiaohe. I decided to take advantage of this half hour to see how much I have gained in the past 3 days. Survival points, 47,153. When he saw the remaining survival points, Bai Xiaolin was subconsciously stunned. I didn't expect that my survival points would reach nearly 50,000 in less than 3 days, and remove what is left at the beginning. In other words, he gained about 45,000 survival points in these 3 days. It also means that nearly 4,500 points of luck have been obtained. In addition to these 2 kinds of harvest, there are more than 2,000 kilograms of high-level materials, plus energy crystals containing more than 300 points of energy. It can be said to be an unprecedented bumper harvest. Half an hour passed quickly, and a beam of teleportation light appeared again, covering everyone inside. When I came to my senses, I was already inside the familiar city wall. Looking at everything familiar around him, Li Ergu put down the big package on his back and couldn't help but look up and cheer to the people around him. Li Ergu, I'm back again. After waking up in the morning, Zhang Liang and others who were clearing the snow saw and heard this familiar voice. I realized instantly that Bai Xiaolin and others had returned. Then everyone put down the tools in their hands and ran towards the area in front of the restaurant. The Lord is back. My Lord and the others are back. Oh. Less than 2 minutes passed. All the people who stayed behind, big and small, gathered in front of the restaurant. After glaring at Li Ergu, who was making a fuss, Bai Xiaolin took Xiaodai, who was struggling in Li Wei's arms. After rubbing Xiaohe's soft head twice, he turned to look at Zhang Liang, who was waiting on the side. Did anything important happen during the 3 days we were away? 3 days? When Zhang Liang heard Bai Xiaolin's question, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Bai Xiaolin with some doubt and said, My lord, you have only been away for a day and a night. 1 day and 1 night. This time it was Bai Xiaolin's turn to be stunned. After thinking for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the speed of time during wars is different from here, and the time difference is twice as fast? After hearing Bai Xiaolin's guess, Zhang Liang, Shui Rengui, and others also began to think about it. Maybe it's true. 2 minutes later, Zhang Liang's eyes lit up, and he continued speaking while looking at the few people. According to previous speculation, the higher the level of the base, the longer competition will take. During this time, the base, which has lost its main combatants, is likely to be attacked. The longer the fight goes on, the greater the chance of being attacked. In order to prevent high-level bases from being lost due to this reason, certain powerful beings, or world consciousness, directly change the flow of time in the war. This will greatly shorten the competition time and avoid this situation. Chapter 326, well done. By the time Zhang Liang finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin also reacted. The difference in the speed of time flow is most likely the reason that Zhang Liang mentioned. Avoid some powerful bases from being attacked by much weaker bases due to war competition. After understanding it, Bai Xiaolin didn't think about it anymore. Then he looked at Han Xiu in the crowd and told her to take the people from the housekeeping team to prepare some food first. After 3 days of eating canned bread, everyone was in desperate need of a good meal, which could be considered a reward for them. After Han Xiu and his men left, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui Rengui and the others, as well as the wolves and iron-eating beasts following behind. After thinking about it, he turned to Zhang Liang and said, Take the wolves and the iron-eating beasts back to their respective habitats, and prepare some food and gravy water for them. Yes, these animals are one of the heroes of this competition, so we must not treat them unfairly. As for Shui Rengui and others, there were Shui Rengui himself and Eugene. They can arrange what to do next by themselves, and Bai Xiaolin is not going to say much. I just told them that they could rest for a few hours after finishing their work and get up in the afternoon to do other things. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked towards the courtyard. Shui Rengui, Zhang Liang, and others were left behind and started to get busy. Among them, Su Rai, Li Hai, and others who stayed behind were arranged by Zhang Liang and Song Yi. Some of them went to prepare gravy water and move bamboo from the warehouse, while the other part went directly to the mirror lake outside to fish. Li Ergu and others, under Shui Rengui's arrangement, also split into 2 groups and started to work. Among them, Gue Xuanli and others who were at level A, and Lin Huangsheng and others who were at level B, directly took over the previous work of Zhang Liang and others. Jump onto the roof and start clearing the snow off it. As for Li Ergu and others, they were responsible for transporting the materials they brought back to the warehouse and sorting and storing them. After everything was arranged, everyone began to work in an orderly manner. While transporting materials, the little monkey followed Li Ergu closely, looking at everything in front of him curiously. After these 2 days, the little monkey has become very familiar with Li Ergu. Even in his heart, he had already regarded the human who shared food with him as his elder brother. So after arriving in this unfamiliar environment, he subconsciously followed Li Ergu. And Go Bao also followed them all the time, carrying materials back and forth. The 3 of them could be considered a small gang. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin did not stop and went straight to the cornerstone and sat down. Start contacting Luningli and Su Xianxian. I'm going to check on the subbase where the two are located to see if there have been any unexpected situations during this day and a half. In base number 01, after bringing people to clear the snow off the roof, Lu Nungli ordered Wen Liang to take others to continue clearing the passage connecting to the oil well. I came to the area between the base and the oil well, which was surrounded by a new wall. After these 2 days, Lu Nungli has led his team to successfully build 2 traditional refining kilns here. In addition, the charcoal needed for refining has also been prepared. All you have to do is bring the crude oil from the wells and start trying to refine it into gasoline and diesel. Check again to make sure everything is ready. Lu Nungli turned and walked toward the room. As soon as I came back, I received a message from Bai Xiaolin. Shaoli, have you encountered any dangerous situations in the past 2 days? Also, how are the refining preparations going? When he saw the news, Lu Nungli showed a hint of joy on his face. I also know that Bai Xiaolin has completed his first war competition and won. After feeling relieved, he began to answer Bai Shi AI Xiaolin's questions. There's no danger here, and everything is ready. We could try to refine the oil today. That's good. Be careful when refining. Also, I'll prepare some metal drums for you in the next couple of days. You can use them to store the refined gasoline. Okay, brother Bai. At the same time, in base 02, Su Xianxian also received news from Bai Xiaolin. How have the past 2 days been? Has anything dangerous happened? God O is back. After seeing the message, Su Xianxian showed a hint of surprise on her face and then quickly replied. Thank you for your concern, Lord O. 2 wild wolves appeared outside the base yesterday, but we dealt with them quickly. After answering, Su Xianxian suddenly thought of something. He quickly stood up and picked up a stack of papers from the table next to him, then shouted outside. Sun Fu, pack up all the wooden weapons we made these past 2 days and bring them in. Yes. Hearing Su Xianxian's words, several people who were busy in the cabin and the yard hurriedly put down their tools. Then he put all the wooden weapons that had been made and piled aside into 2 boxes. As for those that couldn't fit in, they were piled on top of the box. They carried her into the room where Su Xianxian was. Looking at the dozens of wooden weapons that had been made, as well as the dozen or so weapon and armor drawings that he had drawn, Su Xianxian nodded with satisfaction and then spoke to a few people. Okay, you can continue to get busy. But remember, send someone to check on the arrow tower every hour to prevent any wild animals from approaching. Yes. After a few people left, Su Xianxian returned to the cornerstone and began editing. In the small courtyard on the city wall, Bai Xiaolin felt relieved after seeing Su Xianxian's reply. After the mountains were closed due to snow, all kinds of wild animals have indeed begun to come out and look for food. Fortunately, both bases were in no danger. Then after nodding, Bai Xiaolin prepared to contact Ningyu and Lei Xing again. Let's see how the 2 of them are doing. After all, both of them, like himself, participated in this war competition. Before Bai Xiaolin could contact him, he saw Su Xianxian sent another message. Oh Shun, I'll send you the wooden weapons I made these past 2 days, as well as some weapon blueprints. Wooden weapons 42 plus weapon blueprints 15. Looking at the 2 large boxes of weapons and the dozen or so homemade blueprints placed together in front of him, Bai Xiaolin laughed. With these drawings and weapons, Zhu Tai can forge weapons according to the drawings. He picked up a crescent-shaped sword that was placed on the box. After waving it gently a few times, Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction. The whole weapon feels pretty good. If it is forged into a high-level weapon, it will definitely be powerful. Then after putting it aside, Bai Xiaolin replied to Su Xianxian. Well done. Then he thought about it and replied again. Wooden weapons are enough for now. You could draw some more blueprints later. Don't worry, Gado. Chapter 327 Lei Xing was attacked. After chatting with Su Xianxian for a few words, Bai Xiaolin came out of the room and found Li Ergu, who was carrying materials in the yard. After calling Li Ergu over, Bai Xiaolin pointed to 2 boxes of wooden weapons in the room. Ergu, move them outside and give them to General Shui and the others for use during their training. Also, find Zhu Tai and tell him I have something to talk to him about. Ok. Li Ergu waved behind him and saw Go Baoxing running towards him. Then the 2 of them worked together to carry the 2 boxes of weapons out. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that Li Ergu and Go Bao had such a good relationship. From this point of view, Li Ergu's talent in dealing with alien races seems to be quite good. When we capture more foreign prisoners in the future, maybe we can really consider letting Li Ergu be a general specifically in charge of foreigners. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned around and returned to the room. Prepare to contact Ning Yu and Lei Xing again. As a result, as soon as I clicked on the private chat page with the two of them, I saw the messages they sent me. The messages were sent around this time, yesterday morning. YC35666. Bai Xiaolin, the people I encountered in this competition were dog-headed men, and their number was almost twice my number. But fortunately our weapons are better. Before the Knoll could react, I led my men to take advantage of our weapons and caught the Knoll off guard. Finally, we successfully eliminated them all and won the war. YC15764. Brother Bai, I have successfully won this competition. Although there were some losses during the entire competition, it was still acceptable. After reading the content of the message, Bai Xiaolin understood instantly. Unlike him, who had endured nearly 3 days, they both defeated their opponents in less than a day. So he returned a day earlier than me. In other words, the opponent the two encountered this time was not as strong as the Lion Man they had encountered. That's why we were able to defeat our opponents and win in such a short time. The facts were similar to what Bai Xiaolin had guessed. Ning Yu and Lei Xing did not encounter any powerful opponents in this war. In addition, there are only a few slightly stronger beasts on the island where the competition is held, which will not have any impact on the competition. So the first battle between the two of them ended in less than a day, and obtained all the opponents' resources. But it's a pity that their opponents, like them, have just arrived in this world not long ago. So even if the resources are accumulated, they don't add up to much. Bai Xiaolin understood what was going on, and after thinking for a while, he began to reply to the two of them. The other side. After finishing breakfast, Ning Yu took his men to clean up the yard. They were then made to fight against each other in pairs, conducting combat and practical training. The reason for this was that during the first competition a day ago, Ning Yu discovered his subordinates' shortcomings in combat. Even with the advantage of weapons, 2 people were killed by the rusty iron swords of the kobolds because of their carelessness. So after coming back, Ning Yu asked Su Shan to lead everyone and focus on combat training. Ning Yu herself also joined in. This is to prevent someone from being killed by the enemy due to lack of combat experience and carelessness in the next competition. It is also to prevent losing the advantage in weapons and directly losing a competition in the future. Not long after training, Ning Yu suddenly heard a message alert sound in her ears. Ning Yu stopped after hearing the sound. Then he thought for a few seconds, turned quickly, and walked towards the room. Ning Yu blocked the notification sounds of most people's private messages and messages in public chat channels. So when the prompt sounds, it means that the person who sent the message is one of Bai Xiaolin and his friends. After returning to the room and opening the private chat page, Ning Yu saw the message from Bai Xiaolin. I just finished my competition too. Although it took a little longer, I gained a lot. After seeing the content of the message, Ning Yu felt relieved. The previous worries finally disappeared. The reason for worrying was that Ning Yu felt that he had defeated his opponent in just 1 day. Bai Xiaolin's strength was much stronger than his own, but it took him nearly 3 days. So Ning Yu was worried whether something had happened to Bai Xiaolin. Now, after seeing the news about Bai Xiaolin and confirming that nothing happened to him, Ning Yu finally felt relieved. Then he thought about it and replied, "It's good to win." Seeing Ning Yu's reply, Bai Xiaolin also smiled. Then he asked whether it was safe near Ning Yu base and whether there were any wild beasts or alien races. After confirming that everything was safe, the two chatted briefly. After chatting with Ning Yu, Bai Xiaolin looked at Lei Xing's chat page again. Bai Xiaolin frowned when he saw that more than 10 minutes had passed and Lei Xing still hadn't replied. Now we can't go out because of the snow, and Lei Xing's war competition has long ended. In other words, if there was nothing else, Lei Xing would definitely stay in the base. But when I was in the base, I could see the messages I sent at the first moment, but now there was no reply after more than 10 minutes. This made Bai Xiaolin think of a possibility that something might have happened to Lei Xing. You have to know that Lei Xing is at the foot of the mountain, and there are wolves nearby. When the mountains are blocked by heavy snow and food is scarce, the wolves and other wild beasts in the mountains will definitely attack the nearby bases as soon as possible to get the food you need. Thinking of this possibility, Bai Xiaolin clicked on another private chat page again and began to edit the message. Near the bamboo forest, Lin Shanshan was hiding in a high-end wooden house, covering herself with thatch and not daring to make any sound, afraid of attracting the attention of the wolves. On the other side of the bamboo forest, bursts of fighting and wolf howling were heard continuously. 2 days ago, when Lin Shanshan took her 2 men to participate in the first war competition, the battle was over in less than 2 hours. The reason is that the opponent only has one Catman. On the second day after the competition, that is, yesterday at noon, Lin Shanshan suddenly discovered a problem. That is, traces of wild wolves appeared again near their base. When the snow first started to fall, all the wolves disappeared. And now his sudden reappearance made Lin Shanshan feel something unusual. So she immediately notified Lei Xing next to her. After learning about the movements of the wolves, Lei Xing judged that the wolves might attack his two bases again due to lack of food. So after a brief discussion, the two of them came up with a way to resist the wolves. Chapter 328 Support. There are only 3 people in Lin Shanshan's base. When the wolves really attack, they can't resist for long. So the two decided to temporarily give up the defense of Lin Shanshan's base and concentrate all personnel at Lei Xing's base. Doing so will also attract all the wolves to Lei Xing's base. When wolves attack, they are definitely after food. After all the personnel were concentrated at the Lei Xing base, it meant that there was no longer anything to attract wolves at Lin Shanshan's base. In this way, the wolves will not attack Lin Shanshan's base. With the addition of Lin Shanshan and others to Lei Xing's base, the possibility of defending against the wolf pack will increase. So that afternoon, Lin Shanshan brought 2 of her men and gathered at Lei Xing's base. Not long after arriving at Lei Xing's base, Lin Shanshan became worried that her sudden disappearance would cause concern among her friends. So I decided to go back to the base and tell some friends about this before the wolves attacked. As luck would have it, as soon as they returned to their base, a pack of wolves appeared outside. Lin Shanshan herself was also trapped inside. However, luckily, after the wolves appeared, they went directly to Lei Xing's base where there were more people. Lin Shanshan was left alone in order to avoid being discovered by the wolves. He came up with a solution, which was to fill the room with straw and hide himself inside. In this way, they can use the thatch to cover up their scent and avoid being discovered by wolves. This hiding lasted for a whole night. On the other side, the wolf attack continued all night long. Just when Lin Shanshan was worried about the situation on the other side, the cornerstone in front of her suddenly lit up, and a line of information appeared on it. YC12133. Are you under attack? Looking at the message appearing in front of her, Lin Shanshan was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly reacted. God of Europe! And God actually knew that he was attacked. Then without any hesitation, Lin Shanshan began to edit quickly. In the courtyard, not long after the message was sent, Bai Xiaolin received a reply. Oh Shun, we've been attacked by a pack of wolves. There are at least 6 or 7 D-rank black wolves inside. Brother Lei and the others are using the wall to hold them back. Oh Shun, do you have any ideas for helping us? Seeing the message from Lin Shanshan, Bai Xiaolin's face turned serious. Just as I guessed, something happened to Lei Xing and the others. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think about how he could help Lei Xing and the others. It is obviously impossible to send someone directly there. Although the distance between Lei Xing and himself was only more than 20 kilometers, there was a mountain in between. If it was before the snow, Gui, Xuanli, and others who were A-level might have had a chance to make it. But now the mountain is blocked by heavy snow, so even an A-level player can't get through. If direct support is not possible, we can only find a way to improve Lei Xing's strength. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned his head and looked to the side. The sea-level armor that I took off when I just came back. A piece of sea-level armor can be as effective as 10 D-level weapons when encountering a D-level beast or alien attack. Because as long as you wear it, you can ignore the attacks of D-level beasts. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the message and sent it to Lin Shanshan. I'm going to trade you a C-grade armor now. Wear it and go find Lei Xing. Then let Lei Xing put it on and fight the wolves. As for the attacks of wolves, you don't have to worry. Beasts of level D and below cannot break the defense of level C armor. So put on your armor and you can go out with confidence. As for why I didn't send it directly to Lei Xing, it was because Lei Xing couldn't see the messages now, so he wouldn't be able to receive it even if I sent it. He simply gave it to Lin Shanshan and asked him to take it to Lei Xing. Anyway, with the armor to resist injuries, there is no need to worry about Lin Shanshan being hurt by the wolves. On the other side of the bamboo forest, looking at the wolves surrounding the wall and occasionally rushing over the wall to attack, Lei Xing felt a sense of powerlessness. The number of wolves was only slightly greater than the number of humans on their side. If it was before the snow, he could have led his many men and used their weapons to launch an orderly counterattack. And now it is snowing continuously. I was on the snow and couldn't move normally, but the wolves are much more mobile than me. In this way, facing the attack of the wolf pack, it is impossible to carry out normal defense and can only fight back with the help of the wall. And if they were not careful, wild wolves would take advantage of the snow to rush into the wall and injure some of their weaker subordinates. So after resisting for a whole night, Lei Xing felt really powerless and helpless. At this moment, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly sounded in Lei Xing's ears. "My lord, there is a man in armor approaching outside and has attracted several wild wolves." At this time, on the arrow tower inside the wall, one of Lei Xing's men was pointing outside with a look of surprise. Lei Xing was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly reacted. "It's Lin Shanshan." There are only 2 human bases nearby, and the only one who can appear outside at this time is Lin Shanshan. Thinking of this, Lei Xing couldn't help but feel a little shocked and angry. Showing up outside at this time, Lin Shanshan, is she seeking death? The 2 people who were defending behind the wall were also stunned at this moment. Then, after realizing what was happening, he rushed towards the gate of the wall without any hesitation. "The master is outside. We have to help her." The 2 people with anxious faces were Lin Shanshan's 2 subordinates. After hearing that Lin Shanshan appeared outside, he wanted to rush out without hesitation to help Lin Shanshan resist the attack of the wolf pack. After being shocked and angry, Lei Xing looked at his other subordinates and prepared to go out together to rescue Lin Shanshan. Because if there is no help, Lin Shanshan outside will surely die. Just as Lei Xing was about to gather people, an even more surprised voice rang out from the arrow tower again. "That armor is so powerful. Even after being attacked by several wild wolves, they couldn't hurt the person inside it." "Can't hurt." Lei Xing was stunned again, then quickly rushed up to the arrow tower and looked outside. "I saw a slightly clumsy figure in the bamboo forest a few dozen meters away. Under siege by several wild wolves, he was approaching his base step by step. The wild wolves surrounding it could not break the armor's defense, no matter how they attacked." Lei Xing, who saw this scene, also showed an expression of surprise on his face. Then he realized that Lin Shanshan had bought a piece of armor that could resist attacks from wild beasts. So he wanted to use the armor to get through the wolf pack and come to him. But among the wolf packs surrounding them, in addition to ordinary wild wolves, there are also more powerful D-level black wolves, and their attacks cannot be blocked by ordinary armor. Chapter 329, Fighting Off the Wolves. Then without any hesitation, Lei Xing shouted at the approaching figure. "Lin Shanshan, quickly retreat. If you attract the attention of the D-rank black wolves, your armor won't be able to stop their attacks." Unfortunately, Lin Shanshan's mind was on the wild wolves around her at this time. Lei Xing's voice could not be heard at all. When trading armor, Bai Xiaolin told Lin Shanshan that the armor could help her resist the attacks of wild wolves. However, if she is knocked down by a wild wolf and cannot move for a long time, she may be in danger. So at this moment, Lin Shanshan focused all her attention on maintaining stability. As you move forward step by step, try to keep your center of gravity stable to ensure that you will not be knocked down by the wolf. Naturally, Lei Xing's voice could not be heard. Seeing his call, Lin Shanshan did not react at all and continued to move forward bit by bit. Lei Xing didn't have time to think about it anymore. He quickly climbed down from the arrow tower, gathered a few men close to D-level, opened the gate of the wall, and rushed outside. As for the ordinary men, they quickly closed the gate again after Lei Xing and his men left. If the stronger men rush out, there is still a chance of survival. If ordinary men rushed out and faced the siege of the wolves, there would be no chance of survival. So Lei Xing simply left them behind and used bows and arrows to provide support from inside the wall. "Lin Shanshan, aren't you afraid of death?" Lin Shanshan, who was trying hard to move forward, suddenly heard Lei Xing's voice coming from not far in front of her. "I thought I had arrived, but when I looked up I realized it." Lei Xing was leading a few people, resisting the attacks of the wolves while approaching his own position. He was still 40 or 50 meters away from Lei Xing's base. Lin Shanshan instantly understood that Lei Xing was bringing people to rescue her. Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan felt a little moved. Then he looked at Lei Xing, who was approaching, and shouted, "Oh, Shun guessed that we were in danger and couldn't contact you. So he traded me a piece of armor and asked me to bring it to you. God of Europe, Brother Bai." Hearing Lin Shanshan's words, Lei Xing slapped his forehead in annoyance. "For the past 10 hours, I was so busy fending off the wolves' attacks that I had no time to check any news. If I had seen a message from Brother Bai, Lin Shanshan wouldn't have to risk her life to send the armor over." Without any time to think, Lei Xing and his companions continued to move towards Lin Shanshan. After 3 of their men died and 5 were seriously injured, they successfully returned to the base. This is the price you pay for being surrounded by wolves in a distance of less than 100 meters. He took off his sea-level armor and gave it to Lei Xing to wear. Lin Shanshan looked outside with some sadness, because 2 of the 3 dead people were her subordinates. They tried their best to rescue themselves, but finally died of exhaustion under the attack of the wolves. After Lei Xing put on the sea-level armor, he drank some B-level water. When his strength was almost recovered, he rushed out of the wall again without stopping and started killing the wolves. It was a revenge for the 3 people who had just died, and also to vent the frustration of the past 10 hours. Facing Lei Xing wearing sea-level armor, the wolf pack's siege completely lost its effect. He could only let Lei Xing swing his axe and kill the gray wolves that approached him one by one. In just 2 minutes, more than a dozen gray wolves died. Seeing this scene, the black wolf who was watching from the back was no longer calm and directly joined the siege. Unfortunately, their attacks still didn't work. When Lei Xing saw the black wolf joining, he immediately gave up attacking the other wild wolves, just staring at a black wolf attacking. Wherever the targeted black wolf ran, Lei Xing would chase it, determined not to give up until it died. It took more than 10 minutes to finally kill it with an iron axe. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the black wolf's corpse lying in the snow, Lei Xing finally got rid of his anger. I couldn't help but laugh out loud with joy. Then he looked at the remaining wolves again, waving the axe in his hand, and said viciously, "It seems like you beasts have forgotten in just a few days that there's a price to pay for attacking me." After saying that, he laughed again and rushed towards the second black wolf. Nearly an hour passed. After leaving behind 3 black wolf corpses and nearly 20 gray wolf corpses, the remaining wolves fled back to the mountains in a panic. Watching the wolves disappear, Lei Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back into the fence. "Bring back the 3 of us outside and the wolf pack bodies and place them in the yard first, to prevent them from being left outside and being taken away by the returning wolves." "Yes." After saying that, Lei Xing collapsed to the ground, covering his body, and began to gasp for breath. When Lei Xing went out to rescue Lin Shanshan earlier, he was seriously injured. In addition, he had been fighting with the wolves with all his strength for more than an hour, which had already caused his body to be overwhelmed. So as soon as he came back, his body couldn't support him and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Shanshan and the others were so frightened that they hurried over to help him up. "Brother Lei, what happened to you?" Seeing that you were nervous, Lei Xing responded with a grin. "It's nothing serious, just a few minor injuries and exhaustion. I'll be fine after a few hours of rest." After saying that, Lei Xing struggled to stand up and said to Lin Shanshan and the others, "The most important thing now is to contact Brother Bai first and tell him that we are safe so that he won't continue to worry. Also, this set of armor must be returned. After all, this kind of armor looks much more valuable than an ordinary C-rank weapon. We really need to contact Oshun." After hearing Lei Xing's words, Lin Shanshan and the others carefully took off the armor on Lei Xing. I was afraid that I would accidentally touch Lei Xing's wound. In the courtyard on the city wall, after trading the armor to Lin Shanshan, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and clicked on the human chat channel. I plan to see how many humans have managed to survive after the first competition. I also wanted to see how many other people, like Lei Xing, had been attacked by wild beasts. After clicking on the chat channel, on the cornerstone page, messages began to refresh rapidly. "Brothers, after winning the war, did you obtain any rare supplies?" "Not at all. The goblins I encountered were even poorer than me. Apart from some wood and stone, all I got was a pile of scrap metal." "Haha, it seems I'm lucky. My opponent was a wealthy catman who had stored nearly 500 kilograms of fish and meat, and in the end, it all belonged to me. Cat people, male and female. Brother upstairs, stop imagining, it's not what you think." Chapter 330, Excited Jutai. I don't care about cat people or anything like that. I only care about whether your fish meat is for sale. Brother. Same question. The food I saved up a few days ago is almost gone. I'm in urgent need of new rations. It's useless to ask. Now that it's snowing, there's no food source. Even if there was food, who would be willing to sell it? I suddenly remembered why YC12138, the big guy who sells food every day, disappeared these past 2 days. No need to guess. He must have failed in the war and was killed. With Gado's strength, how could he fail? He must be busy with other things and has no time to sell food. Stop bragging. How strong can he be? B rank is the best he can be. That's right. Maybe any random B-level among the alien race can beat him to a pulp. Bai Xiaolin was also stunned when he saw the messages constantly refreshing in the chat channel. I didn't expect that these people would talk about themselves while chatting. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin smiled and started editing. In the human chat channel, everyone was having a heated discussion when suddenly a familiar number appeared in their sight. YC12133. I've been busy fighting monsters these past 2 days, so I haven't had time to sell food. If the people ahead are in urgent need of food, I suggest you go and guard outside the base. In the next 2 days, some wild beasts that lack food will definitely attack the bases of various races. If you can kill 1 or 2 of them, you will definitely have enough food for a while. Holy crap. God O appears. Ocean is right. I caught a silly roe deer this morning. Fuck, brother. How come you were so lucky? How come I met 2 D-level cheetahs? It rushed directly into my yard, and I was so scared that I could only hide in my room and didn't even dare to open the door. Brother, I'm also trapped in the room by a beast. Because of Bai Xiaolin's appearance, the chat channel instantly became more lively. The topic of discussion among the crowd also changed from the previous food issue to the issue of wild animal attacks. Some people were lucky enough to encounter herbivores and get some food by chance. Of course, most of them were unlucky and were trapped in the room by wild beasts using the accumulated snow. After just a cursory look of more than 10 minutes, Bai Xiaolin discovered that about 1 in 10 people were attacked by wild beasts. That is at least a few thousand people. This number is obviously not something I can help with. I just hope they will have better luck next time. You can use the house to wait until the beast leaves, or look for an opportunity to kill it. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin exited the human chat channel. I looked at the private chat page again, but Lei Xing and Lin Shanshan still didn't reply. According to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, if everything goes well, Lei Xing should have obtained the armor by now and started to fight back. I guess we will have news soon. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, Zhu Tai's voice was also heard. My lord, General Li said he was looking for me. Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it. He just stood up, opened the door, and called Zhu Tai in. Come in. Then he took all the drawings sent by Su Xianxian and handed them to Zhu Tai. In the next period of time, you will forge more weapons according to the patterns of these drawings. Yes, I will forge it with all my strength. Looking through the drawings in his hand, Zhu Tai showed an excited smile on his face. Because every weapon in these drawings looks so powerful and perfect. If I could forge them all, my skills would definitely improve greatly. Looking at Zhu Tai's excited expression, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and continued. By the way, before forging these weapons, you should first make a batch of sealed iron barrels. We need them urgently. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Zhu Tai said hesitantly, My lord, can you find 2 people from other groups to help me? Now, Zhu Shan and I are the only ones who can stay in the blacksmith shop all the time, and sometimes we're simply too busy to handle all. Hearing Zhu Tai's words, Bai Xiaolin frowned and thought about it. I now have nearly 50,000 survival points, more than 5,000 luck points, and several thousand kilograms of materials of various grades. In the coming period of time, the base will definitely undergo a major development. And development definitely requires population. After all, if the population is insufficient, even if the base is developed, the existing population will not be able to handle it. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin said to Zhu Tai, You go back and get busy first. I'll send a few people over to you in the next 2 days. Thank you, my lord. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's answer, Zhu Tai's face showed a hint of joy again. Then he took the drawings in his hand and hurriedly left the room. It doesn't take much thought to know that he is in a hurry to return to the blacksmith shop and busy himself with forging. After Zhu Tai left, Bai Xiaolin started thinking again. The area most in need of manpower in the base right now is probably the blacksmith shop, followed by the planning staff and the production team. According to the previous plan, we will wait until the heavy snow is over. We will build a branch base in the vine ruins, plant crops on the farmland there, and expand the planting area of the base. In this case, relying on just a few farmers is definitely not enough, so a group of planting workers are also needed. Then there are the fighters of the pioneer group. Because the establishment of branch bases also requires the protection of combatants to ensure that farmland will not be destroyed by wild beasts or alien races. These 3 together require about 20 people. After confirming this, Bai Xiaolin decided to summon all 20 or so people after finishing his morning work. As for the food issue, a new batch of food should have matured in the A-level farmland in the next 2 days. These foods, together with fish, are enough to feed the growing population. At this moment, a message alert sound suddenly rang. Bai Xiaolin walked to the cornerstone and saw that it was a message from Lei Xing. Brother Bai, the wolf pack issue has been resolved. Thank you for the armor. Without Brother Bai's help, I estimate I could only hold out for half a day at most before I could no longer defend myself against the wolves' attack. Brother Lei, you're welcome. Seeing that Lei Xing and the others had escaped the crisis, Bai Xiaolin felt relieved. Then I saw another transaction message appear on the chat page. Sea-level armor 1 trading wood 1. It was his own sea-level armor. Bai Xiaolin smiled and agreed to the deal directly. After chatting with Lei Xing for a while, he exited the chat page. Without thinking too much, he just stood up and walked out of the room. After more than an hour, Xuerin Gui and others had cleared all the snow on the roof. Everyone was waiting in front of the restaurant, waiting for dinner to start. Of course, Li Ergu was also among them. He was gathered with Li Yuer and several other children, bragging about his own achievements. Xuerin Gui and others did not interrupt, but listened with great interest. Even when it came to the exciting parts, everyone cheered and applauded. Chapter 331. The Third Wave of the Azure Sky Sword Sect. When Bai Xiaolin came over, he almost misunderstood and thought that Li Ergu was telling a story to everyone. Then he smiled and shook his head, interrupting everyone's discussion. Stop talking nonsense here. Go back to your room and rest after dinner. We still have a lot of things to do this afternoon. Yes. The crowd quickly dispersed. Among them, Xuerin and others walked into the restaurant with a smile. Everyone in the production team turned around and left to do their own things. They had already eaten in the morning, so there was no need to eat now. Not long after, waves of fragrant aroma wafted out of the restaurant. After breakfast, Xuerin and others all went back to rest. Bai Xiaolin himself wandered around alone. First, we checked the improvement of the soil quality in greenhouse number 1 and greenhouse number 2 after the addition of crystal fertilizer. Then he checked the growth of the little animals again. What surprised Bai Xiaolin were the 2 chicks that hatched a few days ago. At this time, its size has actually exceeded that of a normal rooster. I guess if it grows for a few more days, it might be able to catch up with the size of an ostrich. In addition, there are a few reinforced duck eggs placed in the chicken coop. It is estimated that they will hatch in a day or 2. When they hatch and grow up, they will become another type of mount that Bai Xiaolin prepares for the pioneer team. After coming out of the chicken coop, Bai Xiaolin thought about it. Following the path cleared by everyone, we arrived outside the east city wall. That is where the anthill is located. At this time, outside the anthill, because of the snow, only a small number of gold-eating ants were active outside, gnawing on the iron and copper blocks that the production team brought for them. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that in just a few days, D-level gold-eating ants had appeared. This is much faster than the evolution of ordinary ants. It is estimated that it will not take long before it becomes a new fighting force that surpasses the wolf pack. After observing for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin got up and returned to the city wall. Then he entered the warehouse on the right side of the courtyard and took out a few drawings. Septic tank construction drawings. Simple rice field co-treatment equipment can reduce environmental pollution. The reason why the septic tank construction drawings were dug out was not because the original public toilets and rice fields could not handle all the water. This is because the current crystal fertilizer has a very low yield and can only produce a maximum of 10 kilograms per day. It cannot keep up with the demand for land intensification. So Bai Xiaolin plans to build a few more septic tanks so that the output of crystal fertilizer can be increased several times. It is also possible to renovate the existing greenhouses of several thousand square meters as soon as possible. From the current D level, all will be upgraded to a level. When all these greenhouse lands are upgraded to Class A, the food produced will be enough to supply nearly 1,000 people. Then Bai Xiaolin started to strengthen the 2 drawings in his hands without any hesitation. Survival point minus 4,444 for intermediate enhancements. After 4 consecutive intermediate enhancements, the 2 septic tank blueprints were all enhanced to level A. Septic tank construction drawings / grade A fertilizer can be produced by processing farmyard manure, crop straw, animal carcasses, etc. Long-term use of grade A fertilizer can upgrade low-grade land to grade A. However, 2A level drawings are obviously not enough. Then Bai Xiaolin took out 2 more copy cards. One of these 2 copy cards has been enhanced before and can be used a total of 4 times. But it has been used once before, which means it can be used 3 times now. As for the other one, It has not undergone any enhancement. However, the 3 copying opportunities of the first one are enough for Bai Xiaolin to copy 2 A-level drawings. Copy. As 2 rays of light flashed, for almost identical drawings appeared in Bai Xiaolin's hands. Then put the copy card that only has 1 copy opportunity left together with another and used one. Bai Xiaolin began to select a location and build a new septic tank. Since the septic tank is built underground and the snow nearby has been cleared, construction can begin directly. Stone 2,000, plastic 2,000, glass 80, iron survival points plus 800. As the materials in the warehouse quickly disappeared, for glass containers placed side by side appeared again next to the previous septic tank. As long as you put various decomposable things in it, they will produce new fertilizer. Bai Xiaolin felt that it would be necessary for him to expand Li Yuer's team later. Only by adding a few more people to collect farm manure can we ensure that the current 5 septic tanks can produce enough fertilizer every day. After the septic tank is built, Bai Xiaolin did not stop, but turned out 5 character cards again. Taking advantage of the free time now, I summoned the 20 or so people I had planned this morning. The reason why he only took 5 character cards was because of Bai Xiaolin's previous plan. All of your character cards will be used to summon high-level characters, which are the backbone of the base. As for ordinary people, they can exchange them on the luck page. After all, compared to using character cards, it is much more cost-effective to exchange for ordinary people on the luck page. And 5 character cards can be copied to make 10 cards. Just 10 people can be summoned to expand the pioneering team's combat team and to reserve combat personnel for future branch bases. As for the remaining dozen or so people, they used their luck to exchange them, and then they were handed over to Zhu Tai, Nong Sang, and others for distribution. Then Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen again. Survival points minus 11,110 for intermediate enhancements. With nearly 50,000 survival points as a foundation, Bai Xiaolin directly performed 4 intermediate enhancements on the 5 character cards. That is to say, they were all strengthened to A level. Character card /A level. You can randomly summon an A-level character to work for you. The summoned character is absolutely loyal to you. The character card was enhanced, and Bai Xiaolin picked up the copy card next to it again. After all, according to the plan, 10 people were to be summoned. Survival point, 1111. After 4 consecutive enhancements, this copy card also has 4 copy opportunities. Including the remaining 1 from the previous card, you can copy exactly 5 character cards. As the light flashed, the 2 copy cards disappeared one after another, and the A-level character card in Bai Xiaolin's hand. It also increased directly from 5 to 10. According to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, 10 A-level character cards are used at the same time. There is a high possibility that those summoned are still from the Qin Kong sword sect, that is, the fellow disciples of Gui, Xuanli, and others. This is also what Bai Xiaolin hopes for. After all, what he needs now is combat-type talents. Call. Survival points plus 5,000. As gray light flashed, 10 figures appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Disciple Shui Xianqing, Chu Xianyang, / Li Xuanzi, greets the Lord. Looking at the 10 people in front of me, they have familiar clothes and similar names. In addition, since they were both around the same age of 20, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. As I guess they're still from the Qin Kong sword sect. Chapter 332 Fire Metal. Then without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin looked at the 10 people and asked, "Which lineage of the Qin Kong sword sect are you from?" After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, the reactions of several people were the same as those of Lin Huangsheng and others before. All of them showed surprised expressions. Seeing the reactions of Shui, Xianming, and others, Bai Xiaolin also knew what they were thinking. He said with a smile again, "I also have people from the Azure Sky sword sect here, and they belong to the Wind Vein and the Ice Vein respectively. So just at first sight, I knew you were also from the Qin Kong sword sect, so I wanted to ask which lineage you belong to." After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, the surprise on Shui, Xianming, and the others' faces instantly turned into shock. "My lord, are you referring to the 4 senior brothers Gui, Xuanli from the Wind Vein, and the 10 junior brothers Lin Huangsheng from the Ice Vein?" "It's them. How did you guess?" Bai Xiaolin didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Shui, Xianming, and others guessed who he was talking about. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that they knew each other before? When Bai Xiaolin thought of this, he heard Shui, Xianming, and others answer, "My lord, senior brother Gui, Xuanli, and junior brother Lin Huangsheng have mysteriously disappeared twice in the sect. It has already spread throughout the sect and is known to everyone, even attracting the attention of the sect leader. So after hearing the Lord's words, we immediately thought of them. Everyone knows it. The leader is paying attention. Bai Xiaolin was also stunned when he heard the answers from several people. I really didn't expect it to be because of this. Then an idea came to his mind, that he should summon Shui, Xianming, and others now. In the Qin Kong sword sect, does this mean that the third wave of people has mysteriously disappeared? Moreover, the Qin Kong sword sect is probably in an uproar because of the disappearance of Shui, Xianming, and others. Bai Xiaolin could even imagine that the elders and the leader of the Qin Kong sword sect were all angry, but couldn't find the enemy. After all, these were disciples that he had trained with great difficulty, but in the end, they were taken away one after another without any warning. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. At worst, when I summon these elders, or even the sect leader in the future, I can give them some spiritual compensation. Then without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui, Xianming, and the others again. At this time, several people were still in shock. Senior Brother Gui, Xuanli, and others who had disappeared before were actually summoned by the Lord. This also means that he and others have disappeared in the sect at this time. Thinking of this, several people subconsciously looked at others. Bai Xiaolin waited patiently on the side. After they recovered from their state of shock, he pointed at the weapons on their backs and asked again, I still don't know which lineage you come from, and what weapons your lineage has. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, 2 of the 10 people who came to their senses took off their weapons and handed them to Bai Xiaolin. My lord, we come from the fire vein and the gold vein respectively, and our weapons are the flame star sword and the scarlet gold sword respectively. They actually come from 2 different lineages, which means the weapons they use must be different. Bai Xiaolin took the weapons from the 2 men and began to check them directly. Flame Star Sword / Sirank. A fine weapon forged from Flame Star Stone. Due to the special properties of the material, wounds inflicted by it will cause a burning effect for a short period of time. Red Gold Sword / Sirank. A fine weapon forged from red gold stone. Due to the special properties of the material, wounds caused by it will experience a continuous tearing effect, aggravating the injury. One has a special burning effect, and the other has a tearing wound effect. They're all very good abilities. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the others again and pointed at the weapons behind them. You guys also bring your weapons here, and I'll help you upgrade them once or twice. The first 1 or 2 enhancements will not consume many survival points. So Bai Xiaolin was happy to help them strengthen their weapons so that their strength could be improved. Upgrade your weapons. Shui, Xianming, and the others were stunned again, because their weapons were now sea level. If it is upgraded further, it will be upgraded to be level. Then the remaining few people subconsciously handed over their weapons. Bai Xiaolin, who got the weapon, started to strengthen it directly. Survival points, -20. Survival points, -200. After 2 intermediate enhancements, all 10 weapons were upgraded to a level. Bai Xiaolin's strengthening also stopped. If it continues to be strengthened, it will become an extraordinary level weapon. The second ability of extraordinary weapons requires an extraordinary level of strong people to activate and use. Shui, Xianming, and others are still A level. Even if the weapon is upgraded to extraordinary level, it is no different from an A-level weapon to them. So Bai Xiaolin decided not to carry out the third strengthening for the time being. It won't be too late to upgrade the level of their weapons when their strength reaches extraordinary levels one day. A level. Thank you, my lord. After getting his weapon back, when they saw the level of the weapons, Shui, Xianming, and the others were shocked again. Then he took the weapon and observed it with great interest. Looking at the appearances of several people, Bai Xiaolin smiled and began to check their attributes. Name, Shui Xianming / A rank, subordinate to Bai Xiaolin. Age, 23. Physical strength, 87/87. Strength, 100/100. Agility, 91/91. Ability, 1. When entering combat state at full strength, 1 can continuously burst out 150 combat power for 10 minutes. 2. When fighting together, all attributes will be increased by 10 for every 5 additional teammates, up to a maximum of 200. Seeing Shui Xuanming's attributes and abilities, Bai Xiaolin nodded again. You could tell at first glance that he is a combat-type talent, and an explosive one at that. It was the second ability, which required cooperation in combat to improve attributes, which made Bai Xiaolin a little confused. However, Bai Xiaolin did not think too much about it, and just thought that this ability was quite special. Then continue to check. After checking 4 people in a row, Bai Xiaolin was still stunned for a few seconds. Because the second abilities of these 4 people are exactly the same as Shui Xuanming's, they need to work together to improve their attributes. Bai Xiaolin understood instantly that this should be the special ability that belonged to their lineage when they were in the Qin Kong Sword sect, just like the speed of the wind vein and the slowing ability of the ice vein. In this case, not everyone can improve the attributes of Shui, Xianming, and others by cooperating in the battle. Instead, they need to cooperate with each other to bring out this ability. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui, Xianming, and asked, "Your ability to work together can only be brought into play if you possess the same abilities." Bai Xiaolin is still very curious about this. Chapter 333, 110 People. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Shui Xianming thought for a few seconds and then answered, "My lord, this ability belongs to a special battle formation of the Fire Vein, and it requires Fire Vein disciples to form a battle formation together to use it. The minimum number of people in a battle formation is 5, and with every additional 5 people, the power of the battle formation will increase by 1 level. It is true, only if they cooperate with each other can they bring out this ability." Bai Xiaolin was a little disappointed when he got the answer, because if everyone cooperates, their attributes can be improved. With the current number of people he has, he can directly push their attributes to 200 during the battle. Then, after shaking his head, Bai Xiaolin began to check the attributes of the remaining people. Name: Chu Xinyang / A level, Bai Xiaolin subordinate. Age: 24. Physical strength: 85/85. Strength: 100/100. Agility: 90/90. Ability: 1. When facing an enemy whose strength is not higher than yours, you can suppress it by 42 of its strength. 2nd, when entering the bloodthirsty state, each attack can increase the armor penetration effect by 1, up to a maximum of 100. After checking everything, Bai Xiaolin also knew, among these 10 people, 6 are from the Fire Vein, and their second ability is the same as Shui Xuanming's. The remaining 4 people are from the Gold Vein. Their second ability is the same as Chu Xuanyang's, which is to improve the armor-piercing ability during combat. When the armor-piercing effect is increased to 100, it means that they can directly ignore the enemy's defense. This is also a very powerful ability. When facing alien races with stronger defenses or wild beasts, the ability to penetrate armor is definitely their nemesis. Then he nodded again and said to Shui, Xianxing, and the others, "Let's go. I'll take you out to meet other people and meet Gui Xuanli and the others." Yes. After coming out of the room, Bai Xiaolin took Shui, Xianming, and others and walked straight to the living area outside. It's a pity that Gui Xuanli and the others are still resting. Fortunately, Zi Xianxing and a few others were there, so Bai Xiaolin let them talk first. It also allows Zi Xianxing to take Shui, Xianming, and others to familiarize themselves with this place. Wait until the afternoon, when everyone is present, and then introduce them to everyone together with the next people to be summoned. At the same time, they also arrange what they will do next. After handing Shui, Xianming, and the others over to Zi, Xianxing, and the others, Bai Xiaolin returned to the room again. The next thing to do is to redeem another group of ordinary people from the luck page. Civilian. An ordinary civilian without any talent. 1 point, exchange. Originally, according to Bai Xiaolin's plan, he wanted to exchange out a dozen more ordinary people. However, before the exchange, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and decided to first check the current number of people in his base to determine how many people will be redeemed this time. After confirming the current number of people in the base, Bai Xiaolin decided to exchange a few more. Increase the number of people who can redeem to 20. The reason is that the population of his main base has reached 74 people, including the 10 people Shui Xianming just summoned. There are 10 people in base number 01, including Lu Ningli. There are 6 people in base number 02, including Su Xianxian. In other words, the total number of people in his base has now reached 90. If we exchange 20 more people, the total number will be exactly 110. If calculated based on the total number of people, it means that Bai Xiaolin can upgrade the base to the next level. Of course, even if it really reaches 110 people, Bai Xiaolin doesn't want to increase it directly now. Instead, I plan to wait a few more days. Anyway, I have only participated in 1 level 3 war competition so far, and it is still early for the 99th forced upgrade. The reason why I plan to wait a few more days is that if I don't upgrade, I can participate in more level 3 war competitions. This way you can see if you can collect more resources. After all, Level 3 opponents are relatively weak and are the best targets for collecting resources. Once it is upgraded to a level 4 base, the opponents you face will also be level 4 bases. By then, the opponent's strength will have increased, and it will definitely not be as easy to deal with as the current 3rd level base. After all, the opponent is staying at level 4, and there is definitely more time for development. So Bai Xiaolin decided to wait for a while and see if he could collect more resources at level 3. If not, it's not too late to upgrade to level 4. Anyway, it won't take much time to participate in a few 3rd level competitions. After confirming the number of people, Bai Xiaolin started the exchange directly. Luck value -20. Survival points +20. As the luck value was consumed, 20 gray lights appeared in the room one after another. The humble manhwa / Wang Laolu pays homage to the Lord. When the light disappeared, 20 men and women who looked pale and thin appeared in Bai Xiaolin's sight. After looking at them all, Bai Xiaolin found that the ages of these people were between 16 and 17 and 30 or 40 years old. No one is too young, and no one looks too old. And although their clothes look similar, there are actually quite a few differences. This made Bai Xiaolin think of a possibility. That means the people who redeemed the money should have been screened. Using some unknown method, all people in the world with poor talents or no talents at all are screened out. Then put it on the luck page for people to redeem. If you think about it carefully, they should be considered cannon fodder or the cheapest goods at the bottom of society. In all future human bases, they and the people summoned by character cards can be said to be two natural classes. One is the powerful leadership, and the other is the weak ordinary class. But Bai Xiaolin didn't believe it. With my current resources, even if these people have weak talents, as long as they are given enough time, they can build up their strength. Then without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin began to check their attributes. After checking everything, Bai Xiao sighed. Among the 20 people, the highest of the 3 basic attributes was only 7 points, and the lowest was even only 3 points. Sure enough, there is still some difference between it and the summoning from the character card. Because even if it is an ordinary character card, the one summoned is a civilian around 25 years old. Among the 3 attributes, the lowest is around 10 points. However, Bai Xiaolin just sighed and didn't really take this attribute to heart. One is that you can gradually improve it later. The other person exchanges them not for fighting, so the level of their attributes is not that important. Then I looked at the time, and it was almost noon. Bai Xiaolin decided to take them out first and asked Han Xiu and others to prepare some more lunch. As a result, as soon as the door was opened, the group of people were so cold that they couldn't walk. Bai Xiaolin then realized that these people were ordinary people and their clothes were rather thin. I can't stand the cold outside. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin turned around and said to manhwa and others, "Wait here for a while. I'll have someone prepare some cold weather clothing for you." "Thank you, my lord." As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, he saw 20 people kneeling on the ground one by one. "You don't have to kneel like this. Just work hard from now on." Chapter 334. Li Ergu and his companion's new mission. After asking everyone to stand up, Bai Xiaolin turned and walked out of the room. Then they found Song Yi, who was working in the greenhouse, helping Nong Sang and others. Now all the supplies in the base are basically managed by Song Yi, so it is natural to ask him for help with clothing. When he heard that there were 20 new people and half of them were given to him, Nong Sang and the others all had happy smiles on their faces. Because of these newcomers, the efficiency of our own planting will definitely be greatly improved. Then Song Yi put down his work and brought Li Hai and others to the warehouse. Start picking out warm clothes and bedding for 20 people. As for the accommodation problem for these newcomers, there is definitely not enough room for them all to stay in the hotel. After all, the restaurant is so small. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin decided to let everyone do it themselves in the afternoon. In each of the 100 cabins in the living area, a simple fireplace was built. This way, not only will these newcomers have a place to live, Song Yi and others can rest at night and return to their own cabins. In fact, when it started snowing, Bai Xiaolin planned to build fireplaces in all these cabins. However, he only had less than 10 fireplace construction drawings in his hand at the time. Even if all of them are built, they're still far from what is needed. In addition, everyone was very busy at the time and had no time to build fireplaces for dozens of cabins by hand. So after some consideration, Bai Xiaolin let everyone squeeze into the restaurant. Now that the restaurant is no longer crowded, we have no choice but to build some fireplaces. Now that the fireplace is built, I should be able to gain some more survival points. Then, After Song, Yi, and others had selected clothes, they brought them to the courtyard for Haiwa and the others to change into. Bai Xiaolin himself walked towards the restaurant next door. He first told Han Xiu and others to prepare food for 30 more people at noon. Then I prepared to go and see how Zi Xianqing, Shui Xianming, and others were introducing the situation. As a result, as soon as I came out of the restaurant, I saw Li Ergu, who had already rested well. He brought along Go Bao, a little monkey, and a few kids from the transportation team to introduce his powerful record in the war competition. After staring at them for a while, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. It's snowing now, and the pioneering team can't go out. The transportation team, led by Li Ergu, has nothing to do every day except feeding the wolf cubs. This will allow Li Ergu to lead people in the next few days. They grind low-grade materials and bones of various wild animals and put them into newly built septic tanks. Just like Li Werer and other children, they provide raw materials for the production of fertilizers and septic tanks. Also leave one person to stay in the courtyard. This way, when you need to find someone, you can ask him to help notify them. No need to waste time looking for it one by one. With these two ideas in mind, Bai Xiaolin walked straight behind Li Ergu. Li Ergu, who was talking happily, saw Bai Xiaolin suddenly appear and hurriedly stood up and said with some guilt, "My lord, I was just joking with them. I'm not looking for you for this, but I've decided to give your transportation team 2 important tasks. My lord, please give your orders." Li Ergu promises to complete them. Upon hearing that there was an important mission, Li Ergu stood up straight and waited for Bai Xiaolin's arrangements. After nodding with satisfaction, Bai Xiaolin said seriously, "I've decided to select a guard from the traffic team to guard the courtyard at all times. In fact, he's just a messenger who runs errands. He calls himself a guard just to make a few people feel more important." When Li Ergu and his companions heard this, they instantly became excited. I can do it." Looking at the people rushing to get ahead, Bai Xiaolin smiled again and said, "You all can become guards if you want, but you need to pass a test first. My lord, please give me your orders. In the next few days, Ergu, after you take them to feed the wolf cubs, go to the stone mill in the living area. Grind some beast bones and low-grade materials into pieces and put them into the septic tank to produce crystal fertilizer." When he said this, Bai Xiaolin paused. "I will select the people who will serve as guard for the next day based on your performance." "Yes, my lord, just look at my performance." This way, they can be more proactive when working. After all, in the traffic team, except for Li Ergu, the others are just young boys who have not grown up. Without some goal motivation, I guess I wouldn't be very enthusiastic when working. So Bai Xiaolin came up with this method. Not only can you find someone to run errands for you, but you can also make others work more actively. I have just arranged the next things for several people. Bai Xiaolin saw 2 groups of people walking towards the restaurant from 2 directions. One group was Zi Xianqing, Shui Xianming, and others, who walked in from outside the East City Wall. They probably just went out for a tour. The other group was Haiwa and others led by Song Yi. They had just changed into warm clothes. With warm clothes, they can help others with work in the afternoon. "My lord." After the 2 groups stopped in front of the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin looked at them and said with a smile, "Everyone wait here for a while. The others should be here soon. Then we'll introduce you to each other." "Yes." The 2 groups of people fell silent at the same time and looked at Bai Xiaolin quietly. There was admiration and surprise in the eyes of Shui, Xianming, and others. Because during their visit just now, they learned that the resources Bai Xiaolin possessed were so many that they couldn't even imagine. The eyes of Haiwa and others were full of admiration and gratitude. They were grateful to Bai Xiaolin for not treating them as lowly servants and for immediately sending someone to get them warm clothes. The difference between the 2 groups is Li Ergu and others who were standing aside were now standing there in a daze. At the same time, I couldn't help but think that the Lord had summoned so many new people. Among these newcomers, the attire and weapons of 10 of them were almost exactly the same as when Gue Xuanli and his companions appeared. In other words, these people's strength is likely to be A-level. When they thought of this, Li Ergu and others' eyes widened instantly. If these people were also A-level, then their combined strength would surpass that of everyone in the base before. Just as a few people were staring blankly with their eyes wide open, other people also appeared outside the restaurant one after another. When they saw these newcomers, Nong Sang and Zhu Tai both showed a hint of joy, because they already know that some of these dozens of newcomers will become their helpers. Chapter 335, 26 Drawings. Then the 2 of them began to look at Haiwa, Wang Laolu, and others at the same time, choosing helpers suitable for them. As for Shui Xianming and his 10 companions, the two subconsciously chose to ignore them, because these 10 people can be seen at a glance as the ones prepared by the Lord for the pioneering team. However, unlike Nong Sang and the others, Gue Xuanli, Lin Huangsheng and others, who had rested well, were staring at Shui Xianming and the other 10. They also knew at a glance that these 10 people were from the Qingkong sword sect, just like themselves. When he saw that everyone was present, Bai Xiaolin took 2 steps back and stood on the steps at the entrance of the restaurant. Then he looked at the people below and saw the strange expressions on their faces. Bai Xiaolin knew what they were thinking without having to think too much. Then he looked directly at everyone and said, "Our base has added another 30 people today. They are Shui, Xianming, and Haiwa, and others." When he said this, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand and pointed at the 2 groups of people. Then he continued, "Of course there are 30 people. I won't introduce them one by one. Once their next tasks are arranged, you can slowly get to know and become familiar with them. Among them, Shui Xianming and his team were all assigned to the pioneering group, while Haiwa and his team were assigned to the production group. As for the specific arrangements, you guys can just discuss it." Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Liang, Eugene, and Shui Ringue in the crowd. Yes. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, several people nodded at the same time. At this time, Nong Sang and Zhu Tai in the crowd began to move towards Zhang Liang's position at the same time. After all, I'm also a member of the production team. After Bai Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the restaurant to see how lunch was prepared. As soon as I came in, I smelled a rich fragrance. I saw several pots of cooked fish neatly placed on the ground in front of the stove. And on the stove, there were still several pots of food cooking. If they were cooking for ordinary people, these pots of food combined would definitely be enough for 300 people. Unfortunately, there are now 1 main and 2 deputy bases in 3 bases, with a total of 110 people, and only Haiwa and his group are ordinary people. As for other people's appetites, each one is bigger than the other. Even Li Werer and the other children, after these few days of improvement, have an appetite that is almost catching up with that of ordinary adults. This is also because most of the food nowadays is ordinary food. It contains little energy, so people need to eat more. When the amount of high-grade food increases later, everyone's appetite will naturally decrease. After about half an hour, lunch was finally ready, and everyone rushed into the restaurant. After they had prepared all the food, Bai Xiaolin saw for the first time that all the tables and chairs in the restaurant were occupied. Then he raised his hand and tapped the table twice. When everyone looked over, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "This lunch is a welcome dinner for Shui Xianming, Haiwa, and the others. It just looked a bit simple. I hope you don't mind. When the snow is over, we will make some delicious food to make it up to everyone." As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Haiwa hurriedly stood up. "My lord, this meal is already very good. Not only do we have white rice, but we also have fish and meat. This is something we never dared to hope for before, so why would we mind?" Yes, in the eyes of Haiwa and others, this kind of food is much better than what they had eaten before. Even my previous self would not have dared to imagine it in his dreams. So after hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, he hurriedly stood up and responded. Seeing their anxious look, Bai Xiaolin gestured for them to sit down first. "I'm just telling everyone that as long as we develop well in the future, we will have more high-quality food. By that time, all we eat now will be simple, ordinary food." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone, including Eugene and others, stood up full of fighting spirit. "Lord, rest assured, we will work hard to develop. Our city will be the most powerful city around in the future. Eradicate all the alien races around here. Turn all the grasslands in the south into farmland and plant tens of thousands of acres of crops." Seeing that everyone was getting more and more excited, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved his hand. "With everyone here, I believe that it won't be long before all of this is realized. Let's not discuss this for now. Let's eat first." Yes. After lunch, everyone except Han Xiu and others stayed behind to clean up. Among the remaining people, Li Ergu and the transportation team hurriedly moved some animal bones and D-level materials for grinding. The people in the pioneering group were divided into 2 groups. A group of people who were forbidden to bring wolves with them went outside the city wall to train with the wolf pack, trying to train the wolves into qualified mounts. The other group was led by Shui Ringue and Han Exen, who also went to clear the snow outside the city wall and cleared some land, because Bai Xiaolin will be useful next. As for the dozen or so people in the production team, plus Haiwa and the other 20 people, after a brief discussion, Zhang Liang and Song Yi divided them into 3 groups. Among them, those who were stronger in build, totaling 10 people, were led by Zhu Tai to forge weapons and tools. Although the other dozen or so people were not very strong, they seemed to be more careful. They are led by Nong Sang, who is responsible for planting and handling greenhouse affairs. As for the last few people, they were led by Song Yi and were in charge of other production matters. Of course, before doing these things, the more than 30 people in the production team have another thing to do. That is to build a fireplace by hand. With Gong Shuyu, the successor of Liu Ban, Bai Xiaolin believed that building some fireplaces would not be difficult. When everyone started to get busy, Bai Xiaolin took Zhang Xiaohu, who was left behind by him. First, he packed up the remaining food and brought it back to the courtyard to give to Lu Ningli, Su Xianxian, and others. Then he came to the warehouse on the right and began to search through the thousands of drawings he had collected. See what other blueprints are available and can be built now. Of course, the selection criteria is to see which of these drawings will be helpful to the future development of the base. About an hour later, Bai Xiaolin returned to the room with more than 20 drawings. As for Zhang Xiaohu, he was training in the yard, laughing happily. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin placed more than 20 drawings in front of him one by one. There are 3 artillery blueprints and 6 musket blueprints, which Bai Xiaolin had exchanged for using his luck before. Now that there are more people in the blacksmith shop, we can make it and let them study it slowly. Then there is a drawing of a winemaking workshop. In fact, alcohol is not the most needed thing now, but other food and water have special effects when they are enhanced to a high level. So Bai Xiaolin wanted to see what effect high-grade wine would have. If the effect is strong, it will become a necessity for the subsequent development of the base. Chapter 336, Winery and Workshop. Then there are 4 identical workshop drawings. They are the red brick workshop drawings, cement workshop drawings, glass workshop drawings, and porcelain workshop drawings. Bai Xiaolin believes that when the base is upgraded to level 4, red bricks and cement will become important resources. And now, I can be promoted to level 4 at any time. So we have to take advantage of these few days to build all these workshops. With them, the future development of the base will be smoother. Then there are 4 drawings for the construction of chicken coops and duck sheds. The previous chicken coops and duck sheds were relatively small and only suitable for small ducks and chicks. The strengthened ducks and chicks obviously need new chicken coops and duck sheds. Finally, there are 4 catapults and 4 crossbow production drawings. Bai Xiaolin's plan was to make them into crossbows and large catapults. Half of them remained and were placed on the city wall like the previous ones. As for the remaining half, it was handed over to Lu Ningli and Su Xianxian, who were asked to deploy it in bases 01 and 02. In this way, even if there are wild beasts or alien attacks, the 2 bases can directly shoot them from a distance. Then Bai Xiaolin started to strengthen directly. First of all, there are drawings for making cannons and muskets. Survival point 18. Survival points minus 120. Survival points minus 600. After 3 consecutive intermediate enhancements, all 9 drawings were enhanced. Because they are mainly used for research, Bai Xiaolin did not strengthen them all to the same level. Instead, it was strengthened into 3D level, 3C level, and 3B level cards. Each level includes 1 cannon and 2 musket drawings, which is enough for Zhu and others to study step by step. Next are the construction drawings of the winery. Distillery construction drawings / level 1, a small-scale distillery. Due to the simple process equipment in the workshop, it can only brew a single type of ordinary liquor. Click to view the materials needed for construction. Just by looking at the introduction, you can tell that a winemaking workshop is a building similar to a blacksmith shop, not like a restaurant. Survival point 1111 for primary enhancements. So Bai Xiaolin directly strengthened it 4 times and enhanced it to level 5 at one time. This means that once the winery is built, it can produce extraordinary wines. As for the specific effects of extraordinary wines, we will only know them after they are brewed. Bai Xiaolin is still looking forward to this. Then there are the red brick workshop drawings, cement workshop drawings, glass workshop drawings, and porcelain workshop drawings. These 4 types are also similar to blacksmith shops. Survival point 4444 for primary enhancements. So in the same way, Bai Xiaolin strengthened them all to level 5. Of course, among these 4 things, the most important one at this stage is the increase in production. As for what effect the upgrade to the extraordinary level will have, it is difficult to judge now. After all, they can only be regarded as materials and daily necessities. Then came the drawings for the construction of the chicken coop and duck shed. Survival point 8. Survival points minus 80. Survival point 800. Because what was needed this time was area, by Xiaolin strengthened all 4 drawings to +3. In this way, each drawing will be built into an area of 500 square meters. Enough for the chickens and ducks to grow larger and survive. As for the growth rate, they can still be placed in the original chicken coops and duck sheds in the early stages. When they grow in size and increase in number, they can be moved one by one to new chicken coops and duck sheds. Finally, there are 4 catapults and 4 crossbow production drawings. Survival point 8. Survival points minus 160. Survival point minus 1,600. After 1 primary reinforcement and 2 intermediate reinforcements. All 8 blueprints have been enhanced to D-level +2, which is enough to be used as long-range defensive weapons. If you continue to strengthen it, whether it is strengthened to C-level +2 or D-level +3, the effect will not be very significant. Therefore, there is no need to spend tens of thousands of survival points for the 4th enhancement. After all the enhancements are completed, the next step is production and construction. Bai Xiaolin first picked up the weapon manufacturing drawings. That is 3 cannons, 6 muskets for catapults, and 4 crossbow drawings. Just make it together. Wood 400, iron 450, copper 20. Survival points plus 1,120. Zhang Xiaohu, who was training in the yard, was stunned when he saw a pile of weapons suddenly appear in front of him. Zhang Xiaohu was already very familiar with the huge crossbow carts and catapults. There were a few other black lumps made entirely of iron, and Zhang Xiaohu still didn't quite recognize them. Then he looked around and made sure there was no one else around. He walked carefully to a pile of weapons, picked up a small black iron pipe, and wanted to study what it was. As soon as I picked it up, Bai Xiaolin's voice rang in my ears. Xiaohu, put it down. If you don't know how to use it, the fire gun is very dangerous. It would be terrible if you hurt others. Hey. Zhang Xiaohu, who was discovered, smiled awkwardly and quickly put down the black iron pipe in his hand. Then he looked at Bai Xiaolin and asked curiously, My lord, I'm just taking a look, but is this strange weapon very powerful? Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's expectant eyes, Bai Xiaolin picked up a musket and said with a smile, This weapon is called a fire gun, and its function is similar to that of a bow and arrow. Unlike bows and arrows, ordinary people can use it to injure powerful beasts after simple training. Unlike a bow and arrow, which requires long practice before hitting prey and enemies. Fire gun. When Zhang Xiaohu heard Bai Xiaolin's words, his eyes lit up. If I could own a high-level musket, wouldn't the effect of using it be directly superior to the current crossbow? Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, Bai Xiaolin knew what he was thinking. He reached out and knocked on his head, then put down the musket and said with a smile, You should focus on practicing your crossbow now. These muskets are for research. We will consider using them only when the research is successful and mass production is possible. It's for research. When Zhang Xiaohu heard that it was not used now, he instantly lost interest. Bai Xiaolin continued, Go outside and find Zhu Tai. Ask him to bring a few people over and move these muskets and cannons to the blacksmith shop. Yes, today's muskets and cannons are still just iron frames. In other words, Zhu Tai and others were studying the replication of artillery and muskets. In the next period of time, I also need to find someone to research gunpowder. Only in this way can the power of the musket and artillery be brought into play. Otherwise, even if Zhu Tai succeeds in his research and copies more artillery and muskets, they can only be used as decoration. Chapter 337, Lion Scorpion Storage. Of course, in Bai Xiaolin's mind, gunpowder is still easy to make. After all, I now have sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, and I know the approximate ratio between them. It only takes a little research and a few times to successfully make black powder. After taking another look at the cannons and muskets, Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more about it and turned around and went back to the room. The next step is to build a winery. Wine brewing workshop construction drawing /level 5. After use, you can build a large wine brewing workshop covering an area of 500 square meters. The workshop has multiple different wine cellars and can brew and store various types of drinking wine at the same time. Note, a wine cellar is an energy wine cellar. Using energy crystals has a certain chance of raising the brewed wine to extraordinary level. Click to view the materials needed for construction. After thinking about the location of the winemaking workshop, Bai Xiaolin decided to build it in the southeast corner outside the city wall. The reason is that the winemaking workshop covers an area of 500 square meters, and there is no suitable location for its construction in several areas within the current city wall. The east side of the city is the area by Xiaolin reserved for other workshops, which is considered an industrial area. If the winemaking workshop is too close, it is likely to cause contamination to the wine, so it is most appropriate to build it in the southeast corner. However, Shuirengue and others are still clearing the areas that are needed. Adding to that the area required to build the other 4 workshops, it will probably take a few more days to gradually clear them out. Therefore, these 5 workshops can only be built one by one in the next few days. The only things left to build are 4 chicken coops and a duck shed. They can be built directly in the breeding area, and the land in the breeding area has been cleared before, so they can be built directly. Wood 2,000, stone 2,000, thatch 1,000, plastic 200, iron 200. Survival points plus 400. As the materials in the warehouse continue to disappear. In front of several buildings before the breeding area, 4 new buildings appeared in the shape of a field again. They are the new chicken coops and duck sheds, each covering an area of 500 square meters. After the construction was completed, Bai Xiaolin looked at the several workshop drawings placed next to him again. Just build them all in the next few days. It has laid a good foundation for the future development of the base. Then put away a few drawings. Bai Xiaolin thought about it and went straight to the cornerstone and sat down. Click on the cornerstone page and start checking it out. First up is the war contest page. Because the reward that Bai Xiaolin won in this competition, that is, all the resources of a lion scorpion, has not yet been claimed. Strength level, level 3. Level 3 competition time, once every 3 days. Number of contests, 1. Unclaimed rewards, 1/claimed. Countdown to the second competition, 1 day, 6 hours, 19 minutes, and 39 seconds. Looking at the countdown on the page, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment. Isn't it once every 3 days? How come I just got back this morning and there's only 1 day left before the second competition? After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin finally understood. This time is calculated from the start of your last game, not from the end of your game. In other words, the 3rd level war competition must be participated in every 3 days. It's not like if you stayed 1 more day in the last competition, your next one will be postponed for 1 day. After understanding it, Bai Xiaolin didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, the time difference of 1 or 2 days between each competition will not have much impact on me. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the prompt behind the number of competitions and clicked to receive it with anticipation. A fist-sized vortex appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Xiaolin. Then 4 golden cards fell out from the vortex. Out of curiosity, Bai Xiaolin began to look at them one by one. Supply card. After use, you can obtain a total of 3,724 pieces of various supplies. Material card. After use, you can obtain a total of 56,327 pieces of various materials. Luck value. After use, you can gain 1,429 points of luck value. Character card, Lion Man. After use, you can obtain a total of 87 lion men, slaves, of various levels. After reading through all the cards, Bai Xiaolin realized that all of the lion people's resources had been categorized and packaged. The various materials and supplies added up to just over 60,000 pieces. In Bai Xiaolin's opinion, this number may not be a lot, but for others at level 3, it is definitely an unimaginable amount of supplies. As for the luck value of up to 1429 points, you don't have to think too much to know that it must have been gained by the lion scorpion from killing the monster this time. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, the lion man found a job for himself before he died. Finally, you could get 87 lion man character cards. Bai Xiaolin guessed that this number should correspond to the total number of lion scorpion subordinates. Although they have died or been wiped out, these 87 lion people could be considered a special resource of the lion scorpion. As the winner, you can obtain all the resources of the loser. So even though the lion scorpion and the others have died, the competition system still has 87 other lion people prepared for itself as slaves. Because of them, we have all the resources. Then I stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin picked up a few cards and prepared to strengthen them a few more times. Only through strengthening can the harvest be maximized. Survival point 4. As a result, when he strengthened it for the first time, Bai Xiaolin was stunned because he only strengthened 2 cards successfully. As for the luck cards and character cards, there was no strengthening effect. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin could only conclude that luck value did not belong to material resources, so it could not be strengthened. The number of lion men is also fixed, so they cannot be strengthened either. Then stop hesitating and continue to strengthen the remaining 2 cards. Survival points, minus 40. Survival points, minus 400. After the previous 3 enhancements, both cards were enhanced to level plus 3. The reason why it has been strengthened to this extent is because in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, compared to upgrading 1 or 2 items to be level, it is most cost-effective to increase the quantity of tens of thousands of supplies several times. Supply card / plus 3. After use, you can obtain a total of 22,344 pieces of various supplies. Material card / plus 3. After use, you can obtain a total of 394,289 pieces of various materials. Looking at the 2 cards after the enhancement was completed, Bai Xiaolin couldn't stop smiling. The amount of supplies increased 6-fold, and the amount of materials increased 7-fold. Now this number is a number that Bai Xiaolin cannot ignore. After all, the various materials he had saved before only added up to about twice this amount. This made Bai Xiaolin once again express his gratitude to the disappeared lion scorpion in his heart. Chapter 338, Luck Exchange. Then he looked at the 3 cards again. Bai Xiaolin directly used the luck card, put the supply card into his pocket, and put the material card away. The reason is that the supply card can be used now, so it's a good opportunity to see if there are any useful supplies in it. As for the material card, there are nearly 400,000 pieces of various materials, which I definitely cannot use for the time being. If you use it directly now, it will take up more warehouse space. It is better to store it in a card temporarily and use it when needed. After exiting the war competition page, Bai Xiaolin clicked on a ranking page again. The reason why he clicked on it was because Bai Xiaolin wanted to see if there was any change in his ranking after this competition. The second reason is that the ranking rewards for the past 2 days have not yet been claimed. First is the power rankings. 9th continent, East China Sea, power ranking. Power ranking includes all powers, large and small, in the East China Sea region. First, human race, Wang Meng, level 8, new country. Second, Fire Hell clan, Fire Velvet, level 7, Fire Velvet City. Third, Dragon clan, Zirong, level 7, Zilong City. Number 82927, human race, Bai Xiaolin. Level 3, YC12133. There is no change at the top of the power rankings, and they are still the same forces we saw before. However, the difference is that Bai Xiaolin's ranking has directly increased from nearly 100,000 to more than 80,000 now. Without thinking too much, you will know that it is because of this war that half of the 3rd-level forces disappeared. It also directly increased Bai Xiaolin's ranking by more than 25,000 places. Of course, what made Bai Xiaolin happy was that as his ranking improved, the rewards became slightly better. A pair of scissors with a green protective sheath. Compared with the previous medicated oil, at least the scissors can be used. Then Bai Xiaolin clicked on the racial rankings. The reward is still a D-level supply card because the human race is still ranked 97th. After receiving the reward, Bai Xiaolin directly exited the ranking page. Anyway, I definitely won't be on the remaining 2 rankings, so why bother looking at them and making myself upset? After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the luck page again. The last war competition consumed Bai Xiaolin's 6 mirror cards, and there is only a little over a day left for the next competition. So Bai Xiaolin planned to exchange a few more mirror cards and bring them with him next time. Also, take a look at other things to see if there are any that you can use and exchange more. Anyway, I have more than 6,000 luck points now, so I might as well leave it there if I don't use it. Mirror image card. After using, you can copy a mirror image with 90 of the strength to help you in battle. The mirror image lasts for 1 hour. 10 points, redeem. Luck value minus 200. After finding the mirror cards, Bai Xiaolin directly exchanged 20 of them. Now there are 10 more A-level people in his base, so naturally more mirror cards are needed. Survival points, minus 40. Survival points, minus 200. After 1 intermediate reinforcement and 1 primary reinforcement. 20 mirror cards. 12 cards were strengthened to D level plus 1, which means that 2 mirror images can be summoned at the same time, lasting for 2 hours. 8 of them were enhanced to level plus 2, which means that 3 mirror images can be summoned at the same time for 1 hour. Then Bai Xiaolin continued to search. A copy card worth 200 points of luck. There is no hesitation in exchanging 5 of them directly. Luck value minus 1,000. although I still have a few copy cards left. But for Bai Xiaolin, each copy card is equivalent to nearly 10,000 survival points. For something this important, it's better to stock up on a few more. Then there are the resource cards. Any resource card can be exchanged for 100 points of luck value per card, but Bai Xiaolin did not exchange it. Because of various resource cards, I now have dozens of them in stock. However, Bai Xiaolin still exchanged for a designated resource card worth 200 points of luck value, which was the saltpeter resource card. Luck value minus 200. Although I have traded some saltpeter these days, the quantity is only a few hundred pieces. If you want to make a large amount of gunpowder, a few hundred portions of saltpeter are obviously not enough. So, it is better to directly generate a saltpeter mine. Then Bai Xiaolin found some teleportation cards, each worth 100 points of luck. For Bai Xiaolin is an item to save his life. When your subordinates are in danger, you can directly transmit them back to the base. Last time, Bai Xiaolin exchanged 2 tickets, one of which saved Eugene and others once. Now that I have more luck points, I naturally need to exchange a few more. Luck value minus 1,000. 10 teleportation cards are enough for the pioneers to split into 10 teams and go out exploring at the same time. Then there were slave cards worth 10 luck points, and Bai Xiaolin also exchanged 10 of them. Luck value minus 100. With these slave cards, the next alien races captured can be directly controlled, and there is no need to worry about any hidden dangers if you leave it behind. Then Bai Xiaolin continued to look through the pages. When he found the seed page, Bai Xiaolin started exchanging it frantically without any hesitation. Because seeds are the foundation of base agricultural development. Although there are already 20 or 30 kinds of crops in my base now. But in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, these are still too little. Survival points, minus 1,000. It took Bai Xiaolin nearly 2 hours to select 100 kinds of crop seeds. There are food seeds such as grains, vegetables, and fruits. There are sugarcane and sugar beets that can be used to extract sugar, and rapeseed, peanuts, and sunflower seeds that can be used to extract oil. There are also flax, jute, and hemp seeds that can be used to make cloth. Then, after placing all the exchanged items in front of him, Bai Xiaolin began to think. The mirror card has been strengthened. The 3 types of cards, namely copy cards, slave cards, and saltpeter resource cards, can be strengthened when they are used later. In other words, the only things that need to be strengthened now are the teleportation cards and seeds. Survival points, minus 200. Survival points, minus 2,000. After 2 strengthenings, Bai Xiaolin strengthened all 100 seeds to sea level. As for the 3rd time, Bai Xiaolin did not strengthen it. One reason is that the 3rd time requires too many survival points. Another reason is that I don't have much demand for seeds above grade B. After all, he now had B-level and A-level food that could quickly improve all attributes. Therefore, strengthening it twice is enough at this stage. Of course, if a certain plant has special effects, it can still be strengthened individually. For example, cotton seeds have special heat preservation and cold protection effects. Bai Xiaolin strengthened it to level B. Chapter 339 Teleportation Array. Next is the transmission card. Survival points, minus 10. After the first enhancement, all 10 teleportation cards reached level 2. The transmission range of the 2nd level transmission card can reach up to 500 kilometers. This range is definitely enough to save the lives of the Pioneer team and others. However, Bai Xiaolin did not stop, but randomly picked 2 of them and began to strengthen them. Because Bai Xiaolin wanted to know if there would be another effect if the teleportation card was upgraded to a higher level. Survival points, minus 20. Survival points, minus 200. Survival points, minus 2,000. After 3 consecutive enhancements, the levels of the 2 teleportation cards were directly enhanced to level 5. The price of a level 5 teleportation card exchanged on the luck page is a full 20,000 points. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin picked up one and began to examine it. Teleportation card / level 5. This card can be divided into 2 pieces. After use, it can establish a fixed teleportation array with 2-way transmission between 2 locations no more than 1,000 kilometers apart and can transport up to 10 people at a time. Energy is consumed during transmission. The more people are transmitted each time, the more energy is consumed. After blinking at the introduction of the teleportation card, Bai Xiaolin's face showed an ecstatic expression. As expected, another effect appeared, and it directly turned into a 2-way teleportation array. With them, It means that he can completely connect with the two subsidiary bases 01 and 02. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the other 8 teleportation cards. After thinking about it, I didn't continue to strengthen it. Because 2 teleportation arrays are enough now, and the other 8 must be kept to protect the Pioneer team. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin collected all the copy cards, saltpeter resource cards, and slave cards. As for the mirror card, and 8 secondary teleportation cards. Just like the Lion Man's resource card, he put it in his pocket. When he was done, he could go out and hand it over to Shui Rengue and the others. The 100 kinds of seeds also need to be taken out after the work is done and handed over to farmers for storage. Then Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked into the warehouse on the right to search. What Bai Xiaolin was looking for was the warehouse construction drawings. Now that the construction page has been upgraded, blueprints are required to build everything, and warehouses are no exception. Fortunately, Bai Xiaolin stored enough drawings. Although there were few drawings in the warehouse, there were more than a dozen in total. After returning with 3 drawings of medium-sized warehouses, Bai Xiaolin first upgraded them all to level C. Survival point 6. Survival points minus 60. Warehouses built in this way are also safer, and there is no need to worry about them being destroyed. After the strengthening was completed, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the cornerstone page and began to select a location to build. Wood 600 stone, 300, iron 300 glass 60. Survival points plus 60. As materials consumed, 3 more solid-looking medium-sized warehouses. They appeared in the living area, inside the wall of base 01, and inside the wall of base 02, respectively. These 3 medium-sized warehouses are where Bai Xiaolin prepared to set up the teleportation array. After all, it is placed in the open air and can be easily damaged if there is no protection. In base 02, Su Xianxian was busy drawing in the house when she suddenly heard a scream from outside. "Master, there's suddenly a house outside. There's an extra house." Su Xianxian was stunned for a moment, then stood up, walked to the door, and looked outside. Suddenly, a medium-sized warehouse appeared in the walled area. Without thinking too much, Su Xianxian knew who built it. But I'm a little confused. Why did God suddenly build a warehouse? Is he going to store supplies here? But as for storing supplies, we already have a warehouse here, so there is no need to build a new one. Just when Su Xianxian was puzzled, a message alert sound suddenly rang in her ears. Su Xianxian reacted and hurried to the cornerstone. I saw an extra card next to the cornerstone, plus 5 milky white crystals. With doubts, Su Xianxian looked at the message page. "I sent you a teleportation card and 5 energy crystals. You bring them to the newly built warehouse and use them directly there." "Yes. Teleport card. Energy crystal." Su Xianxian became even more confused and followed Bai Xiaolin's instructions and went straight to the warehouse. "Use." As the 2 words came out of his mouth, Su Xianxian saw that the transmission cards suddenly turned into a colorful light spot. Slowly, an ancient colorful altar covering an area of about 20 square meters was built on the ground of the warehouse. In the middle of the colorful altar, there are 5 concave grooves the size of coins. After staring at the groove for a few seconds, Su Xianxian looked at the 5 coin-sized energy crystals still in her hand, then slowly put them into the groove one by one. When the last one was put in, the altar suddenly emitted a burst of colorful light, enveloping Su Xianxian. When the light disappeared, Su Xianxian also disappeared from the altar. When enveloped by the light, Su Xianxian only felt a sudden brightness in front of his eyes, and then he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he just froze in the same place. I saw 2 altars in the same warehouse, and I was on one of them. Not far from the altar, 2 strange men in their 20s were sitting not far away, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Then I saw 2 men speaking separately. "Hello, Su Xianxian. I'm Bai Xiaolin. I'm Liu Nengli." After staring blankly for a few seconds, Su Xianxian suddenly widened her eyes. Then he looked at Liu Ningli in disbelief and asked, "Are you Liu Ningli?" "Hello, Sister Xian, I'm Liu Ningli." Liu Ningli looked at Su Xianxian with a smile, and then repeated his self-introduction. The reason why she is called Sister Xian is because they are both affiliated bases of Bai Xiaolin, and the 2 of them have been communicating frequently in the past 2 days. After getting the answer, Su Xianxian looked at Bai Xiaolin beside her again and asked with trembling lips, "You are Gado?" Looking at Su Xianxian with wide eyes in front of him, Bai Xiaolin replied with a smile. "Of course, but you can just call me Bai Xiaolin." "It's really Gado." "Ah, Godu. Alive." Su Xianxian was stunned for a few seconds, then she jumped up and down excitedly after she came to her senses. Even when he jumped to Bai Xiaolin's side, he playfully reached out and pinched it a few times, as if to confirm whether it was real or not. Looking at Su Xianxian's excitement, Bai Xiaolin showed a helpless expression on his face. This was completely different from the reaction when Lu Nengli teleported here 5 minutes ago. Lu Nengli was teleported here and found out his identity. He instantly quieted down and then turned into a little fanboy in seconds. If you don't know Su Xianxian's current reaction, you would think she is a big star. Chapter 340 Granny Lu and Granny Su. After waiting for a few minutes, Su Xianxian finally calmed down. Stand obediently with Lu Nengli. Then he looked at Bai Xiaolin curiously and pointed outside the warehouse and asked, "Oh Shun, are we in your base now? Can you show us around?" Hearing Su Xianxian's question, Lu Nengli also looked towards the warehouse door with anticipation, as if he wanted to see the scene outside. Looking at the two people's expectant expressions, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "Sure." Then he pointed to the colorful altar to the side where the two of them had just been teleported. "From now on, when it's time for dinner, I won't send you food. You can just come directly from the teleportation array to eat, and it will save me the trouble. In addition, you can also come here after you finish your own things. I can train with other people at the base or help with other things." As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin walked to the door of the warehouse and reopened the tightly closed door. Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian also followed the open door and saw the scene outside the warehouse. When they saw the 3 or 4 meter high wall facing the warehouse door, their eyes widened instantly. Then he subconsciously turned his head and looked at the other person. I was also shocked in my heart. How developed has this place been? They even have city walls built. Looking back at the two dazed faces, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved. "Let's go. I'll take you out for a tour and familiarize you with the place. That way, you won't run around when you come here next time." "Yes." The two of them quickly ran behind Bai Xiaolin and followed him out of the warehouse. The first thing you see when you walk around the warehouse is the rows of densely packed cabins behind it. Looking at the almost countless cabins, Lu Neng asked in shock, "Brother Bai, how many men do you have now?" Looking at the expressions of the two men, Bai Xiaolin knew that they had misunderstood and thought that these cabins were full of his men. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin pointed at the cabin and explained, "There are only 90 people in the base right now. The reason why so many cabins were built is that no blueprints were needed for their construction. So I built a few more to prepare for later." 90 people. Listening to Bai Xiaolin's calm tone, they nodded at the same time and couldn't help but think in their hearts at the same time. 90 people is already a lot. You should know that among these people in the same group, only a few have upgraded their base to level 3. Among these third-level bases, even after the vassal turmoil of the past 2 days, the number of people in each base has increased. Up to now, there are only a few who can have more than 10 or 20 subordinates. Bai Xiaolin now has more than 100 subordinates, plus his 2 affiliated bases. This is definitely something that other people wouldn't even dare to think about right now. Then, with shock in their hearts, the two followed Bai Xiaolin and continued their tour. Restaurant, warehouse, city wall, duck shed, silkworm house, greenhouse. The two of them followed Bai Xiaolin like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, admiring this strange yet familiar scene. Coming out of the greenhouse and looking at the fresh cucumbers they had just picked, the two felt an unreal feeling. At the same time, his admiration for Bai Xiaolin was gradually increasing. Because in the minds of the two, Bai Xiaolin took less than a month to build a modern farm hidden in the mountains and forests on this precarious continent of all races. I took a bite of the cucumber in my hand and listened to the crisp sound coming out of my mouth. Bai Xiaolin waved his hand and said to Lu Nengli and the others, "Hurry up and eat it. It's just in time for the second batch of cucumbers to ripen. If it's 2 days earlier, you won't be able to eat it." As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin took another bite of the cucumber and then looked up at the sky. After confirming that it was almost past 6 o'clock, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and looked at the two of them again and said, "It's almost dinner time, so go back and bring the others over. After dinner, I will transport back the catapult and crossbow cart that I prepared. With them, the two bases will have the ability to defend against attacks from wild beasts and alien races." Yes. After the two returned to the warehouse and teleported back, Bai Xiaolin returned to the courtyard again. Then start calculating. A two-way teleportation array requires 10 energy crystals. Each energy crystal contains 2 points of energy, which adds up to 20 points of energy. Among these 20 points of energy, 10 are 5 elements attribute energy. Just now, when Lu Nengli and Bai Xiaolin were teleporting, they also discovered that the teleportation consumed the energy of the 5 elements. As for non-attribute energy, it is not consumed at all. In other words, a two-way teleportation array can actually operate with energy of 10 points and 5 elements. However, Bai Xiaolin did not have any separate 5-element energy crystals. All he had were strengthened from non-attribute energy crystals. Therefore, it only takes 20 points of energy to set up a teleportation array. Fortunately, once the 5 elements energy is exhausted, the energy crystals can be taken down and reused. Otherwise, Bai Xiaolin would be heartbroken. Then there is the issue of transmission consumption. When Lu Nengli and the others were transmitting just now, Bai Xiaolin discovered through observation that the transmission started from that side and consumed the energy from that side. Teleporting a person consumes about 1,000th of the total energy of 5 points. That is to say, 5 points of energy can transport 1,000 people. Even if 10 people are transported every day, 5 energy crystals can last for 100 days. That's why Bai Xiaolin decided to ask Su Xianxian and the others to come here to eat when it's time for dinner. Then when I have nothing to do, I come here to do some work. Because as long as you do a little work, you can make up for the energy consumed in transmission. Then I thought about it. Bai Xiaolin decided to put another batch of supplies on the shelves for sale in the evening. Now that the teleportation array has been established, there's another place where energy is consumed, so naturally we need to store more energy crystals. In addition, we also need to find a way to turn the raw stones in our hands into energy crystals. The energy or harvested this time contains more than 300 points of fire energy. Just when Bai Xiaolin was thinking of this, there was a knock on the door and Zhang Xiaohu's voice. "My lord, Uncle Nongsong and the others are looking for you. Let them in." As soon as Bai Xiaolin heard that it was Nong Sang who brought people here, he knew what they were here for. Because when I was taking Lu Nengli and the other person on a tour, just now, I happened to meet Nong Sang and his men who were busy in the greenhouse. Bai Xiaolin just told them about the 100 kinds of seeds. The few people coming here now must be here to take away the seeds. Sure enough, after Nong Sang and his companions came in, their eyes were fixed on the neatly arranged fist-sized bags. Chapter 241, Finding Treasures in a Pile of Junk. Looking at the expressions of several people, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved his hand. "Take it all. But remember to store the seeds you don't want to plant right now, so they don't go bad." Hearing Bai Xiaolin and Xiaolin's words, Nong Sang patted his chest and made a loud promise. "Don't worry, my lord. If even one of these seeds goes bad, I, Nong Sang, will jump directly into the mirror lake." Looking at Nong Sang's expression, Bai Xiaolin laughed out loud. "Aha, that's not necessary." After Nong Sang left, Bai Xiaolin looked at his remaining survival points. Everything that needed to be strengthened today has basically been strengthened. It's just right for you to check the survival points you have gained, and also to see how many survival points have been consumed by today's wave of enhancement. Survival points, 23,744. Looking at the numbers in front of him, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. A little more than I expected. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood that it was because while the survival points were being consumed, they also increased a little. Overall, the survival points consumed today definitely exceeded 30,000 points. As for the remaining 20,000 points, Bai Xiaolin estimated that he would not be able to keep them for long. The reason is that there are 2 more waves of large consumption waiting for him. One is the consumption of weapon defense replacement, and the other is the consumption of resource card upgrade. Both require a considerable number of survival points. Then he shook his head, without thinking any more, and walked out of the room again. When Bai Xiaolin came out, Lu Nengli and his men also reappeared in front of the restaurant with some of their men. He was chatting with Li Ergu and a few others who had finished their work and had returned to the restaurant to rest. Bai Xiaolin did not bother them, but sat in front of the restaurant, staring at the open space in front of him in a daze. Not long after, everyone returned one after another. When they saw the 2 groups of people led by Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian, everyone thought that Bai Xi had summoned a group of new people. Bai Xiaolin did not explain too much, but introduced Lu Nengli and the other 2 to Zhang Liang and Shui Rengdui separately. Now that they have a teleportation array, they will definitely find time to visit the 2 subsidiary bases. It is to familiarize myself with the environment around the 2 bases and also to confirm the location of alien races around the 2 bases. prepare for subsequent development and defense. Lu Nengli and the other man, who had finally recovered from their shock, were once again stunned when they heard Bai Xiaolin's introduction. Eugene, Shuirengue, Zhang Liang, Han Exin. The two of them looked at Bai Xiaolin blankly, as if wanting to confirm, and Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. At this moment, the shock of the two people could no longer be described in words. Even when eating, I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. He kept looking at a few people, looking like a little fanboy and a little fangirl. If they hadn't had such strong self-control, their faces would have turned red facing the two people's fiery gazes. Bai Xiaolin did not disturb the two of them. After all, he was also shocked and surprised at the beginning. After dinner, Eugene and a few others went to feed the wolves and iron-eating beasts. The remaining people, including Lu Nengli and others, were left in front of the restaurant by Bai Xiaolin and formed a big circle. Seeing that there was nothing in the middle of the circle, Li Ergu asked in confusion, "My lord, what are we going to do?" Seeing the others looking equally puzzled, Bai Xiaolin smiled mysteriously and then took out a card from his pocket. "It's the Lion Scorpion supply card. Use." The next second, countless supplies fell from the sky and piled up in a circle among the crowd. The height of the pile is close to 3 meters. It became a veritable hill. So many supplies. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Bai Xiaolin in disbelief. Especially Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian, who were shocked to see that Bai Xiaolin had actually opened so many supplies from a supply card. I seem to understand why Bai Xiaolin has developed so quickly. After Bai Xiaolin used the supply card, he took 2 steps forward and stood on the pile of supplies. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone's next task is to clean out all these supplies and put them away in categories. If you find anything important, please notify me immediately. After we finish, I'll ask the housekeeping team to give everyone some chilled watermelon to quench their thirst." "Yes, eat watermelon." Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone instantly became alert. Especially Li Ergu and Go Bao. Their eyes were already sparkling with stars, because they were most looking forward to the watermelon. Then he excitedly rummaged through the supplies and began searching through them one by one. When the snow started to fall, in order to prevent everyone from getting stomach upset, the number of times they ate watermelon decreased significantly in the next few days. When Bai Xiaolin went to the cellar today, he found that there were thousands of kilograms of watermelons piled up in the cellar. Although they won't go bad for the time being, if they continue to pile up, they will eventually go bad. So Bai Xiaolin decided to cut some watermelon for everyone after he finishes work in the evening. Although you may get diarrhea, the increase in mental attributes is real. Then when everyone started to act, Bai Xiaolin also bent down and started searching. After a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin suddenly felt someone approaching him. When he turned around, he found that Su Xianxian and Lu Nengli had appeared on both sides of him at some point. Then he saw Su Xianxian, who looked at him curiously and said, "Godu, do you get so many supplies every time you use a supply card? Your luck is incredible." Bai Xiao instantly knew what the two were thinking, then picked up a slipper from the pile of supplies and responded with a smile. "What are you thinking? How can an ordinary supply card possibly give out so many things? So what is this?" "This is the spoils of war, all the wealth accumulated by an A-rank lion." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin threw the slippers aside and bent down to search again. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, the lion scorpion is at least an A-level lion man. How come all he has saved are junk? As expected, Su Xianxian and Lu Nengli on both sides were stunned again after Bai Xiaolin finished speaking. A-rank lion man. Brother Bai's current strength is such that even an A-rank lion man is no match for him. It's simply too powerful. Just as the two were shocked, the pile of supplies in the middle began to gradually turn into several small piles. It was moved little by little into the warehouse next door. And at some point, a fist-sized transparent stone appeared in Bai Xiaolin's hand. It is the core of the Lion Man base, a 3rd-level guardian stone worth 1,000 points of luck. With anticipation, Bai Xiaolin raised the stone in his hand high and spoke to the others. "If you find such a stone, please bring it to me immediately." Chapter 342, Summoning Lion Slaves. Bai Xiaolin remembered that the amount of supplies in the supply card increased 6-fold after being strengthened. If nothing goes wrong, there should be 6 3rd-level guardian stones in this pile of supplies. Just their combined value reaches 6,000 points of luck. In this way, even if the remaining 30,000 items are all rubbish, my harvest will be big enough. To Bai Xiaolin's disappointment, after searching through all the supplies, he only found 3 waiting stones. Bai Xiaolin could only conclude that not all supplies had increased 6-fold. But 3 pieces is not bad. 3,000 points of luck value is equivalent to the gains from hunting thousands of monsters. Then put the 3 cornerstones into his pocket. Bai Xiaolin instructed Li Ergu to take a few people to move the watermelons from the cellar. He called Shui Ringgui and Han Xian to his side. Then he handed all 20 enhanced mirror cards and 8 teleportation cards to the 2 of them. He also instructed the 2 to distribute them reasonably to the other members of the pioneering team. Ensure that all members of the pioneering team have enough means to protect their lives when participating in competitions or exploring the outside world. Then everyone returned to the restaurant. The adults held half a watermelon, and the children held a quarter and started to eat them happily. By the time we finished eating the watermelon, it was almost 10 o'clock. Lu Li and Su Xianxian carried the catapults and crossbow carts prepared for them by Xiaolin and returned to their base. As for the remaining weapons, Bai Xiaolin ordered Eugene and others to move them to the city wall. After everyone had moved out, Bai Xiaolin carried Xiaodai back to the courtyard. Then click on the human trading area and start editing the transaction information. The supplies for sale were the reserves of the lion scorpion that had just been opened, except for a small portion that was kept. Bai Xiaolin decided to sell all the remaining ones. Anyway, those things are of little use to me, so I might as well exchange them for some energy crystals. Any material, 200 pieces, trade energy crystal 1, 150 pieces remaining. Note, limited blind box. All materials are high-level alien reserves. The earlier you trade, the greater the possibility of getting good things. Bai Xiaolin might not even be interested in the 30,000 items of supplies being sold. But for everyone else, there's some good things. For example, some weapons of better quality. There were even a dozen D-level weapons and some D-level items that Bai Xiaolin chose to sell. For those who buy in this way, it is like opening a blind box. Use an energy crystal worth 20 luck points to exchange 200 supplies with Bai Xiaolin. It might have been just a small profit, but as long as you get weapons or D-level items, you will make a lot of money. After the transaction is listed, Bai Xiaolin thought about it, opened the human chat channel, and started editing. YC12133. I just sold a batch of supplies harvested from high-level aliens in the trading area. There are quite a few good things in it, and friends who are interested can go and have a look. As Bai Xiaolin's message appeared, the chat channel quickly became lively. Holy crap, how many aliens did God kill to have accumulated so much supplies? There's absolutely no comparison. I want to trade, but what if I don't have enough luck? Then you can only watch, brother. When I trade for something good, I will definitely come over to share the joy with you brothers. Sorry, you're a little late. I'll share first. I just finished a transaction and found a D-level weapon among the 200 items. It's still 80 new. Ha ha. Brother, you're lucky. Unlike me, I only found 2 pieces of D-level beast meat. It can't compare to you. This is the best thing I found, a piece of C-grade beast meat. What the hell? D-grade food, C-grade food. Why is it that the best thing I got in exchange is just 2 ordinary weapons? I was even worse off. I got a bunch of weird clothes that I had to alter before I could wear them. It's really like opening a blind box. What you get depends entirely on luck. While everyone was discussing heatedly, Bai Xiaolin had already opened the trading area again. Seeing that nearly 50 orders were sold in just a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin showed a hint of joy on his face. I didn't expect that blind boxes are so popular. It seems that when selling supplies in the future, I can sell more blind boxes. Then he nodded again and exited the cornerstone page with satisfaction. After confirming that it was already late, he didn't waste any more time and went straight back to bed to get ready for sleep. Because when I came back during the day, I was busy and didn't get much rest. So not long after lying down, Bai Xiaolin successfully fell asleep. It was around 7 o'clock the next morning. Good morning, my lord. As soon as Bai Xiaolin opened the door, he heard a voice outside. After taking a closer look, he found that Zhang Xiaohu was standing on the steps at the door, looking at him with high spirits. This made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile, and he reached out and rubbed Zhang Xiaohu's head twice. Get up so early. Xiaohu is the Lord's bodyguard. He must appear by his side at the first opportunity. Haha, not bad. After praising him, Bai Xiaolin thought about it again and said to Zhang Xiaohu, I just happen to have something to do. Please help me find General Shui. Yes. The resources obtained from the Lion Scorpion now include, in addition to the material card, a character card that has not been used. This character card can summon 87 lion slaves. So Bai Xiaolin thought about summoning them out. Then, led by Shui and they spent the next few days clearing the snow and land outside the city wall. Compared with the cleaning by the pioneering team, this is not only much faster. The pioneering team members can also free up time to continue their practical training. As for the lion people's food problem, you can temporarily feed them fish. Not long after, Bai Xiaolin and Shui appeared outside the East City wall with 2 A-level soldiers and a large number of tools. Then, under the expectant eyes of several people, Bai Xiaolin took out a golden card. Use survival points plus 870. As the Lion Man card disappeared, lion men of various sizes appeared in the snow in front of the few people. Then he knelt directly towards Bai Xiaolin's position. Owner. When the lion men knelt down, Bai Xiaolin looked at their foreheads. Because every lion man has a black cross mark in the center of his forehead, Bai Xiaolin had a feeling in his heart that as long as he wanted, he could kill the lion man through the mark at any time. In other words, their lives are firmly controlled by their own hands. This way, there is no need to worry about the lion slaves rebelling. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at the several benevolent lion men kneeling in the front and asked, "What are your names?" "Master, as your slaves, we need you to give us a name." "Is that so?" Chapter 343 Numbering and Naming. When Bai Xiaolin heard that he had to name more than 80 lion people, he was overwhelmed. This is definitely making things difficult for yourself. At this time, Shui Renge, who was standing by, seemed to notice Bai Xiaolin's embarrassment and whispered, "My lord, you can give them numbers. This will not only make them easier to remember, but also less likely to cause confusion." "That's a good idea." Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up, and then he looked at several benevolent lion men and spoke one by one. "From today on, your names will be Lion 1 to Lion 7. As for the names of the other lions, they are ranked by strength, from Lion 8 to Lion 87. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin looked at the many lion people again and added, "Your current number is not fixed. When you think you have improved your strength, you can challenge the top-ranked lion men. As long as you successfully challenge and defeat the opponent, you can replace his number. In the coming time, I will give you rewards that can improve your strength based on your performance from time to time. The higher the number, the greater the reward." "Yes." When they heard Bai Xiaolin's words, the eyes of many lion people widened. A smile also appeared on Bai Xiaolin's face. There are 2 benefits to doing this. One is that it can improve the enthusiasm of these lions for future work. The other is to make every lion a potential competitor of other lions. As much as possible, reduce the possibility of them forming a group. Then Bai Xiaolin pointed at Shui Rengui and others standing aside, and spoke to everyone. "Next, General Shui will lead you in the labor. If anyone dares to be lazy, General Shui will punish him according to the circumstances, or even kill him directly. Do you understand?" "Clear." The lion man looked at Shui Rengui with a look of fear in his eyes. After all, with Bai Xiaolin around, Shui Rengui has the power over their life and death. "Then, General Shui, you can lead them to work." After giving instructions to Shui Rengui, Bai Xiaolin turned around and went back into the city wall. At this time, everyone else also got up and started clearing the snow inside the city wall. Once the cleanup is complete, you can start doing your own things. Bai Xiaolin gave Han Xian and Eugene another reminder. After clearing the snow, they can take the pioneer group and continue training in 2 parts. Then, while everyone was busy, Bai Xiaolin turned around and returned to the courtyard. First, he walked into the kitchen, turned on the C-grade water pipe, and began to fill the large wooden barrel below with water. Then he returned to the room and clicked on the human trading area. Any material 200 pieces, trade energy crystal 1, 0 pieces remaining. All the goods sold last night have been sold. From the 30,000 pieces of supplies, Bai Xiaolin gained a total of 150 energy crystals and 300 survival points. After putting away the energy crystal, Bai Xiaolin did not rush to close the cornerstone page. Instead, he clicked on the 10,000 races trading area and started editing again. The luck points obtained by the human race have already been harvested through supplies, and I haven't harvested the luck points gained by all races yet. Not long after, the transaction information from Bai Xiaolin appeared in the Wanzhou trading area again. C-grade purified water 4L trading energy crystal 1, 250 pieces remaining. Note, quantity is limited by now. After the transaction information appeared, as expected, the comments section below exploded again. "Oh my god, human YC12133 is out selling supplies again. He hadn't appeared for 2 days. I thought he was dead, but he showed up again. Who was it that said they were going to get rid of this human race last time? Why haven't they done anything yet? Is it because they are not capable of it? Bullshit. How can we fight in the snow? That's right. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can get rid of this human right now, Goalie, will eat shit. The little dog-headed guy is out to get free food and drinks again. Ha ha ha. You guys deserve to die. Goalie, will kill you all if I get the chance. You dare to mock my Knoll tribe? You're simply courting death. Don't mind life or death. Just fight if you don't agree. The Badgerman, support the Kobolds. Looking at the message below, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Although these alien guys were arguing fiercely in the comment section, they were actually still very honest. Looking at the transactions that were constantly being completed, Bai Xiaolin nodded and directly exited the transaction page. Then I thought about it. He walked out of the yard and found Zhang Liang, and then they walked into the warehouse where the teleportation array was located. In base number 01, Luningli was leading people to clear the snow. By the way, I was thinking about where to put the catapults and crossbow carts that I moved back yesterday. Suddenly, I saw Bai Xiaolin and Zhang Liang walking out of the warehouse. After a moment of hesitation, Luningli ran quickly to the two of them with joy. Brother Bai, why are you here? After looking around, Bai Xiaolin looked at Luningli and replied with a smile. We came here to confirm how many alien races are around. In this way, in the next few days, we can focus on the defense in the direction where these alien races are located. Furthermore, once this heavy snow has passed, we can eradicate all the alien races that exist in the surrounding area, permanently eliminating the hidden dangers. Confirmed alien race? Luningli looked at the white surroundings with a puzzled expression. How to confirm this? Then I heard Bai Xiaolin say, Zhang Liang is an A-level being. He can sense any dangerous changes within a 10-kilometer radius. Grade A. Luningli widened his eyes again. At the same time, I couldn't help but think in my heart, if Zhang Liang is A-level, then Shuerige and Han Xian are also A-level. This means that there are 3 A-level strongmen in Brother Bai's base. No wonder he could get rid of the A-level lineman. If Luningli knew about the A-level in Bai Xiaolin's base. In fact, there are more than 3, but close to 20. I guess they would faint from fright. Then Zhang Liang entered the house and sat down, beginning to sense the alien races around him. Bai Xiaolin, under the guidance of Luningli, began to visit the small base. Of course, the main attraction is the oil wells and the traditional oil refining kilns. After confirming that Luningli had only conducted a small amount of refining experiments in the past 2 days, Bai Xiaolin nodded. Then he thought about it and looked at Luningli again and gave him instructions. Even if the experiment is successful and can be refined, don't extract too much each time to ensure maximum safety. Don't worry, Brother Bai. The only place where gasoline can be used now is hot air balloons, so it doesn't matter if the quantity is small. You can accumulate levels little by little. The two then visited the oil wells. Unfortunately, no energy gems have been found in the past few days. Chapter 344 back so soon. When the two of them came back from the tour, Zhang Liang had already sensed everything. After thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Bai Xiaolin and said, My lord, there are approximately 14 alien bases within 10 kilometers of this base. Among them, the southern tribes are the largest, reaching 7. The remaining 7 are almost evenly distributed in the other 3 directions. 7 places in one direction. Bai Xiaolin frowned, and at the same time an idea came to his mind. Could it be that there are some important resources in the south, which is why there are so many bases distributed there? If this is the case, we should explore this direction as soon as the snow is over. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Luningli again. Then for the next period of time, you will have your people focus on defending the south. Once an alien appears, use the crossbow to kill it. Of course, this is only the case when the alien race is relatively weak. If they are strong, they will immediately go to the main base for help. Yes. After leaving base 01, Bai Xiaolin and Zhang Liang went to base 02 again. Determine the alien situation nearby. Compared to base 01, there are only 11 alien races near base 02, and the distribution is relatively even, with about 3 or 4 in each direction. Bai Xiaolin reminded Su Xianxian again that if a powerful alien race appeared, he should go to the main base for help immediately. When we returned to the main base, it was almost 12 o'clock. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that after a whole morning, the land needed in the southeast direction was finally cleared by the lion people. During this cleanup process, 423 survival points were also gained. After giving verbal praise to the lion man, Bai Xiaolin asked Li Hai to divide the 200 kilograms of fish caught in the morning. At the same time, he took out 2 larger iron pots from the warehouse and gave them to the lion people, asking them to make fire and cook. Of course, Bai Xiaolin also sent 2 instructors, namely Li Ergu and Go Bao, to prevent these lion people from not knowing how to cook and ruining the 200 kilograms of fish. After lunch, some people continued to work while others went back to rest. Led by Shui Gue, the lion people once again came to the south side of the city wall, next to several iron-eating beasts. Start building your own shelter so that you have a place to rest at night. As for Bai Xiaolin himself, he returned to the room and took out the construction drawings of the winemaking workshop. Click on the map page, select the area cleared by the lion man, and start building directly. Stone, 3,000, wood, 1,000, glass, 1,000, iron, 200, plastic, 200, cloth, 100. Survival points plus 500. As materials were continuously consumed, a small courtyard covering an area of 500 square meters appeared in the southeast corner of the city wall. After it was built, Bai Xiaolin walked out of the room. When he came outside the city wall, an ancient building similar to the courtyard appeared in Bai Xiaolin's sight. After entering, I found that the layout of the entire workshop was more like a courtyard house. There are different buildings in each of the 4 directions. There are 2 ordinary wine cellars in the northeast direction. To the south is a separate wine cellar that can brew extraordinary wines. As for the west side, which is the direction of the winery gate, there is a staircase leading to the underground on each side. After entering, I found that it seemed like there was an extra layer underground. There are 50 wine cellars of various sizes. According to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, if all the tanks were filled, it would be no problem to store hundreds of thousands of kilograms of wine. Unfortunately, I don't have many raw materials for making wine now. There was no winemaking master either, only 2 winemaking books that were obtained from the supply card, just like the recipes. 1 book on wine brewing technology and formula, and 1 book on liquor production technology. I can only give it to Han Xiu and others first and think about it and try to brew it when I have nothing to do. As for when it can be brewed, it depends on the skills of Han Xiu and others in fate. After leaving the winery, Bai Xiaolin returned to his room and rested for an hour. Then in the afternoon, he conducted several hours of practical training with Han Xin and others from the Pioneer Group. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Everyone who had finished dinner gathered in front of the restaurant again, because there is less than an hour left before the second war competition begins. However, unlike the last time, there were less than 30 people participating in the battle this time. Half A level and half B level. As for the other C-level personnel, the wolves and the iron-eating beasts, Bai Xiaolin did not plan to bring them along. The reason is that the combat power of these less than 30 people has far exceeded the strength of all people combined last time. Moreover, compared with the last time, these 30 people are more mobile and can kill the enemy faster and more effectively. So having them is enough. Wait until almost 8 o'clock. He once again instructed Zhang Liang and Han Xin to take the others to guard the house well. Bai Xiaolin and others disappeared in the beam of light again. After taking a look at the open space and not thinking anymore, Zhang Liang led the rest of the people and started to get busy again. As for Li Yuer and his children, he took Xiao Dai and Zai Chuanzi and started making a snowman in the open space in front of the restaurant as a before-bedtime entertainment activity. As a result, only an hour passed, and the snowman was still not built. Then I saw a beam of light appear again in the open space next to me. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Bai Xiaolin and others appeared in the light column again. But what was different from before was that some of them had a few dead beasts in their hands. The appearance of the light column also attracted the attention of Zhang Liang and others. After a few seconds, Zhang Liang and Han Xin appeared in front of the restaurant with weapons in hand. When they saw Bai Xiaolin and others in the light column, both of them showed puzzled expressions on their faces. "My lord, how come you came back so soon? The opponent has been dealt with, so I will naturally come back." Bai Xiaolin's face was filled with depression at this time. "I don't want to come back so early. After all, he brought so many strong people with him, and he was ready to do something big. But the enemy was too weak. The strongest were only 2 C-level ones, and they were found by me in less than an hour. Moreover, there are not many monsters to kill on the island of this competition. So the only thing I could do was to get rid of my opponent and then go home. After shaking his head dejectedly, Bai Xiaolin said to the crowd that gathered around him, "Everyone continue to work on your own things and go to bed early after you finish your work." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin went straight back to the courtyard. After taking off his armor, Bai Xiaolin began to think. I also understand that I took it for granted this time. Now, in the entire East China Sea region, there are at least hundreds of thousands of third-level forces that can be seen on the rankings. Most of them are probably relatively weak, and those like the Lion Scorpion are only a minority. Chapter 345 Sun Preparation. This means that I will participate in a third-level competition. The probability of encountering a weak alien race is much greater than that of encountering a strong alien race. In other words, the majority of the time, the gains are relatively small. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin decided to participate in 2 or 3 more level 3 competitions in the next few days. Once these 2 or 3 harvests, they will all be like this time. Just upgrade yourself and raise the base to the 4th level. After making the decision, Bai Xiaolin didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he clicked on the Wanzhou trading area and began to check the sea-level purified water transactions that were listed in the morning. C-grade purified water 4 liters, trading energy crystal 1, 0 remaining. Note, quantity is limited by now. After 1 day, all 250 transactions were completed. The transaction resulted in 250 energy crystals and 500 survival points. Bai Xiaolin thought of 2 reasons why the transaction went so smoothly. One is that after participating in the last war, many alien races have a large amount of luck points in their hands. Another is that when daytime trading is launched, the race is close. The C-grade water that he had put on the shelf was definitely a life-saving item when he participated in a competition and faced opponents of similar strength. That's why the transaction went so smoothly. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Because if this is true, it means the next time, you don't have to worry about selling your daily grade C water. Because these third-level alien races, and even some wealthy humans, would all scramble for it. This means that he will earn 250 energy crystals every day. With a smile, Bai Xiaolin began to browse the chat channels of all races and the human race. However, because the third-level competition had just begun, there were very few people speaking in the 2 chat channels at this time. After browsing for a while, Bai Xiaolin directly exited the page. Then he thought about it and went back to bed. After waking up the next day, Bai Xiaolin put the sea-level water on the shelf, as usual, and then trained with Han Xin and others. At noon, Lei Xing and Ningyu also completed their second competition. After chatting with the 2 for a while, and confirming that their opponents this time were relatively weak and they did not suffer too much loss, Bai Xiaolin traded food for the next few days to the 2 of them. Then in the afternoon, he continued to train with Han Xin and others. As for the next few days, the arrangements are similar. Only occasionally, when the lion people clear the land, did Bai Xiaolin use the prepared workshop drawings. Next to the blacksmith shop, several workshops were built one after another. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Wood 100, stone 10,000. Survival points plus 500. As the stones in the warehouse were quickly consumed, a porcelain workshop covering an area of 2,000 square meters appeared outside the eastern city wall. This is also the 5th workshop in the East Industrial Zone, including the blacksmith shop. However, unlike the blacksmith shop, the remaining 4 workshops each cover an area of 2,000 square meters. Looking at the similar yet different chimneys standing outside the city wall, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression on his face because it meant that he could produce these things next. But in order for them to work, the first thing they need is population. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the greenhouse in the planting area again. After these few days, the 5 septic tanks are operating at full capacity. The crystal fertilizer produced has upgraded the land in half of the 12 greenhouses, or 6 greenhouses, to grade A. This means that the crops in these 6 greenhouses can now mature within 2 days. The mature crops are enough to feed 500 people. In other words, as long as Bai Xiaolin is willing, he can start expanding the population of the base. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked outside the city wall and saw a vast expanse of white land. To summon 500 people, more than just food is enough. Housing and supporting living facilities are also needed. Only with these can we ensure that when the number of people really reaches several hundred, they can live a normal life. To build these, the remaining land within the city walls is definitely not enough. This means that a new living area needs to be opened up outside the city walls. Add to that the clearing of snow, and it will definitely be a huge project. Just when Bai Xiaolin was thinking of this, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaohu's exclamation in his ears. My lord, the sun is out. Sun! Bai Xiaolin was stunned and subconsciously looked up at the sky. At some unknown time, a corner of the golden sun broke through the sky and appeared on the eastern horizon. At this time, the snowflakes floating in the sky also began to slowly get smaller. After being stunned for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin realized that the snowy weather was about to end. And after it ends, it means a lot of things are going to happen. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaolin looked down at Zhang Xiaohu and said, Notify everyone to gather in front of the restaurant. Yes. After Zhao Xiao left, Bai Xiaolin also walked towards the front of the restaurant. At the same time, I thought to myself that it was time to upgrade the base to level 4. A few days ago, Bai Xiaolin was thinking about participating in a few more war competitions at level 3 to see if he could accumulate some more resources. As a result, this week, in the 2 competitions I participated in, I still didn't encounter any strong opponents. So Bai Xiaolin decided not to delay any longer. Just take this opportunity to upgrade the base directly to level 4. In this way, after the base is upgraded and changed, the new living area that needs to be built later can be better planned. When everyone gathered in front of the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin expressed his thoughts. When everyone heard that the base was about to be upgraded to level 4 and would welcome hundreds of new people, they became excited. Level 4. With hundreds of new recruits, Li Ergu can manage dozens of them. Ouch! Ouch! With a few hundred people, the base will see great development. As long as the number of pioneers could be increased to 100, we could be considered a real army. My lord is invincible. Long live the lord. Hearing everyone's happy discussions, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved his hand. Then he called Zhang Liang, Shuerige, and others to his side and gave them some instructions. One is that after the snow stops, the surrounding alien races are likely to take action. Therefore, Shuerige and other members of the pioneering team must get ahead of these alien races and eliminate all dangers. Of course, not all of them were killed, but catch some back. Bai Xiaolin had previously exchanged some slave cards, and after capturing these aliens, he could directly enslave them. Such miscellaneous trivial matters can be directly handed over to foreigners. The human race can concentrate on development. Chapter 346 Strength and Upgrade. The other was to instruct Zhang Liang and Song Yi. As the number of people in the base increases and the number of alien slaves increases, management will definitely need to be improved. Otherwise, if hundreds of creatures are crowded together, problems will easily arise. In addition, after the base is upgraded to level 4, the planning and construction of new areas will also require 2 people to lead research. After the instructions were given, the others continued to get busy. Bai Xiaolin returned to the courtyard. However, after returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin was not in a hurry to upgrade the base or expand the number of people. Instead, click on the cornerstone page and start checking it out. First, personal information. Name, Bai Xiaolin /B level, YC12133. Race, human. Age, 23. Physical strength, 32-30 seconds. Strength, 49-49. Agility, 55 of 55. Spirit, 35 of 35. Ability, 1. A qualified leader can improve all attributes of all subordinates by 37 in a state of war. 2. There's a 26 chance that you can make alien/B surrender directly without using slave cards/taming cards. Looking at his own attributes, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. After so many days, I finally succeeded in being promoted to level B. It's a pity that both abilities have nothing to do with one's combat power. This made Bai Xiaolin wonder if he was not suitable for fighting. Bai Xiaolin also has another suspicion, which is about the source of the second ability. Bai Xiaolin felt that it was probably because of several iron-eating beasts and the dog-headed man Gobao. This is why I have the ability to make alien races and beasts submit to me. Of course, this ability also has an advantage. That means he can save a few taming cards and slave cards, saving Bai Xiaolin some money. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the subordinate page. Start looking at other people's properties. After checking everything, Bai Xiaolin could no longer hide the smile on his face. He now has a total of 109 subordinates, including Lu Ningli and others. Among these subordinates, there are now 17 A-level ones. There are 14 people, including Gue Xuanli from the Qingkong Sword Sect, plus Han Xin, Zhongliang, and Shuirengui. 45 of them reach B grade, except for Lin Huangsheng and 10 others from Qingkong Sword Sect. Eugene, Zhang He, Han Xiao, Song Yi, Zhu Tai, and even Zhang Xiaoyu, who were summoned earlier, have all reached B level. Of course, although they are both B level, the gap in strength is still quite large. Because in addition to Lin Huangsheng and the other 10 people, there are also Eugene, Song Yi, and the other previous C-level people. The others only have a relatively high agility attribute, and the remaining attributes are only 20 to 30 points. 15 achieved C grade. They were Li Hai and his 5 men who were responsible for fishing, and the remaining 3 people from the internal affairs team who were summoned at the same time as them, plus Lu Ningli from base 01 and his 5 subordinates, and Su Xianxian from base 02. Most of them also have relatively high agility attributes. Of course, this is only temporary. After all, greenhouses can now grow B grade and above crops on a large scale. This also means that everyone's other attributes can also begin to gradually improve. Then there are 3D class. They are Li Werer and his younger brother and sister. Finally, there are 29 ordinary people. That is, there are 20 people including Haiwa and Wang Laolu, plus 4 people from base 01 and 5 people from base 02. They were all exchanged directly, and their talents were relatively low. Even if they had B-level water, the improvement of their attributes was relatively slow. However, although the improvement is slow, after these days, everyone's agility attribute has increased by about 1 or 2 points. In other words, even if there's a daily supply of B-level water, it will take a year to raise their strength to B-level. Of course, Bai Xiaolin doesn't need them to be upgraded to level B. In addition to the people, the strength of the animals has also greatly improved compared to the beginning. First is the iron-eating beast. Although the 2 giant iron-eating beasts are still a B level, they're very close to a level. The 2 medium-sized iron-eating beasts have now been upgraded to level B. As for Xiaodai and Zaichuanzi, these 2 little guys have also reached level D. Then came the wolves. Among the wolves, only Xiao He has reached level B. But there are more than 40 black wolves and gray wolves left. At this time, more than a dozen have reached C level, and the rest are all D level. The little wolf cubs have also reached the threshold of D level. Then comes the ant colony, which is slightly weaker. Only the queen ant is C level. Then in the ant colony, there were more than a dozen ordinary ants and more than 30 gold-eating ants that reached level D. Of course, this is just the beginning. Judging from the number of ants in the colony, there will soon be hundreds or even thousands of D-level ants among them. After all, the base number is there. In addition to the above 3, there are 2 other animals worth paying attention to in the base. Those are the enhanced chicks and ducklings. However, in order to distinguish them from ordinary chicks and ducklings, Bai Xiaolin has given them new names. They are Big G and Air Duck. 2 of the chicks, which are the size of Big G, are now the size of adult goats. A few empty ducks hatched a few days later and are now only the size of lambs. I estimate that in about half a month, they will almost reach adulthood. This means that new G-forces and air ducks can be hatched. In addition, the sky duck can also begin formal training and become the second mount owned by the Pioneer Group. After checking everything, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression on his face. With the current strength of his base, although he couldn't say that it was invincible among the 4th level bases, it was definitely ranked at the top. So it is indeed time to upgrade to level 4. Cornerstone/level 3. Perfectly smooth cornerstone, cannot be moved. Farmhouse courtyard/level 3. There are more functional places in the courtyard, making your independent space more comfortable. Upgrade. Click to view upgrade conditions. Bai Xiaolin has now met both conditions for the courtyard to be upgraded to level 4, so he can start upgrading directly. So without hesitation, Bai Xiaolin gently touched the upgrade option. Next second, a holographic real scene map appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. All the buildings in the courtyard are also visible on it. Then I saw that the scenery and buildings above began to change rapidly. Stone, 10,000 wood, 10,000 sand, 5,000 thatch, 5,000 glass, 1,000. Survival points, plus 1,000. When the changes stopped, Bai Xiaolin also saw the new scene on the map. I saw a 1 kilometer stone wall with a small town as the center, surrounding the entire small town. In other words, the area within the wall reaches 1 square kilometer. In addition, there are some high-end wooden houses scattered around in the new area. Bai Xiaolin counted them and found that there were exactly 50 seats, no more, no less. At the same time, some small paths also appeared, distributed among these high-end wooden houses, connecting them one by one. Chapter 347 Jingsun. When he saw this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Because of this layout, it is similar to an ancient village. Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but wonder if the farmyard was upgraded to level 4, it would become a small village. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin subconsciously looked at his city wall and the moat outside the city wall. If this is true, then the current moat and city walls would be completely useless. After all, the village covers an area of 1 square kilometer, and the moat only surrounds the central area of tens of thousands of square meters. Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking of this, a layer of red light suddenly appeared on the map in front of him. All the buildings within the wall were covered. At the same time, 2 lines of prompt appeared at the top of the red light. When the base is upgraded to level 4, the base layout can be adjusted. Tip: this is the last chance to adjust the layout, so please adjust it carefully. When Bai Xiaolin saw the 2 lines of prompts, he understood. The development of the base after level 4 is completely different from the previous development, so the system gives this last chance for adjustment. After frowning and thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin shouted to the outside of the door. Xiao Hu, get Zhang Liang, Song Yi, Gong Shuyu, Nong Sang, and the others here for me. Yes. Since this is the last adjustment, just to be on the safe side, Bai Xiaolin decided to call Zhang Liang and others to discuss adjustments together so that all aspects could be taken into consideration. Not long after, several people squatted in front of the map and began to discuss. While they were discussing, Bai Xiaolin began to adjust the position of the moat and the city wall. As a result, when the adjustment was completed, the moat had turned into a dead river, and only half of the city wall remained. The reason is that the village is 1,000 meters, and the total length of the 4 walls is only a few hundred meters. So after the adjustment is completed, it naturally becomes half a face. The same goes for the moat, which directly turned into a dead-end river. However, this does not have much impact. There are still dozens of drawings of city walls and moats in Bai Xiaolin's warehouse. After the upgrade is completed, use these blueprints to complete the city walls and moat. At this time, Zhang Liang and his companions had almost finished their discussion. Then Bai Xiaolin began to adjust the layout of the existing building according to the results of the discussion among several people. After the adjustment is completed, the buildings in the original breeding area, as well as chicken coops and pig pens, were all moved to the northern area. The blacksmith shop and the red brick workshop continued to move westward to the edge of the western wall. This will make it easier to collect and utilize resources generated in the west in the future. Then there are hundreds of small cabins and 50 high-end cabins scattered around, plus wineries, warehouses, septic tanks, and so on. Except for a small number who remained in place, the rest were dispersed in the southern area. Finally, there are a dozen greenhouses. Because they are relatively important, they only underwent simple position adjustments and were not moved too far away. After all adjustments are completed, it is equivalent to the north becoming a new breeding area, and there will not be too many buildings. The west side has become an industrial area, and there won't be too many buildings. This also makes it easier to make adjustments later. When the population increases to a certain level, both can be moved directly to a new area outside the city. The south side will become a new living area, and also a new planting area. People can live here and then open up new farmland nearby to grow more crops. At this time, when all the other buildings were moved away, the small courtyard in the center also began to change. When it stopped, the area had expanded tenfold and turned into a building similar to an ancient courtyard house. This made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. If I lived in a house like this in ancient times, I would at least be considered a wealthy man. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Liang and the others and said, the adjustments are almost complete now. The others must be shocked by this change. Go and comfort them. Yes. After a few people left, Bai Xiaolin looked at the foundation stone on the ground. At this time, the farmyard has been upgraded and the foundation has finally begun to change. First, a line of golden font appeared on the cornerstone page. It has been detected that the base has been upgraded to a 4th level farm. You are now eligible to name your own faction. Tip: please name carefully. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. This requires some thought. Of course, it is Han. As soon as the word was entered, 2 lines of prompts appeared again. This faction already exists. You have 3 chances left to name it. If you enter the wrong number 3 times, your faction will be randomly named. For example, Gooden Village 127, Woody Village 2279. Looking at the name in front of him, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but shudder. Then I didn't dare to try randomly, so I tried the names of some ancient countries. If I make the mistake 3 times and end up calling it Gooden Village, it will be too late to regret it. After taking the test again for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin easily entered the word Jing. It represents the scenery of this world and also carries the prospects for the future. And with the final confirmation, Bai Xiaolin's personal page also appeared on the cornerstone. Name, Bai Xiaolin/B level, Jingxuan. Race, human. Position, village chief of Jing Village. Age, 23. Physical strength, 32-30 seconds. Strength, 49-49. Agility, 55 of 55. Spirit, 35 of 35. Ability, 1. A qualified leader can improve all attributes of all subordinates by 37 in a state of war. 2. There's a 26 chance that you can make aliens/B surrender directly without using slave cards/taming cards. There were 2 changes. One was the disappearance of the number, and the other was the addition of an additional position. I just don't know what the purpose of this position is, or whether it is just a gesture. Just when Bai Xiaolin was puzzled, the cornerstone seemed to change again. Under Bai Xiaolin's surprised gaze, the cornerstone emitted white light and slowly lifted off the ground and floated in the air. And it started to get smaller little by little. It didn't stop until it became the size of a fist, and then it slowly stopped and hovered in front of Bai Xiaolin. This is... With doubts, Bai Xiaolin reached out and took it in his hand. When Bai Xiaolin held it, the white light on it disappeared instantly. The appearance of the cornerstone was also completely revealed in Bai Xiaolin's eyes. A square seal the size of a fist, with a big word Jing engraved at the bottom of the seal. Bai Xiaolin understood instantly that the cornerstone had turned into something similar to a seal. I just don't know what effect this thing will have. Also, now that it has become so small, are the previous functions still there? Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking of this, a transparent panel appeared above the seal. The content on the panel is exactly the content on the previous cornerstone. Chapter 348 Conditions for the Next Upgrade. After being stunned for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin took 2 steps to the side. Then he discovered that the panel on the seal also moved with him, always staying in front of him. This made Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Because today's cornerstone is just like a simple mobile phone, it is much more convenient to use. And you can carry it with you at all times without having to run back to your room when something happens. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin went back to bed and lay down, then placed the seal on his chest. I started checking the conditions for the next upgrade so that I could prepare early, even though I had just been promoted to level 4. Seal/village chief level. The symbol of the village chief of Jing Village. The village regulations, reward and punishment information, personnel appointments, etc. issued by this seal will be recognized by the world rules. Tip: the seal level will automatically increase as the base is upgraded. The higher the level of the seal, the stronger its effect. Looking at the information on the cornerstone, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds again. Not only did the appearance of the cornerstone change, but its name and function also changed. At the same time, while looking at the introduction of the seal, Bai Xiaolin also felt a little confused. When using seals to issue regulations and appoint personnel, they are actually recognized by the world rules. There must be something special about this. How can the person responsible be recognized by the world rules? After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin decided to find time later to try issuing a few messages to see what special effects they would have. Then Bai Xiaolin looked back. Basic construction/level 3. Consume blueprints to craft weapons and build houses. The basic construction is still level 3. Bai Xiaolin guessed that this was probably the highest level of construction. However, even if this is not upgraded, it will not have much impact on Bai Xiaolin, because now Bai Xiaolin can make all kinds of weapons and tools in his base. In addition, once the population increases, basically all buildings can be built by manpower, and there is no need to worry about it being built poorly. After all, Gong Shuyu is in the base. Then there are the conditions for upgrading a village. Village/level 4. An ordinary small village with a sufficient population and development prospects. Cannot be upgraded. Click to view upgrade conditions. 1. Population 110/1000. 2. With 272938/50,000. Stone 300224/50,000. Sand 176670/10,000. glass 42230/5000, cement 0/5000, red brick 0/5000. 3. Blacksmith shop January 1st, private school 0/1, tavern 0/1, restaurant January 1st. The conditions for upgrading to level 5 have been increased from 2 to 3. The first is still the population, but the number has increased directly from 100 to 1,000. The second is the required materials. In addition to the significant increase in quantity, the types have also been expanded to include cement and red bricks. When seeing this, Bai Xiaolin felt a little relieved. Because the cement workshop and red brick workshop have already been built, we can start production as long as the population is in place. Then the third condition is that you need to have 4 buildings. Bai Xiaolin now owns 2 of them. However, Bai Xiaolin did not expect that there would be such a requirement for upgrading. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin thought of a possibility. That is what the world wants, not only to develop the base, but to develop it better. That's why there are such upgrade conditions. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin decided to look through the remaining 2 types of drawings when he went to look for the city wall drawings later. If so, we can build it together directly. If not, we can only find a way to let Gong Shu Yu and his men build it themselves. After exiting the base page, Bai Xiaolin flipped through all the other pages again. However, except for the rankings and competition pages, the other pages have not changed much. The change in the rankings is that the power ranking has directly risen to 30,000. In addition, the ranking list of the 3-level competition has also been changed to the 4th level. But what has not changed is that Bai Xiaolin is still not on the list. There are many changes in the war competition page, and of course it can be said that it has been completely refreshed. Power level, level 4. Level 4 competition time, once every 15 days. Number of competitions, 0. Countdown to the first competition, 7 days, 11 hours, 17 minutes, and 34 seconds. 1 is that the time interval between the 2 competitions has been increased from 3 days to 15 days. The other is that the number of previous 3-level competitions will be reset to 0. After closing the cornerstone page, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as the results came out, Bai Xiao was attracted by the changes around him. It felt like I was really in an ancient mansion, which was completely different from the holographic image I had just seen on the map. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was also watching curiously. Xiaohu, let's take a look together. Yes. When Zhang Xiaohu heard that he was going to visit this new courtyard, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Then he followed Bai Xiaolin and started walking around together. After the upgrade, the small courtyard was directly transformed into a large courtyard with 3 entrances. The number of rooms also increased from less than 10 to more than 30. In addition, the bamboos that were previously planted in the yard have now been dispersed and become a series of landscapes in the yard. There are 2 small cabins with Class A and Class B water wells, as well as 2 small warehouses. At this time, it has completely merged into the yard. The well was moved directly to the side of the gate, and the supplies in the small warehouse were also moved into 2 rooms. After completing the entire tour, Bai Xiaolin thought about it. It was decided to let Eugene, Shui Rengue, and others move directly from the cabin. One is that it's boring to live alone in such a big yard. Another reason is that living here is obviously more comfortable than the cabin, and is also much more convenient to do things. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, Xiaohu, what do you think of this new yard? Do you like it? Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Zhang Xiaohu, still curious, answered quickly without any hesitation. Of course I like it. If you like, pick a room for yourself. Really? Certainly. Thank you, my lord. Xiaohu will definitely be a good guard. Seeing the excitement in Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, Bai Xiaolin smiled and waved his hand. Go. Yes. After getting Bai Xiaolin's consent, Zhang Xiaohu ran away excitedly. Then he stood at the door of a room, looked at Bai Xiaolin happily, and said, My lord, Xiaohu will choose this one. Ugh. Then Bai Xiaolin himself also chose the largest room. The previous small room was completely abandoned. Chapter 349 New City Wall. After changing the room, Bai Xiaolin found the new room where the drawings were stored and began to search inside. Before long, a pile of drawings appeared in his arms. After sitting down on the spot, Bai Xiaolin put the drawings he found aside. First, I clicked on the survival point page. Survival points, 36,061. There are 2 other reasons why there are so many survival points. in addition to the more than 20,000 points remaining a few days ago. One is the several new workshops built in the past few days, which added thousands of survival points during construction. The other reason is the same. The 4 or 5 workshops together represent that the Lion people have cleared more than 8,000 square meters of land in the past few days. In addition to harvesting a small amount of materials, the clearing of these lands also provided nearly 7,000 survival points. All these added together brought Bai Xiaolin's survival points back to 36,000 points. After confirming the number of remaining survival points, Bai Xiaolin directly picked up the blueprint and began to strengthen. First are 30 drawings for wall construction. Survival points -60, intermediate enhancement. Survival points -600, intermediate enhancement. After 2 intermediate enhancements, all 20 wall blueprints were enhanced to level 2+1. However, Bai Xiaolin wants a 3rd level city wall, so it needs to be further strengthened. Survival points -3,000, primary enhancement. After the 3rd enhancement, 20 of the 30 drawings were enhanced to level 3+1, and 10 were enhanced to level 2+2. Among them, level 3+1 is exactly what Bai Xiaolin needs. The level 2+2 wall cannot be used on a main base, but can be used on 2 subsidiary bases. This way it's not a waste. Once the reinforcement is completed, the next step is construction. However, Bai Xiaolin's gaze at this time was directed towards the mirror lake to the east of the courtyard. The new walled area is a perfectly straight line in all 3 other directions. On the east side, there is a section of concave-shaped city wall along the edge of Mirror Lake. There is no way around it. After all, the distance between Mirror Lake and the courtyard is less than 100 meters. The new walled area, which is 1,000 meters long, will definitely conflict with it. From the moment it was formed, Mirror Lake has been a natural resource and cannot be moved by itself. Therefore, the new walled area can only be built away from the edge of Mirror Lake. Of course, there is another way, which is to directly build a straight city wall. That is the area where the new city wall will be expanded. Just enclose Mirror Lake within the city wall, and the outer circle of the city wall can be built however you want. However, if this is really done, the required length of the city wall will definitely increase several times. Correspondingly, the required survival points will naturally increase several times, which is not something Bai Xiaolin can afford now. So even if we really want to enclose Mirror Lake, we have to wait until the next time a new wall is built. As for this time, we can only build along the edge of Mirror Lake. Then without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin started to build. Because the selected location already has a low-level wall, the construction material consumption is reduced this time. It was a similar reminder to last time, and Bai Xiaolin smiled again. This way, we should be able to save more materials. After all, the city wall he built this time was several times longer than the last time. Stone, 38,000, thatch 4,000. Survival points plus 1,000. As tens of thousands of materials were consumed, the walled area outside began to change rapidly. By the time all the walls were upgraded to city walls, the total length of the walls had reached 4,600 meters. When he saw this, the smile on Bai Xiaolin's face disappeared. Because if it were built normally, only a 4,000-meter city wall would be enough. But now, because it is built around the edge of Mirror Lake, an additional 600-meter city wall is built. Of course, this has both advantages and disadvantages. The city wall was built 600 meters longer, but the moat was reduced by 1,000 meters. After all, there is Mirror Lake in the east, which can play a more effective role than any moat no matter how wide it is. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin picked up 4 moat drawings and began to strengthen them. Survival point 8. Survival points -80. Survival points -400. It's the same as the blueprint for strengthening the city wall, 2 intermediate and 1 elementary. The 4 drawings were strengthened into 2 level 3+1 and 2 level 2+2. Put up. Stone 8,000. Survival points +100. When the prompt sounded, Bai Xiaolin also heard a huge sound of flowing water. It goes without saying that it is because the moat was built and the water is flowing rapidly. 2 level 3+1 moat blueprints can build a 2-kilometer-long moat. Adding the original 1,000 meters, it just completely surrounds the new city wall, becoming a real moat. Unlike the original moat, there are hundreds of meters between it and the city wall. After looking at the map again, Bai Xiaolin moved the original city gate and drawbridge to a new location. Only then can the city wall be considered completely built. Then Bai Xiaolin did not exit the map page, but found the locations of bases 01 and 02 on the map. Stone, 12,000. Thatch, 300. Survival points, plus 200. Using the newly enhanced level 2+2 wall blueprint, a 1,500-meter-long wall was built for each base. As for the moat, Xiaolin did not build it. Because the width of the secondary moat is 5 meters, it is not very useful for the two bases. After all, there are walls to protect against minor dangers, and we can provide support on our side in the event of major dangers. After the construction was completed, Xiaolin thought about it again. After making sure that nothing was wrong, he got up and walked outside. Prepare to visit your new base and also take a look at the new city walls and moat. After coming out of the courtyard again, Xiaolin's vision instantly broadened, even to the point of being a little uncomfortable. One is that many of the buildings that were originally nearby have now disappeared. It also creates a rare sense of openness in the area near the courtyard. Another thing is that the city wall, which was originally very close, has now moved hundreds of meters away. It even seemed a little small in the field of vision. Fortunately, the position of a section of the city wall on the east side, close to Jinghu Lake, has not changed much. Then I walked up to the city wall and walked around it. Xiaolin felt a little happy, but also a little disappointed. I am happy because after this expansion, a small town with an area of 1 square kilometer can truly be called a small town. Unlike before, it was at most a larger fortress. The reason for the loss is, according to Xiaolin's observation, considering the current area of the city, it would actually be better and safer to upgrade the city wall to level 4. Unfortunately, the survival points required for a level 4 city wall are not at the same level as those for a level 3 city wall, and at least 40,000 to 50,000 are required. Even if Xiaolin used up all his survival points, it would be impossible to upgrade the entire front city wall to level 4. So I can only give up temporarily. Wait until you have enough survival points, or when you upgrade next time, then consider the 4th level city wall. Chapter 350 Resources and Population. After stopping, Xiaolin's gaze unconsciously turned to the east bank of Jinghu Lake. After a few hours in the morning, the surrounding snow showed signs of melting. The small hill not far away on the east coast, where the figures of the mountain-backing tribe appeared, also slowly emerged at this time. After staring for 2 minutes, Xiaolin felt that it was time to deal with this neighbor. To prevent this guy from waking up and attracting its attention or even attacking due to the expansion of the city area. By then, if the city wall is destroyed, it will not be worth it. So it is better to get rid of it completely before it wakes up. Think of this. Xiaolin decided to wait until the lunch break and then let Shui Ringgui take people to capture it and then directly control and enslave it. This not only solves the hidden danger, but also provides an extra helper. As for whether he could win, Xiaolin was not worried at all. Although the Beishan tribe is relatively large in size, the Beishan tribe in the east is only level B. If I go up with more than a dozen level people, I can still solve it easily. Without thinking anymore, Xiaolin walked down the city wall and returned to the yard again. I just found some drawings and there are still some that haven't been used. In addition, the base upgrade has been completed and there is a place to live, so it is time to summon new subordinates. In addition to these two things, a batch of resource mines needs to be generated. After all, if you want to produce red bricks and cement workshops, you need raw materials. First, take out the remaining drawings. There is a tavern construction blueprint and 3 restaurant construction blueprints. The tavern is needed for the next upgrade, but unfortunately, the private school blueprints that are also needed are not found. The restaurant is preparing for population growth, and Xiaolin plans to summon a few hundred people next. When the population increases, the existing restaurants will definitely not be enough to accommodate the guests. Therefore, we need to build a few more restaurants to solve the problem of feeding hundreds of people. Survival point 4. Survival points minus 40. After 2 enhancements, all 4 drawings were enhanced to +2, which is the current level of the restaurant. The total is enough, so there is no need to continue strengthening it for the time being. Next comes construction. Wood 400, stone 400, thatch 400, iron 80, glass 80. Survival points +40. As materials were consumed, 4 new buildings appeared in the town. 3 of them are exactly the same as the restaurant, and the other one is slightly different in that there is an extra sign with the word wine at the door. The reason why they are dispersed throughout the small town is to make it easier to eat in the future. After the restaurants are dispersed, everyone can go to the nearest restaurant to eat after work, instead of having to run back and waste time. Then he nodded and began to search through his dozens of resource cards. Within a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin picked out a small stack of resource cards. There's saltpeter resource cards and sulfur resource cards, both of which are used to prepare for gunpowder. Clay resource cards, quartz resource cards, and limestone resource cards provide raw materials for several workshops. Finally, there's a coal resource card, which serves as fuel for several workshops. Then, after taking several resource cards in his hand, Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen them. Survival points minus 6,666, fourth enhancement. Survival points minus 10,000. After the enhancement was completed, the other 5 resource cards were enhanced to level 5. This means that in addition to generating a small amount of ancillary resources, they will also generate a small amount of energy crystal raw stones. The coal resource card has been upgraded to level 6, and its reserves have reached tens of millions of tons. The reason why the coal card is strengthened separately is that compared with the other types, the consumption of coal is the highest, so naturally more of it needs to be generated. Next, Bai Xiaolin opened the map and began to select the location where resources would be generated. Survival points plus 3,500. As the prompt sounded, 6 resource cards disappeared from Bai Xiaolin's hands one after another. This means that 6 types of resources have been generated. The locations finally chosen were all in the mountains to the west, which was also considered beforehand. In addition, in order to facilitate collection, Bai Xiaolin generated all the resources in a horizontal cone shape. The outermost layer is only 2 or 3 meters away from ground. This not only makes collection convenient, but also does not affect the outside ecology and resources. After closing the map page, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the luck page again. And what we need to do next is to exchange population, given the current food supply and the demand for population due to various jobs. Bai Xiaolin planned to directly increase the population to 500 people. This means we need to summon another 390 people. Among them, Bai Xiaolin plans to exchange 300 people directly because their next job is to work in the workshop. As for the remaining 90 people, Bai Xiaolin plans to use character cards. Because of the future development of the base, more labor and more talented people will be needed. Of course, it is impossible to strengthen all these 90 people to level B and then summon them out. After all, I don't have that many survival points. So according to Bai Xiaolin's plan, he would strengthen himself 3 times at most and then summon. As for the specific level of enhancement, it depends on your luck. If the enhanced level is relatively low, you can only summon it and let it improve on its own. The reason why it is strengthened in this way. One reason is that there is no shortage of high-level combat power in the base for the time being, which means there is enough time for them to improve slowly. Another reason is that I have enough resources to stack them up to level B within a month. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin started to exchange directly. Luck value minus 500. First, 50 character cards were exchanged by Bai Xiaolin. As for why the original character cards are not used, one reason is that there are now enough survival points, which can be redeemed directly. The other is the original character card, which Bai Xiaolin wants to keep as a reserve. Stay behind and slowly summon higher level characters. Survival points minus 50. Survival points minus 500. Survival points minus 5,000. Because there is no level requirement, Bai Xiaolin used only primary enhancement this time. After these 3 enhancements, the levels of the 50 character cards. They became 23C level plus 1 cards, 17D plus 2 cards, and 10B level cards. If all of them are used, 107 people can be summoned, which is slightly more than the 90 people expected previously. However, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and decided to only summon D level and C level ones for the time being. As for Class B, leave them here for now. When there are enough survival points, they will be strengthened to A level and summoned. Compared to directly summoning now, this will be much more cost-effective. After confirming, Bai Xiaolin came to the yard and began to summon. After all, if we summon more than 90 people at a time, the room will not be able to accommodate them all. Chapter 351, 500. Call. As he gently uttered 2 words, dozens of gray lights appeared in the yard in an instant. Then, under Zhang Xiaohu's surprised gaze, figures quickly appeared in the yard. Survival points plus 1940. Your subordinate Zhang Jiang, UNG/Chuyu, /Gongsun Qi, greets the Lord. When the voice sounded, Bai Xiaolin also began to look at everyone. It was discovered that most of them were the same as Eugene and the other 2 when they were summoned. He was wearing tattered clothes and holding various weapons of varying quality. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin realized that they were also from the army. The only difference between them and Eugene is that they probably don't come from the dynasty that they are familiar with. Because according to the strength calculation, Class C is a general of Eugene's level, and in the dynasty that Bai Xiaolin is familiar with. No dynasty has ever been able to gather more than a dozen generals of Eugene's level in the same army. That's why Bai Xiaolin guessed that they were from other dynasties. After a few brief inquiries, Bai Xiaolin finally understood where they came from. Like Gui Xuanli and others, they also came from the Zhou dynasty, which had qi refiners. The difference is that Gui Xuanli and others come from a hidden sect, while they are the army from their own country. And these people are not senior generals in the army. Class C can only be considered a 1,000-man captain, while Class D is a centurion. This also made Bai Xiaolin fully understand how big the gap was between the Zhou dynasty in history and the later dynasties. In the end, it can only be attributed to the influence of the Dharma-ending age. As a result, there were fewer and fewer powerful people in later dynasties. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone again, then turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Go and get Eugene, Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and the others." Yes, Eugene and Han Xian were called over because of these people. The next ones will be the pioneer group. Naturally, it should be handed over to them for training and management. The reason why Zhang Liang was called over was to arrange for these people's food and accommodation. After Han Xian and the other person left happily with Zhang Jiang and others, Zhang Liang stayed and continued to wait because there were nearly 200 people coming and more detailed arrangements needed to be made. After nodding to Zhang Liang, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the redemption page and continued to redeem. Luck value minus 293. Survival points plus 293. The humble Wu Geng, Yushu/Lu Laoba/Zhang, greet my lord. Looking at the crowd that once again filled the yard, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression on his face. With the addition of these 293 people, the number of personnel in his base officially reached 500 from this moment on. This also means that the base will enter a period of rapid development. After nodding again, Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Liang, who was waiting on the side, and said, "From now on, they will be handed over to you. You need to arrange their accommodation and future work." "Don't worry, my lord." Then a group of people, led by Zhang Liang, left the yard in a mighty procession. Not long after, Li Ergu's exclamation was heard outside, as well as the discussions of Song Yi, Nong Seng, and others. As soon as I heard it, I knew that they were discussing the next arrangements for these nearly 200 people. Then he smiled and shook his head. Then Bai Xiaolin turned and entered the room where the original kitchen was, which was the new kitchen in the yard. Then open the water pipe and start filling the grade C water. I was busy all morning, but the grade C water that was supposed to be sold today has not yet been put on the shelves. These are 250 energy crystals, and Bai Xiaolin is reluctant to waste them. After the C-grade water was put on the shelves, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time, confirmed that there was still about half an hour until lunchtime. After thinking about it, he found a stool to sit down and started browsing the human chat channel. "Brothers, this damn snowy day is finally over. Hold on for a few more days. Once the snow melts, we can go out and gather supplies and continue developing the base." I'm not considering developing the base for now. I just want to wait until I can go out and collect a few more character cards to quickly increase my strength. Me too. These days, not only do I have to guard against attacks from wild beasts, but I also have to participate in wars and contests, and every time I do, I'm in danger of death. If I don't improve my strength quickly, I'll probably die after a few more attempts. Character cards are so easy to get. I just wanted to encounter a few undead. I could exchange one undead for a subordinate. The men I exchange for are too weak. They're fine for collecting resources, but they're not good enough for fighting. I think you're all too optimistic, thinking that now that the snow has stopped, you can go out and gather resources and hunt the undead without any worries. If you really hold such thoughts, then I would like to congratulate you that you are not far from death. Just as everyone was discussing that after the snow melted, they could go out to collect resources and increase their strength. A message interrupted everyone's thoughts and silenced the chat channel for a few seconds. Bai Xiaolin, who was looking at the message on the page, also showed an interested expression at this time. I'm curious about why this person suddenly said such a thing. At this moment, another message appeared on the page, asking the question in Bai Xiaolin's mind. "Brother, what did you just say? Have you forgotten that we are not the only ones living on this land? There are also countless other races living here. When the snow melts, Not only can we go out of the base to collect resources, but the aliens can too. If you're only focused on collecting resources, you will not notice the dangers around you. If you're discovered by aliens, you will be doomed. As this message appeared, the chat page exploded again. Fuck, if you hadn't told me this, I would have almost forgotten about it. I thought I only encountered aliens during competitions. What if there are aliens? We can't just stay here and go out. It's precisely because there are alien races around that we need to collect resources faster. As long as we improve our strength as much as possible before being discovered by the alien race, we will have a chance to defeat them. What the above person said is right. If you are afraid of being discovered by aliens, so you stay in the base and dare not go out, then you are really waiting to die. So we still have to go out, but we have to be careful when collecting resources. Looking at the discussions on the page, by Xiaolin finally understood. What was that person worried about just now? Although with his current strength, he no longer cares about the alien races around him. But the others are different from himself. Most of them are still weaker than the aliens. When the snow melts, if you're not careful, you may be attacked and killed by aliens. This means that if others want to continue living, under the dual pressure of defeating the competition and the reality of alien races, we must quickly develop the base so that there is a glimmer of hope. Chapter 352 Cohesion. Of course, this double pressure is not only faced by the human race, but also by most other alien races. It all depends on who could develop faster. The faster you develop, the more you can annex the bases of other nearby races and increase your own strength. And this is what the world hopes for, because it is like raising a goo. Only by competing and annexing each other can a stronger one be produced, that is, a stronger force be developed. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaohu's voice came from outside the door. My lord, dinner is ready. Here I come. Bai Xiaolin put the seal in his arms, opened the door, and walked towards the restaurant. In the morning, Luningli was refining oil at the base with Wen Liang and others. Suddenly, a new circle of walls appeared outside the base. Without thinking too much, Luningli realized that this was built with the help of Brother Bai. It must be because the snow stopped. Brother Bai was worried that this place would be attacked by aliens, so he helped build another circle of walls. When he thought of this, Luningli made a decision. When it's time for lunch, I must find Brother Bai and express my gratitude. As a result, when they brought Wen Liang and a few others here at noon, as soon as they walked out of the teleportation array warehouse, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. In just half a day, the entire base had completely changed. Not only has the city wall expanded dozens of times, but the population has also increased by hundreds. Looking at the dense crowd in the open space in front of the restaurant, Luningli couldn't help but say blankly, "What's going on?" At the same time, not far away, Su Xianxian and his group also stayed where they were. I stared blankly at the small town that had completely changed. After coming out of the yard, without the cover of the wall, Bai Xiaolin could see from afar the two groups of people standing in a daze at the door of the warehouse. It doesn't take much to tell that they were stunned by the changes before them. After rolling his eyes, Bai Xiaolin quietly approached and suddenly patted Luningli on the shoulder. "Why don't you go eat quickly? What are you doing here?" After being startled, the two groups of people finally discovered Bai Xiaolin. Then Luningli and Su Xianxian, approached Bai Xiaolin at the same time, looked at the changes in the distance with surprise and asked, "Brother Bai, what happened to the base? Why did it change so much all of a sudden? And so many people showed up, at least 300 or 400. Looking at the two people's curious expressions, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "I upgraded the base by 1 level this morning, so the area will naturally be much larger." When he said this, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand and pointed at the two of them. "As for the current number of people at the base, including you guys, there are exactly 500. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin gestured for the two to move forward, and then he continued walking towards the restaurant. "I've been promoted 1 level, so now I'm at level 4. 500 people. They're almost as populous as a whole village, yet they appear in this world." When Bai Xiaolin left, Luningli and the other man stared with wide eyes, muttering to himself as they hurriedly followed Bai Xiaolin. Looking at the dozens of tables in front of the restaurant and the dozen or so iron pots where food was already cooked. Just as Bai Xiaolin was about to ask, he saw Song Yi hurried over. "My lord." Looking at Song Yi, Bai Xiaolin asked, "Aren't there already several restaurants built? Why are all the people concentrated here?" Looking at Bai Xiaolin, he explained, "My lord, after discussion between Mr. Zhang Liang and his students, we decided to have everyone eat together here. because many people have just been summoned and are not familiar with everything in the base and other people. Gathering together for a few meals can help everyone get to know each other quickly and also help increase the cohesion of the group. After they get familiar with each other for a couple of days, we'll let them eat at different restaurants. After explaining this, Song-yi pointed to the table in front of him and the dozen or so iron pots where food was cooked. These tables and cooked food were brought in from several other restaurants. Wait 2 days and move back. After Song-yi finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin also understood that things were different now. The previous population was summoned bit by bit. Furthermore, the newcomers' food, lodging, and labor are all shared with those who were called earlier. In this way, within a few days, the newcomers will be completely familiar with others and become comrades who could trust each other. And now nearly 400 people are summoned at once, which is several times the previous population. And everyone's next arrangements are scattered throughout the base. Being dispersed like this means having less contact with others, and naturally it is difficult to get to know and trust others. If the base is a population of several thousand or even tens of thousands, and all work has been completely separated, it doesn't matter if the people living in the base are unfamiliar with or don't trust others. Because once all the work is completely separated, one person may never come into contact with another person, so there is naturally no need to be familiar with each other. But it's different now. There are only 500 people in the base. Many tasks, even fighting alien races, require the collaboration of 500 people to complete. In other words, these 500 people are equivalent to close comrades in arms. And if there is no trust and familiarity, how can others trust their comrades with their backs? Therefore, it would be best to follow what we're doing now, letting everyone stay together for a few days to get familiar with each other, and then work separately. After thinking about it again, Bai Xiaolin looked at Song-yi and said, after a few days, when everyone is familiar with the situation, your original duties can be temporarily handed over to others. You, in Gongshu, you will lead a group of people to study the other workshops and try to get them up and running as quickly as possible. The base has now been upgraded to level 4, and workshops and people are already there. So Bai Xiaolin thought about getting several workshops up and running as soon as possible. In this way, some construction behind the base can directly use new materials, and the construction will be not only strong, but also beautiful. As for the raw materials, we have some of each in the warehouse. You can use what's in the warehouse first. When he said this, Bai Xiaolin took out the seal and clicked on a map page. Then 6 locations were marked at the foot of the mountain on the west side of the map. Once the warehouse is used up, we can arrange for the lions to mine in these 6 locations. Yes. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Song-yi turned around and continued to make preparations. Lu Nengli and the other person who were following behind were attracted by the new things at this time. Pointing at the seal in Bai Xiaolin's hand, he asked curiously, "What is this, Oshun? Why does it look like it has the same function as the cornerstone?" This is the cornerstone, but it has been upgraded to level 4. When he said this, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment, looked at the two of them, and continued, "I'll try to figure out how to improve your foundation later. That way it'll be easier to use." Thank you, Gato. Chapter 353, Redistribution. After lunch, arrange for others to rest. Bai Xiaolin gathered Zhang Liang, Shui Ringui, and others in the yard. After visiting other places, Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian also followed and began to visit the courtyard. Looking at the people sitting together, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and said, "Now, the pioneering team has more than 100 people, and the production team has more than 300 people. I think it's time to further subdivide everyone's work. After the subdivision, it is also convenient for the next work. For example, the pioneering team can be divided into several small groups, and separate actions can be more efficient. The production team can also assign appropriate work to each person and the appropriate number of people to each job based on farming, blacksmithing, workshops, fishing, etc. When the number of people increases to a certain level, we can completely separate the various tasks." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone started talking. The pioneering team really should be divided into different groups. If more than 100 people act together, not only will the efficiency be low, but the target will also be too large. Among them, Schwerge and others all expressed their agreement with the idea of dividing the pioneer group into groups. Han Xin thought about it, looked at the others, and made a suggestion. We can assign some of the stronger ones to conduct long-distance exploration and deal with some powerful alien races. The weaker ones will be stationed near the base, responsible for hunting down any wild beasts or aliens that approach. After Han Xian finished speaking, Eugene also put forward his own opinions. I still think an even distribution is better, so that each group has both A level and B level and can explore different directions at the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at Shui, Renge, and Gue Xuanli at the same time. Looking at the two people's eyes, Shui Renge frowned and thought for a while, then spoke. I think we should first discuss the next priorities of the pioneering team. Should we focus on exploring unknown areas or clearing out the surrounding alien races? Only after clarifying the next key points can we discuss the specific groupings based on everyone's strengths. That's true. After hearing what Shui and Gue said, Gue Xuanli expressed his agreement. Then let's discuss the next key direction. Next to them, Zhang Liang, Song, Yi, and others also began to discuss the personnel allocation of the production team. Now that the population has increased, more tools and weapons are needed, so the blacksmith shop needs more manpower. The population will definitely increase in the future, so we need to prepare in advance and allocate more people to open up wasteland and expand the planning area. If we want to run several workshops, each workshop will need at least 20 people. I think now that the town has grown in size, we need to allocate some people for construction and maintenance. Looking at what others were discussing, Li Ergu quietly moved next to Bai Xiaolin. Then, while no one else was paying attention, he looked at Bai Xiaolin and whispered, "My lord, our transportation team also needs more manpower, but we don't need too many. Just a dozen or so will do. This will definitely increase our fertilizer production speed." Bai Xiaolin had already guessed what Li Ergu was thinking. He just wanted more subordinates. However, they are currently producing fertilizers, and there are only a few septic tanks, so there is definitely no need to increase manpower. In addition, Bai Xiaolin already had an idea about Li Ergu's next arrangements. Looking at Li Ergu's eager gaze, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and said, "Lead the transportation team and hold on for a few more days. I'll have new assignments for you later, ones that will involve managing hundreds of people." As soon as Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Ergu's eyes widened. He can really manage hundreds of subordinates. "Certainly. Thank you, my lord. Ergu will definitely live up to your trust. Confirm that there is indeed a new task and that you can manage hundreds of subordinates." Li Ergu instantly forgot about his idea of adding more staff to the traffic team. However, what Li Ergu didn't know was that none of the men Bai Xiaolin had prepared for him were human. After these three-level competitions, the number of alien races under Bai Xiaolin's command, including the lion people before, has reached more than 120. In addition, in the next few days, the pioneer team will eliminate the alien races around the base. The number of foreign slaves will certainly increase. At that time, all these foreign slaves can be handed over to Li Ergu for management. Normally, they are responsible for clearing the land and mining. When fighting is necessary, stronger alien slaves can also join the battle directly. Then, about half an hour later, everyone's discussion finally came to a conclusion. The pioneer group is divided into 3 groups. The first group consists of 10 A-level and 20 B-level members, responsible for long-distance exploration and led by Han Xian. Because of Han Xian's abilities, he is the most suitable among the 3 for long-distance battles. Then the remaining more than 100 people were divided into 2 groups, led by Shui, Ringue, and Eugene. The tasks of these 2 groups are to deal with the surrounding alien races and explore the mountainous area in the west. As for the personnel allocation of the production team, the planting team consists of 100 people, the largest group, who are responsible for managing existing greenhouses and developing new planting areas. There are 50 people in the blacksmith shop, which is exactly the maximum number of people that the blacksmith shop can accommodate. There are 20 people in each workshop, and a total of 80 people in the 4 workshops. Then there are 30 people responsible for building maintenance and construction, who are responsible for repairing existing buildings and building some buildings needed by the small town. These 30 people, like the workshop, were managed by Song, Yi, and Gong Shuyu. Then there is the fishing team of 10 people. There is no need for more. As for the remaining nearly 30 people, they were all assigned to the internal affairs team. Now that the population of the base has increased, the original dozen or so people in the housekeeping team are now responsible for cooking and raising various small animals. Then when I have free time, I also think about making wine. I'm simply too busy. With these 30 people, the internal affairs team will not be in a hurry next time. After finishing all the discussions, Bai Xiaolin instructed Shui, Ringue, and Han Xian to subdue the Beishan tribe in the east together in the afternoon. Then he pointed to the room in the yard and said to everyone, "Everyone, pick a room and stay here. This way, It will be convenient for us to discuss things in the future. Yes. Su Xianxian, who had just finished touring the courtyard, looked at Bai Xiaolin with surprise after hearing Bai Xiaolin's words. Oh Shun, can we also choose a room? This is much better than living in a wooden house. Looking at Su Xianxian's expectant expression, Bai Xiaolin was stunned, and then began to think. Now with the teleportation array, the two can leave the base at any time and return to the base at any time. Also, there is no need to worry that the foundation will be destroyed after you leave. This means that it no longer matters whether you live in the original base or not. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at Su Xianxian and nodded. Sure. Thank you, Gato. Yeah. Chapter 354, Heavy Mountains. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Xiaolin stood on the city wall again. Behind Bai Xiaolin, all the strong men above level B in the pioneer group were fully armed and ready for battle. Looking at the east bank of Jinghu Lake, a small part of the Beishan tribe has been exposed due to the melting snow. Bai Xiaolin said softly, "You can start the action now, and be careful." Yes, action. Following Shui Rengui's order, dozens of people quickly jumped off the city wall and rushed toward the other side along the edge of Mirror Lake. Bai Xiaolin himself was watching with a telescope because his fighting ability was not strong. Moreover, there are dozens of strong men above level B here, so it won't make much difference if I rush forward alone. So it's better to stay and watch everyone fight in peace. As they approached, the crowd quickly split into two. All B-level personnel spread out a few hundred meters away, forming a circle to surround the Beishan tribe. They did not join the battle, and in the past they only prevented the Beishan people from escaping. Then, after the B-level personnel completed the encirclement, all the A-level personnel suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the Beishan tribe. Most of the bodies of the Beishan tribe are still buried in the snow and underground, so attacking from above is the best option. After jumping onto the back of the Beishan tribe, he looked at the Beishan tribe, still sleeping underground. Shui Rengui waved his hand lightly, and then more than a dozen people quickly dispersed and distributed themselves at the back edge of the Beishan tribe. The back of the Beishan people is equivalent to a small hill. Attacking from directly above like this will definitely not work, so attacking from the edge of the back is the best. After everyone was in place, Shui Rengui waved his hand again. Attack! More than a dozen A-level weapons were inserted into the bodies of the Beishan people at the same time. Of course, this guy has thick skin and flesh, so don't worry, this blow will kill him. Then the next second, a huge roar came from under everyone. Moo! Listening to the angry voice. Everyone knew, without having to guess, that the Beishan tribe had awakened from their slumber. Then, like an earthquake, the backs of the Beishan tribe began to shake, and they began to slowly rise while shaking. This guy wants to stand up. Don't stop, keep attacking. When it fully stands up, everyone will go around to the bottom. Attacking from below is faster. Yes, everyone quickened their movements to enlarge the wound on the Beishan tribe's back. A few minutes later, the Beishan tribe, having fully awakened, finally realized that they were under attack. Then he kept shaking his body, trying to shake off the ants on his back. At the same time, there were angry roars. Moo! Moo! You despicable ants, come down and fight me, Shanzhong, head on, instead of tickling my back. Bai Xiaolin was not the only one who understood this huge roar. Eugene, who was surrounding the Beishan tribe not far away to prevent them from escaping, also understood what was said. Then he signaled the other B-level people to surround him and stay still, and he approached the Beishan tribe. When the distance was close to several dozen meters, Eugene looked at the Beishan tribe and shouted loudly, "We have more than a dozen A-level and more than 20 B-level here. If you don't want to die, don't resist." Hearing Eugene shout, the Beishan tribe member exhaled a puff of hot air from his nose and said with disdain, "More than a dozen A-level ones, you weak ant. Are you kidding me? Do you think I, Shanzhong, am so easy to fool?" After saying that, he raised his huge claws and wanted to step on Eugene, who was dozens of meters away. As a result, as soon as the claws were raised, they froze in midair. The reason was Lin Huangsheng and others who were surrounding the periphery, and Shui Rengui and others who were attacking from above. At the same time, he released his own aura and pressed forward towards the Beishan tribe. Being attacked by dozens of powerful auras at the same time, Shanzhong finally realized that the human race below was not joking, because they really have more than a dozen A levels, plus more than 20 B levels. After standing there in a daze for a few seconds, Shanzhong gently retracted his claws and asked in a somewhat honest voice, "If I don't resist, Can I really avoid death? The reason for this reaction is not that Shanzhong is afraid of death. There are two reasons. One is that the Beishan people are relatively lazy, do not like sports, and even less like fighting. And when you know that the enemy is strong and you cannot defeat him, you will naturally dislike it even more. Another reason is that in Shanzhong's memory, his own race is more popular with some powerful foreign races. Therefore, many elders choose to submit to foreign races that are stronger than themselves. Because if you surrender, you will not only be treated well, but you will also no longer have to worry about food and drink. Therefore, Shanzhong had such a reaction after confirming the strength of Shui Ringwei and others. When Eugene heard Shanzhong's somewhat naive words, he was obviously stunned for a moment. He was fighting desperately 1 second ago, but became so quiet the next. After realizing what was happening, Eugene gave an answer. Of course, as long as you give up resistance, we won't kill you. Eugene remembered that his lord's previous order was to capture him alive. Shanzhong, who got the answer, looked at Eugene again and said, "Then I choose to surrender, and those humans you put on my back, please stop attacking me." On the distant city wall, Bai Xiaolin was watching the battle. I saw the style of painting gradually become strange. After the Beishan tribe roared, Eugene walked to a distance from the Beishan tribe and said something to them. Then Shui Ringwei and others stopped attacking. One by one, they jumped off the backs of the mountain-backing tribe and stood in a row in front of him. After Shui Ringwei and others came down, the Beishan tribe no longer chose to attack, but lay on the ground again. When Bai Xiaolin saw this scene, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Is the battle over just like that? But it just started a short while ago. When Bai Xiaolin was confused, he heard Eugene's voice coming from a distance. "My lord, Shanzhong of the Beishan tribe has chosen to surrender." Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. He really surrendered. Then a smile appeared on his face. Because no matter what the reason, getting the Beishan tribe to choose to surrender will save him a lot of trouble. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin responded to Eugene. "Got it, I'll come over now." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin also jumped off the city wall and ran towards the other side along the lakeshore. As for why the Beishan tribe was not allowed to come, it was because Bai Xiaolin was worried that they were pretending to surrender. It would be bad if they suddenly rebelled and started sabotaging us once we got close to the city wall. Therefore, it is better to use the slave card directly from a distance to completely control it. While running, Bai Xiaolin took out a slave card that he had prepared long ago from his pocket and began to strengthen it. Survival point 2. Survival points, -20. Survival points, -200. Chapter 355. Enslavement Success. After 3 intermediate enhancements, the slave card was enhanced to level B. The effect of the slave card is very similar to that of the taming card. Slave card /level B. After use, it can help you enslave a submissive alien, with the highest slavery level being level B. After Bai Xiaolin approached, Shanzhong, who was lying on the ground, also saw the slave card in Bai Xiaolin's hand. Then his eyes widened instantly. Because I chose to submit, not to become a slave. Then he subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he saw Shui Ringwei and others out of the corner of his eye, he wilted again. Because if I resist, I probably won't survive. After rolling his eyes, Shanzhong looked at Bai Xiaolin and said, "I, Shanzhong, choose to submit to you and promise not to resist. Could you please not use a slave card on me?" "Of course not." Bai Xiaolin rejected Shanzhong's proposal without thinking and continued. "I used the slave card not to turn you into a real slave, but to restrain you so that you won't suddenly hurt others in the future. You have more than a dozen A-level guys here. How could I dare to hurt anyone? You don't dare now, but when your strength reaches a level, or even transcend it, are you sure you still don't dare to do it? A-level. Extraordinary. I don't know how long it will take. I have enough resources to help you improve quickly. It's not impossible for you to become extraordinary in a short period of time. You could give me a quick promotion." When he heard this, Shanzhong's 2 huge eyeballs instantly widened into a round shape. "Of course, otherwise how do you think I got so many A-levels?" Bai Xiaolin's idea from the beginning was to upgrade Shanzhong's level to a higher level as soon as possible. Because Shanzhong's current size, although it looks huge, is not big enough. What Bai Xiaolin wanted was a real moving island that was hundreds of meters or even tens of thousands of meters in size. But my current body shape is still far from enough. Shanzhong was really tempted at this time because his own race was relatively large in size. Only with a large amount of high-level resources can one quickly improve their strength. Without resources, one can only rely on a long growth process and improve slowly bit by bit. During this growth process, if one has good talent, he or she may be able to be promoted to A level in adulthood. If you don't have the talent, you'll have to stay at level B for the rest of your life. As for the extraordinary level, it cannot be achieved simply by talent, but requires more resources. So when Shanzhong heard that Bai Xiaolin could quickly improve his strength, even to the extraordinary level, he was tempted. As for slaves, Bai Xiaolin also said that they didn't really have to be treated as slaves. After hesitating for 2 minutes, Shanzhong looked at Bai Xiaolin and said, "You can use the slave card on me, but you must keep your promise. Otherwise, I will commit suicide." "Don't worry. I, Bai Xiaolin, will do what I say." Seeing Shanzhong agreed, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Because this is the best way, Shui Renge and others don't have to take action anymore, and they don't have to waste words anymore. Then Bai Xiaolin took the slave card, jumped up, and stuck it on Shanzhong's forehead. "Use." When Shanzhong gave up resistance, Slave Ka left a herringbone pattern on his forehead without any hindrance. Seeing that the enslavement was successful, Bai Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Because only now is the battle truly over. Then, just as Bai Xiaolin was about to go home, Shanzhong's somewhat honest voice sounded in his ears again. "Lord, when can you help me improve my strength?" Hearing the loud noise in his ears, Bai Xiaolin showed an expression that was neither funny nor sad. "I didn't expect that Shanzhong is such an impatient person." Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin looked up at Shanzhong, then pointed to the north of the town and said, "You will live north of the city wall, and every day at noon and evening, someone will provide you with gravy water. As for food, you should just catch it yourself at Mirror Lake." Yes, now all kinds of animals in the town, including ant colonies, iron-eating beasts, and wolves, have been moved to the north of the town by Bai Xiaolin. The area where everyone lives is separated from the other area by a small river and connected by the previous stone bridge. This way, we can feed several animals without having to worry about their numbers increasing in the future and affecting people's lives. Letting Shanzhong stay in the north of the town will also make it easier to feed him later. Hearing that there would be gravy water in the evening, Shanzhong also smiled happily. Then he stood up and walked towards the north of the town. Bai Xiaolin and others jumped directly onto Shanzhong's back, thinking it was a ride back home. Sitting on the hill, looking at the city wall getting closer and closer, Bai Xiaolin laughed again. Because this feeling seems really good. When they got close to the city wall, Bai Xiaolin jumped off Shanzhong's back, holding a stabilizing stone in his hand, and then looked at Shanzhong and said, "From now on, the defense of the north is in your hands. If you discover any other races or beasts approaching, notify the others immediately." Yes. He put the stone into his pocket and said goodbye to Shanzhong. Bai Xiaolin and others jumped across the moat again and returned to the bottom of the city wall. Everyone's agility attribute is now at least 50 or 60 points, so it is naturally easy for them to jump over the moat, which is only 10 meters long. In addition, the function of the moat is only to block most of the weaker creatures and prevent them from attacking the city walls. As for B-level creatures with agility exceeding 50 points, or even more powerful A-level creatures, even if they jumped over the moat, they would be intercepted by people of A level and above. After returning to the city wall, Shui and others continued to train or busy themselves with other things. Bai Xiaolin came to the anthill. Now that the snow is starting to melt, more ants are coming out to move around. Among them, the number of D-level ants, including gold-eating ants and ordinary ants, has reached more than 100. As for the overall population size of ants, after these days of breeding, the number has exceeded 10,000. I believe that it won't be long before they become a real ant army. Then Bai Xiaolin turned his head to look at the other side of the city wall, where Eugene and others had started cavalry training again. After these days of training, everyone in the wolf pack have become very skilled in coordinating. According to Bai Xiaolin, they can already be considered a qualified cavalry squad. Perhaps we can discuss with Shui Renge and others and let these cavalrymen go out to patrol the surrounding area and do some scouting work. In addition, you can also consider bringing them with you when participating in war competitions. With the mobility of a cavalry squad, it will definitely produce unexpected results. Think of this. Bai Xiaolin waved to Xiao He, who was lazily lying down to rest not far away. Then, with Xiao He's aggrieved look in his eyes, he directly rode on Xiao He's back and started training with him. Chapter 356 Time Chronicle. After dinner in the evening, Bai Xiaolin came to the city wall again. After a day, almost one-third of the snow outside had melted. You can see that the trees in the mountains have already revealed a faint green color. In addition, on the grass outside, you can also see small streams form because the snow melted too quickly. Bai Xiaolin estimated that at this speed, in 2 or 3 days at most, all the snow outside will melt and the scenery will return to its pre-snow state. At that time, it will be the time for many races to resume their activities on Earth. Then Bai Xiaolin looked towards the north side of the city wall and listened to Shanzhong's satisfied gurgling outside the wall. Bai Xiaolin knew that Shanzhong had already drunk the B-grade water that Eugene and others had sent over. In this case, he should also want to believe that I did not lie to him at noon. Then, after smiling, Bai Xiaolin prepared to return to the city. As a result, before he took 2 steps, he suddenly felt the seal on his chest become a little hot in a few seconds. What's going on? Bai Xiaolin showed a puzzled expression. After all, this kind of situation had never happened before in Jishur. With doubts, Bai Xiaolin quickly took out the seal. At this moment, the seal was emitting a faint red light, which was completely different from the previous white light. The moment he saw the red light, Bai Xiaolin seemed to sense something and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Bai Xiaolin's attention was immediately attracted by this sight. Among the countless palaces emitting light, a new palace appeared at the outermost edge at some point in time. Among the countless palaces, it is the smallest one. At this time, this new palace was emitting a faint red light and was connected to the seal in Bai Xiaolin's hand. Bai Xiaolin understood it at first glance. This palace represents myself and my current base. It is actually the base under your feet and the manifestation of your destiny in this world. If your base becomes stronger, then this palace will also become bigger and bigger. On the contrary, if the base is destroyed or the person is killed by aliens, the palace will fall into ruin until one day it disappears completely. At this time, Bai Xiaolin finally understood the meaning of the existence of these palaces and stars. There are no living creatures living in them, and there are no creatures watching the survival performances of all kinds of creatures on the ground, because their existence is the manifestation of all living creatures. Creatures of all races establish their power on this land, and when the power becomes strong, it manifests as the Palace of Fortune. Together, they formed a huge protective shield above the world to protect it from falling apart. It also protects the countless forces of all sizes living on the ground, giving them enough time to grow and develop. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin looked up at the sky again. It seemed as if one could see through the palace complex and see the sky that was blocked behind, which was broken like a mirror. Perhaps being summoned to this world is also a way for the world to save itself. He wanted to rely on countless races, like raising insects, to cultivate more powerful forces and then save the broken fate. This made Bai Xiaolin think of another question. That is the broken sky and world. What exactly caused it? Why has it not recovered after thousands of years? After frowning and thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm only at level 4 now. Why am I thinking about this? Even if I really figured it out, with my current strength, I wouldn't be able to make any changes. Then he shook his head again and stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin looked down at the seal in his hand, because through the observation just now, Bai Xiaolin also understood another thing. That is another function of the seal. Guide a small amount of luck from the Palace of Luck down and bless someone. After being blessed by luck, this person is equivalent to gaining a bit of favor from the world. The actual effect is that the speed of strength improvement is accelerated. Of course, it can also be said that it improves the speed of cultivation. For example, Bai Xiaolin, drinking 1 liter of B-grade water can improve his agility a little. Now that you have been blessed with good luck, you can improve even more. Of course, Bai Xiaolin doesn't know how much the improvement can be achieved yet, but he can try it when he returns. Bai Xiaolin already had a guess as to how to bless him specifically. That's what was said in the introduction of the seal, which I didn't quite understand before. It's used to issue reward and punishment information and personnel appointments. As the village chief of Jing Village, I will naturally receive the highest blessing. If others want to receive blessings, they need to obtain an appointment signed by themselves and become an official manager of Jing Village. That is to say, becoming something like an accountant, clerk, militia captain, etc. And after being appointed, you will naturally be blessed with good fortune. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. If you appoint all other people as managers of the base, wouldn't it mean that everyone's cultivation speed can be blessed by luck? Of course, Bai Xiaolin also understood that he was just thinking about it. Because the base is only level 4 now, and the Fortune Palace is only the lowest level, how can it be possible to draw fortune down without limit? If this were to happen, the Palace of Fortune would probably collapse within a few days. Then, without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin put the seal back into his arms. Then he walked towards the stairs. He decided to go back and verify how much faster his strength as the village chief would increase after receiving the blessing. You can also try issuing a few appointment letters. After returning to the yard, Bai Xiaolin first checked his own attributes. Then I prepared some grade B water, as well as some paper and pens. After confirming that no one was disturbing him, he began to drink water, record the attributes, and write the appointment letter. From today on, Zhang Liang is appointed as the leader of the Jing village production team. Time. When it came to writing the time, Bai Xiaolin discovered something. That's why it's been so many days, and I have no idea about the calendar of this world. How can I write an appointment letter if I don't know what year it is? Just as Bai Xiaolin was thinking of this, a page suddenly appeared on the seal placed next to the table. And there's only one line of font on the page. July 10th, 3990, Tibetan Buddhist Emperor. Looking at the prompt that appeared in front of him, Bai Xiaolin was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he quickly realized that what was displayed above was the time he had been worrying about. But what does the Buddha Emperor of the hidden prison mean? Does he represent a powerful person who rules this world? Bai Xiaolin thought of a possibility. The chronology of this world is likely to be the same as the ancient Chinese chronology of reign titles. When each emperor ascended the throne, time began to be recorded using his reign title. Chapter 357, A Sense of Ritual. If that's really the case, doesn't this mean that the Tibetan Buddhist emperor has ruled for nearly 4,000 years? Of course, this is just Bai Xiaolin's guess. As to whether this is really the case, we still need to wait for time to verify. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin continued writing the appointment letter. From today on, Zhang Liang is appointed as the leader of the Jing village production team. Time, July 10th, 3990, the year of the Tibetan Buddha Emperor. After the appointment letter was written, Bai Xiaolin picked up the seal, looked at it, and then stamped it with anticipation. When it was taken down, a red word Jing was already branded on the appointment letter. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin picked up the seal again. There is no need for ink pad to stamp the big seal. It seems that the imprinting is really successful. Of course, whether it was successful or not also needs to be verified by Zhang Liang. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin put down the pen in his hand and shouted outside the door. Xiaohu, find Mr. Zhang Liang. Yes. After Zhang Liang appeared, Bai Xiaolin first looked at Zhang Liang and said something. Sir, please write down your current agility attribute first. After saying that, he picked up the prepared B-grade water, poured 500 milliliters directly, and handed it over. This is... Looking at the water handed to him by Bai Xiaolin, Zhang Liang showed a puzzled expression on his face, but he did not refuse. Watching Zhang Liang drink it, Bai Xiaolin smiled again and said, Wait a moment. Once your agility attribute is upgraded, tell me how much it has increased. Yes. After letting Zhang Liang rest nearby, Bai Xiaolin also sat down and began to rest. One is to wait for the absorption of grade B water to be completed and see how much bonus the luck brings to oneself. The other is to wait and see whether the appointment letter will have any effect on Zhang Liang. If it works, you can continue to issue appointment letters to other people. If it doesn't work, you can only rewrite and sign it to see what's wrong with the appointment letter. After about half an hour, he confirmed that both he and Zhang Liang had absorbed all the grade B water they drank. Bai Xiaolin first looked at his attributes. His agility had increased by 0.505 compared to half an hour ago. I drank 500 milliliters of grade B water. Under normal circumstances, my agility should have increased by 0.5. And now it has increased by 0.005, which means that the extra 0.005 is a bonus brought by luck. It may seem like little at first glance, but if converted into a percentage, the improvement is about 1%. In Bai Xiaolin's opinion, this number is already very good. After all, the base is only level 4 now. When it is upgraded to a higher level, the bonus will naturally continue to increase. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at Zhang Liang again, and this time Zhang Liang also showed an expression of surprise on his face. My lord, the improvement is 0.001 more than before. What's going on? 0.001 is 1 in 500. When Bai Xiaolin heard that there was a bonus effect, a hint of joy appeared on his face. because this means that the appointment has been successfully issued. As for the fact that the effect is only 1 in 500, Bai Xiaolin thinks it is normal. After all, as the Lord, the bonus I get is only 1%. Looking at Zhang Liang, whose face showed some surprise and confusion, Bai Xiaolin turned around, picked up the appointment letter he had signed, and handed it over. From today on, appoint Zhang Liang. Looking at the words and seal on the paper, Zhang Liang was obviously stunned for a few seconds. Then he reacted and bowed to Bai Xiaolin. Thank you for your trust, my lord. From now on, Zhang Liang will work hard to make the base even stronger. Because Zhang Liang knew that from this moment on, he had truly become an official of the base. And it's the first one. Looking at Zhang Liang's reaction, Bai Xiaolin smiled and helped him up, then pointed at the appointment letter and said, the improved attributes come from this letter of appointment. Once you become an officer of the base, you will receive the base's blessing, which will increase the speed of your strength improvement. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Zhang Liang was stunned again. Then he finally understood that the letter of appointment in his hand was more important than he had imagined. When he thought of this, Zhang Liang began to think. After thinking for 2 minutes, Zhang Liang looked at Bai Xiaolin and made a suggestion. My lord, since the appointment of officials plays such an important role, I think the subsequent appointments of other people should be made with more ceremony, and it would be best if everyone in the base knew about it. Why is that? Bai Xiaolin showed a puzzled expression. Because according to his original intention, he would sign the appointment letter and hand it directly to the person concerned. Anyway, there is no change in everyone's work, and the bonus effect is relatively weak, so is not very useful at this stage. So there is no need to make any high-profile appointment. Looking at Bai Xiaolin's puzzled expression, Zhang Liang thought for a moment and continued. Hold a grand appointment ceremony and announce to everyone the blessing effects of becoming an official. It will greatly motivate others to work harder, because whether it's for official positions, honor, or for faster improvement of strength, everyone else will work harder. This way, the development of the base can also become faster. So that's how it is. After hearing Zhang Liang's explanation, Bai Xiaolin understood. After thinking about it, he first took back the appointment letter from Zhang Liang's hand, then looked at Zhang Liang and continued. Then I'll leave this matter to you. The public appointment ceremony will be held at noon tomorrow. Yes. After Zhang Liang left, Bai Xiaolin continued writing. From today on, Shuerge is appointed as the leader of the pioneering team. From today on, Song Yi is appointed as the deputy leader of the production team. When he wrote the 11th one, Bai Xiaolin picked up the seal and stamped it again. But this time Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Because there was no seal under the seal, it meant that the appointment failed. He took another look and saw the 10 appointment letters that had already been issued. Bai Xiaolin thought of a possibility, that is, a level 4 base could probably only draw down 10 portions of luck at most. That's why the 11th appointment was not successfully issued. If this is true, it means that the 11th appointment will have to wait until the next time. Then without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin put it away. As for the 10 copies that have already been issued, the appointment can be made directly by tomorrow noon. After putting away the remaining paper and pen, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time. Then he took the seal, lay back on the bed, and started reading. The first is the 10,000 Races trading channel, which is also the routine harvest every night, more than 200 energy crystals. Next is the chat channel to see if there is any new information. Chapter 358 River. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaolin was still in a daze when he heard a hurried knock on the door. My lord, come out and see. There's a big river outside. What's the big drink? Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's anxious voice, Bai Xiaolin rubbed his hair and sat up from the bed. After being stunned for a minute, I finally came to my senses. I also heard clearly that Zhang Xiaohu was talking about the big river, not any big river. But there are no other rivers nearby, except the small river generated by myself using the water resource card. Thinking of the water resource card, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. Could it be that last night, creatures of other species used water resource cards to create a river nearby? And this new river extends directly to here. Thinking of this possibility, Bai Xiaolin quickly got out of bed, opened the door, and walked out. Then I saw hundreds of people standing in a row on the East City wall, looking outside the wall. How big must the river be to attract so many people to watch? With doubts, Bai Xiaolin walked towards the city wall, and Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly followed. Coming to the top of the city wall, Bai Xiaolin also looked in the direction where everyone was looking. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. I saw a river more than 10 meters wide extending from the mountains and forests in the north. Then it goes around the small town and Mirror Lake and extends to the south. And the further south you go, the wider the river becomes. The range that Bai Xiaolin can see has expanded to nearly 30 meters. Such a river can no longer be generated by resource cards. After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin looked at the snow covering the entire ground. After one night, almost 2/3 of the snow had melted. The melted snow water flows together to form a river like this. I just don't know where this river will eventually lead to. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked into the distance again. Watched the river slowly turn into a strip of light, blending into and disappearing into the mountains in the distance. There is only one possible reason for this. That is, the river flows out through the mountains. Because if it was blocked by the mountains, there should be a larger lake somewhere at the foot of the mountains. But now that there is none, it only means that there is a place where the river can flow through. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the small boat on Jinghu Lake. The place where I am is surrounded by mountains on all sides. Maybe later, when this place is fully explored, people can take a boat ride. To explore the place where the river disappears is also to explore the passage to the outside world. Of course, before that, you can also explore along the river. Look at the two sides of this new river to see if there are any human forces like himself or other alien forces. Of course, this task can be handed over to the pioneer team and others. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't think anymore and turned to walk towards the city wall. The curiosity of the other onlookers had passed by then, and they all returned to the city walls. Before breakfast started, hundreds of people, led by the original production team, dispersed and began to clear the land in the new urban area. There is now 1 square kilometer of land within the city wall, and only tens of thousands of square meters have been cleared. If the remaining land is to be used, it needs to be cleared out in a timely manner. This way, it can be used in the future whether it is farming or building new buildings. Bai Xiaolin returned to the yard and found a recliner to lie down on. Then he took out the seal and prepared to open the human chat channel to take a look. Because Bai Xiaolin wanted to know whether it was the special geographical location of his place that caused the snow water to gather into a river. The same situation occurs in other areas. If it is the second one, it means that this is an evolution of the world and natural rivers have evolved on this land. As a result, as soon as I opened the chat channel, I saw a series of messages refreshing one after another. Brothers, God bless me. When I woke up this morning, I discovered a small river had appeared outside the base. What's a small river? There's a river outside my base, and it's deep enough for swimming. Don't be alarmed. We just discussed this and found that rivers have appeared near 80 of the bases. Holy crap, so many. These are rivers formed after the snow melts. They're indeed everywhere now, but after all the snow melts, some of the rivers will definitely disappear again. Rivers that have small streams along their routes and are fed by snow from deep in the mountains will remain and become truly natural rivers. Then wouldn't it be possible for freshwater fish and shrimp to appear in the remaining rivers? How long will it take to wait for fish and shrimp to appear naturally? If I had a fish resource card, I could use it right away. Ha! I just happened to have saved up a fish resource card, but I never used it. I also want to raise fish, but unfortunately my fish resource card has already been used with another brother's water resource card. I have an idea that we can farm fish without a fish resource card. Fuck, what are you thinking, brother? Tell me now. Now that we have the river, we can find brothers who have used their fish resource cards and exchange them for some live fish. Then I could just build a small fish pond near the river and raise fish. That's a good idea. Brothers, I have decided to build a small fish pond immediately. No, build a small reservoir. Then we can raise some fish and shrimp in it, and then we won't have to worry about fish or water. Haha, I want to build one too. Does anyone have live freshwater fish? I'd like to reserve a few. Looking at the discussion of everyone on the chat page, Bai Xiaolin smiled. I didn't expect these people to be so smart. They went straight from the river issue to the discussion of fish farming. If this idea succeeds, when a first batch of fish grow up, people will no longer have to worry about having no fish to eat. However, this will probably take a long time, and I don't know how many people can stick to it. Then, without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin prepared to check the 10,000 races chat channel again. Let's see how all creatures of all races react to the rivers that appear on the earth. Before Bai Xiaolin could click it, Su Xianxian's exclamation was heard outside. Is God here? Aliens have appeared near my base. After hearing what Su Xianxian said, Bai Xiaolin no longer cared about the chat channel of all races. He stood up and walked outside. When I came out, I saw Su Xianxian standing at the door of the warehouse, panting. Not far away, several figures were approaching quickly. They were Schwerin Gue and Han Xin, who heard the shouts. Chapter 359 Leopardmann. Coming in front of Su Xianxian, Bai Xiaolin asked quickly, "What exactly happened?" "When I woke up just now, I found a river appeared not far from the base, so I was going to come over and tell you it was Shun. Before I turned around, I saw a small boat floating down the river. After the boat stopped, several monsters with animal heads and human bodies came down from it and tried to attack us. Seeing that these monsters seemed very strong, I asked others to use crossbows to intercept them. I hurried over here to ask for help from you." "Oh, Shun. I see." After Su Xianxian finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin frowned. Because this means that the alien race has already started attacking the bases on both sides of the river. At this time, Schwerin and his men had already stopped beside the two men with their weapons. After taking a look at the weapons in the hands of several people, Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more and walked straight into the warehouse. "Hurry up and get rid of the aliens who dare to attack." "Yes." As soon as he came out of the teleportation array, Bai Xiaolin heard the sound of a crossbow arrow breaking through the air. When I looked up, I saw several people crowded on the arrow tower, constantly adjusting the angle to shoot outside the wall. After confirming that the aliens did not attack, Bai Xiaolin first breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shouted to the people on the arrow tower, "Stop shooting first." While Schwerin Gue and the others were talking to Bai Xiaolin, already holding weapons, he rushed out of the wall. Outside the wall, a dozen leopard men dodged quickly, avoiding the crossbow arrows, and tried to approach the wall not far away. However, the continuous crossbow arrows gave the leopard man no chance to get close. Just when the leopard man was feeling a little frustrated, the crossbows that had been shooting continuously from the wall suddenly stopped. The leading leopard man was stunned for a second, then a surprised smile appeared on his face. Then, without turning back, he shouted to the other leopard people, "The creatures inside must have run out of crossbows, so we could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. If we can capture this powerful weapon, our master will surely reward us when we return. Charge! Kill all the creatures inside. Everything will be ours." Being suppressed all the time also made several leopard men realize the power of the crossbow card. With surprised and bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, a dozen leopard men quickly approached the wall. But after just a few seconds, the speed suddenly slowed down. Because three figures suddenly appeared on the wall, not far away, staring at him with cold eyes. After a few seconds of hesitation, a dozen leopard men accelerated again and rushed towards the figure on the wall. Especially the leopard man in the lead, the smile on his face was even wider. "Sure enough, there are no crossbows left, but there are only 3 of us, and you dare to rush out and die." As a result, the next second, the leading leopard man's eyes blurred. I found that the 3 figures on the wall disappeared in just 1 second. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen screams rang in my ears at the same time. Smelling the faint smell of blood in the air, the leading leopard man slowly stopped and looked around blankly. He saw that except for himself, all the other leopard people were lying on the ground and turned into corpses. And his eyes and expression were still full of excitement and bloodthirstiness. The leading leopard man knew that they were killed before they could even react. So even if you were dead, you still retain the excitement of the previous second. When he thought of this, the leading leopard man widened his eyes and couldn't help muttering to himself, "How can he be so strong?" Because in this leopard man's memory, even the master has reached level B. It is also impossible to let more than a dozen D-level leopard men be killed without any resistance before they even have time to react. It was even more impossible that when it moved, it was so fast that even a C-level leopard like me couldn't react. Then the leopard man subconsciously turned his head and looked to the side. I saw the 3 figures that had just disappeared, now standing quietly beside me, looking at me jokingly. Looking at this alien who stayed here on purpose, he seemed to have been scared silly. Shui Rungue smiled, turned around and looked at the other 2 people and said, "The strongest one should be the leader of this alien race. Take him back and see if we can get any useful information from him." After saying this, he picked up the leopard man and walked towards the wall in front of his dull gaze. More than 10 minutes later, he looked at the leopard man in front of him who was still silent. Bai Xiaolin didn't think any more and directly drew out the mountain-breaking knife from his waist and chopped it down. Survival points plus 50. Because this leopard man can only be regarded as a small leader, not the leader of the leopard man base. In other words, even if you catch it, it doesn't help much, and I can't get any useful information. Because his master is still alive, it is impossible for him to betray his master under such circumstances. Since there is no point in keeping him, it is better to kill him directly. This will also earn you some survival points. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Shuering A and the other two who were waiting on the side. For the next 2 days, send one A-class garrison to each of the 2 subsidiary bases each day. In addition, after the snow has completely melted, we will hurry to eliminate all the alien races near the 3 bases. Of course, we capture the useful ones and kill the useless ones directly. Yes, the reason for saying this is because Bai Xiaolin figured out one thing through the Leopard Man's attack. That is the information he just wanted to know through the 10,000 Races channel in the base. Let's see how all creatures of different species react to the appearance of the river. It is now very clear that they will directly cross the river and attack the weak bases on both sides. In other words, this Leopard Man attack is probably just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, a powerful alien race living near the river, an alien race that was confident in its own strength. They will follow the river and start attacking other bases. Because this is the fastest way to increase strength at this stage. Every time you destroy a base of another race, you can obtain all of their resources. This is much faster than a war. After all, there is only one opponent in a competition at a time, but there is no such restriction when attacking through a river. That's why Bai Xiaolin said to let the A level stay in the 2 subsidiary bases. Because next time, no matter what kind of alien attack occurs, A level will be able to handle it immediately. Of course, this situation may occur near other rivers besides this one. This also includes the river next to the main base. Of course, Bai Xiaolin is not afraid. Because Bai Xiaolin believed that among all the forces on both sides of the river, his base was the most powerful. If other alien races dare to attack us, no matter how many they come, they will be food for thought. And it's the kind that's delivered to your door. Chapter 360, Shock Caused by Level 4. Then I stopped thinking about it. Bai Xiaolin looked to the side and saw several people coming down from the arrow tower. These people are Su Xian, who exchanged their luck for them, so they are still ordinary people now. At this time, several people were stunned by the performance of Shui Rungue and his 2 companions. Because they shot crossbows for several minutes, they only injured a few leopard men by luck. However, Shuering and the other 2 took only a few seconds to deal with them all. Looking at the dazed looks of the few people, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, "Go out now and gather all the aliens outside and transport them to the main base." Yes, although the corpses of these leopard men cannot be eaten, they are definitely the best raw materials for producing fertilizers. So based on the principle of not wasting, Bai Xiaolin decided to transport them all back and hand them over to Li Ergu and the others. After returning from base number 02, Bai Xiaolin met Lu Ningli, who was waiting for him again. Lu Ningli also came to report that a river had appeared near the base. Fortunately, base 01 was not attacked. However, the river that appeared nearby was much larger than Bai Xiaolin had expected. The visible width is more than 100 meters. Bai Xiaolin estimated that the river was definitely the largest river within 100 kilometers or even 1,000 kilometers. There will also be the largest number of bases living on both sides of the river. In other words, base 01 needs to be protected in the future. After breakfast, Bai Xiaolin thought about it. I returned to the yard and sat down again, opening the chat channel. Prepare to tell others about the alien attack along the river. This way everyone can be prepared and some losses can be reduced, so that they won't be wiped out by some powerful alien race along the river. In a human chat channel, some people were discussing going out to collect resources in the morning, while others were still discussing fish farming. Just when the discussion was intense, a piece of news appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Chief Jingtsun, a large river has appeared near the base. Brothers using boats should be aware of this. Some powerful alien races may directly take ships to attack other bases on both sides of the strait in the next 2 days. When you're near a river and collecting resources, remember to hide yourself. If conditions permit, you can also camouflage the base to reduce the possibility of being discovered by aliens. Of course, what most people noticed was not the content of the message, but the person who sent the message. Holy shit, who is this? Why doesn't this brother have a number? And what does the Jing village chief mean? This is the first time I've seen someone without a number. Is there any senior out there who can explain what this means? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? You just need to remember one thing. Those without numbers are the real bosses. I want to ask, who is this village chief that we know well? Brothers upstairs, why do you say that? After these days of communication, everyone has become very familiar with the numbers. Some people have even started to call themselves by numbers, treating the numbers as their names in this world. Now I suddenly discovered that some people don't have a number and can send messages normally like other people. This person without a number naturally attracted everyone's attention at the first moment. And want to know why? On the chat page, someone who thought of a possibility also began to explain. Everyone should have seen the power rankings, and you know that the powers at the top of the list are unnumbered. I look at it every day, but unfortunately I'm still hovering around 200,000th place. Shit, I remember now. The suffix of the force ranked around 30,000 on the ranking list was changed from a number to village so-and-so, and around 30,000 people should be a level 4 base. This means that one of our bosses has already upgraded the base to level 4. Holy crap, is this true? I'm still stuck at level 2. Upgrading to level 4 requires 100 people. How could such a big boss gather enough people so quickly? For some big guys, it's not too difficult to have a population of 100. It just depends on whether they are willing to do it. That's true. In our opinion, it's difficult to accumulate population, but it's not difficult for the big guys. As long as the bosses kill a few dozen undead and have enough food, they can directly exchange for a few dozen people. I believe there must be many big guys who can now exchange the population to 100. It's just that some of them may lack food, and some are worried that when they're promoted to level 4, they will encounter powerful level 4 alien races in the competition. That's why they're holding off on exchanging population, or why they're afraid to upgrade to level 4. Hearing what you said, I'm even more curious about who the village chief of Jing Village is. Yes, if you calculate it this way, the village chief of Jing Village not only has enough food, but also has strong strength and is not afraid of foreign races. Needless to say, this person must be a big boss we are familiar with. I can only think of one person who has both food and strength. I think we think the same thing. Ditto. Looking at the message on the page, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Because Bai Xiaolin knew that these people had guessed his identity. After all, at this stage, the first person who dares to say that he has the ability to reach level 4 is definitely himself. Sure enough, a few seconds later, messages began to flood the screen. Oh good. Oh Shun, reply to the message. Oh Shun, are you the village chief of Jing Village? Chief Jingxuan, it's me. Holy crap. It really is God O. God O is invincible. At this moment, countless people on the earth looked at the cornerstone in front of them with surprised expressions. After all, speculation is one thing, and confirmation is another. In a base located in a valley, Long Fugue also saw the news on the page. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse. Damn 12133. How did it increase so quickly? When it started snowing, Long Fugue followed the old man's advice and built a greenhouse. Then, fish ponds are dug in the greenhouse to generate fish resources. During this period, these freshwater fish were used to exchange for a considerable amount of supplies. Enough materials for the next upgrade. But in terms of population, there is still some shortage. Unexpectedly, 12133 not only had enough population, but had also been upgraded. That's why Long Fugue was angry. Because Long Fugue originally thought that he could catch up with or even surpass 12,133 by taking advantage of the snow. But unexpectedly, the gap became even bigger. Just when Long Fugue was angry, he suddenly received a private message. Boss, the number 12,133 is gone. Should we change the name of our Three Destroyers Alliance? It must be changed. Then change it to what? The Destroying Alliance? No, change it to the God-Destroying Alliance. It means to destroy the God of Europe, right? Chapter 361, Enthronement Ceremony. After closing the human chat page, Bai Xiaolin opened the private chat page again. Chatted with Lei Xing and Ning Yu for a while. When they learned that Bai Xiaolin had been promoted to level 4, they both showed shocked expressions. But it's not surprising, because in the two people's understanding, Bai Xiaolin already has the ability to be promoted to level 4. It just hasn't improved. Bai Xiaolin also learned that there were only small rivers near the two people's bases. There is no need to worry about foreigners attacking by boat. This will give you temporary peace of mind. After exiting the chat page, Bai Xiaolin put away the seal and walked outside, looking at the pioneering team who were training and the production team who were clearing the land. After thinking about it, He picked up an iron axe and joined the cleanup team. Working together for the past 2 days is not only for everyone to get to know each other as quickly as possible. It is also to clear more land. In this way, when they split up to work, the planting team will have enough land to grow crops. The construction team can also use the land to build their own houses and create a small town. Prepare for more people to come. While working, although everyone was clearing the land, their eyes kept looking towards the front of the restaurant. Because at this time, Zhang Liang was leading a dozen people to build a platform in front of the restaurant. The reason why everyone looked over from time to time was that they were curious about what this platform was used for. Of course, it's not just the people who are clearing the land who are curious. The pioneers who are training on the other side are equally curious. It was almost noon. A platform with a height of about 2 meters and an area of 50 to 60 square meters was officially built. On both sides of the platform, there were also some colorful flags and lanterns. These were all opened from supply cards. They were of no use before, but they come in handy today. Looking at this scene, everyone seemed to understand what kind of celebration was going to be held. After finishing his work, Li Ergu rolled his eyes. Bringing Gobao and the little monkey, he quietly approached Bai Xiaolin and asked in a low voice, "My lord, what are you going to do? Are you going to invite someone to perform a big show?" Hearing Li Ergu's question, 2 black lines appeared on Bai Xiaolin's head, and then he said, unhappily, "Don't guess, you'll know soon." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin put down the tools in his hand and turned to walk towards the courtyard. The others also finished their work one after another and gathered in front of the restaurant to look at the platform. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaolin changed into clean clothes and returned to the front of the restaurant with a stack of papers in his hand. The dozens of tables in front of the restaurant were already filled with food and fruits such as strawberries, watermelons, and melons. As for everyone else, they all sat quietly around the table under the organization of Zhang Liang and others. Sit around the table and look at the sumptuous food in front of you. After swallowing her saliva, Su Xianxian quietly picked up 2 strawberries and happily put them into her mouth. So sweet. Looking at Su Xianxian's expression, Lu Ningli, who was sitting next to her, asked in a low voice, "Sister Xian, do you know what this is about? It's so grand. I don't know now, but I'll know later." Hey, hey. Su Xianxian responded with a smile, then picked up another strawberry and put it in her mouth. There are not many fresh strawberries, unlike watermelons, which can be eaten every day. So Su Xianxian decided to fill her stomach with strawberries for lunch today. While the two were discussing, Bai Xiaolin and Zhang Liang had already walked onto the platform under the puzzled gazes of others. Looking at the people sitting in the audience, Bai Xiaolin nodded and signaled Zhang Liang that he could begin. After receiving the signal, Zhang Liang took 2 steps forward and spoke while looking at the people below the stage. Our Jing village successfully reached level 4 yesterday and has a population of 500. Therefore, the Lord has decided to select a group of people who have made significant contributions to the base and formally confer official titles on them. Conferring an official title. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, the hundreds of people below instantly quieted down. Then everyone showed different reactions. Most people looked at other people around them with envy, wanting to see who would be canonized. Eugene, Schwerin-Gue, and others showed a hint of joy. Because if the Lord wants to confer a title, we will definitely be the first group. As for Song Yi, Zhu Tai, and others, they showed nervous expressions, because they knew that their contributions were still somewhat inferior to those of Shui, Ringue, and others. If there are many officials being conferred titles this time, I might have a chance to be conferred titles as well. If there are fewer, it is probably impossible. Gue Xuanli, Shui Xianxing, and others did not react much. As disciples of the sect, what they care about most is the improvement of their strength. As for whether he would be given an official position, he didn't care too much about it. The last ones were Su Xianxian and Lu Ningli, who had their mouths wide open with strawberries in them. The two of them really didn't expect that Bai Xiaolin would actually confer titles on officials. At the same time, a trace of doubt arose in my mind. Could it be that Brother Bai wanted to be the emperor? Looking at the different reactions of the people below, Zhang Liang showed a smile. Because the news of enthroning officials can only be regarded as a prelude today, the following news is the most important. With a smile, Zhang Liang continued. Officials who are canonized will be blessed by the fortune of Jing Village. With the blessing of luck, the speed of cultivation will be improved, and you'll be able to break through to a higher level faster. After these 2 sentences were spoken, hundreds of people's eyes widened instantly. Even Gui, Xuanli, and others who had just acted indifferent began to look at things with enthusiasm, because the bonus in cultivation speed is the most tempting to them. In addition, hundreds of ordinary people also showed some expectations in their eyes. Their own talents are not high, and if they can be canonized, their strength will definitely improve much faster than it is now. When you improve yourself, you might have a chance to become a fighter. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Bai Xiaolin walked forward to Zhang Liang with the signed appointment letter in his hand. Then he looked at the people below and spoke slowly. Although today is the first time that Jing Village has conferred an official title, it will definitely not be the last. As long as we all work together, Jing Village will become stronger. At that time, everyone present will be canonized and become an official of Jing Village. Of course, I believe that by that time, our Jing Village will no longer be a small village with only 500 people. Instead, it will become a real city with thousands or even tens of thousands of people. This is what we're going to build together. When he said this, Bai Xiaolin's voice suddenly became louder, and he shouted at the hundreds of people below. Tell me loudly, do you have faith? Have. Chapter 362 finally appeared. The huge voices of hundreds of people echoed throughout the entire town. After waiting for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin raised his palm and pressed it down twice, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he raised the appointment letter in his hand and shouted at the crowd. Now we officially begin the canonization of the first 10 officials of our Jing Village. Zhang Liang, exhilaration. From today on, Zhang Liang is appointed as the leader of the Jing Tsuan production team. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Liang took the appointment letter and quietly stood behind Bai Xiaolin. Bai Xiaolin took the next book of enthronement, looked at the nervous crowd below, and then spoke slowly. Shui Rengui. After hearing the name from Bai Xiaolin's mouth, Shui Rengui, who was sitting in the crowd, stood up instantly. I will be here. Then he tidied his clothes and walked toward the platform step by step. After Shui Rengui stopped in front of him, Bai Xiaolin began to read the second letter of appointment in his hand. From today on, Shui Rengui is appointed as the leader of Jing Village's pioneering team. Thank you, my lord. Shui Rengui took the appointment letter and stood on the other side behind Bai Xiaolin. Song Yi, the students are here. From today on, Song Yi is appointed as the deputy leader of the Jing Tsuan production team. Thank you, my lord. From today on, Han Xian is appointed as the leader of Jing Village's second pioneering team. Appoint Han Xiu as the head of Jing Village's internal affairs team. Appoint Eugene as the leader of Jing Village's third pioneering team. Appoint Nong Sang as the head of the Jing Village agriculture group. Appoint Gong Shuyu as deputy leader of the Jing Tsuan production team. Appoint Zhu Tai as the leader of the Jing Village craftsman group. Appoint Li Ergu as the leader of the Jing Village slave group. A few minutes later, the 10 people lined up in 2 rows and stood neatly behind Bai Xiaolin. At this moment, everyone below showed envy on their faces. After all, being able to be canonized in the first batch also shows the position of these 10 people in the Lord's mind. Of course, in addition to envy, there are also some people whose eyes reveal anticipation, because they believe that they will be included in the next canonization. On the high platform, Bai Xiaolin nodded in satisfaction and said to the crowd below again, it doesn't matter if you didn't receive the canonization today. Just remember one thing. Today is just the beginning. Yes. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Zhang Liang walked out from among the 10 people. Today's canonization is officially over. After coming down from the platform, everyone sat around the table again and enjoyed their meal happily. Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting in the crowd, looked at Li Ergu with envy. After Li Ergu sat down, he quickly moved to Li Ergu's side, looked at the appointment letter in his hand, and said enviously, Brother Ergu, can you let me see what's written on it? Hearing this, I looked at the expectant eyes of others around me. Li Ergu carefully unfolded the appointment letter and showed it to Zhang Xiaohu and others for 2 seconds. Then he quickly put it away and carefully put it in his arms. Zhang Xiaohu, who hadn't seen clearly yet, was stunned for a few seconds, then leaned on Li Ergu's shoulder again and said, Brother Ergu, you collected it so quickly, I didn't even see it clearly. Just take a look. You can't read anyway, so there's no difference between taking a look and a few. Of course, Li Ergu himself can't read. Not far away, Bai Xiaolin sat down. I just picked up a strawberry, and before I put it in my mouth, I was entangled by 2 people. Godu, Conferring an official title can actually increase the speed of cultivation. Please give us too a small official title as well. After hearing Su Xianxian's words, Bai Xiaolin looked at Lu Ningli again. Although Lu Ningli didn't say anything, his eyes were also full of anticipation. After pretending to think for 2 seconds, Bai Xiaolin looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "When the base is upgraded next time, I will definitely appoint each of you as a team leader." "Thank you, Gato." After lunch, everyone took a short rest. Started to get busy again. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Xiaolin suddenly heard a scream in his ears. "My lord, General Shui, there's a small boat on the river approaching us from the north of the mountains and forests." Hearing this, Bai Xiaolin looked up at the city wall. On the arrow tower at the southeast corner of the city wall, a member of the pioneering team was waving a small red flag. This is an early warning sentry set up to prevent alien races from approaching. Looking at the small flags waving left and right, Bai Xiaolin muttered to himself. Finally appeared. Bai Xiaolin guessed in the morning. There must be alien races here, attacking the bases on both sides of the river. After all, this river is much wider than the river next to base 02. And width also means that the river is larger and longer, and there will naturally be more powerful bases living on both sides of the river. Now the attacker finally appeared. I just don't know if the owner of this base joined the attack on the boat. If so, you'll gain more. With a smile, Bai Xiaolin looked at the others who had also stopped and said, "It doesn't have much impact, just continue working." After saying that, he walked towards the north of the town. When Bai Xiaolin arrived, Eugene and others who were training had already prepared for the attack. Looking at the dozens of wolf cavalrymen lined up in an orderly manner, Bai Xiaolin nodded and said with a smile, "You don't need so many, 20 will be enough." "Yes." Then Bai Xiaolin waved to Xiao He, and when Xiao He came over, he jumped up and rode on Xiao He's back. Set off. Bai Xiaolin wanted to see how courageous and powerful this alien who dared to appear first was. Dare to appear near your base. Since we discovered this morning that rivers have appeared after the snow melted, the snake cultivator opened the chat channel of all races, wanting to see how other races would react to the appearance of the river. As a result, he unexpectedly saw a piece of news that surprised the snake cultivator. There was a werewolf who, in just 2 hours, followed the river and discovered and destroyed the bases of 3 weak races. And through this, they obtained rich supplies. After seeing this message, Snake Show immediately exchanged a small boat on the luck page. "I want to take this opportunity to make a fortune." As a result, the snake cultivator and a few of his men wandered along the river for the entire morning, but gained nothing. Of course, the reason is not that no other bases have been discovered, but we were just unlucky, as the several bases we discovered had already been destroyed. The creatures living in it have long since died. According to snake cultivator speculation, the owners of these bases basically could not survive the novice period. Either they're killed by wild beasts or by the undead. There is nothing left in the destroyed base. This resulted in the snake cultivator wandering around for the entire morning without any results. But the snake cultivator was unwilling to go back without any gain. So after thinking about it, I decided to continue forward along the river. Chapter 363, Disembarkation. After wandering for nearly 10 kilometers, the big tree that had been blocking our heads suddenly disappeared. The scene in front of the snake cultivator suddenly became clear. Only at this time did the snake cultivator realize that his boat had unknowingly sailed out of the forest. This made the snake cultivator start to feel conflicted again. If I continue to move forward, I will face a completely unfamiliar environment. After all, I have been living in the mountains for such a long time. But if we go back, it means that this half day is completely wasted. Besides, the luck points exchanged for the boat were wasted. Just as the snake cultivator was struggling, the boat had already moved forward several hundred meters along the river. At the same time, a stuttering exclamation suddenly sounded in his ears, interrupting the snake cultivator's thoughts. "Master, master, there is a city." Hearing the stuttering voice, the snake cultivator looked up and asked impatiently, "What city?" As soon as I asked the question, I was stunned the next second. At the same time, an expression of impatience completely froze on his face. A few hundred meters southwest of the river, a huge lake was embedded in the ground. Next to the lake is a city wall that stretches for hundreds of meters. Just by looking at this city wall, one can imagine how big the area inside is. At the same time, one can also imagine how powerful the force that built this city is. It's definitely not someone I, as C rank, can mess with. Even if he was discovered, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Think of this. The snake cultivator's face instantly became ferocious, and he quickly turned around and shouted at the other snake people. Turn around and go back quickly. Return as fast as you can. Unfortunately, it's too late. As soon as he finished shouting, the snake cultivator heard a burst of hurried footsteps approaching his position rapidly from the direction of the city wall. And the speed of each of these footsteps exceeded his full speed. In other words, the owner of each of these footsteps was faster than himself. When he thought of this, the snake cultivator understood. I can't escape. At the same time, a feeling of regret emerged in my heart. I regret that I was completely obsessed with it when I saw the message. I thought I could be like the werewolf in the chat channel and destroy some weak bases along the river, and take this opportunity to obtain rich supplies and develop and expand your base. But he forgot that he was only a C level. Any base with a B level base can easily get rid of me. With regretful mood, I listened to the sound getting closer and closer. The snake cultivator frowned and thought about it. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said again, "Stop and get off the boat." Bai Xiaolin, Eugene, and others came out of the city riding on wolves. They quickly changed direction and headed towards the direction indicated by the flag, which was the location where the aliens appeared. But when they approached the river, everyone was stunned. There was only a small boat parked quietly on the edge of the river. On the grass not far from the boat, several figures were kneeling on the ground in a row. "What are you doing?" Looking at the scene in front of them, Bai Xiaolin and others were filled with question marks. I thought it would be a battle, but I didn't expect it to be such a strange scene. Just when Bai Xiaolin and others were confused. The snake cultivator, lying on the ground, also felt that someone had stopped in front of him. In order to prevent being killed, the snake cultivator spoke hurriedly. "Great alien warrior, the snake cultivator of the Snake Man tribe is willing to surrender and pray for a way to live." Listening to the slightly familiar language of all races, Bai Xiaolin finally understood that these alien races actually wanted to surrender. This made Bai Xiaolin look at a helpless expression. I thought that those who dared to attack along the river would be powerful aliens who were confident in their own strength. But I didn't expect that the first one would appear. He chose to surrender without even seeing his own face. This made Bai Xiaolin think of a possibility. Could it be that his ability was at work? If this is true, it will be much easier to face aliens in the future. Then Bai Xiaolin focused his gaze and looked at the snake cultivator kneeling on the ground again. Bai Xiaolin was still very happy that the other party wanted to surrender. Because what he lacks now is not a few hundred survival points from killing a few alien races, but slaves for mining. You have to know that there are 6 mines that need to be mined, but there are only more than 100 slaves. So Bai Xiaolin is in urgent need of mining slaves. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaolin looked at the snake cultivator and asked 3 questions in a row. "Where's your base? How many snakemen are there? And do you accept slaves?" The reason why Bai Xiaolin asked these 3 questions was that he wanted to see the specific strength of the snakeman base. I also want to see if the other party will hesitate after hearing the question. If they hesitate, it means they are not really surrendering. Then what awaits them will be death. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, the snake cultivator knelt on the ground and answered without hesitation. "Our base is in the mountains and forests about 5 or 6 kilometers away from here, as the straight line goes, and it takes nearly 10 kilometers to walk along the river. There are a total of 37 snakemen in the base, including only 1 C-level villain, 9 D-level villains, and the rest are ordinary snakemen. Finally, I am willing to become your slave and help you destroy the bases of other races." After hearing the location of the snake cultivation base, Bai Xiaolin thought for a few seconds. They quickly realized that this snake cultivator was most likely the snake man that the pioneer group had discovered in the northern forest during their exploration. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin asked again, "Isn't there a huge vine cage due west of your base?" "Yes." After getting confirmation, Bai Xiaolin nodded. He confirmed that the snake cultivator in front of him was the snake man that he planned to have the pioneer team deal with next. However, they didn't expect that before the pioneering team could take action, they would come to their door themselves. I just don't know if other alien races will also come to us on their own initiative. Then without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at the snake cultivator with a serious face and said, "Since you agree to become a slave, I will spare your lives for now. But if I find you slacking off or doing other bad things while you're working, then don't be rude to the monster." Yes. Hearing that he could survive, The snake cultivator kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I thought to myself that I made the right bet this time. After realizing that he could not escape, the snake cultivator decided to stay and take a gamble. The strong people in a casino are not like those in the low-level bases who lack their own resources. What he lacked was subordinates who could work and fight. If this is really the case, if I don't resist, maybe I can survive. So the snake cultivator took a few of his men, stopped the boat, and chose to surrender. Chapter 364: The Uses of Gasoline and Diesel. And the results also proved that Snake Xiu's choice was right. Although he became someone else's slave, he managed to survive instead of being killed directly. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. Survival points -100. After taking out a slave card from his arms, Bai Xiaolin first performed 3 primary enhancements. The slave card has also been upgraded to C level +1 and can be used twice. Then Bai Xiaolin directly put it on the snake cultivator's head. Use. As the enslavement was successful, herringbone patterns appeared on the heads of the snake cultivators and other snake people. This is the benefit of enslaving the owner of the slave base. You can enslave all of his subordinates. At the same time, in a base a few kilometers away, the cornerstone belonging to the snake cultivator, after flashing a few rays of light, shattered directly like Sean Jones' cornerstone. Being a slave is different from being a vassal in this respect. Although vassals have lost most of their authority, they still have a small amount of autonomy. Being enslaved is equivalent to directly severing all connections between the owner and the cornerstone. The owner will not die because of the broken cornerstone, but the cornerstone will not continue to exist without its owner. After the enslavement was successful, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Eugene and said, "General Yu, you will now lead the men and the snake cultivators back to the snake base along the river. Bring back all the remaining snake men, and also bring back the guardian stones belonging to the snake men." "Yes." Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the snake cultivator again. "When you return, give the broken foundation stone to General Yu. As for other useful supplies, transport them here with the remaining snake men." "Yes." After Eugene and others left along the river, Bai Xiaolin took the remaining snake people and returned to the city wall. Then he found Li Ergu and handed over the snake people to him. Let him take the snake people and the previous foreign slaves to continue working. Li Ergu is now the official slave team leader. Bai Xiaolin continued to be busy, and of course, while he was busy, he was also waiting for the arrival of the next alien. It's just a pity that when Eugene brought his men back at night, no second alien appeared. In this case, we can only wait until tomorrow to take the initiative. After dinner, Bai Xiaolin returned to the yard. The stone that Eugene brought back was carefully placed into the box. Including this one, Bai Xiaolin now owns 5 third-level town stones and 1 fourth-level town stone. I believe it will be available in a few days. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the luck page again. If nothing goes wrong, all the snow will melt tomorrow. At that time, the pioneering team will have to clear out and eliminate the surrounding alien races. In order to make it easier for them to understand the language of other races and communicate with them, Bai Xiaolin needs to prepare one more thing. That is the universal language card of all races. Luck value -100. Survival point -1. Survival points -10. After 2 enhancements, the universal language card of all races was enhanced to +2, which means there are 3 trial opportunities. Among the pioneer group, Eugene has already used it, so 2 chances are enough. As for the remaining time, it was just given to Li Ergu to use, so that it would be more convenient for him to manage the alien race. Then Bai Xiaolin put the language card into his pocket, so that he could give it to Shui, Rengue, and the other 2 tomorrow morning. After closing the luck page, Bai Xiaolin opened the trading channel and started browsing. Freshwater fish 2 traded for any material 100. 100 remaining. Note: live freshwater fish. Friends in need to keep fish should hurry up. Homemade bamboo, about 1 plus arrows, 10 traded iron blocks 10, 4 remaining. Note: for those who need a ranged weapon, here's some great homemade bows and arrows. The next morning, as expected after last night, all the snow outside had melted. So it is time to eliminate all the alien races around. In addition, you can also eliminate the bases on both sides of the river that are relatively close. This has eliminated all hidden dangers near the base. After breakfast, all the pioneers in the team who were ranked C and above gathered in front of the restaurant. Looking at the fully armed people, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression on his face. Then he handed the language card to Shui, Rengue, and others, and then slowly said 2 words. Set off. Yes. Dozens of people walked out of the city wall, and, led by Shui, Rengue, and 3 others, divided into 3 groups and set off in 3 directions. Among them, Han Xian led his men and took a small boat to start cleaning along the river. The teams of Shui, Rengue, and Eugene were responsible for clearing out several alien bases that had been discovered around the base. Among them, the south where the alien race is relatively strong, and the west where it is located in the mountains. The team led by Shui Rengue is responsible for resolving these 2 possible danger situations. The remaining 2 relatively safe directions were resolved by the band teams. When the 3 teams disappeared from sight, Bai Xiaolin walked down from the city wall and returned to the courtyard. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin walked into the warehouse where the teleportation array was located. When we came out, we had already arrived at Base 01. At this time, there were more than a dozen large black iron barrels and more than 30 small iron barrels in the warehouse of base number 01. These are the results of Zhu Tai and others' hard work over the past few days. Of course, most of these iron barrels are still empty now. Only a few of them contain some successfully refined gasoline and diesel. After several days of experiments, Luningli and others have become proficient in using traditional methods to refine it. Of course, the amount extracted each time is relatively small. If danger occurs, they can avoid it in time with their strength. Then looking at the refined gasoline and diesel, Bai Xiaolin began to think. What use will these 2 resources be in the future? Gasoline can be used as fuel for hot air balloons. After the hot air balloon is strengthened by air transport, the fuel container has a special effect, so there's no need to worry about the gasoline burning and exploding. As for other uses, Bai Xiaolin hasn't thought of them yet. After all, in Bai Xiaolin's understanding, these 2 things are generally used as engine fuel. But there is no such machine here. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something. I definitely don't have it here, but there's definitely one place where it's available. That is the luck exchange page. After all, the luck exchange page claims to be able to exchange for any item. Then Bai Xiaolin found a stool and sat down, took out the seal, opened the luck page, and started searching. Not long after, a series of items appeared in Bai Xiaolin's sight. Small diesel generator, a 20 kilowatts generator set capable of providing daily lighting for 100 households. 1,000 points, redeemable. Medium diesel generator, a medium-sized generator with a power of 200 kilowatts, capable of providing daily lighting for 1,000 households. 10,000 points, redeemable. Small gasoline generator, a small generator with a power of 5 kilowatts, which can be used as an emergency temporary power source. 500 points, exchange. Small diesel generator production blueprint, used to produce a small diesel generator set for daily lighting power. 500 points, exchange. Small gasoline generator. This can be used to make a small gasoline generator for use as an emergency power source. 200 points, exchange. Chapter 365. The sky is wide and the sea is high. Looking at the series of items on the page, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. With gasoline and diesel, plus generators, Jing Village will soon enter the electrical age. Of course, there are not many electrical appliances that can be used here. At this stage, the biggest use of the generator is for lighting, so that the base can have some light at night. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the exchange price again. When he saw the required luck value, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but cover his chest. It's too expensive. Even the cheapest blueprint requires several hundred points of luck. This price could be exchanged for at least dozens of other items, but now it can only be exchanged for one blueprint. Of course, Bai Xiaolin didn't dare to exchange the generator blueprints now, because there are only a few simplest materials in my base. When making something as complicated as a generator, it would be embarrassing if you didn't have some special materials. So just to be safe, even if he really wanted to exchange, Bai Xiaolin could only exchange for the more expensive finished product. After some thought, Bai Xiaolin decided to exchange for a small diesel generator set and a small gasoline generator set. After all, no matter how expensive it is, I can't afford to exchange it now. The 2 generators are used, of which the diesel generator is used for lighting at the base. The gasoline generator is used as a backup power source and can be moved wherever it is needed. After confirming, Bai Xiaolin directly clicked on the redemption. Luck value minus 1,000. Luck value minus 500. After the exchange was completed, Bai Xiaolin looked at his remaining luck value. There is still more than 1,300 points, so there is no need to panic. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin put away the seal and stood up. All the refined gasoline and diesel were moved back to the main base to be used for generating electricity. Of course, Bai Xiaolin did not start generating electricity immediately after returning, but went back to the warehouse to search. To truly enter the electrical age, we need more than just generators. We also need something to transmit and consume electricity. That is, electrical wires and electrical appliances. So Bai Xiaolin needs to first look through his warehouse to see what electrical appliances have accumulated over the past few days. More than 3 hours later, Bai Xiaolin looked at the pile of things in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. 2 bundles of ordinary electrical wires, a large speaker, and 2 electric irons. A bunch of light bulbs of various models, switches of various models, and power strips of various models. An antique radio and an antique tape recorder. 2 electric fans, a hair clipper, and 3 electric shavers. 2 motors and a small cutting machine. There are also 2 boxes of various audio tapes. These are all the things related to electrical appliances that Bai Xiaolin has collected these days. It can be said that there are very few, but for now it is barely enough. If you need more later, you can only exchange 1 or 2 items and then study them slowly by yourself. Because Bai Xiaolin looked at the exchange prices of various electrical appliances, I still think it's more cost-effective to do my own research. Because even the simplest electrical appliance requires more than 10 points of luck to exchange. At this price, if I rely entirely on exchange, no matter how much luck I have, it will not be enough to exchange. Therefore, if you want more electrical appliances, you can only let everyone study them slowly in the future. It's too complicated to describe. However, Bai Xiaolin believes that it is still possible to successfully research some simple electrical appliances with the reference of finished products. Then Bai Xiaolin took a bunch of things and walked towards a warehouse not far outside the yard. When exchanging them just now, Bai Xiaolin directly placed the 2 generators in the warehouse. The reason is that the generator is too noisy when in use, and Bai Xiaolin doesn't want to put it in the yard, as it would make him unable to sleep well. So it's better to put it in the warehouse, so that even if it makes noise, it won't affect others. After entering the warehouse, Bai Xiaolin saw his generator and the matching transformer. Of course, the transformer cannot be used for the time being, because Bai Xiaolin checked and found that the voltage generated by the 2 generators is 220 V. You can use several electrical appliances you have now directly. Then Bai Xiaolin added some of the diesel and gasoline he had brought back to the 2 generators. The gasoline was added, and after a few attempts, it started with a rumbling sound. The gasoline generator ignited successfully and was successfully started by Bai Xiaolin. Looking at the generator that had started working, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Then, without wasting any more time, he quickly connected the dedicated power strip and plugged in an electric fan. As the fan blades began to turn, a cool breeze blew onto Bai Xiaolin's face. Then Bai Xiaolin plugged in other electrical appliances one by one to test them out. After confirming that they can all be used, I feel relieved. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaolin looked at the tape recorder and the 2 boxes of tapes he had brought with him. Been busy all morning. Nearing lunchtime, Lu Ningli and several of his men walked into the teleportation array. As a result, Lu Ningli was stunned as soon as he was teleported. Forgive me for my uninhibited and free love in this life. I'm also afraid that one day I will fall. Anyone can abandon their ideals. I'm afraid that one day it will be just you and me. Today I watched the snow drift by in the cold night, drifting away with a cooled heart, chasing in the wind and rain, unable to distinguish the shadow in the fog. The sky is vast, you and I, but it will change who is not changing. Listening to the familiar melody and voice in his ears, Lu Ningli subconsciously joined in the chorus. Forgive me for my uninhibited and free love in this life. I'm also afraid that one day I will fall. Anyone can abandon their ideals. I'm afraid that one day it will be just you and me. Still free, I will always sing my song. As he sang, Lu Ningli's eyes became moist unconsciously. In the past month since coming to this world, Lu Ningli almost forgot his past 20 years. And this familiar music once again awakened Lu Ningli. It awakened his memory of once living in a civilized world. So as he sang, Lu Ningli couldn't help but shed tears because he might never be able to go back. We can never go back to the world we once were. After standing there quietly for a few minutes, Lu Ningli came to his senses and subconsciously wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then he smiled and walked out of the warehouse. Because even if I really can't go back, I can still be with Brother Bai and the others. Work hard to rebuild a civilized society in this world. After coming out of the warehouse, Luningly saw at a glance that a group of people were gathered at the door of another warehouse not far away. Among them were Su Xianxian and others. The singing that he heard came from the door of this warehouse. This reminded Luningly of the time when Bai Xiaolin took all the gasoline and diesel away from him in the morning. Could it be that Brother Bai has already exchanged the generator and is ready to use? Thinking of this possibility, Luningly quickened his pace and walked towards the warehouse where everyone was gathered. After arriving at the warehouse door, I saw the generator inside the warehouse and various electrical appliances lined up in a row. The singing I heard came from a tape recorder. Chapter 366, Forest Elves. Seeing this scene, Luningly smiled again. Sure enough, Brother Bai has replaced the generator, which means that the base is no longer pitch black at night. Thinking of this, Luningly decided to move here and live here at night, starting from today. Wait until it's time to work during the day before returning to your base. In the warehouse, after playing 2 tapes, Bai Xiaolin turned off the generator. The amount of diesel and gasoline refined nowadays is not too much, so there's not much waste. Seeing the singing stop, Luningly, who was standing in front of the crowd, pointed at the tape recorder with a curious look on his face and asked, "My lord, what is this thing? How can it make such a beautiful sound? I just don't understand it." Hearing Luningly's words, Bai Xiaolin smiled and patted him on the head. "I'm playing in Cantonese, so of course you don't understand." Cantonese? A series of question marks popped up in Luningly's head. Bai Xiaolin looked at the other people around him. "It's almost time for lunch. Stop gathering here and gather in front of the restaurant." "Yes." After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, the crowd turned around reluctantly and walked towards the restaurant on the other side. After the crowd dispersed, only Bai Xiaolin, Zhang Xiao, Luningly, and Su Xianxian were left at the warehouse door. Looking at Luningly and Su Xianxian, Bai Xiaolin pointed to the 2 boxes of tapes placed aside. "When you two have nothing to do in the future, you can listen to it to relax." Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Su Xianxian jumped up with joy. "Thank you, Gato. I'm almost bored to death without any entertainment these days." After saying that, he jumped over to the 2 boxes of tapes, squatted down, and started searching. Luningly also said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Bai." A few minutes later, just as they were walking towards the restaurant, the sound of a door opening was heard from the direction of the North City Gate. Then came all kinds of noisy sounds. Bai Xiaolin turned around and saw Eugene and a group of people coming in from the city gate. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. At the same time, he was thinking to himself, I wonder how many aliens Eugene's team had captured that morning. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin subconsciously touched his pocket. When the 3 groups went out in the morning, Bai Xiaolin put all the remaining slave cards on his body. It's for this moment. Then Bai Xiaolin turned around with a smile and looked at Luningly and the others and said, "You guys go eat first. I have something else to do." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked towards the North City Gate. After driving all the foreigners in, Eugene also saw Bai Xiaolin walking over. Then he quickly walked to Bai Xiaolin and began to report the results of the morning's battle. "My lord, this morning I led my men to eliminate 3 alien tribes in the northern forest. They were the pig-headed monsters, the dwarf green-skinned monsters, and the pointy-eared humanoid creatures." While Eugene was reporting, Bai Xiaolin was also looking at several alien races. They are pig-headed men about 2 meters tall, goblins over 1 meter tall, and elves about the same size as humans. Among them, the pig-headed man's body shape is suitable for carrying or like the lion man. Goblins like kobolds and snake men are suitable for mining. As for elves, they are obviously not suitable for either of these jobs. Of course, to know what kind of work these elves are suitable for, you need to first understand what kind of elf they are. After all, in Bai Xiaolin's cognition, there are many types of elves. Moreover, the abilities of each kind of elf are very different. Only by understanding their abilities can we determine what kind of jobs they are suitable for. While Bai Xiaolin was thinking, Eugene continued to report. In the pig-headed monster base, there is 1 C level, 14 D level, and 22 ordinary level monsters. During the battle, some of them were killed by us. Finally, we caught 1 C level, 6 D level, and 12 ordinary level ones. In the green monsters base, there's a total of 1 C level, 17 D level, and 32 ordinary levels. 1 C level, 7 D level, and 20 ordinary level ones were captured. In the base of the pointed-eared creatures, there are 2 C level, 10 D level, and 19 ordinary level creatures. 1 C level, 10 D level, and 19 ordinary level ones were captured. Unlike the other 2 alien races, The pointed-eared creature chose to surrender directly after we killed a sea level one. So they're the ones that are caught the most. Well done. After Indan finished speaking, Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. Then he took out 9 slave cards, one of which had been strengthened yesterday. As for the remaining few photos, Bai Xiaolin estimated that the other 2 groups would be back soon. So we just strengthened it together. Survival point 18. Survival points minus 180. Survival points minus 900. After 2 primary reinforcements and 1 intermediate reinforcement. Among the 8 slave cards, 3 were upgraded to B level and 5 were upgraded to C level +1. These 2 levels of slave cards are the most likely to be used next. Then Bai Xiaolin took out a C level +1 and put it together with the one left over from yesterday. It was used directly on the leaders of these 3 races. With the success of enslavement, it also meant that these dozens of alien races officially became Bai Xiaolin's slaves. We will have to find time later to send people to these 3 alien bases to bring back their guardian stones. Those are all luck points, they can't be wasted. After the enslavement was successful, Bai Xiaolin also learned about the types and abilities of these elves. They are forest elves, and their combat abilities are not very strong. But it has a special ability, which is that it can control plants and even accelerate the growth of trees. After learning this, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up. In addition to various crops, I also collected a batch of tree seeds, including rubber trees that have been planted and some fruit trees. It's just that the growth cycle of trees is relatively long, even with the blessing of high-grade land. It takes a relatively long time to fully grow up. Now, with these forest elves, we can speed up the growth of these trees. Once the rubber trees grow up, we could develop countless rubber products. This includes the insulation needed when making your own wires. Then, without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Looking at the 3 sea-level aliens in front of him, who were the leaders of the 3 races, he slowly spoke. In the next period of time, I will assign some work to each of you. As long as you can finish on time, you don't have to worry about being killed. If you complete the task well, I will even give you some rewards to improve your strength. By then, it might even be possible to upgrade to A level, not to mention C level. Chapter 367, Preparing to Fight the Eagle Man. Hearing this, the 3 leaders looked at Bai Xiaolin with wide eyes, because a glimmer of light reappeared in the dead gray eyes of the one who was caught. However, there was still a hint of doubt in this light, wondering if Bai Xiaolin was lying to him. Bai Xiaolin also understood and pointed directly to the other side of the town. Besides you, there are creatures from 5 other races here, and the promises I made to them are the same as for you. If you don't believe it, you can go and verify it later. After hearing Bai Xiaolin say this, the 3 of them believed it a little. Then the 3 of them looked at each other, and the taller, pig-headed man asked, "What kind of jobs are they?" "You and the goblins, your 2 races, will be engaged in mining and transportation. The job of the elves is to cultivate trees." Bai Xiaolin didn't hesitate and directly express his thoughts. There was nothing to hide anyway. After hearing this, the 3 of them felt relieved because these jobs were not dangerous. The reason why Bai Xiaolin explained it in such detail was that he even promised a reward. This is because the enslaved alien races are different from the human race itself. Although they are enslaved, they will not rebel against themselves. However, when working, it is inevitable that one will be lazy. So Bai Xiaolin promised rewards in order to make them work harder. This is the same as the lion man above. Then Bai Xiaolin did the same thing to the 3 races except for the leader. The other pig-headed men, goblins, and elves were numbered and named for easy management in the future. After the naming was completed, the 3 races, led by Eugene and others, headed towards other alien races. The next step is to arrange a place for them to live. As the number of foreign races increases, the space needed for their residence naturally becomes larger. The new residence that Zhang Liang arranged for the foreign slaves was in the northwest corner of the small town. This place is separated from the human settlement and is convenient to exit from the west gate. After Eugene and his men left, Bai Xiaolin turned around and came to the city wall. After waiting for about half an hour, the teams led by Shui Hongye and Han Exan also appeared in sight one after another. One is returning from the wilderness in the south, and the other is returning from the river in the north. First of all, there's Shui Ringue and his group. Bai Xiaolin saw from afar several tall figures surrounded by Shui Ringue and others. Bai Xiaolin had already guessed what these figures were. That's the Elephant Man. When we first detected them, there were only 3 of these elephant men, but all 3 were sea level. Bai Xiaolin believes that after these days, the Elephant Man's strength will definitely increase again. As for the next arrangements for the Elephant Man, Bai Xiaolin had already had an idea, which was to work as a long-distance transport worker. With a height of over 3 meters, it would be a shame not to do this. When Shui Rengui and others approached, Bai Xiaolin also saw Lizard Men and Crocodile Men in the team. Although these two are not as big as the Elephant Man, they are both more than 2 meters tall and are good candidates for mining and transportation. In addition, Bai Xiaolin also discovered that Lizard Men and Crocodile Men look very similar. The only difference is that the crocodile people look stronger, while the lizard people are more speed-oriented. Then came Han Xin and his group. Although they were heading in the same direction as Eugene and his group in the morning, they did not take the same route. Eugene and others walked through the forest, while Han Xin and others explored along the river in a farther direction. So this group of people came back the latest. In the team of Han Xin and others, Bai Xiaolin saw dog-headed men and elves. However, unlike the green hair of the forest elves, these elves have darker hair and look more suitable for combat. After the two teams approached the city gate, Bai Xiaolin also walked down from the city wall. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaolin used 1 B-level and 4 C-level slave cards and successfully enslaved several alien races. Among them, the elephant people are the strongest, with their leader having reached B-level, and there are 5 others at C-level. Then there are the crocodiles, with a total of 3 C-levels plus 14 D-levels. Next is the night elves, with 2 C-class, 9 D-class, and 17 common classes. Then there are the kobolds, with only 1 C-level, 12 D-levels, and 29 ordinary levels. Finally, there is the lizard man, who also only has a C level. In addition, there are fewer D-level and ordinary level players, with only 7 D-level players and 20 ordinary level players. After all the enslavement was completed, Bai Xiaolin repeated to these races what he had just told the forest elves and the pig-headed people. It also allows them to be equally motivated when they do their next work. After looking at the aliens again, Bai Xiaolin looked at Shui, Rengui, Han Xin, and others and said, "These alien races will be handed over to Ergu and his men for management. You take your men to eat first. After dinner, we'll take a break. We'll go out again in the afternoon to clean out the remaining aliens in the remaining directions." Yes. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin asked Zhang Xiaohu, who was following him, to call Li Ergu, who had already finished lunch. Then he handed all these aliens over to Li Ergu. As for himself, Shui Rengui and others, they walked towards the restaurant. At this time, the first wave of people had finished eating and returned to their respective rooms to rest, and no one disturbed them. After lunch, Shui Rengui and others went to rest and recover their strength. But Bai Xiaolin did not return to the yard, but turned and walked towards the warehouse. Because just now, while eating, Bai Xiaolin thought of something related to what happened in the afternoon with Shui Rengui and others. During the previous exploration of the surroundings, it was confirmed that there was a flying alien race in the mountains to the west. That's Eagle Man. In other words, in the afternoon, the team led by Shui Rengui will face the Eagle people head-on. Among Shui Rengui and others, none can fly. In addition, the flying mount that I cultivated has not yet grown up. So Bai Xiaolin needs to prepare 2 other things first to ensure that Shui Rengui and others can win when they face the Eagle Man. They are respectively a weapon for long-range attacks and a prop that can make everyone fly. Bai Xiaolin went to the warehouse now to prepare these 2 things: crossbows and hot air balloons. When he came to the warehouse, Bai Xiaolin took out the hot air balloon he had made before. When this hot air balloon was made, it had no fuel, so it was left in the warehouse gathering dust. Now that we have gasoline, it's time to let him fly into the sky. Of course, just one is definitely not enough. It was originally created for exploring in the air and avoiding some dangers on the ground. So just one is enough. But now it's different. Now we have to fight. Without knowing the number of Eagle Men and their specific strength, it is too risky to have only one hot air balloon. You should know that after these days, many alien races have appeared in the sea level. This also means that among the Eagle people who are the targets in the afternoon, there is a high possibility that a sea-level person has already appeared. Chapter 368 Takeoff. Then there is a certain possibility that the C-class hot air balloon will be destroyed. During the afternoon battle, if it was accidentally destroyed, Shui Rengui and others would be in a passive position. So Bai Xiaolin needs to prepare a few more hot air balloons and upgrade the current one to another level. In this way, even if there are really sea-level people among the Eagle people, there is no need to worry about accidents. Because they had a Class B hot air balloon, Shui Rengui and his companions could sit in the hot air balloon and use crossbows to attack with peace of mind. And don't worry, the hot air balloon will be destroyed. Of course, it would be easier if the Eagle Man chose close combat and directly attacked the person sitting in the hot air balloon. You have to know that Shui Rengui and others are at least sea level in strength. If the Eagle Man attacked them at close range, he would be asking for trouble. After checking the hot air balloon and confirming that it was not damaged, Xiaolin began to strengthen it. Survival points minus 1,000. The C+1 hot air balloon was directly upgraded to be level after this enhancement. Xiaolin achieved his goal. After putting it aside, Xiaolin returned to the blueprint warehouse in the courtyard and started searching inside. Not long after, Xiaolin walked out of the warehouse with 3 hot air balloon drawings. These are also all the hot air balloon drawings that Xiaolin acquired. If you want to make more next time, you can only purchase the blueprints again or let Gongshu Yu and others study it directly. After returning with the 3 drawings, Xiaolin started strengthening directly. Survival point 6. Survival points minus 60. Survival points minus 600. After 3 consecutive intermediate enhancements, all 3 drawings were enhanced to level B. Without stopping, Xiaolin started making it again. Animal hide 60, straw rope 30, vine 30, plastic 15, wood 15, iron 15. Survival points plus 150. As the prompt sounded, 3 identical hot air balloons appeared in front of Xiaolin. But compared to the one next to it, these 3 are smaller. Only 3 people can ride. But 1 person controlling the hot air balloon and 2 people participating in the battle are enough. Then Xiaolin calculated again. With these 3 hot air balloons, the hot air balloon could carry 14 people, minus the 4 people controlling the hot air balloon. That is to say, next, I have to prepare long-range weapons for 10 people, namely crossbows. The crossbow blueprints that were purchased earlier were used up a few days ago. This is also the reason why Xiaolin searched the warehouse just now, but only took out the hot air balloon drawings. Of course, the absence of blueprints does not mean the absence of weapons. After all, I own a blacksmith shop. Zhu Tai took the 10 people assigned to him during these few days. In addition to forging some iron barrels, a batch of weapons were also forged. Among this batch of weapons, there is the crossbow that Xiaolin needs. However, there is still some gap between the quality of the repeating crossbow and that made directly using the blueprints. Because these repeating crossbows were all imitated by Zhu Tai. Since the imitation is not skilled enough, there is some gap in quality compared to the original. Then after arriving at the blacksmith shop, Xiaolin asked someone to move the homemade crossbow to the door of the warehouse, placed together with several hot air balloons. Survival points, minus 20. Survival points, minus 200. Then there were 2 lieutenant general enhancements, which enhanced all 10 crossbows to sea level. After these 2 reinforcements, their quality has deteriorated a bit, but it is enough for Shui Rengui and others to use. Anyway, it's only use this time, so it doesn't matter if it gets damaged after use. If the items are not damaged after use, they can be sold at a lower price to earn back the survival points consumed. No matter what, you will definitely not lose money. After adding all the remaining gasoline into the fuel device, Xiaolin also took a rest. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the crowd watched, the ignition device of a small hot air balloon was ignited and hot air began to emit. A few minutes later, driven by the huge airbag, the basket below began to shake. If he hadn't been tied up underneath, he would have been lifted off into the air. Then, encouraged by Xiaolin's eyes, Shui Rengui and Eugene were curious and excited. Get into the hot air balloon and start trying to control and fly it. Only by being able to control it skillfully can you manipulate it to join the battle. Otherwise, if you don't know how to control it, you will probably lose track of where you're going as soon as you leave the base. The 2's talents did not disappoint Xiaolin. In less than half an hour, you can skillfully control the hot air balloon to fly and take off and land. Then the 2 of them took other people to conduct hot air balloon control training. With the guidance of these 2 people, others learned much faster. By nearly 3 o'clock, 6 people, including Shui Rengui and his companions, were able to control the hot air balloon. This also means that they can set off. A few minutes later, Shui Rengui brought the 14 strongest pioneers in the group in the envious eyes of Li Ergu and others. Riding on 4 hot air balloons, they slowly disappeared in the direction of the Western Mountains. As for the rest of the people, they stayed and worked with the production team. After all, a hot air balloon is only so big and can accommodate 50 or 60 people. In the sky, when the hot air balloon began to fly steadily, Shui, Ringwei, and others sitting on it finally had some free time. You can look at the scenery of the sky. As soon as they looked down at the ground, everyone was stunned. Because what you see in the sky and what you see on the ground are two completely different scenes, and also two completely different feelings. Looking at the buildings in the small town getting smaller, the mirror lake outside the town is like a mirror. There is also a river that winds its way across the land like a giant dragon, running through the grasslands and forests. Everyone sighed at the same time. What a nice view. Then, amid everyone's exclamations, the hot air balloon got closer and closer to the mountain until it appeared above the mountain. After calming himself down, Shuerengay spoke to Qinyang Shan and the other three beside him. Be on guard once you enter the mountainous area. Besides guarding against possible eagle men, you must also be on guard against attacks from flying beasts. Yes. Hearing Shuerengui's words, the four people's expressions instantly became serious. Then he took out the crossbow behind him, looked around, and became alert. As for the other people in the hot air balloon, they also picked up their weapons after seeing Shuerengui and others become alert. Shuerengui arranged an A-class for each of the three small hot air balloons, so he was not worried about any problems. As we continued to go deeper into the mountains, some birds indeed appeared in the sky, started flying around several hot air balloons. Of course, under the intimidation of the crowd's aura, few birds dared to approach. After all, the aura emitted by A-level is very terrifying in the perception of low-level birds. Chapter 369, The Stunned Eagle Man. Then we walked forward for about 3 kilometers. Among the birds surrounding the hot air balloon, sea-level birds have begun to appear. According to Shuerengui's judgment, this place can only be considered the outskirts of the mountains. If we go deeper, we might even see Class B birds, and then the hot air balloon will be in danger. Of course, having reached this point, there was no need for Shuerengui and the others to go any deeper, because the destination of their trip is not far from here. After turning around and moving forward a few hundred meters, a cliff appeared in everyone's sight, and the houses on the cliff also appeared in everyone's sight. Prepare for battle. Yes. Following Shuerengui's order, the crossbows in the hands of several people were aimed at the eagle's nest at the same time. At the same time, he kept his eyes on his surroundings to prevent any eagle men from appearing from other directions. As the hot air balloon got closer, the eagle man in the eagle's nest finally noticed the presence of everyone. After emitting a series of sharp screams, they flew up one after another and circled the cliff to keep alert. This was the first time they had seen a hot air balloon, so they were extra cautious and did not rush over immediately. Of course, another reason is that the main force of the eagle people is not in the nest now. When the screaming sounded, Eagle Strike was hunting with several D-level subordinates in a forest a few hundred meters away. The moment he heard the scream, his brows furrowed. Then, without any hesitation, he quickly turned around with a few of his men and flew towards the eagle's nest. According to Eagle Strike's guess, the one who attacked the eagle's nest was most likely a powerful bird. After all, other beasts or alien species do not have the ability to fly, and their roots may have been close to their base. But when it got closer, Eagle Strike was stunned, because there were no flying birds in the sky, but several huge balls floating near the eagle's nest. Also at the bottom of the eagle's nest are some creatures holding weapons. After seeing the appearance of these creatures clearly, Ingji slowly uttered 2 words. Human race. The reason why it can be recognized at a glance is that Eagle Strike has relied on its flying advantage to find and destroy human bases in recent days. After recognizing the human race, Eagle Strike looked at the sphere again. At the same time, I also realized that this thing should be a prop made by humans which can be used to fly. After understanding, Ingji spoke quickly to the men flying behind him. Attack the spheres above. Once they lose their ability to fly, the human race will be lambs to the slaughter. Yes. Following Eagle Strike's command, several D-level eagle men quickly flew towards the sphere. Eagle Strike believed that after the sphere was destroyed, even if the human race is stronger than himself, they can only stay on the ground and allow himself to attack. Shuerengue and others in the hot air balloon also discovered the eagle man flying from another direction. He quickly turned the crossbow and aimed it at the flying D-level eagle man. Shooting. As countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard, hundreds of crossbow arrows were shot at the same time towards the eagle man who was trying to approach. Under the coverage of the crossbow arrows, an unlucky D-level eagle man was shot into a sieve. Without even having time to scream, he fell down the cliff. After Shui Rengue and others completed a round of shooting, half of the people continued to load crossbows, while the other half picked up melee weapons. Prevent the eagle man from attacking the hanging basket. At this time, the eagle man had already flown over the hot air balloon and began to attack the balloon's airbag. But not long after, several eagle men were stunned, because their sharp claws, which they were so proud of, could not leave even a trace when attacking the ball. After being stunned for a few seconds, Eagle Strike finally understood. The materials used in these spheres made by humans are definitely above C grade. That's why my attacks have no effect. Thinking of this, Ingji couldn't help but curse loudly. Where on earth did these damn humans come from? How could they be so rich? After cursing, Eagle Strike hardened his heart and shouted at several D-level subordinates. Stop attacking the sphere. Attack the humans below directly. Since the sphere cannot be destroyed, there is no point in continuing the attack. They can only take a step back and attack the human race directly. Although this will cause some losses, there is nothing we can do about it. At this time, Schwerge and others below had already made preparations to deal with the Eagle Man's attack. After flying dozens of meters away, several Eagle Men untied the short spears tied on their backs and began to throw them towards the hanging basket. What surprised the Eagle Man was that none of the short spears he threw hit the target. All of them were easily blocked by the humans in the hanging basket using their weapons. You have to know that ordinary D-class can't block the short spear thrown by yourself, and if C-class is not careful, they may get hurt. But now they are all easily defeated. This made Ng think of a possibility that could it be that all of these humans were above level C. When thinking of this possibility, Ng subconsciously widened his eyes. How could there be such a strong human being? Just when the Eagle Men were dumbfounded, Chun Yangshan's men shot their crossbows again. Bah! Bah! Following two screams, two more Eagle Men fell down. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hot air balloon smiled at the same time, although the number of crossbow arrows this time is a little less. However, the results achieved were better than the previous round of shooting. The reason is that this time the shooting took place when the Eagle Man was stunned. Keep firing freely. Yes. In the next few minutes, several more D-level Eagle Men were shot by crossbows and were unable to react in time. Seeing that his D-level men were getting fewer and fewer, Eagle Strike could only grit his teeth and lead his remaining men to retreat towards the eagle's nest. At the same time, the hot air balloon of Shui Rengue and others was approaching the eagle's nest. After reaching above the eagle's nest, looking at the cliff platform of hundreds of square meters below, Shui Rengue jumped directly from the hanging basket. Start attacking nearby eagle men. The A-level experts in the other hanging baskets also jumped down one after another. When several people landed on the eagle's nest, it meant that the eagle man also lost his flying advantage, because the cornerstone of the third-level base is still fixed in the eagle's nest. If the eagle man doesn't want to die, he can only stay in the eagle's nest and fight close combat with the people who fall down. Once you choose to fly and attack, it is equivalent to giving up the cornerstone of the nest. Under the attacks of several A-level players, the Eagle Man, who is only at C-level at best, couldn't even resist at close range. In less than 2 minutes, all their combat effectiveness was lost. The injured Eagle Strike lay on the ground in despair, waiting for these humans to give him the final blow. Then move all your resources away. But what happened next once again stunned Eagle Strike. Chapter 370 Rewards. Because what Ingji was waiting for was not death, but a sentence that suddenly rang in his ears. I'll give you a chance. If you choose to become a slave, you can survive. Become a slave, looking at the human squatting in front of him and the words coming out of his mouth. Eagle Strike finally realized that these humans didn't want to kill him, but wanted to make him a slave. This also made Eagle Strike feel conflicted, because your next choice will lead to two completely different destinies. One is the loss of life, the other is the loss of freedom. After struggling for a few minutes, the desire to survive finally overcame the freedom in Ingji's heart. I agree. Listening to the words of the Eagle Man leader, Schwerve nodded with satisfaction and then spoke slowly. Then pack up your supplies and prepare to leave here. Yes. Half an hour later, the hot air balloon hovering over the eagle's nest set off again and flew toward another place. The Eagle Men followed the hot air balloon, dragging supplies. When we attacked just now, We had already made plans to capture them back, so except for the few D-level Eagle men who died at the beginning. The remaining Eagle men only suffered some minor injuries, which did not affect their flying. After flying for nearly half an hour, everyone arrived at their next destination, which was the Monkey Tribe's base. After these days of development, the number of monkeys has reached nearly 100. However, most of them are ordinary monkeys. As for the high-level ones, there are less than 10 D-level ones and 1 C-level one. Xuerengui and his companions also chose to jump out of the hot air balloon to fight. Faced with several A-level attacks, although the monkeys were more flexible, they only lasted less than a minute before being subdued by Xuerengui. Because at the speed of A, no matter how agile the sea-level monkeys are, they're no different from a child walking. After subduing the monkeys, the hot air balloon in the sky began to return. Xuerengui and his companions, as well as the monkey and eagle tribes, could only drag along the resources they had collected, move outwards little by little on the ground. Unlike the journey here, the return journey took nearly 3 hours. By the time they returned to the West City Gate, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The other 2 teams had already returned. After dinner in the evening, Bai Xiaolin brought Zhang Liang, Xuerengui, and others to the northwest corner of the town. At this time, hundreds of alien races had gathered in this area. In addition to the several alien races seen in the morning, there are also eaglemen, monkeys, centaurs, and some goblins. These races combined cost Bai Xiaolin 2 sea-level slave cards. Of course, this expense is worth it, because these hundreds of alien races together are enough to support the mining of several mineral veins at the same time. After staring at a group of aliens for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin waved behind him. Then, under the curious gazes of many foreigners, Li Ergu led his men to carry out a large wooden barrel and another small wooden barrel. After taking the small wooden barrel from Li Ergu, Bai Xiaolin looked at the many aliens and spoke slowly. I've told all of you that as long as you perform well while working, you'll be rewarded with increased strength. The 20 liters of Grade B purified water in this barrel is a reward for the Lion Man's performance over the past few days. When the many alien races heard this, their eyes widened instantly, revealing expressions of disbelief. Because 20 liters of Grade B pure water can directly upgrade a Grade C to Grade B. Now, it is being used as a reward, and a reward to slaves at that. Looking at the expressions of the many alien races, Bai Xiaolin showed a smile on his face, because this was exactly the effect he wanted. Because only when they see real rewards will these aliens work harder. Then Bai Xiaolin looked around at the aliens with a smile, and then looked at the Lion Man with an excited expression and continued. Lion 1 to Lion 20 can receive this reward. Among them, Lion 6 performs the best and can receive 2 liters of B-grade water. Lion 1, Lion 3, and Lion 9 can get 1 liter, and the remaining 5 liters will be divided equally among the others. When these words were spoken, the eyes of all the aliens subconsciously turned towards the Lion Man's position. The Lion people's gazes were all directed towards Lion 6. Especially the lions who did not receive any rewards, the envy and jealousy in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Shirlu completely ignored the other lion men and knelt down towards Bai Xiaolin with an excited expression. Lion 6 thanks the master for the reward. Shirlu believes that with these 2 liters of Grade B purified water, his ranking will definitely move up 1 or 2 places. And as long as I continue to work hard, maybe it won't be long before I become the new lion number 1. That is to say, he is the most powerful among these nearly 100 lion people. Looking at Lion 6's performance, Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction, then said with a smile, "Come over now, collect your rewards, and then absorb them right here, so everyone else can see." Yes. After receiving their rewards, the 20 lion men sat there excitedly and drank it directly. While Shirlu and other lion people were absorbing, Bai Xiaolin looked at other alien races again. As long as you work hard, everyone will have the opportunity to receive such a reward, or even more than 2 liters. The expressions of the foreigners also became eager to try. Because if you can get rewards, your level can be quickly improved and you can become a more powerful being. Half an hour later, after the Lion Man absorbed everything and returned, Bai Xiaolin turned around again, pointed at the large wooden barrel next to him, and continued. This contains several hundred liters of Grade D purified water. I'm giving it to you to restore your strength, so you can begin preparing for mining tomorrow. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Li Ergu brought his men and began to distribute D-grade purified water to many alien races. The aliens who got the drink drank it without any hesitation. Then I began to imagine that after I recovered, I would perform well tomorrow and get rewards that would improve my strength. After several hundred liters of D-grade water were distributed, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Zhang Liang and said, "Now that there are more foreigners, we need to reallocate their living areas to prevent conflicts arising from unclear areas." Yes. Then Zhang Liang brought a few people to redistribute the living areas to the many ethnic minorities according to the number of people. Bai Xiaolin turned around and walked towards the yard. After returning to the room and lying down, Bai Xiaolin thought for a while and began to check today's harvest. Of course, this harvest does not refer to the harvest of the pioneering group. Rather, it was the harvest that the production team and the slaves had cleared today. After the upgrade, the area of the small town has reached 1 million square meters. The area that was previously cleared and the area of various buildings combined is less than 50,000 square meters. In other words, there are still more than 900,000 square meters that need to be cleaned up. Of course, with such a large area, Bai Xiaolin didn't think that it could be cleaned up in a day or two. Chapter 371 Response and Expectations. We can only take advantage of these 2 days when there are more people to clean out more. As for the remaining areas, we will have to come back later. Today, the production team of more than 200 people, plus more than 100 slaves, cleared a total of nearly 40,000 square meters. This 40,000 square meter area contributed tens of thousands of various supplies to Bai Xiaolin. In addition, there are more than 300 drawings of various kinds, plus more than 100 cards of various kinds. Of course, most of these drawings are ordinary drawings, and only 2 water well drawings can be considered important. Most of the cards are ordinary cards. Only 7 character cards and 2 resource cards are important. In addition to the above gains, there is another most important gain, which is survival points. The cleaning work of tens of thousands of square meters contributed 37,297 survival points to Bai Xiaolin. This can be considered as the most survival points gained except for the first competition. Of course, this is not comparable. After all, time is moving forward. Moreover, there are only dozens of people participating in the war competition, but there are hundreds of people working on the cleanup today. It is normal to gain more survival points. Maybe one day in the future, when the number of people increases to several thousand. A day's cleaning work by everyone can earn Bai Xiaolin tens of thousands of survival points. But Bai Xiaolin believes that if that day really comes, it is estimated that the survival points required by oneself will also increase exponentially, and perhaps tens of thousands will not be enough for a day's consumption. In addition to the survival points obtained through clearing, the pioneering team and others outing today also added some survival points for Bai Xiaolin. Compared to the tens of thousands of points cleared, the 3 groups only gained 2,743 survival points in total. Of course, this number is not small. After all, the main task of the pioneer group today is to capture prisoners and slaves. Killing aliens to gain survival points is just a side effect of capturing slaves. Bai Xiaolin's current survival point has reached a new high, an astonishing 56,158 points. Looking at this number, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. That is to say, based on today's speed, as long as everyone cleans up for another 2 days, their survival points are likely to exceed 100,000 points. When the survival points exceed 10,000, intermediate enhancement capabilities are added. I wonder if there will be more advanced enhancement capabilities when it breaks through 100,000 points. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin showed an expectant expression on his face, looking forward to what effect the advanced enhancement would have. Of course, Bai Xiaolin was just looking forward to it. After all, advanced enhancement was still an unknown. Maybe it won't appear at 100,000 points, but at 1 million points or tens of millions points. This is all possible. After completing his calculations, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the 10,000 races trading area. Check your purified water transactions, as usual. But as soon as Bai Xiaolin clicked it, he was stunned. Of course, it was not that the transaction was not completed. But for some reason, this transaction that was listed today has attracted tens of thousands of comments. And even now, the number of messages is still increasing. You should know that in previous transactions, there were only a few thousand messages at most, and after the transaction was completed, the number of messages rarely increased. But something unusual happened today. Then Bai Xiaolin slowly clicked on a message area with doubts. There used to be 2 bases of our elven race near the human base 12133, but they disappeared one after another today. What's so strange about this? It must have been destroyed by some powerful force. It's normal for a base to be destroyed, but their bases are all near the 12133 base, and 12133 has been upgraded to level 4 in the past few days. So, I suspect they were killed by 12133. This is really possible. I just checked. The goblins are near Terran 12133. Two of their bases have also disappeared. Oh shit. My brother Eagle Strike from the Eagle tribe also disappeared today. His number is only a few dozen digits different from the human 12133. One of my brothers from the Crocodile tribe also disappeared today. He told me yesterday that we should wait until all the snow melts before we go looking for the human race. Holy crap. 6 already. Are there any more? There was one from the Pig-Headed People tribe who disappeared this morning. There was also one from the Monkey tribe who disappeared in the afternoon. Holy crap. This human race is so powerful. They actually destroyed so many bases in one day. I want to know how strong the human race 12133 is to be able to attack several bases at the same time. I want to know too. After all, according to the numbering, my base is not far from Terran 12133. These destroyed bases basically all contain C-rank experts. That is to say, 12133, if you want to destroy them in one day, you will need at least twice as many C-level experts, or about a dozen. Holy crap, a dozen or so C-rank warriors. They can definitely sweep across an entire area. More than that, according to my estimation, there are definitely B-level experts in this human base, or even more than one. Why do you say that? Because a human base with B-rank experts like mine also disappeared this morning, and his base is also near 12133. What the hell? If we have two B-levels, the human race 12133 will definitely be one of the most powerful forces here. Yes, except for a few extraordinary races, no one can defeat him. Looking at the messages, they're constantly refreshing on the message page. Bai Xiaolin also understood why there was something abnormal in the message area today. It turned out that he had destroyed more than a dozen alien bases in the surrounding area today, which aroused the vigilance of other alien races. He suspected that the disappearance of these alien races was related to himself, and began to speculate about his own strength. That's why there are tens of thousands of messages in the message area. Then Bai Xiaolin smiled, and said that as long as there was no problem with the transaction, it would be fine. As for attracting the attention of other alien races, Bai Xiaolin didn't care. Because Bai Xiaolin believed that with his current strength, no one among these aliens in the same group would be his opponent. So their attention or vigilance will not have any effect on themselves. On the contrary, Bai Xiaolin was still somewhat looking forward to finding some races with strong talents among the same group of alien races. For example, the immortals, dragons, or elven royal families in the rankings. When you notice this news, you will think of yourself as a fat sheep. Then he came to find me from thousands of miles away to deliver food. Maybe he could take advantage of their relative weakness and harvest a few more slaves as powerful as the Beishan tribe. When thinking of this, a scene emerged in Bai Xiaolin's mind. On a desolate land, several giant dragons are leading the way ahead, and behind them is a moving island with no end in sight. There is a huge building complex on the island, where countless powerful people from Jing village live. Wherever the island went, all foreign races surrendered. Chapter 372 Circuit Well. The next morning, the pioneer group was divided into 3 groups again and disappeared into the small town one by one. However, unlike yesterday, today only the group, led by Han Xian, went outside the town to continue exploring the wilderness. The other 2 groups went to the 01 and 02 subsidiary bases. Their task in the next few days is to clear out the alien races around the 2 subsidiary bases. Ensure the security of the 2 satellite bases. After the pioneer group had all left, Bai Xiaolin turned and looked to the side. Zhang Liang was arranging work for the remaining members of the production team and the many slaves who had been prepared. Their task today is still to clear the land. Of course, not all of them, but a part of them need to be separated. Led by Li Ergu and Song Yi, they led most of the alien slaves to clear the area above several mineral veins. By the way, build another road from the mine to the West City Gate. This way, there is no need to clean up the ore during the next mining operation, and the ore can also be easily transported. After Zhang Liang made the arrangements, hundreds of people and slaves were divided into 2 groups, and one group began to continue clearing the land. Another group walked out of the West City Gate and headed towards the foot of the mountain. After the 2 teams started working, Bai Xiaolin looked at the forest elves he had left behind. The reason we kept them here is because we wanted them to start promoting the growth of the fruit trees and rubber trees that we had planted earlier, starting from today. The earlier you start inducing growth, the earlier the rubber tree will mature. The rubber needed in the base can also be produced as soon as possible. Then he asked 2 people from a Nongsong faction to take the forest elves to the place where rubber trees were planted. Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Zhang Liang. Like the forest elves, they also have different tasks today. That is to study the next line planning in the small town and prepare for laying the circuit. Once the planning is done, you can start laying the wires obtained using the supply cards. Although a few hundred meters cannot be paved throughout the entire city, it can still be paved in some important places. As for the electrical wires, they'll be laid throughout the city later. Once rubber is produced, you can research and develop it yourself, since any copper wire blacksmith shop can make it anyway. After spending a whole morning touring the entire town, Bai Xiaolin and Zhang Liang finally finished planning it. Next, we can gradually lay power lines in the small town according to the importance of the plan. After lunch, I heard that they were going to lay electrical wires. It can make the small town as bright at night as during the day. Li Ergu and others instantly showed excitement on their faces. Then he asked Bai Xiaolin a few questions and got the things needed for laying the electrical wires, and then took a few people with him. He excitedly took out some wood from the warehouse and started making the telephone poles that Bai Xiaolin mentioned. Bai Xiaolin himself returned to the yard and took out a blueprint of the well he had obtained yesterday. The number of people in the base has now reached 500, plus the needs of the beast herd and the rewards for the alien slaves. The daily demand for grade B purified water is constantly increasing. Bai Xiaolin estimated that if things continue to develop in this way, it may not be long before the 5 tons of grade B purified water per day will no longer be enough. So I plan to build a few new Class B wells while I have the blueprints and there are enough survival points. In this way, even if the number of people increases, there's no need to worry about not having enough grade B water. As for grade A pure water, if there is enough grade B, the daily consumption is not much, so the previous one is enough for the time being. After all, in everyone's mind, the increase in attributes is much more important than the improvement in abilities. Therefore, what we drink every day and use for cooking is basically grade B purified water. I guess it can only be done when everyone's agility attribute reaches 100 points and cannot be improved further for the time being. The consumption of grade A pure water will increase. However, it may take some time for that to happen, so there's no need to add grade A water for the time being. Then he took out a blueprint and began to strengthen it. Survival point 2. Survival points, minus 20. Survival points, minus 100. After 2 primary and 1 intermediate enhancements, the well blueprint was enhanced to level B. However, this is not what Bai Xiaolin wants, because a Class B well can only produce 1 ton of water per day, so it needs to be further strengthened. Survival points, minus 2,000. After another intermediate enhancement, the blueprint was directly enhanced to level B plus 1. This grade is the same as the previous Class B well and can produce 5 tons of Class B pure water per day. Then Bai Xiaolin took out another copy card and prepared to copy the drawing. Although the well is only of B grade, its value is higher than some of grade items. So Bai Xiaolin planned to copy it once so that he could build 2 Class B wells at once. Together with the original one, the daily output of grade B purified water is 15 tons. Even if the number of staff increases in the future, it will be enough for a long time. Of course, the copy card also needs to be strengthened before copying. Only enhanced copy cards can maximize their value when used. Survival point minus 1,111, 4th enhancement. After strengthening 4 times in a row, Bai Xiaolin started copying with the copy card with 4 chances in his hand. With a flash of light, the B-level plus 1 well blueprint directly turned into 2. After putting away the copy card, Bai Xiaolin began to build a new well. They are located next to the original Class B water well, which makes management easier. Stone, 200. Wood, 20. Straw rope, 20. Survival points, plus 200. As the 2 drawings disappeared, a new Class B water well successfully appeared in the yard. This also means that from today onwards, the base can produce 15 tons of grade B pure water every day. After staring at the well and thinking for a while, Bai Xiaolin decided to add some grade B water to what he sold every day. Used to purchase some rare cards in the human trading area. In this way, you can not only gain supplies, but also improve the strength of other human beings. It can be said to be a win-win situation. As for whether their increased strength would pose a threat to himself, Bai Xiaolin was not worried at all. Because even if others buy some, At most, they can only improve their strength to sea level. Such strength can only allow them to survive when facing sea-level aliens. As for in front of me, it is completely not good enough. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin opened the private chat page and found his two #1 fans. Then start editing. Since we want to sell B-grade water and enhance the strength of the human race, we should focus on the fans first. After all, compared with other human races, these fans are half our own people. I plan to use grade B purified water to trade some rare cards and blueprints these next couple of days. You can contact other people and count how many people want to trade, and contact me after the count is completed. After sending the message, Bai Xiaolin walked out of the yard. I plan to go and see how Li Ergu and his friends are doing with the electric poles. Chapter 373, Turn on the Lights. Next to the bamboo forest, Lin Shanshan, who had just finished lunch and was about to take a break, suddenly heard a message alert tone in her ears. Who sent it? With doubts, Lin Shanshan came to the cornerstone and clicked on the private chat page. Ocean wants to sell B-grade water. When Lin Shanshan saw the message on the page, her eyes widened instantly, and she stood there in a daze. At the same time, I also find it a bit hard to believe. You should know that in the current trading area, sea-level items that can slightly improve strength are rare, let alone B-level items. Because those who obtain them basically use them to improve their own strength. Few people sell them unless they are in urgent need of food or weapons. But now Ocean says that he wants to sell grade B water. He also asked me to contact other people, which means that the amount of grade B water sold by Ocean is definitely not small. That's why Lin Shanshan couldn't believe it. Because if there's a lot of B-grade water for sale, it is definitely possible to pile up a B-grade one. When thinking of this, Lin Shanshan thought of something. That's what I saw in the chat channel yesterday. Someone deduced from the chat messages of the 10,000 races that God O's strength was probably B-level, and he also had B-level subordinates. And in such a short time, he was able to raise his own strength and that of his subordinates to level B. This means that God O is likely not short of grade B water, so he chose to sell some of it, just like selling grade C water before. Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the god of Europe, he has left the others far behind. Then I stopped worrying about it and started contacting other fans. On the other side, Lu Xiaoxi had also seen Bai Xiaolin's message. After showing a surprised smile, he started to contact other people quickly without any hesitation, because of the war and the relationship with the alien races around the base. For everyone, the most important thing now is to improve their strength. Only when our strength is improved can we better deal with alien races and win the next war. So when Lu Xiaoxi saw that Bai Xiaolin wanted to sell grade B water, he instantly showed a surprised smile. Because of the B-grade water, the strength of these people can be improved rapidly. When the two contacted other fans, Bai Xiaolin from the small town has already brought Zhang Xiaohu and a few others to start laying the electric poles prepared by Li Ergu and others. As for Li Ergu and his companions, they have been driven away by Bai Xiaolin and taken as slaves to clean up the mines. Because a generator is used to generate electricity, laying the circuit is not complicated. All you need to do is put up the wires along the poles. This ensures that the wires will not be placed on the ground and accidentally stepped on. With the busy work of several people, all the wires have been laid by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The entire line is divided into two parts. It extends from the warehouse where the generator is located all the way to the yard, and a circle of light bulbs is set up in the corridor. As for why it doesn't lead into the room, this is because if the wires are connected to the rooms individually, the number of wires required will increase several times. But now it's only a few hundred meters, which is far from enough. The other route leads to the restaurant. Then 2 light bulbs were installed inside the restaurant and in the open space outside. The bulb installed outside is the brightest of all and can illuminate the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. It is installed in restaurants to make cooking more convenient when needed at night. After all is installed, Bai Xiaolin arranged Zhang Xiaohu and others next to the switch that controlled the light bulb. Then he took Li Wei to the warehouse and started the diesel generator. As a rumbling sound rang out, Bai Xiaolin connected the power cord to the generator and then made a gesture to Li Wei. Li Wei, who received the signal, quickly raised a loudspeaker in his hand. Turn on the light. Hearing the loud noise coming from their ears, Zhang Xiaohu and others who were guarding the switch slowly pressed the switch with anticipation. The next second, bright lights emanated from the light bulb. Looking at this scene, several people sighed at the same time. How amazing! So this is electricity. After staring at the light bulb for a few seconds, they hurriedly turned off the lights and ran towards the warehouse. Not long after Li Wei shouted, Bai Xiaolin saw Zhang Xiaohu and others appear in his sight, shouting at the same time, "It's on! It's on!" Looking at the excited expressions of several people, Bai Xiaolin knew that the power was successfully connected. Then he smiled, because this means that the base has entered the electrical age, although it can only be said to have just entered. After getting confirmation, Bai Xiaolin turned off the generator, because at night, that's when it really comes into play. After not thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at the warehouse door. Zhang Xiaohu and the others, who were still excited, said, "It's okay now, go back to making fertilizer." Yes. After Li Ergu brought the alien slaves to work, the task of making crystal fertilizer was naturally given to Zhang Xiaohu. After a few people left, Bai Xiaolin also walked out of the warehouse and went straight to the teleportation array. I'm going to see how much diesel Lu Ningli and his team have refined today and whether it's enough for the subsequent power generation. After coming out of the teleportation array, everything was the same as yesterday. From a distance, you can feel the heat coming from the other side of the base. It goes without saying that Lu Ningli and others were refining crude oil. After walking along the wall passage, Bai Xiaolin also saw the refining scene. I saw that under the burning charcoal, a huge iron barrel above the refining kiln was burning red. Above the iron barrel are two extending iron pipes. There are two water tanks around the iron pipe, wrapping it completely inside. This is a simple cooling device. After cooling, a liquid with a pungent smell flowed out from the end of one of the iron pipes. The liquid that flows out is the refined gasoline. After the gasoline is refined, the temperature of the charcoal is increased to produce diesel. By repeating this process, gasoline and diesel can be continuously refined. As for the residue after refining, it was transported to a deep pit nearby and stored. When technology improves in the future, we may be able to continue refining them and extract other petroleum products from them. After observing for almost an hour, Bai Xiaolin understood the efficiency of the refining. Two traditional refining kilns can produce about 20 liters of gasoline and 40 liters of diesel in an hour. In this way, you can get 200 liters of gasoline and 400 liters of diesel in a day. This quantity is sufficient for the base's current use, and a lot of it can still be left. Chapter 374, Coast and Speculation. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Lu Ningli and others stopped. One reason is that it is almost dinner time, and the other is that night is not suitable for refining, and accidents are prone to occur when operating in the dark. Then he nodded and said to the few people, "First, move all the refined gasoline and diesel to the main base. Then you can wash up and have dinner." Having said that, Bai Xiaolin looked at Lu Ningli and added, "You can see the electric lights at night." Hearing this, Lu Ningli's eyes lit up, and he looked at Bai Xiaolin with surprise. "Brother Bai, the circuit has been laid." "Right." A few people returned to the small town and moved the oil barrels to the warehouse and put them away. Lu Ningli also saw it and looked at the electric pole standing next to him. Then, with an expectant smile, he led Wen Liang and others to take a shower. Bai Xiaolin sat down at the door of the warehouse, took out the seal, looked at it, and waited. It is almost 7 o'clock now, and the pioneering team will be back soon. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to capture another batch of aliens today. Therefore, Bai Xiaolin needs to exchange a few more slave cards to ensure that all the captured aliens can be enslaved. Luck value minus 100. As the luck value was consumed, 10 new slave cards appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. Survival points, minus 20. Survival points, minus 200. Survival points, minus 1,000. After 3 enhancements, the 10 slave cards were enhanced in 7 C level plus 1 and 3 B level cards, plus the 2 B level slave cards left over from yesterday. If all are used, a total of 14 C level aliens and 5 B level aliens can be enslaved. According to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, this amount is definitely enough. Holding the taming card, they waited for about 20 minutes before the pioneer group returned to the town one after another. Looking at the nearly 200 aliens surrounded by the crowd, Bai Xiaolin smiled again, because after adding them, the number of alien slaves in the base has reached almost 500. After checking all the alien races, Bai Xiaolin used the 7C level plus 1 slave card that he had just strengthened and enslaved them all. As for the B level ones, not a single one was consumed because the strongest among these alien races was only C level. After the enslavement was completed, it was still handed over to Li Ergu and Zhang Liang for arrangement. Bai Bai Xiaolin himself called Shui Rengue, Han Xian, and the other two together. Asked them if they found anything unusual or strange during their exploration today. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Han Xian and Eugene said that everything was normal today. After thinking for a few seconds, Shui Rengue told Bai Xiaolin a piece of news that surprised him. That is about 8 kilometers south of Base 01, where there is actually a coastline. Further south is the sea. This is also the reason why the southern part of the alien bases near the 01 base occupies about half. Because these bases are built not far from the sea, along the coastline. In addition, the river near Base 01 is relatively wide because it is located close to the estuary. The reason why Bai Xiaolin was surprised was that he could judge it through this. The place where I am now is not far from the coast. Because the distance between here and Base 01 is only a few dozen kilometers. In addition, after contacting the coastline, people can be sent to explore along the coast to determine where exactly this place is. On the coast of land or on an island. The reason I think so is because the ranking list marks this place as the East China Sea district of the ninth state. In addition, I explored more than 10 kilometers around these days. Apart from some abandoned bases, we have never encountered any other forces that arrived a few months or even years earlier. So Bai Xiaolin suspected that the location of his base might not be on the mainland, but on an island. And these newbies from the same group as me are all on this island. The other forces that arrived earlier were all on different islands. That's why for such a long time, no base encountered the forces that arrived earlier. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin made a decision in his heart. After all the aliens and beasts around the 3 bases are cleared out. So they sent a pioneering team to explore along the coastline in a hot air balloon. If after exploration, it is proved that this is indeed an island, and there are only members of the 10,000 races like us on the island, then Bai Xiaolin will have to change his approach. From the previous cautious development, it has changed to full-scale development. Taking advantage of this time point, when other alien races have not yet developed, we should defeat them all as quickly as possible. By then, all the aliens on the island will become his slaves and contribute to the development of Jing Village. And other human bases will also become part of themselves. Of course, if after exploration you find that this is not an island, you must continue to be cautious. Since it is not an island, it means that some powerful bases may discover us at any time when exploring the land. If we attract the attention of these powerful bases by being too high profile, we will be in a passive position. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin brought a few people to the restaurant. After dinner, it was already past 8 o'clock and it was completely dark outside. However, the crowd at this time did not leave or make a noise. Instead, they quietly gathered around the table, looking up expectantly at the light bulb hanging under the eaves on the second floor of the restaurant. After the meal, Zhang Xiaohu and others described it. Everyone is looking forward to this thing that can make the night as bright as the day. Looking at the expectant expressions of the crowd, he looked up at the sky. After confirming that it was completely dark and could achieve the desired shocking effect, Bai Xiaolin no longer waited. He stood up and waved to Zhang Xiaohu. Xiaohuzi, go start the generator. Yes. After arriving at the warehouse where the generator was located, Zhang Xiaohu successfully started the generator under the guidance of Bai Xiaolin. According to Bai Xiaolin's idea, starting from today, electricity will be needed basically every day. It is impossible for me to come here every day and stay in the warehouse to guard the generator. Therefore, it is necessary to teach a few more people so that they can use the generator skillfully so that you can let go. Zhang Xiaohu was the first one taught by Bai Xiaolin. After the roar of the generator was heard, Bai Xiaolin returned to the front of the restaurant. Then, in everyone's anticipation, he pressed the light switch. With a slight sound, 2 huge light sources appeared in the small town, illuminating the area several hundred meters in front and behind the restaurant as bright as day. Chapter 375 Chess and Cards. Price. Wow, this light is so bright. It's like a little sun. It's so bright that I can't open my eyes. This is electricity. It's amazing. The shadow is so obvious. Listening to everyone's discussions, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Luning Li and Su Xianxian in the crowd also smiled at the same time. There's a hint of modern pride in this smile. At the same time, it also carries expectations for the future. After everyone recovered from their shock, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and said to Li Ergu, Ergu, go move the bicycles out of the warehouse, and then take out all the chess and card games I've sorted out. Yes. Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Li Ergu ran towards the warehouse excitedly. Because of the snow, I haven't ridden a bike for several days, but today I can finally ride again. Of course, the main reason is to be able to show off in front of these hundreds of newcomers and let them see how powerful General Li is. As for chess and cards, Li Ergu was not interested at all. After Li Ergu and a few others ran away, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at Lu Ningli and Su Xianxian and continued. Bring the chess and cards over later, and you too can teach the others how to play. Ugh. When they heard that there were chess and card games to play, both of them showed interested expressions on their faces. After all, there is nothing to do here. It's really boring. Bai Xiaolin's idea was to provide everyone with some entertainment activities at night. This way you can be more energetic when working during the day. A few minutes later, there was nothing but the bike. A pile of mahjong, chess, go, skipping rope, and playing cards were placed on the table. When they saw chess and go, Zhang Liang and Song Yi's eyes lit up at the same time. Then he picked up a set of go and walked over to the side to play. In an instant, a group of people were attracted by the two of them and stood behind to watch. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin smiled. Go appeared quite early, so it is not surprising that Zhang Liang and others could play it, and their skills must be quite good. As for the rest of the people, they surrounded Lu Ningli and the other man. I followed them to learn how to play mahjong and poker, and was quickly attracted to both. What amazed Bai Xiaolin was that Shui, Rane, Gui, Xuanli, and others had never come into contact with these two types of chess and cards. It took less than half an hour to basically understand all the rules of mahjong, and he can play on par with Lu Ningli. This made Bai Xiaolin sigh that their wisdom was indeed amazing. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin, who was itching to join in, couldn't wait to join in. After playing a few rounds, 10:30 passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it was getting late, Bai Xiaolin stood up and spoke to the people around him. Let's stop here for today and play again tomorrow night. Yes. After hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, everyone reluctantly packed up all their things and put them back into the warehouse. Then, amidst excited discussions, they walked towards their respective residences. After Bai Xiaolin took Zhang Xiaohu and turned off the generator again, he also returned to the room. Then I thought about it and started to check today's harvest. In addition to the nearly 200 foreign slaves captured, the Pioneer Group and others contributed 2,249 survival points today, plus more than a dozen high-level beasts. These wild beasts were hunted by Han Xin and his companions during their exploration, and they would be just enough to improve tomorrow's meals. For example, having a barbecue together. This was the promise made to Shui, Xianming, Haiwa, and others not long ago. Next is the production team's harvest for the whole day. First of all, the survival point is still over 30,000 today, reaching 32,120 points. Then there are materials, drawings, and cards. The overall quantities of these three are about the same as yesterday. However, among the cards, 9 character cards, 1 resource card, and 1 copy card are more important. There was not a single important blueprint in the room. Most of them were common furniture blueprints and a small number of ordinary weapon blueprints. Finally, in the small town, the area cleared was only about 20,000 square meters, which was half of yesterday's area. The reason is that today's foreign slaves did not participate in the cleanup of the small town, but went to clean up the mining area. After checking the harvest, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the private chat page again. At noon, I sent messages to 2 fans about selling grade B water. I wonder how they have been in contact during this half day. After clicking on the page, Bai Xiaolin saw the message sent by Lu Xiaoxi. Oh, Shun, Lin Shanshan, and I contacted some people from the Giant Rabbit Alliance, and everyone was very excited to hear that you're going to sell grade B water. I also collected some special cards. I wonder how much B-grade water I can exchange for them. These cards include 24 character cards, 13 resource cards, 1 copy card, and 20 taming cards. Looking at the cards listed on the page, Bai Xiaolin showed a hint of joy on his face. Then start calculating. The value of the character card is only 10 points of luck. Based on my previous purchase price, I could only exchange it for 2 or 3 liters of grade C purified water at most. However, Bai Xiaolin's idea is to improve the strength of these fans while obtaining character cards. So after thinking about it, I decided to give a price of 1 liter of grade B water, which can be said to be 3 or 4 times the price. Anyway, for Bai Xiaolin, giving a few hundred milliliters more or less doesn't make much difference. Then there are resource cards, which are 10 times more valuable than character cards. The B-grade water given by Bai Xiaolin also tripled or quadrupled in price, a 10-liter B-grade water bottle. In other words, Only one resource card is needed to upgrade an ordinary person to D level, and 2 cards can upgrade him to C level. Then came the copy card, and Bai Xiaolin offered a price of 20 liters. This price means that the B-level water obtained in exchange for 2 copy cards could directly upgrade an ordinary person to B-level. It is something that others dare not even think about. The last one is the taming card, which has the same value as the character card. The transaction price offered by Bai Xiaolin was also 1 liter of B-grade water per ticket. In fact, after the price doubled, there was another benefit for Bai Xiaolin, which was that it could have an advertising effect. Once these fans get the B-grade water, they will definitely not be able to resist showing off in the chat channel, and then be seen by others. After confirming that only 2 resource cards, or 1 copy card, are needed to raise the strength to C level, some people who have saved the cards will definitely not be able to resist trading with Bai Xiaolin. Those that don't have card can also use luck points to redeem directly from the luck page, because this price is much cheaper than exchanging on the luck page. Moreover, once the strength is raised to C level, not only will the possibility of winning in war competitions be greatly increased. When you encounter powerful beasts or undead in the wild, you no longer have to be afraid. By then, the money spent on trading can be earned back in less than 2 days. Chapter 376, Advertising Effect. That is to say, for others, such transactions can be used to trade for more grade B water. For Bai Xiaolin, he can exchange the unused B-level water for rare cards for storage. It can be said to be a win-win situation. After confirming the price given, Bai Xiaolin edited the good news and sent it to Lu Xiaoxi and Lin Shanshan. On the other side, Lu Xiaoxi replied the message immediately after asking others. After waiting for several hours, I still didn't get a reply. This made Lu Xiaoxi think that God might feel that there were too few cards, so he didn't plan a trade. As soon as I thought of this, a message popped up on the page. After reading the news, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened instantly, revealing an expression of disbelief. 10 liters? 20 liters? Yeah. After staring at the 2 numbers for a few seconds, Lu Xiaoxi finally reacted and jumped up excitedly. Because that copy card was Lu Xiaoxi's own. Since there was nothing to copy, I thought of trading it to Oshan in exchange for some B-grade water to improve my strength. But I didn't expect that 1 ticket could be exchanged for 20 liters of grade B water. You should know that when exchanging on the luck page, 20 liters of B-grade water requires 1,000 luck points. In other words, the price offered by God, is 5 times the exchange rate of luck. That's why Lu Xiaoxi seemed so excited. Then he replied to a message with a smile, and then began to edit the transaction information. Thank you, God. 24 character cards plus 13 resource cards plus 1 copy card plus 20 taming cards for 194 liters of B-grade purified water. Looking at the transaction information sent out, Lu Xiaoxi once again showed an expression of admiration. Lament the power and mystery of the European god. With nearly 200 liters of B-level water, it only takes a dozen days to produce 4 B-level strongmen. But Oshun took it out without hesitation for the sake of a few cards. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was sighing, a row of 10 wooden barrels appeared in the room, and each wooden barrel is filled with grade B water. After staring at a row of wooden barrels for a few seconds, an idea suddenly popped into Lu Xiaoxi's mind. If I could intercept all of this B-grade water, wouldn't I be able to increase my agility attribute to 1 or 200 points? By that time, my strength might be able to reach the legendary A level. No. This thought only lasted for a second or two before Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly shook his head and drove it out of his mind. Because others give their cards to me to trade on their behalf, because they trust me, I can't let them down. In addition, Lu Xiaoxi felt that even if his strength was really improved to A level, he would not be a match for Oshun. Since he could easily sell hundreds of liters of B-grade water, it showed that Gado's strength was not B-grade as others had guessed, but he had probably reached A-grade. Without thinking any more, Lu Xiaoxi quickly returned to the cornerstone and sat down. Those who start contacting others to trade will trade their grade B water. This is to prevent you from having the same thoughts again if you stay for too long. Somewhere in a base by the sea, a young man, no more than 20 years old, was sitting in front of the cornerstone, chatting with others in the chat channel. As a result, when we were chatting happily, a prompt tone suddenly rang in my ears. Could it be that Big Sister has replied to the message? Thinking of this possibility, the young man quickly exited the human chat channel and clicked on the private chat page. YC35335. The transaction with God, has been completed. 1 resource card for 10 liters of B-grade water. 1 taming card for 1 liter of B-grade water. B-grade purified water 11L trading would 1. Looking at the numbers on the pages, the young man's eyes lit up. She's the big sister indeed. Then he looked at the message content and was stunned when he saw that the resource card could be traded for a 10-liter resource card. Then he did a quick calculation in his mind. After these days of hard work, I have raised my agility attribute to level D. If we add these 11 liters of B-grade water, wouldn't it be possible to reach C-grade directly? Thinking of this, the young man replied quickly. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, Gato. After agreeing to the deal, he looked at the half bucket of grade B pure water that appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he picked it up and took a few sips. Drinking this B-grade water an hour earlier will allow your attributes to improve an hour earlier. After drinking nearly 1 liter in one breath, the young man opened the chat channel again and started chatting with everyone. At the same time, the news that a resource card could be traded for 10 liters of B-grade water was inadvertently spread. Of course, not many people believe what young people say. After all, this price is too outrageous. At the same time, in dozens of other bases, some people who chose to trade also got their own B-level water. When they learned the specific transaction price, some people showed surprise, while others felt regretful. The surprise was that we got a surprising amount of gray B water. The regret was that when Lu Xiaoxi and the others were asking, these people thought that they could not trade much B-grade water, so they did not use cards with higher values to trade. So this time they only got 1 or 2 liters of B-grade water. Of course, there are those who regret even more, and that is those who did not trade anything. Bai Xiaolin, the small town, had no idea about these people's reactions. After completing the transaction with Lu Xiaoxi and putting away dozens of cards, Bai Xiaolin went straight back to bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Bai Xiaolin woke up early and put today's C-grade water on the shelf. As a result, as soon as the transaction information was sent to the Wanzhou chat channel, the number of messages below increased rapidly. What happened here? With a puzzled expression, Bai Xiaolin clicked on a message page. Oh Shun, is the news in the chat channel last night true? Oh Shun, do you have any B-grade water? I want trade too. I have 2 resource cards here. When will it be available in the human trading area? I can't wait. I want B-grade water too. Master O, you can't be partial. Sold to other races at C level, sold to humans at B level. I just want to say that he is worthy of being called the god of Europe. Oh Shun, I'll be waiting for you in the human trading area. After reading more than 10 messages in a row, Bai Xiaolin was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile. Being stunned is because of the unexpected, and laughing is only because of the surprise. What I didn't expect was that the extra messages below were all left by humans. The surprise was because his transaction last night had produced an advertising effect beyond his expectations. It has just been put on the shelves in the 10,000 races trading area, and it has attracted the attention of so many human beings. You can imagine how many people have paid attention to this news. Chapter 377 Barbecue Dinner. Now that advertising has worked, it's time to sell grade B water. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin turned his head and looked at the location of the Class B water well in the yard. When I was trading with Lu Xiaoxi last night, in order to reduce waste, Bai Xiaolin used 2 large wooden barrels to store 2 full barrels of grade B water, which is 2,000 liters. If all transactions are completed, it can upgrade to 200D level, or 100C level, or 40B level. Of course, after the actual transaction, it is impossible to increase so much. After all, not everyone could take out a copy card or 2 resource cards. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin first opened the human chat channel. In 10 minutes, a batch of grade B water will be available in the trading area. Those who need it can prepare it in advance. The reason for sending this message is to give those who wake up late or react slowly some time to prepare. This way, when the transaction is put on the shelf, you can trade more of what you want. With the appearance of this message, the chat channel became lively again. Hundreds of thousands of people who had just woken up and were still in a daze suddenly woke up. Because this news confirmed that the people last night were not lying and that this incident really happened. It also means that everyone has the opportunity to trade for B-grade water and improve their strength. Holy crap. Thank you, Gato. I hope c'est dominating. Don't compete with me for this. There are D-level aliens near my base, so I need to improve my strength urgently. What's a D-level alien? There are C-level aliens near my base. You two upstairs, what's the point of competing? Are you competing to see who will die first? I don't want more, just 10 liters is enough. Me too. 10 minutes passed quickly as everyone was discussing. The transaction information from Bai Xiaolin also appeared in the human trading area. B-grade purified water 1L trading character card / taming card / slave card / mirror card 1, 500 remaining. B-grade purified water 10L trading resource card / stone, 10,000 races common language card 1, 50 copies remaining. B-grade purified water 20L trading copy card 1, 50 copies remaining. Bai Xiaolin put all 2,000 liters of grade B water on the shelves at once. Of course, if the transaction is completed quickly, Bai Xiaolin can continue to put the goods on the shelves. After all, he now has 15 tons every day. Among the items traded, some may be obtained when collecting supplies. The other part needs to be redeemed on the luck page. It can be ensured that anyone who has cards or luck points can trade them. At the same time, these things are also things that Bai Xiaolin will need to use in large quantities in the future. After the transaction was put on the shelf, Bai Xiaolin put away the seal and walked out of the room again. At this time, many people outside the yard had already woken up. Some were preparing breakfast, some were patrolling on the city wall, and some were learning to ride bicycles in the open space. Of course, there were also people gathered together to discuss the games played last night. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Xiaolin thought about it. I thought it would be ready by tomorrow, so I'll let everyone in the production team work separately. One is that after these few days, everyone is basically familiar with each other. The other is the production team. After another day of cleaning today, the area cleared in the small town will be nearly 100,000 square meters. This area is sufficient for the planning team to farm and the construction team to build for the next period of time. At the same time, several mineral veins outside the city and the connecting roads can be repaired and mining can begin today. After the work is divided into two parts, several other restaurants can also start using it. In this way, after everyone finishes their work at noon, they can eat at other restaurants, which is much more convenient. No need to waste any more time. Come back to the restaurant next to the courtyard. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin found Nong Sang. The two of them walked around together, first checking more than a dozen greenhouses. After these 2 days, the land of another greenhouse was completely upgraded to Grade A. This also means that the population that the base can support has increased a bit. After coming out of the greenhouse, the two went to the newly cleared area and discussed something. The next issue for this area is planting, and what is the appropriate planting area. Make plans in advance so that you won't be in a rush later. After the two of them finished their discussion, it was almost time for breakfast. After breakfast, just like yesterday, the production team cleared the land in the town. The pioneering team continued to explore and deal with the alien races near the 3 bases, and the slaves continued to clear the mines and repair the roads. According to Bai Xiaolin's previous thoughts, this was also the last day for everyone to work together. Holding tools, Bai Xiaolin also joined the cleaning team. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. When it was past 4 o'clock, Bai Xiaolin thought about it, put down his tools, and found Han Xiu and others. Then he told them to start dealing with the wild animals that Han Xian and others had captured yesterday. It would take at least 2 or 3 hours to deal with more than a dozen large and medium-sized wild animals. That is, when everything is done, it is around 6 or 7 in the evening, and it is almost time to start the barbecue dinner. Since it is a dinner party, it naturally cannot be just barbecue. You also need to prepare some other ingredients, such as grilled fish and vegetables. Just when Bai Xiaolin was checking in the morning, he found that a new batch of vegetables in the greenhouse had matured and could also be added to the barbecue. In addition to these, barbecue can no longer be done in one go like before. You need to prepare more varieties, such as skewers of various flavors, teppanyaki, and the like. After giving instructions to Han Xiu and the others, Bai Xiaolin called over a dozen people from the production team. Then they were divided into 3 batches. One group followed Li Hai to catch fish and shrimp, and another group followed Nong Sang to pick some fresh vegetables. As for the last batch, Bai Xiaolin took them to the warehouse, took out some bamboo, and started making barbecue skewers. In order to enrich the variety of barbecue, Bai Xiaolin made 2 sizes of bamboo skewers, one large and one small. In addition, fresh bamboo was prepared, and everyone was asked to cut some bamboo tubes. This way you can make both bamboo tube barbecue and bamboo tube rice. By the time everything was ready, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The internal affairs team has stopped their work, and the pioneering team has all returned. After confirming that everything was ready, Bai Xiaolin asked Lu Nengli and another person to assist Han Xiu in starting the arrangements. I came to the northwest corner of the town to deal with the aliens captured today. Because the alien races around the main base had basically been cleared out in the past 2 days. Most of the aliens around the 2 subsidiary bases were captured yesterday. So the total number of alien races captured today is only 9. Chapter 378. Eat. Among the 9 alien races, none is too powerful. The strongest is still only sea level, and the number basically hovers around 10. Therefore, the total number of the 9 alien races added together is less than 100. But for Bai Xiaolin, this number is enough. Because after adding them, the number of alien races in the base completely exceeds the number of humans. Then Bai Xiaolin clicked on the luck page again and began to redeem slave cards. Luck value minus 100. Compared with the previous 2 times, the number of redemptions this time is still 10. Survival points, minus 20. Survival points, minus 200. Survival points, minus 1,000. After strengthening, 6 of the 10 slave cards were C level plus 1, and 4 were B level. Among them, the few C level ones are enough for this enslavement. The B level ones will continue to be stored in preparation for the future enslavement of B level aliens. After enslaving several alien races, Bai Xiaolin turned around and returned to the front of the restaurant. With the help of Lu Ningli and the others, a row of more than 10 barbecue grills were ready. In the barbecue grill, piles of charcoal were burning red. Next to the barbecue grill are various ingredients that have already been prepared. There were 2 whole lambs, 2 large pots of fish and shrimp, hundreds of kilograms of various vegetables, and thousands of grilled skewers. There are also various seasonings. Although the barbecue had not started yet, everyone had already started swallowing subconsciously. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin jumped onto the platform. Then he waved his hand and shouted to the people in the audience. I declare that the barbecue dinner officially begins. After Bai Xiaolin's voice sounded, hundreds of people responded loudly. Thank you, my lord. After receiving the signal, the housekeeping team began to place the prepared ingredients on the grill in an orderly manner. It only takes a few minutes under the burning charcoal fire. The aroma of barbecue began to spread around and into everyone's noses. Then came the sound of swallowing, one after another, echoing throughout the small town. To prevent trouble and ensure everyone has something to eat, Bai Xiaolin, who was sitting in front of the barbecue stall, thought for a few seconds, then looked up at everyone and said, "The barbecue will be ready soon. You can line up now to eat whatever you want, and no one is allowed to cut in line." Yes. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, hundreds of people quickly divided into more than 10 teams and lined up in front of the numerous barbecue stalls. At this time, a scene occurred that made Bai Xiaolin laugh and cry. That is, out of hundreds of people, 90 were lining up in front of the barbecue and teppanyaki stalls. There were more than 30 people queuing in front of the grilled fish stall. As for the 2 vegetable stalls, there were only 3 little radish heads in total, and they were Li Yuer and his 2 siblings. After smiling and shaking his head, Bai Xiaolin stood up and walked behind the 3 of them and lined up with them. Because in Bai Xiaolin's mind, grilled vegetables are as good as grilled meat. The person guarding the vegetable stall was Lu Ningli. After seeing Bai Xiaolin coming over, Lu Ningli asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat, Brother Bai?" Hearing Lu Ningli's question, Bai Xiaolin pointed to the baked food and said, 2 skewers and some garlic eggplant. When he said this, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand and rubbed the heads of Li Yuer and the other 2 and continued, "Give them 3 more and roast a corn each. Children love this. Don't worry, Brother Bai, it will be fine soon." At the same time, at the kebab stall nearby, the first few people in line had already received their first batch of food. Smelling the aroma of the skewers in his hand, Xue Ringe swallowed his saliva and took a bite. The aroma of the grilled skewers instantly filled his mouth, making Xue Ringe couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. Then he finished all the skewers of barbecue in his hand in just a few bites. Everyone else's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Then they turned their heads at the same time and looked at the barbecue stall in front of them with burning eyes again. I just hope it can get to me sooner so that I can also taste the delicious food. At the same time, Zhang Liang and his companions, who were standing at the front of the teppanyaki stall, also received the first batch of food. Smelling the spicy aroma in the small bowl, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in Zhang Liang's eyes. Then he looked at the other teams, still waiting in line, turned aside, and started eating happily. When he started queuing, Zhang Liang discovered that this stall had the most complete range of food. There are meat, seafood, and vegetables. Unlike other stalls, they basically only have one kind of food, and if you want to eat something else, you have to queue up again. So Zhang Liang lined up in front of this stall as soon as possible. When Bai Xiaolin got the garlic eggplant in front of the vegetable stall, the crowd at the seafood stall next to it also started moving. Those who lined up were instantly conquered by this delicious dish, which was completely different from boiled fish. Of course, while everyone was eating happily, there was still a group of people who were shrugged their heads. They were Eugene, Li Ergu, and others. They had eaten roasted whole wolf before and thought it was the most delicious. So the first thing I did when I lined up was to line up in front of the roasted whole lamb stall. Unexpectedly, roasting the whole lamb was the slowest. In front of the other stalls, everyone had almost taken a turn, but there was still no movement here. But they felt reluctant to leave here and queue up in front of other stalls. After all, I have been waiting in line for so long. What if I just left and the whole roasted lamb is ready? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to wait in line? So they could only line up here, drooling at the other stalls and hoping that the roasted whole lamb would be ready faster. About half an hour later, Eugene, Li Ergu, and others were waiting anxiously. Finally, a heavenly sound was heard from the front. General Yu, General Li, the mutton is ready to be roasted, and we can start eating. After hearing this, the two looked at each other and hurriedly passed the plates in their hands. Then he took the cut mutton and walked behind other stalls and started eating while waiting in line. Because after just half an hour, I saw how everyone reacted after eating. Let them feel that the food in front of every stall is delicious and no worse than roasted whole lamb. And every kind of food that came their way did not disappoint the two of them. Each one made them want to swallow their tongue. In the midst of everyone's happy dinner, time passed quickly and it was almost 11 o'clock. The thousands of kilograms of food that were prepared, including the vegetables that everyone initially disliked, were all eaten up. Not even a leaf of vegetable was left. And everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Of course, this also includes Bai Xiaolin. However, unlike others, Bai Xiaolin felt that although today's dinner was good, there was still something missing. That is the lack of wine. When thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin looked at the tens of thousands of square meters of land that had been cleared. Once these lands are cultivated and I have my own winery, I will have grain to make wine. After leaving everyone behind to clean up, Bai Xiaolin walked towards the yard. Chapter 379, Extraordinary Supplies card. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin first clicked on the trading area. Check out the transaction status of several transactions today. First, in the Wanzhou trading area, all the sea-grade water on the shelves were traded without any accidents. The number of comments below also reached tens of thousands. After reading it, Bai Xiaolin realized that because of the messages from the human race, all other races also knew about the news that he was selling grade B water. And after knowing the price, he wanted to sell it in the 10,000 races trading area as well. But Bai Xiaolin is not a fool. You should know that there are many B-level aliens among the myriad races, and there are even A-level aliens. If I sell grade B water here, isn't that obviously creating enemies for myself? If a few more A-level aliens appear, it will not be so easy to deal with them by myself. So Bai Xiaolin simply chose to ignore such messages. Next was the human trading area. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that the 2,000 liters of grade B pure water had actually been traded. This also made Bai Xiaolin understand that there are still many people in the human race who have hidden good things. After exiting the trading area, Bai Xiaolin began to sort out the items he had traded. First of all, there are energy crystals, still 250 pieces. Then there are 120 character cards, 237 taming cards, 59 slave cards, and 84 mirror cards. Among these four types of cards, character cards and taming cards can be obtained by collecting supplies, so they are the most numerous. Next are 32 resource cards, 10 universal language cards for all races, and 8 first-level guardian stones. Among these three items, it also has the most resource cards that can be collected. Then there are 50 copy cards. Because of the third transaction, Bai Xiaolin only traded copy cards, so there were no other cards. In addition to the cards, these transactions also added 700 survival points for Bai Xiaolin, which would be said to be an unexpected gain. After collecting all the cards and stone weights and putting them in the box, Bai Xiaolin began to sort out the harvest of the people in the small town today. First is the Pioneer Group. In addition to the 9 alien races they captured, the Pioneer Group also contributed 3,370 survival points. Then there are the Production Group and the Slave Group. The area of land clearing in the city today is about the same as yesterday, still more than 20,000 square meters. After adding this area, the area cleared just reached 100,000 square meters. In addition to more than 20,000 pieces of materials, the harvest that was cleared out also included more than 200 drawings and more than 80 cards of various kinds. Among the drawings, there are a septic tank drawing and a blacksmith shop drawing, which are more important. The cards include 5 character cards, 2 resource cards, and 3 taming cards, which are relatively important. In addition to these gains, there are 24,590 survival points. The reason why there were nearly 10,000 points less than yesterday was because the slaves spent most of the day repairing the road between the mine and the town and did not clear many resources. Therefore, the gains in survival points are naturally less. However, although there was a loss of nearly 10,000 points, Bai Xiaolan's remaining survival points still successfully broke through the 100,000 point mark, reached 113,814 points. It's a bit of a pity that after breaking through 100,000 points, no advanced enhancement occurred. Maybe it is really as we speculated yesterday. We will have to wait until it reaches 1,000,000 points or even tens of millions points before it appears. After stopping hesitating, Bai Xiaolan looked at another pile of objects. Supply card. There are more than 100 supply cards in total. These were obtained from the 3 days of cleaning, but since Bai Xiaolan no longer has any shortage of supplies, they are not that important. But you still have to use them. After all, there are more than 100 of them. Maybe after strengthening, 1 or 2 rare items can be obtained. Of course, if you want to use it, there will definitely be more than just 100 ordinary supply cards. And the ranking rewards received these days. 1 D-level supply card a day. That adds up to more than a dozen. In addition to these, there are 8 B-level supply cards that have been strengthened before but have never been used. This time there are enough survival points, so they can be used together for strengthening. See how many high-level items you can get. Then he took out all the supply cards, sorted them according to their levels, and began to strengthen them. First up are 17 D-level supply cards. Survival point, 34. Survival point, 340. Survival point, 3,400. After 3 intermediate enhancements, all 16 D-level material cards were enhanced to a level. However, Bai Xiaolan did not stop, but prepared for the 4th strengthening. Because it is D-level at the beginning, it is possible to enhance it into an extraordinary material card after the 4th enhancement. In Bai Xiaolan's opinion, it must be strengthened. And this 4th time, intermediate enhancement must also be used to ensure that everything is enhanced to the extraordinary level. Although this consumes more survival points, it is still worth it to get more than a dozen extraordinary items. Survival points, 34,000. After the 4th strengthening, flashes of light appeared. Bai Xiaolan hurriedly took the supply card and began to check its enhanced level. Extraordinary level 1. Extraordinary level 1. After checking everything, Bai Xiaolan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. At the same time, I also began to look forward to what kind of extraordinary items these supply cards could produce. Then, after carefully putting it aside, Bai Xiaolan picked up 8 B-level supply cards. Survival points, minus 8,000. These supply cards have been strengthened 3 times before, which means this is the 4th strengthening. And what Bai Xiaolan chose were naturally the primary enhancements. Because in Bai Xiaolan's current opinion, it is a waste to use the intermediate enhancement for the 4th time just for a few A-level material cards. It would be better to save the survival points and save up a batch of D-level supply cards later. In this way, if you use the intermediate level for the 4th enhancement, you can also enhance it to the extraordinary level, which is the most cost-effective. After the enhancement was completed, the 8 cards became 4B level plus 1 and 4A level. Bad luck is not bad. After putting it aside, Bai Xiaolan looked at the ordinary supply cards with the largest number. There are a total of 117. Survival point, 234. Survival point, 2340. After 2 intermediate enhancements, more than 100 supply cards were all enhanced to C level. Survival point, minus 11,700. Then for the 3rd enhancement, Bai Xiaolan chose the elementary level. The reason why I didn't continue to choose the intermediate level is because the intermediate level requires more than 10,000 survival points. Moreover, even if all of them were upgraded to be level, there would be no survival points to continue upgrading. After all, there are more than 100 cards. Even if all of them are enhanced with primary strength for the 4th time, it will take more than 100,000 survival points in total. So it is better to use the primary level for the 3rd time and save more than 10,000 survival points. Then, from the B level obtained from the 3rd enhancement, select a part for the 4th enhancement. Then Bai Xiaolan put it together. More than 100 C-level supply cards were upgraded to produce 62 C-level plus 1 cards and 55 B-level cards. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin randomly selected 15 cards from Class B and began the fourth enhancement. Survival points minus 15,000. 9 B-level plus 1 cards and 6 A-level cards were enhanced, and they also no longer need to be strengthened. Chapter 3, 80 Great Value. This also means that Bai Xiaolin's strengthening this time has been completed. 75048 survival points were consumed. When he calculated this number, Bai Xiaolin felt a pain in his chest. I tried my best to save, but I didn't expect to consume so much. I can only sigh in my heart that survival points come quickly and are consumed quickly. Of course, although it consumes a lot of survival points, the results of the enhancement are also relatively good. A total of strengthened 17 extraordinary first-level supply cards, 10 A-level supply cards, 13 B-level plus 1 supply cards, 40 B-level supply cards, 62 C-level plus 1 resource cards. If all of them are used, 17 kinds of extraordinary materials, 10 kinds of A-level materials, 66 kinds of B-level materials, and 124 kinds of C-level materials can be obtained. Of course, Bai Xiaolin would not use these supply cards directly, as that would be such a waste. After all, no matter what, this was strengthened by consuming more than 70,000 survival points. Before using it, you must copy it once to maximize the benefits. After copying, the number of high-level materials will be doubled, enough to make up for the consumed survival points. After calculating in his mind for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin took out 7 copy cards that he had put away. These include 6 new ones and 1 with 3 remaining chances. After strengthening, you will have 27 copy opportunities. It is just right to copy all the material cards above grade A once, but there is no need to copy grade B ones. After all, it only takes 1 or 200 survival points to strengthen the B level, so there is no need to copy it. Survival points minus 6,666, fourth enhancement. After the strengthening was completed, Bai Xiaolin started copying directly. As the copy cards disappeared one by one, the number of extraordinary level material cards increased. After all 7 copy cards disappeared, all material cards above grade A were also copied. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin looked at his remaining survival points. Survival points, 32,100. When seeing this number, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, because this number is exactly the same as 3 days ago. In other words, he used the survival points he gained in these 3 days to exchange for dozens of high-level supply cards. It depends on tomorrow morning what supplies can be obtained from so many supply cards. Then without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time. Then he placed all the supply cards on the bedside and fell into a contented sleep. After waking up early the next day, Bai Xiaolin first put the same amount of grade B water and grade C water on the shelves as he did yesterday. Then, holding hundreds of supply cards, he came to the warehouse next to the restaurant with anticipation on his face. The first thing to be used is naturally the 34 extraordinary material cards. Use! Under Bai Xiaolin's expectant gaze, a pile of supplies appeared in the open space in the middle of the warehouse. Bai Xiaolin couldn't wait and ran to the side to check each one. Energy battery / extraordinary level 1. A storage device made of energy crystals, capable of storing 10 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. The first extraordinary item made Bai Xiaolin's eyes light up. With this extraordinary battery, the generator can work during the day. Then at night, the power in the battery is used to avoid the noise caused by power generation at night. In addition, you can also reserve electricity for emergencies. Then after putting the energy battery aside, Bai Xiaolin continued to check it. Basalt Shield / Supernatural Level 1. A low-level supernatural weapon forged from special materials, capable of withstanding all attacks below Supernatural Level 1. Water Repellent Beads / Extraordinary Level 1. Made of special materials and water energy crystals, it allows people to breathe underwater. 1,000-mile Boots / Extraordinary Level 1. Made of special materials and wind energy crystals, it allows people to have the ability to ride the wind. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is no longer a legend. Red Blood Knife / Supernormal Level 1. A low-level supernormal weapon forged from special materials. After taking out several extraordinary props in succession, Bai Xiaolin looked at the red long sword in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face again. At the same time, I also made up my mind that this would be my new weapon, and it's time to retire the mountain-breaking knife I used before. After all, his current enemies are basically above sea level, and the role that the mountain-breaking knife can play is very small. Within 2 minutes, another extraordinary item caught Bai Xiaolin's attention. Pure water / extraordinary level 1, 500 milliliters. Drinking this can speed up the transformation of agility abilities. Hint: agility-type abilities can be converted into water and ice-type skills. This is a bottle of ordinary purified water that has been enhanced to an extraordinary level. The moment he saw its effect, Bai Xiaolin roughly understood the function of extraordinary level food. That is to accelerate the transformation of capabilities. But what is the use of converting abilities into attribute skills? When he saw this, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a moment and then began to think. 2 minutes later, Bai Xiaolin suddenly thought of something. Once the attribute is increased to 100 points, it will not increase further. This also made me confused about how to upgrade from A level to extraordinary level. And now I seem to understand that it is the transformation of abilities. Perhaps when abilities are transformed into attribute skills, that is when one breaks through to the extraordinary level. As for whether it is true, we can verify it next. Then Bai Xiaolin continued to search. Top / extraordinary level 1. Made of special materials, it can reduce the attack of fire attribute skills. Bread / extraordinary level 1. 500 milliliters. Drinking it can speed up the conversion of strength-based abilities. Thunder hammer / supernormal level 1. A low-level supernormal weapon forged from special materials. After spending more than 10 minutes, Bai Xiaolin finally found all the extraordinary items. These extraordinary items can be roughly divided into 3 categories. One category is weapons and armor, which consists of 7 types and 14 items. One type is props with special abilities, of which there are 4 types and 8 pieces in total. One category is food and water, which consists of 6 categories and 12 items in total. In Bai Xiaolin's opinion, the value of these items combined is more than 100,000 survival points. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the remaining ordinary items. After thinking about it, I pushed them aside. Once you have used up all the supply cards, you can hand them over to the housekeeping team for sorting. Then Bai Xiaolin took out 20 A-level supply cards. Use! Another small pile of supplies appeared in the warehouse. After spending nearly half an hour, Bai Xiaolin finally found 20 A-level items. Among them are 6 A-level weapons, 4 A-level armors, and 8 A-level props and food. Finally, there are 2 packets of grade A pumpkin seeds. Chapter 381 Extraordinary Promotion Conditions. These extraordinary items are also included in the A-level items. Weapons of extraordinary level can be given as rewards next. A-level weapons and armor can be directly given to some members of the pioneering team for replacement. In addition, any props that are useful now can be used immediately. Those that are of no use at the moment can be stored and taken out when needed later. Then comes food and water, which can speed up the transformation of personal abilities. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin decided to try it out with a few people whose attributes had reached 100 points, that is, people who had reached level A. See if you can start converting. Finally, the A-level pumpkin seeds are still left to Nong Sang and others to plant. As long as it is planted, the base will have another type of A-level food. Then Bai Xiaolin looked at the remaining B-level and C-level supply cards. Then, after thinking for a few seconds, he used them all, and the open space in the middle of the warehouse was instantly filled with supplies. Among these supplies, there are more than 60 B-level supplies and more than 100 C-level supplies. If Bai Xiaolin relied on himself, it would probably take several hours to sort out. So Bai Xiaolin simply opened them all at once and handed them over to the housekeeping team to sort out. All I need to do after sorting it out is come and see if there are any important B-level or C-level supplies. Then he turned around again and looked at the extraordinary and A-level items neatly placed beside him. After thinking for 2 seconds, Bai Xiaolin came to the door of the warehouse and looked outside. He happened to see Li Ergu and others riding bicycles in the open space, so he waved to them directly. "Ergu, you guys come over here and move some things." "Here I come." Hearing Bai Xiaolin's call, several people quickly changed direction and rode towards this side. The reason for moving is that in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, these extraordinary and A-level things are more important. Naturally, it should be placed in the yard, closer to you. Park your bike at the door. As soon as Li Ergu and his companions entered the warehouse, their attention was attracted by the A-level and extraordinary weapons on the ground. Then he subconsciously turned to look at Bai Xiaolin and said excitedly, "My lord, these weapons look so powerful." Bai Xiaolin naturally knew what the few people were thinking and responded with a smile. In the next few days, we will gradually replace your weapons, and the new weapons will all be at least B level. Hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, several people's eyes lit up at the same time. Thank you, my lord. Most of the weapons they're using now are C level, so they're naturally happy to be able to switch to B level weapons. The reason why Bai Xiaolan said this was because Zhu Tai and others had forged a batch of finished weapons according to the drawings in recent days. Moreover, these weapons are different from the experimental crossbows. Their quality is more than one level higher. In addition, high-grade materials were added during forging. Their quality has surpassed that of ordinary weapons made from blueprints. So Bai Xiaolan planned to start changing his clothes in the next 2 days. We will strive to replace all weapons below level B in the Pioneer group by the time of the first level 4 competition. As for other people's weapons, they could be replaced slowly. Then Bai Xiaolan took Li Ergu and a few others and moved all the extraordinary and A-level items except food and water to the empty room in the yard. After moving, Bai Xiaolan looked at the time. Noticing it was nearly 8 o'clock, he went to the generator room with 2 energy batteries. Start the generator directly and start charging the energy battery. This way you don't have to endure the noise at night. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Bai Xiaolan went to the warehouse again, picked up the extraordinary and A-level food that had just been left behind, and walked towards the restaurant. Among them, the A-level food and water are Bai Xiaolan's breakfast today. It can be used to improve your abilities. As for the extraordinary level food and water, Bai Xiaolan plans to classify them according to their abilities. Separate a portion of it and give it to Shui, Rengui, and other A-level people to eat, to see if they can start converting their abilities. After arriving outside the restaurant, Bai Xiaolan found a table and sat down. I started eating breakfast while waiting for Shui, Rengui, and the others. While Bai Xiaolan was waiting, other people also arrived in front of the restaurant one after another. However, compared to yesterday, there are much fewer people today, only about 100 people left. As for the remaining 400-odd people, they have been divided into several other restaurants according to their respective work areas. After all the A-level people arrived, Bai Xiaolan called them over. Looking at the food and water on the table, everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces, not knowing what Bai Xiaolan wanted to do. Just when they were confused, Bai Xiaolan spoke softly. These foods and water are of extraordinary quality and can speed up the transformation of abilities into attribute skills. According to my deduction, this may be the key to your breakthrough to the extraordinary level. As soon as Bai Xiaolan finished speaking, more than a dozen A-level people from the Qing Kong sword sect shouted in surprise at the same time. Extraordinary item. Looking at their surprised expressions, Bai Xiaolan remembered. People like Gui, Xuanli all had extraordinary masters when they were in the Qing Kong sword sect. They may have come into contact with extraordinary items before, and even knew that extraordinary items were the key to advancing from A-level to extraordinary. That's why when they hear about extraordinary items, they all show surprised expressions. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan looked at Gui, Xuanli, and others and asked, when you were in the Azure Sky Sword Sect, you were already A-level experts. Why hasn't anyone started transforming their abilities? Is it because of a lack of extraordinary items? Or is there some other factor involved? After hearing Bai Xiaolan's words, Gui Xuanli thought for a while and said, My lord, we are only at the A-level beginner level now. If we want to start transforming our abilities, we need to be at least at the advanced level. A-level beginner? Grade A is divided into elementary and advanced levels. This time it was Bai Xiaolan's turn to be confused. However, the limit of 100 attribute points cannot be improved at the A level. So how can we reach a higher level? Just when Bai Xiaolan was confused, Gui Xuanli continued. Human attributes are divided into 5 categories. When one of them reaches 100 points, it is considered a breakthrough to A level. And his strength at this time is only at the elementary level of A level. When both attributes are increased to 100 points, the strength is A-level medium. If any 3 attributes are raised to 100 points, it is A-level advanced. When one reaches a high level, the 3 attributes will form a balanced state in a body. Allows people to sense attribute energy. At this time, you can absorb energy and begin transforming your abilities. So that's how it is. Bai Xiaolan understood and nodded. In other words, although there are more than a dozen A-level people in a base, their strength is still some distance away from breaking through to the extraordinary level. Chapter 382 Forging Results, Rewards. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolan sighed. I got excited for nothing, thinking that with extraordinary food, everyone could move towards the extraordinary level. But I didn't expect that there was half a mountain between us. Then Bai Xiaolin lowered his head again and looked at the extraordinary food and water on the table. Since you know that you can't start the conversion now, there is naturally no need to try, otherwise it would be a serious waste. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone and said, "These extraordinary grade foods are the rewards I prepared for you. Whoever reaches advanced A level first can come to me to receive extraordinary food and begin the transformation towards the extraordinary level." "Thank you, my lord." Hearing Bai Xiaolin's words, Shui Ringue, Gue Xuanli, and others all showed excited expressions at the same time. His eyes became hot as he looked at the extraordinary food. Although their strength is only at the lower level of A level. But this does not hinder their expectations for extraordinary levels. At this moment, the aroma of food wafted out from the restaurant. "Okay, go have breakfast, and then start working." "Yes." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin packed up the extraordinary food and turned to walk towards the courtyard. The A-level food just now has already filled Bai Xiaolin's stomach, so there is naturally no need to stay for breakfast. After everyone finished breakfast, the members of the pioneer group above level C disappeared again in 3 directions of the small town. Their mission today is to explore further around the small town. As for the 2 subsidiary bases, all the surrounding alien races have been cleared out in the past 2 days, so there was no need to worry about any danger for the time being. The remaining D-level and ordinary people in the pioneer group stayed behind to continue training and improve their strength. As for the production team, they started their respective work according to the groups agreed upon a few days ago. After everyone was busy, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, Han Xiu and others were washing dishes. When they saw Bai Xiaolin coming in, they stood up hurriedly. "My lord." Seeing how nervous they were, Bai Xiaolin waved his hand. "You guys keep busy. I just want to tell you there's a batch of supplies in the warehouse. Go sort them out after you're done." "Yes." After saying that, Bai Xiaolin was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped, not knowing what he thought of. Then he thought for a while and said to Han Xiu, "You Lin Su Su, Yin San Yang, and the rest of you, teach the others how to cook as quickly as possible in the next few days. Then find Zhang Liang or Song, each to learn about the management and distribution of materials. When there are more people later, you won't have to cook anymore. You just need to be in charge of the distribution of all food and supplies. As for cooking, leave it to the other members of the housekeeping team." The reason why he suddenly mentioned this was because Bai Xiaolin thought of question. That is, there are fewer people now, and the total amount of food is relatively small, so there are no obvious problems. But later on, as the various types of food and the number of people in the base increased, problems can easily arise in the storage and distribution of food without proper management. Unequal distribution is a small matter, but it would be bad if some of the food went bad due to improper storage and management. That's why Bai Xiaolin asked a few people to study, so that they wouldn't have to worry about these problems arising. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Xiaolin walked towards the blacksmith shop again. Since you want to replace your weapons, you naturally have to strengthen the finished weapons first. As soon as he arrived at the door of the blacksmith shop, Bai Xiaolin heard a knocking sound coming from inside. When I looked out, I saw that all 10 forging furnaces were already in operation, and 50 people were busy working. Of course, most of these 50 people were forging iron. After all, most of them are apprentices who have just started. The only 2 people who can truly forge finished weapons are Zhu Tai and Zhu Shan. However, Zhu Shan's technology is only limited to forging finished weapons, and the quality is not guaranteed. In other words, the weapons that Bai Xiaolin needed to replace were basically forged by Zhu Tai alone. In this way, even if there are many apprentices, they can complete the initial forging of iron blocks. Zhu Tai could only forge about 10 weapons in a day. This is why you should change your clothes step by step. Only when these apprentices grow up and are able to complete the forging themselves can the efficiency of the blacksmith shop be truly improved. After greeting Zhu Tai, Bai Xiaolin came to the side of the blacksmith shop. Placed in the front are the artillery and crossbows sent for research, and in the back are the weapons forged these days. Among them, Zhu Tai had copied some of the repeating crossbows when he had free time. This is what Shui Ringue and others used to deal with the Eagle Man last time. However, because I'm not familiar enough with the structure of the crossbow, the quality of the copy is not very good. Even after being strengthened twice, some parts of it were damaged after use. There are also cannons and muskets, neither of which have been successfully researched yet. It will probably take some time to copy it. After passing the artillery and crossbows, Bai Xiaolin came to the area where the finished weapons were displayed. They are also the real results of Zhu Tai's forging in recent days. A total of 60 fine weapons, plus 9 D-level weapons. Looking at these weapons flashing with cold light, especially the 9 D-level weapons, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Because these weapons mean that he has gotten rid of the need for weapon blueprints. In addition, the existence of each D-level weapon leaves 2,000 survival points for yourself. Because they only need 3 intermediate enhancements to reach level A. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at Zhu Tai, who was sweating profusely beside the forge. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to reward him with an extraordinary item as a recognition of his hard work. The reward item is the Thunder Hammer that was opened today. Bai Xiaolin believed that Zhu Tai would definitely like this new forging hammer. Although with his current strength, he is still unable to unleash the true power of the Thunder Hammer. But just the A-level ability can take Zhu Tai's forging ability and strength to a higher level. After making the decision, Bai Xiaolin called Zhu Shan, who was grinding the materials. Then he and I moved dozens of weapons outside the blacksmith shop. Use a cart to transport it back to the yard. Then, after Zhu Shan left, Bai Xiaolin prepared to start strengthening these weapons. As for the Thunder Hammer, given to Zhu Tai, according to Bai Xiaolin's idea, he would wait until the evening when everyone was resting and then give the reward in front of everyone. At the same time, rewards were also given to Shui Rengui, Han Exen, Zhang Liang, and others. Among them, Shui Rengui used the A-level star-breaking halberd, while Han Exen and Zhang Liang were still using B-level weapons. So we just rewarded them together. Having an extraordinary weapon for each person can be considered an encouragement to others. I believe that when seeing this scene, others will be full of energy under the triple incentive of official position, strength, and weapons. Chapter 383. Increasing the population of subsidiary bases. Then Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen, starting with the D-level weapons. Survival point 18. Survival points minus 180. Survival point minus 1800. After 3 intermediate enhancements, all 9 weapons were enhanced to A level. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin picked up an exaggerated black sword and began to examine it. Zhan Yu /A level. An excellent weapon forged by Zhu Tai, combining sharpness and speed, and is the symbol of the god of death in the night. Extreme Shadow. When used, it can increase the user's agility by 100. When he saw the name of this weapon, Bai Xiaolin finally remembered why this broadsword looked familiar to him. It was Zangetsu in its initial state. Then Bai Xiaolin put it down and picked up a long sword that looked familiar. Yuan Hong /A level. An excellent weapon forged by Zhu Tai, integrating the remains of 5 exotic beasts, is a symbol of indestructibility. Starbreak. When used, it can 100 break the enemy's armor and defense. Another weapon from anime. The appearance of other weapons gradually overlapped with the weapons in Bai Xiaolin's impression. There are those from anime, movies and TV, and even historical records. Then, with a smile, Bai Xiaolin looked at the ordinary weapons. Their shapes are the same as these 9 weapons, and they are all forged according to the drawings drawn by Su Xianxian. There are even some that look exactly like the 9 weapons, with only differences in level. When seeing this scene, an idea came to Bai Xiaolin's mind. When more people come in later, maybe we can choose 1 or 2 of these weapons. Then they will be used as standard weapons and equipped to the lower level combatants. Then, without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen these ordinary weapons. Survival points minus 120. Survival points minus 1,200. Survival points minus 12,000. They're also strengthened 3 times, but their levels are only strengthened to be level. Of course, this level is sufficient for everyone to use at this stage. After all, in most alien bases, Class B weapons are still scarce, and it is considered good to have 1 or 2. As for us, as long as we equip ourselves, everyone will be at least B level. After putting all the weapons aside, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment and walked outside again. At the same time, he took out the seal and looked at it as he walked. Now that the area of Class A land has increased and the number of people it can support has increased, it is natural to summon these people out. However, Bai Xiaolin does not plan to keep these dozens of people in the main base this time. Instead, it is planned to be assigned to 2 subsidiary bases. The reason is that there are only a few people in the 2 bases and only a dozen people in the other. Sometimes I'm just too busy to do some things. So Bai Xiaolin planned to assign the dozens of people this time to them so that they could work faster. First, they came to base number 01, whereby Xiaolin found Luningli, who was refining. Then flip to the seal page and start redeeming directly. Luck value -30. Survival points +30. Hello, my humble servant Xueqi, Wang Chong, greets my lord. Get up. After nodding to the 30 people who appeared, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Luningli, who was beside him and had not yet reacted. Then he said with a smile, I'll leave these 30 people to you. With them, the oil refining process will be faster. Thank you, Brother Bai. When Lu Nungli reacted, an expression of surprise instantly appeared on his face. With these 30 people, not only will the work of others be easier, but the amount of oil refined every day can also be increased. When 30 people, led by Lu Nungli, began to study and get busy, Bai Xiaolin turned around again and walked towards the teleportation array. At the same time, I also considered two issues. That is, after the number of people increases, there will be problems with accommodation and food for the personnel in these two affiliated bases. The accommodation problem is easy to solve. You can first build a few cabins for them to live in. As for the issue of eating, now that the number of people has increased, it is definitely impossible for everyone to go to the main base to eat every day. Otherwise, if so many people lie down 1 or 2 times a day, the energy consumption of the teleportation array will be too great. So Bai Xiaolin thought about it and decided to start from today. After the housekeeping team prepared the meal, Han Xiu arranged for someone to deliver it to them. This not only saves dozens of people from running back and forth, but also saves the energy of the teleportation array. Of course, this kind of meal delivery is only temporary. When a number of people in the two bases exceeds 100, we can switch to transporting food, and then the housekeeping team will send people here to cook. While thinking, Bai Xiaolin had already arrived at base 02 through the teleportation array. According to Bai Xiaolin's previous plan, they had to wait until the number of seeds of crops such as rubber, cotton, and hemp increased. Then plant them at base 02 and turn this place into a plantation. Previously, there were only a few people at base 02, so they did not clear the land, but only made some wooden weapons for training. However, with the increase in manpower today, we will start clearing the land and preparing for the subsequent planting. Luck value -20. Survival points +20. Xiao Min Sheng Niu, Sun Xiao Air, greets the Lord. Follow me. From today on, you will be responsible for clearing the land here. Yes. Su Xianxian was drawing a blueprint in the room when she saw Bai Xiaolin leading a group of people walking out of the warehouse in a mighty manner. This made Su Xianxian think that there was danger around the base again, so Bai Xiaolin brought people over to clean it up. When he thought of this, Su Xianxian quickly stood up and ran to Bai Xiaolin. Oh Shen, what is this? Looking at the puzzled Su Xianxian, Bai Xiaolin raised his hand and pointed to the area inside the secondary wall. I plan to plant cotton and rubber here, so I'm handing these people over to you and asking them to clear the land within the wall first. Clear the land. Su Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there was no danger. Then he patted his chest and said to Bai Xiaolin, Don't worry, Master O, leave these people to me. I will definitely take them and clean them up. You don't need to clean it up. During this time, draw up some more blueprints, including shields, armor, and the like. Ok. After returning from base 02, Bai Xiaolin first came to the warehouse and found Han Xiu and others who were sorting supplies. I explained to them the food issues of the two affiliated bases. Then he returned to the yard and rummaged through the small warehouse. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaolin had 10 more cabin construction drawings in his hand. Several of these drawings were acquired previously, and most of the rest were obtained during land clearing in the past 2 days. It could be built on 2 subsidiary bases to provide housing for the 50 newcomers exchanged today. Of course, 10 cabins cannot accommodate 50 people, so they need to be strengthened before construction. Once it is upgraded to a high-end wooden house, it will be enough for dozens of people to live in. Chapter 384 Wooden Building, Purchase Message. After looking at the blueprint again, Bai Xiaolin began to strengthen. Survival points, -20. After an intermediate enhancement, all 10 drawings reached the level of advanced wooden houses. However, Bai Xiaolin did not build it immediately. Instead, he was curious whether the high-end wooden house would become a farmyard after being strengthened again. Out of curiosity, Bai Xiaolin strengthened it again. Survival points, -100. However, the enhanced blueprint did not upgrade into a farmyard as Bai Xiaolin had imagined. Instead, it has become 2 types, advanced wooden house +1 and wooden small building. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin directly opened the map and started building two types of buildings. Because the wooden house is only used for living, there is no need to strengthen it for the third time. Wood, 1200, thatch, 120, stone, 240, sand, 240. Survival points, plus 120. First, at base number 01, Xiaolin built 4 high-end wooden houses plus 1, which means 8 high-end wooden houses. One room can accommodate 5 people, which means a total of 40 people. Then comes base number 02. Xiaolin plans to build 3 high-end wooden houses plus 1, which can accommodate 30 people. Wood 900, thatch 90, stone 180, sand 180, survival points plus 90. As for the remaining 3 wooden buildings, Xiaolin thought about it and decided to build them in the main base. See how its quality is. If the quality is good, we can wait for the number of people in the base to increase. Directly upgrade and strengthen the hundreds of cabins before into wooden buildings. This will not only make the town more beautiful, but will also allow it to accommodate more people. Then he slid the map, selected 3 places in the small town, and began to build. Wood, 3,000, thatch, 300, stone, 300, sand, 300, glass, 300. Survival points plus 300. Hearing the prompt tone of successful construction, Xiaolin stood up and walked out of the yard. After a few minutes, Xiaolin stopped in front of a 2-story building. This small building is similar to the restaurant and the 2-story building in the farmyard, and is full of ancient style. The difference is that this small building is smaller and more suitable for living. After staring and thinking for a few seconds, an idea came to Xiaolin's mind. If we follow the previous upgrade plan, all the residential areas in the city will be upgraded into small buildings like this. Then, the moment the construction is successfully completed, the small town will become a real ancient city. It will be no different from the ancient cities in movies and TV shows. When thinking of this, Xiaolin's eyes showed a longing look. A few minutes later, the sudden sound in his ears interrupted Xiaolin's fantasy. "My lord, it's time for lunch." When he turned around, Xiaolin realized that it was already noon, and today at lunch, there were even fewer people eating in the restaurant. In order not to delay the exploration time, the pioneers brought their own food when they went out in the morning. So I didn't come back at noon today. After lunch, Xiaolin returned to his room and prepared to rest for half an hour. Not long after I closed my eyes, a message alert sounded in my ears. "Who is this? Contact yourself at noon." With doubts, Xiaolin grabbed the seal on the bedside and clicked on the private chat page. YC1777. God, some members of the Alliance wanted to ask you if you could sell us some more grade B water. When Xiaolin saw the message sent by Lin Shanshan, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. When I got up in the morning, I put 2,000 liters of grade B water on the trading area. If these fans need it, they could go directly to the trading area to buy it. Why would they come to me again? Are they not satisfied with the price in the trading zone and want to make themselves cheaper? Thinking of this, Xiaolin frowned. If this is really the case, there will be no need to give these fans any preferential treatment in the future. There is no need to prepare supplies separately to sell to them, because the price in the trading zone, the same as what I traded to them, has increased several times. If you still want to get a better deal, you're just taking advantage of yourself. Thinking of this, Xiaolin replied. If you need it, you can go to the trading area to buy it. Oh Shun, the B-grade water in the trading area is gone, so the others asked me to contact you. It's gone. The moment he saw the reply, Xiaolin sat up immediately. Yesterday's 2,000 liters of grade B water were sold out by the afternoon. How could it be sold out so quickly today? With doubts, Xiaolin clicked on the human trading area. Turns out it was really gone. 2,000 liters of grade B water, sold cleanly in just a few hours. The reason is tonight's third-level competition, and many people want to improve their strength as much as possible before the third-level competition begins. So when I got resource cards, or other types of cards, I traded them for B-level water as soon as possible. And for some people, by the time they got the card, the B-grade water had already been traded away. So some fans wanted to go through Lin Shanshan and the other person to use the back door to trade some B-grade water from Xiaolin. Xiaolin understood, and a smile appeared on his face. We're not afraid that you trade a lot, but we are afraid that you have no materials to trade. Then he didn't think any more and replied quickly. If it's because of the war, I can prepare 1,000 liters of grade B water for you every day for the next period of time, to ensure that your strength can be improved as quickly as possible. But you have to keep it secret and not spread it out. Once anyone knows about it, I will stop supplying it. After the message was sent, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. In this case, it is equivalent to selling 1 more ton of grade B water every day. As for why we keep it secret, it is to make these fans think that we value them more. On the other side, Lin Shanshan stared at the cornerstone page expectantly after the message was sent. When you hear the second prompt tone, you will also see the message appear on the page. 1,000 liters a day. Lin Shanshan let out a surprised sound. This was 10 times more shocking than the transaction the night before. Because the day before yesterday was just a one-time transaction, and this one is 1,000 liters per day. As long as it lasts for 10 days, it means 10,000 liters of B-grade water, which can upgrade at least 500 people to C-grade. And after these days of increasing deaths, the number of Alliance members now is just over 2,000. This means that in just 10 days or so, a quarter of the Alliance can be promoted to Class C. This is a terrifying number. Lin Shanshan believed that if other people knew this news, they would be as surprised as she was. As for the issue of confidentiality, Lin Shanshan is not worried at all. Because when it comes to increasing strength, no one would risk revealing the news unless they are a fool. Chapter 386. If no one is here, we will come in. Then with joy, Lin Shanshan quickly replied, "Don't worry, Master O. We will keep it a secret." After sending the message, Bai Xiaolin got up and went to the yard. Compared to selling supplies, rest is not important at all. In just a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin filled a large bucket of grade B water, which was 1,000 liters. Just sold it to Lin Shanshan and others. As for the human trading area, Bai Xiaolin does not plan to sell it today. Because 2,000 liters per day is already enough, if a few thousand more liters are sold, the value of grade B water in the eyes of others will definitely decrease. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. If the trading area has just been sold out, I will take out a few thousand liters of grade B water and put it on the trading area again. It will give others the illusion that they may have unlimited grade B water. By then, even if the price you sell it is 3 or 4 times cheaper than the luck exchange price, others will still feel that it is expensive. Maybe they'll band together and get themselves to lower their prices again. So in Bai Xiaolin's mind, putting 2,000 liters on the shelves every day is enough, so that he can achieve a long-term steady income. Then he traded BG Shui to Lin Shanshan. Bai Xiaolin closed his eyes again and lay in bed for about half an hour. At around 1 o'clock, Bai Xiaolin came out of the yard and walked towards the generator warehouse. After a morning, the diesel in the generator was almost used up and needed to be replenished. Then Bai Xiaolin found Nong Sang and his men who had not rested. Then I took them with me and added some diesel to the generator. By the way, I also taught them the steps to add diesel. This way, you don't have to worry about generating electricity or refueling the generator in the future. After Nong Sang and his companions left, Bai Xiaolin found Zhang Liang again to discuss the distribution of rewards in the evening. By the time the discussion was over, it was almost 2 o'clock. The housekeeping team, led by Han Xiu, had already sorted out all the supplies that had been distributed in the morning. After separating from Zhang Liang, Bai Xiaolin went to the warehouse alone and began to check the sorted B-level and C-level supplies. Among them, B-level weapons, as well as B-level and C-level clothing and armor, can be selected separately. Like other B-level weapons, it was distributed to the Pioneer Group. Then there are the B-level and C-level foods, which can also be kept separately and taken with you when participating in war competitions. It is both dry food that can restore physical strength and medicine that can heal injuries. As for the remaining more peculiar ones, they were assigned to the housekeeping team and the production team to see if they could use them. Just when Bai Xiaolin was checking, Han Xin and others, who had explored the farthest, had already arrived more than 10 kilometers west of the town. Not far ahead of them was a small river less than 2 meters wide. What caught everyone's attention was that there was a small man-made pond 4 or 5 meters away from the river. In the pond, there are several small fish swimming happily. Seeing this scene, Han Xin instantly understood that there must be a base nearby. And this base is most likely the base of the human race. Because none of the alien races Han Xin encountered in the past few days knew how to raise animals. After observing the surroundings for a while, Han Xin fixed his sights on a valley about 200 meters away from the fish pond. Because the grass here is obviously denser than other places, and there are signs of covering up. After determining the location, Zhang Liang nodded to the others, and then the group quietly headed towards the valley. My agility is already 17 points. It's a pity that I've used up all the B-level water. Otherwise, I would have been able to raise my strength to D level before 8 o'clock. Looking at his property page, Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh. The day before yesterday, I used the character cards and taming cards I had saved to exchange 5 liters of B-level water from Ocean. Unfortunately, he still failed to raise his strength to D level. When thinking of this, Wu Yu couldn't help but feel a little envious. Envy other people's luck. When collecting supplies, you can collect resource cards, which can be exchanged for 10 liters of B-grade water at a time. Unlike me, the best card I got these days was just a character card, which could only be exchanged for 1 liter of B-grade water. Then he sighed again and looked at his men. The second sister of the Alliance just informed us that God has traded another 1,000 liters of B-grade water to the Alliance. In other words, as long as he can collect 3 character cards or taming cards in the next few hours, there is still hope. Before 8 o'clock, the strength can be improved to D level. Thinking of this, Wu Yu didn't waste any more time. He picked up the iron axe and said to his men, "Have you all had a good rest? If you have, let's go." The sooner you start collecting supplies, the sooner you can collect what you want. Hearing Wu Yu's words, several ragged men nearby quickly picked up their tools and stood up. Return to the master. Rest well. The worn-out clothes of several people are also the current situation of most bases. Because the supply cards can only produce a few pieces of clothing, they cannot withstand the daily collection of supplies and the damage and consumption in battle. That's why the clothes people were become more and more worn out. Then let's go. We'll collect in the north today. After speaking to a few of his men, Wu Yu walked towards the entrance of the base. Bang! Bang! As a result, I had just taken 2 steps when I heard several knocks on the door outside. At the same time, a strange voice inquiring was heard. "Hello, is anyone there?" Hearing the unfamiliar voice outside the door, Wu Yu froze in place for a moment, because all his men were behind him at this time, and no one was outside. Moreover, their base was hidden in a valley, and there were no other human bases nearby. So where did the sound outside the door come from? After staring at the door for a few seconds, Wu Yu thought of a possibility. Could it be that some alien race appeared nearby and discovered their base, so they wanted to attack them? But how can aliens understand the human language? Just when Wu Yu was stunned, the sound outside the door sounded again. "If no one is here, we'll come in." When they heard this, Wu Yu and several of his men tightened their grip on the tools in their hands. In an instant, several of his men took a few steps forward to block Wu Yu, staring nervously at the direction of the gate. Then, under the gazes of several people, the gate of the base was slowly pushed open. The bolt behind the door was like tofu at this time and had no effect at all. But the next second, they were stunned again, because the figures standing behind the door were not aliens, but a group of neatly dressed humans. Especially the few people in front, their entire bodies were wrapped in armor, exuding a murderous aura. Wu Yu had only one feeling, that is, every one of these people could easily kill him. Chapter 387 Gift. When Han Xian and others arrived at the valley, it took less than 2 minutes to find the hidden base. And through the aura in the base, he determined that there were indeed humans inside. Moreover, everyone understood the strength of these human races in an instant, because the strongest person in the entire base has not reached D level. There is no possibility of hiding in front of Han Xian and others whose strength is at least B level. Then, out of politeness, Han Xian knocked on the door and wanted to go in to find out more. However, they didn't expect that the people inside were completely frightened by the appearance of their people. So after saying hello, Han Xian could only gently push the door open by himself. After pushing open the door, everyone saw the humans inside. I saw a few people gathered together, holding simple weapons and staring at me nervously. Then he looked around the few people and took a walk around the base, getting a general idea of the entire base. Han Xian showed a warm smile on his face and said to the man who was protected behind him, "Hello, you're the owner of this base. We are explorers from another base, responsible for exploring and clearing out the surrounding alien races. You can call me General Han." The reason I said this is because of Bai Xiaolin's instructions. When you're out exploring, if you encounter any alien species, kill them immediately. If you encounter a human base, you don't need to deal with it. Just hide your identity. And if possible, contact these human bases to learn about their current situation. Because this is in the chat channel, you can't understand it. After Han Xian finished speaking, Wu Yu and the base finally reacted. These suddenly appearing humans are likely to have come from a powerful base somewhere that they are unaware of. The purpose of their appearance in front of him was probably the same as that of some alien races seen in the chat channel. That is to follow the river and attack the bases of other races on both sides. When he thought of this, Wu Yu showed an expression of admiration on his face. Because from information he knew, everyone chose to hide after knowing that they could attack along the river. No one dared to attack the alien base along the river. And the people in front of me are the first group I have seen. It can be seen that there are also powerful bases among the human race. Then Wu Yu quickly put away the iron axe in his hand and said to Han Xin and others at the door, "General Han, you guys come in first. Standing outside will easily be discovered by the aliens." "Good." After nodding, Han Xin and others left a few on guard, and the rest rushed into the base. More than 20 people instantly filled the small, enclosed courtyard. After Han Xin and the others found a place to sit down, Wu Yu quickly looked at one of his men. "Xiao Sun, go get some water for General Han and the others." "Yes." Before Xiao Sun turned around, he heard Han Xin, who was sitting there, say with a smile, "You're welcome, Lord. We all have water with us." After saying that, Han Xin took off the package on his back, placed it in front of him, and patted it, indicating to Wu Yu that there was no need to bother. After seeing this scene, Wu Yu said no more. Then he thought about it, walked directly to Han Xin, and sat down, looking at Han Xin, and said excitedly, "General Han, you dare to come out and fight against the aliens. You must be very powerful. I think the others are at least D-level, and General Han, you're most likely a C-level expert. Am I right?" Hearing Wu Yu's words, Han Xin smiled. "Almost." Then, without waiting for Wu Yu to continue speaking, he began to ask for some information he wanted to know. For example, how many dangerous situations have we encountered these days? Are there any powerful wild beasts in the surrounding mountains and forests? For example, do you know the distribution of the surrounding ethnic groups and their specific strength? The reason why I'm so anxious is to avoid wasting time. After all, the purpose of these people coming out is to find and deal with some powerful alien races. If you stay in one place for too long, you will lose too much hunting time. After chatting for nearly an hour, Han Xin almost knew all the information he wanted to know. As for his own information, he did not reveal any of it. Everything depends on Wu Yu's guess. Then he stood up, thought for a moment, and waved to Su Arai behind him. After discussing for a few words, the two men opened their packages, took out 2 water bags, and placed them in front of Wu Yu. During the chat, just now, Han Xin had already learned that Wu Yu's strength was only 3 points away from level D. There are about 4 liters of grade B water left in these 2 water bags. Now I hand them over to Wu Yu as a reward for getting the information from him. I believe that with this B-grade water, Wu Yu could be promoted to D-grade. This way the chances of surviving are greater. In Bai Xiaolin's plan, the human base and the alien base have 2 completely different uses. Therefore, Bai Xiaolin also hopes to see more of these human bases remain. After this period of time, Wu Yu is already very familiar with water bags used to store water. So when he saw the water bag Han Xin put down, he understood that Han Xin wanted to give the water in it to him. Then he quickly picked up the water bag, handed it to Han Xin, and said, "Brother Han, keep this water for yourselves to drink on the way. I have no shortage of water here." There was indeed a shortage of drinking water in Wu Yu's base before. But now we have a small river, and the river water can be drunk by simply filtering it. So there is no shortage of water at all. Looking at the water bag Wu Yu picked up, Han Xin did not reach out to take it, but said with a smile, "These 2 water bags contain B-grade pure water, enough to increase your agility attribute by about 4 points. Grade B purified water." Wu Yu's hand holding the water bag froze in the air for an instant. I originally thought that I was delayed today, and it would be impossible to collect the cards I wanted before the evening and improve my strength. But unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events, and I got B-grade water directly. But this is too precious. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Wu Yu handed over the B-grade water again. "Brother Han, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Take it. Only by improving your strength can you survive better. If you really think it is too precious, just think of this grade B water as a loan from us. Just return it when we meet next time. That's fine. When my strength improves, I will definitely repay you, Brother Han, double or triple." After hearing Han Xion's words, Wu Yu no longer refused. After all, for me, improving my strength is the most important thing now. Only when your strength is improved will you have a greater chance of winning in the next competition. Seeing that Wu Yu no longer refused, Han Xion smiled and nodded. "Then we'll leave first. See you next time if there's a chance." Chapter 388, Start Burning. After coming out of the call, Han Xian turned his head again and took a look at the base hidden in the grass. Although we kept saying see you next time, no one knows whether we could see each other again next time. Then he shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Han Xian looked around and pointed in a direction and said, "Set off." Han Xian had already learned all about the possibility of alien races in that direction when he was chatting with Wu Yu just now. So now it's time to head straight to the destination. After Han Xian and others left, several of Wu Yu's men also walked out of the base and began to collect supplies nearby. As for Wu Yu himself, he stayed to absorb the gray bee water. As long as I absorb it all, I can reach level D before tonight. In a small town, in less than half an hour, Bai Xiaolin had sorted out all the B-level and C-level items. Then, after taking out the B-level weapon separately and doing some simple calculations, Bai Xiaolin began to think. Now, in addition to the extraordinary weapons, he owns a total of 15 A-level weapons and 8 A-level armors, 75 B-level weapons and 10 B-level armors. And among all the personnel above level C in the base now, there are 17 A-level weapons. One of them has an extraordinary weapon, 14 have A-level weapons, and 2 have B-level weapons. Among these people, about 3 of them need to have their weapons replaced. They are Shui Rengue, who possesses A-level weapons, and Zhang Liang and Han Xian, who possess B-level weapons. According to Bai Xiaolin's idea, he wanted to directly reward them with extraordinary weapons. As for Yao Xuanxin and others, they do not need to be replaced for the time being. If necessary later, you can continue to strengthen their current weapons. After all, these weapons are initially C-level. Then there are more than 40 B-level ones. Among these people, there were about 30 pioneers. Among them, the weapons of Lin Huangsheng and his 10 companions are only B-level now, but they do not need to be replaced either. Because their blue star sword has only been strengthened twice, it can be strengthened once more this time, directly to grade A. Apart from Lin Huangsheng and his group, the remaining were Zhang He, Lin Sulong, Qin Yangshan, and less than 20 other people. Most of the weapons they use now are C-level weapons, and this time they're all replaced with A-level. As for the remaining dozen or so B-level ones, they don't need to fight for the time being, so there is no rush to change weapons. When there are enough weapons later, we will slowly replace them. Then there are 38 C-level ones. More than 10 of them who belong to other groups were not in a hurry to change their weapons for the time being. The more than 20 people belonging to the Pioneer group all replace their weapons with B-level weapons, which is convenient for fighting. By this calculation, there are about 50 B-level weapons left. The remaining D-level members and ordinary people in the pioneering group total about 50 people. After several days of training and improvement, their strength has improved significantly. According to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, all of this group of people could be promoted to Class C in about 4 days at most. At that time, the remaining 50 B-level weapons can also be distributed. Then he called Zhang Liang over and told him to start making arrangements for the evening reward. Bai Xiaolin walked alone towards the west of the town. As a result, just after taking a few steps, 2 warning sounds rang in my ears. Survival points plus 1,000. Congratulations on successfully destroying the level 2 troglodyte base. From today onwards, your subordinates will immediately awaken their night vision talent. Listening to the prompt sound in his ear, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression. When the pioneering team set out today, considering that it would be inconvenient and unrealistic to capture all the aliens as the exploration distance became longer, Bai Xiaolin entrusted Shui Rengue and the other 2. In the future, we will simply capture only 2 kinds of alien races, either the stronger ones or the more numerous ones. As for other alien races that are small in number and weak in strength, they are all eliminated on the spot. This way you can gain survival points without having to waste slave cards by catching them back, which can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The second level caveman base, just now, was the 6th alien base destroyed today. This made Bai Xiaolin start to look forward to how many weak alien bases the pioneering team could destroy throughout the day. Every time you destroy an alien base, you can get 1,000 survival points, plus a guardian stone of varying levels. This is a benefit that cannot be gained by enslaving other races. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin continued walking towards the west. At this time, one of the 4 workshops on the west side of the town had begun to emit wisps of green smoke. It was Song Yi, Gong Shu Yu, and others who were conducting the firing experiment. As long as the experiment is successful, the small town will be able to produce 4 items, including red bricks and cement needed for the next upgrade. Following the trail of green smoke, Bai Xiaolin arrived at the cement workshop. But what puzzled Bai Xiaolin was that, at this moment, there were only less than 10 people guarding a kiln in the cement workshop. As for the remaining dozens of people, there was no trace of them. After asking, Bai Xiaolin found out that Song Yi took the rest of the people to make bricks. Because the firing of red bricks requires the preparation of brick blanks a few days in advance, the firing can only be carried out after the moisture in the brick blanks evaporates. A kiln of bricks takes a day to fire, and at least tens of thousands of bricks can be fired at a time. In other words, if the brick kiln wants to work continuously, Song Yi and others will have to produce at least tens of thousands of bricks a day. By this calculation, just making bricks is a huge project. After all, Song Yi and his group only had 80 people in total. Even if you spend all your time every day making bricks, you can only make a few thousand bricks a day at most. And if that's the case, there won't be time to study the remaining workshops. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin decided to catch the aliens later and let them be responsible for making bricks. In this way, Song Yi and others can save the most time-consuming process. There is also time to try to operate the remaining 2 workshops. Compared with firing cement and red bricks, the other 2 workshops are much more complicated. Even if we have the firing technology, it will probably take more than a day or 2 to make it. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin took a few steps forward, stood in front of the cement kiln, and began to observe. Limestone and clay are fired inside. After the clinker is burned for several hours, it can be ground into powder together with slag and gypsum to obtain the desired cement. After observing for a few minutes and confirming that there was no problem, Bai Xiaolin came out of the cement workshop and walked towards the West City Gate. Because the red brick workshop is only 2,000 square meters, excluding the brick kiln and other buildings, the available open space is at most 1,000 square meters. The area required for the initial production and drying of brick blanks is much larger than this. So after thinking about it, Song Yi decided to take others with him to make bricks directly outside the city gate. After the bricks have been dried, they are moved to the red brick workshop for the final firing. This not only makes it easier to make bricks, but also eliminates the need to transport raw materials into the city. Chapter 389 Expectations. When Bai Xiaolin came out, Song Yi and others were busy. Among dozens of people, some are responsible for grinding and sifting the raw materials, while others are responsible for adding water and mud to the sifted raw materials. Someone is responsible for filling the mixed soil into molds to make bricks. Then the rest of the people built a straw hut nearby. After the bricks are demolded, they can be stacked under the straw shed and dried in the sun. Basically, after drying for 3 to 5 days, it can be transported back to the red brick workshop for the final step of firing. After standing aside and watching for 2 minutes, Bai Xiaolin thought about it and felt that he didn't have anything to do next. He came to Song Yi and others and helped them make bricks. The process that Bai Xiaolin is responsible for is to press the mixed brick mud into the mold. After all, this is the simplest. After being busy for nearly 3 hours, the sky outside began to darken. After discussing with Bai Xiaolin, Song Yi turned and said to the others, "Everyone, work hard and finish making the last bit of bricks and mud, then we can go back to the cement workshop." Yes. After hearing Song Yi's words, everyone quickened their movements again. The reason for returning to the cement workshop was because, according to Song Yi's estimation, after several hours of firing in the afternoon, the clinker needed to make cement has almost been successfully calcined. Now let's go back and let the cement kiln cool down, and at the same time, let the clinker inside cool down. This way, after dinner in the evening or when you wake up tomorrow morning, you can try adding other ingredients to grind. Make real cement. After about 10 minutes, everyone packed up their tools and walked towards the city wall. As for the bricks, they are left outside to dry. After all, they are made of clay, so there's no need to worry about them being damaged. After returning to the city wall, Bai Xiaolin did not go with Song Yi and others. Instead, after giving instructions to Song Yi, he walked towards the restaurant alone. I plan to go and see how Zhang Liang's arrangements are going. As the distance got closer, Bai Xiaolin also saw that the colorful flags were replanted around the platform. And above the platform, there was now a row of tables. On both sides of the table, there were neatly arranged B-level weapons, covered with silk. Bai Xiaolin knew, without a doubt, that underneath the silk were several extraordinary items and more than a dozen A-level weapons that he had prepared. In addition, there are some prepared fruits and half a bucket of gravy water on the side of the platform. Fruit is for everyone to eat. Gravy water is a reward for alien slaves. The number has increased several times compared to last time, and more alien slaves can be rewarded. This can not only increase the slaves' enthusiasm for work, but also gradually improve their strength. When needed later, it can be used as a vanguard to participate in the battle. After confirming that everything was ready, Bai Xiaolin walked towards the northwest corner of the town. According to the estimated time, the pioneer group and others should be back soon. After sitting in the northwest corner of the town for more than 10 minutes, Xuerengui's group came over from the direction of the city gate. Surrounding them were only a few dozen aliens. Of course, this number was also within Bai Xiaolin's estimate. After all, most of the alien races today were not captured, but killed directly to contribute survival points. After Xuerengui and others approached, Bai Xiaolin stared at the 20 or so aliens and observed them. They are divided into two types in total. One is the bear tribe with only 5 people. The strongest one is a B-level one, and the rest are C-level. The second type is the pig-headed people, but compared with the pig-headed people from the previous 2 days, these pig-headed people are much stronger. Among them, there are 4 people in C-level, and the rest are D-level. It can be seen at a glance that they are taking the elite route. Then Bai Xiaolin used 2 slave cards to enslave both groups of aliens. Then he and Xuerengui walked aside and chatted while waiting for the other 2 groups. While chatting, Bai Xiaolin took over the 3 waiting stones from Xuerengui. This also means that Xuerengui's team encountered a total of 5 alien bases today. Capture the 2 strong ones and destroy the 3 weak ones directly. In addition to these 5 alien bases, they also encountered 2 human bases. However, the strength of the human base is no match for the powerful alien races, and the strongest is only comparable to the weak alien races. Of course, Bai Xiaolin believes that this strength is only temporary. Because of the B-level pure water traded from him, the strength of other human bases can be improved quickly. A large number of C-level appeared. Then, more than 10 minutes later, Han Xian and Yu Jin's teams returned to the base one after another. These 2 teams captured a total of 3 alien species. They're the tiger-headed human tribe with B-level, the tree demon tribe with several C-level, and the goblin tribe with a relatively large number of people. In addition to these 3 alien races, they also took out 7 stone guards. This also represents the total achievements of the pioneering team today. In addition, Bai Xiaolin also learned about the distribution of other human bases within a radius of more than 10 kilometers from the base. Bai Xiaolin's current approach to these human bases is to let them go for the time being. Only when their strength reaches a certain level can they be of real use to me. After arranging the aliens, Bai Xiaolin, Xuerengui, and others turned around and walked towards the restaurant again. As soon as they approached the restaurant, everyone saw the layout on the platform. Thinking of the last official appointment ceremony, an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. I hope that this time, whether it is an appointment or a reward, I can have my own share. While others were waiting, many A-level players had already guessed what today's theme was through the sharp edges faintly visible onto the silk. That's the weapon reward. After dinner, hundreds of people and hundreds of slaves gathered in the open space in front of the platform. What happened next also confirmed their guess. Standing on the high platform and looking at the dark crowd below, Bai Xiaolin once again showed a satisfied expression. Because now in the base, the total number of human and alien slaves has reached more than 1,200. This number is absolutely unimaginable to others. Then he nodded and spoke to the people below the stage. The only reason we gather here today is to reward you for your contributions to the base. The reward is a higher level weapon. When he said this, Bai Xiaolin casually pulled out a piece of silk from a table beside him. The weapons placed on top were revealed. Extraordinary weapon, Thunder Hammer. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, Bai Xiaolin took it in his hand and waved it around. When Bai Xiaolin waved, everyone's attention was instantly attracted, and they all showed expectant eyes. After all, everyone wants to own a powerful weapon. Chapter 390 Reward. After waving the Thunder Hammer for more than 10 seconds, Bai Xiaolin threw it directly into the crowd. Zhu Tai, who was sitting on the stool, looked at the Thunder Hammer that was getting closer and closer to him with an expression of disbelief. Then he subconsciously stood up and took it in his hand. However, at this moment, Zhu Tai still couldn't believe that this extraordinary Thunder Hammer would be a reward for him. After all, he is only B-level now, and there is only one extraordinary weapon among the many A-level ones. Just when Zhu Tai was at a loss, Bai Xiaolin's voice rang in his ears. From today on, this Thunder Hammer will be your weapon. I hope you can make even greater contributions to the base. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, Zhu Tai finally confirmed that this thunderhammer was really a reward for him. An expression of excitement instantly appeared on his face. Thank you, my lord. Zhu Tai will definitely live up to your kindness. After saying this, he touched the thunderhammer with a look of joy, as if he was touching his new wife. Because Zhu Tai believed that with this thunderhammer, his forging skills would definitely be improved. The other people around looked at this scene with envy, looking forward to being the next one. On the platform, Bai Xiaolin had already picked up another weapon. Extraordinary weapon, Meteor Sword. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Bai Xiaolin threw it into the crowd again. The meteorite sword drew an arc in the air and fell directly into Han Xian's hands. Looking at Han Xian, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, I hope that in your hands, this meteorite sword can slay more alien races and protect Jing village from being invaded. Yes, feeling the power of the meteorite sword, Han Xian showed a hint of joy on his face, because this means that one's own strength can become stronger. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Xiaolin picked up the third extraordinary item again. However, unlike the first two, this third extraordinary item is not a weapon, but a piece of clothing. Extraordinary defensive clothing. After showing it to the crowd, Bai Xiaolin handed it to Zhang Liang behind him. With this extraordinary clothing, you can temporarily resist even the attack of the extraordinary level. Thank you, my lord. The reason why Zhang Liang was rewarded with clothes was that compared with the other members of the pioneer group, Zhang Liang was not good at fighting. So compared to weapons, defensive items are more suitable for him. The fourth person to receive the reward was Shui Rengui, and the reward was an extraordinary level basalt shield. This was the reward given after Bai Xiaolin and Shui Rengui discussed it, because Shui Rengui felt that the star-breaking halberd was the most suitable weapon for him at this stage. There was no need to change it for the time being. After completing the extraordinary weapon reward, Bai Xiaolin gave his position to Zhang Liang. He will be in charge of the next rewards, which can also be said to be the replacement of weapons. Zhang He, reward. A level weapon, star-breaking crossbow. Lin Sulong, the reward is the A-level weapon, the Star Crusher. Chen Yangshan, the reward is the A-level weapon, the Star-breaking blade. Li Ergu, the reward is the A-level weapon, the Star-crushing axe. 10 minutes later, with the last weapon reward given out, there were only a dozen or so tables left on the platform. The people below the stage were now in two completely different states. Dozens of people who received new weapons showed excited expressions. The others who didn't get weapons showed frustrated and disappointed expressions. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin said with a smile, Don't be disappointed if you didn't get any new weapons, because today's weapon rewards are just the beginning. In the next few days, as long as everyone performs well, they will have the opportunity to receive a B-level weapon as a reward. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned around and looked at the alien slave beside him. At this time, hundreds of slaves were shocked by the scene just now. Especially the leaders of various races, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. When they were captured, they had already imagined the power of this human base. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful that even extraordinary weapons could be rewarded. And the B-level weapons that he had always dreamed of were available to everyone here. Looking at the shocked expressions of these foreign slaves, Bai Xiaolin smiled again. Because Bai Xiaolin believed that after seeing this scene, these foreign slaves would become more honest and would not dare to have any bad thoughts. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin spoke again. I've said this many times before, as long as you work hard and don't slack off, you will definitely receive a lot of rewards for improving your strength. And your performance over the past 2 days has been quite good, so I've decided to reward you with another batch of B-grade water. Bai Xiaolin waved his hand as he spoke, and then he saw several people waiting under the platform, quickly lifting a large wooden barrel onto the platform. With the appearance of the wooden barrel, the eyes of some lion slaves who had received rewards before suddenly became hot. The new alien races that appeared in the past few days showed expressions of expectation and disbelief. The reason for the anticipation is that Bai Xiaolin did say that as long as you perform well, you will be rewarded with improved strength. I couldn't believe it because I didn't expect that Bai Xiaolin would actually give a reward in such a large amount of B-grade water. Then, under the complicated gazes of the foreign slaves, Bai Xiaolin took a piece of paper from Li Ergu. What is recorded above is the performance of these foreign slaves over the past 2 days. At the same time, Li Ergu and Song Yi also had their rewards calculated based on their performance. After scanning the paper, Bai Xiaolin returned it to Li Ergu and signaled that he could start. Cough, cough. Li Ergu took the paper and coughed twice, attracting the attention of many slaves. He raised his chin high and began to give out awards with a proud look on his face. Lion 5 performed well, and I'll reward you with 3 liters of grade B purified water. Thank you for the reward, master. As Li Ergu finished speaking, a lion man stood up excitedly. This lion man is Lion 6, who received the most rewards last time. After absorbing 2 liters of grade B water, his number was successfully upgraded to Lion 5. Lion 1, Lion 2, Snake Cultivator, Dark Jade, Pig 3, Sun Meow, you performed well too. 2 liters of grade B purified water are your reward. There were more than 50 slaves who received the 2-liter reward. Basically, they're the best among the foreign slaves. Then there were nearly 100 slaves who received a reward of 1 liter. Compared with the slaves who received 2 liters, this group of foreign slaves did not perform worse at work. It's because their strength is too weak. Even if they try hard, there is still a big gap between them and the strong ones. Of course, in Bai Xiaolin's opinion, such a gap is the best. It can make foreign slaves work harder. Then, when the slaves began to absorb the grade B water, Bai Xiaolin thought for a moment, turned around and walked towards the yard. Song Yi and others walked towards the workshop on the west side of the town. After more than 2 hours of cooling, they decided to see if they could start grinding to make cement. Chapter 391 Discussions Caused by Contact. After returning to the room, Bai Xiaolin first took out the seal and opened the human chat channel. Because competitions below level 3 are held every 3 days, there is no one chatting in the chat channel at this time. The content of the chat channel also stopped more than half an hour ago. Of course, Bai Xiaolin opened the chat channel at this time, not to watch everyone chatting, but to confirm something. Then without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin quickly flipped through the pages. Not long after, Bai Xiaolin thought of the news he wanted, and the time on the page was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You won't believe it, but I actually ran into other humans in the base. What's the meaning? It was the Terrans who had other bases. They explored along the river and found my base. Really? Now the Terran base is so strong that they dare to explore along the river. I can't say anything about other people's bases, but Oshun's base definitely has the ability to explore along the river. Looking at the number of the farm's base, it's very close to the base of Lord O. I guess the people you met are probably Lord O's men. I had guessed the same thing before, because when those people left, they gave me a few liters of grade B purified water for free. At this stage, the only one who can produce so much B-grade water is probably Oshun. Fuck, brother, you're so lucky. You actually got a few liters of B-grade water from God O for free. What I want to say is that I also met some strange humans this morning, and they gave me 2 liters of grade B water. I encountered that too, but instead of giving me water, they gave me a few C-grade steamed buns. I'm really envious. Looking at the message on the page, Bai Xiaolin showed an expression of as expected. When these people meet other human beings, the first person they think of is themselves. Just like when the surrounding alien bases disappeared 2 days ago, the other aliens were the first to guess that it was their own doing. Because this is something that cannot be hidden, because among the bases with closer distances, our base is the most powerful. When faced with a group of strangers who suddenly appear, others will naturally think of themselves first. Of course, this is something Bai Xiaolin didn't intend to hide. Because if he wanted to hide, he would not let Shui Rengue and others contact these human bases. The reason for not hiding it is that it is not very useful, and the other is that it is unnecessary. With the numbers as a guide, both humans and aliens can easily find the location of their base. So even if it is hidden, it won't be of much use. The reason for this is that he is the most powerful person around, and even if others discover him, no one dares to attack him, unless he is tired of living. If I had a few liters of B-grade water, I could definitely break through to D-grade. I also met some strange humans today, but why didn't they give me anything? Ha. Brother upstairs, your luck is only half good. Looking at your numbers, you should be relatively close to the people in front of you. I guess those subordinates of Lord O have already given away all the gifts, so there will naturally be nothing left for you. Fuck, why am I so unlucky? Brother, let me give you an idea. You are relatively close to Oshun's base, so you could go directly to him. By then, with God O as our backer, we won't have to worry about alien races and beasts. In addition, with the support of Oshun, your strength will definitely be able to quickly rise to C level or even B level. That's a good idea. I'd do it if it were me. Then Bai Xiaolin continued to look through it for a while, and when he saw someone suggest asking people nearby to come find him, Bai Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, then a playful smile appeared on his face. Because this kind of thing could really happen. Then Bai Xiaolin began to think about how he should arrange them if someone really came to find him. After thinking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin came up with an idea. That is to let these people do odd jobs in the small town, let them help themselves with things, and then give them some compensation. I believe it only takes 1 or 2 liters of B-grade water or 1 or 2 high-level weapons. These people will work hard for themselves and build their own small town better. And the consumption of 1 or 2 liters of grade B water is much more cost-effective than having your own men do the work. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin showed a smile on his face. At the same time, I began to hope that the human beings around me could find me as soon as possible. Then, with a smile, I didn't think any more about it. Bai Xiaolin exited the chat channel, clicked on the human trading area, and began to check the gains from today's transactions. 2,000 liters of grade B water. A total of 50 copy cards were traded. 15 resource cards, 25 universal language card for all races, and 10 first-level guardian stones. 93 character cards, 120 taming cards, 152 slave cards, and 135 mirror cards. Plus 732 survival points. What's different from yesterday is that among the several types of cards traded today, there are obviously more that require luck to exchange. It can be seen that some people have stopped accumulating luck points in order to enhance their strength. Then Bai Xiaolin didn't rush to put the cards away, because they were not all that he had traded today. With a smile, Bai Xiaolin opened Lin Shanshan's private chat page again. On the page was a message sent by Lin Shanshan at around 5 o'clock, as well as a transaction information. Oh Shun, the 1,000 liters of B-grade water have been traded. Here are the supplies we received. Character card, 187 plus, taming card, 313 plus resource card, 40 plus copy card, 5 trading wood 1. After agreeing to the deal, a pile of cards instantly appeared in front of him again, forming a small mountain of cards. And adding them together, that is all the materials traded today. After spending 10 minutes sorting and putting away all the cards, Bai Xiaolin took out a few more town stones from his pocket and placed them together with the town stones he had traded for previously. Looking at the neatly stacked stone weights, Bai Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction. Then he thought about it, closed the box, and began to check the rest of his gains for the day. First are the Pioneer Group and others. Compared with the harvest of the previous few days, although the number of aliens they captured today was less, their other harvests were more. Except for the few stone weights that have just been collected. The Pioneer Group also obtained 13,690 survival points from today's hunting. More than 10,000 points more than the previous few days. This is the reward for directly destroying the alien base. Then there are the rewards of today's mining. Hundreds of slaves collected more than 10,000 pieces of various minerals in a whole day. It also contributed 14,627 survival points to Bai Xiaolin. Unfortunately, compared to land clearing, mining does not yield blueprints and cards. However, Bai Xiaolin was not disappointed, but instead showed a happy expression. Chapter 392 Submit. Because of the addition of land number 02, 1,120 survival points were cleared and harvested. Throughout the whole day today, the survival points gained were no less than those of the previous few days. Survival points, 47,871. After watching it increase again, it is approaching 50,000 survival points again. Bai Xiaolin believed that within a few days, his survival points would return to 100,000 points. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin looked at the time and found that it was just past 9 o'clock. Then he thought for a few seconds, then stood up and walked out of the room. Start preparing what you need to sell tomorrow. In addition to grade B water and grade C water, Bai Xiaolin has something else to sell. That is the C-level and D-level weapons that everyone in the Pioneer Group replaced today. Bai Xiaolin no longer needs these weapons, so he can sell them and exchange them for a batch of supplies. I believe that after the war ends tomorrow, some humans who have made good gains will be happy to trade these weapons. Then it took nearly half an hour to get everything ready. Bai Xiaolin returned to the room again and lay back on the bed to rest. Go to bed early today and wake up early tomorrow. While Bai Xiaolin was asleep, Ningyu also encountered the strongest enemy since the war on a small island in the competition space. After waking up the next morning, Bai Xiaolin first took a look at the chat channel. I found that after a night, the chat channel became active again, but of course it was still not as active as yesterday. Then Bai Xiaolin opened the trading area and started putting the 3 items he had prepared on the shelves. Not long after, several transaction information from by Xiaolin appeared in the human trading area. B-grade purified water 1L trading character card / taming card / slave card / mirror card 1, 500 remaining. B-grade purified water 10L trading resource card / stone, 10,000 races common language card 1, 50 copies remaining. B-grade purified water 20L trading copy card 1, 50 copies remaining. C-level weapon 1 trading resource card / universal language card 1, 20 remaining. D-level weapon 1 trading character card 1, 20 copies remaining. Note, the number of weapons is limited, so hurry up and buy them if you need them. Holy crap, God-O is actually selling C-rank weapons. I'm going to sell everything I have to buy one today. I want to buy one too. With a C-rank weapon, my strength will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, a C-rank weapon requires 100 points of luck. I can't afford it right now, so I can only buy a D-rank weapon for now. Brother upstairs, why don't we buy one together? I'll only use it during the competition, and it's yours the rest of the time. Roll. You guys discuss it first, I'll buy 2 to make do with. Ha ha ha. Buy 2 C-rank weapons and make do. See if that's what you're saying. Fuck, are you all just animals? 20 C-rank weapons are gone so quickly. Woo, my C-rank weapon. I only hesitated for 2 minutes. In a small town, seeing that the C-level weapons were sold out in less than 2 minutes after being put on the shelves, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Although for me, these weapons have been eliminated. But for others, each of these weapons is very powerful and can multiply their strength. With C-level strength and C-level weapons, you can have the upper hand when fighting against aliens of the same level. With C-level weapons, D-level warriors can sweep away enemies of the same level in battle. No wonder people are scrambling for it. Then, with a smile, Bai Xiaolin opened the 10,000 races trading area and put the C-grade water that had been prepared long ago on the shelf. The result was just put on the shelves, and before Bai Xiaolin could check it, he heard a surprised voice in his ears. Lord, the cement is ready. Cement. Hearing the unconcealable joy in the voice, Bai Xiaolin also smiled. Then I didn't bother to look at the transaction information. He simply put the seal away in his arms, stood up, and walked out of the yard. 2 minutes later, Bai Xiaolin, riding a bicycle, appeared at the door of the cement workshop with the person who notified him. From a distance, I could see Song Yi and others gathered excitedly in the workshop, and in the middle of them are several small wooden barrels. Bai Xiaolin instantly understood that the bucket contained the produced cement. Then Bai Xiaolin put his bicycle away and walked into the cement workshop with anticipation. Song Yi and others who had been waiting for a long time also noticed Bai Xiaolin coming in at the first time. My lord, I'm waiting for you to test it and see if the cement is really successful. Looking at the excited expression on Song Yi's face, Bai Xiaolin responded with a smile. Don't worry, we fired it according to the craftsmanship, so even if there is a problem, it won't be too serious. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin turned his head and looked to the side. Have you prepared everything else we need? Hearing Bai Xiaolin's question, Song Yi answered quickly without thinking. My lord, water, sand, large and small stones, iron bars, etc. are all ready. Then let's start the experiment. Then, under Bai Xiaolin's command, Song Yi and others used the prepared materials. They built a 5-meter-long stone wall, several cement slabs of different sizes, and a cement floor of more than 10 square meters. After all the materials were used up, Bai Xiaolin looked at everyone's results and said with a smile, Don't worry about them for now. We can check whether they are qualified in the evening. Yes. After leaving the cement workshop, Bai Xiaolin rode his bicycle around the small town again. At this time, everyone else has also woken up. Taking advantage of the little time before dinner, they were busy with their own things. The members of the housekeeping team were preparing breakfast in 4 restaurants. The pioneering team trained under the leadership of Eugene. Under the leadership of Nong Sang, the planting team loosened the soil on tens of thousands of square meters of cleared land. Zhang Xiaohu and the transportation team were collecting fertilizer produced last night next to several septic tanks. The foreign slaves, led by Li Ergu, were clearing the land around their homes. Finally, several groups of animals began to move. Watching these scenes, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression on his face. With these subordinates around, I don't have to worry about the daily work at all. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin stopped at the new breeding area. Of course, to be precise, it stopped in front of the new duck shed and chicken coop. Looking at the G-type chicken in the chicken coop, which had completely surpassed the ostrich in size and reached more than 2 meters in height. Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded. Now the two giant GS have fully grown and can start breeding new giant G populations. Judging from the growth rate of the G-force, once it has fully reproduced, there will be basically no shortage of meat in the base. Chapter 393, Lei Xing's Request for Vassalage. The size of several empty ducks is almost the same as that of ostriches. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, he will be able to fully enter adulthood. At that time, the sky duck can really start training and train into a new flying mount. Then he reached out and stroked the feathers of the approaching empty duck for a few times. Bai Xiaolin got on his bike again and headed towards the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. After lunch, Bai Xiaolin confirmed that there was no problem with the generator under the operation of Zhang Xiaohu and others, and then returned to the courtyard alone. According to time estimation, 1.5 days have passed in the third-level competition space. It is estimated that most of the people who participated in the third-level competition have already returned. So Bai Xiaolin planned to see if anyone gained anything interesting from his competition. As a result, just as he took out the seal and before he had time to open the chat channel, a message alert sound suddenly rang in his ears. The person who could send the message at this time should be one of Lei Xing and Ningyu. With speculation, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the private chat page. The other side of the mountain. In the base on one side of the bamboo forest, Lei Xing was lying in front of the cornerstone. However, unlike the previous few days, Lei Xing's body was now stained with blood. In the room next to Lei Xing, there were only 5 of his men left, out of the more than 20 they had previously, and each of them was covered with dozens of wounds of varying sizes. It looks extremely tragic. And on the cornerstone in front of Lei Xing was the chat page with Bai Xiaolin. Brother Bai, do you have any supplies for healing? I'm in urgent need of some. Just as Lei Xing was waiting, a message quickly popped up on the page. Brother Lei, you are injured. Is it serious? Along with the message, there was also a transaction information. B-grade potatoes, 2 kg trading would 1. Note, potatoes can improve physical strength and also quickly recover from injuries. Looking at the transaction information, Lei Xing showed a hint of gratitude on his face. Thank you, Brother Bai. Then, after agreeing to the deal, he quickly got up from the ground, picked up the potatoes that appeared and started processing them. More than 10 minutes later, Lei Xing took the cooked potatoes and went to the next room. Then he crushed the potatoes and fed them little by little to his 5 men. Seeing that their injuries began to heal after eating the potatoes, Lei Xing finally felt relieved. However, Lei Xing did not stand up, but looked at his men in deep thought. After thinking for 2 minutes, Lei Xing made a decision. That is to contact Bai Xiaolin and become his vassal. The reason for making this decision was that after experiencing yesterday's competition, Lei Xing finally understood. In this world, my strength is still too weak. Even in the previous competitions, the opponents he encountered were relatively weak, which allowed him to survive a few more days by luck. But as time goes by, the opponent's strength will definitely become stronger. When his strength exceeds this time, it may be the time of his death. And if that time really comes, none of his remaining subordinates will survive. So Lei Xing decided to become Bai Xiaolin's vassal. This way, the remaining subordinates won't have to wait for death with him. In a small town, after Bai Xiaolin sent the potatoes to Lei Xing, he opened the human chat channel and started checking it. After checking for a few minutes, Bai Xiaolin showed a helpless expression on his face. The reason is that after yesterday's competition, the number of remaining humans has dropped sharply again. The combined human population of all small areas has dropped from over 800,000 after the novice period to less than 20,000 now. Moreover, Bai Xiaolin was certain that even with the B-grade water traded from him, there were also high-grade weapons. The number of these remaining humans will continue to decrease rapidly. Because as the human race's strength increases, the countless alien races that remain are the elite among the elites. If you continue to compete, according to Bai Xiaolin's estimation, only the 20,000 human bases still surviving now will be able to truly survive in this world in the end. Maybe there are only 100 or 200, or even just a few dozen, unless all the remaining people are willing to become vassals of others and concentrate the strength of the human race. This way, maybe more people can survive in the end. Of course, this is impossible. After all, even if others are willing to become vassals, there are not so many vassal positions available, because a level 3 base can accept a maximum of 2 vassals. Most of the existing bases had already accepted vassalage when the competition began. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin shook his head. I have helped as many people as I can, and how many of these people can stay in the end? In addition to God's will, it also depends on their own efforts. At this moment, a prompt sound rang in Bai Xiaolin's ears again. Knowing that the message was from Lei Xing, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the private chat page without thinking too much. Brother Bai, I am willing to be your vassal. But when he saw the content of the message, Bai Xiaolin was stunned. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the reply Lei Xing gave him when Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian became vassals. If you can't hold on, you will become your own vassal. In this case, it means that Lei Xing's competition this time may not be as simple as just being injured. Instead, his strength was severely weakened, so much so that Lei Xing felt that he would not be able to survive the next competition. That's why he chose to become his vassal now. Then he looked at the message page, pondered for a few seconds, and then Bai Xiaolin clicked on a vassal page. Vassals. Acceptable number of vassals, 2/4. When it is upgraded to level 4, the number of vassals that can be accepted increases to 4. In other words, Bai Xiaolin can now accept 2 more vassals. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaolin decided to agree to Lei Xing's vassalage, because this was decided beforehand. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the luck exchange page. Luck value -40. As the luck value was consumed, 2 first-level vassal cards appeared in front of Bai Xiaolin. One of them was prepared for Lei Xing. As for the other one, which is the 4th vassal position, it is prepared for Ningyu. Survival point 2. Survival points -20. After 2 enhancements, Bai Xiaolin traded a 3rd-level vassal card to Lei Xing. A few minutes later, a line of golden words suddenly appeared above the seal in front of Bai Xiaolin. No. YC15764 requests to become your vassal. Do you agree? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Bai Xiaolin smiled slightly, and then slowly uttered 2 words. Agree. Survival points +1000. Congratulations on successfully acquiring your 3rd vassal force. Everything in that vassal force will become part of your faction. Then, without much thought, Bai Xiaolin directly named Lei Xing's base as subsidiary base number 03. This also means that Lei Xing's base has completely become a part of himself. Chapter 39403 and 04. Lei Xing on the other side also saw the number on his cornerstone. From the previous YC15764, it changed to Jingzuan 03. However, Lei Xing did not show any sadness, but instead showed a look of relief. Because now he won't have to worry about his men dying in the competition. Bai Xiaolin sighed, staring at the map page, thinking for a while. It was decided not to build a new teleportation array at base 03, because base number 03 is located between the small town and base number 01 and is less than 10 kilometers away from base number 01. There are no mountains blocking the way between the two. In other words, if you take a hot air balloon, it will take less than an hour to get from base 01 to base 03. This way, there's no need to build a new teleportation array. Waste of blueprints and energy crystals. After confirming, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the message. Brother Lei, you should rest and recover from your injuries first. I'll send someone to pick you up this afternoon. Pick me up. Looking at the message that appeared on the page, Lei Xing was obviously stunned. Then he subconsciously turned his head and looked at the mountains behind the base, and at the same time, an idea came to his mind. Could it be that Brother Bai's strength is already strong enough to cross the mountains? Bai Xiaolin had no idea what Lei Xing was thinking at the moment. After sending the message, Bai Xiaolin opened Ning's chat page again and started editing. More than 200 kilometers away, in a base at the foot of the mountains, Ningyu was busy helping several of his men clean and bandage their wounds. At this moment, Ningyu's face no longer had the calmness it had before. The reason is that in this competition, the opponent was too strong, resulting in heavy losses to his own base. Moreover, if Sushan had not risked being seriously injured and eliminated the opponent's sea level at the critical moment, he would probably have lost. Recalling the scene at that time, Ningyu couldn't help but shudder, because it was really just a matter of time before he failed in this competition, and failure meant death. When thinking of this, Ningyu looked at Sushan again, who was wrapped like a mummy on the bed. Only 1/3 of his men are left. At the same time, a thought came to my mind. If I had chosen to be a vassal, perhaps I would not have encountered such a scene, and perhaps his subordinates would not have to die. As soon as this idea came into being, it quickly germinated and grew in Ningyu's heart. Ningyu couldn't help but look at the cornerstone. As she was watching, Ningyu suddenly heard a message alert sound in her ears. This made Ningyu stunned for a moment, and she thought she was hallucinating. However, Ningyu still came to the cornerstone, opened the private chat page, and saw the message sent by Bai Xiaolin. Brother Lei suffered heavy losses in this competition. How are things going on your side? Looking at the message on the page, Ningyu was sure that she was not hallucinating. But the content of the message made Ningyu stunned again. In this competition, Lei Xing, like himself, encountered a powerful enemy. Then Ningyu thought of one thing. That is, the strength of Lei Xing base was much weaker than his own. This time we encountered a powerful enemy, and it was probably a miserable victory, just like mine. Moreover, considering his strength, after this loss, it is basically impossible for him to win the next competition. In other words, if Lei Xing wants to survive, he also faces a choice. Do you want to become a vassal? Thinking of this, Ningyu quickly found Lei Xing's private chat page. Looking at the number on the page, which had changed from the previous number to Jingxuan 03, Ningyu also understood Lei Xing's choice. Looking at the number, Ningyu pondered for a few minutes. Then opened the chat page again and start editing. My losses this time are also quite serious, and Su Shan is seriously injured. Then why don't you consider becoming my vassal base like Brother Lei and the others? Ugh. Bai Xiaolin looked at the message on the page with a smile on his face. The last reply was 2 words, and this time the reply was 1 word, but they are 2 completely different answers. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin began to edit the transaction information. B-grade potatoes, 2 kg plus level 3 vassal card 1 trading wood 1. If you give these potatoes to the injured, their injuries will recover a little. As for the vassal card, just use it directly. Looking at the card and potato in his hand, Ningyu sighed and handed the potato to Xiaoyan, who was less seriously injured. He held the vassal card and sat next to the cornerstone. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to hesitate. Use. Please enter the name or number of the faction you want to vassalize. Jingxuan. 2 minutes later, the number in front of Ningyu began to change and slowly became Jingxuan 04. On Bai Xiaolin's side, he once again gained 1,000 survival points. The quota for vassal upgrades to level 4 has now been used up. After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Xiaolin clicked on the luck page again. Luck value minus 100. Survival point 1111. As the luck value and survival points were consumed, Bai Xiaolin had a new level 5 teleportation card in his hand. With it, you can build a new teleportation array. When Ningyu succeeded in becoming a vassal, Bai Xiaolin had a new idea in his mind. That is base number 04, which is more than 200 kilometers away from the main base. After the teleportation array is established and connected to the main base, I can send out a pioneering team to explore towards the small town from there. By taking these 2 approaches together, we can explore the middle area at a faster speed. It may even become your own territory. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but grin. Then, with a smile, Bai Xiaolin traded a teleportation card and 5 energy crystals to Ningyu. He took the other one and walked out of the yard towards the teleportation warehouse. On the other side, Ningyu was studying the cornerstone. It turned out that after becoming a vassal, apart from losing a few functions, there were not many changes, and I felt relieved. Then I prepared to get up and go see how the potatoes were prepared. Before he could even stand up, he saw a few more things suddenly appear in front of the cornerstone, and an additional piece of information appeared on the page. Using the teleportation card and energy crystals, we can build a teleportation array to connect the 2 bases. Teleportation array. Ningyu was stunned for a few seconds. Doesn't this mean that she can meet Bai Xiaolin in real life? While Ningyu was stunned, Bai Xiaolin had already arrived at the teleportation array warehouse. However, a new teleportation array was not built immediately. Instead, he called 2 people, carried the largest hot air balloon, and teleported it to base 01. Chapter 395, Visiting Base 04. In field number 01, Lunenli had a good rest at noon. Just as he was about to go refine oil and diesel with a group of people, he saw Bai Xiaolin coming out of the warehouse. I also saw 2 people following Bai Xiaolin, carrying a hot air balloon. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. Brother Bai, what are you doing? Looking at Lunenli, whose face was full of confusion, Bai Xiaolin pointed at the hot air balloon and said with a smile, Brother Lei has also become a vassal, so I plan to send someone over here by hot air balloon to pick him up for a visit. At the same time, our European Emperor Alliance can finally get together. The European Emperor Alliance is gathering together, but besides Brother Lei Xing, there's also Sister Ningyu. When he said this, Lunenli was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to have thought of something, looked at Bai Xiaolin with surprise and asked, Sister Ning, you has also become a vassal. Right. Bai Xiaolin smiled and nodded, then continued. Ningyu's place is quite far away, so I plan to build a teleportation array directly. You can come with me later. Okay, we can give Sister Ningyu a surprise. More than 10 minutes later, the hot air balloon, refilled with gasoline, carrying one B-class and one C-class balloon, flew towards the mountains more than 10 kilometers to the east. Bai Xiaolin and Lu Nengli returned to the small town. After thinking about it, Lu Nengli ran to Base 02 again and called Su Xianxian over. Then, under the expectant gaze of the two, Bai Xiaolin used the teleportation card in his hand. After a flash of light, a third teleportation array appeared in the warehouse. When it was successfully built, Bai Xiaolin also sensed that the teleportation array on the other side had also been built. Let's go. As he spoke, Bai Xiaolin walked onto the teleportation array, while Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian followed with excitement on their faces. In the base, Ningyu took the teleportation card and went to the yard without much hesitation and directly chose to build. But after the construction was successfully completed, I waited for 10 minutes and no one was teleported over. Even when I stood on it, the teleportation array did not react at all. This made Ningyu wonder if something went wrong when he was building it. Just when Ningyu was struggling over whether to take down the energy crystal and study it again. Suddenly, colorful rays of light appeared on the teleportation array. Immediately after the light disappeared, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared on the teleportation array. Looking at the 3 figures, Ningyu asked uncertainly, Bai Xiaolin. As soon as he said that, he saw a young man among the 3 people looking at him with surprise. Sister Ningyu, guess who I am? Ningyu was stunned when she heard this name, because in this world, there are only a few people who know their own names. And there is only one person who calls himself that. Looking at the young man, Ningyu also showed a smile on her face. You are Lu Nengli. Right. After confirming Lu Nengli's identity, Ningyu turned to look at another man. There were only 2 boys teleported over. Since one was Lu Nengli, the other one must be Bai Xiaolin. Seeing Ningyu looking at him, Bai Xiaolin smiled and walked out of the teleportation array. Hello Ningyu, Yin Bai Xiaolin. Hello. A few minutes later, 4 familiar people walked into the house together. When they saw the several wounded soldiers lying there, Lu Nengli and Su Xianxian couldn't help but show expressions of fear on their faces, because neither of them had ever experienced war. I never imagined that war would be so brutal. The wild beasts and undead attacks they had encountered before were child's play compared to this. Bai Xiaolin also frowned, because according to his understanding, there were already more than 30 people in Ningyu's base. But now, after a competition, only a little over 10 people are left. It can be seen that other people's competition is not as easy as his own. While they were observing, Xiaolian returned to the room with a bowl of baked potatoes. When he saw Bai Xiaolin and the other 2, he was obviously stunned. Then, without much hesitation, he quickly carried the potatoes to those who were less seriously injured. Then they broke the potatoes together and fed them with water to the seriously injured person lying in bed. Seeing that several seriously injured soldiers began to recover after eating potatoes, Lu Nengli and others breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Xiaolin didn't show any surprise on his face, because he knows the effects of gravy potatoes best. After leaving the wounded to rest, several people came out of the room and began to visit the base under the leadership of Ningyu. During the tour, Ningyu turned around from time to time to look at the 3 people. It seems like he wants to show some surprise, because Ningyu felt that his base was definitely one of the better built among the 3rd-level bases. Unfortunately, after the whole tour, the expressions of the 3 people did not change at all. The reason is that this is Bai Xiaolin's base, and in the eyes of the 3, the other bases all look almost the same. It's just a small courtyard that's not much different. After completing the tour, Bai Xiaolin climbed up the arrow tower again and looked around. More than 10 seconds later, Bai Xiaolin's attention was attracted by a grayish-white hill. Then, he didn't know what he thought of, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Because according to Bai Xiaolin's guess, it would be out of tune with the other surrounding mountains. This means that there must be some special resources on this grayish-white hill. Perhaps during the next exploration, the pioneering team can focus on exploring the gray-white hill first. Then he came down from the arrow tower, and without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at Ningyu and asked, Would you like to visit my base? Besides, when Brother Lei arrives tomorrow, we can get together. After Bai Xiaolin finished speaking, before Ningyu could respond, she saw Lu Nengli speaking excitedly. Once we get to Brother Bai's base, Not only will we have a good place to stay and be safe, but we'll also have all sorts of delicious food and fun things to do every day. Sister Ningyu, you'll definitely like it there. Really? After hearing what Lu Ningli said, Ningyu's face showed an expression of anticipation. After confirming that there was no danger around, Ningyu, Bai Xiaolin, and the other two stepped onto the teleportation array together. As a white light flashed before his eyes, when Ningyu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a warehouse. In addition to the one under his feet, there are two other teleportation arrays in the warehouse. Looking at Ningyu, Lu Ningli, and Su Xianxian stood in front of the teleportation array leading to their own base. Then he said with a smile, "This is the teleportation array leading to our two bases. Ningyu, if you want to play in the future, you can use the teleportation array to find us." Good. At this time, Bai Xiaolin had already walked to the door of the warehouse and turned to look at the three people inside. "Let's go. You two should take Ningyu on a tour." "Don't worry, Master O, leave it to us." Chapter 396, what is that? After following the three people out of the warehouse, Ningyu was stunned by the scene before him. Tall city walls. A huge workshop with blue smoke billowing out. A small courtyard like a manor. Rows of greenhouses. Countless houses. Hundreds of people working. Looking at the scenes before her, Ningyu felt as if she had traveled back to ancient times. Then he subconsciously turned his head and asked Lu Ningli and the others, "Is this really Bai Xiaolin's base?" "Of course," Su Xianxian and the other person replied with a smile. When talking about this, the two thought of the various fresh fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse. At the same time, he swallowed his saliva and pulled Ningyu towards the greenhouse. "Sister Ningyu, let's take you to eat something delicious." Ningyu, sandwiched between the two, subconsciously walked forward. Now I finally understood. Why were Bai Xiaolin and the other two not surprised at all when they visited their base? Because compared to Bai Xiaolin's base, his own base is just a small courtyard in the countryside. Looking at the three people moving forward, Bai Xiaolin smiled and shook his head. Then he turned and walked towards the yard. With Su Xianxian and the other person taking Ningyu on a tour, he could now take care of other things. After returning to the courtyard, Bai Xiaolin first traded the 1,000 liters of gray bee water that he had prepared long ago to Lu Xiaoxi. At the same time, I also learned about the situation of my fans. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that compared with others, the losses of his fans were much smaller. Only a few hundred people did not make it through the competition. Bai Xiaolin estimated that he provided 1,000 liters of grade B water every day. Among these fans of mine, more will survive the next competition. Even later on, the number of them who survived was likely to exceed the total number of people in other small areas. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaolin couldn't help but nodded. Because perhaps the existence of these fans will be the main force for implementing a certain plan in the future. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin opened the chat channel of all races again. Prepare to see the movements of all kinds of creatures. Do you have any healing items? You would like to buy them in bulk. I'm selling C-rank elf bows. If you have close quarters weapons, please contact me. Who killed my tiger tooth brother? Come out, and I will definitely kill you. Is there anyone nearby who can unite with us? We can work together to attack the bases of other races and split all the spoils 50 to 50. Selling 10 human corpses, only need 2 D-level weapons. Buying food and water above grade C. If you have any for sale, please contact me. The price can be negotiated in detail. Brother Wolf, contact me. I have important news. Just as Bai Xiaolin was checking, the hot air balloon carrying Su Arai and Wen Liang was getting closer and closer to base number 03. In base 03, with the help of the B-level potatoes, the injuries of Lei Xing's subordinates have basically recovered. However, Lei Xing was not in a hurry to take them out at this time. Instead, he sat quietly on the steps in front of the small building. The reason was that Bai Xiaolin said that he would send someone to pick him up in the afternoon. Lei Xing was worried that if he took people out to collect resources, he would miss the people who were coming to pick him up. So to be safe, just sit here and wait. Just when Lei Xing was in a daze, a scream suddenly sounded in his ears. "Master, what is that?" Hearing the exclamation, Lei Xing subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of his subordinate's finger. Lei Xing was also a little stunned when he saw this. I saw a small black dot approaching rapidly in the sky a few hundred meters to the west. After staying still for a few seconds, Lei Xing slowly uttered 3 words. "Hot air balloon." At the same time, a thought suddenly popped up in my mind. Could this be the person that Brother Bai mentioned coming to pick me up? What happened next also verified Lei Xing's idea. As the hot air balloon approached, Lei Xing finally saw clearly that in the basket below, it were two humans with powerful auras. Su Arai and the other person on the hot air balloon also confirmed that they had reached their destination. However, he did not stop immediately, but looked at Lei Xing and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lei Xing?" "It's me." As he spoke, Lei Xing picked up the half potato he had just eaten and showed it to the two people who were asking questions on the hot air balloon. Now only Bai Xiaolin can produce this kind of B-grade potato. Therefore, Su Arai and the others confirmed Lei Xing's identity at the first opportunity. Then the hot air balloon began to slowly descend. Looking at the falling hot air balloon, Lei Xing still had a doubt in his mind. That is, from the map, Bai Xiaolin's base is to the east of himself, which is on the other side of the mountain. But how could the person Bai Xiaolin sent to pick him up appear from the west? After Su Arai and the other person got off the hot air balloon, Lei Xing asked about the doubts in his heart. "Brothers, Brother Bai's base is in the east. How come you appear from the west?" Seeing Lei Xing's puzzled look, Su Arai smiled and replied, "We didn't start from the main base, but from the number 01 subsidiary base in the west. Once you get there, you can take the teleportation array and directly reach the Lord's main base." Teleportation array. Lei Xing then remembered the moment when he succeeded in becoming a vassal. "I did see on the map that there was another base about 10 kilometers west of my base. I also guessed that this base might also be Bai Xiaolin's affiliated base. However, I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as a teleportation array in this subsidiary base." According to Lei Xing's memory, a level 5 teleportation card that can build a teleportation array requires 10,000 points of luck to redeem. Bai Xiaolin not only exchanged it, but also established a teleportation array. This made Lei Xing sigh that he had underestimated Bai Xiaolin's strength and wealth. Then with a sigh, Lei Xing looked at Su Arai and asked, "Brothers, how long will it take us to go back and forth? Can we get back before nightfall?" The reason he asked this was because Lei Xing was worried that if he left for too long, the base would be attacked by wild beasts. After all, there are only 5 people left in the base, and they can't resist any slightly stronger beasts. As if he heard Lei Xing's worry, Su Arai pointed at Wen Liang and said, "It only takes about 2 hours to go back and forth, but when we set out, the Lord instructed that you stay at the main base for a day. So it is definitely impossible to get back before nightfall. But don't worry, my lord. Brother Wen Liang will stay here temporarily to ensure your safety." "Is that so?" Hearing Su Arai's words, Lei Xing breathed a sigh of relief. With a sea level guarding him, he didn't have to worry, and then he looked at Wen Liang and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Wen Liang." "You're welcome, sir." Chapter 397, Fellow Villagers Gathering. A few minutes later, after giving instructions to several of his men, Lei Xing followed Su Arai to the hot air balloon. "As soon as I sat down, I heard a puzzled voice. 'Brother Lei, where are you going?' When the hot air balloon just appeared, not only Lei Xing saw it, but Lin Shanshan, who was not far away, also saw it. Then, driven by curiosity, Lin Shanshan came out of the base and stood not far away to observe. I saw the hot air balloon parked in front of Lei Xing's base. Then 2 people came down from above and talked with Lei Xing for a while, and then Lei Xing got on the hot air balloon. And it looks like they're going to leave in a hot air balloon. This also caused a series of questions to arise in Lin Shanshan's mind. Where did this hot air balloon come from? Where are you taking Lei Xing next? Who is its owner?" Driven by these problems, Lin Shanshan no longer cared about hiding. He hurried out of the bamboo forest and asked Lei Xing, who was sitting on the hot air balloon, "Brother Lei, where are you going?" Hearing the question, Lei Xing turned to look at Lin Shanshan, who suddenly appeared. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to tell the truth. Because Lin Shanshan is a fan of Bai Xiaolin and was introduced to her by Bai Xiaolin, there is nothing to hide. Thinking of this, Lei Xing pointed at Su Arai and said, "This brother Su is Brother Bai, a subordinate of Lord O. He is here to take me to visit Lord O's base." "Oh, God's subordinates." Hearing Lei Xing's answer, Lin Shanshan widened her eyes. Then, without thinking too much, he looked at Su Arai with surprise and asked, "Can you take me with you?" "Not for now." Without much thought, Su Arai directly rejected Lin Shanshan's idea of riding a hot air balloon. Because of Lei Xing, Lin Shanshan is considered an outsider. If we take her with us, the teleportation array will be exposed. "All right." Lin Shanshan showed a look of disappointment on her face, then looked at Lei Xing again and said, "Then, Brother Lei, please say hello to God O for me." "Must." Then, under the gaze of Lin Shanshan, when Liang and others, the hot air balloon slowly rose into the air, carrying Lei Xing and the other person and disappeared into the air. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the hot air balloon landed at base 01. Lei Xing also followed Su Arai and stood on the teleportation array. When he came out of the warehouse, Lei Xing saw at a glance that several people were sitting together at the door of another warehouse not far away. At this moment, these people were each holding half a watermelon and eating it happily. And in the warehouse behind them, there was a faint sound of singing. Looking at this scene, Lei Xing was stunned. At the same time, I couldn't help but think in my heart that Brother Bai lives such a comfortable life. Just when Lei Xing was stunned, Lu Nengli, who was not far away, also discovered the two people coming out of the warehouse. After seeing Su Arai, a surprised smile instantly appeared on Lu Nengli's face. Because Lu Nengli knew that Su Arai was sent by Bai Xiaolin to pick up Lei Xing, then the person who appeared with Su Arai must be Lei Xing. Thinking of this, Lu Neng waved his hands and shouted, "Brother Lei, come here." In the yard, Bai Xiaolin, who was checking chat messages, also heard Lu Nengli shout at this time. I also realized that Su Arai had already taken Lei Xing over. Then he put away the seal, stood up, and walked outside. After coming out of the courtyard, Bai Xiaolin saw that there was a bearded man standing beside Lu Nengli and others, and he was excitedly chatting about something with Lu Nengli and others. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaolin shouted with a smile, "Brother Lei." Hearing the voice, Lei Xing turned around and saw Bai Xiaolin walking towards him. "Brother Bai." After sitting down next to a few people, Bai Xiaolin turned to look at Su Arai and said, "Arai, go get another watermelon." "Yes." A few minutes later, several people sat together. While eating watermelon, we talked about some things in the past. After all, in this strange world, it is rare to get together with a few fellow countrymen. As we chatted, time passed quickly and it was evening. After dinner, Su Xianxian took Ningyu and climbed up the city wall together, saying that they wanted to enjoy the night sky. Lu Nengli and Lei Xing, on the other hand, were playing cards together with Eugene and others. As for Bai Xiaolin, he took Song Yi and others back to the cement workshop, started inspecting some things made with cement in the morning. After a day of solidification, whether the firmness is up to standard or not can be determined. Then came the sound of hammering. More than 10 minutes later, looking at the collapsed concrete wall and the broken concrete slabs, Bai Xiaolin showed a satisfied expression. Because although these cement boards were broken, they were subjected to D-level and C-level attacks. This is enough to prove how strong they are. It can be used as real material in the construction of small towns. Even future city wall construction can directly use cement materials. Bai Xiaolin believed that when a concrete wall he built reached 10 meters, or even more than 10 meters, even if a level wants to destroy it, it will take some time. Then with a smile, Bai Xiaolin looked at Song Yi and said, "Next, we can start large-scale cement production according to yesterday's process." "Yes." After returning from the cement workshop, Bai Xiaolin also played mahjong for more than an hour. Wait until almost 10 o'clock when the crowd dispersed. Bai Xiaolin returned to the room and began to check today's harvest. First of all, let's talk about today's transactions. In total, I still traded hundreds of rare cards, plus 1,320 survival points. Then there's the Pioneer Team's harvest today. A total of 4 groups of alien races were captured, the strongest of which were 2B level and 2C level. In addition, a total of 6 alien bases were destroyed. As for the survival points gained, the 3 groups totaled 9,346 points, a little less than yesterday. Then there are the gains from mining and clearing, which is about 15,870 survival points. That's all I've gained today. In addition to Lei Xing and the other vassal, an additional 2,000 survival points were added. Bai Xiaolin's remaining survival points have now reached more than 75,000 points. Then, with a smile on his face, Bai Xiaolin fell asleep. The next afternoon, after sending Lei Xing away, Bai Xiaolin took out the seal and clicked on the competition page. Power level, level 4. Level 4 competition time, once every 15 days. Number of competitions, 0. Countdown to the first competition, 0 days, 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 15 seconds. Looking at the countdown on the page, Bai Xiaolin showed a hint of excitement on his face. Finally, it's time to face the first level 4 alien. I hope the other party is stronger so that I can gain more. After putting away the seal, Bai Xiaolin walked outside. In a small town, the seal is the most important thing. You cannot bring it with you to the competition, otherwise it would be bad if it is accidentally broken. Chapter 398 Troll. Come out of the courtyard. Bai Xiaolin looked at the sun, which had already moved to the west and was about to set. He looked at the pioneer team members who had returned early today and were gathering in front of the restaurant for training. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. After the improvement in the past few days, the dozens of D-level and ordinary people left in the pioneer group have now been promoted to C-level. As for the original C-level, it has also been upgraded to B-level. The remaining B-level weapons have now all been distributed to the remaining people. In other words, among the more than 100 people in the pioneering group, the lowest strength at this time is C-level. Their weapons are at least B-level. In addition, among these more than 100 people, there are a full 50 C-level wolf knights. Bai Xiaolin believes that there is such a team. No matter how strong the enemy this time is, he can never be his opponent. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the countdown reached 0. After leaving 5 A-level guards behind, Bai Xiaolin rode on Xiaohei's back and disappeared into the teleportation beam. The only ones who disappeared were the pioneering team that had been prepared long ago. There are also 6 B-level and C-level elephant men, plus an ant colony that has reached thousands of individuals. Bringing a few elephants was not for fighting, but to carry food and supplies. With more than 100 people, plus the wolf and ant colony, the amount of food and water needed in a day is not a small number. If you need people to move it, at least 10 people will be needed. As for the tall elephant men, just a few will be enough. As for bringing the ant colony, it is for reconnaissance. There are hundreds of D-level ants, plus thousands of ordinary ants. Bai Xiaolin believed that no matter where the enemy was hiding, he could find it as quickly as possible. And there is no risk of exposing yourself. Although Bai Xiaolin is confident that he can defeat any level 4 alien, he still needs to be cautious. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Xiaolin raised his head and looked around. I saw that I and others were still on an island. However, unlike the 3rd level competition, the area of this island looks significantly larger. In other words, the stage for the 4th level competition is more spacious than that for the 3rd level competition. As for the time of transmission, Bai Xiaolin looked up above his head. There was no change. The sun was still high in the sky, which was almost noon. After nodding, Bai Xiaolin looked to the side. After confirming the surrounding environment, Shuirengue had already begun to organize wolf cavalry to conduct reconnaissance and keep an eye on them, looking for a suitable place to set up camp nearby. This tactic had been decided long ago, after the wolf cavalry had conducted reconnaissance and found a place to rest. You can then release the ant colony and explore further around it with its resting place as the center. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, a group of figures have also appeared. Moreover, the number of these figures far exceeded that of Bai Xiaolin and others, reaching as many as 300 or 400. They have a blue-green coat and come in a variety of sizes. The tall ones are about the same size as elephant men, while the short ones are not even as big as humans. This is the troll clan. As their strength grows, their size will become larger and larger. The 3-meter-tall troll in the lead also looked around after appearing. After confirming that there was no danger, he roared at the other hundreds of trolls. Children, find this enemy and tear them apart. Ouch! 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 When the leading troll's voice fell, the remaining trolls waved their weapons. They roared with excitement and rushed into the surrounding mountains and forests. When these trolls disappeared into the mountains and forests, the leading troll took the remaining trolls who were slightly smaller in size. Come to the edge of the island and start catching fish to eat. Dozens of centimeters long sea fish were stuffed into his mouth one by one without even needing to be cleaned. If Bai Xiaolin saw this scene, he would probably call a beast. But Bai Xiaolin didn't have time to pay attention to this at the moment. After the reconnaissance, the wolf cavalry did not find a cave suitable for resting, but they found another surprise. Are you sure you found something like a swarm of undead creatures 2 kilometers away? My lord, yes. Hearing this affirmative answer, Bai Xiaolin showed a surprised smile on his face. When it first appeared, no undead-like monsters were seen. Bai Xiaolin thought that this island was just like the subsequent 3-level competitions, just a duel between 2 sides. But I didn't expect that a surprise was waiting for me here. Now Bai Xiaolin only hopes that there will be more monsters this time. In this way, he might be able to gain a few thousand luck points and tens of thousands of survival points. Without thinking any more, Bai Xiaolin looked at the wolf cavalry in front of him and said, "Lead the way." Yes. More than 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaolin and others appeared on a cliff. The scene before them completely stunned everyone. With a boundary of more than 200 meters away, The central area of the entire island and the periphery are two completely different scenes. The surrounding area is lush and green, full of various plants. The central area, however, is entirely grayish-white, with no other colors visible. And in these gray-white mountains and rivers, there are caves of all sizes. And there is an ominous atmosphere in every cave. It gave everyone a chilling feeling. The creatures similar to the swarm of undead that the wolf rider just mentioned are now wandering in the caves on the edge of the gray-white area. The moment he saw these creatures, Bai Xiaolin was stunned again. At the same time, two words popped up in my mind. Zombies. The reason is that although these wandering creatures are not very similar in size to humans, their current form is exactly the same as the zombies that Bai Xiaolin knows. It is dead, but its body remains intact, and most of its body is purple. This should be the lowest level purple zombie among zombies. In addition to the purple zombies, there are also a relatively small number of white zombies among the zombies wandering in the outer caves. Their bodies and fur are white, and although they move slowly, they are better than purple zombies. Bai Xiaolin did not act in a hurry, but picked up the telescope and observed deeper into the gray-white area. When the telescope is at D level, it can achieve night vision. So with the help of the telescope, Bai Xiaolin can clearly see the zombies even if they are hiding in a dark cave. In the second circle of caves, Bai Xiaolin saw a large number of white zombies and a small number of black zombies. In the third circle of caves, Bai Xiaolin saw a large number of black zombies and a small number of green zombies. In the fourth circle of caves, Bai Xiaolin saw more green zombies and a small number of red-haired zombies. As for deeper places, the distance is too far. Coupled with the obstruction of various hills, Bai Xiaolin could no longer see the scene inside the cave. However, based on the results of observation, Bai Xiaolin deduced that there were at least 2 circles of caves in the center of the gray-white area. When he came to this conclusion, Bai Xiaolin was silent for a few minutes. Chapter 399, Troll Attack. Because it is inferred according to the level. If the level of the purple zombie is similar to that of an ordinary person, then the white zombie is level D, the black zombie is level C, the green zombie is level B, and the red-haired zombie is level A. If it were just like this, perhaps everyone could still handle it. But based on the levels of the cave, it could be easily inferred. In this island, there's zombies with higher levels than the red zombies, and the highest one is 2 levels higher. Of course, Bai Xiaolin didn't dare to imagine the extraordinary level. But even if it is only a level mid-level or a level high-level, it is not something that everyone can deal with. Because at level A, every time an attribute reaches 100 points, it means that the body is becoming more perfect. Shui Rengui, who was standing next to Bai Xiaolin, also frowned at this time. Apparently Shui Rengui also discovered this problem. After frowning and thinking for 2 minutes, Shui Rengui turned to look at Bai Xiaolin and said, "My lord, the strength of these monsters is beyond our expectations, so if we want to take action, we need to plan carefully. We can only retreat first. Be careful not to be discovered." Yes, because they are worried that these zombies may come out at night. So everyone chose a place to rest that was farther away from the gray-white area. This way, even if the zombies are active at night, there's no need to worry about being discovered. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaolin and others stopped at the foot of a cliff about 1 kilometer away from the gray-white area. This is also the resting place for everyone. After sitting together and discussing for more than 10 minutes, everyone suddenly came up with a better idea. That is to find the opponent in this competition as soon as possible. Then use their hands to find out the true strength of these zombies. If the zombies are really as strong as we guessed, then we can't deal with them. You can directly eliminate your opponent and in the competition. On the contrary, if you can deal with it, you can keep your opponent and then slowly harvest these zombies. After confirming, Bai Xiaolin touched the queen ant lying on Xiaohei's back. The rest is up to you. After saying that, Bai Xiaolin looked at several large wooden boxes on the side. As the wooden box was opened, thousands of ants, big and small, crawled out from inside. After communicating with the queen ant, the ant colony quickly dispersed to both sides and disappeared into the jungle outside the island. As for Bai Xiaolin and others, they took advantage of this time to start hunting some wild beasts in the jungle. Although their number is small, they can still contribute some survival points. It can also provide some meat for everyone. After more than 2 hours, a gold-eating ant that was moving quickly suddenly stopped. Then it stretched out its tentacles and sensed for a few seconds, then quickly turned around and climbed up a big tree on the left, hiding among the leaves. Not long after the gold-eating ants hid, more than 10 blue-green trolls appeared under the big tree. As they moved forward, they happily gnawed on the beast's limbs that were still dripping with blood. After a dozen trolls left, the gold-eating ant climbed down from the tree. After staying there for more than 10 seconds, he followed the blood dripping on the ground and walked in the direction where the troll came from. At this time, the troll leader was already full. He was leading a group of trolls, standing not far from the gray-white area, observing the cave inside. When the troll leader saw the zombies, he grinned. Because there are monsters here, it also means that I can gain a considerable amount of luck points. However, the troll leader was also in no hurry to act. After observing carefully for more than half an hour, the troll leader pointed at a few shorter people. Said the troll, who was only about 1.5 meters tall, or D level. You guys go attack the monsters in the cave. Yes, letting a few D-level trolls attack is a test for the troll leader. If you succeed, you can gain luck points. If it fails, it will attract attacks from monsters in other nests, and the most it will suffer is the loss of a few D-level monsters. Then, under the attack of several trolls, the purple zombies and white zombies in the outermost nest were quickly killed. What surprised the troll leader was that faint roars could only be heard from a few nests nearby. It's just that there is some restriction, and the monsters in these nests did not come out. As for the other nests, there was no response. Then the troll leader commanded several trolls to attack several nearby nests. Just like at the beginning, it did not provoke any counterattack from other nests. This made the troll leader burst into laughter, because it means that he can hunt the monsters here without any worries. Then, without much thought, the troll leader said to the dozens of trolls remaining around him, D rank attacks the first level of the nest, C rank attacks the second level, B rank attacks the third level. Kill all the monsters inside. Charge! Dozens of trolls quickly rushed towards different nests. The troll leader did not stop and rushed towards a nest on the fourth floor with the remaining 2 A-level trolls. Then, under a level of suppression, dozens of trolls began slaughter. After using a giant stick to smash a B-level green zombie to death, the troll leader rushed directly to the second nest. While running, I listened to the prompt sounds ringing in my ears. With the ever-increasing luck value, the troll leader's smile became even brighter. Because according to the troll leader's observation, there are at least tens of thousands of nests in this area. The total number of monsters in the nest may reach more than 100,000. Even if I only kill 1/10 of them this time, I can still gain 10,000 or 20,000 luck points. And such an achievement can definitely be ranked among the top 3 among the dozens of competitions he has participated in. Just as the troll leader was fantasizing, several angry roars sounded in his ears at the same time. Along with the roar, there were also several powerful auras, and the drumming aura was approaching quickly. After sensing this situation, the troll leader quickly turned his head. Look towards the middle of the gray-white area, which is the direction of the next level of nest. I saw 4 monsters that were similar to the monsters outside, but covered with red hair, approaching me quickly. The aura emitted by these 4 monsters has reached A level. Seeing this scene, the troll leader was not afraid, but instead showed a hint of excitement. Because A-level monsters not only represent powerful strength, but also represent more luck points. Then without thinking too much, he quickly shouted to both sides. Moyong, prepare to use the mirror card to snipe these A-rank monsters. Yes. Following the order from the troll leader, the other 2 A-level trolls on both sides took out a mirror card and used it at the same time. In an instant, the number of A-level trolls on the field increased to 5, surrounding and killing the 4 red zombies. Chapter 400, Watching the Battle. Surrounded by 5 A-level trolls. In less than 20 minutes, the 4 red zombies were completely at a disadvantage. Just when the troll leader thought the situation was settled, unexpected situation occurred again. One of the red zombies suddenly raised its head and let out a roar. At the moment the roar sounded, several roars were also heard from the nest in the middle of the gray and white area. This made the troll leader change color instantly. Before he could react, he saw 4 red figures rushing out from several nests on the 5th floor again. The moment these figures appeared, the troll leader did not hesitate and took out a mirror card to summon the 3rd A-level mirror. Then he looked at the other 2 A-level trolls and said, "Retreat. Leave the mirror image behind to block the way." After saying that, he turned around and ran outside without looking back. Because if you're stopped, even with the mirror image, you'll be in great danger. As for the other trolls still fighting in the outer nest, they have been completely forgotten by the troll leader. 10 minutes later, standing outside the gray-white area, looking at the nest that has become quiet again. The troll leader couldn't help but raise his weapon and smash it against a big tree next to him. The 3 A-level mirrors were besieged by 8 A-level monsters and were completely defeated in less than 2 minutes. As for the remaining dozens of trolls, none of them escaped. All were killed in their nests. Staring at the grayish-white area, he thought for 2 minutes. The troll leader turned around again and said to the other 2 A-level trolls, "Inform Machi, Mame, and the other 5 that there is no need to rush to find an opponent for now. All of you should gather here." Yes. After the 2 A-level trolls disappeared, the troll leader looked at the gray-white area again. Everything went smoothly during the entire hunting process just now. The only mistake was giving the A-level monster time to ask for help. So the troll leader decided to temporarily gather all his A-level subordinates. By that time, the troll leader was confident that he could prevent the ill-level monsters from even having time to ask for help. Just as the troll leader waited, a dark red ant suddenly appeared on a tree a few dozen meters away. After sensing for a while, it disappeared again. After more than 2 hours of hunting, Bai Xiaolin and others successfully hunted all the wild beasts around them. The meat harvested was enough for everyone to eat for 3 days. Not long after stopping, the ants that were sent out to explore began to return one after another. Through the news brought back by the ant colony, Bai Xiaolin also learned the information he wanted. One is to confirm the enemy's position. The second is the enemies this time. There are more than 200 of each level combined. The third is that they are fighting zombies at this time. After learning these 3 pieces of information, Bai Xiaolin's eyes lit up instantly. I didn't expect that the enemy would take the initiative to help me explore the zombie nest without me having to do anything. Without thinking too much, Bai Xiaolin understood the reason. That's the temptation. The existence of a zombie nest means countless luck points. Even among foreigners, few can resist this temptation. Without thinking anymore, Bai Xiaolin dispersed the ant colony again to explore whether there were any other strange places on the island. He turned around and said to the pioneers who had already prepared, "Set off." After the words were spoken, everyone except a few were left behind to guard. The remaining hundreds of people began to move quickly towards the direction of the troll. As the distance got closer, everyone started to slow down to avoid being discovered. By the time they came to a complete stop, Bai Xiaolin and the others were only a few hundred meters away from the group of trolls. Standing in the bushes, looking at the trolls gathering a few hundred meters away. After thinking for a few seconds, Shui Ringe waved to the people behind him, indicating that they could take a break first. He took a few people with him and climbed up a tree several dozen meters high nearby. Hidden in the treetops, the scene a few hundred meters away has clearly appeared in Bai Xiaolin's sight. First up is the troll herd. The number of more than 200 did not surprise Bai Xiaolin, because as long as they don't actively upgrade, the number of people in the 4th level base can exceed the upper limit of 1,000. In this situation, it is normal to select 200 or 300 people to participate in the competition. What surprised Bai Xiaolin was that among these more than 200 trolls, there are actually 8 people who have reached a level, more than 50 people who have reached B level, and the lowest level among the remaining people is D level. This made Bai Xiaolin sigh, worthy of being a 4th level base. With such strength, any 3rd level base can be easily destroyed. But unfortunately, he met himself. Then, with a playful smile, Bai Xiaolin leaned on the tree branch and began to carefully observe the movements of the troll. Looking at his subordinates who had gathered together again, the troll leader nodded with satisfaction. As long as the A-level and B-level ones are all there, the dozens of trolls lost earlier are not considered a loss. Then he looked at several A-level trolls and gave them some instructions, and hundreds of trolls rushed into the gray-white area again. But it's different from the previous one. Several A-level trolls did not spread out to attack the surrounding low-level zombie nests like the trolls below B-level. Instead, they formed a circle, and then 2 or 3 of the trolls attacked the B-level green zombies in the circle. The purpose of doing this is to attract A-level red zombies out, as low-level zombies continue to be killed. A few minutes later, a few angry roars rang out again in the ears of the troll leader. The moment he heard the roar, a cruel smile appeared on the troll leader's face. "I'm waiting for you." Then, when several red zombies approached, several A-level trolls hiding around them quickly took action. It only took a dozen minutes to surround and kill them all. Sensing the several hundred added luck points, the troll leader laughed again. The speed of obtaining luck points is much faster than hunting ordinary monsters. In addition to the luck value, A-level materials were also obtained. After returning, selling these A-grade materials will bring in a considerable profit. Bai Xiaolin, who was standing on a big tree a few hundred meters away, blinked subconsciously when he saw this scene. I didn't expect these trolls to be so smart. Just as Bai Xiaolin was sighing, a roar was heard again in the nest on the 5th floor. This time, the number of red zombies rushing out tripled to more than 10. The troll leader who saw this scene did not run away like before, but smiled even more brightly. Get started. When the distance to the second group of red zombies was only a dozen meters, the troll leader shouted excitedly. The next second, several A-level trolls used mirror cards to summon mirrors at the same time. The number of A-level trolls on the field instantly exceeded the number of red zombies.